I stood before the clan head's residence at the heart of the Uchiha district in Konoha. Dusk had fallen, and the last golden rays of sunlight spread across my shoulders. Flanking me were two of my colleagues from the Konoha police force, kneeling in their uniforms, immediately recognizable as brothers-in-arms. My name is Uchiha Natum. I'm about 11 or 12 years old. After a brief moment of contemplation, I asked in a cold voice, "How many are willing to come with us?" "More than half, 426 in total," came a prompt reply from behind me. More than half. It seems Konoha has truly pushed our people to the edge. At that moment, someone added, "Sir, the arrangements for the withdrawal are all ready." I waved my hand. Good. Then let's begin. I added, "Everyone, wait for my signal. When the time comes, move swiftly. No one is to fall behind." Understood. One more thing. Make sure to take Izumi and her family with us. Don't leave anyone behind. My command drew a flicker of surprise in the eyes of the two behind me, but they quickly nodded in assent. "Yes, sir. Go," I signaled, and the two of them vanished into the gathering night. Lifting my head, I spared a glance at Konoha village behind me and murmured, voice low and somber, "To think, I've been in this world 10 years already. Prejudice in people's hearts is like an insurmountable mountain, impossible to cross. If Konoha refuses to accept the Uchiha, then I won't hesitate. Tonight, I'll defy fate and rewrite the history of my clan." Having spoken, I turned my focus forward and strode ahead, pushing open the doors to the clan leader's house. The front courtyard was deserted, cloaked in an uncanny hush. The man I sought, Uchiha Fugaku, clan head and captain of the Konoha police, stood waiting on the steps to the main hall. "So you've come." Fugaku opened his eyes, sharp as blades, his stare pinning me in place. They called him Fugaku the Fierce-Eyed for good reason. His presence was impossible to ignore. "It seems, clan head, you've long known what I plan to do, haven't you?" I smiled faintly. With his status as both our leader and police captain, it would be no challenge for him to sense I was rallying the clan from within, plotting an exodus. In fact, not only did he refrain from hindering me or alerting Konoha's upper echelons, he even patched up some of the leaks in my scheme. Without his help, my plan would have been exposed long ago. "Your plan is too dangerous." Fugaku fixed me with a piercing gaze, enunciating each word. "I will not stand by and watch you drag half the Uchiha clan into peril. I have to stop you." I curled my lips into a faintly scornful smile and said, "Oh, so according to you, all we have to do is sit and wait, and the Uchiha clan will thrive for generations without lifting a finger." Fugaku shot back immediately, his emotions barely contained and his voice noticeably louder. "Right now, we truly aren't a match for all of Konoha. We must bide our time." A flicker of struggle passed through his eyes. He understood all too well that, compared to the might of the entire Hidden Leaf, our clan was utterly insignificant. If we were to rebel recklessly, even if we succeeded for a time, we would inevitably be hunted to extinction by Konoha's relentless forces. That was why he let Itachi join the Umbu as a spy, to gather intelligence and wait for the right moment to strike. If we can't do it now, what makes you think we'll ever be able to? I raised my voice, sharp as a blade. Is all your hope pinned to Itachi and the Umbu? Perhaps you haven't realized. Your son, Uchiha Itachi, has almost certainly received an order from Root. He's on his way here, right now. His mission, just to save his little brother Sasuke. He must annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Tell me, do you think that's fair? Is this bargain worth it? One life in exchange for all our people? Are we supposed to just sit here, helpless, and wait to be slaughtered? My words toppled into a furious roar, flung straight at him with nowhere to hide. Fugaku shuddered violently, uncertain whether it was the shock of Itachi's resolve or the rage at the cold-heartedness of Konoha's leaders. All at once, the air grew oppressively still, each breath heavy with silence. At that moment, gentle, considerate Uchiha Mikoto quietly moved to Fugaku's side, wrapping her arms around his shoulders in an attempt to share his burden. Fugaku heaved a long, heavy sigh. He squeezed his wife's hand tightly and declared with quiet resolve, "If this is truly Itachi's choice, then I'll stand by him." He knew his son's capabilities inside and out, and he trusted that this decision must have come after endless pain and inner turmoil, a choice that seemed, perhaps, the best possible in such dire straits. For little Sasuke's sake, as a father, he could only choose to compromise. "Clan leader, I didn't come here to seek your approval. Whether you agree or not, you can't stop me. I am Uchiha Natum, born of this clan, and I refuse to be someone else's sacrificial lamb, nor will I wait passively for death. If you insist on standing in my way, then forgive me. I'll have to take you down first." I yelled, feeling my chakras surge and boil within, ready to spring into action at any moment. Fugaku's brows knitted as he squared his shoulders, making it clear he wouldn't back down either. He wanted to see for himself just how much strength I truly possessed. Me, this junior who could rally the clan and still dare to stand against him, openly, with no fear. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Almost at the same instant, we unleashed enormous fireballs, colliding with the force of towering buildings. The deafening explosion echoed through the entire area, flames scattering in all directions. The dazzling blaze nearly illuminated the whole Hidden Leaf village. This clash immediately put the entire village on high alert. MBU operatives and the village leadership raced to the scene without delay. In the thick of battle, Fugaku kept muttering to himself, deeply unsettled. He had never imagined that my great fireball jutsu could be so powerful, every bit his equal. After all, he was already 40, a force to be reckoned with in Leaf Village, whether it was ninjutsu, chakra, or hard-won experience. Yet here I was barely past 10 years old, executing this technique with striking mastery. My chakra reserves and control over ninjutsu were far beyond the ordinary, enough for some to call me a prodigy. He had always thought of me as quiet and withdrawn, but only now did he realize I had been quietly preparing a lethal move. He was surprised by the depth of my cunning. Nevertheless, Fugaku's strength was beyond question. He had survived 2 great ninja wars and now stood as the leader of the Uchiha clan, his power unquestioned. He unleashed a relentless barrage of fire release techniques. Whether it was the Great Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Crimson Lotus Fire Flower Claw, or Fire Release, Great Flame Destroyer, each unfurled one after another, seemingly without end. Firelight swept across the entire Uchiha compound, striking fear into all who beheld it. I, on the other hand, didn't resort to more complicated jutsu. I met every offensive with the Great Fireball Jutsu, one blazing sphere after another, massive and swift, colliding head-on with Fugaku's fire techniques and canceling them out. This proved a crucial point. In a battle between masters of fire release, a single supremely powerful jutsu was often enough to withstand and even overwhelm a multitude of lesser techniques. Much like how the Uchiha ancestor Madara once crushed water release with his overwhelming fire release. Pure strength could indeed shatter all obstacles. The fight raged on, fire techniques blazing so brightly they painted half the sky an angry red. In just a minute or two, dozens of Uchiha residences had already been swallowed by the inferno. At this moment, Konoha's ANBU and senior officials finally arrived on the scene. Yet when they saw what was happening, they froze in shock. What they expected to be an enemy raid turned out to be the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku locked in intense combat with a child barely into his teens. None of them could quite grasp what they were seeing. Was this some kind of internal Uchiha competition? But surely things hadn't escalated to this extreme. Is the clan splitting apart? And how could a child be leading such a fight? The assembled ninja found themselves at a loss, unsure of whose side to take. To assist Fugaku in quelling the internal strife would mean enabling his continued plotting of a coup. Yet if they chose to help me, they would have to move against the captain of the police force as outsiders, a justification unlikely to convince anyone. Moreover, the intensity of my fire jutsu duel with Fugaku was so great that each clash was the equivalent of an elite jonin's full-powered strike. Any ordinary umbu attempting to intervene risked losing their life in an instant. In the end, they could only watch helplessly from the sidelines, blocking the falling sparks and doing their best to prevent the blaze from spreading. The number of onlookers kept growing, even attracting the umbu operatives tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan. I could sense that the moment had come. Though my great fireball technique packed a formidable punch, it still fell short when compared with Fugaku's Kuga-level reserves of chakra. If this battle dragged on, the situation would turn sharply against me. Clan head, there's no need to hold back any longer. Show me your true strength. I hope you won't disappoint me. Tonight, let Konoha remember what true pain means. Without hesitation, I activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, then unleashed Susanoo. In that instant, the world seemed to turn upside down. A gale of overwhelming ocular power erupted from me, deep crimson light blazing in my eyes. Then, a gigantic blood-red skeletal warrior rose from the earth, towering over everyone, as if it alone could uphold the sky. The sheer force of its presence brought a dead hush to the entire scene. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is that the legendary power of the gods, Susanoo? How can this be? Wait, isn't that Uchiha Natum? Fugaku's nephew, right? He's only 10, isn't he? He's awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan already? How is this possible? With the manifestation of the colossal Susanoo, every ninja present was left frozen in shock, their disbelief plain on their faces. This secret art, spoken of only in the legends of ancient tomes, now unfolded before them for the first time in living memory. The sense of awe was indescribable. Though this was merely Susanoo's first phase, with only its massive skeletal frame taking shape, its wild chakra and looming, spectral form, 10 meters tall or more, filled the air with a crushing sense of oppression, leaving the umbu around me stunned and fearful. But above all, such transcendent power, far beyond the reach of any elite jonin, emerging from a 10-year-old Uchiha boy. This was simply unbelievable, as if they'd stumbled into a fever dream. At that very moment, witnessing Natum awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan and unleash the power of the gods, even Uchiha Fugaku was instantly shaken. You? When did you awaken the Mangekyo? You've already mastered the third power as well. So this is your ace in the hole? He had never imagined that someone so young could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had thought that Itachi, already a prodigy at 13, was exceptional enough, yet Natsum's talent and restraint surpassed even that. If he had known about Natsum's power sooner, perhaps he would have felt more certain about the coup. Yet what he found hardest to accept was that this boy, who wielded such tremendous strength, had chosen not to join the uprising. Instead, he led his clan to leave Konoha behind. He couldn't fathom such a choice. In fact, he found it utterly foolish. Natsum, stop this. Even if you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, you won't succeed. We can still... Enough talk. Prepare to die. Natsum cut him off coldly, wasting not another second. He commanded his Susanoo to launch an assault on Fugaku. The enormous skeletal fist barreled forward, a savage torrent of wind roaring in its wake and sending ripples through the very air. Everything came down to the instant, just before Susanoo's punch struck Fugaku. Everyone looking on thought that the Uchiha clan leader was about to be pulverized in a single blow. Suddenly, a deep, shadowy chakra erupted, swirling rapidly into a colossal black Susanoo of its own. It defiantly withstood the lethal strike. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air. The immense shockwave engulfed Fugaku, shredding his estate to dust and gouging a deep crater in the earth. The force of the strike was staggering, leaving the surrounding shinobi shaken to the core. Those who had planned to intervene now hesitated, fearful of being annihilated in an instant. Seeing this, a flicker of both relief and astonishment flashed in Natsum's eyes. He had always known Fugaku harbored a hidden strength. Yet, witnessing Fugaku awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and summon Susanoo with his own eyes, Natsum still felt his heart jolt. How ironic, he thought, that a clan head so skilled at endurance, someone who had survived 2 great ninja wars, would ultimately choose to meet his end at the hands of his own son. And for Konoha to sacrifice such a powerful ally just to wipe out the Uchiha clan. What a sign of rot within the village's core. Natsum found himself grateful and at peace with his decision to leave it behind. But the relentless battle showed no signs of pausing. Natsum pressed his attack, maneuvering his own Susanoo to clash again with Fugaku's jet black manifestation. The 2 towering chakra avatars collided with shattering force, resuming their fierce struggle. Meanwhile, far from the battleground in a shadowy alleyway, a boy in a fox mask stood frozen, beholding the ferocious battle raging across the estate. Father, cousin Natsum, how can this be? He had been prepared to shoulder all the sins himself and personally bring this all to an end. Yet events had somehow spiraled into such a situation. And Natsum, the student always considered the weakest in the ninja academy, had revealed such astonishing power, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan as well, and was now locked in fierce combat with his own father? Countless questions flooded Itachi's mind. Yet even so, he, who should have been the first to dash out and stop this disaster, remained shrouded in darkness, quietly observing the shifting tide of battle. After all, with the burden of the clan's annihilation upon him, this was not the moment to reveal his identity. The clash of a Susanoo was truly ferocious. With every exchange, every violent collision, the shockwaves unleashed were enough to level buildings in their path. Within moments, more than half the Uchiha compound, dozens of homes, lay in ruins, felled by the aftermath of the battle. Bewildered Uchiha clansmen, faces marked with confusion, fled their houses one after another, gathering outside. As they watched this brutal confrontation, their eyes were filled with shock and incomprehension. No one could understand why the clan leader they had always respected would suddenly erupt into such a violent conflict with his own nephew. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The sound of projectiles whistling through the air cut sharply across the chaos. One by one, the clan leaders of Konoha's principal ninja families, Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka, appeared at the scene, along with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the head of the root, Danzo Shimura. An increasing number of Konoha's elders and the major family heads gathered along the battlefield's edge. All of them were thunderstruck, rendered speechless by the fierce clash between the two colossal Susanoo before them. He's too strong. What on earth is this jutsu? Who's fighting Fugaku? Is he an enemy? Careful. The shockwaves from their fight are dangerous. Don't get caught up in them. The highest-ranking clan leaders could not help but voice their astonishment. Even the ever-composed third Hokage, Hiruzen, could not suppress his awe in the face of such an overwhelming spectacle. So this is the legendary Susanoo? The power passed down only among Uchiha, who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. I never imagined Fugaku was hiding such strength. Looking back through the history of the Uchiha, only a rare few had ever awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and mastered Susanoo. Now, with Fugaku displaying such ability, it was no wonder he dared contemplate a coup 2 years before. But who is that boy? When did the Uchiha produce a prodigy like this? To fight evenly with Fugaku, how is it possible? Hiruzen muttered quietly to himself, lost in thought. To be fair, even he himself, caught off guard, would likely struggle against the overwhelming force of Susanoo. At that moment, an ANBU shinobi hurried over to deliver a report. Lord Third, the boy's name is Uchiha Natum. He's Fugaku's nephew, and at present, just a student at the Ninja Academy. A student at the academy? Not even a genin yet? How could that be? The boy standing before them, whether in strength or presence, had already surpassed most elite jonin. This staggering revelation sent fresh waves of shock rippling through the assembled crowd. Beside Hiruzen, Danzo watched the boy clashing with Fugaku, his face shadowed, but his gaze icy and calculating. A Uchiha boy, merely 10 years old, had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and could wield a godlike power, such as Susanoo. His innate talent eclipsed even that of Shursui and Itachi Uchiha. With promise like this, if he were not dealt with swiftly, he would surely become the greatest obstacle to Danzo's own ambition for the Hokage's seat. Lord Third, if we let this continue, the flames of battle will soon spread to other parts of the village. Should we intervene? Narashikaku, always the voice of reason, cast a worried glance at Hiruzen as he asked. For the time being, there's no need for hasty interference. Instruct the ANBU and Jonin to prioritize evacuating the innocent residents nearby. Next, set up a perimeter and have the barrier corps ready to act. If the fighting spreads any farther, initiate the barrier at once to contain their clash. Until then, do your best to stay out of direct conflict and minimize unnecessary casualties. Hiruzen issued his commands with unwavering calm. Having learned from the chaos of the Ninetales attack, the village had long since prepared for crises like this. Now each unit moved as one, disciplined, methodical, unshaken. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's compound was already situated some distance from the village center. For now, though the battle raged fiercely, its impact had yet to reach the heart of the village. Everything remained within their control. Of course, what mattered even more was that, deep down, Hiruzen himself had no real idea how to end this fight. If he rashly entered the fray, it wasn't only the ordinary ninja who would be outmatched. Even he might not be able to withstand the devastating might of Susanoo. At the same time, upon hearing Hiruzen's decision to wait and see, Danzo at his side immediately grew visibly anxious. He raised his voice and declared, "We can't afford any more delay. There's conflict erupting within the Uchiha clan, and it's already threatening the safety of the village. This only proves that they have never truly cared about the village, that their hearts are set on rebellion. What's more, to unleash such powerful jutsu must have consumed enormous amounts of chakra. Now is our best chance to strike them down and bring an end to the Uchiha clan in one fell swoop. The situation is as urgent as it gets. Will you really continue to tolerate the Uchihas and all that they do?" Hiruzen frowned and replied, "We know far too little about Susanoo. If we rush in recklessly, we'll only be inviting unnecessary casualties. Susanoo is nothing to fear. As long as we unite our strength, we'll surely defeat these two rogue shinobi." With those words, Danzo brandished a kunai, taking the lead as though to launch an attack, and loudly rallied the surrounding shinobi to charge with him. His intention was obvious. He meant to seize this opportunity to rid himself of Fugaku and that formidable Uchiha youth. However, in the next instant, Danzo found himself frozen in place. Apart from his own loyal root operatives, not a single person moved. The rest simply stared at him coldly, as though watching a brash fool who didn't know his own limits. Clearly, under the prestige of the third Hokage, it was not Danzo's place as the leader of the root to issue commands. Besides, no one was willing to risk their life by charging at those two Susanoo, colossal and deadly, armed with nothing but a kunai. Victory was out of the question. For a moment, Danzo stood there gripping his kunai, caught between retreat and attack, his face twisted in embarrassment and so pale with anger he looked almost ghostly. But after weighing his options, he ultimately dared not take the first step to initiate the assault. Night had now fallen, thick and impenetrable as ink, and all of Konoha slipped into silence. In front of the Konoha police force headquarters, space suddenly twisted. A figure appeared, a man wearing a yellow, tiger-striped spiral mask. The Konoha police force? What a joke. Let's put an end to this farce tonight. With a cold laugh, Obito flashed forward and charged straight into the brightly lit police headquarters. But almost immediately, he sensed something was wrong. The entire building was aglow, but not a single soul was inside. The dozens of elite Uchihas who should have been there on duty had all vanished. How could this be? Had the Uchiha clan already launched their coup, with all their best fighters mobilized? No, a move on that scale could never escape the attention of Konoha's leadership. Then where had everyone gone? At that very moment of Obito's confusion, from far away, a thunderous explosion and the crash of battle split the silence. He immediately unleashed his power and teleported himself to the rooftop, following the furious sounds of battle. What he witnessed next left him in shock. Two towering Susanoo rose up from the Uchiha compound, their immense forms unmistakable even from afar. How can this be? Is that Susanoo? Is it Itachi? No, that doesn't feel like his presence. Could it be that in the Uchiha clan, there are actually two other Mangekyo holders who've stayed hidden all this time? They've concealed themselves this deeply. It seems one of them must be Fugaku. So that weak-willed clan leader has finally taken action? Has a civil war broken out now? Is he suppressing some kind of rebellion? He's weak toward outsiders, but utterly ruthless within the clan, going all out against his own people. How laughable. With a cold sneer, Obito felt only contempt. Yet he made no move to approach the battlefield recklessly. Almost all of Konoha's strongest had gathered there. Charging in blindly would be as good as handing himself over. He decided to keep his distance for now and watch how things unfolded. Meanwhile, near the battlefield, on Sarutobi's orders, the other Leaf Shinobi also held back from direct intervention. They evacuated civilians in an orderly fashion, sealing off the perimeter and doing their utmost to contain the fighting. As for the heart of the battlefield itself, Natum was simultaneously directing his Susanoo in furious combat, while keeping keen watch on his surroundings. When he saw Sarutobi, Danzo, and the others all arrive, he knew the moment had come. Holding back no longer, he unleashed his full power in an instant. Dojutsu and chakra surged forth like a breaking dam, fueling his Mangekyo Sharingan and forcing Susanoo from its primary form into its second, higher stage. In a heartbeat, countless sinews and muscles crafted from tangible chakra grew and spread, forming an armor that encased the colossal Susanoo skeleton from head to toe. In this form, Susanoo's offensive and defensive powers soared dramatically, and it gained access to unique weaponry and secret techniques, making it vastly more formidable than the initial stages. However, the chakra drain was enormous, placing a tremendous strain on the Mangekyo Sharingan and allowing him to maintain this state only briefly. Natum, you've already developed the power of the gods to such a degree? Seeing Natsum's Susanoo draped in a radiant mantle, its presence swelling several-fold and exuding an awe-inspiring, intimidating majesty, Fugaku couldn't suppress his wide-eyed shock and breathed his amazement aloud. In just a few short minutes, this once unremarkable nephew had already delivered too many shocks to him and the entire Hidden Leaf village. If it weren't for the fact that this child was only 2 or 3 years old 7 years ago, Fugaku might even have wondered if the mysterious figure who controlled the Nine Tails to attack the village back then was actually Natum himself. But Fugaku had no time left to marvel. The very next moment, Natsum's Susanoo raised its hand and gripped tightly. A giant chakra blade, nearly 20 meters long, materialized out of thin air. In a single motion, Natsum swung the massive sword overhead, slicing through the air with a dazzling arc of light and an oppressive force that made it almost impossible to breathe. Without the slightest hesitation, he brought the blade down upon Fugaku's Susanoo in a thunderous swing. A surge of dire peril seized Fugaku, tensing every muscle in his body. In a split second, he desperately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, trying to forcibly evolve his own Susanoo to its second form. But Natsum's strike was simply too fast, too fierce. Before Fugaku's Susanoo could fully manifest its fleshy armor, the first blow had already torn through its flesh and sliced open its bones. The second strike came, then the third, 3 consecutive blows, each one landing with more force than the last. The sword's momentum whipped the wind into a storm, the very air trembling, a force that could not be resisted. with a shattering crack. Under the onslaught, Fugaku's Susanoo collapsed spectacularly, shattering to pieces. Fugaku himself was hurled backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Smashing through several buildings in rapid succession, he finally crashed heavily into the ruins dozens of meters away. It took only 3 strikes to utterly defeat a true Kaga-level powerhouse. Such an overwhelming display left every surrounding ninja stunned, faces etched with dread and wariness. Power like this was impossible to ignore or to feel at ease with. At that moment, Danzo, hidden at Aruzen's side, became acutely aware of how vast the gap had grown. He gazed up at the gigantic blade of Natsum's Susanoo, then looked down at the tiny kunai in his own hand. In the end, he silently slipped the kunai back where it belonged. Most likely, from this day forward, he would never again entertain the thought of using a kunai to take on Susanoo. After defeating Fugaku in just 3 moves, Natsum too was left utterly drained. More than half of his chakra was gone, and the overuse of his Mangekyo Sharingan sent ripples of searing pain through his eyes. He could no longer maintain Susanoo's second form. He had no choice but to fall back to its initial state, leaving only a towering 3-meter skeletal ribcage as a makeshift defense. Still, Natsum knew very well that he had already accomplished his true objective. Before his defection, the reason he insisted on fighting clan leader Fugaku was hardly some idle whim. Because, through such an intense battle, first of all, he drew the attention of nearly every ninja in the Leaf, thus lowering the risk for the other Uchiha clan members escaping. Secondly, this gave him the perfect opportunity to showcase his strength to its fullest, ensuring that anyone who might try to move against him in the future would think twice. If he failed to display overwhelming strength, then even if he managed to lead half of his clan out of the Leaf Village, what awaited them would be relentless pursuit by the Konoha shinobi. In this ninja world where the strong prey on the weak, only strength commands respect and keeps trouble at bay. Looking back now, his plan had proven highly effective. His decisive display of power had clearly intimidated many. Moreover, most of the clan members willing to defect had likely already slipped out of the village. All he had to do now was escape Konoha himself. With that thought, Natsum didn't hesitate. He bent his knees, gathered his strength, and leapt high into the air, covering dozens of meters in an instant as he dashed toward the village outskirts. He wasn't about to act like those foolish rogue ninjas who wasted time hurling threats as they left, deliberately making new enemies. Spending that energy on a few hundred more meters of distance struck him as far more sensible. The battle was over. Fugaku had been defeated. By now, Natsum had expended much of his chakra, and the signs of exhaustion had begun to show. He could no longer fight, and now poured all his focus into fleeing. Meanwhile, seeing an opening, Danzo could hardly restrain himself and pressed Sarutobi urgently. Sarutobi, give the order to act now. This is our last chance. Are you really going to stand by and watch such a dangerous individual escape? You've seen what he's capable of with your own eyes, and he's still so young. Given time, he could become the next Uchiha Madara. If that day comes, will Konoha be able to withstand his wrath? Sarutobi's eyes flickered with hesitation and inner turmoil at Danzo's words. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he truly didn't want to turn on the Uchiha clan. But Danzo was right. As Hokage, he bore the responsibility for the village's safety. He could not allow someone with such tremendous potential to slip through Konoha's grasp. After a brief moment of indecision, Sarutobi made his choice. AMBU, listen up. This is an S-class priority mission. Stop Uchiha Natsum's escape, and capture him alive if possible. If there is no other way, he may be killed. Yes, sir. With Sarutobi's command, the AMBU operatives snapped to action, springing into pursuit of Natsum. Even the heads of several great clans exchanged glances, silently agreeing to this decision. After all, whether for the sake of Konoha or their families, no one wanted to see the rise of another Uchiha Madara from within the Uchiha. At the same time, Danzo, now officially authorized to hunt him down, allowed a confident smile to curl at the corner of his lips. Swiftly, he led a squad of root ninja, vanishing into the night. To him, those coveted Mangekyo Sharingan eyes were a prize he was determined to claim. Shadow Clone Technique. Bursting free from the encirclement, Natsum immediately performed the Shadow Clone Technique, splitting into 5 clones that darted off in different directions. Although this was only a B-rank jutsu, it had been specifically developed by the second Hokage Tobirama to counter the Uchiha clan. Unlike other clone techniques, this one could use chakra to create tangible, physical clones that even the Sharingan struggled to distinguish at first glance. At this moment, it was strikingly effective for shaking off pursuit. Most of the enemies were swiftly lured away by his clones. A sharp snapping sound broke the tension, once then again. Thanks to the special ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan's left eye, Natum dealt effortlessly with two of the pursuing Umbu. In a ninja's battle, seizing the initiative and having reliable intelligence could mean the difference between life and death. The unique power of his Mangekyo Sharingan was Natsum's hidden trump card. That's why, with each attack, he made certain it was lethal, never allowing anyone who had witnessed his eye's abilities to escape and risk revealing his secrets. Natum would never be reckless like some others, carelessly showing off his dojutsu without actually eliminating any threats. That was also why, in the previous great battle, he relied solely on Susanoo and refrained from using the unique abilities of both his eyes. There had been too many witnesses present for him to cover them all. Besides, in terms of sheer visual impact, Susanoo was far more awe-inspiring. With the pursuers taken care of, Natum continued his flight. The Uchiha residence was already near the edge of the village, so it didn't take him long to break through the perimeter, dash out of the hidden leaf village, and vanish into the depths of the surrounding forest. At this point, a searing pain blazed in both his eyes, forcing Natum to dissolve his Susanoo. Nearly all his chakra was spent, his body severely fatigued. He was barely hanging on. But since he dared to defect so openly, it was clear he hadn't come unprepared. Soon, he slipped into the leafy cover of a towering tree he had picked out in advance, letting the dense foliage shield him from sight. Settling into a silent, meditative pose, he prepared to recover his chakra. With a flick of his right hand, 3 softly glowing pills appeared in his palm. These pills were rare items he had acquired through the system's paid lottery. After swallowing them, he could almost instantly restore a massive amount of chakra and swiftly heal his wounds. Their effects were remarkably similar to the legendary medicine used by the Otsutsuki clan. It was precisely because of these pills that Natum had been able to unleash his powers so freely and confront Fugaku head-on. Without delay, he downed all 3 pills. In less than 10 seconds, over half of his chakra surged back, coursing through his body at astonishing speed. With no side effects whatsoever, the pills far outperformed military ration pills, which offered only meager results and a terrible aftertaste. After regaining enough physical strength and mental clarity, Natum did not leave immediately. He created a new shadow clone, sending it running along the route to continue the escape. Meanwhile, his real self hid deep within the dense forest, quietly awaiting the right moment. He speculated that Danzo, that old schemer, would undoubtedly covet his Mangekyo Sharingan. So Danzo would stop at nothing to hunt him down. If Danzo appeared, that would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes. For the past 10 years, it was precisely because of Danzo that Natum and the entire Uchiha clan had lived such difficult days in the Hidden Leaf Village. So, if a chance arose, he would seize it to kill Danzo in one fell swoop. Time trickled by. About a minute later, Natum saw 3 teams of Leaf Umbu darting past, swiftly pursuing his shadow clone. Then, only a dozen seconds later, 2 ninja clad in root uniforms arrived. One of them even let a ninja hound with a sharp sense of smell, seemingly using it to track down Natsum's true body. Soon, they stopped beneath a large tree, as if they had discovered something. Suddenly, several sharp whistles cut through the air. 3 kunai flew towards the thick leaves and branches where Natum was hiding, forcing him into the open. Natum landed heavily on the ground. His breath shallow, face deathly pale, as if utterly drained. Without hesitation, he drew his kunai, casting a wary gaze at the 2 root ninja, his expression severely grave. His performance was so convincing that one might believe he'd lost all ability to resist. At that moment, from the shadows behind the trees, a figure emerged. Leaning on a cane, eyes narrowed as he stepped forward at a deliberate pace. Danzo! Natum shouted in rage, hatred blazing in his eyes. What a cunning boy. You used a shadow clone to lure away most of the pursuers, hiding your real self here. Unfortunately, I still found you in the end. A contemptuous smile tugged at Danzo's lips, his tone brimmed with smugness. In his mind, Natsum's little tricks were far too immature to ever succeed in a real struggle. And now that the other Umbu were successfully diverted, things played perfectly into Danzo's hands. All he needed to do was seize the boy's eyes and erase the evidence. Then everything would be settled neatly. How did you find me? Panting, Natum knit his brow, feigning surprise as he questioned him. That's not something you need to know. Danzo fixed his gaze on Natum, his tone icy and detached. His expression gradually darkened, laced with a sinister edge. Your talent surpasses everything I expected, even more so than Itachi's. At such a young age, you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and obtained powers far beyond ordinary. Unfortunately, you're still too young. You shouldn't have confronted someone like Fugaku head-on to this extent. By now, your chakra and ocular power must be all but drained, correct? Danzo shook his head with a hint of regret. Yet soon a confident smile curved his lips. That means your Sharingan rightly belongs to me now. He twisted his mouth into a vicious grin. Confident victory was already in his grasp. Without hesitation, he barked out a command. Take him, and be careful, not a scratch on his Sharingan. In an instant, two Root shinobi darted from the shadows, hurtling straight for Natum. Both were elite members of Root, distinguished even among the Jonin. Of course, their prowess could not compare to that of Fugaku, the clan leader, and they certainly stood no chance against the divine might of Susanoo. But at this moment, they were facing a 10-year-old boy whose chakra was spent. Surely it would be easy. They could never have imagined how wrong they were. Just as they closed in, Genjutsu, Darkness Walk, a high-level illusion technique erupted, radiating from Natum as its center. In an instant, it enveloped a 10-meter radius in absolute blackness, robbing the two Root shinobi of their sight and plunging them into blind panic. And then, Mangekyo Sharingan, left eye moment, amplify to Tier 2, quadruple speed, activate. Within the darkness, Natum unleashed the unique power of his left eye, his speed soaring to 4 times what it had been, a blur of movement rivaling the most advanced body flicker techniques. Kunai in hand, his silhouette streaked across the space like a shooting star, covering more than 10 meters in a heartbeat. The two Root Jonin, their sights stolen by the illusion, were mired in confusion and fear, unable to react. All they felt was a sudden chill at their throats, and the strength left their bodies as they crashed heavily to the ground, their lives snuffed out in utter silence. A swift, decisive kill. Clean, efficient, merciless. Meanwhile, Danzo watched as a swath of light ahead was swallowed by darkness, unable to contain his shock. With his rich combat experience, he immediately recognized the jutsu. A-rank forbidden technique, Darkness Walk. A forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, specifically to counter the ocular powers of the Uchiha clan. Danzo would never have imagined that this technique had been mastered by a mere descendant of the Uchiha. Foolishness. Did you really believe a mere illusion could overcome me? This kind of forbidden technique consumes an enormous amount of chakra. He's probably used up every last drop inside him by now. In the end, he's still just a child. How hopelessly naive. After a flash of surprise, a scornful smile spread across Danzo's face. In his eyes, Natsum's efforts were nothing more than a desperate struggle, a cornered beast's final strike. Those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes would be his sooner or later. But the battle hidden behind that cloak of darkness seemed to end in a heartbeat. In but 2 or 3 seconds, the thick veil cast by the darkness technique was suddenly torn apart. In the next instant, a crimson radiance burst through the blackness, surging forth with a tidal wave of savage chakra. A massive, dark red Susanoo emerged, appearing instantly in its second form, armored in muscle and plate, weapon in hand. At this sight, Danzo's expression turned to utter shock. How can this be? Didn't that brat already use up all his chakra? How can he still summon Susanoo now? Just moments ago, as Natum fled, Danzo was certain the boy's eye power and chakra were drained to the brink. Yet now, with his solid Susanoo form, radiating razor-sharp waves of chakra, there was not a trace of weakness anywhere in him. If anything, he seemed even stronger than if he'd taken a major stimulant. No common soldier's pill could achieve such an effect. It was simply unbelievable. And at this point, Natum gave Danzo no chance to so much as blink. Danzo, didn't you say Susanoo was nothing to be feared? Allow me to see just how strong you really are. With a forceful shout, a dark red chakra blade, more than 10 meters long, ripped through the air, sweeping in from the right with unstoppable momentum, shaking the very ground. Susanoo's greatsword cleaved the air at lightning speed. Danzo had no hope of dodging. The massive blade was upon him in an instant. The wild torrents of chakra and howling wind pressure churned by the blade locked on a Danzo, sealing off every path of retreat. This strike was meant to be decisive. Natum was intent on finishing it in a single blow. Earth style, earth flow wall. Wind style, vacuum wave. At death's door, faced with a deadly threat, Danzo's survival instincts flared with desperate power. He pushed his chakra far past the limit, hands flying through seals to unleash his jutsu. 3 thick earthen walls sprang up on his right side in quick succession for defense. And at the same time, he spat forth a mighty torrent of wind-style chakra, hoping to use the recoil to break free from Natsum's blade and the crushing wind pressure, to escape imminent peril. Each of the 3 earth walls was nearly a meter thick, boasting immense defensive strength. Yet before the might of Susanoo's blade, they parted like butter rent by a hot knife, cut cleanly and effortlessly as the sword pressed on with undiminished force, barreling straight for Danzo. Just moments ago, relying on the recoil from a wind release to barely leap less than half a meter, Danzo could only watch helplessly as his earth release defense was shattered, and that massive blade swept toward him with ruthless force. In terror, his eyes widened to the extreme, his soul nearly escaping his body as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "No!" A heartbeat later, the blade sliced through the air, and blood spattered everywhere. Danzo's legs were severed at the root, the useless remains thudding to the ground, while the shockwave blasted his upper body far away, sending him crashing heavily more than a dozen meters off. In an instant, the blinding pain of shattered legs, the abruptness of defeat, mingled with a savage sense of humiliation, resentment, and disbelief. All these melted together in his heart, threatening to break the very will of this shadowy master of Konoha's darkest powers. How could this happen? My legs! This is impossible! Danzo had lost all his usual composure, his face contorted in agony and rage, his voice rising in a hoarse, unrecognizable scream. He, who had played power games in Konoha for so many years, had never imagined he would be defeated by a 10-year-old boy of the Uchiha clan. To him, this was humiliation in its purest and bitterest form. On the other side, seeing that his blade hadn't ended things for Danzo, Natsum's lips curled into a slight sneer. He muttered to himself, "TSH, lucky enough to dodge a fatal blow? Then let's see you survive the next one." Without hesitation, he summoned the power of Susanoo once more and brought the blade down in a mighty arc. This time, the colossal sword crashed downward with even greater force than before, its ferocity enough to cleave the very earth in half. Danzo hadn't even had time to react. The blade's light was already upon him. A deafening boom split the air. With a thunderous roar, the strike carved a 30-meter-long trench into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves that toppled dozens of trees, leaving devastation in its wake. Such a fearsome attack. No ordinary shinobi, no matter how strong they were, could hope to survive it. Even the most powerful summoned beasts would falter before such force. Natsum was sure of it. There was no way Danzo could have survived that onslaught. The intense chakra surges and the towering presence of Susanoo had already drawn the attention of the nearby Konoha ninja in pursuit. Many had noticed what was happening here. He knew it was time to think about his retreat. Just as Natsum was preparing to withdraw, beside the deep scar gouged into the ground by the strike, a faint and wavering figure began to take shape. Unbelievably, it was Danzo. Now, Danzo was in desperate straits. Lying in the mud, both legs gone, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth, propping himself up with half his left hand, his eyes blazing with hatred and venom as he glared at Natsum. Natsum's first strike had come devastatingly close to cleaving Danzo in two, falling short by only a hair's breadth. Even so, Danzo was grievously wounded, forced to use his dwindling chakra to stem the bleeding from his ruined legs. However, judging by the severity of his injuries, if he doesn't receive timely treatment, once the effect of Izanagi fades, death will be his inevitable fate. At the same moment, witnessing Danzo's apparent resurrection, Natsum's pupils abruptly contracted, and his brows drew tightly together. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he not understand what had just happened? There was no doubt that Danzo had resorted to the Uchiha's ultimate eye technique, Izanagi. With this forbidden jutsu, he could blur the line between reality and illusion, erasing the fatal blow he had just suffered and restoring his body to the state recorded by Sharingan, thus evading the slash that should have settled the fight. Damn it, so this is the power of the ultimate eye technique, Izanagi? Though it comes at the price of sacrificing the light of the Sharingan forever, such an effect borders on the miraculous. Earlier, he had feigned exhaustion and appeared weak to put Danzo off guard, then seized the moment to strike with a series of relentless attacks. His intent was to give Danzo no chance to use any forbidden jutsu. Yet in a single instant, the old fox had still managed to activate the technique. Alas, perhaps the blame lies with his own ancestors, whose genius birthed such supreme ocular arts, or with Danzo himself, shameless in stealing this forbidden power and robbing Shursui and other clansmen of their Sharingan. Forbidden jutsu, Izanagi. Danzo, your life is truly loathsome, filthy and stubborn to the core. Natsum fixed his gaze on Danzo, eyes burning with fury, and spat out the words through clenched teeth. Cough, cough, filthy and stubborn? Now what is that supposed to mean? Danzo spluttered through a mouthful of blood, his frown deepening in utter confusion. He just couldn't comprehend how Natsum, clearly at his limits, was still able to recover so swiftly and unleash such overwhelming power. Had he known Natum could awaken Susanoo, he never would have exposed himself so recklessly. But now, any explanation comes too late. That cunning opponent had calculated everything, forcing him to pay the heavy price of both legs. Fortunately, he still had one trump card left. The Sharingan taken from Shursui, together with the forbidden technique Izanagi he had stolen, had ultimately saved his life. Otherwise, by now, he'd already be nothing more than a mangled corpse at the bottom of the abyss beside them. What close call! Barely clinging to life, Danzo dared not hesitate a second longer. Summoning all his remaining strength, he struggled to tear open the bandages wrapping his right arm with his teeth. His arm was revealed, a limb that had been modified by Orochimaru and transplanted with would release cells, with 2 living Sharingan embedded in its flesh. Those eyes set into a human arm were a chilling sight. One quick glance was enough to send a cold shiver down anyone's spine. No one knew how Danzo, carrying such grotesque secrets, ever managed to find sleep at night. The Sharingan, and would release cells. He's completely insane. Natum cursed loudly on purpose, feigning complete ignorance of the situation. Danzo didn't care at all about Natsum's accusations. Whether he was hated or scorned by the world meant nothing to him. As long as he could gain power, as long as he could grow stronger, ascend to the position of Hokage, and lead Konoha to glory, he believed nothing else mattered. Besides, if he hadn't transplanted the Sharingan, if he hadn't mastered Izanagi, he would likely have lost his life just moments ago. Surprised, aren't you, brat? Cough, cough. You've lost. Danzo managed a strained, cold laugh, deliberately raising his right arm, stuffed with transplanted Sharingan, to show that he could unleash Izanagi again at any moment. He remained wary, guarding against the chance that Natum might strike while the forbidden technique was on cooldown. It was clear that, as head of the organization Root, and someone hardened by the Third Great Ninja War and countless perilous missions, Danzo could easily get his hands on a few Uchiha corpses and transplant their Sharingan. Such deeds were mere routine for him. It was likely because he had tasted the strength and allure of Kekkei Genkai after acquiring several Sharingan that he was emboldened enough to target Shursui and eventually drive forward the plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan. With 2 Sharingan, and now Shursui's right eye in his possession, Danzo held a total of 3 Sharingan. In other words, he could activate Izanagi 3 times for a total of 3 minutes. Could Natum survive 3 minutes? Of course he could. If Danzo was unable to use Izanagi, it wouldn't even take 3 seconds for Natum to kill him again. But with 3 minutes of invincibility granted by Izanagi, things became a serious problem. Right now, even if only 1 minute passed, countless Konoha shinobi would arrive. By then, Natum would be trapped with no way out. Still, the ambush had not been fruitless. At the very least, Danzo was gravely wounded, his legs rendered useless, and he had been forced to use Shursui's precious Mangekyo Sharingan to activate Izanagi, eliminating a massive threat. After all, the ability of Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan, Kodoame Tsukumi, was incredibly dangerous. If Natum had been even slightly careless, he might have fallen under its control. Should that happen, it would all be over. All things considered, this operation was well worth it. More importantly, a living Danzo could undermine and harm Konoha far more than a dead one ever could. A loser like you? You still have the nerve to criticize others. Didn't you want to become Hokage? With a broken body like yours, and now your legs are useless as well. What do you possibly have left to fight for that title? So afraid of death, and you still dream of becoming Hokage? Natsum's ridicule ignited Danzo's fury in an instant. Over 20 years ago, he had missed his chance to become Hokage because of a single wrong decision, a regret that had tormented him ever since. Now, to be mocked in public by a Uchiha boy no older than 10, the insult cut straight to the heart of everything he had ever striven for. He felt deeply humiliated, the wound impossible to bear. You, brat, enjoy this little moment of arrogance while it lasts. In a moment, I'll make you wish you were never born. Danzo's face darkened, his voice low and venomous as he spat out his threats. Years spent scheming and holding power had honed his self-control to a razor's edge. Even though rage thundered inside him, he forced himself to remain calm and kept the forbidden technique, Izanagi, active to ensure his own safety. All he needed was to wait a little longer. Konoha's ninja would arrive soon, and this Uchiha brat would be completely surrounded. When that happened, victory would be his after all. A rush of footsteps, sharp, swift, relentless. Within seconds, squads of ANBU operatives swarmed into the area. They immediately shielded Danzo and surrounded Natum on all sides. Yet even so, staring up at the colossal Susanoo Natum had summoned, no one dared to make the first move. At the same time, not far away, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hurried to the scene, accompanied by several heads of the great clans. Danzo! Lord Danzo! How did things end up like this? Seeing the desolation and the grievously wounded Danzo, the latecomers were stunned. They could hardly believe that Danzo, usually so calculating, so formidable, had fallen so thoroughly at the hands of a boy barely 10 years old. Meanwhile, watching Konoha's reinforcements arriving one after another, Natum realized that killing Danzo on the spot was now impossible. He dismissed Susanoo, preparing to retreat. No matter how strong he was, taking on the entire village at once was beyond him. Even more important, Hiruzen Sarutobi's very presence was a warning not to act rashly. The old man might have lost his prime, his stamina not what it once was, but his reputation as the professor of ninjutsu was well earned, his overall strength firmly of Kage caliber. What was truly dangerous, however, was Sarutobi's mastery of the Reaper Death Seal, a forbidden jutsu that could destroy his enemy at the cost of his own life. Even the deviously brilliant Orochimaru had once succumbed to this terrifying technique. Natum certainly didn't wish to become a casualty in the chaos, swept away by the Shinigami Sarutobi could summon at any moment. Dying for no good reason held no appeal. That, in truth, was his real motivation for defecting from Konoha with the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, had he and Fugaku joined forces, with the power of 2 Susanoo at their command, they could have rampaged through Konoha unhindered. No one would be able to stop them. At this moment, Sarutobi cast a glance at Danzo, who was covered in wounds. A flicker of guilt and anger surfaced in his heart. Danzo had his faults, and his ambitions had always burned bright. But even so, he had been Sarutobi's comrade and old friend for many years. Beyond that, Danzo had made numerous contributions to Konoha's growth, shouldering burdens and sins that few could understand. Precisely because of this, Sarutobi had chosen again and again to tolerate him, even covering for many of his missteps along the way. Alert the medics. Begin treatment at once. As soon as he heard Sarutobi's command, Danzo immediately relayed the order. Several ninja hurried over to support him, quickly escorting him away. Now, Sarutobi turned his gaze to Natum in the distance, his eyes filled with a rising fury. Natum Uchiha, is that right? What exactly are you trying to do? I'm leaving Konoha. To people like you, that's nothing less than defection, Natum replied, without a hint of hesitation. Why? You really have a nerve to ask, third Hokage? You tacitly agreed to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Did you expect me to stay in the village and wait quietly for death? Natsum's voice rang out, a sharp rebuke laced with unmistakable scorn. You, furious, Sarutobi began to speak, but words failed him. He couldn't muster a single retort. As Hokage, he'd long known about the threats Danzo made to Itachi. In truth, Itachi and Obito alone could never have slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan in such a short span. The Umbu and Root operatives lying in wait were the true core of the operation. Itachi himself had merely served as the scapegoat on the surface. Natsum, surrender now. As long as you're willing to lay down your arms, the village will be lenient within reason. After a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi tried to persuade him. Unlike Danzo, he was acutely aware that if someone as formidable as Natsum Uchiha fought to the bitter end, the cost to Konoha could be grave. Dozens of elite Umbu might be lost. The village will forgive me? Ridiculous. Sandame, what exactly is the village? Is it simply wherever the Hokage is present? Hiruzen immediately shook his head. Of course not. The village is made up of the people. It is these villagers who carry the will of fire. This is what truly makes Konohagakure. Then what about the Uchiha clan? Are we not also part of the village? Of course you are, but... Once again, Hiruzen fell silent, unable to utter a word. After all, there was no easy justification for the extermination plan once decided by the village elders. To shed innocent blood in the name of some supposed greater good. This is what you call the will of fire? Are these the ideals handed down by the first and second Hokage? Konoha today is utterly rotten, Natsum accused, his anger burning. Then his tone dropped, leveled and cold. Enough. There's no need for more empty words. From this day forth, I, Natsum Uchiha, along with half the Uchiha clan, officially secede from the village of Konoha. If you think you can, just try and kill me. I'll be right here waiting for you. Natsum's voice rang out, sharp eyes sweeping swiftly across the surrounding leaf shinobi. The force of his declaration pressed heavily on those present. Members of the ANBU involuntarily tensed and shuffled back half a step, anxiety flashing across their faces. And then, the reverse summoning jutsu was unleashed. A deep, thunderous thud echoed as a cloud of white mist burst into the air. In an instant, Natsum vanished from sight. By the very next moment, he had reappeared at a prearranged meeting point, miles away. At that same time, within the Hidden Leaf Village, inside the Uchiha clan compound, a great number of Uchiha stood upon the ashen ruins, their faces dazed and full of disbelief. From the outbreak of fighting, to the defeat of the clan head, to Natsum's sudden departure, the entire sequence of events had unfolded in a mere 10 minutes. The once thriving Uchiha district lay in ruins, most buildings reduced to rubble and debris. The clansmen gazed around, stunned and struggling to comprehend. But soon enough, many began to notice that a host of familiar faces were missing without a trace. A rough head count revealed that more than half the clan had disappeared with the chaos. Where could all these people have gone? Had they really left Konoha together? Unease and suspicion surged through those left behind. After all, someone had indeed come to quietly ask beforehand who might be willing to leave the village. Those still standing here had refused for their own reasons, or brushed off the offer as a joke. But looking at things now, who could still call it a joke? They were gone, for real. A wave of regret surged in many people's hearts. If only they had known it was real, perhaps they too should have left. For a moment, those who had realized what had happened were engulfed by remorse and unease. Meanwhile, amidst the charred ruins, a short, nimble figure darted swiftly, leaping forward. Before long, Itachi navigated through mounds of debris and arrived at the spot where his father, Fugaku, had fallen. He hadn't yet had time to clear away the jumble of bricks and broken timber when he saw Uchiha Fugaku, covered in dust but still in good spirits, had already pulled himself out from the heap. "Itachi, you're here. Father, are you all right?" Seeing his father safe and unharmed, Itachi allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Even though tonight, he'd been prepared to sever ties not just with his father, but with the entire Uchiha clan. I'm fine. In the end, Natsum held back a bit. If he hadn't, Fugaku brushed off the dust from his clothes, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. But he quickly fell silent, wary. He knew too well that their supposed fierce confrontation was more performance than reality, and that was something the people of Konoha could never know. Of course, there had been real fighting just now. Otherwise, the destruction wouldn't have been this devastating, with so many houses collapsed. "Father, you and cousin Natsum." Itachi, his suspicions growing, finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. What about Natsum? Why'd he suddenly turn rogue? Fugaku let out a long sigh, regret heavy in his voice. "Natsum took more than half the clan and left the village. I tried to stop him just now, but in the end I failed." Even so, his gaze stayed sharp, betraying none of his inner turmoil. How could this happen? Isn't this just rushing toward disaster? Even if he manages to escape, he can't possibly withstand the village's pursuit. Worse, his actions will only leave more blame for those of us left behind. Itachi was stunned, unable to understand why Natsum would make such a rash, seemingly foolish decision. Perhaps he has his own plans, ways to cope. For him, maybe waiting to die in the village was less meaningful than taking fate into his own hands. Everyone has the right to choose their own future. Fugaku looked at Itachi, his tone calm and resolute. "Itachi, you chose to stand against the clan for Konoha, for Sasuke. There's nothing wrong in that. Natsum chose to oppose Konoha for himself and for the clan. That too is understandable. Your paths are different, but you are both the finest of the Uchiha. What comes next, you'll have to shape it yourselves." For once, Fugaku's voice carried a rare trace of emotion as he tipped his head back, gazing up at the night sky. The future of the Uchiha was beyond him now, too. "So, father, you already knew everything about me." Itachi felt a surge of emotion within him, unable to find words to defend himself. No matter the reason, betraying his clan and staining his hands with blood, these were sins that could never be washed away. There's no need to blame yourself. For now, you can set your mission aside. Go and see your mother and Sasuke. They should be all right. "Yes, sir." The moment he heard Sasuke's name, Itachi's spirits lifted slightly. He quickly prepared to visit his younger brother. Yet before he could take a step, a figure suddenly appeared at their side, stopping with confident precision. It was Uchiha Yatsushiro, dressed in the uniform of the Konoha police force. "Clan leader, young Master Itachi, sorry to interrupt." "Yatsushiro? What brings you here?" "It's Master Natsum's order." Fugaku was taken aback. "Yatsushiro, I never expected you'd choose to follow Natsum as well." Uchiha Yatsushiro, 45 years old, experienced and capable, was one of the pillars of the Uchiha clan and among Fugaku's most trusted aides in the police force. To his surprise, Yatsushiro had also decided to join Natsum. Yatsushiro let out a quiet sigh and answered openly, "Clan leader, I only wish to change the circumstances of our clan. Compared to Master Natsum, Your approach is, in the end, too cautious. Fugaku cleared his throat and waved a hand dismissively. Ahem. That's enough. There's no need to say more. That young man truly is remarkable. His power is nothing short of astonishing. Serving him is by no means a bad thing. For the first time, Fugaku truly felt the weight of his own years. It was clear now that the clan's future would ultimately depend on the younger generation, on Natum and Itachi. He was content to offer what support he could and put his remaining strength behind them. So, you're here. Does that mean the boy has other instructions? Yes. Master Natum asked me to deliver a message to young Master Itachi, Yatsushiro explained, getting straight to the point. A message for Itachi? Fugaku was a little puzzled. Itachi, too, was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help his curiosity. What would the enigmatic and immensely powerful cousin, Natum, want to say to him? Yatsushiro soon handed over a scroll. At his father Fugaku's signal, Itachi accepted the scroll and carefully unrolled it to read. After a while, he finished reading. When he looked up, a tremor ran through him. His eyes shone with new light. Where there had been only desolation and coldness in his heart, hope was now flickering to life once again. For recorded on that scroll was a method, one that might give the remaining Uchiha in Konoha a chance to survive, to avoid the tragedy of the clan's destruction. No longer would they have to face the calamity of annihilation, nor would they need to engage in a desperate, futile struggle against the village hidden in the leaves. So, this is the escape route Cousin Natum left for us. It's certainly worth a try. Itachi sighed with emotion, then made his decision without hesitation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, north of the Hidden Leaf Village, 100 miles away, in a secluded forest. Here, a large group of Uchiha clan members had gathered. Among them were elders, robust young men, as well as many distinguished women and children. In total, their numbers exceeded 400. Clearly, these were members of the Uchiha who had fled from the Hidden Leaf Village. At this very moment, under the leadership of a few powerful clansmen, they were assembled here, waiting quietly for something. Before long, in the grassy clearing at the center of the crowd, a palm-sized summoning beast, a panda, suddenly received a command. The little panda quickly extended its chubby paws, narrowing its eyes in concentration as it began to weave a sequence of hand signs. In an instant, the reverse summoning jutsu was activated. A moment later, Natum was summoned from 100 miles away, appearing at the scene as if transported through space. After all, the summoning jutsu was inherently a space-time ninjutsu, and in theory, it truly could be used for summoning in reverse. This was one of the reasons Natum had dared to stay in the Hidden Leaf, stirring up a storm, his confidence rooted in this very escape route. Otherwise, escaping from the tightly guarded Hidden Leaf on his own would have been nearly impossible. I'm back. Is everyone all right? Amidst a swirl of white mist, Natum called out loudly, greeting his clansmen. Seeing him return safe and sound, the crowd surged forward in joy to welcome him. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members around them erupted into excited cheers. Young Master Natum, our young clan head. Thank goodness, the young clan head has returned. We finally escaped the Leaf Village. Cheers rippled through the crowd, each wave more exuberant than the last. The mood soared as pent-up anxieties melted away. Long oppressed and marginalized within the Hidden Leaf, these Uchiha now felt their burdens lift at last, their relief finally given voice. At this moment, Natum stood as the pillar they all trusted, a beacon of hope guiding the clan toward the future. Nothing could inspire the people more than the safe return of their new young leader. Likewise, as Natum looked around, seeing joy radiate from every face, the relief and newfound freedom after leaving the Hidden Leaf sparkled in everyone's eyes. For once he, too, allowed himself a rare smile, sharing in their happiness. After a brief celebration, Natum quickly turned to more urgent matters. Though they had managed a preliminary escape from the Hidden Leaf, the danger was far from over. Now is certainly not the time to relax. Nichio, how many have managed to escape so far? What are our casualties? Natum asked. Counting you, a total of 419 people managed to escape. 3 of our clansmen were killed in battle along the way, and 5 others were captured. Uchiha Nichiyo was a reliable aide under Natsum's command. 17 years old, he had just joined the Konoha police force, but already possessed the skills of a Tokubetsu Jonin. Decisive and meticulous in his actions, he was someone you could place your trust in. Hearing this, Natsum frowned slightly, unable to hide his displeasure. Although the great battle with Fugaku had drawn away most of Konoha's ninja, ensuring the safe retreat of more than 400 people was still a daunting challenge. So we lost 8 people in all. As expected, Konoha's ninja showed no mercy whatsoever. Let's set that matter aside for now. I'll handle the rescue of those who were captured. Fuji, how is the task I entrusted to you coming along? Natum turned his gaze to another clansman on his right, speaking gravely. Chieftain, the mission is complete. Uchiha Fuji responded immediately. These are the silver coins we took from Konoha's treasury. As you instructed, we only took half of what was there, 78 million ryo in total. A single ryo is worth about 10 yen, or roughly 0.6 renminbi. The total amounts to approximately 48 million. The treasury contained only hard silver. The billions in paper currency reserves remained securely managed by the administrative departments. Without delay, Uchiha Fuji opened his backpack, revealing a stack of space scrolls inside. Each of the dozen or so scrolls was crammed with the stolen silver coins. Almost no one would have imagined that, even as the Uchiha made their break from the village, they would dare strike back and rob Konoha's treasury. As a result, the guards there, confronted by Uchiha ninja well-versed in genjutsu, stood little chance of mounting any resistance. Seeing this, Natum couldn't help but show a look of delight. This fortune in silver was the true treasure they needed. In fact, looting Konoha's treasury during the chaos had always been one of Natsum's original plans. After all, he was leading more than 400 clansmen in this defection. Once they established a new village and settled down, every aspect of daily life, whether it was food, clothing, or shelter, would require a vast amount of funds, an expense that seemed as bottomless as the sea. Not to mention, the act of founding a village alone would devour a considerable sum. Natum led his people away from Konoha to pursue a more prosperous and stable life, not to cast them into a life of exile and hardship. And as renegade ninja from Konoha, there was virtually no chance they would be offered employment or paid missions from any of the great nations, at least not in the near future. That made the funds seized from Konoha's coffers their essential seed capital. While 78 million ryo might not be much to any of the 5 great nations, for them, it was more than enough. As for why they took only half and not the entire sum, it was to avoid enraging Konoha to the point of no return. If they'd taken all the money, collapsing Konoha's economic system and kicking off a full-blown crisis, it was likely the village leadership, including Sarutobi, would chase them down with every last resource. Well done. With this money, our clan will surely rise again. This is all thanks to the wisdom and decisiveness of our young clan leader. Uchiha gave praise with a laugh, barely containing his excitement. After all, raiding Konoha's treasury was something he'd never even dared dream of before. Nothing this exhilarating had ever happened in all these years, and it was all due to the young leader's bold resolve. All right, that's enough flattery. Pass on my orders. Organize the group. We'll set out in 1 minute. Our destination is the land of rice fields. I've already arranged people on the other side to receive and settle our clan, so everyone needn't worry. Natum issued his orders decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Understood. After the group is organized, you go ahead. I need to meet someone, but I'll catch up soon. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, in perfect order, more than 400 members of the Uchiha clan set out once again, bound for the land of rice fields. The land of rice fields bordered the land of fire to the north. Traveling at an ordinary ninja's pace, it should only take a dozen or so hours to reach their destination. But among these 400, more than half were elderly, women, and children, non-ninja, lacking that kind of stamina. For the entire group, the journey would realistically take about 3 days. Along this route, they would have to constantly erase their tracks, guard against pursuit from Konoha, and solve the challenges of food and water. Every step, a trial to overcome. This was no longer a simple task, one careless move, and he might well find himself trapped in a fate from which there could be no return. Of course, these were all concerns for another time. At this moment, Natum faced a far more urgent problem that demanded his attention. Come out. Stop hiding already. Natum spoke in a low voice, reaching for the backpack at his feet and gently brushing his fingers across the neatly arranged spatial scrolls inside. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 78,200,000 value points. Would you like to convert 78,200,000 value points into 7,820 gold coins? Note, physical silver reserves will not be affected by the conversion. Conversion successful. Congratulations, you have received 7,820 gold coins. Current balance, 7,828 gold coins. Gazing at the system notifications and the sudden influx of gold in his mind, Natum felt his mood instantly lift. After all, he'd spent 10 years in the Hidden Leaf Village saving up his New Year's money. From the age of 7, he'd taken every odd job under the sun. He'd even used knowledge from his previous life to earn a little extra on the side. It had taken all of that, the stockpiling of a full 10 million ryo, to finally exchange it for 1,000 gold coins, which he'd used to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. And now, in just a matter of minutes, almost 8,000 gold coins had landed in his hands. The sensation was nothing short of sudden, dizzying fortune. Those high-level skills in the system store that once felt out of reach were at last within his grasp. Flying Thunder God technique, Sage Mode, 8 Gates Release Formation, Rinnegan, Particle Style, every one of those powers. He wanted to try them all. Clearly, no amount of part-time work could ever compare to a windfall like this raid. The avalanche of gold coins filled Natum with newfound confidence. With such resources, he no longer felt fear, no matter what powerful enemies soon appeared. Of course, compared to the strategic treasury of the Hidden Leaf Village, the administrative department held even greater sums in paper currency, at least several billion sitting untouched. But those funds couldn't be directly converted to gold, and the Hokage building's administrative department was guarded far more tightly besides, so Natum had no intention of sending anyone to risk that kind of heist. As soon as Natsum's shout echoed through the air, movement stirred behind him, and a shadowy figure gradually came into focus. There was no mistaking it. The newcomer was none other than Obito, who had been pursuing them relentlessly. With his Kamui ability, his traveling speed far surpassed that of ordinary ninja. As long as he had picked up the trail, catching up with these defecting Uchiha clansmen was hardly a challenge for him. I didn't expect you to notice me. Obito jumped down from the branches, facing Natum directly, a hint of surprise and wariness flickering in his eyes. It was proof that the Uchiha clan truly had a way of producing prodigies. There were Sure Sway in the past, Itachi in the present, and now, standing right before him, Natum. Each one could be called a genius, even a monster in their own right. When he was about the same age as this boy, his skills were nowhere near as advanced. Yet Natum now was already able to unleash the third might, the Susanoo. He had even led the entire clan in a successful rebellion, single-handedly playing the massive Hidden Leaf Village like a puppet in his palm. Such abilities, truly astonishing. A genius this dangerous must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he could threaten my Eye of the Moon plan. Obito made up his mind. To him, any obstacle that might prevent him from creating a new world for Rin would have to be eliminated. The Sharingan? Are you one of the Uchiha? Or did you steal those eyes from someone else? Natum feigned confusion, hiding any hint that he knew Obito's true identity and plans. If he were to do so, it would almost certainly force Obito to fight him to the death. While he was no pushover, taking down someone like Obito, armed with Kamui, and a ninja infamous for being nearly impossible to pin down, would be no easy feat. Not to mention the challenge of annihilating the entire Akatsuki organization head-on. That in itself was a daunting task. Especially against Nagato. He neither excelled at persuasion nor at turning hearts and minds. This was not the time to fully clash with Akatsuki. The best course of action was to strike a heavy blow against Obito, make him feel threatened, and buy more time for himself to grow stronger. Once he reached his full potential, he could settle everything openly. You don't need to know that much. Soon enough, you'll die right here. And don't worry, those clan members who escaped, I'll hunt them down myself and finish them off. Obito's voice was cold and flat. Except for Rin, he never had much affection for the rest of the Uchiha clan. Besides, this was a world steeped in war and twisted by pain. As for Natum standing before him, brilliant, yes, and frightfully capable. But having just survived that fierce battle with Fugaku, he surely had little strength left. Now was the perfect moment to deal with him once and for all. Tonight's purpose was to erase the Uchiha clan and harvest as many Sharingan as possible. Obito had no intention of showing the slightest mercy. Come on then. I hope you can withstand a beating better than that old man Danzo. Natum wasted no more words. With a cold chuckle, he struck without hesitation. The fierce battle ignited in an instant. Except for young Naruto, who was adept at moving people with words. For most other ninja, battle remained the most effective way to communicate. A thunderous roar rang out again and again. Natum unleashed his great fireball jutsu at nearly maximum power. One blazing ball of fire, after another howling toward Obito. Yet one after another, those mighty fireballs passed right through Obito's body, exploding deep within the surrounding forest. Not a single attack managed to injure him. It had to be admitted. Kamui, the unique power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, was truly formidable. Obito's right eye, especially with the aid of Hashirama's cells, he could wield its phasing ability almost without any drawback. The technique was nearly automatic, allowing him to ignore all physical harm, and even a vast majority of ninjutsu. Still, there was a limit to this power. At most, he could maintain it for about 5 minutes each time. But looking across the entire shinobi world, who else but someone as extravagantly wealthy as Lady Conan could bombard an enemy for 5 minutes straight with 600 billion explosive tags? Natum knew perfectly well he had nowhere near that many explosive tags. Even if he did, it would be unthinkable to waste them so freely. Defeating Brother Obito was no easy feat. Of course, apart from sustaining continuous attacks, there was still another way to counter Kamui: overwhelming speed. If you could move too quickly for even the Sharingan to track you, like a certain Reikage, there would be no need to fear being sucked into Kamui. So, could Natsum's speed and physical prowess rival the Reikage? The answer was clear: they could not. If he had that sort of power, he would have settled things with Danzo earlier. No need for Susanoo at all. Still, what he lacked in speed, he could make up for with chakra and ninjutsu. With a large enough reservoir of chakra, he could unleash the body flicker technique, or even master space-time jutsu like the Flying Thunder God, granting himself astonishing speed. Though Natum did not possess the vast chakra reserves of a tailed beast, and had yet to learn the Flying Thunder God, his twin Mangekyo Sharingan granted him their own space-time abilities, allowing him to reach incredible burst speeds, albeit for only a short duration. Yet, to land a true hit on Obito, he would need to seize that fleeting instant when the opportunity arose. Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Fire Style, Gale Explosion Dance. Obito deftly evaded Natsum's fireball attacks, while simultaneously unleashing offensive ninjutsu of his own, sending waves of scorching flames surging toward his opponent. As a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito was acutely aware of the overwhelming might contained within this bloodline limit. Moreover, he knew well that every pair of Mangekyo eyes possessed its own unique abilities. Cautious by nature, he had no intention of engaging this young boy in close combat before figuring out the nature of Natsum's special powers. Distance battles, exhausting the opponent from afar, was the safer bet. What's going on? How does this brat still have so much chakra? Wasn't he already on the verge of collapse? Obito wondered silently, unable to fathom how Natum could continually unleash such a vast amount of chakra. Could it be that this boy, much like Kisame, had the ability to absorb others' chakra to replenish himself? Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Natum created 3 shadow clones, encircling himself, each unleashing their own Grand Fireball Jutsu in quick succession. The scene looked every bit like 3 anti-aircraft turrets firing in unison. With just this single fire style technique, he managed to fend off all of Obito's attacks, even forcing him to keep his distance, unable to draw near using Kamui. Even so, Obito showed no signs of impatience. After all, Natsum's attacks couldn't possibly harm him. He didn't mind dragging things out if he had to. Half obscured, his form shifting into a state of blur, Obito couldn't help but taunt. Pointless. It's all futile. Your Grand Fireball Jutsu is impressive, but you'll never land a hit on me. Give up. Surrender now, and perhaps I'll spare your life. Natum, faced with Obito's offer, remained completely unmoved. What a joke. To defect to Obito? Join Akatsuki? That would be nothing more than becoming a puppet for Black Zetsu, ultimately trapped in the illusory world of the Eye of the Moon plan. To pin his hopes on a dream from which no one would ever awaken. How foolish. At the end of the day, no matter how noble Obito's ideals seemed, there was something pitiful about him. Yet, sympathy aside, when it was time to strike, hesitation was not an option. With this thought, Natsum sprang into action. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. Amidst his 3 encircling clones, the real Natsum formed hand seals at dazzling speed, a faint smile curving his lips as he called out loudly. Do you recognize this jutsu? Do you know this sequence of hand signs? That's the Reaper Death Seal. Oh, so you do recognize it. Natsum replied, deliberately feigning surprise. Are you out of your mind? Obito's expression changed abruptly, his tone filled with astonishment. He might not know this jutsu himself, but he was deeply aware of the terrifying power of the Uzumaki clan's forbidden technique. Back in the day, even the mighty Ninetales had grown incredibly weak after being sealed by Minato Namikaze's Reaper Death Seal, having one's soul torn away and sealed in an instant. That alone spoke volumes of the horror this jutsu could unleash. Obito had never imagined that this brat, Natsum, would actually know such a desperate forbidden technique. What's more, he hadn't hesitated at all, launching it straight away with no regard for his own life. He truly must have lost his mind. Obito couldn't afford to take the risk. Who was to say if his Kamui could really withstand the soul-dragging power of the Reaper Death Seal? If it failed, his life would be forfeit. No, I have to stop him. I can't let this brat get away with it. A sense of imminent, mortal danger welled up inside Obito, making him roar silently in his heart. In the next instant, he didn't hesitate. His form flickered, turning ghostly and insubstantial as he dashed straight through a barrage of fireballs, racing towards Natsum's real body, intent on disrupting the forbidden jutsu. When he saw Obito charging forward, Natsum couldn't help his secret delight. Sure enough, faced with the threat of the Reaper Death Seal, Obito had lost his composure. But was Natsum truly able to use the Reaper Death Seal? Of course not. Though the system shop did offer the jutsu, it was priced far too high. Every bit of credit he'd earned had already been spent exchanging for the Manjikyu Sharingan. So how could he possibly spare enough for a forbidden jutsu that would only lead to mutual destruction? Even if he'd never actually learned the technique, Natsum had watched Naruto countless times in his previous life. The sequence of hand signs for the Reaper Death Seal was long since etched into his memory. So now, just by mimicking the hand seals and acting as if he truly intended to cast the forbidden technique, he could easily terrify his opponent. In fact, that was Natsum's true purpose, to use psychological pressure to draw Obito into making a move. As long as Obito attacked in his tangible form, Natsum would have a chance to strike back. After all, that was the art of the shinobi. Victory isn't only about raw strength, it's about tactics and outwitting your foe. Without strategy, how could anyone claim to be a true ninja? As Natsum finished the hand signs, a cold, gray specter began to materialize behind him, making Obito grow even more frantic, hastening his attack. Without a second thought, Obito lunged forward, flinging several shuriken that whistled through the air toward Natsum. A shadow clone of Natsum sprang into action, skillfully deflecting every last shuriken. Clearly, this kid's taijutsu was more than decent, even managing to block Obito's assault with a kunai, as if it were nothing. Amidst the chaos, Obito easily slipped through two of the clones and finally closed in on Natsum's true body. You foolish brat, you've already lost. In an instant, Obito dispelled his intangibility, his right hand reaching out and making contact with Natsum's body. At this range, he could easily pull his opponent into the Kimui dimension, thereby interrupting the Reaper Death Seal. Victory was within his grasp. But at that very moment, Obito suddenly noticed a smirk creeping onto the corner of Natsum's lips, tinged with a mocking disdain. So arrogant. Don't you realize you're already as good as dead? Obito sneered inwardly, wasting no time as he activated Kimui. Space began to ripple, ready to swallow Natsum whole. Yet with a sharp snap, the real Natsum before him shattered into a swirl of white mist. What's going on? It was a shadow clone. But if it was a clone just now, how could it possibly perform a forbidden jutsu like the Reaper Death Seal? Obito froze in astonishment, a cold shock washing over him as he realized he'd been deceived. This is bad. I fell right into his trap. He tried at once to turn intangible again, but it was already too late. At that instant, Natsum's voice came from Obito's right. Mangekyo Sharingan, left eye killing instinct. Third stage, 8-fold speed boost, engage. What should have been merely a shadow clone, the real Natsum now suddenly launched an all-out attack from Obito's right. He unleashed the unique power of his Mangekyo's left eye, accelerating the flow of his own time. Under the influence of this temporal force, blood surged wildly through his veins, his hemoglobin burned hot, and the strength in his muscles and bones doubled. It was as if, for a fleeting moment, he'd stepped outside the boundaries of ordinary time. Natsum's speed and power soared in an instant, far outstripping anything normal, reaching the very limits of what he could control, the terrifying enhancement of 8 times his usual speed. He swung his fist without hesitation. In only 0.02 seconds, the very edge of speed, Obito was so outpaced he didn't have time to turn intangible. Thud! Natsum's punch crashed into the right side of Obito's face, the force shattering his mask and breaking his cheekbone in a single blow. Obito's body flew tens of meters like a ragdoll, smashing through several trees before crashing heavily to the ground. The truth was, Obito had fallen for Natsum's scheme. Otherwise, even with an 8-fold increase in speed, Natsum would have struggled to hit him. But fatefully, Obito had moved in close and dropped his intangibility, handing Natsum the opening he'd been waiting for. Just as Minato had once caught Obito with the Rasengan, the battles between shinobi were fraught with calculation and seizing the perfect moment. After his blow landed, Natsum didn't stop. Riding the momentum of killing instinct, his 8-fold speed unhindered, he lunged for Obito again, becoming a flash of light that caught up to him, straddled him, and let loose a relentless hail of punches. In his view, unless he gave Obito a real, hard lesson that would sear itself into his memory, There was no way this boy, once manipulated by Madara and Black Zetsu, could ever truly wake up. Natsum's fists flew without pause, finally unleashing all the pent-up anger that had been simmering inside him. If he were more than just a 10-year-old child, if his body were fully grown, every punch thrown with adult strength might have been enough to cripple Obito. Yet, even so, under the enhancement of Instan, Natsum's blows were lightning fast and packed with force, crashing down on Obito like a torrential downpour. With every strike, he poured his chakra into his fists, sending it deep into Obito's body, where it scrambled the flow of his chakra and ocular power. Because of this, Obito found himself unable to call upon his Sharingan, could not phase through attacks, and had no way to escape the relentless onslaught raining down on him. What's more, that very first punch had all but knocked Obito's consciousness away. Now, as the attacks kept coming with such relentless ferocity, Obito didn't even know who he was anymore, nor where he was, let alone muster any thought of fighting back. In no time at all, Obito's once handsome face was swollen and battered, covered in bruises, leaving him in an utterly wretched state. And Natsum, in turn, vented all his emotions in this flurry of violence. Before long, the searing pain across his face, mixed with the sting of utter humiliation, finally pushed Obito over the edge. Catching a fleeting moment of respite, he clenched his teeth against the backlash from his eyes and forcibly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Using Kamui, he meant to suction Natsum, who was straddling him, right into the Kamui dimension. Sensing the shift in space, Natsum didn't hesitate for an instant. He withdrew his fist and retreated. Thanks to Instan, which granted him eightfold speed, his movements rivaled those of a ninja with the first 4 gates of the 8 inner gates unleashed. In a flash, he slipped out of Kamui's pull, rendering Obito's power completely useless. After all, actively drawing a target into Kamui was a touch slower than passively slipping into intangibility. Seeing that he'd failed to pull Natsum into the space, Obito quickly switched tactics, dragging himself into Kamui instead. In the next moment, he reappeared by the trunk of a tree several dozen meters away, escaping danger, for now. Once out of combat, Obito leaned heavily on the tree, face contorted with pain and rage, each breath tugging at his swollen cheeks until he couldn't help but clench his teeth. Since he'd awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had never suffered such a bitter defeat. To be beaten down by a mere 10-year-old, pinned and pummeled into a pig-headed mess. If word of this ever got out, it would be the utmost humiliation. Not even the Night of the Nine Tails, when he'd lost to his teacher, Minato, had left him in such a sorry state. This little brat was absolutely infuriating. And how do you know the hand seals for the Reaper Death Seal? Why does he seem so familiar with my Kamui? And how was he able to suddenly unleash such frightening speed? One question after another churned in Obito's mind, making this young clansman ever more inscrutable and even more dangerous. Such terrifying power, such scheming, such insight. Could this truly be a 10-year-old child? So young, yet so calculating. What on earth will he become if he lives to adulthood? Obito glared murderously at Natsum in the distance, his heart a tangle of emotions. If he could, he'd have torn this little brat to pieces right then and there. Watching Obito retreat to a safer distance, Natsum understood full well that catching him now was almost impossible. Still, having given Obito a harsh lesson, Natsum felt greatly satisfied. The earlier grievance scarcely seemed worth another thought. Only then did Natsum release his moment technique and deactivate his Mangekyo Sharingan. Forcibly activating the 3rd stage, Moment had drained much of his ocular power. He wouldn't be able to keep fighting, even if he wanted to. Had enough? Still want to keep going? Weren't you boasting just now that you could kill me? Natsum shot a mocking glance in Obito's direction, his voice thick with sarcasm. Don't get cocky, you little brat. Obito gritted his teeth, his face bruised and swollen, his words thick with pain, but each syllable burning with rage. He looked almost ridiculous. From your clothes? Looks like you've joined the Akatsuki, haven't you? Natsum said coolly. I know the Akatsuki have plenty of powerful people. Why not call for backup? Bring them all. Let them watch you get beaten to a pulp by a child. He continued, voice icy, and of course, while I'm away, you might decide to take it out on those Uchiha who escaped with me. Frankly, with your current abilities, I can't always guarantee I'll be there to protect them. But if you lay a finger on them, I'll reveal your true identity to everyone in Konoha, and to Kakashi too. Do you really want to test me on that? Natsum frowned, his tone deadly serious as he delivered the threat. He knew that, compared to his own strength, his knowledge of the ninja world was even more valuable. He wasn't about to waste that advantage now. Of course, Natsum was no fool. He hadn't revealed that the Eye of the Moon plan was nothing but a lie. Without evidence, Obito would never believe such a claim. Besides, Obito had made that plan his faith, his life's purpose. It's as if you were suddenly transported back to World War II, then rushed up to tell some leader, fascism will inevitably fail. Germany will, in the end, be destroyed. Who could possibly believe you? They might even shoot you on the spot. You know who I am. Obito was instantly taken aback, his earlier fury melting away, replaced by shock. By all rights, except for a select handful of insiders, no one in Konoha should be able to see through his true identity. We're both of the Uchiha clan, and we both possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Did you really think I wouldn't sense that same distinct Sharingan aura on both you and Kakashi? Natum offered this explanation with calm clarity. This reason, surprisingly, made Obito nod almost unconsciously. To so casually point out the thread that connects him with Kakashi, such insight spoke volumes in itself. What is it you want? Obito's voice darkened as he clenched his fists, uneasy at having his identity discovered. If this fact were made public, any plans he had would only become exponentially harder to implement. Thank goodness this guy didn't seem to know about the Eye of the Moon plan. That would only make things worse. From now on, don't come looking for me again. If you ever try to cause trouble, I swear I'll kill you. Natsum's words rang out, chilling and sharp as his gaze bore straight through Obito. Clearly, the threat had struck home. Whether from reason or emotion, Obito would never risk exposing his identity at this critical moment. Likewise, Natum had no wish to see his kin suffer pointless harm. Now the scales were balanced, risks offset, choices weighed. Most likely, Obito would choose the only sensible path. Having spoken, Natum bent his knees and leapt, landing lightly in the branches before darting off toward where the troops were gathering. Within moments, his figure had melted into the depths of the thick forest. Left behind beneath the canopy, Obito stood alone, battered and covered in scars, rage and frustration roiling within him. But he couldn't deny it. Natum possessed terrifying strength. Continuing to clash with him would be sheer folly. So, for now, he would let the matter drop. At this moment, advancing his Eye of the Moon plan was what mattered most. With a stormy look, Obito had no choice but to yield, if only for the time being. Meanwhile, within the Hidden Leaf Village, news that Uchiha Natum had defeated their clan leader, Fugaku, dealt a heavy blow to Danzo, the chief of Root, and led half the Uchiha clan to break through and defect. It was like a depth charge detonating beneath the village's calm surface, sending shockwaves through what had seemed a tranquil night. That night, the entire village was thrown into turmoil. Ninjas scrambled through the streets and shadows, anxiously reacting to each new twist in a rapidly shifting crisis. Sleep would not come to Konoha that night. The hours would pass, restless and long. At this moment, it was the dead of night. Inside the Hokage Tower of Konoha, every room blazed with light and activity. There was simply too much left to take care of after the fierce conflict caused by the Uchiha's defection. Rescue of the wounded, repairs to damaged buildings, loss assessments, information lockdowns, comforting the citizens. All of these overwhelmed Konoha's shinobi, leaving them utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a few of Konoha's highest-ranking officials were gathered in grave discussion, the air thick with tension. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, senior advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yudate. And then there was Danzo, the shadow to the Hokage, who at this moment lay injured in a hospital bed, unable to be present. These were the individuals who comprised the true decision-making core of the Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen, how is Danzo's condition? Hamura asked. He's being treated by the medical unit. The third Hokage replied with a sigh. His life isn't in danger now, but I fear his legs are beyond saving. He could hardly hide his sorrow for Danzo's situation. So the Uchiha clan did finally betray us. I knew we should have treated them as traitors from the start and executed them on the spot. Koharu snapped, her fury barely contained. Koharu, isn't it precisely this kind of discrimination that drove the Uchiha to this point? Hiruzen retorted. This was all the Uchiha's own doing. They're traitors and nothing more. Koharu insisted. Hamura quickly interjected, trying to restore calm. Hiruzen, Koharu, now is not the time to argue. We should focus on how to handle this crisis. If we fail to act decisively with so many Uchiha defectors, it will inevitably tarnish the village's reputation, and that of the land of fire itself. Koharu declared, resolute, exactly. My proposal is this. Dispatch a substantial pursuit force at once. Track down every last one of the Uchiha deserters. Capture them if you can, eliminate them if you must. And those Uchiha still left inside the village, detain them all, and, truthfully, it would be best to execute every one of them. Only then can we ensure the village's authority remains unshaken. Hiruzen immediately countered, absolutely not. The Uchiha are formidable fighters, and with that prodigy, Natum Uchiha, among them, capturing or killing them all would require mobilizing more than half of Konoha shinobi. We might even risk total annihilation. If we make a single misstep, Konoha's defenses will be left fatally weakened, and the other great ninja villages would be quick to seize the opportunity. Hiruzen knew well the overwhelming might of the Susanoo, having faced it himself up close. In the face of such power, ordinary ANBU shinobi wouldn't even stand a chance. Just look at Danzo, always so cunning. Yet even with his strength, he nearly met his end. That alone spoke volumes about just how terrifying that young Uchiha truly was. Recklessly sending out troops in pursuit might very well mean that none of them would come back. Konoha has already lost a considerable amount of fighting strength tonight. We can't take further risks. Are you just going to watch as they successfully defect and throw the village's reputation to the winds? As Hokage, my priority is to consider the safety and well-being of the village above all else. Besides, launching an all-out pursuit would consume a vast amount of resources, tools for stopping them, supplies for the shinobi, none of which are insignificant. The village has only just begun to flourish once more. Would dragging everyone back into the chaos of war really be something to celebrate? Furthermore, I do not agree with using force against the remaining Uchiha clansmen in the village. They are victims of this defection as well. Sarutobi countered these words with fierce conviction. Compared to hunting down the defectors as Hokage, he now cared more for the state of the village itself. Very soon, the meeting descended into heated debate. But, in light of the evening's events, it was clear. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado, the two senior advisors, both leaned strongly toward imposing severe punishment on the Uchiha clan. Only Sarutobi hoped for a gentler, more tempered response. If Danzo had been present, he would likely have sided with the more radical strategy and agreed to the disposal of the Uchiha as well. Thus, as the argument persisted, even Sarutobi found himself forced to concede a little ground. Just then, however, an unexpected figure appeared outside the office, requesting an audience. To everyone's surprise, it was Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan himself. Koharu Uchiha cried out in anger the moment she saw him. Itachi Uchiha? As a member of the traitor clan, how dare you show your face here? Koharu, show some restraint. Itachi is an ANBU shinobi. His loyalties are not a matter of his clan. Besides, he was the one who first reported his family's rebellious intentions. Oomph. Koharu snorted coldly, her words cut short. Itachi, what brings you here? Sarutobi turned to Itachi, addressing him with gentle curiosity. For this exceptionally gifted ninja, who harbored sincere care for the village and an unflinching sense of justice, Sarutobi held a deep regard, especially for someone who, for the sake of Konoha and a higher ideal, could bear the agony of betraying his own family and shoulder such grave burdens. Such men were rare and precious indeed. I've come to report my father's proposal to the village. Oh, and what does Fugaku wish to say? Sarutobi's interest was piqued. After all, Fugaku had been a true participant in the battle tonight. With head bowed, Itachi began to relay the message exactly as his cousin, Natum, had instructed him. My father says, as the clan leader, as the captain of the police force, he failed to detect the signs of rebellion within the clan in time, and failed to prevent Natum Uchiha and the others from defecting. The responsibility lies solely with him. It was his dereliction of duty. He requests that Konoha punish him accordingly. In addition, he will, in the name of the clan head, publicly declare. This is an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan. It is purely a matter among our kin and has nothing to do with Konoha. In fact, Konoha acted to help suppress this internal strife and upheld the Uchiha clan stability. Finally, father also gave his word. From now on, he will do everything in his power to capture all those clansmen who've defected, or, if necessary, deal them a fatal blow on the spot. He requests the village's approval. As they listened to this report, the three members of the Sarutobi group couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Itachi's account had solved the two thorniest problems that had been bothering them. Firstly, as long as the Uchiha clan itself was willing to declare this a family matter, an internal riot rather than a rebellion against the village, and to willingly take on all responsibility, the reputation and authority of Konoha would be perfectly upheld. It might even earn Konoha a reputation for fairness and justice. Secondly, by having the remaining Uchiha take responsibility for tracking down the defectors themselves, Konoha could save a great deal of manpower. Even if not all the defectors were brought back, and even if losses were suffered along the way, it would simply drain the strength of the Uchiha. For Konoha, this strategy would kill two birds with one stone, pure benefits, no drawbacks. It was a far better plan than sending a large number of Konoha shinobi out chasing deserters. The three Sarutobi elders fell silent, weighing the pros and cons of this proposal. But no matter how they looked at it, accepting this proposal was clearly more beneficial than otherwise. After a brief pause, Sarutobi was the first to speak. How is Fugaku's condition? Father's injuries are rather severe. It may take several days for him to recover. Itachi, from Konoha's perspective, what do you think? I believe my father is telling the truth. In fact, in the past, most of my father's intentions to rebel came from the pressure of radicals within the clan. His personal inclination was never to turn against the village. Now that most of those radicals have fled, my father has nothing holding him back. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, other than my father, there may be few in the entire village who could stand against Natsum's Susanoo. Wouldn't you agree? Itachi delivered his statements methodically, with clear deliberation. Clearly, he had already prepared his words. After all, if he could not persuade the Konoha leadership here and now, the remaining Uchiha clansmen within the village would be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi nodded once more. There it was again, the simple fact that Uchiha Natsum's display of power was too overwhelming. Even Sarutobi, in his heart, felt a sense of dread. If it could be helped, he truly did not want to send Konoha shinobi to their deaths, to give chase, or to become fodder for the enemy. Kohara, what do you think? This proposal is promising. But how can we guarantee that the Uchiha shinobi sent to hunt the traitors won't defect themselves? Itachi paused, then responded with his explanation. As long as the families of the remaining Uchiha are kept securely within the village, they would not dare try anything rash. On the contrary, they would act obediently, carrying out the village's order to hunt down the traitors. Indeed, well said, Itachi. This truly is an excellent plan. Mito Gateflame, who stood nearby, voiced his approval as well. A strategy that both benefits the village and sets the Uchiha clan against itself. There was no reason for them to refuse such a brilliant scheme. Before long, Hiruzen reached a decision. Very well. Itachi, we will give your suggestion careful consideration. For now, you may return. Remember, keep a close watch on the remaining Uchiha. Do not let unrest erupt among them again. And one more thing, put whatever orders Danzo gave you on hold for now. At once, Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, though he could barely contain a surge of relief within. He understood. This was as good as the Konoha leadership accepting his proposal. With that, the remaining Uchiha within the village would be safe for now. His father, mother, Sasuke, they were all out of danger. At the same time, Itachi was in awe. Could this be the contingency cousin Natsum left behind? With a single proposal, he defused the crisis facing the survivors of our clan and convinced the village to reinstate the remaining Uchiha members. Did he predict this step all along? Did he foresee even the third Hokage's decision? Cousin Natsum, just how deep do your plans run? 3 days later, at the northern border of the Land of Fire, a sparse pine forest swayed in the wind. Several figures concealed themselves amidst the thick foliage, vigilant and ready. To protect the kin who fled alongside him, Natsum, acting as the young clan leader, had carefully devised his own plan. He splintered the group into smaller units. The weaker elders, women, and children were quietly dispatched in waves, hidden among merchant convoys bound for the land of rice fields, quietly blending in. The stronger youths took treacherous routes through dense forests and rocky terrain, leaving misleading traces to confound and delay the pursuit of Konoha's forces. Natsum himself led several elite jonin, staying behind to cover their escape. He aimed to leave nothing to chance. This place was one of the main crossings from the Land of Fire to the Land of Rice Fields. If Konoha's ninja gave chase, odds were that they would pass through here, where the Uchiha's rearguard lay in wait. Right now, Natsum, flanked by 3 trusted Uchiha jonin, was hidden here. They stood on the final watch. Young clan leader, how much longer do we hold our position? Another hour and a half, I believe. By then, the last group should have crossed the Fire Country's border, reaching the Land of Rice Fields. Once they're across, even Konoha's ninja will hesitate to act on foreign soil. That should mean safety for everyone. Natsum considered for a moment, then gave his answer. To tell the truth, aside from a handful of Konoha's low-tier reconnaissance ninja, we haven't really run into any large-scale pursuit forces on our journey so far. Honestly, I thought Konoha would lose their minds and hunt us down like madmen. Uchiha tongue sighed as he joked with a smile. Back then, most of the hardliners in the clan refrained from fleeing largely because they feared Konoha's relentless pursuit. After all, no one wants to spend a lifetime living in constant fear and on the run. Isn't it obvious? They've all been scared senseless by the young clan leader's strength. Who'd dare come after us now? At his side, another youngster, just 16 years old, and an ardent admirer of Natum, Uchiha Jin eagerly chimed in with praise. He had good reason to be impressed. 3 months ago, when a young clan leader first awakened the Mangekyo, Jin was chosen to spar with him as a test. That battle left this teenage genius, who had already achieved Jonin rank at 16, with a lasting psychological scar. Now, in his eyes, no ninja could surpass the young clan leader. Naturally, Natum wasn't taken in by this flattery. I'd say it's more likely the precautions I left behind are doing their job. Itachi really is dependable, just as I thought. So for now, Konoha probably won't send large numbers of ninja after us, at least for a while. We should be able to enjoy a period of relative stability to grow. But after that, the ones pursuing us might not be strangers. They could be our own kin left behind in Konoha. What? Then wouldn't it mean we're pitted against our own clan? Those damn Konoha bastards. How vile can they be? Uchiha Jin cursed angrily, his voice filled with frustration. Don't worry, I already have a plan. None of you will be put in a difficult position when the time comes. Natsum's eyes gleamed, and he spoke with quiet resolve. Clearly, he had long since prepared for this scenario. By the way, young clan leader, I have a question. Why are we fleeing to the land of rice fields? It's just a small nation, nowhere near as strong as the land of fire. If Konoha pressures them through the land of fire, the little country might just give us up, right? Why not escape to one of the other great nations instead? Natsum glanced at Uchiha Nichio, standing at his side. This young man had great potential. That was a good question. So he answered for him. The power struggles between the great nations are far more intricate than an ordinary village can imagine. The 5 great hidden villages are constantly checking and balancing each other. Should any disturbance arise, it could shatter that delicate equilibrium. To preserve that balance, and to prevent the villages from harboring rogue ninja of their own people. Ninjas like us, defectors from Konoha, would almost certainly be turned away if we sought refuge with another great nation. In fact, some of the more ruthless villages might wipe us out entirely and send our bodies back to Konoha as a peace offering. If that's the case, then not only can Konoha's reputation be weakened, but Konoha will also owe a favor. It's a win-win situation. No wonder it would be hard for the other hidden villages to resist the temptation. What's more, our Uchiha clan is unlike any other ninja family. Our Sharingan, our unique bloodline limit. In the eyes of any village, we're a treasure trove, a walking gold mine. Now tell me, would the other 4 great hidden villages let such a rare, juicy prize simply slip through their fingers? I see now. A sudden realization dawned on Uchiha Nichio. For the first time, he roughly understood the stakes at play. At the same time, the other 2 couldn't help but have their eyes light up in amazement. Clearly, Natsum's masterful insight into this grand game of nations left them deeply impressed. It was almost unimaginable that their young clan leader was only 10 years old, yet already so far-sighted and shrewd. No doubt about it. Following him was bound to lead to a glorious future. But then, why not choose a small country that's farther away from Konoha? Isn't the land of fields way too close to Konoha? The reason for choosing a land of fields is also because... Hold on, let's save that explanation for next time. We have a visitor. You 3 go on ahead. Protect the last group of our clansmen as they leave the border. I'll take care of this future neighbor myself. Natsum cut his explanation short, turning to instruct the 3 who were by his side. The 3 obeyed without a moment's hesitation. Natsum's commands left no room for question. They exchanged glances. Then, one by one, they sprang to their feet and leaped swiftly toward the direction where their clansmen were making their way out. As soon as they departed, the very next moment, from a massive trunk right behind Natsum, a shadowy figure, serpentine and twisted, slowly emerged from the wood. Orochimaru, your way of appearing is still as revolting as ever. TSK, Natsum-kun, this is only our 3rd meeting. How can it already be as ever? Orochimaru's pallid face twisted into a mocking grin as he slid out his unnaturally long tongue. He licked his lips slowly, his smile as sinister and chilling as ever. How could he help it? The body of this youth before him was simply too tempting. Only 10 years old, yet brimming with vast chakra. Perfect, flawless, blooming with the Mangekyo's bloodline limit. To Orochimaru, this was an unparalleled vessel, the one he had dreamed of occupying, night after night. He yearned endlessly for this fresh, vibrant body. If only he stood a chance in a fight. Natsum glanced at Orochimaru. It wasn't exactly easy to admit he was simply sick of the snake-like contortions this villain had shown in his previous life. So, he quickly changed the subject. Since you're here, I assume everything's been arranged on the land of field side? But of course, my men have already received your clansmen. They're guiding them to the place you designated. And over there, the basic housing structures are all in place. If we squeeze together a bit, accommodating several hundred people won't be a problem at all. Orochimaru slithered around, his long body circling Natsum as he spoke in response. At times, even he couldn't help but marvel. The gap between one person and another could be this vast. 2 months ago, when this 10-year-old Uchiha kid came to him, claiming he wanted to cooperate and defect from Konoha, he had honestly thought the kid was out of his mind. Who would have thought that all of this would actually become reality tonight? This kid, against all odds, really did break out of Konoha with so many clansmen, relying solely on his own strength. Truly insane. Is he really only 10 years old? Keep your distance. I don't care for cold snakes. If you rub up against me again, don't blame me for using Susanoo to give you a thorough massage. Natsum's brows rose slightly. Taking a slow, deep breath, he issued a cool warning. Oh, don't be so cold. We're partners now. And besides, both of us are renegades from Konoha. It's not the same. Deep down, you still have Konoha in your heart, don't you? Orochimaru paused, caught off guard for a split second. Then, forcing a quick laugh, he replied, How could that be? I'm busy plotting my revenge against Konoha, you know. A place like that should have been wiped out ages ago. Natsum rolled his eyes at Orochimaru and silently snorted. Yeah, right. That Konoha crush plan of yours? All that effort, and you didn't even manage to take out a single important figure. In the end, you just helped Konoha by taking care of the 4th Kazekage, gave a bunch of new gen invaluable experience, and even presented Konoha with the perfect excuse to blackmail a huge amount of Sunagakure. You ended up looking like some overachieving, high-strung prodigy desperately try to prove himself to his eccentric teacher. If you hadn't finally gone off the rails, letting Hiruzen take both your arms, who knows how things would have turned out. Of course, Natsum didn't voice any of this out loud. After all, he really did need to cooperate with Orochimaru right now. And once they founded their own village, they'd need the support of both Orochimaru and the land of rice fields. In short, it wasn't the time to burn bridges. Besides, securing this partnership had already cost him plenty. He couldn't let it go to waste. Let's talk business. Within 3 days, I want the daimyo of the land of rice fields to officially announce to the world their decision to accept the Uchiha clan under the nation's banner. Natsum laid out his request clearly. Being formally taken in by a recognized nation would, without a doubt, add an extra layer of protection for the Uchiha clan. When that happened, the other shinobi villages, including Konoha, would have to think twice, constrained by internation alliances. They wouldn't be able to launch open, large-scale attacks against Natsum's side. At most, they could only send in small, covert umbu squads for limited strikes. And that was exactly why. It was only after Orochimaru established the hidden Sound Village, gaining official recognition from the land of rice fields, that it could exist openly and above board. Otherwise, Konoha would have dispatched a large force long ago to wipe the Sound Village off the map. Of course, perhaps this was also because Orochimaru and Danzo maintained mutually beneficial relations behind the scenes. But this only proves that the recognition granted by a nation, at least on the surface, carries significant weight. Oh, that's no easy request. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, ready to start haggling. Cut the act. The daimyo of the land of rice fields has long since fallen under your control, hasn't he? Otherwise, would that sorry excuse of Sound Village ever be officially acknowledged? You really are well informed, Natsum. Fine, I'll make the arrangements as soon as possible. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he gave his answer. This kid was really a tough customer. It almost felt as if you were taking orders from him now. If it weren't for his interest in the boy's potential and the enticing conditions he'd promised, why would Orochimaru go to such lengths? And how's the preparation coming on those Hashirama cells I asked for? My, you do set your sights high. Are you truly set on transplanting that power? If your body can't handle it, you'll die, you know. Orochimaru fixed Natsum with an intense stare. It was hard to fathom. A mere 10-year-old, willing to risk everything and use his own body to test such a forbidden experiment. Utter madness. I'm confident I won't die. If even that old Danzo can survive the right arm implant you designed, surely I'm worth more than some decrepit relic? What's more, if I really do die, wouldn't that suit your interests just fine? Besides, your technique for transplanting Hashirama cells has improved a lot since then, hasn't it? In truth, from the very first day he arrived in this world, Natsum had been eyeing these so-called Hashirama cells, the ultimate remedy for almost everything. Now, a defector from Konoha, having set foot in the Sound Village of the land of rice fields, He was finally free of Konoha's surveillance and restraints. It was time to approach Orochimaru and get the transplant done sooner rather than later. After all, to leave the greatest scientist in the shinobi world untapped would be an outrageous waste. Even more so because the current situation for him and his clansmen was hardly safe. Konoha, the other hidden villages, even Akatsuki, any of them could show up at their doorstep, eyeing their little slice of fortune, eager to seize a piece for themselves. If his Mangekyo Sharingan were to burn out from overuse, it would be a disaster. And yes, he could technically exchange for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through the system's shop. But the price, 10,000 gold coins, was far too steep. Even with his current overflowing wealth, Natum simply could not afford it. Reluctantly, the best option was to have Orochimaru perform the Hashirama cell transplant. Honestly, there might be some side effect from this method, but Natum was confident he could handle them. After all, people like Yahiko, Danzo, and Obito all succeeded. There's no reason I should fail. Even if I do fail, I have the system to keep me alive, so there's nothing to fear. But once I succeed, I'll be just like Brother Toby, able to use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan freely, without ever having to worry about going blind. At that point, my overall strength will soar dramatically. Haha, what a greedy fellow. But I like that. Oh, and don't forget what you promised. If you end up dead, that pair of Mangekyo will be mine. Orochimaru let out a hearty laugh. To be honest, he had a fondness for madmen who feared nothing. Besides, he was quite eager to see just what kind of brilliance would emerge when Hashirama's cells fused with this little brat. No problem. Natum replied calmly. When a person dies, it's like a lamp extinguished. If I really die, what does it matter who these eyes end up with? Besides, if I can't even save my own life, how could I ever dream of ruling the ninja world? Can you get everything ready within 5 days? I can, Orochimaru affirmed. When it came to this kind of transplant experiment, he was even more impatient than Natum himself. Naturally, he wouldn't let Natum wait long. Soon, the two of them sat down and had a detailed discussion about the specifics of the Hashirama cell transplant. Only then did they finalize the follow-up arrangements. At the same time, Natum quietly took note of the void ring on Orochimaru's hand. And then it hit him. Originally, Orochimaru was supposed to try to snatch Itachi's body as a vessel after Itachi joined the Akatsuki, but he failed. Later, because his goals diverged from Akatsuki's, he eventually left the organization, which meant at this point, Orochimaru should still be a member of Akatsuki. What good news! This was something worth considering. After all, Akatsuki had plenty of valuable things. The Rinnegan, the Geto statue, all sorts of talent, and not to forget those 600 billion explosive tags. All things worth scheming for. Indeed, things feel better here with Aunt Snake. It's almost like the warmth of home. Anything goes, no restrictions, no constraints. No more days in Konoha, being ostracized and watched constantly. Of course, all these thoughts would need to be planned gradually. Right now, there was another matter that needed more urgent attention. Orochimaru, you and Danzo have always had certain dealings, haven't you? At these words, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and uncharacteristic seriousness flickered in his eyes. Ever since defecting from a leaf, all contact and cooperation with Danzo had been strictly secret. There was no way it should have been exposed. And yet, this brat Natum knows even about this? Just how deep does his intel network in Konoha run? Of course, there was no way for him to know that, although Natum didn't possess an impressive network of spies. The memories from his previous life were 1,000 times more formidable than any intelligence web within the hidden villages, encompassing almost every secret in the shinobi world. I didn't expect Natsum-kun to know even this. There's no need for caution. Alliances are always forged out of mutual self-interest. With Danzo's standing in Konoha, who knows, I might end up collaborating with that old scoundrel myself one day. Natum cared little about the cooperation between Danzo and Orochimaru. At the end of the day, it was nothing more than using each other for personal gain. Besides, when push came to shove, both men were the kind who would betray their partner without a second thought. No need to overthink it. All right, let's get down to business. Recently, just recently, Danzo must have given you a new assignment or made some sort of deal with you, am I right? Natsum fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his tone low and probing. Why did Natsum choose to defect? Quite simply, aside from the looming threat of the night of the massacre. The heart of the matter was that Konoha itself had become too dark, too stifling for him to bear. If you were a shinobi of the Uchiha clan, you'd be watched when strolling the streets. You'd be watched when eating a simple bowl of ramen. You'd even be watched when shopping for clothes. Not to mention the discrimination and isolation suffered by Uchiha children at the Ninja Academy. This was why radicals increasingly emerged within the clan, to the point where they even banded together, forcing clan head Fugaku to consider a coup. Prejudice in people's hearts is like an insurmountable mountain. Worse still is discrimination, which is far more frightening than mere prejudice. In his previous life, Natum looked to the beautiful country across the sea. For over 100 years, they'd enacted countless laws and fought countless wars. Yet racial discrimination had never truly disappeared. Natum had had enough. Most of the Uchiha had had enough. That was what led to this exodus. As for why Natum led so many clansmen in their escape. Firstly, many among them had shown him kindness. In this lifetime, both his parents perished in the Third Great Ninja War when he was still a child. Young Natum relied on the charity of the whole clan to survive. How could he ever forget where he came from? Secondly, only by leading enough people in their defection would he have the means to found a new village. Only then could they hope for a happy life. But what is a happy life after all? A happy life is being able to enjoy every kind of delicious food whenever you want. It's being free to shop for whatever catches your fancy. It's being able to relax in a hot spring and enjoy the attentive service of a charming attendant. It's having access to an entire chain of sophisticated commercial services. This, and nothing else, was why Natum chose to lead his people in defection. If it had just been himself, he would have cut through Konoha and escaped single-handedly, with ease. But what good is making out alone? Living off wild berries in the forest, day after day? What pleasure is there in a life like a savage? For this reason, he had to found a village of his own, to build and grow it from the ground up. He dreamed of turning this place into a paradise, one that belonged solely to himself and to the Uchiha clan. Of course, to protect this paradise, he would also need strength, enough to hold it safe from any threat. Natum selected the site for the new village in the southwestern part of the Land of Fields, several dozen miles to the right of the village hidden in sound. It was on a modest hill, not very large. The area was wrapped in a vast, dense forest, and behind the hill ran a long, winding stream, giving it the advantages of both water and mountain. It was, by all accounts, a location rich in natural blessings. Of course, in a ninja world, having a favorable site for a village made day-to-day living easier for its residents. But when it came to defense, such conveniences were almost negligible. If war ever broke out, an enemy could arrive wielding planetary devastation or unleash an overwhelming almighty push. If you could withstand it, you survived. If you couldn't, it didn't matter if you built your village atop a cliff or a precipice. There would be no difference. At this point, as agreed, Orochimaru had indeed sent people ahead of time, building over 100 simple wooden houses here. Enough, for now, to accommodate the newly arrived clansmen. But of course, this was only the beginning. Creating a real, functioning village took far more than a few houses. It called for a foundation of infrastructure. 1. Energy systems. 2. Transportation networks. 3. Food and dining services. 4. Environmental and housing systems. 5. Water resources and drainage. 6. Disaster prevention and defense. 7. Healthcare and education. Just to name a few. Clearly, a whole village cannot be assembled in a single day or on a mere whim. Fortunately, because the Uchiha clan had long been kept at the outer edges of their old village, they had already developed the beginnings of their own self-sufficient society. Although he had brought out only a bit more than half of the Uchiha with him, and though only 50 or 60 were combat-ready ninja, the rest carried a wealth of skills from many trades, each with their own talents and professions. With everyone's efforts and a careful plan, it should be entirely possible, in time, to build a complete and thriving little town. As for the task of constructing the village's infrastructure, Natum left these responsibilities to several elders of the clan, all of whom were in their 60s or 70s and had witnessed firsthand the Konoha cycles of rise and decline. They were well-versed in the work of establishing a village, far more experienced than Natum himself. After all, every craft has its masters, and to dabble blindly in areas he didn't understand would be nothing short of a recipe for chaos. Of course, when it came to such matters of daily life, Natum was happy to delegate authority. But when it came to military and political matters, he held all power firmly in his own hands. In this new village, there would be only one leader, himself, and his voice alone would guide its fate. Call it dictatorship, call it autocracy if you will. In any case, Natum had no intention of acting like Konoha, foolishly dispersing power and letting schemers like Danzo stir up chaos from the shadows. What's that? You want to seize power? Very well. Just defeat me, and it's yours. Can't beat me? Then get back to work and do your job faithfully. To Natum, in this harsh shinobi world, Only true centralization of power could truly foster the growth of their village. Before long, the foundational construction tasks were being arranged methodically and efficiently. Freed from Konoha's constraints, the clansmen unleashed an unprecedented enthusiasm. After all, on one side, they'd been laboring for Konoha, a place that ostracized them. On the other, they were now striving to build a new home of their own. It was easy to see which inspired greater passion. There was no need to spell it out. What's more, with the young clan leader's formidable strength as their safeguard, the clansmen felt immeasurably reassured, throwing themselves wholeheartedly into the construction of their new village. Meanwhile, the naming of their new settlement was becoming a topic of much interest. That very night, several respected elders and young elite shinobi of the clan approached Natum to hear the young leader's views on the matter. Young clan leader, what should we call our new village? Do any of you have suggestions? I've got an idea. What about Hidden Eye Village? It reflects our Kekkei Jinkai perfectly. Not bad, but it doesn't sound imposing enough. How about just Uchiha Hidden Village? That sounds kind of strange. Huh, then let's hear something better from you. What about Village of Radiant Light? It symbolizes our clan's bright future. Now, that's even weirder. Watching their lively banter, Natum couldn't help but smile warmly. Still, as the young clan leader, the final decision was his to make. Our clan excels at fire release. Let's call it Hidden Flame Village. Flame rises above fire. A perfect way to plant our feet firmly above both Konoha and the Hokage. Natsum's words rang out strong and resolute. All around, the Uchiha clansmen's eyes lit up and smiles broke across their faces. After all, flame truly captured the defining spirit of their clan. Besides, most of those who'd chosen to defect from Konoha had faced nothing but discrimination and hardship there. So a name that boldly placed them above Konoha and the Hokage quickly won everyone's enthusiastic support. And just like that, their new village had its name. 3 days later, the land of rice fields would officially announce its acceptance of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, the newly founded Hidden Flame Village would step onto the grand stage of the shinobi world for the first time. Let's hope Konoha doesn't choke with rage when they hear the news, given the speed at which word might spread and the time the other villages would need to react. Natum estimated that they would be safe in Hidden Flame Village for at least 5 days. Best use the time wisely. Natum was ready to organize and enhance his own strength. After all, this time he had raided Konoha's treasury and walked away with a fortune in gleaming coins. It was finally time to indulge himself in the system, splurge without restraint, in exchange for plenty of new abilities. Without delay, he let his consciousness sink. Natum opened his personal system interface within his mind. Host, Natum. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Een. Chakra, 6 cards. 1 card is roughly equivalent to the total chakra of an elite jonin. Ninjutsu, Art of Darkness, A rank. Jinjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, B rank. Clone Jutsu. Grand Fireball Technique, C rank. Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, C rank. Fire Release. Transformation Jutsu, E rank. Substitution Jutsu, E rank. Kekkei Jinkai, Sharingan, Mangekyo. Taijutsu 1000 Years of Death, Leaf Whirlwind. Special Skill, Chakra Extraction Method. Current balance, 7,828 gold coins. Clearly, these were all the abilities Natum currently possessed. Earlier, to accumulate enough coins, he had invested heavily to unlock the mighty Mangekyo Sharingan. Because of that, Natum hadn't been greedy for too many new jutsu. He had poured all his energy into perfecting just a select few: Art of Darkness, Shadow Clone, and Grand Fireball. Those that were the most practical and versatile. It was through this relentless focus that he had elevated the Grand Fireball technique to unleash power akin to a mobile artillery cannon. Now, having escaped from Konoha and established the new village of Hidden Flame, the battles to come, and the shifting tides ahead would be even more complex. As the young clan leader, Natum naturally needed to dabble in a much wider range of jutsu, just in case the need arose. Of course, learning B rank or higher jutsu wasn't something that could be done with ease. Barring those prodigies with raw talent, ordinary ninja had to invest long hours of hard training to truly master a single jutsu. Just look at Naruto. Even with the help of countless shadow clones, it took him a whole week of grueling practice to barely get the Rasengan down. That alone spoke volumes about its difficulty. But for Natum, these hurdles meant little. Any jutsu exchanged from the system, or won the lottery draw, the system would download it straight into his mind, letting him master it in an instant. It saved him a mountain of training time. Now, this super pay-to-win system of his came with 2 main features. The first was exchanging gold coins for a dazzling array of rare jutsu, bloodline powers, or special abilities in the system shop. The second was the lottery module, a single draw for 100 gold coins or a 10-fold draw for 888 gold coins. The former came with sky-high prices, but every cost was clear, transparent, and fair. The latter was a bit more affordable, but the rewards were random. It all came down to luck. Given his lousy luck in his previous life, Natum was never the type to gamble at all on chance. For the past 10 years, he had no choice but to diligently save up gold coins, painstakingly accumulating enough to finally exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan from the system shop, step by step. There was simply no better option. Natum had scoured the entire system store, and in the end, this bloodline limit gave him the best value for his money. Other bloodline limits of the same tier cost at least 2,000 gold coins. But the Mangekyo Sharingan, which fit him best, required only 1,000. And once redeemed, not only did it come with the unique abilities of both eyes, but also granted 3 incredibly powerful skills, including the formidable Susanoo. How could that not be a bargain? Now, with 7,828 gold coins in his possession, a sum that could be called a small fortune, Natum wasted no time and slipped straight into the system shop, ready to splurge without a trace of hesitation. He unleashed his inner shopaholic and entered full buy mode. Water style, water formation wall, B rank, 200 coins. Lightning style, shadow clone, B rank, 200 coins. Earth style, earth flow wall, B rank, 200 coins. Fire style, great fire annihilation, B rank, 200 coins. Ninja art, binding words, B rank, 200 coins. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon, A rank, 800 coins. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone technique, A rank, 800 coins. Taijutsu, 8 gates formation, S rank, 2,000 coins. Soul ninjutsu, spirit transformation technique, S rank, 2,000 coins. Natum quickly redeemed exactly 9 different jutsu. They range from B rank to S rank, covering a whole range of offensive, defensive, control, perception, and burst techniques, an impressively diverse arsenal. In short, this would be more than enough to handle almost any combat scenario in the near future. Of course, as a wielder of the Sharingan, Natum could theoretically copy the vast majority of ninjutsu with ease. However, without possessing the matching chakra nature within himself, he'd still be unable to perform them. That's precisely why Natum deliberately chose to unlock water, lightning, and earth techniques first. By redeeming a single-element jutsu from the system, not only did he instantly learn that technique, but he also gained the ability to use its corresponding chakra nature right away, which meant for just 600 gold coins, he'd instantly mastered 3 entirely new chakra natures. A total steal, and that explains why he was eager to exchange for these seemingly ordinary techniques. As for the other jutsu, each came with its own special uses. These were abilities not just any ordinary ninja could possess or easily replicate. Above all, the 2 S-rank skills, one in taijutsu and the other in soul ninjutsu, were what he'd coveted for the longest time. The power of the legendary 8 gates formation needed no explanation. Once Grandma Lee knocks on the door was unleashed, even Six Paths Madara himself would struggle to withstand it. As for the spirit transformation technique, it was among the most mysterious soul arts in the entire ninja world. And once activated, one can transform oneself into a living spirit, allowing the soul to leave the body, traverse vast distances freely, and assassinate foes, or even take control of another's body, enter someone else's spiritual world, and sense other people's souls, making it an extraordinary perception-type ninjutsu. Its uses are truly limitless, especially now, after mastering this technique. The next time I face a slippery opponent like Obito, I won't be so helpless. I can attack Obito with my spirit form. Just imagining it, when we meet again, I'll be sure to give brother to quite the scare. Spending for instant gratification always feels good. Keep spending, and the thrill continues, but once you've spent it all, the aftermath arrives. While the money is being spent, there's real joy. But once it's gone, the pain sets in. Carefully tallying it up, these 9 gates of ninjutsu cost Natum a whopping 6,600 gold coins. That's a staggering 66 million taels. And now, only 1,228 coins remain. The pain was so intense, Natum felt as though his heart was weeping blood. Yet, desire, once stirred, is nearly impossible to suppress. Tempted by the system, Natum glanced at his balance, then at the lottery module. At last, he reached out his hand toward that wicked, alluring treasure chest. Time for a long-anticipated 10-in-a-row draw. Would you like to spend 888 coins to begin a 10 draw? Confirm. With a rush, 888 coins vanished as if swept away by a torrent. The accursed chest erupted in dazzling light. Would luck favor him, or would misfortune reign? Soon he'd know. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a chakra recovery pill. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a chakra recovery pill. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a mid-level healing pill. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a mid-level spatial scroll. One flashing chest after another opened before his eyes. But this parade of lackluster prizes left Natsum's youthful face twisted in frustration. He was born unlucky. It was his fate. But this was a 10-in-a-row draw. After all, he'd spent 888 coins. How could it all be so worthless? Not a single decent item, huh? Stupid system. Don't make me come after you. Natsum fumed inwardly, cursing with silent rage. And then, perhaps his outburst worked, or maybe the rotten system finally showed a shred of conscience. As the 9th chest opened, a sudden flash of dazzling gold soared up, flooding Natsum's mind with brilliance. Truly a festive sight. I hit the jackpot. Natsum's spirits soared instantly, brimming with excitement. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-rank time-space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. A scroll radiating golden light slowly rose from the box. It swiftly turned into a beam of light and merged into Natsum's mind. In just a moment's time, Natsum had mastered this formidable S-rank time-space ninjutsu, a true miracle. It's important to realize that this is none other than the creation of Tobarama, the second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, a rare S-rank ninjutsu that isn't even considered a forbidden technique. In theory, every upper echelon of Konoha and direct students of the Hokage should have had the chance to access and master this technique. Yet, from the time the second Hokage fell in battle until now, so many years have passed, and still, not a single person other than Minato Namikaze has managed to learn it. That fact alone is proof enough of just how fiendishly difficult the Flying Thunder God technique is to master. Even more, simply scraping through and learning the basics is only the first threshold. To wield the Flying Thunder God technique with true mastery, not only does the user need to possess an enormous reserve of chakra, they also need extraordinary reflexes. Only with both these traits can someone truly showcase the wonders of the Flying Thunder God. Chakra's another issue. Most ordinary ninjas, without some otherworldly edge, are drained after just using the technique twice. As for superhuman reflexes and spatial awareness, those are exceedingly rare. Most ninjas spend ages forming hand seals for even the simplest jutsu. Teleport right in front of an enemy, and they'd probably be dealt with before their attack could even begin. Judging by these two requirements alone, it's a testament to just how outstanding Minato, the 4th Hokage, truly was. Of course, for Natsum, these so-called obstacles are hardly challenges at all. Not enough chakra? He can always splurge on more, endlessly expanding his chakra reserves. He can even rely on elixirs for a quick recharge. Reflexes falling short? He has the left eye of the Mangekyo, with the ability called Moment, which allows him to stretch his perception of time, slowing everything down, to strike with incredible speed. Just imagine it. If he activates Moment in battle, opens the 8 gates, boosting his speed by dozens of times over, and then combines it with the Flying Thunder God's instantaneous strikes. In less than a second, he'd be able to slash dozens of times. Erasing an entire army single-handedly would be child's play, wouldn't it? Just the thought alone makes the blood race with excitement. Still, thrilling as it is to imagine, actually reaching that level will require endless practice and diligent refinement. For now, just drawing this mighty Flying Thunder God technique is already an enormous windfall. After all, Natsum has browsed through the system shop. To redeem the Flying Thunder God technique there, it would set him back a full 3,000 gold coins. That's leagues beyond the mere 888 coins for a 10-pull. A fortune by any measure. Elated, Natsum allowed himself a long moment of wild joy before he could settle down. After all, there was still one last treasure chest left to open. Since Lady Luck had already flirted with him by lifting her skirt once, who's to say she wouldn't spare him another glance? The next moment, the final chest of his 10-pull burst open. Instantly, an even more dazzling golden light shot forth, nearly blinding Natsum with its brilliance. There was no doubt about it. He'd hit the jackpot again. A bona fide, legendary golden drop. Lady Luck, you little minx, I absolutely adore you. Natsum couldn't help but jump for joy, excitement bubbling from within. Without wasting another second, he quickly peered into the chest. As radiant beams of golden light burst forth, the prize inside gradually rose up in full view. It was a finely crafted weapon, a straight saber reminiscent of a classic Tang dynasty blade. 1 foot long, an inch wide at the hilt. The blade glowed a deep crimson, swirling with a shimmering aura, and on both sides, vein-like patterns ran down its length, resembling bloodstains on flowing water. The blade's aura was razor-sharp. You could sense its extraordinary power just by looking at it. Natum darted into the system's marketplace, eager to look up the details of this divine saber. Kunwu blade, forged of crimson copper mine from Mount Kunwu, glows as red as fire. With it, one may slice jade as though it were soft clay. Additional abilities. 1. Supreme sharpness. 2. Resonance of heaven and earth. 3. Blade soul of the Koen beast. 4. Spirit weapon transformation. Exchange price, 5,000 gold coins. Holy crap, Natum blurted out, entirely taken aback. He didn't really understand the details in the first 2 lines, but the final exchange price was absolutely clear. No way, 5,000 gold coins. That's a whale-tier price tag. That's more than double the cost of an S-rank ninjutsu technique. This is unreal. At this price, the Kunwu blade must be a legendary artifact. With this 10-draw pull, 1 S-rank time-space ninjutsu, and a divine Kunwu blade artifact. I've struck it rich big time. A hearty laugh suddenly broke the quiet of the night, startling the guards posted outside the young clan leader's quarters. The guards were left bewildered. Was their young master losing his mind? A streak of crimson light flashed like a gemstone, and just like that, the Kunwu divine blade materialized in Natsum's hand. He wrapped his fingers around the handle. The blade felt warm and smooth, a rush of heat flowing from its grip, as though it had just emerged from the forge's fire. Patterns like flowing water glowed faintly along the edge, pulsing with a searing energy as if this weapon itself had life. Delighted, Natum gave the blade an easy twirl. Then he swung it at the wooden table beside him. In the next instant, a bright arc swept through the air, and the table split cleanly in 2. Natum felt no resistance at all, as effortless as slicing through empty air. No wonder it had the power of supreme sharpness. It was worthy indeed of being called a divine blade of China. I wonder if this will be enough to slice through Aunt Snake's grass-cutting sword. Maybe I should find a chance to try it. But if I really break her grass-cutting sword, will Orochimaru come after me with everything he's got? Gazing down fondly at the legendary blade in his hands, Natum couldn't help but be gleefully anxious. What's more, this Kunwu blade even possessed spirit weapon transformation. That meant he could summon it through Susanoo as well. It really felt like this divine blade had been tailor-made just for him. From now on, with Susanoo summoned, I'll never have to worry about not having a weapon to match my power. And beyond its extreme sharpness and spiritual weapon qualities, this divine blade's other 2 abilities, Heavenly Resonance and Spirit of the Koen Beast, also dazzled Natum, stirring his heart and tempting him to experiment. A few minutes later, Natum wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the backlash. With a look of exhilaration, he sheathed the blade of the Koen god. After the brief trial just now, he'd managed to gain a rough understanding of the divine blade's other abilities. Overbearing, magnificent. Yet at this stage, he still couldn't fully control them, nor sustain the blade's powers for long. He could only keep this weapon reserved as his trump card. With that thought, he suppressed the surging energy within his body and put away the divine blade. Only then did Natum begin to sort through the spoils of tonight. The 9 ninjutsu techniques he exchanged for earlier needed no further mention. But this extraordinary 10-fold draw of fortune had brought him 3 chakra recovery pills, 2 mid-grade healing pills, 2 mid-grade spatial scrolls, 1 basic healing pill, 1 S-rank time-space ninjutsu scroll, flying thunder god technique, 1 divine weapon, the Koen blade. Current balance, 340 gold coins. Finally, Natum used 300 coins to boost his chakra limit by 3 cards, bringing his total to 9 cards in all, which left him with only 40 coins, and a lingering sense of bittersweet regret. Truly, gold coins seem to disappear as quickly as water through your fingers. He had once thought nearly 8,000 coins made him fabulously wealthy. Yet in a single night, he was back to square one. Still, tonight's bountiful harvest brought great peace of mind. All things considered, Natum could confidently say that, even without using the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could now rival his former self in battle. And if he were to wield the Mangekyo Sharingan as well, his overall strength would easily triple, if not more. Even faced with the current 5 Kage, he could now claim victory with high probability. Having taken stock, Natum sat cross-legged in his room and began to meditate, steadily replenishing his chakra. By midnight, Natsum's chakra had been fully restored to its peak. "Hino," he called softly. Moments later, a shadowy figure darted into the room, dropping to one knee before Natum. Young clan leader, I'm here. I'm going to leave for a little while. I'll be back in as soon as 2 days, or no later than 5. During my absence, you'll stay here and hold the fort. Refuse all visitors. Tell them I'm devoting myself to new ninjutsu research and growing stronger. While I'm gone, I'll leave behind a summoning beast. If something major happens in the village, or we're invaded, summon Mooncake to reverse summon me back immediately. Yes, sir. Uchiha Hino nodded vigorously, accepting the order, though he was a bit curious about why the young chief had chosen this moment to leave. He reasoned that it must be for something of great importance. And after all, should any mishap truly occur, the young chief could instantly reverse summon him back through the summoning beast. So, for now, there was little cause for concern regarding safety. His duty was simply to carry out his mission with diligence and devotion. Summoning technique. With swift hand seals, Natum invoked the power of summoning. A puff echoed through the room. In the next moment, an adorably tiny panda appeared inside the cottage. Yu Bing, I'll have to trouble you again this time. Yu Bing waved its paw with a helpless sigh, already somewhat regretting having ever formed a pact with this little rascal. After all, it was the third in command of the mighty Summoning Beast clan, the ferocious Mo. And yet, somehow, it felt like it had become nothing more than a tool for this mischievous child to order around. Still, faced with the irresistible offer of 20 fresh bamboo shoots, Yu Bing grudgingly agreed to Natsum's request, promising to lend its strength in times of crisis. And so, with the village's defenses all but arranged, Natum slipped away into the night, soaring over his home in the Flaming Shadow Village. He did not inform many of his clansmen. After all, keeping up appearances by remaining in the village would put their minds at ease. It wasn't long after he'd left the village that, from the darkness ahead, the figure of Orochimaru gradually came into view. You're right on time. For a commission from Natsum-kun. How could I dare be late? Orochimaru twisted his waist with a sly, chilling grin. At the same moment, his attention was drawn to the weapon hanging at Natsum's waist. With acute spiritual perception, even from such a distance, that blade radiated a sense of razor-edged lethality. It was as if the soul itself might be torn asunder by it. What a keen and deadly aura. To think there is such a rare and precious artifact in this world. Orochimaru exclaimed in awe. Despite priding himself on his vast knowledge, he could not deduce the origins of this divine blade. But one thing he knew for certain, it was no ordinary treasure. By all estimation, it could only be a legendary weapon. What's wrong? Are you considering putting your Kusanagi to the test? Natsum sneered, resting a hand on his sword as he spoke directly. At this, Orochimaru was inwardly startled. He hurriedly waved his hands in appeasement, a playful grin tugging at his lips as he replied. Oh, far be it from me to challenge Natsum-kun. That aside, are you heading out alone tonight, Natsum-san? I thought you'd bring a few of the Uchiha as bodyguards. Orochimaru feigned concern. In his mind, this mission to the Stone Village was bound to be perilous. If Natsum had brought along a couple of Uchiha bodyguards with Sharingan, well, should misfortune befall them, he might just manage to collect a pair or two for himself. He had so many experiments waiting to be tested with his Sharingan. No need for that. I can handle it alone. And leave those people behind as well. Hauling around deadweight will only slow me down. Natsum glanced at the people behind Orochimaru, his scarlet, three-tomo Sharingan flaring with an intimidating glow in the darkness. The four sound ninjas, hiding tens of meters behind Orochimaru, all felt a chill run down their spines at the sight, their nerves taut and their scalps tingling with fright. Given Natsum's current strength, after all, these were no different from baby chicks to him, easily crushed with hardly a thought, even with his eyes closed. Bringing them along would only hinder his progress. Very well. Everything as Lord Natsum commands. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, and with a swift wave of his hand, dismissed the sound four. To be honest, compared to absolute power, these young ninjas he had trained were still far too green. As for the improved version of the ninja art, for Violet Flame's formation, it too needed more refinement. Forget it. Let them stay behind to guard the Sound Village. With only a brief exchange, Natsum and Orochimaru set off together, making their way toward Iwagakure, the hidden stone village. According to Natsum's memories from his past life, at this point in time, it should be right when Danzo sends orders to Kabuto, who's undercover in Iwagakure, and the wandering shrine maiden and orphanage head, Nono Yakushi, forcing the two into a deadly confrontation. The task Danzo gave to Orochimaru, to dispose of whoever survived, so as to ensure no secrets would leak. What benefits Danzo promised Orochimaru did not concern Natsum in the least. What he cared about were Kabuto and Nono Yakushi, two rare, talented medical ninja. In truth, to be fair, Kabuto, though destined to become a major villain later on, at this stage was still an innocent youth with a fervent wish to save the orphanage and his benefactor. His future descent into darkness was triggered solely by the trauma of accidentally killing his mentor, an event that broke him completely. Therefore, if he could prevent this tragedy and win over 2 precious medical nin to his newly founded Hidden Flame village, it would be more than worth it. After all, the Uchiha, descendants of Indra, hardly ever produced ninja with the yang attribute, let alone someone capable of medical ninjutsu. Natum could not bear the thought of a large village with not even a single medical clinic. That would be far too pathetic. Of course, saving people was the priority. As for whether he could, during this mission, swing by a Wagakure treasury and pick up a little souvenir along the way, well, that was another matter entirely. By now, night had fallen. Outside the Tsuchikige's office in a Wagakure, land of earth, a tall, heavy-set man pushed open the grand doors and strode inside. "Father, you called for me?" Huangtu, his voice deep and steady, asked swiftly. Inside the room, behind the desk, the elder Onoki was massaging his aching lower back. At the sound of his son's voice, he stopped at once and turned to face Huangtu. "Ahem. Yes, I have a very important task that I need you to undertake. Please go on." There was a high-level meeting in the village just now. Unfortunately, it was overheard by an undercover spy. Even though our guards discovered him midway, he still managed to escape by sheer luck. By our estimation, he shouldn't have gotten far. I need you to lead a team and bring him back. Onoki's face darkened, his tone grave. Such a critical meeting to be eavesdropped on by a spy from another village. Just saying it aloud felt shameful. Understand. Did this spy obtain any important information? Are we to take him alive if possible, or alive if you can? Terminate him only if absolutely necessary. Onoki made his decision clear. In fact, just a few days ago, word came from the Hidden Leaf. The Uchiha clan had an internal revolt and a defection. Have you heard about it? I did. Rumor has it the ringleader is only a 10-year-old boy from the Uchiha. It sounds utterly preposterous. Huangta gave his own opinion. To him, even the most talented 10-year-old boy couldn't possibly challenge an entire hidden village and lead his whole clan in revolt. Most likely, yet another smokescreen and scheme concocted by the Leaf, he thought. It's not just a rumor. According to reports from our agents in the Leaf, that very night, there was indeed an intense battle in the village. Dozens of buildings were destroyed, large numbers of shinobi were mobilized. Even the third Hokage took action. The Uchiha clan's defection is no mere fiction. Is it really true? Onoki nodded and continued. This defection by the Uchiha clan dealt a serious blow to the Leaf. I've even heard they've dispatched many ninja in pursuit. That means, right now, the Leaf's defenses are stretched thin, never more vulnerable than this. The village council has decided. We must seize this chance to launch a full-scale attack against the Leaf. What? How could you? Father, have you all gone mad? Are you seriously going to start another war? Huangtu was stunned, raising his voice in protest. This wasn't just my decision. 3 of the senior advisors, the chief aide, and even the representative of the daimyo all agreed to this plan. Don't forget, many among them lost their own children in the Third Great Ninja War and in our last war with the Leaf, just 5 years ago. Onoki slammed his hand down on the table, revealing the full truth. Huangtu sighed. Truly, the hardest thing to resolve is always hatred. So, does this mean that the spy really did get hold of the secret? Yes. For now, we can't be sure which other ninja village he's from. But if he manages to slip away, our plan to launch a surprise attack on Konoha will be completely exposed. I absolutely cannot allow such an outcome. That's why, for the sake of our village, Kuratsuchi, I'm entrusting this mission to you alone. I understand. I will see it done. Kuratsuchi hesitated for a moment. Then, clenching his fist, he vowed with determination. He quickly left the Tsuchikige's office, rallying his men to pursue the spy at breakneck speed, heading straight for the place where the intruder had vanished. Now, it was 9 o'clock at night. To the southeast of Wagakure, more than 10 miles out, in the shadows of a deep, winding gorge, a young man dressed in black was hiding quietly behind a rocky outcrop. Panting hard, Kabuto tried to steady his breath, sneaking a glance outside. No good. He realized he was surrounded. With a sigh, he ducked back into hiding, pulling out a pocket watch and gazing at its face, overwhelmed with emotion. If none of that had happened back then, I'd be getting ready for bed right now. It's been 5 years since I left the orphanage. I wish I could see the director and everyone else just one more time. It was only this longing for the director and for his friends that gave Kabuto the strength to endure 5 grueling years, eking out a hidden existence in a hostile land. And tonight, at last, he'd managed to eavesdrop on a crucial secret. Iwagakure was about to take advantage of the Uchiha clan's imminent defection and launch a surprise attack against Konoha. If he could bring this intel back safely, he'd win great merit. He might even be able to use that reward to rescue the director from the shadows. Perhaps, just perhaps. But unfortunately, his spying had been uncovered. Now, Kabuto was being hunted mercilessly by the ninja of Iwagakure, completely encircled with no way out. Escape will be no easy feat. But for the orphanage, for everyone, he had to succeed. He had to get this message back home. Drawing a deep breath, Kabuto readied himself to make another escape attempt. Just then, from beyond the gorge, he suddenly heard desperate screams and shouts. "Who goes there? Stop where you are!" Ah! He heard heavy thuds as bodies hit the ground. Then, the steady, deliberate footsteps of two figures approaching. What happened out there? Footsteps drawing closer. Had he been found? Damn it, I'll just have to fight. Gritting his teeth, Kabuto dashed from behind the rocks to face whatever lay ahead. But to his astonishment, all the Iwagakure ninja lay sprawled on the ground. And in front of him stood only two figures, wearing long black cloaks patterned with red clouds, drawing ever closer. "Natum, your transformation jutsu is scarily convincing." Orochimaru stifled a laugh, unable to hold back his teasing as they walked. "Please call me Toby." At this moment, Natum, dressed in a robe adorned with red clouds and wearing a swirling, mud-yellow mask on his head, spoke earnestly, cautioning Orochimaru. Today, the one visiting the hidden stone village together with Orochimaru was none other than Toby of the Akatsuki. Absolutely not Uchiha Natum from the Hidden Flame village. "All right then, Toby." Orochimaru shook his head, unable to do anything but sigh at the little rascal's eccentric antics. This kid is far too cunning for his own good. With the power he commands, even if he stormed into the hidden stone village dressed as Akatsuki and cut a bloody swath through it, there was hardly anyone who could stop him. Anyway, Kabuto is hiding just behind that rock wall over there. I've had people keeping an eye on him and Nono all along. That boy really does have talent. So young, yet he's already learned the A-rank medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel. But it seems we've arrived a bit too early. The real drama, the spectacular self-destruction, hasn't started just yet. Orochimaru pointed toward the shadowed outcrop of stone, speaking with evident interest. It's best if we make it in time. A sense of relief washed over Natum. The last thing he wanted was to arrive only to find Kabuto had already descended into darkness. Well, looks like the kid's coming out himself. "Who are you people?" Kabuto peeked out from his hiding place and stared at the two strangers. His left hand held a kunai in a defensive stance, while his right hand, hidden behind his back, glowed with chakra, transformed into a razor-sharp chakra scalpel, ready to react at any instant. "We're not here to save you," Natum replied, a faint smile on his lips. But to Kabuto, that smile held the same chilling lure as a devil's temptation. No way he would trust these two unknown, mysterious figures so easily. Wait, why did the one on the right resemble the notorious Orochimaru, the one who'd already betrayed the leaf? "What do you want from me?" "Relax. Put away your ninjutsu. If I make a move, you might not survive it." Natsum's gentle warning carried a subtle threat. To be honest, after learning so many new abilities and growing much stronger, he was itching for a chance to stretch his limbs. The only worry was that he might not be able to control his newfound power and accidentally kill Kabuto in one blow. That wouldn't end well. "Enough of the jokes. I'm leaving. Don't try to stop me," Kabuto shouted out, voice taut with anxiety. Even if that really was Lord Orochimaru, there was no way he would so openly mingle with a missing nin from the leaf. He had to get word of this back, make it count for something. But just as he was about to make a break for it, a pair of piercing kunai whistles sliced through the canyon air from above. At the same time, a shadowy figure leapt down, lunging straight toward Kabuto. "Kindly tap to urge for more updates or send a free gift. Your humble author is here, pleading online." An attack from above? Are those pursuers from the Hidden Stone Village? Kabuto was startled, yet his body moved with snake-like agility, flipping and sidestepping with ease to dodge the barrage of kunai. At the same time, he swung his sharp chakra scalpel, chakra surging along the blade, directly at the shadowy figure leaping toward him from the cliff face. But just as Kabuto's chakra scalpel moved halfway through its arc, he abruptly realized his entire body had stopped responding. It was as if he'd been frozen in place, unable to move an inch. "What's going on? What happened to my body? Why can't I move? Who did this to me?" Panic rising in his chest, Kabuto shot a sideways glance over to Orochimaru. Only then did he notice. The The one binding him was none other than that strange man in the distance, the one with the swirling mask. Just then, the shadow that had leapt from the cliff landed steadily on the ground. With kunai in hand, the figure lunged for Kabuto once again. In that very moment, ninja art, word binding technique, control. From afar, Natum invoked her jutsu again with effortless grace, tracing the character for control in the air with swift strokes. Of course, it was the control used in manipulate, and with that, the shadowy attacker was suddenly immobilized by the word's power. Frozen mid-motion, just like Kabuto, Orochimaru watched as Natum gave a casual wave, easily subduing two foes at once with this mysterious technique, and felt a surge of curiosity at such an extraordinary jutsu. What is this jutsu? It's a control-type technique, she explained smoothly. It can easily restrain enemies who are weaker, or slightly limit those who are stronger. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. A secret technique, this wondrous? It even seems more refined than the Yamanaka clan's mind-body disturbance technique from the Hidden Leaf. It's not much of a secret, mainly just useful for bullying the weak, Natum replied lightly. If someone has powerful chakra or overwhelming physical might, they can break free of the word-binding technique with ease. And for someone like you, who's got escape tricks galore and can shed your skin at will, it's hardly effective. This kind of support jutsu, as she put it, was never meant for bringing down the truly strong. Only the blade in one's grasp. Only raw strength. These are what truly overwhelm the powerful. Still, she had to admit, in situations like these, the word-binding technique did prove rather handy. It seemed worth trading for, after all. Orochimaru merely curled his lip in response, showing little concern. After all, outside of those rare, mysterious soul-based techniques, there were almost no jutsu in this world that could actually kill him. He was actually more curious about something else. Where on earth did this kid Natum learn all these bizarre ninja techniques? In the Hidden Leaf Village, he'd seen just about every ninjutsu and forbidden art there was. But nothing like these techniques, never anything quite this strange. Orochimaru asked, "Where did you learn that kind of ninjutsu?" Natum replied, "In my dreams." Orochimaru fell silent, his gaze narrowing with suspicion. A moment passed. With a light tap of his toes, Natum leaped effortlessly to land in front of Kabuto and Nanoyu. "I told you both to calm down, didn't I? Why won't you ever listen?" He gave a resigned sigh, then finally released the binding jutsu around their heads, restoring their ability to speak. The 3 Tomo Sharingan. You're from the Uchiha clan? What are you really after? Staring at the 3 Tomo Sharingan revealed beneath the mask, Kabuto forced himself to challenge the mysterious figure. He's way too strong. Even the faintest trace of his aura was enough to make Kabuto's scalp prickle and his body tremble. How could someone this powerful end up targeting someone like me? Meanwhile, on the other side, suddenly, a clear, female voice cut in sharply. "You're one of the Uchiha. You." Kabuto's heart jolted, and he turned quickly to the other captive assassin across from him. This voice, it's so familiar. That can't be. Just then, the pale moonlight began to spill in, gently illuminating the figure standing in the shadows. As Kabuto finally took in the attacker's face, he was stunned to recognize his own headmistress, the wandering shrine maiden, Nanu. His whole body tensed in shock, disbelief rippling across his features. Headmistress, how could this be? Why are you here?" Nanoyu, too, was thrown into turmoil. "Who are you, really? How do you know me?" After all, very few people knew she was an orphanage headmistress. What's more, the person before her was supposed to be the very target the root organization of the Leaf Village had ordered her to eliminate. And the mission report had clearly stated that the target was just a spy from the Hidden Cloud Village. There was no way he could possibly know her. "Headmistress, it's me, Kabuto. You were the one who gave me my name. How could you not remember me? Why? Why would you try to kill me?" Nanoyu stared at Kabuto, her face frozen in disbelief. "Kabuto? No, Kabuto doesn't look like this. You can't be him." It was obvious. The wandering shrine maiden still didn't understand. She had fallen for the Root's deception. The photo of Kabuto sent to her by Root had long since been switched for someone else. That was why she didn't recognize Kabuto standing before her. "Enough. Whatever grievances you two have with each other, save them for later. We have company." Though the drama unfolding before him was curious in its own way, it was a luxury they didn't have time for. In the distance, pursuit squads from the Hidden Stone Village were moving quickly toward them. Time was running short, and with a sharp word, Natum forced the pair to set aside their reunion. Turning to Orochimaru, Natum gestured at the two of them and issued instructions. "Orochimaru, I'll leave these two to you. Make sure you bring them back safe and sound. And don't even think about trying anything with the two of them. If either of them ends up dead, I'll burn your entire collection of test subjects to the ground. You're welcome to try. In an instant, the three-tomo Sharingan under Natsum's mask twisted, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. A powerful force of will surged forth, rushing toward Orochimaru, as if it could freeze a person's very soul. Orochimaru quickly broke eye contact, a shiver running down his spine, terrified the Sharingan's illusion might worm its way into his mind. This brat really knows how to strike where it hurts. Sure, that Kabuto has plenty of potential and is worth cultivating. But compared to the dozens of test subjects in his lab, the boy is still lacking. It's certainly not worth souring things with Natsum over just one Kabuto. As for this woman Nanoyu, she hardly mattered at all. But then again, the so-called wandering Miko did have an alluring figure and face. Could it be that's just what appeals to Natsum? He'd read somewhere that precocious children often suffer from a lack of motherly affection. Who could say? It was possible. Well. Orochimaru let his mind wander with dark, private amusement. But of course, it was all just a joke to himself. He would never dare to underestimate this ruthless, cold-blooded little demon. You do know how to order people around, don't you? Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll bring them back in one piece. A wicked grin curled Orochimaru's lips. His hands morphed in a flash, turning into two writhing, serpentine limbs that swiftly coiled around Kabuto and Nanoyu. The very next moment, carrying the both of them, he leaped into the distance, quickly vanishing into the depths of the night. A short while later, two Iwagakure shinobi caught up to the spot. Their leader was none other than Kuratsuchi's father, Inoki's loyal right hand, Yellow Earth, sent to hunt down the spy. Just one person. There were 3, maybe 4 chakra signatures here just a minute ago. Could be the spies already made their escape. Wait, that outfit. A member of Akatsuki, Yellow Earth, and his companion landed, eyes settling on Natsum, standing alone in the distance, murmuring to each other in confusion. According to Iwagakure's intelligence, only Akatsuki ever wore such distinctive cloaks. And this rogue group, called Akatsuki, had started appearing more and more in recent years, their shadow barely visible behind a number of assassination missions. Yet, so far, they'd never directly clashed with any of the 5 great hidden villages. So, in the eyes of the major villages, they weren't yet seen as a serious threat. But tonight, unexpectedly, they'd run right into one of them. And he was all alone. Could it be? Was it this person who had come to retrieve the spy? Natsum stood in place, stretching his muscles as he waited for Kuratsuchi to approach. The others might not have realized it, but Natsum knew all too well. In fact, though Kuratsuchi appeared quite ordinary, his strength was remarkable. He was just the worthy opponent Natsum needed to loosen up and put his present strength to the test. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? Did you do all this? Kuratsuchi barked his questions, his voice ringing out. He'd also taken in the fallen Iwagakure ninja scattered around, his expression turning grave as he grew even more wary. It was at that moment the masked figure before him suddenly opened his right eye, fixing the two of them with a gaze. That's a Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't look him in the eye. Look away now. Kuratsuchi roared a warning to his teammate by his side, but it was already too late. Natsum's mastery of Mangekyo Sharingan illusions couldn't compare to Itachi's, who had perfected techniques like Tsukuyami. Yet, any Mangekyo Sharingan possessed formidable powers of illusion. With a single glance, he could easily seize control of a typical Jonin's mind, if only for a moment. That was just what happened. The Iwagakure ninja, next to Kuratsuchi, whose skill was no more than that of Jonin, was instantly enthralled by Natsum's illusion. Without hesitation, he drew out a kunai and slashed it toward Kuratsuchi at his side. In a split second, Kuratsuchi's strength asserted itself, and he reacted in a flash. Earth-style, Fist of Rock. Kuratsuchi's right hand hardened into a massive, stone-laden fist, its weight and toughness suddenly multiplied. With a tremendous swing, he smashed aside the kunai, sending his teammate flying and crashing hard into the distance. A blow like that could have sent even a transformed Jinchuriki hurtling away. And yet, he had clearly held back much of his force. Earth-style barrier. Earth prison hall. The moment his teammate hit the ground, Kuratsuchi followed up with another Earth-style barrier, raising walls of stone in a circle to form a sturdy prison, keeping his illusion-struck companion safe within. All this took just a few seconds, a quick exchange of moves. In this brief span, Kuratsuchi had swiftly defeated a fellow Jonin and subdued him alive. His strength was, without a doubt, remarkable. The truth was, he didn't want to ignite a war. He hoped the spy could get away, so that Iwagakure wouldn't proceed with plans to attack Konohagakure and cause further strife. That was why, in the original story, Kuratsuchi let Kabuto get off with a warning. Otherwise, given Kabuto's abilities and condition at the time, how could he possibly have escaped from someone as formidable as Kuratsuchi, who could even wrestle against the Outer Path Geto statue for a time? Not bad. You got some skills. Iwagakure must have downplayed your presence on purpose, just to keep your real strength hidden. Isn't that right? Natsum offered a faint smile, seeing straight through Kuratsuchi's ruse. This Lus, without a shadow of doubt, possessed the strength of a true Kage. What exactly are you trying to do? With a scowl, Lus barked out the question. At the same time, he launched his assault once more, not holding back in the slightest. In his mind, anyone who attacks first was certainly an enemy, not a friend. Better to teach them a lesson before anything else. Earth-style, Seismic Core. Earth-style, Pillar Lance. Facing an enemy with the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, Lus dared not show the slightest neglect. He unleashed a barrage of earth techniques with practiced ease, weaving one jutsu after another. In an instant, the ground around Natsum surged and buckled, rising and falling in wild disarray, as though the very earth itself was roaring in anger. At the same time, countless razor-sharp stone lances erupted from the churning earth, all streaking toward Natsum with lethal intent. To manipulate earth techniques on such a grand scale, you must have a tremendous amount of chakra. Natsum gave a soft laugh, voice calm. But unfortunately, your attacks are still too slow. With nimble movements, he drifted gracefully among the ever-shifting boulders. Not a single stone lance managed to graze him. He danced between the onslaught as if he were weightless. After all, earth techniques were all about weight and mass. Compared with wind or lightning jutsu, they lacked agility, making it all the harder to land a hit on a taijutsu master. Watching his enemy so effortlessly evade all attacks, Lus's anger flared. He abruptly poured more chakra into his jutsu, escalating the threat. Earth-style, Uplifted Lance. Earth-style, Adamantine Titan Technique. With a shockwave, several dozen new stone lances exploded outward, more powerful than before, blotting out any path of escape. Simultaneously, two gigantic clay giants, conjured by the Adamantine Titan Technique, came hurtling toward Natsum. Their massive fists raised high, crashing down from above with the full force of an avalanche. Now, even if the adversary somehow survived the hail of stone lances, the crushing blows from those titanic clay warriors would surely pound him to a pulp. It was clear, Lus was fighting with everything he had. Yet faced with this torrential barrage, Natsum remained unruffled. Instead, he calmly wrapped his hand around the hilt of his divine blade at his waist. In the very next moment, a flash of red light burst forth. The legendary Kunwo blade slid from its sheath with a keen, singing resonance. There was no slash, no dramatic swing. Instead, Natsum simply bent a finger and flicked it gently against the blade. A deep, resonant hum rippled through the air. A subtle but profound vibration swept outward from the sword, carrying with it the power to unsettle both time and space. The world seemed to tremble, as though struck by a stone that set ripples dancing across the surface of a pond. Nothing could halt the spread of this sonorous wave. Its force washed over everything, including Natsum himself. His muscles, bones, and even his very blood all felt as if they were boiling, as though a mighty hammer had struck him with full force. Boiling blood and energy cascaded from every pore, evaporating into the air and enveloping his body in a halo of blazing sunlight, with a mist rising all around him. Just a single blast of the majestic resonance of heaven and earth was enough to nearly make Natsum spit blood from the backlash. At this very moment, even Natsum himself, the wielder of the Kunwo blade, found his body rocked to the core, not to mention the spears of stone and the surrounding clumps of earth. As the wave of resonant sound expanded outward, dozens of stone spears shattered instantly, crumbling into clouds of dust. The two clay giants, leaping high to strike, were also obliterated in an instant. Their towering forms splintered on impact, collapsing into countless chunks of earth that rained to the ground. Even the chakra woven within these earth giants dissipated into nothingness. Even Udo, who was attacking from dozens of meters away, didn't escape. The profound resonance of heaven and earth broke the ninjutsu he was forming, forcing him to stumble back 3 steps, clutching his heaving chest as thin trickles of blood crept from the corner of his mouth. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How can it wield such overwhelming force? Is it a wind release technique? No, it doesn't feel quite the same. It seems more closely tied to that weapon in his hand. Could it be? Is that a legendary weapon? Shock flooded Udo's heart as he tried to piece together an answer, all while suppressing the roiling chakra and blood within him, wiping away the blood seeping from his lips. At this moment, his expression had never been more grave. For the first time, he truly felt he was facing the most formidable foe of his life. He exhaled deeply, long and heavy. Standing with the blade across his body, Natum let out a breath, expelling a cloud of steaming, turbid air. It really did deserve its 5,000 gold price tag as a divine blade. Just revealing a hint of its edge had shattered Udo's tight offensive without any effort. From now on, wielding the Kunwa divine blade against his enemies, he'd probably need only a few swings before the force alone shattered their organs and made their blood boil out. His own physique, however, still felt a little lacking. Apparently, he needed to practice wielding the blade whenever possible, tempering his body for future battles. He didn't want to die from the backlash himself before his enemies did. After testing the blade's power and potential, Natum decided not to draw things out any longer. Gripping the blade, he bent his knees and launched himself forward, closing in on Udo in a flash. At that same moment, seeing his opponent charge and so suddenly, Udo's alarm reached its peak. His eyes grew wide in panic. With no desire to hold anything back, he called forth more than half the massive chakra within him, unleashing the trump card he was most proud of, Earth-style, mountain soil technique. The earth roared, stone and dirt heaved upward in a deafening surge. Uncountable chunks of earth erupted into the sky, rapidly forming two colossal domes, each hundreds of meters across. They closed in on Natum from both sides. Earth-style, mountain soil technique. A technique considered only B rank in difficulty among Earth-style ninjutsu. The name and its rank may sound modest. It would seem that this Earth-style jutsu is nothing out of the ordinary. It surely can't compare to those powerful A rank or S rank techniques, right? Yet, when wielded by a formidable ninja like Kuratsuchi's father, Onoki, its true power is revealed. In his hands, this seemingly simple jutsu becomes a force to be reckoned with. It isn't just effective against other shinobi. Even gigantic creatures on the same level as a tailed beast can be subdued. This jutsu truly deserves to be called a supreme technique for halting any advance. Its might rivals even the terrifying power of majestic destroyer flame when unleashed by Lord Madara himself. There was once a time when a Jinchuriki in the Hidden Stone Village ran wild, transforming into the tailed beast. It was Kuratsuchi's father, Onoki, who stood alone and suppressed the beast with this very technique. For an ordinary ninja caught in this jutsu, the crushing pressure would surely flatten them in an instant. Its destructive force is not far off from a basic planetary devastation. Clearly, for Onoki to be forced to use such a trump card, it means Natum has truly driven him into a corner. Now, this massive 100-meter-wide dome of stone and earth closes in from both sides. The sheer scale is awe-inspiring. For a mere jonin from the Hidden Stone Village to single-handedly suppress a tailed beast and fend off the demonic statue of the Outer Path, even if only briefly, that is truly extraordinary. And with stones this enormous, once you're caught under their shadow, there's simply no time to escape. No wonder the Hidden Stone has worked so hard to keep Onoki's abilities hidden from the world. If the other villages knew that the stone had someone capable of subduing a tailed beast at will, they would likely live in constant unease. Of course, despite the overpowering nature of this jutsu, it is not beyond Natum to handle it. The 8 Gates release, the Flying Thunder God technique, and more. Any one of them would be enough to break out or evade this jutsu entirely. Yet, with his excitement peaked, Natum decides to face it head-on. In the very next instant, a thunderous boom shakes the air. The two colossal earthen spheres slam together with a force that echoes for miles, a deafening explosion tearing through the land. Meanwhile, far in the distance, Onoki stands gasping for breath, spent from releasing such a vast jutsu in one go. The strain is evident, but finally, he has managed to trap his opponent. Still, he can't help but wonder, has the enemy really been crushed to a pulp? But considering the foe's formidable strength and the legendary tool in his possession, it's unlikely he would meet such a swift end. Nevertheless, as long as he is caught inside this mountain earth technique, even a tailed beast would not be able to escape anytime soon. Onoki finally allows himself a small sigh of relief, tension loosening from his shoulders. But before he can fully catch his breath, a sudden, piercing sound slices through the air. In a brilliant flash, a sharp, ethereal blue light bursts out from within the massive stone sphere. From the inside out, it carves a savage ring, ripping open the dome in a single, devastating stroke. That impossibly hard sphere of rock and earth, under the gleaming blade's radiant arc, was as fragile as a block of tofu. With a gentle tear, it was sliced cleanly in two. In the next instant, an even more brilliant blue light burst forth from the rupture in the rock sphere. Then, suddenly, a towering and imposing azure demon god appeared, wielding a colossal blade, its figure exploding into view. It was clear that Natum had calculated this outcome well in advance. He had deliberately disguised his own Susanoo's color, making it appear like a certain Rento's avatar, confusing friend and foe alike. The artifact-forged Kunwu blade danced in Susanoo's massive hand, gleaming with an almost apocalyptic might, like a blade from the heavens, poised to end the world. In the blink of an eye, the mighty earth sphere was reduced to countless fragments. The distant Huangtu was left utterly dumbfounded, as if trapped within a dream. That's Susanoo. How is this possible? Doesn't he only have one Sharingan? And where did Susanoo get that weapon? Far off, the shattered boulders all tumbled to the ground, sending up a vast cloud of dust. Natum, cloaked in Susanoo, crashed down with tremendous force, like a demon god descending from the heavens. An unstoppable force. This Kunwu blade, now that it's fused as an artifact, is incredible. It's far sharper than the blade I used to shape from chakra before. Susanoo and a divine weapon. What a perfect match. Well then, it's time to put an end to this farce. Natum steadied himself, his heart steely with resolve, and strode forward. The towering Susanoo, gripping its giant divine blade, rose up in majesty once more. With a sweeping slash, it cleaved straight towards the distant Huangtu. Just a gust whipped up by the giant blade's swing left Huangtu's scalp tingling and his heart pounding with terror. Earth-style mud wall. Earth-style tectonic core. Earth-style hardening technique. Huangtu quickly unleashed a barrage of jutsu, constructing layer upon layer of rock defenses nearby, draining what little chakra he had left. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen earthen walls rose up around him, their combined strength far overshadowing anything Danzo, no Earth-style master, had managed to construct in the past. If Natum were still wielding only his old chakra-forged blade, cleaving them all at once would have been uncertain indeed. Yet this time, those thick, Earth-style barriers, under the might of Susanoo, beneath the edge of the Kunwu divine blade, were utterly helpless. They were all effortlessly sliced apart, cleaner and faster than butter under a hot knife. And, just as the blade's edge was about to strike Huangtu, Natum shifted in an instant, angling the blade away, so only the flat of it slammed into Huangtu, deliberately avoiding a killing blow. After all, severely injuring Huangtu and killing him outright were two very different matters. This guy, after all, was the son of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. Killing him would forge an unbreakable feud with the Hidden Stone Village. Of course, Natum held no particular fear of a Wagakure. At present, however, the newly established Flame Hidden Village still faces its greatest enemy, the Leaf Village. Before the Leaf is destroyed, it simply isn't worthwhile to form life-and-death feuds with too many other ninja villages. Besides, this man Huangtu is quite formidable. If I can coax him into attacking the Leaf in the future, it'll surely deliver a huge and unexpected blow to their side. Of course, this strike, heavy as a mountain, slammed down upon Huangtu with tremendous force. Though it didn't claim his life outright, it sent him reeling, his bones shattered, his senses scattered. He was hurled dozens of meters back before crashing to the ground with a thud. Bear in mind, he had activated his hardening technique, making his body tougher than stone and greatly reducing physical damage. Yet even so, he's left hanging by a thread, proving just how terrifying the power behind that strike truly was. Watching Huangtu fall unconscious, utterly stripped of his ability to fight, Natum finally released his Susanoo and sheathed his divine blade. He rubbed his slightly aching eyes, grinning with satisfaction. With this, he could finally be sure. Wielding Susanoo and the divine blade, he could call himself nearly invincible. Next step? Once he transplanted some of Hashirama's cells for unlimited stamina, he'd be able to roam the ninja world without fear. The sensation of overwhelming power. It was simply exhilarating. After savoring this feeling, Natum remembered his business at hand. He quickly turned to ninjutsu once more. Binding script, explode. With a flash, the explode character flew out, landing on the Earth-style prison in the distance, the one trapping his teammate. Boom! The Earth prison was blasted apart, and the dazed Wagakure ninja inside was revealed at last. No longer under the sway of Jinjutsu, the ninja stared in bewilderment at the devastated battlefield outside, at his fallen, unconscious leader lying far away, and was utterly lost for words. Hey, you over there, Iwagakure shinobi. Huangtu has been defeated. Run home and call for backup. Go and tell that geezer Inoki. I'll be right here, waiting for him. When he finally shows up, I'll smash his head in two. Natum roared out his challenge, bloodlust pouring off him like a tangible force. It was enough to make the Iwagakure ninja's knees go weak. If even the mighty Captain Huang Tu had lost here, how could the likes of him dare remain? Flustered and trembling, he scrambled out of the ruined earth prison and fled, making for the hidden stone village as fast as his legs could carry him. He would return to seek reinforcements. Once the fleeing ninja was gone, Natum strode over to Huang Tu's side. He checked carefully. This thick-skinned tough wasn't about to die anytime soon. In truth, Natum hadn't beaten on Huang Tu simply out of idle boredom. The real reasons were clear. First, he wanted to stretch his muscles, gauge his current strength, and test just how mighty the ancient blade in his hand had become. Second point, if I don't knock out the weak ones, how can I lure that crafty old man, Onoki of the Hidden Stone Village, out into the open? And unless I can tempt him out, how am I supposed to find an excuse to pay a little visit to their village treasury along the way? To put it bluntly, this is nothing more than a classic case of luring the tiger from the mountain. In fact, it's both a trap and an open ploy. Even if Onoki sees through it, he'll still have no choice but to come. After all, Kitsuchi, who can go toe-to-toe with the tailed beast, is a pillar of strength for the Hidden Stone Village. What's more, he's Onoki's own flesh and blood. There's no way the old man wouldn't take the bait. Shadow clone jutsu. A muffled pop echoed as white smoke burst forth, leaving behind a shadow clone of Natsum at the original spot. Then, the real body paused for a moment and glanced back over his shoulder. A faint, knowing smile tugged at his lips. Without hesitation, he set off, quietly making his way toward the Hidden Stone Village. Meanwhile, the place Natsum had just sized up, a slender, snow-white snake was tucked away, trembling in fear, hidden among the crevices of the rocks, spying in secret. Clearly, that sly old Orochimaru wouldn't miss the chance to enjoy such a thrilling battle while also probing Natsum's true strength. That's why he'd left behind this white snake clone, concealed in the shadows. As for Natsum, he hardly batted an eye. Right now, the stronger he appeared, the more wary Orochimaru would be of him. That only worked in favor of fostering cooperation between his own Hidden Flame Village and the Hidden Sound Village. After all, to forge iron, one's own hammer must be strong. Elsewhere, the desperate Hidden Stone ninja who had fled for his life made it back to the village in less than 10 minutes. Breathless, he stumbled into the presence of the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, to relay the urgent news. Enemy invasion. Kitsuchi defeated, his life hanging by a thread. Upon hearing that his own son had fallen, and was now at the mercy of their enemy, Onoki went pale with alarm. He was well aware of Kitsuchi's strength. In the whole Hidden Stone Village, there was hardly anyone besides Onoki himself who could stand against his son. How could someone like that be beaten so easily by a rogue ninja from the Akatsuki? And why, of all times, would an Akatsuki member turn up here, just in time to rescue that spy? 1,000 questions crowded Onoki's mind. But there was no time to dwell on mysteries now. Kitsuchi's life was hanging in the balance. His daughter Kuratsuchi was still so young. He couldn't possibly let the girl lose her father at such an age. With that, Onoki didn't dare hesitate. He quickly mustered his elite guards and charged out of the village, racing to the scene. Moments after Onoki and his group departed, a short, shadowy figure slipped quietly into the village under the cover of night. Dodging patrols, the intruder wound their way toward the village treasury tucked behind the Tsuchikage's office. The treasury was guarded only in name, with just 2 Chunin standing watch, more out of formality than true security. After all, this was the heart of the Hidden Stone Village, just steps away from the Tsuchikage's office. If anyone were truly capable of defeating the Tsuchikage and launching an attack all the way here, the whole Hidden Stone Village would probably be facing its doom. At this very moment, the figure lurking in the shadows seemed utterly familiar with the surrounding buildings and the terrain. He was currently hiding behind a dim corner wall, carefully observing the security and patrols around the treasury loft. Within a few seconds, he had already made up his mind and was preparing to make his move. But just then, a delicate little hand suddenly appeared from behind him, slapping down sharply on his shoulder. The shock nearly scared him out of his wits. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Deidara spun around in alarm, but when he saw it was his junior apprentice girl, Kuratsuchi, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kuratsuchi, you scare me to death. What are you sneaking into the village again for? If Grandpa finds out, he's bound to lose his temper again. Despite being only 8 years old, Kuratsuchi already had a strong-willed personality. Right now, she stood with arms crossed, sternly lecturing her mischievous senior apprentice brother. Truth be told, it was precisely because Deidara caused so much trouble around the village, constantly experimenting with all sorts of clay bombs and wrecking plenty of property. That last year, at the age of just 9, he was forced to move out of the village to live on its outskirts. Without special orders from Lord Inoki himself, he wasn't allowed to enter the village as he pleased. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd stroll around the village a bit. Deidara replied with an awkward smile. Of course, he wasn't about to admit that he'd noticed the old man, Inoki, suddenly left the village, and had seized this rare opportunity to sneak inside for a quick score. Truth was, ever since he threw himself into researching new ninjutsu, he found funds running rather low. Ugh, can't you come up with a better lie, big bro? It's written all over your face. You're up to no good again. Kuratsuchi scolded in exasperation, wishing she could wring the neck of this troublemaking apprentice brother. The trouble was, for all his unruly ways, Deidara was genuinely talented in ninjutsu. Even Grandpa praised him all the time, often comparing him to her, which usually made Kuratsuchi want to punch something. Chill, keep your voice down. But tell me, what are you doing here? Deidara promptly clamped a hand over Kuratsuchi's mouth and whispered his question. Earlier this evening, Dad got called out by Grandpa and hasn't returned. Mom asked me to come to the Tsuchiki's office and check with Grandpa, hoping Dad would come home sooner. Kuratsuchi explained. Who knew where her father had run off to? Staying out this late. He'd probably end up kneeling on a washboard in front of Mom when he finally got home. Big bro, be honest. Are you plotting something with the treasury? Sure, don't go shouting that around. Deidara panicked and immediately tried to defend himself. Split it 50-50 with me. What? If you don't split it with me, I'll scream my lungs out right now, and you won't get a single coin. With an impish yet innocent smile, the young Kuratsuchi made her ruthless threat. Though her talents in ninjutsu couldn't quite compare to her senior, when it came to threats and negotiations, she had picked up a trick or two from her grandfather, the formidable Inoki. Kuratsuchi, you. So are you in or not? If not, I'm calling for help right now. I'm in. With a gritted teeth surrender, Deidara agreed to the partnership. Then, the two of them once more peeked their heads out, quietly surveying the defenses guarding the treasury. Kuratsuchi, in a minute, I'll break through first and knock out those two guards. You climb up along the edge of the upper balcony behind the treasury and keep watch for me. If anyone comes, let me know immediately. Deidara started laying out the plan. All right, ready, 3, 2, 1, go. Deidara was the first to dart out, taking full advantage of the blind spots in the night's shadows to close in on the two unsuspecting guards. With a swift flick of both hands, several small clay spiders laced with paralytic venom shot out and pounced on the guards. And just like that, catching them completely off guard, the skillful Deidara had the two guards unconscious in no time. He quickly pushed open the heavy doors, and his eyes gleaming with excitement, slipped inside the vault. Meanwhile, the petite Kuratsuchi dashed after him, nimble little legs pumping as she hurried to catch up. She leapt up, grabbing onto the railings on the second level of the vault, ready to climb up. If she didn't hurry, that blockhead of a senior would probably pocket most of her share. But just as she was hauling herself onto the upper floor, her right shoe got scraped off and tumbled down. With no choice, Kuratsuchi dropped back to the first floor, cheeks puffed up in frustration, and began feeling around for her missing shoe on the dimly lit floor. Finally, she found her shoe and looked up, only to freeze. At some point, a stranger had appeared before her. The figure wore a mask, was short in stature, and carried an unreadable calm. Nothing in their demeanor gave away their intent. Yet in the figure's hands, strangely, were several pairs of silky stockings. With a playful, enticing tone, the masked figure smiled and asked, Future Tsuchikich, did you drop these black stockings, these white stockings, or perhaps these fishnet stockings? Kuratsuchi, huh? She blinked her bright eyes in confusion, utterly baffled. It took her a while to process what was happening. You're not an Awagakure ninja. Who are you? What do you want? She demanded, her voice loud in an attempt to mask her inner fear. After all, at this moment, she was still just an 8-year-old girl. Natum gave a gentle, knowing smile. When he had just arrived, he saw the future shadow of the stone groping around on the ground for something. This piqued his interest, and he couldn't help but pop up and crack a joke. He teased her playfully. Rest assured, he wasn't so depraved as to be interested in little girls. No matter what, he'd at least wait a few more years for her to grow up. Don't get nervous. I'm not here to kill anyone today. Really, don't worry. Just then, from the vault's attic, Deidara seemed to catch the commotion outside. Hey, junior sister, what's that sound? Who are you talking to? Brother, there's an intruder. Come out quick. Kuratsuchi jumped up in alarm. She backed away, shouting at the top of her lungs. But before she could finish her cry, the figure in front of her suddenly blinked out of sight, vanishing into thin air. A moment later, she felt a sudden numbness at the back of her neck. Then everything went black as she lost consciousness right on the spot. Clearly, the girl had some skill. But to Natsum's current self, she was still far too weak. Not even at the level of an average chunin. Naturally, taken out with a single move. In the next instant, Natsum gently laid Kuratsuchi down on the floor. Inside the vault, an anxious Deidara charged out in a hurry. But before he could make sense of what was happening outside, his vision was suddenly filled with a pair of crimson, spinning Mangekyo Sharingan. Time warped, space shifted, consciousness spiraled. Deidara, who didn't even have time to reach for his clay explosives, was already trapped in a deep sleep, completely ensnared by the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. As expected, this kid is still no good at handling illusion techniques. And to think he's already eyeing his own village's vault at such a young age. What a character. Looking at the unconscious Deidara lying on the ground, Natsum let out a soft sigh of admiration. Then, excitement flaring, he strode into the vault of a Wagakure. He intended to help himself to a few little souvenirs before he left. Stepping inside, he was greeted by the overwhelming scent of money. Even his breathing felt smoother, his heart racing with excitement. Though the Wagakure's vault, hemmed in by geography and weak in commerce, was no match for Konoha's treasure stores. As one of the 5 great hidden villages, their silver reserves were still nothing to scoff at. A quick scan revealed. They must be close to 100 million ryo. Looks like today's haul would be enormous. Without further ado, Natsum whipped out several space scrolls he'd prepared ahead of time. He started sweeping everything up in a whirlwind, methodically clearing out the 2-story mountain of silver. Now it was clear. Those space scrolls he'd drawn from the system's lottery were truly handy. A single intermediate scroll could hold up to 20 million ryo. Lightweight and portable, they beat lugging around sacks of silver any day. In no time at all, Natsum had filled 2 intermediate and 6 basic space scrolls to the brim. Nearly half the silver in the treasury was swept away, an astonishing 70 million taels, taken in full. That left the Hidden Stone Village with just over 20 million remaining. Who knew if, when old Inoki found out, he'd be so furious it might be the death of him? Well, that was no concern of his. At the very least, he had still left the Hidden Stone Village a portion of their fortune. It wasn't too outrageous, was it? After organizing the scrolls, Natsum readied himself to leave, intending to take his bounty with him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He quickly pulled out a kunai and engraved his flying thunder god techniques marking onto it. Then, with a light leap, he hid the kunai behind the beam above the treasury. Since he was already here, he ought to leave a gift, after all. And if someone chanced upon the marked kunai later, so be it. But if it remained hidden, he could return whenever he pleased in the future, teleporting in for another look around. He thought to himself, surely the hospitable Hidden Stone Village would never reject his goodwill visits? With his marker set, Natsum tarried no longer. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he followed the marker he had previously set and vanished in an instant. In a heartbeat, he was gone from the treasury, as though he had never been there at all. Of course, aside from the fact the treasury itself had been nearly emptied to half. Meanwhile, barely 5 minutes had passed since Inoki had received the urgent message. But the agitated third Tsuchikage, driven by anxiety, sped across 10 minutes' worth of distance in that short time and arrived at the scene where Natsum and Kitsuchi's fierce battle had taken place. Sure enough, there stood a masked figure in a red, cloud-patterned cloak awaiting him. And in the next instant, he saw his own son, battered and bruised, lying unconscious on the ground. In a rage, Inoki wasted not a single word. He launched directly into an attack. Earth-release ninjutsu came crashing forth in a relentless torrent, imposing and fearsome to behold. He truly lived up to his reputation as a battle-hardened fossil from the Warring States era. While his Mountain Earth technique might not have matched Kitsuchi's in sheer destructive power. Overall, Inoki's command of ninjutsu, his finesse, speed, and adaptability, vastly outstripped that of Kitsuchi. And that was without even considering his strongest spear, the legendary Dust Release. By all measures, his overall prowess ranked among the upper echelons of Kage throughout the history of the 5 great hidden villages. One Earth Release jutsu, after another rained down in dizzying, dazzling succession. With that unique ability to fly, Inoki hovered high above, unleashing ninjutsu after ninjutsu upon Natsum's shadow clone. For any ninja without ranged attacks, he was virtually invincible. It was as though Inoki stood on an untouchable throne of victory. Of course, this was mainly because Natsum's clone had just come through a fierce battle with Kitsuchi and barely had any chakra left, just a little more than 2 bars. On top of that, the original body had taken away the Kongo blade. Various abilities and jutsu that could easily reveal his identity were also out of the question. That's why he found himself restrained and on the defensive, suppressed by Inoki the entire time. If it had been Natsum's real body here, opening Susanoo and wielding the divine blade, it would probably have ended with Inoki getting chased down and beaten relentlessly. Damn it, just a rogue ninja from the Akatsuki, and you dare challenge my Iwagakure? You must have a death wish. Inoki roared, his eyes brimming with anger. His hands moved even faster in forming seals, his attacks growing fiercer with every strike. At this point in time, the major 5 villages still largely looked down on rogue organizations like Akatsuki. Of course, as the third Tsuchikichi, Inoki, who had survived 3 great ninja wars and had a wealth of experience, did not let his rage cloud his judgment. Instead, even as he attacked, he paid careful attention, searching for his enemy's weaknesses and openings. He was determined to finish this with a decisive blow. After all, the enemy before him truly was formidable. They'd already fought dozens of rounds, and at best, he held a tenuous upper hand. This man's strength was truly on par with the 5 Kage. Across the entire ninja world, Inoki couldn't recall any clan producing a rogue ninja this powerful. What's more, the enemy's signature Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, still hadn't appeared at all. That made Inoki even warier, discreetly keeping his guard up. So, the struggle continued for a good while longer. Natsum's clone, with his chakra almost fully spent, judged that the time had come. At that moment, to Inoki's utter shock, Natsum abruptly gave up resisting. He simply let countless earthen spears erupt from the ground, running him through. What? Why did he give up? Could he really be out of chakra? Watching his opponent get run through, Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief. But in the next instant, the enemy's form burst into a billow of white mist, vanishing without a trace. This is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Inoki cried out in astonishment. He stared off into the distance, his eyes wide, almost popping out of his head. He'd seen Konoha's Shadow Clone Jutsu enough to know its subtlety. It was notoriously difficult to distinguish the real from a fake. But never did he imagine, after fighting tooth and nail for so long, the opponent he'd poured every effort into defeating turned out to be merely a shadow clone. This was infuriating beyond words. And if even a clone was this strong, then what kind of monstrous power did the real body possess? Wait, if he only left a clone here to stall me, his real body must be... Oh no, we've been duped. The enemy's real target is our own village. Only now did Inoki realize the truth, his heart seized by dread and regret. Despite carrying the title of the Double Scales and being among the eldest and most experienced of the 5 Kage, he had failed to see through such a simple ruse. The desire to save his people had clouded his mind, making him reckless and oblivious. Damn it, please let nothing happen to the village. With a curse, Inoki scooped up a handful of earth and hastily prepared to retreat, desperate to return to the hidden village. But just then, off in the distance, next to an inconspicuous kunai wedged into a crack in the rock, a figure suddenly materialized. Hey, Inoki, worn yourself out yet? Natsum gave the backpack slung over his shoulder a light shake, making the 70 million Ryo inside jingle, and cheerfully called out to the retreating Inoki in the distance. It had to be admitted, setting aside combat for a moment, that the Flying Thunder God technique was truly extraordinary for covering ground. Dozens of kilometers collapsed to nothing in a split second. It was a tremendous time saver. The only downside was the heavy chakra cost. At his current reserves, 2 or 3 round trips would leave him totally drained. Clearly, he still needed to increase his maximum chakra capacity. Meanwhile, hearing the mocking voice behind him, Inoki whirled around. Only then did he realize that the true enemy, the one he had just been locked in fierce battle with, had reappeared before his very eyes. What is this? Body flicker technique? No, there is absolutely no one nearby a moment ago. Even the fastest body flicker can't cross a kilometer in an instant. To arrive like this, all in a heartbeat. Wait, at his feet. Is that a kunai? Could it be? No, it can't. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. Inoki cried out in shock. Even though nearly 10 years had passed, the memories had never left him. That scene, when Konoha's yellow flash burst onto the world stage and cast his shadow over an entire era. How could he forget? With the incredible speed granted by the Flying Thunder God technique, there was almost no one who could stand against him. During the entire Third Great Ninja War, Rock Shinobi alone lost hundreds of comrades at his hands. Among them were some of Iwagakure's most elite, East Deadman, Demon Leech, and others. That war had forged an unbreakable grudge between Iwagakure and Konoha. More than that, the mere existence of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, had forced Inoki to remain in Iwagakure, unwilling to risk leaving for another battlefront, for fear that, in the blink of an eye, the Flying Thunder God would sweep in and destroy his homeland. Such was the threat a shinobi with mastery of this terrifying S-rank space-time jutsu represented. To his enemies, there was nothing more nightmarish. And now, after 8 long years, had Konoha produced yet another terrifying shinobi who could wield the Flying Thunder God technique? Inoki dared not think too deeply. But looking at those kunai at that speed, chances were it really was the Flying Thunder God technique. If this person truly is a Konoha ninja, then he's likely the future 5th Hokage. In that case, he'll have the entire shinobi world under his thumb once again. Such a powerful enemy must be eliminated while there's still a chance. If I strike without warning, using dust release, perhaps there's still a chance for a deadly, decisive blow. In a single instant, the old face of Inoki, wrinkled and worn, shifted through several expressions. He was locked in a ferocious inner struggle, weighing his options. No matter what, he didn't want to see another yellow flash burst forth in the shinobi world, especially not from Konoha. Who are you really? Inoki shouted in anger, all the while secretly gathering his chakra for a lethal attack. Old man, you're considering how to kill me right now, aren't you? Don't waste your energy. I'm leaving. If fate allows, we might meet again. Oh, and I almost forgot. Your granddaughter, quite impressive. And your village's treasury? Even more impressive. A hearty laugh rang out from Natum. Without hesitation, he flickered, body shuddering, and once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant. He'd accomplished everything he meant to do. He had no intention of staying to face Inoki's dust release head-on, even if, in all likelihood, that technique wouldn't even stand a real chance of hitting him. Watching the enemy vanish in a heartbeat, finding himself helpless to stop it, Inoki was left deeply agitated and had no choice but to halt his jutsu. All at once, Natsum's parting words echoed in his mind. No, this is bad. Could it be the village? Kuratsuchi and the treasury have both already fallen victim. Inoki's expression changed instantly. He quickly hoisted Akatsuchi onto his back and sped toward the village, unwilling to waste even a second. Whether it was his beloved granddaughter Kuratsuchi or the village's treasury, both were precious to his heart. Neither could be lost. And so it went. 20 minutes later, the Tsuchikige's personal guard, following Inoki's trail, circled the outskirts of the village again and again before finally making their way back. There, outside the door of the treasury tower, they found Inoki, and there was the third Tsuchikige himself, holding his granddaughter Kuratsuchi in one arm, rubbing his aching lower back with the other, his eyes hollow, dazed, leaning against the front doors. Before him lay the village treasury, almost entirely emptied out. Luckily, it was only the treasury that had been robbed. His granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, appeared unhurt. If something had happened to her, this old Tsuchikige might have died of grief right then and there. Still, as things stood, this single night had brought no small blow to Iwagakure, especially with the treasury plundered and the bulk of their silver gone. Should word of this get out, Iwagakure's fragile economy would surely take a sharp nosedive. Thus, the tale continued. Drawing upon his last reserves of strength, Inoki hurriedly ordered his personal guard to seal off the treasury and keep the situation under wraps, then led Huangtu, Aitu, Deidara, and the others to seek medical attention. The night grew ever darker. Fortunately, most of the fighting had taken place outside the village. There had been little loss of life within Iwagakure itself. All in all, the village remained relatively quiet. Of course, those high-ranking shinobi privy to the night's events were anything but calm, diving into a night of ceaseless activity. And so it went. An hour later, after a brief rest, Inoki once again convened the village's leadership. With urgency, he recounted everything of significance that had transpired that night. How are Huangtu and young Haitu? Inoki's expression turned grim. Huangtu's injuries are severe. Almost every bone broken, serious muscle damage. Thankfully, his life isn't in danger, though he'll need at least a month or two of rest. As for Haitu and her companion, they came through mostly unscathed, just lost consciousness. The intruder must have shown mercy, one of the advisors pressed. Inoki nodded. So it seems. Then again, that might have been intentional. Killing them would only further enrage us here in Iwagakure. I can't believe it. Not only did the spy escape, even our village treasury was raided. Lord Third, this loss isn't small. It's a calamity. Inoki replied, I know. For now, our top priority must be to contain the news and quickly make up for the losses from the treasury. Shouldn't we immediately dispatch a squad to recover the stolen funds? Inoki shot the daimyo's messenger a cold look and said evenly, the enemy possesses the time-space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Do you really think anyone could catch up? What? The Flying Thunder God? That's impossible. Didn't the yellow flash of a leaf already die? Could there be another? Inoki answered, "We can't be certain yet." The attacker wore the cloak of the Akatsuki, possessed the Sharingan, and was immensely powerful. The other Iwagakure elites were stunned by this, and quickly broke in a heated debate. Could it be that the Akatsuki are behind all of this? No way. They're nothing more than a minor band of rogue ninja. Where would they get the nerve to strike at one of the 5 great hidden villages? Besides, the spy had only just escaped, and yet they just happened to rescue him in the nick of time. If it were just a rogue organization, there's no way they could maintain such a disciplined and extensive intelligence network. This can only mean that the other great villages are manipulating things from behind the scenes. The so-called Akatsuki is nothing but a smokescreen, a convenient deception. In fact, who's to say Konoha didn't commission Akatsuki to retrieve their agent? After all, aside from Konoha, none of the other shinobi villages possess the Flying Thunder God technique. And let's not forget that Akatsuki member possesses the Sharingan, a powerful Kekkai Genkai. Looking across the entire shinobi world, Konoha stands out as the most likely suspect. If that's the case, then don't the recently defected Uchiha from Konoha seem especially suspicious? Ridiculous. Those guys fled from Konoha and are now fugitives across the ninja world. I'd wager they have their hands full just keeping themselves alive. How would they have the time or energy to scheme against us here in Iwagakure? So you're saying Konoha really is behind this? Inoki watched the heated debate in silence, stifling his back pain and feeling a growing sense of helplessness. Yet, he couldn't deny it. From any angle, it was clear that Konoha had the greatest motive. Spies, the Sharingan, the Flying Thunder God technique. Every clue pointed back to Konoha. To believe that Konoha had no hand in this, even the most gullible wouldn't buy it. After a long, tense pause, Inoki finally intervened, breaking the silence. Enough. Let's settle down. Even if Konoha is involved, without solid evidence, we have no grounds to act. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Only when we have definitive proof will we discuss how to respond. In any case, no one, absolutely no one, gets away with plotting against me. That's just asking for death. Inoki stroked his long beard, blowing out a heavy breath, and pounded his decision on the table. So, what about the plan to launch a surprise attack on Konoha? Our spy's compromised, and the entire plan is blown. We have no choice but to put on hold for now. Anybody object? Inoki swept his gaze across the room, his question hanging in the air. Unlike Konoha, Iwagakure was united under Inoki's unmatched strength, standing, seniority, and reputation. He wielded absolute authority here. Much better than Konoha's fragmented leadership. No objections. Then it's settled. Meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, in a stretch of barren, woodland more than 50 li from Iwagakure, Natsum's figure suddenly flickered into view. He exhaled slowly. Relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, he had teleported to this spot, letting out a deep breath as he landed. He shook his head lightly, tried to ease the nausea brought on by leaping such a long distance through space. It was obvious that having only just gotten the hang of this time-space ninjutsu, he was far from proficient. He needed time to grow accustomed to it. Between fierce battles, long-distance dashes, and repeated use of the space-time technique, Natsum's chakra was nearly depleted. Otherwise, he might have stayed behind to give that old man, Inoki, a beating on his way out. But in his condition, he could only retreat for now. Beneath the cover of night, Natsum vaulted up into a nearby tree. He spread his senses. Once he confirmed no one else was in the area, he sat down cross-legged atop a thick branch. He quickly downed 2 pills to restore his chakra, replenishing about half his reserves in short order. This was the shinobi world, after all, a dangerous place where threats lurked at every turn. No matter the circumstances, Natsum knew he had to maintain a certain level of strength and a sufficient chakra supply at all times. A ninja without chakra is like a tiger without claws. Even those skilled in taijutsu find their strength greatly diminished without the enhancement of chakra. After watching so many famous dramas and movies in his previous life, Natsum had no intention of stumbling in some dingy back alley himself. A few minutes later, with his strength restored, Natsum finally felt somewhat at ease. He began to tally the spoils of the night. First, gaining 2 medical ninjas, Kabuto and Nanu, was certainly a stroke of fortune. Second, looting the treasury of the Hidden Stone Village had yielded 70 million taels of silver, converting to 7,000 gold coins, a windfall that filled his coffers to the brim. Not only could these 7,000 gold coins be used to indulge in another spree within the system and bolster his power, but the windfall of 70 million taels also provided much-needed relief for his own Flame Hidden Village's finances, enough to accelerate infrastructure projects and ensure his clansmen's livelihood. Naturally, these were just the tangible gains on the surface. Beyond the material bounty, there were also intangible benefits, the greatest of which was foisting the blame for all this squarely onto the shoulders of the Leaf Village and the Akatsuki. Tonight's operation, from his outfit, to his behavior, to every word and hint, throughout the entire process, Natum had deliberately posed as an Akatsuki member, and one deeply connected to the Leaf at that. He even went so far as to reveal his Flying Thunder God technique to Inoki at the end, showing off right in front of him. The intention was clear, to direct the Stone Village's distrust and fury towards the Leaf Village, with the Stone already harboring a grudge against the Leaf. Tonight's events were sure to deepen that animosity. In times to come, with just a little nudge from the shadows, the flame-hidden village could easily spur the Stone to lash out at the Leaf, allowing Natum and his own people to watch from a safe distance and scoop up the spoils. There was more to it. Natum had also put the might of the Akatsuki on display. He figured that, before long, whenever some masked Sachiko donned a red cloud robe and strolled into view of Stone Village Ninja, they'd be certain to give him a warm welcome. Poor Sachiko! Let's have a moment of silence for him. With everything counted and nothing left behind, Natum set off at once, heading back toward his own flame-hidden village. He had been away for over a day, and it was time to hurry home. He could only hope nothing had gone awry in his absence. By dusk the following day, dusty and travel-worn, Natum finally returned to his village. All had been peaceful these 2 days. Led by several elders, every clansman was busy building their new village, bustling with life, full of hope. To the naked eye, it was already a world apart from the meager sight that greeted him when he first arrived, much more vibrant and full of promise. Even along the main street, several snack shops had opened their doors. A few elderly men, beaming with delight, were selling all sorts of treats and desserts, surrounded by a lively crowd of children eagerly vying for a taste. Such a warm and cheerful scene would never appear within the confines of Konoha. Back there, any gathering of more than 3 members of the Uchiha would immediately draw the attention of Konoha's secret surveillance. No wonder so many of the Uchiha had been pushed to the point of rebellion and exile. Clearly, leading the clan in defection from Konoha had been the right decision. Upon returning, Natum realized that Orochimaru and Kabuto and the rest had yet to make their way back. That was hardly surprising, considering he had traveled alone and could move at great speed. The others had 2 tagalongs in tow and would naturally lag behind a bit. Besides, having witnessed the power of his Susanoo sword, Orochimaru was unlikely to harbor any rebellious intentions for a while. There was nothing to worry about. Before long, Natum quietly slipped back into his own quarters. "Young chief, you're back." Uchiha Nichiyu, posted diligently on guard duty, broke into a bright smile at Natsum's return, clearly relieved. The days without the young chief's presence had been truly unsettling. "Yes. Is the village well?" "All is well." "That's good. By the way, where's Mooncake?" Natum looked around and realized that little chubby bear Mooncake was nowhere to be seen. "Oh, Lord Mooncake is enjoying a bath in the backyard." "A bath? You even built a hot spring out there?" "That was Lord Mooncake's request. And then we thought, with you returning, young chief, you might also enjoy a bit of relaxation. So, we put together something simple." Nichiyu stammered, a little embarrassed. "You lot, the village isn't even finished, and already you're busy with all these frivolous add-ons. And that Mooncake, seems he's grown bolder, ordering you all around now." Natum laughed and scolded them, though there was no real anger in his voice. After all, it was all done out of their goodwill. Besides, after a long and tiring journey home, soaking in a hot spring to unwind was definitely a treat. Wasn't this one of his ideals for a quality life? "All right, now that I'm back, there's no need to worry any longer. You can stand down now. Oh, and for the next couple of days, you and Fuji and the others outside can take a break from guard duty. You all deserve some time off, some rest." "No, young chief, no arguments. Just do as I say. Besides, the village has only just started, and your family still need your help around home. Don't waste any more time on this." "Well, all right then." Nichiyu felt a warmth rise within him, and with no more protest, he agreed briskly, then withdrew. Besides, everyone knew how formidable the young chief was. Though these guards were stationed here, it was anyone's guess who was really protecting whom. After bidding farewell to the Sun Priest, Natum made his way to the back courtyard. Sure enough, the moment he stepped inside, a rush of steamy hot spring air greeted him, opening his pores and relaxing him almost against his will. At the same time, right by the edge of the steaming pool, that palm-sized panda, Mooncake, was languidly soaking in the hot spring, nonchalantly gnawing on a tender bamboo shoot. It was as if Mooncake's entire feline existence brimmed with comfort and contentment. Damn, even this panda knows how to enjoy life better than I do, Natsum muttered. He shed his clothes and plunged straight into the hot spring, sending up a great splash. The surge drenched Mooncake at the pool's edge, leaving the little panda bedraggled and dripping. Who dares? Who is it? Who dares disturb my bath? Mooncake yelped, baring his tiny teeth and waving his paws in protest. It's you brat. I can't believe you're back so soon. Master Mooncake, you really know how to pamper yourself. You've been soaking for so long. Are you cooked yet? Natsum teased with a bright grin. Nonsense, you rascal. How could I be cooked? Mooncake huffed. And you soak me. I haven't even settled the score, and you dare mock me on top of it. Just wait. I'll come over and tear you apart. With an indignant howl, Mooncake carefully placed his half-eaten bamboo shoot aside, then started paddling furiously toward Natsum, tiny claws ready. But alas, being not much bigger than a palm, Mooncake only managed to swim halfway across the pool before his strength gave out. Soon, he was floundering, splashing helplessly, then slowly sinking beneath the surface. All that remained was a trail of bubbles. Natsum glanced over at Mooncake. The soothing heat of the spring melted away his urge to bicker with the little panda. As a summoning beast, it wasn't as if Mooncake could actually drown, after all. With a contented sigh, Natsum stretched out in the hot water, letting his body unwind, fatigue slipping away. While enjoying this rare moment of relaxation, he let his consciousness drift into the system, ready to embark on a new round of spending. Ding, congratulations. You have earned 70 million value points. Would you like to exchange 70 million value points for 7,000 gold coins? Exchange successful. Congratulations. You have received 7,000 gold coins. Current balance, 7,040 gold coins. Host, Natsum. Attributes, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, shadow. Chakra, 9 units. Ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, S-rank space-time ninjutsu. 8 gates formation, S-rank taijutsu. Spirit transformation technique, S-rank soul ninjutsu. Dark walk technique, A-rank jinjutsu. Triple Rashomon gate, A-rank summoning technique. Shuriken shadow clone technique, A-rank ninpo shadow clone technique. B-rank clone jutsu. Kekkei Jinkai, Sharingan Mangekyo. Taijutsu, 1,000 years of death, leaf whirlwind. Special skill, chakra extraction method. Special weapon, Kubikurobocho. Current balance, 7,040 gold coins. Natsum first took a moment to review his own basic information. Just looking at this dazzling array of personal templates was enough to lift his spirits. Who would have thought, just 3 months ago, he had only just turned 10, an unremarkable trainee ninja, not even awakened his Sharingan yet. And now, he already mastered 3 S-rank jutsu, 3 A-rank jutsu, and a slew of other techniques. Awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, wields a legendary weapon, and his overall strength is nearly on par with the super elite Kage level. All of this, apart from his own hard work, is thanks to the all-powerful, omniscient system daddy, right? Trying to accumulate a little more luck, Natsum shamelessly buttered up the system. If the system really was sentient, it would probably be cursing Natsum, its sorry excuse for a host, right about now. After having mastered a fair share of chakra-intensive jutsu, and especially after that trip to Iwagakure, Natsum felt more than ever the limitation of his own chakra reserves. If only he had enough chakra, he wouldn't have had to trek thousands of kilometers, dust-covered and weary, all the way from the land of Earth. One flying thunder god technique, and he would have instantly teleported back to his village. How quick! That would be wonderful. So, after logging into the system, instead of exchanging for anything else, Natsum spent 2,600 gold coins to purchase a maximum chakra capacity of 26 cards. His total chakra surged up to 35 cards. That's the equivalent of 35 elite jonins worth of chakra. Granted, it's still not on the level of the Uzumaki clan or the tailed beast Jinchuriki, but among the Kage class, it's definitely above average. Assuming each card could fuel 6 to 8 A-rank jutsu. Even high-consumption techniques like the Flying Thunder God would be usable dozens of times over short distances. And as a bonus, his ocular power received a substantial boost as well. So, next time he activates Susanoo, he won't have to ration his every second, counting the moments with anxious precision. All in all, for now, this total of 35 chakra cards should be plenty. But the thing about spending money, it never has an end. In just a blink, 2,600 gold coins drained away like water. Natsum couldn't help but feel his heart ache at the sight. With only 4,440 coins remaining, Natsum's spending in the system shop became much more conservative. In the end, after browsing for quite a while, he only purchased a handful of essentials. Sealing technique. Contract seal, B rank, 200 gold coins, can sever summoning contracts. Taijutsu. 1000 flame blade, B rank, 200 gold coins, a powerful, dominant sword technique to be used with weapon. Packs quite the punch. 1 high-grade healing pill, 500 gold coins, rapidly repairs any injuries, best saved as a trump card. 1 high-grade chakra restoration pill, 500 gold coins, instantly replenishes all chakra, a safeguard for emergencies. Altogether, it cost 1,400 gold coins. Though expensive, it was truly worth every coin. After all, with these 2 life-saving pills in hand, even if he were to fall into a desperate situation, Natum now had the confidence to turn the tables. Of course, as things stood, looking across the entire shinobi world, there were probably only a handful of enemies who could truly drive him into a corner. With the exchange complete, Natum chose not to continue spinning the lotto wheel. After all, his last 10-time draw had been outrageously lucky. Even Lady Luck herself, having smiled upon him so generously, likely needed a break. Given his notoriously poor luck, forcing another 10-time draw now would probably cost him even his backup underwear. So, with the remaining 3,040 gold coins, Natum decided to save up for now, just in case the need ever arose. Or, maybe, he'd try another 10-time draw when his luck felt more favorable. Come to think of it, why does this hot spring water feel so much cooler all of a sudden? And for that matter, where did this hot spring even come from? Natum stretched out lazily, relishing the comfort as he glanced around. It was only then that he noticed, behind the pool, a stove used to heat the spring water. So that's the reason. Katan, Great Fireball Jutsu. A burst of flames surged forth, feeding into the stove. Within moments, the whole pool was steaming once more, bubbles rising energetically to the surface. A thick mist quickly filled the bathhouse, and at the same time, an entirely flushed little panda, looking as if it had just been cooked, slowly floated to the top. Natum soaked for well over an hour before finally emerging, towel wrapped snugly around him and feeling wonderfully refreshed. He also scooped up the little panda and brought it out as well. Just then, thud, 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 someone knocked on the front door. Natum opened it. Standing outside was a beautiful woman holding a tray of steaming hot dinner. It was none other than Izumi's mother, Uchiha Hazuki. Her husband and Natsum's father had been teammates in the same unit, and the 2 families had been close friends. Unfortunately, one lost his life during the Third Shinobi World War. The other fell during the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack. So, when Natum was a child, Aunt Hazuki had always looked after him in the village, often dropping by with delicious food. She'd practically treated him as her own son. Aunt Hazuki, what brings you here? I saw Fuji and Nichiyu heading home, so I knew you must have finished your retreat. Judging by the time, you probably haven't had dinner yet, have you? I've prepared some food and brought it over for you. Right now, the weight of half the clan is on your shoulders. You mustn't neglect your health. The woman's voice was gentle with concern as she passed over the dinner container. Natum took the meal, inhaling the delicious aroma wafting up from the freshly cooked food, his heart filling with warmth. Who says our Uchiha clan is born cruel and bloodthirsty? That's nothing but utter nonsense. It's precisely to protect this kindness and warmth within our clan that I was willing to raise the blade in the first place. Thank you, Aunt Hazuki. Won't you come in and sit for a while? No need. I still have dinners to deliver to the construction crew. You just eat and take care of yourself. Oh, right, Izumi? Aunt Hazuki called softly, drawing her daughter Izumi from behind her. Didn't you have something you wanted to ask Natsum? Once you're done, remember to come home early. Don't delay Natsum too long. Oh, okay, mother. Uchiha Izumi fiddled nervously with the hem of her clothes as she replied. Izumi, is there something you wanted to ask? He looked up at her, a girl just 13, already half a head taller than him, who used to treat him like her little brother and tease him often when they were younger. Natsum's tone was especially gentle, perhaps because he'd always seen her as a kind of elder sister that night of their defection. He had made sure his subordinates brought Izumi's entire family along, even if, deep down, Izumi herself probably never wanted to leave Konoha, never wanted to leave Itachi. Now, facing the boy she'd once watched over, the one she'd vowed to protect, he stood before her, possessed of strength she could never have imagined. Not only had he led half the clan in a bold flight from Konoha, but he had built from nothing an entirely new shinobi village, a new home for their kin. What incredible strength that must have taken. Meanwhile, ever since she'd become a genin, she'd gradually lost her drive. Her work amounted to helping the daimyo's wife look after her pets, helping fire country officials move house, just trivial errands. Every day, just muddling along, her skills hardly growing at all. It made her feel truly ashamed. Natsum, Izumi, do you think we shouldn't have defected from Konoha? Natsum smiled, savoring his supper, his tone relaxed. He knew his dear Izumi hadn't had an easy path either. At 5, the night the Nine-Tails rampaged, her father died before her eyes, protecting her, awakening her Sharingan. At 7, during a school lunch break, she stood up for Itachi against upperclassmen bullies, collapsing from exhaustion. At 11, when Itachi insisted girls shouldn't be shinobi, she argued fiercely with him, their fight ending in heartbreak. Age 12, after Shursui took his own life, she braved the rain to seek out Itachi at the clan leader's home. Itachi was not there, but she met Fugaku instead, who told her, Itachi has very few friends. Please, don't give up on him. She promised she wouldn't. Age 13. During a clan gathering, Itachi was met with hostility and isolation from the Uchiha, leading to a heated argument. She was caught between two sides, not knowing where to stand. And then, on the night the clan was destroyed, this girl, sensitive at heart, courageous and stubborn, gentle and perceptive, she perished by the hand of the one she loved, unable to rest in peace. Is it not, at its core, a tragedy? Now, though Natsum's actions have rewritten that tragedy, Uchiha Izumi herself, the torment of being caught between love and family still lingers, unresolved. After all, she had always been a staunch supporter of Konoha. Her father came from another clan, her mother was Uchiha. Having lost loved ones during the chaos, she understood all too well the pain Konoha's people suffered during the Nine-Tails rampage, and the resentment that followed. She was gifted in her own right, but not a prodigy like Shursui or Itachi, whose talents shone unmistakably. Within the Uchiha, hers was not a voice people listened to. She stood with Konoha, yet faced with the clan's tidal wave of rebellion, she was insignificant and powerless. She hoped Itachi could change everything, pleaded with him to reach out to the clan one last time. But Itachi, unable to sway his adversaries, was forced down a crueler path. Such is the helplessness of those trapped between the cracks, the sorrow of the powerless. In this merciless world of shinobi, to be weak is indeed the original sin. At first, I too thought defecting was a mistake. But these past few days since coming here, I've seen my clansmen ignite with an unprecedented passion. I've seen the children's genuine smiles, felt the energy burgeoning in the air. Maybe defecting from Konoha was not the wrong choice after all. Compared to before, the experiences of these days have taught Izumi much and tempered her heart. And in this thriving, vibrant flame-hidden village, even her deepest beliefs began to waver. Everything here seemed to say the same thing. Konoha is wrong. Konoha is rotten to the core. The Uchiha should have defected long ago, should have fought back. Natsum glanced at Izumi. He had thought winning her over would take far more effort. Unexpectedly, the changes in the village and her own people had already convinced this stubborn girl. In that case, the only one Izumi can't let go of now is Itachi. So, Izumi, are you still worrying about Itachi? Natsum, you knew? Izumi started, her young face flushing with embarrassment. Natsum smirked. Do I really look that clueless? Besides, Itachi is technically my cousin too, you know. I can see these things for myself. T.H. Natsum waved her off. Don't worry. Itachi and the clan leader, they'll be fine for now. It's precisely because we managed to defect that we remain a constant threat to Konoha. That's the only reason Konoha doesn't dare to lay a hand on the clan members still in the village. And besides, if not for our escape, Itachi might have already turned his blade against his own people. What? No way. Itachi, he never had much of a choice to begin with. Trapped between threats from Konoha's higher-ups on one side and pressure from the clan's radicals on the other. Count yourself lucky. If we hadn't escaped, by now he would have no choice but to stain his hands with our clan's blood. Izumi stood frozen in shock. Natsum's explosive news left her mind reeling, unable to process everything at once. She'd always known that being caught between Konoha and the clan had left Itachi in unbearable pain. But never had she imagined that Konoha would push Itachi to such a ruthless, bloody decision. If Itachi had really taken that step, she feared she might have broken down completely. All right now, Izumi, don't dwell on it. What you should do now is take good care of Aunt Hazuki, help build our new village, and, above all, strive to become stronger. Only if you're strong enough will you be able to protect your family and your home when crisis comes. Natsum's words gradually cleared the confusion from Izumi's eyes. He's right. If she had enough strength, if she could be as strong as her little brother Natsum, then no matter what crisis came, she'd be able to face it head-on. At the very least, she could become a pillar for the clan, a support for Itachi and Natsum. Understand. Thank you, Natsum. Oh, and about our clan members left behind in Konoha, I'll make arrangements to reach out to them. I'll do my best to find a way to get them out. Really? Joy sparked in Izumi's eyes, her whole face lighting up. Of course. That's wonderful. Natsum, you're the best. Izumi happily stepped up and ruffled her little brother's hair with affection, then turned to leave with a broad smile. I'm heading back now. Make sure you eat well. Hey, Izumi, tomorrow can we have teriyaki chicken? You got it. As he watched Izumi leave, cheerful as ever, Natsum couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. But he hadn't lied to her. Not at all. Soon enough, when Konoha forced the remaining Uchiha to hunt them down, the Hidden Flame village would naturally have to make contact with the clan head, Fugaku, and with Itachi. When that time comes, he fully intended to make use of it. After all, if he wanted to bring down Konoha, to overturn the entire shinobi world, he couldn't possibly do it alone. And with Itachi's talent, even without living through that night of massacre, he would still shine brilliantly. Well, that's something to worry about later. For now, let's eat. Aunt Hazuki's cooking is just as wonderful as ever. Natsum continued to dig into his dinner with satisfaction. Before long, he had just finished eating when new information arrived. Orochimaru had returned, bringing Kabuto and Nanoyu with him. A few minutes later, Natsum finished tidying up the dishes. He then seated himself cross-legged in his room. In front of him, Kabuto and Nanoyu were both kneeling, awaiting his judgment. Neither of them dared entertain any thoughts of escape, even though they didn't truly know how strong this young man before them was. Nor could they grasp why he alone seemed to control an entire ninja village, or even how he had one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, serving at his side. But there was no doubt in their minds. They both knew they were no match for him. To attempt escape will be a death sentence. My name is Uchiha Natsum, the young clan head of Flame Hidden Village. Good evening to you both. Greetings, Lord Natsum. No need to be so formal. Raise your heads and speak freely. So, how are you feeling? Headmistress Nanoyu, I take it Orochimaru has told you everything about Kabuto's circumstances. What are your thoughts right now? Or perhaps, what do you think about your betrayal of Konoha? Please, speak boldly. Here, you are safe. With a raised brow, Natsum asked with keen interest. At this moment, kneeling before Natsum, Kabuto and Nanoyu's hearts were tangled with all manner of conflicting emotions. On their way back, Orochimaru had already laid bare the entire truth to them, including how Danzo had manipulated them both, used them to gather intelligence from enemy villages, cut off all contact between them, and even deceived Nanoyu with doctored photos. All of it, right up to the ruthless order to have them kill each other to erase any loose ends. Had it not been for Natsum's timely intervention, Kabuto might have accidentally killed the headmistress he cherished most and broken completely in the aftermath. Because of this, both were left deeply shaken, unable to believe it at first. But upon reflection, this indeed fit the shadowy and scrupulous methods of Konoha's root division. What's more, all the other evidence corroborated the truth. It wasn't some wild accusation, but a grim and brutal reality. All at once, with the truth out in the open, the two nearly broke down. For each other, and for the orphanage. They had sacrificed so much. They had risked their lives, infiltrating enemy villages again and again, gathering information. But in the end, it had all been part of a conspiracy, a deception, a betrayal. They were nothing more than sacrificial pawns, discarded by their own village. How could anyone not despair? As memories of the past surged up, Kabuto clenched his fists in fury, but found himself unable to speak a word. By contrast, the older and more seasoned Nanoyu was much calmer. But in truth, she was suffering the same pain. She squeezed her eyes shut, tormented by regret. It was my fault. I should have known. Root is as dark as cold, as ruthless as ever. I never should have placed any hope in it, or in Danzo. I'm the one who ruined Kabuto. This wandering priestess spoke through her guilt, her voice both accusing and self-reproaching at once. Glittering tears slipped down from the corner of her eyes. It's hard to imagine that this cruel ninja world could force even such a strong, loving priestess to cry like this. What a sin. It's not the director's fault. We were all deceived. The director is innocent too. It's those bastards from Root. They're the ones who should pay. Kabuto hurried to explain, his voice trembling with anger, teeth clenched in fury. Do you really think the darkness of Root ends there? Natsum spoke up once more. Both Nanoyu and Kabuto snapped their heads up in alarm, an uneasy premonition tightening inside their chests. Let me tell you the truth, Natsum continued. Even the orphanage you risked your lives to protect hasn't escaped Danzo's clutches. Any child in that orphanage with even a hint of ninja talent, He abducts them in secret and trains them behind closed doors. You've heard of the Hidden Mist Village's Bloody Mist policy, haven't you? Well, Danzo is imitating that very approach. He forces the orphaned children he's gathered to fight one another ruthlessly, slowly grinding away their humanity, forging them into his most merciless and razor-sharp blades. For a moment, the brutal truth Natum revealed was even more harrowing, like iron hammers coming down without mercy on their hearts. The pain was so severe, it felt as if they might cough up blood. They never imagined Danzo's grip would extend even into the orphanage, subjecting the other children to such unspeakable, inhuman training. How could this be? Lord Danzo promised. He promised us. Nanoyu clutched her face in anguish, her voice barely holding itself together. Kabuto, already half-maddened, abruptly shot to his feet, voice raw with rage as he shouted. Monster! How could he do this? Why would he even target the orphanage? Those bastards, I'll kill them all. The sheer absurdity of seeing the things and people they treasured stomped upon in secret. It was enough to shatter one's sanity. So what will you do? Charge back on your own? Face root head-on? Stand against Konoha, one of the 5 great hidden villages, with nothing but your chakra scalpel? How many jonin can you defeat? 1? Half. Natum grilled him loudly. Kabuto froze, shaken to his core, his face flushed red. Of course, Natum was right. With his current strength, even battling a single jonin would be a desperate struggle, let alone standing alone against all of Konoha. It would be nothing but throwing an egg against a boulder. Kabuto, sit down. Don't be disrespectful. Having collected herself somewhat, Nanoyu quickly called out, reining Kabuto back just in time. This was their village, after all, and their lives were firmly in the hands of this young clan leader. Any offense could easily lead to disaster. There was no room for mistakes. I'm not willing to accept this. Kabuto slumped to his knees, his hands hanging limp as he gazed ahead with utter despair. And so, the room was shrouded in silence for a full 10 minutes. During that time, Natum leisurely finished a pot of tea. She had given the 2 of them ample time to collect themselves. At last, Nanoyu spoke quietly. Natsume-sama, is everything you say really true? Konoha is right over there. And, given your roots in the Foundation, it wouldn't be hard to verify my words once you return and do a bit of digging, right? Nanoyu lapsed into silence once more. Then why did you save us, my lady? Why tell us all these secrets? What is it that you truly seek? Looking at the golden-haired shrine maiden before her, Natum couldn't help but harbor a trace of admiration. Once she settled into her role, this seasoned wandering shrine maiden was truly impressive. And so, Natum chose straightforward honesty. Work for me. I don't need you to infiltrate a hidden village or risk your lives as spies. All I ask is that you make full use of your talents. Employ your medical ninjutsu to heal the people of Enshrouded Flame Village. What do you say? Kabuto hesitated, tempted. The anxiety and terror of living as a spy all these years had nearly driven him to madness. But before making a decision, he glanced quickly at Director Nanoyu, silently resolving to stand or fall by her side. Director Nanoyu, too, fell quiet. She couldn't deny. Natsum's proposal was indeed very enticing. Any sane shinobi would shudder at the idea of spending their entire lives in danger as a spy. And besides, they were out of options. If they ever went back to Konoha, Danzo, who knew they were both still alive, would surely eliminate them. And honestly, if they had to work hard for someone, serving this Enshrouded Flame Village certainly sounded preferable to the dark, blood-soaked world of Konoha's Foundation. Agreed, but I have one condition. With a steely resolve, Nanoyu pushed forward her own demand. It's about the orphanage, isn't it? Don't worry. I'll see to it that a new orphanage is built right here in the village. And I'll also do my best to have the remaining children from Konoha's orphanage brought here as well. Is that satisfactory? To win them over, Natum was pulling out all the stops. She kept stacking the odds in their favor, leaving the wandering shrine maiden Nanoyu with no room for refusal. In fact, Nanoyu couldn't help but wonder, would anyone lavish such generosity without expecting something else in return? Was there some ulterior motive behind this? Perhaps she had her eyes on something, or someone. Oh, what nonsense am I thinking? She's just a child. She doesn't even look as old as Kabuto. Surely her intentions aren't anything wicked, even if it really comes to that. Exchanging myself for the promise of a better future for Kabuto and Nanoyu, it was more than worth it. With that thought, Nanoyu agreed with genuine relief. Thank you, my lord. I'm willing to stay. I'm willing too. Very good. Natum nodded in satisfaction. The whole village is under major renovation right now, so arranging a proper place to stay isn't easy. For now, the 2 of you can stay in my house. There are separate rooms for you. Once the new orphanage is built, you can move in there. Thank you so much. Kabuto and Nanoyu bowed in gratitude once again. It was the first time they had met such a kind and approachable leader. And he was only a boy just past the age of 10. What a remarkable place this Hidden Ember village was. After traveling for more than a day, both Nanoyu and Kabuto were utterly exhausted and famished. Natsum had no intention of being hard on these two precious medical ninja, whom he'd only just managed to win over. He immediately asked a few clansmen to take them away, prepare some food, and help them change into clean clothes. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. Those Uchiha clan members felt a sympathetic bond with fellow victims, who had also suffered so much under Konoha's oppression. They welcomed Nanoyu and Kabuto with genuine enthusiasm, so much so that the pair felt a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, after Natsum watched the two guests head off to rest and return to his room, that ever-elusive Orochimaru, smiling with sinister amusement, once again slithered through the wall and suddenly materialized in the living room. If you sneak in somewhere besides the front door again, I swear I'll chop you into 9 pieces, and then roast you up for mooncake filling. Natsum shot Orochimaru a glare, complaining with no hint of patience. Don't be angry, Lord Natsum. Looks like you've already won those two over. What's it to you? Tisk TSK. Quite the catch, those two. Such perfect specimens for experiments. What a waste. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his tone mockingly regretful. Bah, if you've got something to say, spit it out. If not, get lost. No need to get worked up. I actually came with some good news tonight. What news? The Hashirama cells are ready. We can start the transplant whenever you like. At those words, Natsum stiffened, his eyes blazing with excitement. The moment had finally come, to transplant Hashirama cells, to gain the near-eternal power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had waited for this day for so long. What were Hashirama cells made of? To put it simply, they were sage body cells, a kind of supergenetic material, brimming with life force, regenerative power, and a natural affinity with chakra. They were the true miracle drug of the ninja world. Once mastered, they could dramatically enhance a ninja's physical abilities, granting power several times greater than normal. And that was just for ordinary ninja. For the Uchiha shinobi who possess the Kekkei Jinkai, known as the Sharingan, the transplantation of Hashirama cells greatly reduces and even eliminates the side effects that come with using the Sharingan. Just like Obito, after grafting Hashirama cells, he could use his Mangekyo Sharingan nearly without limit. Ultimately, if you think about it, both the power of the Sharingan and the cells of Hashirama trace back to the Sage of Six Paths. Their origins are fundamentally intertwined. It's no wonder that Hashirama cells can perfectly master the Sharingan and erase its drawbacks. And this is exactly what Natsum has always been striving for. Are you sure everything is ready? Absolutely. Although I accompanied Lord Natsum on that trip outside the village over the past couple of days, I left a clone of myself in the lab the entire time, working on perfecting the experimental injection serum. Now, everything is in place. We're ready as soon as you step into the laboratory. The procedure can begin. Orochimaru spoke with utmost respect, but a glance at his slightly trembling fingers betrayed just how excited and eager he truly was. In that case, let's go. Natsum, equally expectant, didn't hesitate. After leaving a shadow clone behind, he followed Orochimaru out of the village and into the depths of the underground research facility hidden within the Sound Village. Before long, the two entered the laboratory prepared for the transplantation. Inside the lab stood a young boy with strikingly white hair. Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro greeted Orochimaru with unwavering reverence. Oh, this is Kimimaro, one of my assistants. I know, he's the one with the Kagaya clan's Kekkei Jinkai, the Shikatsumiyaku, right? Natsum replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was taken aback. He hadn't expected Natsum to see through Kimimaro at a single glance. Or could it be Natsum had planted a spy in his own lair? Had he already unraveled everything happening here? No, that's impossible. Huh, excellent eyesight. Natsum. Indeed, this child carries the Kagaya bloodline. As it happens, he just turned 10 this year, about the same age as you. I had actually planned to introduce you both sooner. But at this moment, Natsum had no interest in distractions. He replied directly, have him leave. There's no need for him to know what's about to happen. Very well. Kimimaro, you're excused. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling Kimimaro to exit. As you wish. The white-haired boy quickly withdrew. He couldn't understand why the great Orochimaru, whom he admired so deeply, would treat a kid his own age with such courtesy and respect. But he knew one thing for certain. When there are things one shouldn't know, one mustn't ask. Shall we begin? Of course. But first, Natsum-kun, you still need to choose the level of transplantation. What? The powerful vitality of Hashirama cells also makes them extremely invasive. If the transplantation fails, the most likely outcome is death. Even if the procedure succeeds, it can cause certain unusual phenomena. For instance, your skin might turn ghostly pale, horns may sprout from your head, or a human face could appear on your chest. Things of that nature. If you're like Danzo, only transplanting a part of your body, I actually have experimental subjects whose cases can help reduce your risk and keep any abnormalities limited to the transplanted area. But you're not getting a limb transplant, so the only option is to use an injection method. That's why this time, I prepared 4 different doses: low, medium, high, and ultra-high. Each has an increasing concentration of Hashirama cells. The higher the cell concentration in the injection, the better the effect, but the risks are greater as well. With the ultra-high dose, you even have a chance to awaken wood release. So, which one will you choose? Natum frowned, displeased, and asked, "What are the odds of mutation? 10, 30, 50, or 100% roughly? And which dosage can guarantee perfect control over the Sharingan?" "The high and ultra-high doses should both do it. I'll take the high dose." Natum made his decision. In this world, not everyone could as easily gain immense power as he could, thanks to his system. Orochimaru's experiments were terrifying, to be sure, but in a way, they were just another display of exceptional talent. Looking across the shinobi world, how many people desperately longed for power? A little risk was nothing. Even staking their lives, countless people would charge ahead without hesitation, lured by the promise of strength. Of course, Natum didn't count himself among their number. He had absolutely no intention of touching that ultra-high dose, the one with a 100% chance of grotesque transformation. A 50-50 chance. Now, that was a gamble he could accept. After all, acquiring a Mangekyo Sharingan with unlimited stamina was too important. But Natum had no desire for his appearance to change drastically because of it. He was only in his early teens, after all, and rather handsome too. There was still a whole future ahead, with beautiful Kunoichi waiting in line for him to, well, pursue. Not ruin, of course. If he ended up mutating and had to go around with a Zetsu face, wouldn't he scare everyone off? Bottom line, he wanted the sage body power granted by Hashirama's cells. But he wasn't willing to sacrifice his good looks. If things really didn't work out, he could always pay a high price in the system shop for eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. All right, Natsum-kun, please lie down. Leave the rest to me. Orochimaru pointed excitedly toward the surgical table at the center of the lab, urging him on. His eyes glimmered red, and his breath came in excited, fevered bursts. At this moment, Aunt Snake was nearly indistinguishable from those mad scientists in the movies. Just the sight of her sent shivers down Natsum's spine, a chill crawling over his scalp and a jolt of anxiety trembling through his heart. Naturally, Natsum didn't climb onto the operating table immediately. Instead, he first performed the shadow clone jutsu yet again. He created a shadow clone of himself. Then, he handed his divine artifact, the Kundu blade, from his waist to the clone. The clone was ordered to be vigilant throughout the entire procedure. With a silent message, should any danger befall his true self, the clone would unleash its full fury without hesitation. And this was merely the first line of defense. Watching the clone gripping the artifact, Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. A trace of dread flashed through him. But soon, Orochimaru realized Natsum had even more tricks up his sleeve. The next moment, once the real Natsum lay upon the operating table, without a word, he suddenly launched yet another ninjutsu. Spirit projection technique, activate. In an instant, a semi-transparent spiritual figure, Natsum's very soul, shot forth from his body. It hovered silently in midair, eyes fixed intently on Orochimaru. The sheer strangeness of this sight gave Orochimaru another fright. A soul-based ninjutsu, and an advanced one at that. Natsum Dano, what remarkable tactics you have. So you really can't trust me, can you? Orochimaru clicked his tongue in amazement. Yet deep within his gaze, a profound wariness began to bloom. After all, he no longer feared any physical attack. Even if his body were dismembered, he wouldn't truly die. But the rare soul-based ninjutsu was a different story. For there would be no rebirth if his soul was destroyed. If that happened, he would be gone for good. Never had he imagined that this brat Natsum had mastered a technique so perfectly tailored to counter himself. Truly, a master in hiding. It seemed he had no choice but to abandon those sinister little schemes for now. No funny business. Let's get started, urged Natsum's shadow clone at the side. The truth was, the reason Natsum had chosen to exchange for this rare S-rank soul technique at the very beginning, besides preparing for Earth Brother, was for this moment to guard himself against Orochimaru. Because no one understood better than Natsum just how obsessed Ant Snake was with the Sharingan. Had he simply lain down on the table, completely defenseless and left at Orochimaru's mercy, he had no doubt there would be at least 100 quiet ways for her to kill him. But now, with 2 solid layers of protection, one of them an advanced soul technique potent enough to threaten Orochimaru's very life, surely she would reign in her darker thoughts. At any time, Natsum would never be so foolish as to place his life and death entirely in someone else's hands. In short, my body, do with it as you wish. But my soul is right here, watching you. If you really end up destroying my body, you won't get out of this alive. We'll go down together. That's the safeguard Natsum put in place. So, tell me, are you afraid? All right. I'll get started right away. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suppressing every hint of stray intention. He immediately began to carry out the transplant procedure for Natsum, working diligently and without tricks. At this moment, in the shadowy underground laboratory, Orochimaru, usually mad and unrestrained, was moving frantically around the operating table, working on Natsum's body with almost maniacal precision. Meanwhile, Natsum, his soul separated by the spirit transformation technique, kept a close and unwavering watch by the side. Detached from his physical form, Natsum found that the passage of time felt much less distinct to his soul. He couldn't tell exactly how long had passed. Still, he guessed that dawn must have already broken outside. And so, time slipped by second. The transplant surgery continued, steadily advancing. At last, after an indeterminate span, Orochimaru at the operating table suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! I knew it. This is it. This is truly it. So that's how it is. Hashirama cells can counter the backlash of the Sharingan, and the Sharingan can suppress the erosive vitality of Hashirama cells. The power of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan perfectly complement each other. No wonder most of my earlier experiments with transplanting Hashirama's cells failed. I was missing the power of the Sharingan all along. Orochimaru's laughter rang out, wild and unrestrained, nearly tipping into madness. How to suppress the overwhelming vitality of Hashirama cells had always been an almost unsolvable problem. Once, he had believed that using young children, with their abundant vitality and adaptability, could fend off the cell's invasive power. But he'd failed. Out of dozens of test subjects, only Yamato had survived by sheer luck. Afterwards, he conducted many more experiments. In the end, he had to rely on Shin's unique physiology, able to reduce the activity of Hashirama cells enough to make a partial transplant possible. That was how he had only narrowly succeeded, crafting a synthetic right arm for Danzo. But even then, it was only a half measure. Though the arm possessed some remarkable abilities, it fell far short of the formidable strength of truly active Hashirama cells. At the time, Orochimaru thought that success was just luck. But now he understood. Only by combining Hashirama cells with the power of the Sharingan could true integration be achieved. In fact, even ordinary Sharingan was not enough. The truly rare and powerful Manjiki Sharingan alone could keep Hashirama cells in check, creating a perfect balance of power. A few minutes later, the transplant was finally complete. Natsum released the spirit transformation technique, allowing his soul to safely return to his body. No sooner had he returned than he leapt up in an instant. He pushed Orochimaru aside and hurried to the mirror by the laboratory to take a good look at himself. With anxious urgency, he checked for any unusual changes in his appearance. Fortunately, his skin had not turned pale. No horns had sprouted from his head. There wasn't a trace of Hashirama's face on his chest. Everything was perfectly normal. Phew, Natsum breathed a deep sigh of relief. Only then did he begin to carefully inspect the internal changes within his own body. The very first sensation was that he had become tougher. Of course, not in that way. His whole body now felt solid and resilient. Thanks to the powerful vitality of Hashirama cells, his bones, meridians, muscles, strength, and speed, everything had undergone a dramatic enhancement. Even conservatively speaking, his abilities had at least doubled, maybe even tripled. Don't underestimate a 2- or 3-fold increase. Natsum's physique might not match those like Might Guy, who specialized solely in taijutsu, but he could now hold his own against any average elite jonin. For ordinary shinobi, trying to enhance their physique by 2 or 3 times would take years of harsh training, if it were even possible at all. But these formidable Hashirama cells, in just a moment, they allowed him to surpass what would otherwise require years of grueling effort. And this was only the power from the transplanted cells. Just from this alone, one could begin to glimpse how extraordinary and mighty the so-called god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, must have been with his near-perfect sage body. No wonder that even his mere cells have become a universal remedy for later generations to covet. Beyond this physical transformation, Natum also discovered that, empowered by these abundantly active cells, his chakra reserves had skyrocketed. His total chakra had actually doubled. From 35 units, it had soared to 70. But this made sense. After all, chakra is fundamentally the fusion of strength and spiritual energy, drawn from all the cells in the body. With heightened cell activity, a surge in chakra was only natural. Yet what truly thrilled Natum was still to come. He immediately spent another 100 gold coins in the system to exchange for 1 unit of chakra. And to his amazement, his chakra total leapt by 2 units instead. It now reads 72. Did this mean that no matter how much chakra he exchanged from now on, it would always be doubled? Incredible. So, these Hashirama cells had granted him a permanent, doubling buff for chakra reserves? One astounding bonus. With only a small portion of Hashirama cells transplanted, the result was already this overwhelming. If, one day, he saved enough coins to redeem an entire sage body, wouldn't that be nothing short of miraculous? At last, Natsum truly understood. Why was it then that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could so effortlessly subdue the mighty Ninetales with a single strike of his true several thousand hands, as if he were grasping a fledgling chick rather than a monstrous beast? Compared to the vast, oceanic reserves of chakra that man possessed, the Ninetales' own chakra surely amounted to nothing more than a small pond. Of course, things such as a robust physique and incredible chakra reserves were merely ancillary benefits. What Natsum cared about most was how Hashirama cells had so thoroughly perfected his own Mangekyo Sharingan. That, above all, was the true priority. In the very next moment, his eye power surged, a flash of crimson light shimmering to life. That all-encompassing Mangekyo Sharingan manifested instantly, vast as the universe. Orochimaru, standing beside him, was so startled he quickly averted his gaze, not daring to meet Natsum's eyes. But this time, as Natsum activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could clearly feel how light and effortless it was. Gone was the pain, the burning he'd had to steel himself against each time before, just to cope with the eye's terrible side effects. It was as though now, no matter how long the Mangekyo stayed active, he'd bear no burden, suffer not the slightest strain. The Hashirama cells transplanted into his own body had, as expected, flawlessly suppressed the Sharingan's backlash. One exhilarating feeling. From this day forward, for a long, long time, he'd never again have to worry about going blind from overusing the Sharingan. With the infinite Mangekyo awakened, Natsum gazed at his own hands, instinctively curling them into fists. This swelling power, this surging ocular force. He was almost tempted to summon his Susanoo just for fun. But glancing around this cramped little laboratory of Orochimaru's, he realized that if he let Susanoo loose in here, the place would be reduced to scrap in an instant. So he could only suppress that reckless urge for now. Natsumi-sama, are you satisfied? Orochimaru, wringing his hands, smiled ingratiatingly as he asked. At this moment, no one knew better than he. Just what kind of overwhelming power this 10-year-old boy before him now wielded. A wealth of high-level ninja arts, a body of unfathomable strength, the might of an unrivaled divine weapon, and now these boundless Mangekyo Sharingan. And perhaps most unsettling of all, his age. Only 10 years old, and already so terrifying. How much stronger would he become at 20 or 30? By then, perhaps all of Konoha combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. What a shame. Such a perfect vessel, yet I cannot claim it for myself. What a pity. Orochimaru marveled, but could not help but mourn his own regret. Excellent. It feels incredible. Good thing you didn't try anything foolish. Natsum offered honest praise. In terms of advanced transplantation techniques, Orochimaru's skills truly deserved recognition. Of course, if one isn't on guard, there's no telling whether the other party will behave themselves. Lord Natsum, are you experiencing any side effects? If you do, please let us know. It would help me accumulate some useful data for future experiments. Orochimaru asked sincerely. Setting aside his dubious intentions, when it came to experiments and research, he was truly dedicated. There is indeed a bit of a side effect. These Hashirama cells that were transplanted into me have already assimilated with my body, but their activity and corrosive power remain intense. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't cause problems. However, if I were to completely run out of chakra, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control these cells any longer. At that point, the cells would likely start to erode my body on a larger scale. Natsum paused for a moment, thoughtfully laying out how he felt. Side effects are hardly surprising when one relies on transplanted powers like this. However, For others, this might be quite troublesome. After all, after a fierce battle, no one can recover their depleted chakra right away. But for Natsum, this wasn't a concern at all. With a whole stash of chakra-replenishing pills, he had nothing to worry about. Even if his chakra ran out, popping a couple of pills would fix everything. There was simply no need to fret about failing to suppress these Hashirama cells. He would never give them the chance to turn on him. After hearing Natsum's account, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. I see. This degree of side effect is a vast improvement over previous experiments. Obviously, compared with before, this time, Natsum's transplant had been by far the most successful yet, with the least side effects. It was practically half the battle won. In fact, it was a major leap forward for Orochimaru in the field of transplant surgery. Still, he wondered, now that his surgery had helped Natsum perfect his Sharingan, how many nightmares would this give others in the future? Well, in the end, it's none of my concern. I'm just an experimenter. Orochimaru thought to himself with a hint of resignation. If he had fought with all his might a few days ago, he might have still been able to match wits or strength with Natsum. But now, even if several of them fought together, they probably wouldn't be a match for this child. Has the ninja world changed so much in such a short time? One monstrous prodigy after another appears, and perhaps he himself is falling out of step with the times. After the surgery's success, Natsum saw no reason to linger. To be honest, the atmosphere and the smell in this laboratory were quite unpleasant. Soon, Natsum dispelled his clone. He also retrieved his sacred blade and put his clothes back on. Of course, before leaving, he took the trouble to ask about the arrangements concerning the land of rice fields. Has everything been prepared on the side of the land of rice fields? To put it plainly, Orochimaru and I were always bound by a relationship of mutual benefit and trade. Each of us takes what we need. This forms the foundation of our alliance. And my own strength is the very bond that keeps this relationship intact. As long as I remain powerful and continue to grow stronger, a crafty serpent like Orochimaru, sharp as a mouse, would never dare to openly turn against me or pick a fight. To that, Orochimaru responded without hesitation. Of course, it's all been arranged. I expect that today, the daimyo will personally issue a national decree. He'll recognize both the legitimacy of the Uchiha clan and the village of Ember. I couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly have chosen the perfect puppet for the job. Orochimaru replied, Lord Natsum, you flatter me. It's simply for convenience. I haven't laid a hand on the people of the land of rice fields. Besides, most test subjects here are nothing more than criminals and rogue ninja I've rounded up from all over. You can do as you like with anyone else. I won't interfere. But if you ever dare to reach into my village, you know exactly what the consequences will be. I shot him another glance. The scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan in my eyes was truly enough to terrify anyone. Of course, I'll be mindful, Orochimaru replied with a knowing smile. He understood perfectly well where the boundaries lay. And with that, I left the Sound village swiftly, returning to my own village. It was already noon by the time I arrived home. Clearly, I'd spent most of the day in Orochimaru's lair. Of course, having successfully transplanted Hashirama cells, with my power swelling and the side effects of the Sharingan finally gone, I was in excellent spirits, almost elated. For once, I made no attempt to stay out of sight. On the contrary, I strolled boldly along the main street, leisurely making my way home. It was a good opportunity to see how the village's construction was coming along. Young Chief. Good day, Young Chief. Big Brother Natsum. Young Chief, these are freshly grilled skewers. Please have a taste. These fruits we just exchanged for villagers nearby. Please try some too. Seeing the young chief out and about, many honest and warm-hearted clansmen gathered around from along the street. They greeted me enthusiastically and handed me all sorts of delicious food and fresh fruits. Before long, the pile in my arms was stacked high. Although I was young, for the Uchiha clan, who revered strength above all else, a powerful young chief had always earned their utmost respect. All the more so because I was the one who had led them out of the Konoha hell. At this point, nearly every clansperson here saw me not only as their savior, but as their true leader. If anyone dared to publicly oppose the young chief, odds were they wouldn't even give me a chance to act. Everyone else would simply tear that person apart themselves. Just like that, Natsum cheerfully greeted everyone while making his way along. As he walked, he accepted all sorts of gifts, heading toward his own residence. By the time he arrived at his door, the pile of gifts in his arms was stacked so high it nearly towered over him. Just looking at it brought a smile to his face. It was a heartwarming sight. At that moment, before Natsum could even open the door, the wandering shrine maiden, Nanayu, came dashing out from inside, dressed in a maid outfit. She took most of the gifts from Natsum's arms. Director Nanayu, what's this about? Natsum's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. These were given to me by Lady Hazuki, Nanoyu replied. Since Lord Natsum has so graciously allowed us to stay here, I will do my utmost to care for your daily needs for the time being. I hope you will permit me this honor. Aunt Hazuki always worries too much. Natsum laughed. All right, have it your way. I can't very well throw you out, can I? With a wave of his hand, Natsum gave his permission. And truth be told, this shrine maiden did look rather charming in a maid outfit. Where's Kabuto? He asked. I heard there's an orphanage being built in the western part of the village, Nanoyu answered. Do you want to help out? That's good. We have plenty of food here, so let's skip cooking lunch. Why don't you take some over for Kabuto and the construction workers, so you can all share a meal? Thank you, my lord. Nanoyu bowed deeply in gratitude. There's something else, aren't they? Natsum chuckled, staring at the mountain of gifts before him. Most of them fled here with nothing but the clothes on their backs. They don't even have much food at home themselves, yet they're bringing so much for me. Nanoyu replied softly. If anything, this just shows how much your clan holds you in their hearts, my lord. Are shrine maidens always this good at flattery? Natsum teased. Nanoyu smiled gently and continued. Though I haven't been here long, I can tell the people in this village, and you as well, Lord Natsum, are nothing like the Uchiha I was taught to fear. When I was with Root, all we heard was that the Uchiha were an evil, combative, and treacherous clan, constantly to be watched. But what I see now is a group of passionate, kind-hearted people, striving to build a new home and live with dignity. Maybe this is what the Uchiha truly are. Nanoyu spoke from her heart, sincerity shining in her eyes. Here, she felt even more at ease than she ever had in Konoha. Of course, Natsum declared, no one is born irredeemably evil. Discrimination and prejudice, those are the real roots of hatred. That's how it is with Root, and with Konoha as well. From the start, it wasn't us who hated Konoha, it was Konoha that hated us. Whatever happens, I'm sure this place will someday grow into a village completely different from Konoha, Natsum said, his tone steady and full of conviction. The Uchiha clan are skilled warriors, but they're not fond of war. Being good at fighting and enjoying it are two fundamentally different things. It's important to remember that in the early days of Konoha, when their ancestor Madara Uchiha tried to overthrow the village and seize power by force, countless members of the Uchiha clan stood firmly against him. They did not want to lose the hard-won peace. This alone proves that all those accusations of the Uchiha being warmongers are nothing but slander. And in the future, as the Hidden Flame village grows and thrives, these slanders will collapse on their own, without anyone's effort. After that, Natsum grabbed a quick lunch. Then, he headed outside the village. He found a clearing and began practicing the new jutsu and abilities he had recently learned. His strength had skyrocketed over the past few days. If he didn't hone his skills properly, a moment's mistake in battle could cost him dearly. At the same time, Nanoyu had also gone out to deliver lunch. Inside the house, there's only a single panda, lounging on the threshold with its legs crossed, basking in the sun and napping lazily. However, compare this peaceful, well-ordered development of the Hidden Flame village with what happened at noon that day, when sudden news from the Land of Fields broke out. The announcement of official recognition of the Uchiha clan and the legitimacy of the Hidden Flame village. The news struck the shinobi world like a giant stone splashing into a tranquil lake, whipping up waves of stunned commotion everywhere. The 5 great hidden villages and countless smaller ones all reeled in shock. Meanwhile, in the council chamber of Konoha's Hokage Tower, Danzo, whose legs were lost and who now sat in a wheelchair, struggled with his left hand to push himself before Hiruzen and the others. His face twisted in rage as he roared. Look at this. Just look at what the Uchiha have become. This is the mess you allowed, Hiruzen. Danzo slammed an official document down onto the table in fury. The paper clearly proclaimed that the Land of Fields had officially accepted the Uchiha and recognized their newly established Hidden Flame village as legitimate. Seeing such news, it was no wonder Danzo was so incensed, practically spitting with anger. We are already aware. Aware? And all you do is sit here. What do you call this? This is a brazen provocation against Konoha. The renegade Uchiha have set up their own Hidden Flame village, and now they want to trample Konoha underfoot. How can we allow such a thing? This is an intolerable disgrace. The more Danzo spoke, the more agitated he became, even making as if to stand in protest. But his hand slipped, and he nearly fell from his wheelchair, which promptly reminded him of his missing legs. Danzo, your legs? Mitokado Hamura called out in concern. Oh, I'm Fine. Right now, this is not what matters most. Steadying himself, Danzo's face darkened as he pressed on with unwavering determination. Next to him, Koharu interrupted, asking directly, "Then what do you intend to do about it?" "Notify the other major ninja villages and join forces. We must annihilate this village of traitors at the fastest speed possible." Danzo clenched his fists, making the ruthless suggestion without hesitation. In his eyes, only by eradicating every last traitorous Uchiha in the most brutal of ways, only by crushing that brat, Uchiha Natum, until nothing remained, could he finally unleash the pain and humiliation bottled up inside him. No, absolutely not. Hiruzen Sarutobi rejected the idea outright. Why not? I'll be frank. The village cannot withstand a full-scale war right now. How could that be? Hiruzen, are you really going to let the Uchiha clan run free? Danzo roared. The third Hokage paused, then offered an explanation. On the same night the Uchiha clan defected, the village treasury was also robbed. Our preliminary suspicion is that the thieves were among those who fled with the Uchiha. And now, with only what remains in the treasury, even if we manage to scrape together enough for a war, the village's economy will be dragged backwards by more than a decade afterwards, or even collapse completely. Not to mention contacting the other great ninja villages to fight alongside us. Just the enormous cost of such an alliance. Konoha couldn't possibly afford it. At this, Danzo was momentarily stunned. After all, he had spent these past days confined to the medical ward and hadn't heard a thing about the treasury being plundered. It was clear that Sarutobi and his advisors had kept the matter tightly under wraps. Those wretched traitors. Not only did they turn their backs on us, they robbed us blind as well. But it's just war expenses, nothing more. We can just borrow from the daimyo's court. Danzo, still unwilling to give up, offered another suggestion. To that, Sarutobi could only sigh even more deeply. You know very well that serving the nobles and officials of the Land of Fire is never a pleasant task. Many assignments have already been handled by Uchiha ninja, to be honest. As a result, the daimyo and his court hold a fairly positive view of the Uchiha clan. In fact, I've heard that a genin called Uchiha Izumi has earned the special favor of the lady daimyo herself, to the extent that the daimyo's court has already deemed this whole matter an internal Uchiha conflict. They have absolutely no intention of sanctioning a direct war with the clan. And they certainly won't be footing the bill. If the village insists on going to war regardless, they've even threatened to slash next year's economic aid to us by a substantial margin. Hearing this, Danzo was utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that the daimyo's office in the Land of Fire would take such a stance. How could such a group of decaying officials be this spineless? Are we really going to let those traitors run rampant? Danzo, calm yourself. I've already discussed this matter with Koharu and the others. Next, we'll do our best to send the remaining Uchiha clan shinobi to hunt down those traitors. You don't need to worry yourself over this. Focus on recovering from your injuries. Danzo was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood what was happening. So your plan is to have the Uchiha fight amongst themselves? You're not worried that the Uchiha shinobi you send might never come back? Danzo raised his voice in protest. At the same time, another, deeper concern he kept to himself. In his judgment, among the few Uchiha left, hardly anyone could face off against that terrifying brat Natum. Even Itachi might not be quite a match. Sending those foot soldiers after him would be sending lambs to the slaughter, wouldn't it? Danzo, we have our own arrangements. Don't forget, that night, it was because you and your root shinobi acted rashly that Uchiha Natum escaped. Koharu, Danzo's face turned red with indignation, humiliation burning within him. He cursed silently. If this old hag Koharu had to face Natsum's Susanoo head-on, she'd be cut down in a single blow. She wouldn't have a chance to lay blame on him now. Danzo, Koharu, that's enough. No more arguing. Hiruzen's voice thundered through the room, silencing them both. At that, Koharu conceded a little, giving Hiruzen some respect by backing down. I understand. Then she turned to Hamura with a nod. Hamura, let's go inspect the treasury. All right. And another thing, even if we can't make this a full-blown war, those rebellious elements have really gone too far. For the sake of the village's dignity. Hiruzen, you must see that the Uchiha shinobi in the village are pushed to hunt down those traitors as soon as possible. Before she left, Koharu cast a final stern reminder. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, clearly torn. But in the end, he could only agree. Very well. I'll make the necessary arrangements quickly. With that, Koharu and Hamura left the council chamber, leaving only Hiruzen and Danzo behind. Hiruzen, you can't keep being so indecisive. Using the Uchiha to deal with those traitors will never work. You already know how powerful that brat Natum is. If you let him keep growing, the whole village will be in danger. Danzo glared at Hiruzen, his voice booming with anger. At this, Hiruzen's temper flared as well. Danzo, and what about you? Who led us to this point? Whose fault is it? Who gave Itachi orders behind my back to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? Are you truly acting for the good of Konoha? Did you really have to go to such extremes? Or is it the Sharingan you crave from their clan? Isn't that your real goal? Danzo's eyes widened in shock. You saw everything about that daylight slaughter? Oomph. That grotesque arm, those bloody, staring eyeballs. Did you really think I couldn't see them? Danzo, you're old enough to know better. Are you still obsessed with dark and twisted arts? The will of fire. That's not something you can uphold with those sinful, stolen eyes on your arm. Sarutobi burst out, fuming with anger, a sign he truly was furious. Danzo felt a tremor in his heart once again. He knew all too well that forcibly transplanting Sharingan eyes was not the righteous path. But he was getting old. His strength, his spirit, even his chakra, just like Sarutobi's, were all on the decline. Even just clinging to the power he had in his youth was growing difficult, let alone achieving any further growth. Left with no choice, he had resolved to take this path, collaborating with Orochimaru, reaching greedy hands toward the Uchiha clan, the ones who possessed the forbidden art of Izanagi. My business is none of yours. Danzo roared stubbornly, waving an angry hand. Danzo, sigh. In any case, I want you to keep away from Uchiha affairs from now on. Sarutobi spoke with rare sternness. Fine. Hiruzen, I'll stay out of the Uchiha's troubles, but then you must put the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under my charge. That's out of the question. You know as well as I do. Uchiha Natum has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. And with that Manjikyu Sharingan, he could tear through the Jinchuriki's seal by force. If he succeeds, he'll seize control of the Nine-Tails all over again. Do you really want to see a repeat of the disaster, the chaos of the Nine-Tails rampage? Danzo shouted back, brazenly self-assured. It was clear he could no longer count on collecting more Sharingan in the short term. That left him only one course, to cast his eyes on the overwhelming power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I will tighten surveillance on Naruto. There's no way I'll let tragedy strike again. Sarutobi shot back through gritted teeth, the pain of that night 7 years ago clearly still haunting the depths of his heart. Hiruzen, Danzo, in no time, fierce argument flared up once more in the council chamber. The guard standing outside barely raised an eyebrow. It was nothing new to them. After all, it seemed that every few days, the third Hokage and Danzo would be at each other's throats again, bickering with no end in sight. There was no need to interfere. It would all blow over soon. So it went. The news soon emerged that the Uchiha clan, the exiles, had built a new village and settled within a land of fields. Aside from Konoha, where the topic ignited heated debate and furious arguments, the other 4 great shinobi villages also paid the development close attention. After all, there was no denying it. The Uchiha clan possessed one of the most famous bloodline abilities in existence, the Sharingan. Even with just half their number, they were not to be underestimated. This force is truly powerful enough to rival many of the smaller hidden villages as a whole. Such an undeniable presence cannot be ignored. To fight? To seek peace? Or simply turn a blind eye? Each of the major hidden villages must ultimately choose their own course of action. At this very moment, however, somewhere within the hidden stone village of the Land of Earth, the situation is quite different. They are still reeling and overwhelmed from the recent robbery of their treasury and the severe injury of Lord Yellow Earth, leaving them with no time to address this new problem. Today marks the 4th day since the land of rice fields officially acknowledged the existence of the Flame Hidden Village. It is also the 7th day since Natum and his companions took up residence in this place. At this moment, Natum is seated composedly in the living room, simultaneously jotting things down and listening to his subordinates' reports. What are the official attitudes of the major hidden villages? Based on the information network Out of the Sound Hidden Village, the 5 great hidden villages each hold different views regarding the founding of our Flame Hidden Village. Most aggressive of all is the Hidden Leaf Village. They have already released multiple official statements, lodging strong protests against the land of rice fields. They demand that the government there withdraw its orders and revoke our village's official recognition. They urge a return to the convention of 1 hidden village per country and call for our immediate expulsion. However, it seems, for now, they have not dispatched their ninja forces to attack. Next, the Cloud Hidden Village and the Sand Hidden Village appear somewhat softer in their approach. They have formally submitted letters through the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind, respectively, asking for an explanation on why our village was granted independent recognition, and also requesting respect for the honor of the Hidden Leaf Village. Then there's the Mist Hidden Village and the Land of Water, whose stance remains unclear. Both still seem mired in isolation, making it nearly impossible to gather any reliable intelligence from inside. And finally, the attitude from the Stone Hidden Village is more ambiguous. They do not seem to mind acknowledging our village's independence. In fact, just yesterday, they sent an envoy who is currently on the way, intending to pay us a visit. Uchiha Nichio delivered his report respectfully and thoroughly. Beginning yesterday, Natum had organized his own personal guard, a temporary team of 5, tasked with assisting him in governmental affairs and the relay of vital information. Among those chosen, Uchiha Nichio, Uchiha Fuji, and Uchiha Jin. Nichio's initial responsibility was gathering, sorting, and reporting intelligence back to Natum. Hearing all this, Natum nodded slightly. This stalemate aligned almost exactly with what he had foreseen. Every hidden village, after all, has to consider its own interests, no exceptions, not even the 5 major villages. His clan's defection from the Leaf Village had indeed caused them considerable embarrassment. But if the prospect of full-scale war meant overwhelming costs and little benefit, then concerns of face and pride would suddenly matter far less. Truth be told, if the Hidden Leaf truly mobilized its entire strength to crush their fledgling flame hidden village at this stage, it would be a very difficult thing indeed to withstand. After all, whether it was the 3rd Hokage's Reaper Death Seal or Might Guy's 8 Gates Release Formation, both were formidable secret techniques capable of threatening him. However, as expected, they ended up hesitating and backing down. Fortunately, he had been clever enough. Before leaving, he had made sure to ransack the Konoha treasury. Otherwise, Konoha might have immediately rallied their forces and launched a surprise attack on his hidden village. As for Iwagakure, things were even easier to understand. At this very moment, they were probably gritting their teeth at Konoha. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Naturally, they had no objections to the Uchiha defectors founding a new village and continuing to oppose Konoha. In fact, they were probably eager to see his side and Konoha at odds, even to the point of open conflict. All in all, judging from the current situation, his own village likely wouldn't face any large-scale attacks in the near future. Is there any other important intelligence? Yes. We've already managed to gather the essential information regarding the Konoha orphanage, as you previously instructed, young clan leader. But the situation isn't very optimistic. You've even obtained information on the orphanage? Was it thanks to the Sound Village's intelligence network? That's right. At present, their own hidden village was just getting off the ground. Manpower was scarce. How could they possibly spare the energy to create a complex web of spies right now? But in this regard, Orochimaru's Sound Village had done an impressive job. Orochimaru had always valued intelligence gathering, and he had planted agents and spies in the major hidden villages long ago. To this day, the results were starting to show. Perhaps they couldn't steal top-secret information, but basic reports were easily within reach. With such a useful intelligence network at his disposal, why would he let it go to waste? Of course, he intended to make full use of this borrowed asset without hesitation. Given this, surely Aunt Snake, as a partner, wouldn't mind at all, would she? Good. Our village is still in its infancy. Whatever we can use, we should make the most of. However, be sure to verify the information. Don't blindly believe everything. And as for intelligence concerning the Konoha orphanage, leave it here for now. Security in Konoha is extremely tight at the moment. It's not wise to probe any further. Later on, I'll go there personally to rescue the remaining orphans myself. Understood. Natsum took a stack of documents from Nichio's hands and set them aside for now. The reason the orphanage weighed so heavily on his mind was twofold. First, having given his word to Nanoyu and Kabuto, he was determined to see it through. Second, the power of the orphanage mustn't be underestimated. You see, at the moment, nearly 99% of Flame Hidden Village was comprised of Uchiha clan members. But if the village was to truly grow and flourish in the future, relying solely on this handful of 400 people would never be enough. Therefore, gradually accepting outsiders was a trial the village would inevitably have to face. Starting with the orphanage, having the clan first accept the orphanage, then gradually accept outsiders. This wasn't a bad approach at all. For that reason, Natsum placed considerable importance on building and improving the orphanage. Young clan leader, lunch is ready. From outside the door, Uchiha Jin, all fired up to eat, burst in and called out. Oh, Nichio, you're here too? Huh. Young clan leader, what are you writing? I'm working on a village plan for the next few years. Wow, what's that? Can I have a look? Uchiha Jin, carefree as ever, was brimming with curiosity. Sure. Granted permission, Jin eagerly leaned in, craning his neck to have a peek. Perfect timing. Natsum was just writing away on a scroll, the sound of his brush lively and purposeful, as he set down the first 5-year plan for the village of Hidden Flame. Year 1. Establish the basic structure of a ninja village and popularize handicrafts. Achieve independence and self-sufficiency. Year 2. Recruit talented individuals, expand the village, set out on the path of light industry, and start independent research on scientific ninja tools. Year 3. Develop heavy industry-centered construction, advance technological upgrades, and strengthen the village's prosperity. Year 4. Destroy Konoha and annex the Land of Fire. Year 5. Eliminate the remaining 4 great hidden villages and unite the ninja world. Having read the young clan leader's blueprint for the future, Uchiha Jin was left completely dumbfounded. Was this really a future plan? Wasn't this just plain wishful thinking? Did the young clan leader's ambition really reach so far? Unite the entire ninja world in 5 years. Wasn't that moving a bit too fast, like biting off more than you could chew? For a long moment, Jin could only stammer, his voice trembling. Why, young clan leader? Isn't this plan a little too rushed? Is it? Oh, it doesn't really matter. Let's make the plan first. We can adjust as we go. You know what they say, dare to dream big, and greater things will come. Setting lofty goals gives us motivation to strive for them. Natum laughed heartily, clapping Jin on the shoulder in high spirits, encouraging him with cheerful energy. All Jin could do was manage a wry smile in return. But this goal is a little scary, don't you think? If you don't believe me, let Nichio have a look too. Natum nodded. Nichio, who had been eyeing the scene with curiosity, leaned in and caught a glimpse of the plan. The very next moment, even someone as typically calm and stable as Nichio couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, tiny beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead as he read that almost ridiculous 5-year plan. He was inwardly astounded by the young master's boundless ambition. Or was it sheer delusion? Young clan leader, these goals are truly staggering. He couldn't decipher phrases like handicrafts, light industry, or scientific ninja tools, but destroy Konoha, unite the ninja world. Those words he could recognize. And honestly, that alone was enough to give anyone pause. You can't blame them for not daring to dream. After all, even their peerless ancestor, Lord Madara Uchiha, was unable to realize the grand ambition of unifying the shinobi world. How could these few hundred clansmen hope to achieve what he could not? Yet, with the young clan leader's exceptional and unparalleled talent, perhaps, after persevering for another 10 or 20 years, he might still have a real chance. You lot, since you've already broken away from Konoha, can't you show some ambition? When you dream at night, don't you wish for revenge against Konoha? Don't you want to destroy that den of devils? Of course we do. Uchiha Jin was the first to reply, resolute and unyielding. Exactly. Relax. As long as I am here, that day will come, sooner or later. All right, let's put this aside for now. Send in Fuji to report on the village's finances. Natum deftly moved past the topic, his attention turning to the village's economic affairs. Understood. Right from the start, Natum established the core governing structure for the entire flame-hidden village. Supreme leadership, judgment, and military authority were all concentrated in his hands. All of the village's shinobi were under his command, and no one else was ever allowed to meddle in military matters. Within this framework, however, he was generous with the rest. All civilian matters and powers, Natum readily delegated to others. He even handed over control of the village's finances, the authority to manage and allocate funds, without reservation. After all, building a village required attention to countless details. The daily tasks of tracking income, expenses, and distribution alone were enough to make anyone's head spin. Natum had neither the time nor patience for number crunching. All he needed to do was set the general direction and keep the village's spending within bounds. So, although he had collectively borrowed 14,800,000 taels from the treasuries of Konoha and Iwagakure, he didn't squander the money recklessly. Instead, every last coin was deposited in the flame-hidden village's treasury, entrusted to the clan elders overseeing its construction. It was their task to allocate it properly and aid in the village's development. At the same time, Natum took his own measures. He dispatched Uchiha Fuji from his personal guard to act on his behalf, monitoring and accounting for every use of this vast fund. No one would get the chance to take advantage and line their own pockets. Strategically, he still chose the work-for-relief model. By defining specific projects, recruiting workers, building facilities, and paying out wages, they could accelerate village growth, create new jobs, and support the clan. As for the foolish tactic of simply giving handouts that killed motivation for honest labor, Natum would never consider it. Judging by the bustling, lively scene throughout the village in recent days, it was clear that his policies were having the desired effect. Natum accepted the weekly financial report that Fuji handed over. He skimmed through it briefly. The result left him more than a little startled. He hadn't expected this at all. The expenses for just a single week totaled a staggering 3.5 million taels of silver. This figure was far beyond what Natum had anticipated, and honestly, it was downright alarming. But looking closer, he realized every single expenditure listed in the report was clear, organized, and well documented, with nothing superfluous or fabricated. You had to remember, the village currently had just over 400 people in total. Excluding the elderly, children, and women, there were still more than 100 able-bodied adults, all involved in the fundamental construction work. Even those dozens of ninjas were pitching in. Essentially, each worker had to support 4 mouths. Their daily wages were paid out by the village, each person earning between 200 and 400 taels per day. Let's take an average of 300 taels. 130 workers for 7 days. That alone meant paying out 273,000 taels. On top of that, there were the costs of building shops, roads, the orphanage, the clinic, the bathhouse, the school, and so on, all of which required purchasing stone, glass, equipment, and countless other essentials. And for daily life, things like pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil, salt, all the everyday necessities. It all added up. When you thought about it, spending only 3.5 million taels in a week was actually not that much, especially considering the clan elders had been diligent and prudent, squeezing every bit of savings they could. But if things continued at this pace, even their impressive treasury of 148 million taels would last just 42 weeks, not even 10 months. Worse still, as the village expanded and improved, and the population grew, the expenses would only rise further. At that rate, even supporting the village for half a year might become impossible. This was far shorter than Natsum's original yes. Timemates, a stark reminder that maintaining and developing a village was anything but simple. Military might was only the first line of security. Without a solid economic foundation, it was impossible to keep things running. That was exactly why. Even a powerful village like the Hidden Leaf had no choice but to bow its head to the Land of Fire, and even decisions like who would inherit the Hokage title had to have the approval of the feudal lord. After all, they held the purse strings. Just relying on a handful of ninja was nowhere near enough to feed an entire village. Looking at the long string of numbers on the account ledger, Natsum felt overwhelmed. Now that he thought about it, how many fan fiction stories from his past life had featured main characters who, with a flash of inspiration and a clap of their hands, conjured up a hidden village out of thin air? That was utter nonsense, pure fantasy. Here, with the odds stacked in his favor, right time, right place, right people, even building a modest hidden village was an undertaking that left him walking on eggshells. Sure enough, the old saying rang true. It's easier to conquer the world than to govern it. The bottom line was, they couldn't keep draining their resources like this. Even if the treasury could last half a year more, he had to carve out a steady income stream, and the sooner the better. Without sufficient economic income, there's simply no way to build a thriving village. All right, I understand. The second elder and the others are doing a great job. Fuji, pass on my message to them. Keep up the good work. And also, don't be too frugal with the budgets. Even if it costs a little more, that's fine. Our top priority is to build a strong village, above all else. After all, from now on, this will be our new home. Who would skimp when building their own house? Understood. I'll make sure they get the message. A smile flickered at the corner of Uchiha Fuji's lips as he readily agreed. That's right. Uncle Fuji, you should suggest to the elders that they plan for a bigger bathhouse. Even better if it's a mixed bath. That's the way to relax. Seizing the chance, Uchiha Jin, who was standing to the side, chimed in gleefully. Hey, you brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Seems like you're the one who wants the mixed bath. Fuji gave the cheeky kid a playful smack, laughing and scolding him. Then, he composed himself and turned serious. Finally, he looked to Natsum and asked, But, young clan leader, if we keep spending so liberally, it's not a long-term solution. All this silver will eventually run out. What should we do next? Natsum replied, Don't worry. I'll find a way to handle that. Uchiha Jin piped up. Wait, young clan leader, are you planning to target another village? Going to clean out their treasury again? With a swift smack, Jin found himself on the receiving end of another of Natsum's reprimands. Nonsense. That's not called raiding. It's redistributing the wealth for the sake of justice. Natsum corrected him with a deadpan seriousness. At this, Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up in sudden understanding. At the same time, he seemed eager to experience the thrill of robbing from the rich and giving to the poor himself. But you can't just keep redistributing the wealth forever. Villages that have been hit once will definitely tighten their defenses. I bet it won't be so easy next time. Natsum nodded approvingly. Fuji is right. That's why pure redistribution isn't a long-term solution. We have to develop our own sources of income. Only by creating a virtuous cycle can we build a prosperous and powerful village. But we're all renegade ninja now. The major nations would never let us take on official missions or earn any official rewards. How are we supposed to make money? Uchiha Jin complained, full of worry. In truth, that's exactly why most rogue ninja have a hard time surviving in the world. Even exceptional ninja, like Demon of the Hidden Mist, Zabuza, are forced to take risky jobs over and over to save up enough silver. Relax. I already have a target in mind. Young clan leader, what's your target? Of course, the Land of Waves. Natum smiled gently, but his smile was edged with the sharpness of a wolf scenting gold. The original accumulation of capital has always been brutal and bloody. According to the laws of history, there are generally only two ways to accomplish the initial stage of primitive capital accumulation. That is, plunder and exploitation. The former relies on looting other nations to amass wealth, much like the Western European countries during the Age of Discovery. The latter depends on squeezing the lifeblood from one's own people to create fortune, just as it was done in a certain third brother nation. And what about our own Hidden Blaze village? At this moment, we're just starting out. If you were to count every last man, woman, and child, our entire village doesn't even reach 500 souls. With so few people, how could we possibly exploit them? Even if you drove them like pack mules, such a small number could hardly produce much value at all. So, for the sake of prosperity, to accumulate capital in its most primal form, Natum had no choice but to cast his gaze outward, towards other villages. And now, Konoha and Iwagakure have both already been, robbed from the rich and given to the poor. It's not so easy to pull that off a second time. Meanwhile, the other major hidden villages are barely managing to keep the balance of power as it is. To plunder them again, to shatter that fragile balance, would only make things worse for the growth of our own village. Thus, after much thought, it seems that the Land of Waves is the most suitable target. The Land of Waves lies southeast of the Land of Fire, a tiny island nation, with only a single great bridge connecting it to the outside world. The number of native ninjas is next to none, the economy is poverty-stricken, and the people live harsh, difficult lives. By all rights, such a small and destitute nation shouldn't even attract Natsum's attention. Yet, as someone who knows the Naruto world inside and out, Natum is perfectly clear. Though the Land of Waves is poor, its shipping company, run by Gato, the president, controls the whole nation, and Gato is one of the world's most notorious tycoons. Men like him, who thrive on viciousness and cunning, using mafia and ninja behind the scenes to smuggle drugs and contraband, true villains of the highest order, are of course the prime candidates for a bit of robbing from the rich to give to the poor. Moreover, if you can seize and reorganize the evil group's company, you could take over Gato's shipping firm and use its sprawling sea trade to bring in a steady flow of funds for our village. One bold move, countless benefits. Why hesitate? This, in truth, is Natsum's real reason for setting his sights on this tiny country. Naturally, Uchiha Fuji and the others could not fully grasp the deeper intent behind his plan. But one thing they knew for certain. All they had to do was follow their young clan leader's lead. After all, with the little clan leader's wisdom, there was no way they would be led astray. Young master, are you really going to this, Land of Waves? Yes. In the next few days, I'll make the trip. I want to go. I want to go too. Don't worry. This time I do need a few people to assist. We'll decide who goes before we depart. No rush. All right. Okay. Fuji, you may go now. Remember what I said. Don't hold back. Give it everything you've got. Make the village's infrastructure the best it can possibly be. As you command. With that, Natsum began planning the village's development as he prepared supplies, getting ready to set out for the Land of Waves. However, that very afternoon, the envoy sent by Iwagakure arrived at the village. Out of sympathy for old Inoki's aching back, and out of gratitude for Iwagakure's generous gift of 70 million ryo, Natsum reluctantly agreed to meet their messenger. Their representative turned out to be a man nearing 30, a mid-level ninja by the look of it, certainly not a formidable warrior. Yet, upon arrival, this Iwagakure envoy behaved with considerable arrogance. He seemed to look down on this fledgling settlement built by Uchiha exiles. And when he realized that the leader was really just a kid barely over 10 years old, his posturing only grew more obvious. He strutted about like an elite ninja from a grand village, inspecting some backward outpost, arrogant and condescending. Uchiha Jin and the others were so enraged they nearly drew their blades then and there. But before the envoy could boast for long, Natsum calmly reached out with the skeletal claw of his Susanoo and, with one squeeze, shattered several of the man's ribs right there on the spot. After coming face to face with the greeting of the Shinigami at such close range, the envoy quickly learned his lesson. Gone was the bravado. He became thoroughly respectful and anxious as he explained his purpose. He said he had come under the orders of the third Tsuchikage, hoping to establish a secret alliance with Enkakure to stand together against Konoha. Natum didn't hesitate for a second. He threw the envoy out on the spot, showing him not the slightest courtesy. Watching the Iwagakure messenger slink away in disgrace, Natsum's bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances. Why not ally with Iwagakure? Uchiha Nichiyo finally asked. As he saw it, their village was barely getting started. Given the chance to stand alongside one of the 5 great hidden villages against Konoha, the pros should outweigh the cons. Natsum glanced over at Nichiyo and nodded, clearly pleased. To ask when you don't know the answer was a good habit to have, far better than the fools who blundered ahead without a clue. En alliance. Surely you must be joking. Would you genuinely ally yourself with a nameless, untested minor village you know nothing about? Iwagakure simply wishes to use us, have us do their dirty work to weaken Konoha. There's nothing to gain, only a risk of being manipulated, especially with a secret back-alley alliance like this. To put it plainly, such an alliance is worthless. The village is still in its infancy, and that makes us weak. Still, my minimum requirement is an open, public alliance. Not this half-hearted arrangement, where they look down and expect us to cling to their side. An unequal alliance brings nothing but exploitation, never true mutual aid. Natsum Yuyu explained patiently. Having grown accustomed to the struggles of his previous life, a world as murky and treacherous as a muddy swamp, he developed a keen intuition for the subtle games of politics. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't be fooled by the so-called goodwill gestures from Iwagakure. After all, when has a hungry wolf ever truly wanted to befriend sheep? Unless, of course, that wolf just hopes to use this one sheep as bait to lure in even more. Or maybe, the wolf's name is actually Grey Wolf, and he's got something of a reputation. The truth is, though, who is the wolf, and who is the lamb waiting for slaughter? Sometimes it's impossible to tell. Not long ago, he had managed to fleece Iwagakure for quite a lot himself. After hearing Natsum's explanation, Nichiyo and Jin exchanged thoughtful glances, both quietly reflecting. The principle was straightforward, but when you're inside the game, it's not so easy to see through the illusion. For a weak village faced with an olive branch extended by one of the 5 great hidden villages, it is nearly impossible not to be tempted. Otherwise, in Natsum's previous life, there wouldn't have been so many small nations getting sold out by the beautiful country and still happily counting the money for them. Moreover, thanks to Nanoyu and Kabuto's long-term infiltration in Iwagakure, the inner workings of the entire village lay bare before Natsum, like a dancer exposed under bright lights, with no secrets left to hide. At this stage, unless Iwagakure was truly willing to lower its pride and offer sincere intentions for alliance, there was simply no way Natsum would ever accept. All right, our guest has been seen to, he said. Whatever he reports back is his own concern. No need to involve yourselves further. On another note, Nichiyo Jin, get prepared. We leave for the land of waves first thing tomorrow. With the envoy from Iwagakure now sent on his way, Natsum finally turned his attention to more pressing matters, issuing orders to Nichiyo and Jin. Jin's face lit up with delight at the prospect of getting out and moving around. He couldn't help but leap up with excitement. Fantastic. But is it just going to be the 3 of us? Natsum replied. We'll also bring Tsukihime and Uncle Ryu. Nichiyo, go inform them. At once. What? Tsukihime's coming too? Oh no, oh no. Jin instantly deflated, a cloud of anxiety settling over him. With Tsukihime's stern and unyielding temperament, he could forget about having any fun on this trip. Sure enough, at dawn the next day, Natsum set out with his small team. Natsum himself, Uchiha Nichiyo, Uchiha Tsukihime, Uchiha Jin, and Uchiha Ryu, a total of 5. Of them, Nichiyo, Tsukihime, and Jin were all members of Natsum's personal guard. Tsukihime, Nichiyo's elder sister, was 18 this year, tall and lean. Her legs nearly reached up to Natsum's shoulders. Ahem. Of course, her joining the guard had nothing to do with her long legs. Well, not entirely, anyway. The true reason was her formidable strength. At only 18, Tsukihime already possessed the skills of an elite jonin. She was almost certainly the youngest and most outstanding kunoichi of the Uchiha clan. Though she couldn't quite compare with prodigies like Kakashi or Itachi, she still possessed tremendous potential for growth. After all, in the entire Hidden Leaf Village, even if you tallied up all the major and minor families within the village, and included those secretive, unregistered ones, the total number of jonin would never exceed 300. And among the Uchiha he'd personally trained, those who reached jonin level power were fewer than 10. That small group even included a few elderly clan elders whose best days were behind them. So, every young jonin was truly precious beyond measure. Uchiha Long, age 37, currently held the strength of a chunin. Though he was never remarkable in combat, he had long-handled trade negotiations between the Uchiha compound and other leaf families. In business and trade, he possessed a wealth of experience. The reason for bringing Uncle Long along was precisely because of this expertise. It would allow for a swift takeover and integration of the shipping company's business in the aftermath of groups like Gato being toppled. As for bringing Nichio and Jin, that was purely to give them more opportunities to hone their skills in the real world. After all, as the village grew larger and stronger in the future, there was no way he could manage everything single-handedly, day and night. He needed to train more subordinates who were both trustworthy and capable. Aside from that, this time, Natum felt much more at ease than during his last trip away. He had already left numerous flying thunder god markers in secret corners throughout the village, paired with the ample chakra stored in his 72 cards. He could teleport home at any moment. What's more, even if the hidden leaf did make any unexpected moves, it would be hard for anything to slip past the Sound Village's intelligence network, not to mention the Uchiha agents he'd left behind in the leaf. For now, there was no urgent need to worry about the village's safety. The immediate priority, however, was to raise more funds. The Land of Waves sat to the southeast of the Land of Fire. It was a bit farther off than the Land of Fields. Still, in Natsum's group of 5, even the weakest among them was a chunin, so they traveled quickly. It only took them less than 2 days to reach their destination. Of course, if Natsum had set out alone, with his incredible speed, it probably wouldn't have even taken him half a day. The Land of Waves was situated on a small island surrounded by the sea. To get there, traveling by boat was the only real option. As for the famous Naruto Bridge, known to future generations, at this moment, construction hadn't even begun. Soon enough, after spending a bit of pocket change, Natsum and his companions boarded a fishing boat headed towards the Land of Waves. Their ferryman was an unremarkable, slightly built middle-aged man. Judging by the thick calluses on his hands and the unmistakable scent of fish that clung to him, it was clear he had spent many years living off fishing and boating, definitely not the kind of person to harbor any malicious intent. Master, young master, the fog is so thick here, I can hardly see anything in the distance. 16-year-old Uchiha Jin leaned over the side of the boat, peering out with eager curiosity. That's perfectly normal. For a country out on the sea, like the Land of Water, heavy fog is a frequent visitor, Nichio replied calmly from nearby. Clearly, compared to Jin, who'd never been fond of books, Nichio had a much broader grasp of knowledge. Oh, I see. But what I really want to know is, why does the fog form? How does it come about? Nichio, do you know? Nichio was at a loss, struggling to find the words. Just then, from the stern of the boat, Natsum began to explain. The sea air is moist, and under the sunlight, water evaporates easily. That vapor rises and lingers in the air. When the air gets saturated with water vapor, it condenses, and that's how fog forms. Nichio, wait, what? Jin, huh? Tsukihime. Uncle Ryu. Say again. The rest of them stared wide-eyed at Natsum. They felt as though they understood every word, and yet nothing at all. Natsum shot them an exasperated glance, feeling as if he were playing music for the unappreciative. He might not have been a top scholar in his past life, but he at least understood the basics of this. Sadly, trying to explain it to these clueless friends seemed a wasted effort. Haha, our young master truly is a well of knowledge. Jin, you really ought to spend less time playing and more time learning something useful. Uchiha Ryu joked warmly, defusing everyone's confusion with a laugh. The boat glided on through the mist. A short while later, it was Natsum who broke the silence. Mr. Boatman, how much longer until we're there? The sturdy boatman wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a hearty grin. Almost there, just a few minutes to go. By the way, you all must be noble children from a great nation. Am I right? No, not at all. We're ninjas. What, ninjas? I've never seen a ninja as young as you, young master. You must be kidding me. We really are ninjas. Natsum insisted, but the boatman remained unconvinced. After all, none of them wore the usual forehead protectors that marked a typical ninja. Normally, even those from the smallest villages wore their clan or village insignia with pride. But it was no surprise. After all, their flame-hidden village was still newly founded and hadn't had time to create their own headbands. Uncle, we really are ninjas, and not just any ninjas, but extraordinarily skilled ones. Uchiha Jin chimed in. I don't believe it, unless you show me a ninja technique. Everyone says a ninja's skills are something to behold. Well, ninja techniques aren't exactly for performing on command. Jin hesitated, turning uncertainly to Natum. After all, it was a basic rule. Showing off ninjutsu for entertainment or carelessly using it was strictly forbidden. That was the unspoken code among all ninjas. Still, none of them could have predicted what would happen next. At this moment, Natum sat quietly at the stern of the boat. Suddenly, he spread his right hand, beginning to gather a great surge of chakra. In just a brief moment, a sphere of chakra, not particularly large but radiating intense power, appeared in Natsum's palm. Within it, there was no less than 2 cards worth of chakra. The massive surge of energy drew in the surrounding mist, rapidly converging to form an immense swirling vortex, its momentum impressive. The spectacle left the burly boatman at the prow so shaken that his legs nearly buckled. He almost sank to his knees in awe. "Young master, what are you doing?" Uncle Long gasped, a trace of anxiety in his voice. After all, in his perception, the chakra inside this single energy sphere far surpassed the sum of his own chakra several times over. If that thing were to explode, not a soul on the whole boat would stand a chance. The others aboard were equally tense. Even Uchiha Tsukihime, usually cold and reserved, her silent composure was broken by an expression of shock. She couldn't fathom what her young clan leader intended. The next instant, Natum offered no explanation. He simply flexed his right hand, and with a flick, the fist-sized chakra sphere shot out at once. It flew toward the left side of the little boat, vanishing rapidly into the heavy mists. After several seconds, a thunderous boom split the air. Water burst skyward in towering columns, spraying outwards, then broke into a torrent of large raindrops, showering back down. Just a single blow left everyone aboard stunned, apprehension blooming quietly in their hearts. At the same time, in the distance, the roar of the explosion was followed by a chorus of anguished cries and desperate shouts for help. What in the... It was likely a gang of pirates, living off theft and violence on the open sea. Natum replied coolly. "Young master, then all this just now? Their boat has been destroyed, though some of them must have survived the blast. Such sea bandits commit every imaginable crime, thieving and killing without restraint. Their deaths are no great loss. Hayo, go over there and finish off the remaining bandits." "At your command." With a crisp response, Hayo leapt away at once, his steps skimming the water as he darted to the left, vanishing into the thick fog, silently reaping the lives of the remaining pirates. Soon, the air was punctuated by more agonized screams. But within barely 30 seconds, the cries began to fade, replaced by a deep, unsettling quiet. At the same time, Hayo returned swiftly to the boat, clutching 2 bloodied kunai in hand. Reporting to young master, they were indeed a gang of pirates, more than 20 in total. The survivors have all been dealt with. "Well done, have a seat." Hayo sheathed his kunai, shot a glance at his sister Tsukihime seated to his left, and said no more. It was Uchiha Jin, however, who voiced his wonder once again. "Amazing. They really were pirates. Young master, how did you discover them? And what kind of jutsu did you just use? Didn't you even need to form hand seals?" Natum only smiled, his lips curling with quiet mystery. "It's just a rough way of using chakra. Think of it as an extremely watered-down version of a tailed beast ball. As long as you have enough chakra and control, you can master it. I can learn it too." "You could, but you'll need about 5 or 6 times more chakra than you have now. You might just barely manage it." Natsum's answer was like a bucket of cold water dumped over Jin's burning enthusiasm. 5 or 6 times more chakra. At this rate, he'd be old and gray before he could accumulate that much. No wonder the young clan leader was such a monster. He tossed out powerful abilities as casually as if he were playing a game. As for how Natum discovered those pirates ahead of time, well, that was even simpler. With his S-rank spirit body technique, it was easy for him to sense any living creature with a soul approaching his vicinity. He could even tell whether they carried malice or murderous intent. So he had known all along. A group of pirates, thick with ill intentions, had been stealthily trailing their ship from afar on the left side of the sea. They were just waiting for the right moment to make their move. It turned out to be the perfect chance to test the power of his new chakra energy sphere. Trust me, it wasn't for any showy display. And now, at this moment, the thunderous explosion, the pirates being obliterated in an instant, and these unfathomably powerful shinobi. All of this had completely terrified the boatman standing at the bow, leaving him paralyzed on the deck. Goodness, had he really ferried a whole boatload of ninja? And who in the world was that youngest boy? What kind of monster was he? He'd never seen such terrifying shinobi in his entire life. "Huh, boatman, I guess you finally believe we're ninja now." Uchiha Jin teased with a broad grin. "Believe you? Of course I do." The boatman stammered, frantically bowing for mercy, his fear written all over his face. "Please, great ninja sirs, spare my life." "Jin, don't frighten him like that," Natum interjected, putting a stop to the antics. "Uchiha Jin, huh? What? I was just talking. How was I the scary one? Besides, however frightening he might be, he was nothing compared to the clan leader's show-stopping move just now. All right, boatman, don't be afraid. We're not here to harm you. In fact, I have a few questions I'd like to ask." Natum helped the boatman up with a kind smile. "Please ask anything you want, great ninja sirs. Whatever I know, I'll tell you everything," the boatman replied, his voice trembling. Though these ninja smiled so affably, he knew better than to relax for even a second. Even those wandering samurai, if they killed a humble civilian like him in rage, no one would bat an eye. And these ninja were of far greater stature. "Don't be nervous. You're from the land of waves as well, aren't you?" Natum asked warmly. After all, he wasn't some sort of ferocious beast who ate people. "Yes. Have you ever heard of Kato Shipping Company, or the Kato Group?" "I've heard of them. Yes, I have. That company is actually on our island now. They showed up suddenly just a couple years back. They said that, since the land of waves is surrounded by the sea on all sides and transportation is so inconvenient, they were willing to work with us, helping our people transport goods and trade products. Now, almost all the maritime shipping on our island is handled by their company." "Oh, so what's your impression of them?" "To be honest," the boatman paused, hesitated for a moment, but then answered frankly. "At first, things are quite good. Many people here made decent money by selling all sorts of goods through their big cargo ships and the maritime market they managed. But starting last year, and even more so this year, folks from Kato's company began using every trick to drive down the purchase prices for us. Take the salmon my family catches, for example. At first, we could sell it for more than 20, maybe even 30 silvers a pound. Now, though, Kato has forced the price down to 8 or 9 silvers a pound. Sometimes they only give us 5 or 6. Sometimes they simply take it outright by force. Most of the fishermen on the island are in misery. We can hardly keep going any longer." The boatman spoke through clenched teeth, his voice filled with anger and pain. And it wasn't just the fishing business. Pretty much every industry in the land of waves was being squeezed, step by step, in exactly the same way. Otherwise, after over 20 years of fishing, would he have given up that trade to ferry passengers instead? He could hardly support his family anymore. Meanwhile, that Kato company, by buying up goods so cheaply from the land of waves, turned right around and sold them at many times the price, making off with heaps of profit. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help exclaiming, "What? The purchase prices are that low? Can't you sell to other buyers instead? Back in Uncle Konoha's shop, even a simple bowl of ramen cost 60 silvers. Yet here, a whole pound of salmon was fetching just 5 or 6 silvers. This wasn't just exploitation anymore. It was outright crushing, more ruthless than a meat grinder. We have no other way. Kato controls every single channel for selling goods on the island. Aside from them, there's simply no one else we can sell to. And if they catch anyone trying to make secret deals, it's not simply a matter of confiscation. Worse things happen." Jin and the others were visibly shocked. "Don't you try to fight back? If this keeps up, you'll all be doomed eventually." The boatman could only let out a bitter laugh. "Some people have tried to resist, but the Kato company has hired plenty of wandering samurai. Those samurai, armed to the teeth, they're not people we can possibly stand up to. Even the Lord himself has fallen under their control. We are utterly powerless to resist." The boatman sobbed as he poured out his bitterness. If they had the strength, the courage to resist, they would have acted long ago. Why else would they be left so wretched and broken? Alas, the enemy's power was simply overwhelming. There was no hope of victory. Lately, rumor had it that Keisha was rallying a resistance, but everyone knew it was just another path to death. How could this happen? Just a company? Just a handful of wandering swordsmen. And yet they rule this entire island nation, trampling countless lives underfoot. "Young master, this is utterly unreasonable." Ian suddenly shot to his feet, turning to Natum, angry flames flickering in his eyes. As members of the Uchiha, so often scorned and oppressed by the Leaf, how could they not loathe such bottomless exploitation and cruelty? The others from the Nichio also looked on with stern faces, each filled with distaste for such a predatory company. "Ian, sit down." "But," I said, "sit down." Natsum's gentle voice grew firm, the tone of a child that nevertheless brooked no defiance. Ian had no choice but to sit back down, swallowing his seething anger. Seeing the atmosphere grow ever more tense, the boatman hurriedly waved his hands, pleading, "Please, kind sirs, don't let this trouble you. It was just the ramblings of a fool, nothing to take seriously. I also beg you, don't let a word of this slip. If word got out, my entire family would be doomed. Natsum gave a warm, reassuring reply. Please rise, uncle. Don't worry, we won't say a word. The boatman breathed a sigh of relief. With newfound courage, he added, We're almost there. May I ask, what brings you distinguished shinobi to the land of waves? If you don't mind sharing, let me know, so I can choose the right port. Natsum answered offhandedly. Any port will do. We're just on an errand to bring back a few specialties from the land of waves. Nichiyo what? Een what? Sukiheim what? Uncle Long what? The group exchanged glances, stifling their laughter as they looked down. The young clan head was certainly impressive, lying so smoothly without even a frown. He made it sound perfectly believable, though those specialties were probably worth tens of millions in silver. Soon, the small boat reached the dock. Natsum and the group disembarked. The boatman initially dared not take any payment, but under Natsum's insistence, his trembling hands finally accepted a small fare. At that moment, there were few people at the port. However, many cargo ships waited to be loaded. The villagers carrying live goods were watched and herded by several swordsmen wielding long blades, like slaves being driven to labor. An air of deathly gloom hung over the entire port, oppressive and hard to bear. It seems that boatman wasn't lying. The villagers here really are being dominated and exploited. Uncle Long scanned the surroundings and concluded in a low voice. Seeing this, the smoldering anger in Silver's heart was stoked once again. Young chieftain, why didn't you let me speak out just now? Villains like this should be wiped out. Natsum kept his usual calm. Patting Silver on the shoulder as he passed by, he spoke while walking ahead. Silver, saying less is better than doing more. Shouting your anger to the skies does nothing. You have to swing your blade with these hands and carve your fury into the enemy. Make them feel such agony that they're driven mad. Only then will they understand the depth of your wrath. In the past, our elders and chieftains, if only they had wounded Konoha enough, our clan might not have ended up so destitute. And now it's no different. Silver's eyes suddenly cleared with realization. Steeling himself, he hurried to catch up to Natsum. Young chieftain, what do you need me to do? Silver, when was the last time you killed? Natsum asked, eyes narrowed and voice gentle yet chilling. A year ago, during the 17th mission. It's been a while. Do you still remember the scent of blood? I have never forgotten. Good. Let's go. We'll probably have to kill quite a few today. Be careful, and don't let your kunai go blunt. Understood. Silver agreed with a grave nod, his pupils flashing with a bloody gleam. The next moment, the group surged toward the main stronghold of the Kato Company with blistering speed. In less than 10 minutes, the very headquarters of the infamous Kato Company, the name that made the whole land of waves tremble, collapsed in a thunderous crash. Dozens of wandering warriors and several rogue genin from minor hidden villages were all swiftly cut down. Natsum never raised a hand throughout. To dirty his own blade with such small fry would be like slaughtering chickens with a butcher's cleaver, a needless display of strength. These thugs might look fierce and numerous, but all they had were weapons and overwhelming the unarmed. Any chunin could easily take out the lot of them. And Silver, after all, wielded the skills of an elite jonin. To wipe out an ordinary stronghold like this was child's play. Soon, covered in fresh blood and bristling with murderous energy, kunai gripped in his left hand and dragging a burly man with his right, Silver strode from the smoking ruins. Young chieftain, the enemy has been completely eradicated. However, we didn't find Kato himself. This is the overseer of this stronghold. He's still alive. He should have plenty of information we can extract. Silver tossed the man to the ground. The man's legs had already been crippled by Silver. Escape was impossible, especially with a chunin, two elite jonin, a jonin, and Natsum, whose true strength was anyone's guess, watching him. For an ordinary man, there was no hope of fleeing from such a lineup. Even if it were the 5 Kage in their place, it would still be hard to say whether they could escape. Very good. I thought you might wipe them all out. Not bad. To remain rational despite your anger, never letting rage control you. That's the mark of a true shinobi. Watching Jin, who had been reborn through this baptism of blood and grown even more, Natsum felt a deep sense of satisfaction. But there was one thing bothering him. The notorious thug Kato was nowhere to be seen, and Natsum found himself a bit surprised by that. However, on further reflection, he realized that he, too, had fallen into the trap of habitual thinking. Kato was a ruthless boss who ruled over a transnational conglomerate. Why would he assume the man would always be present in the land of waves? This little country was just one of the many territories Kato controlled from the shadows. Granted, the early plot of Naruto did indeed take place in the land of waves. But that was 5 years down the line. As things stood, the Kato Company had only recently taken over the land of waves. There There was no reason for them to treat it as their main base of operations. So, it was completely reasonable that Kato wasn't here. With this realization, Natsum's expression darkened slightly. Still, fortunately, they'd managed to capture this administrator alive, and the man should know Kato's precise whereabouts. So, which one of you wants to interrogate him? I have a gentle heart. I couldn't bear to torture the man, Natsum said with a wave of his hand. The real reason, of course, was that he was worried he might accidentally kill the captive before getting any information. I'll handle it, came the quiet voice of Uchiha Tsukihime, who had been silent all this time. Natsum nodded, and then led the others to leave, leaving the prisoner with Tsukihime. Not a moment later, from the direction of the ruins, the distant Natsum and the others heard waves of agonized screams. Cries so raw, so full of suffering and despair, it sounded as if someone's most cherished male attributes were being utterly destroyed. Listening to those screams, Natsum and the others shuddered, a chill running involuntarily through them as they crossed their legs tighter. Even blood-soaked Steely Jin felt her bravado vanish in an instant, trembling inside. In less than 3 minutes, Tsukihime returned, bringing the information Natsum needed: Kato's whereabouts and the location of his company's headquarters. With a destination clear before them, the group wasted no time and immediately set off toward their new goal. They left behind a crowd of Land of Waves citizens who could only gaze in stunned silence at the group's dashing silhouettes disappearing into the distance, and at the ruins still roaring with flames. A long time passed before the crowd, finally feeling a weight lifted from their hearts, broke into a bittersweet mix of tears and laughter, overjoyed beyond words. Meanwhile, in the land of hot springs, inside the headquarters of the Kato group, crash! Kato smashed the cup in his hand on the floor, glaring at his subordinate and roaring furiously. What did you say? Our company's base in the Land of Waves has been destroyed. What on earth happened? His subordinate hurriedly responded in a trembling voice. The details are still unknown. We only received a telegram from there, reporting that the outpost was under a fierce attack. It appears the attackers were ninjas. We've lost contact. Most likely, everyone over there has been completely wiped out. Kato was shocked, then quickly flew into a rage. Useless. All of you are useless. There are so many samurai. How can I not handle just a single ninja? Who is it? Who dares to go against me? Is it those people from the Land of Waves? Did they hire a ninja for this? No way. Those guys are as poor as dirt. How could they ever afford to hire a ninja? Then, could it be a rival company? That actually sounds more likely. Kato gritted his teeth, his mind racing with speculation. But he had no way to be sure. From his perspective, even if this really was a move from a competing company, it crossed every line, a blatant violation of the unspoken rules. It was like in Xiao Mu's last life, a case of fierce rivalry between two multinationals. Things like slander, suppression, leaking secrets, or even hiring mercenaries and assassins to silence people. That's all par for the course. But outright hiring ninjas to launch attacks, that's beyond extreme. It's the equivalent of paying an astronomical sum to send in special ops from one of the 5 great nations. Who could possibly stand against that? President, what matters now isn't who did this. We need to prepare ourselves, fast. If that squad of ninjas shows up here, we'll really be in trouble. This subordinate, who was at least still thinking straight, quickly reminded him. Yes, you're right. We must bolster our defenses at once. Hurry, go hire some. No, just post a bounty right away. Hire as many ninjas as you can. Kato urged frantically. But President, hiring ninjas is expensive. And besides, with the 5 great nations, it's not even up to us. Even if we wanted to, they wouldn't take the job. There's no time either. Kato flew into a rage. Kicking his subordinate hard, he shouted, Damn it, at a time like this, you're worried about the cost. Just do it, spare no expense. If we can't get ninjas from the 5 great nations, aren't there plenty of rogue ones out there? Don't tell me you can't find any. Yes, sir, right away. The subordinate scrambled out as fast as he could, desperate to carry out his orders. The Land of Hot Water lay to the northeast of the Land of Waves. It too was an island nation, surrounded by sea on all sides. However, its territory was far larger than that of the Land of Waves, and its population was several times greater. Among the dozen or so island nations scattered throughout this vast stretch of ocean, it ranked second only to the Land of Water, the greatest of the 5 great shinobi countries. And because of its unique location, it had become the maritime trade hub among all these islands. Many major shipping companies had set up their headquarters right here. The Kato Company was no exception to these ways. After leaving the Land of Waves, Natsum and his group wasted no time. They commandeered a large Kato Company cargo ship and headed straight for the Land of Hot Water. The cargo ship sailed through the night. At last, by dawn the next day, they arrived at a harbor in the land of hot water. It was obvious, even at a glance, that this port was far busier and more prosperous than the one back in the land of waves. Dozens upon dozens of cargo ships of all sizes filled the docks, bustling with activity as goods were loaded and unloaded. Young chieftain, what do we do next? The workers on this ship should know where the Kato Company headquarters is. Let's have them lead the way. Let's go straight there. Understood. So, without delay, the group disembarked on the dock and made their way inland. Yet, before they had gone far, Natum suddenly halted the party, warning them in a low voice. There are a lot of shinobi drawing near, and they all reek of bloodlust. It seems the Kato Company already knows we're here. Get ready to fight. At this moment, the four, Nichio, Silver, Tsukihime, and the somewhat less capable Uncle Long, stood together, their combined strength not inferior to an elite squad from any of the 5 great shinobi villages Black Ops teams. As for Kato's side, they'd hired more than 20 ninja, but most had the look of fugitives, rogue shinobi who'd fled lesser hidden villages. About half could just about pass for genin at best. The rest didn't amount to more than trainee ninja. Only their leader emanated a hint of chakra, at a level suggesting a middling chunin. Such a motley gathering of strays. Did they really think they could ambush Natum and his companions? It was sheer folly, nothing but courting their own doom. In moments, the first few assassins leaped out from the woods on either side, only to be struck down in a heartbeat, falling lifeless in a pools of their own blood. Within half a minute, the rest, over a dozen, in turn, met swift ends of the hands of Nichio and the others. They hadn't even needed to use their Sharingan eyes. Just a few minor jutsu were more than enough to clear the battlefield. The thick tang of blood began to permeate the morning air, staining the earth beneath their feet. The sight left the 2 Kato Company employees, who'd led the way, shaking uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in terror. Young chieftain, the area is clear. So these are the Kato Company's assassins? Did they really think such pathetic strength could threaten us? What utter arrogance! Natum nodded, but remained on guard. He cautioned the others. This is only the opening act. The main event has yet to begin. Nichio and the others looked puzzled. Then, in the next instant, a dense, creeping fog began to rise all around them. In no time, their entire field of view was enveloped. What's this? Morning mist? No, this isn't ordinary fog. I can sense faint traces of chakra within it. This has to be a ninjutsu. Someone is controlling this mist. Is that the hidden mist's mist concealment technique? How can this be? Have ninjas from Kirigakura arrived? Nichio and his companions were taken aback, immediately raising their guard. They quickly moved to shield their young clan leader, Natum, positioning themselves defensively against attacks from every direction. In the next instant, to their right, the heavy mist contracted sharply. Body flicker technique, misty flicker. Mist concealme, silent killing technique. A flash of steel split the fog, sharp as lightning, slashing straight toward Nichio. Nichio, watch out! Silver cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Nichio had been wary from the start, and his reflexes were sharp. He reacted at once. His Sharingan, now with 2 Tomo, flared to life, tracing the trajectory of the attack. He spun, whipping a kunai backward, intercepting the deadly blade. A metallic clang tore through the air. The massive sword, wielded with immense strength, crashed down on Nichio's kunai, carving a deep notch into the blade. With a single blow, his kunai was sent flying from his grasp. But thanks to that desperate parry, the fatal strike was deflected at the last moment. The blade only grazed Nichio's shoulder, leaving a shallow gash, painful, but not fatal. His head was spared, courting death. Seeing her younger brother wounded, Tsukihime's eyes flared with fury. She struck out with a punch, channeling fierce, unyielding power, aiming straight for the shadow lurking in the mist. A thunderous impact followed. The assailant brought up his broadsword to block, catching the punch on its wide, flat side. Yet even so, the sheer force of the blow sent him hurtling backward. He skidded over 10 meters away before vanishing once again into the thick fog. Nichio, are you all right? I'm fine. Just a scratch. But the enemy is incredibly strong. They're on a whole different level from those assassins we faced before. Drawing on his chakra, Nichio sealed the bleeding in his left shoulder and warned his companions to stay vigilant. His right hand, emptied of the kunai, which had been knocked away, trembled violently, a testament to the foe's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, from deep within the mist, a deep, resonant male voice echoed out. What a powerful punch. Impressive skills. Which village are you from? Why aren't you wearing a forehead protector? Hold on, is that the Sharingan? Your leaf shinobi? A note of astonishment rang out in Zabuza's voice, muffled by the fog. He had thought his mission target this time would be nothing more than a few nobodies from a minor village. Who would have guessed that his opponents would possess such formidable strength? Not only had they countered his infallible mist assault decapitation, but they also wielded the legendary Sharingan, an infamous Kekkei Genkai. So, these guys won't go down easy, huh? Uchiha clan ninja are never simple prey. Damn it, I should have demanded a higher price for this job. I'll definitely have words with that bastard Gato and negotiate a better deal, one way or another. Zabuza couldn't help but grumble inwardly. It was just as well he hadn't charged in first himself, but sent those worthless lacking ninjas to probe the enemy instead. Otherwise, we might have already fallen into his trap by now. Can you see where the enemy is? Uncle Long asked in a calm voice. Nichio strained his Sharingan, scanning the area before shaking his head. No, I can't. There's chakra mixed into this mist. It's interfering with the Sharingan's ability to lock on its targets. Mist, blades, and strong abilities. The enemy must be that infamous rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village, demon of the Hidden Mist, Zabuza Momochi, right? Tsukiheim, seasoned by countless missions, spoke up. She had guessed the enemy's identity almost instantly. Among the Uchiha, she was one of the rare few to focus on taijutsu. That punch of hers just now, while not her full strength, was definitely not something ordinary jonin could handle. Yet this so-called demon of the Hidden Mist had deflected it with casual ease. He was clearly no simple opponent. So, you've heard of my name? Looks like you really do have deep ties to the Leaf Village. Or perhaps, you're the remaining Uchiha who recently defected from the Leaf? No matter. That's not important now. Here, inside my mist, you have no hope of survival. Still, since you know my name, I'll do you a favor and at least leave your corpses intact. His arrogant threats echoed from all around, blending with the heavy fog. Hidden within the mist, Zabuza played for time with his words while circling swiftly, probing for any weakness among the five. He intended to end this with a single, fatal blow. It's exhausting chatting like this. Ugh, this mist is so thick it's making my eyes ache. Let's just clear it away. Natum rubbed his eyes and let out a lazy yawn as he said this offhandedly. Then he clapped his hands together. A surge of wild chakra erupted from him, spreading outward in bursts like layer after layer of violent gale. In just over 10 seconds, the dense fog all around was blasted away entirely. As the wind settled, everything around them came into sharp focus. At the same time, far off, the so-called demon of the Hidden Mist stood with his blade at the ready, rooted to the spot. He stared, dumbfounded, in the direction of Natum. My word, while it's true that this Hidden Mist technique isn't invincible, to have it dispelled so utterly, simply by unleashing massive chakra in a brute force wave, now, that he'd never seen before. Who in the world is that boy? How could anyone possess such a vast well of chakra? And with 4 others guarding him, his status clearly isn't ordinary. Could he be the Leaf's Jinchuriki? Zabuza reeled in shock. Usually, only the Jinchuriki of each village had such monstrous chakra, even at that age. But how could he have masked his presence so well just moments ago? Seems even someone like him could misjudge an opponent. They had all assumed that the youngest would be the weakest of the group. Yet that little rascal turned out to be unbelievably powerful. Hooray! The young clan leader is amazing. As the mist began to clear and their vision returned, In couldn't hold back an excited cheer. So much for that so-called hidden mist technique. It looked laughably feeble in the presence of their young clan leader. All right, the fog's cleared. That guy's too weak. He's not even worth my time. I'll leave him to you all, especially you 3, Riyao, Yuji, and In. Use this chance to practice your teamwork. Try to capture him alive if you can. Natum gave a casual wave, issuing orders to the others. Truth be told, Zabuza did have considerable skill, but he was ultimately only on par with an elite jonin. A few days ago, Natum might have been interested in testing himself against such an opponent. But now, he just wasn't in the mood. After all, what child bothers to play seriously with adults? It was better to let Riyao and the others use him for practice. Yes, sir. Riyao and his companions answered in unison, tightening their grips on their weapons as they charged towards Zabuza in the distance. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the moment Zabuza heard that Brat dismiss him as too weak, not even worth dealing with, fury flashed across his face. His brows knotted in a deep scowl. All his life, he had never encountered such insolent children. His earlier thoughts of retreat vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, silent resolve. He would make sure to finish off these reckless shinobi and that arrogant brat. The battle erupted in a flash. No longer shrouded in mist, Zabuza faced off against the 4 in a desperate struggle, refusing to back down. He was, after all, one of the fabled 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, an elite jonin and a master of silent assassination. In the world of shinobi, any ninja whose name was known outside their own country was never an easy target. Besides, Zabuza and Haku had once come close to wiping out Team 7, and Team 7 had sealed Kaguya herself, so, by that logic, well, that was just a playful exaggeration. But there was no doubt about it. This demon of the Hidden Mist was a formidable force, especially in this era. The number of shinobi who had fallen by his blade likely numbered in the hundreds. But his 4 opponents were not to be underestimated either. There was Uncle Long, a chunin skilled in powerful long-range attacks. Ryao, a special jonin with formidable ninjutsu. Yuji, a jonin specializing in close-quarters combat. And In, yet another special jonin with her own strengths. 4 warriors, 4 pairs of Sharingan. Their alliance formed a truly illustrious team. Even Zabuza found himself hard-pressed against such opposition. Water style, water clone jutsu. Water style, great waterfall technique. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Fuma shuriken. Taijutsu, 8 trigrams fist. One devastating technique after another lit up the battlefield, unleashed in rapid succession and crashing against each other. With every move and counter-move, their fierce clash raged on, back and forth. Although in terms of sheer strength, Nichio and the others were no match for Zabuza. It was thanks to the coordination between the 4 of them, and the added power of the Sharingan, that they managed to skillfully fend off all of Zabuza's attacks. They even seemed to faintly seize the upper hand. At this moment, standing at a distance, Natum watched the fierce battle with an animated excitement, shouting out instructions as he observed. Good, just like that. Uncle Long, aim your jutsu at his head. Tsukihime, get in closer, attack his lower body. Don't give him a chance to form hand seals. Nichio, watch those gaps between your jutsus. Support Tsukihime properly, don't get out of sync. Jin, don't charge in so far. Stay back and throw more kunai and shuriken. If you're gonna fight dirty, do it properly. On the battlefield, forget about honor. Be as ruthless as you can. You hear me? Such crude and underhanded commands only served to enrage Zabuza further among the fray. He wished he could tear across the battleground and get rid of the meddlesome brat right then and there. But every time he tried to move toward that kid, the 4 Uchiha shinobi threw themselves at him without hesitation, attacking with ferocity. They were even willing to take injuries just to land a blow, showing no fear of death at all. Zabuza found himself forced on the defensive, unable to break away and target that insufferable child. Damn it, who is this brat anyway? What could possibly make these ninja fight so desperately, so loyally for him? It doesn't make any sense. Zabuza's face grew dark, a shocked voice echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, the fight against Nichio's group felt increasingly strenuous. Aside from the kunoichi and the older man, the 2 boys lacked much battle experience. They had been awkward at first. But now, the 4 of them moved with growing unity, their teamwork becoming smoother with each moment. If this went on, he might actually lose in the end. No, he couldn't drag this out any longer. He needed to find an opening to unleash a large-scale jutsu and finish them in one decisive strike. Everybody be careful. He's probably going to use clones to hold you off, then prep the water dragon jutsu. Stick to his real body. Don't give him a chance. From afar, Natum immediately saw through Zabuza's intentions and called out another sharp warning. Hearing this, Zabuza felt a tightness in his chest and coughed hard, almost coughing up blood from sheer frustration. Damn it, how does that kid keep knowing what I'm about to do? Why does he always seem to be one step ahead? And he has to shout it out too? How am I supposed to cast my jutsu now? How am I supposed to fight like this? Could he be any more shameless? At that moment, seeing Zabuza so aggrieved and flustered, Natum let out a satisfied laugh. Please, he'd watched this guy form hand seals in his past life more times than he could count. As for that water dragon jutsu, with over 40 hand seals, he could recite it backwards with his eyes closed. Across the entire shinobi world, probably no one knew this guy's fighting style and hidden moves better than he did himself. So by what means could he fight? What could possibly secure his victory? Just like that, after receiving another signal, the 4 members of the Nichio team suddenly intensified their assault. They never gave Zabuza the slightest chance to weave hand signs or cast jutsu. As for Natum, he watched on in high spirits from a distance, thoroughly entertained. And so it continued. With the naked eye, one could see Zabuza's disadvantage growing step by step. After this fierce battle, his body was already covered in over a dozen wounds, blood oozing out and staining most of him crimson, making him look even more haggard. But just then, as victory seemed all but certain for the Nichio team, A small pool of water behind Natsum suddenly trembled. It began to take shape, gradually coalescing into the form of an exquisitely pretty girl, no more than 10 years old. With a sharp whoosh, the girl lunged forward, gripping a kunai, and appeared right behind Natsum. She pressed the gleaming blade to his throat. "Quick, tell your people to back off, or I'll kill you." Haku stared wide-eyed, voice ringing with a desperate threat. If he didn't have to, he truly didn't want to disobey Lord Zabuza's orders or take action like this. But he wasn't foolish. Taking in the state of the battle, he knew, if it went on any longer, Lord Zabuza might very well lose, or even die. He couldn't wait any longer. He had no choice but to act. To capture Natsum and use him as leverage to force back these ninja. Clan Air. The members of Nichio jerked to a halt, their hearts tightening with alarm as they hurried to aid Natsum. "Keep your focus on the fight. Don't get distracted." Natsum's tone was calm, his reprimand precise. "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Hakuish Angerthorith. He gritted his teeth, threatening again in a harsher voice. "Do you want to die? Tell your team to stop right now, or I won't warn you again." "Life as a rogue nin. Must be rough, huh? Huh? What are you rambling about? If I were you, I'd drop the kunai and beg for mercy. Maybe then you'd have a slim chance at survival." Natsum smiled faintly, not the least bit nervous. Haku, only 10 years old, hands trembling as he clung tightly to the kunai. You're forcing me." Resolute now, Haku made a snap decision. He plunged the kunai toward Natsum's throat. No matter what, he had to save Zabuza, but in the next instant, the expected spray of blood never came. Instead, Haku felt the kunai pierce thin air, no resistance at all. He stumbled, nearly falling. When he looked closer, he suddenly realized that the figure of the teen had scattered in an instant, dissolving into countless tiny panda cubs. These little pandas bounced around him, then quickly regrouped at his right side, and reformed into the image of that same boy. Haku gasped in shock. "A substitution jutsu? A Kurun technique? No, it's Jinjutsu. I've fallen into a Jinjutsu. That boy was never real to begin with. How's that possible? When did I fall under a Jinjutsu? Why didn't I sense anything at all?" Panic surged through him. Haku no longer dared to hesitate. He hurriedly unleashed his own Kekiai Genkai, the Ice Release, his most powerful ninjutsu. Ice Release secret art. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. In an instant, the ninjutsu was activated. Countless ice mirrors rapidly formed around him. Haku prepared to slip into the mirrors, ready to launch his swift attacks from within. But just as he was about to vanish into the ice, his gaze instinctively flickered to the boy. And in that moment, Haku was shaken to his core once again. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. How can it be? In the blink of an eye, over a dozen ice mirrors shattered with a deafening crash. With the thunderous sound of splintering ice, Haku barely had time to react. A hand, nearly as large as his own, closed tightly around his throat. His jutsu was forcibly disrupted, and he was effortlessly hoisted off his feet. "I told you, behave yourself. Why is it so hard for you to listen?" Gazing into the boy's blood-red eyes, hearing that cold, indifferent voice, Haku began to tremble uncontrollably, as if plunged into the deepest winter. He felt utterly powerless as never before. "I surrender." With a swish, Zabuza, battered and covered in wounds, planted his massive blade into the ground. One arm hung limp at his side, while the other was raised high in a clear gesture of surrender. Dropping heavily to one knee, he announced his defeat. Seeing this, the four of the Sunlight team were stunned for a moment. They stopped attacking, then cautiously removed every weapon from Zabuza and bound his hands. Only once they were sure there was no more threat. One of them signaled Natsum in the distance. Natsum gently laid the unconscious Haku on the ground, and, as a precaution, cast a binding spell to prevent any sudden escape. Then, he walked over to Zabuza. "Tsuke, I expected you'd fight to your last breath," Natsum said with a wistful chuckle. "At the very least, I thought you'd seize the chance to flee and maybe return for another battle. Yet you surrendered so decisively. Why?" Zabuza, head bowed, cast a sidelong glance at Haku, lying unconscious in the distance, but said nothing, though he had struggled with himself countless times just moments ago. In the end, he chose to surrender. Meanwhile, Silver hurried over and tried to butter him up. "Of course, it's all thanks to your strength, young clan chief. The moment you stepped in, you scared him out of his wits." Natsum shot Silver an impatient look and scolded. "All right, enough with the flattery. You four battled for so long, but still didn't fully subdue them. And here I was, offering guidance from the sidelines. What a disgrace." At those words, even those standing with Nichiyo lowered their heads slightly, feeling a sense of shame. So what do we do with these two? Should we just kill them? Tsukihime asked coldly, showing no mercy. The moment she spoke, Zabuza quickly interjected. I know you're not shinobi from Konoha. You must be the remnants of the fugitive Uchiha clan, aren't you? If that's the case, I'm willing to pay for my life. Please spare me, Zabuza begged, forcing out the words through clenched teeth. For someone as tough as him, to beg for mercy was already unimaginable. Were it not for the vow he had made in his heart, for Haku's sake. Otherwise, if someone tried to cut him down, he probably wouldn't even so much as flinch. Just how much money do you think you have? If you were wealthy, would you really keep taking these deadly missions nonstop? To think you'd try to buy your life? How shameless. Natsum scoffed, casting him a look of utter disdain. After witnessing the vaults of two great hidden villages, his standards had unquestionably risen. Whatever meager wealth Zabuza could muster was no longer impressive. Now, being taunted by a mere brat like this. Zabuza's face turned crimson with humiliation, his pride stinging sharply. Finally, he lost his patience and shouted, 10 million Ryo? Is that enough? Natsum's eyes lit up at once. He immediately called out, untie him. Goodness gracious, did Zabuza really have that much money? An outlaw ninja, and yet he'd managed to amass a fortune of 10 million Ryo? He must have been a money magnet in a previous life. Clan leader, do you really want us to loosen his bonds? I'm only kidding. Keep him tied up. We'll still need him for something later. Oh, and bring that kid over here too. Here's how it'll go. Nichiyu, you stay here and keep an eye on both of them. If either of them so much as twitches, kill them on the spot. I'll take the rest and head to the Kato Company's headquarters. We'll come back for you afterward. Natsum issued his orders briskly. Certainly, Zabuza's 10 million Ryo was tempting. But compared to the entirety of the Kato Company, it was just a drop in the bucket. He knew perfectly well where his priorities lay. If they wasted any more time and allowed Kato to slip away, things could get complicated again. Understood. Nichiyu accepted the order, carried Haku over from the distance, tied them both together, and stood watch dutifully. As for Natsum and the other three, they immediately set off along the road, racing toward the Kato Company stronghold. From that moment forward, their journey was smooth and untroubled. The four of them easily located Kato Company's lair, easily stormed their way inside, and effortlessly toppled the entire syndicate, putting an end to Kato's life of monstrous villainy. It's worth noting that, when Natsum and the others fought their way through and finally confronted the company's president, Kato, this guy was still in his own office, happily delegating, letting his secretary handle everything. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the threat posed by Natsum and his companions. Who knows whether he had confidence in those 20-odd amateur assassins, or in that notorious Phantom of the Mist. In any case, although he was rotten to the core, to die unawares at the peak of bliss could almost be called a stroke of luck. Of course, given the boundless evil he had committed, the only destination awaiting him after death would be the depths of hell. And so it was. With the destruction of Kato and his inner circle, along with a horde of utterly inhumane, blood-soaked samurai killers, Natsum and his group spared the rest of the company's staff. After all, once they absorbed this shipping company into their ranks, they would need these employees to keep things running, at least for a while. Besides, most of these ordinary workers were themselves victims of Kato's exploitation, toiling away from dawn till dusk in grueling shifts, so overworked that they didn't even have time to dabble in anything shady. In a way, they were rather pitiable. Of course, Natsum hadn't traveled all this way just to champion justice or liberate these downtrodden workers and the people of the Land of Waves. It was about the money, a huge pile of money. That was the real goal. Thus, Uncle Long, with his rich experience managing affairs, stepped forward. In no time at all, he managed to calm the hundreds of terrified employees. Soon after, guided by the company's manager, Natsum and his companions found themselves standing before the underground vault where the entire Kato group's wealth was stored. The vault was enormous, and the door had been specially locked tight. Supposedly, only Kato and a select few knew the code to unlock it. Unfortunately for them, such security was utterly worthless in the face of powerful shinobi. With a single swift motion, Natsum drew his blade. The tough alloy lock was instantly sliced clean in two by the Konoha blade. In the very next moment, the vault door opened wide. A dazzling burst of light exploded forth, forcing Natsum and the others to shield their eyes. And there, as far as they could see, cart after cart, mound upon mound, an endless tide of gold, silver, and sparkling jewels lay piled gloriously within the vault. A conservative estimate put the cash alone at more than 10 million Ryo. Add in the jewelry and diamonds of exceptional worth, and the total haul easily reached several hundred million Ryo. They had struck it big. Truly big. An absolutely spectacular windfall. Gazing at the vault's treasure, feasting his eyes on the mountain of silver before him, Natsum was practically grinning from ear to ear, wild with joy. His heart even gave a fierce flutter. So this is what a heart attack feels like. 1 scroll, 5 million. 2 scrolls, 10 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Time to tame the tiger. No, wait. I messed up the rhyme. Natsum chattered to himself under his breath, all the while scooping up the scattered silver with delight. Uncle Long and the others watching from afar could only click their tongues in amazement. It was the first time they had ever seen their young clan leader get this excited. They almost wondered if the young master had been driven silly by all the excitement. Wow, I never knew our young master could be so greedy for money. Standing nearby, Ian joked cheerfully as he stuffed handfuls of gold coins into his pockets. Bah, this isn't greed. It's following my heart. To obey your heart. Do you understand? You lot have never been heads of household. You don't know how much the basics of daily life cost. Natsum shot back with a laugh and a mock scold as he continued loading up money at full speed. Before long, every last coin in the vault was tucked away in his bags. He ended up filling a total of 25 spatial scrolls. While he was at it, Natsum ran his fingers over all the cash, drawing their aura of wealth and converting them into gold coins through his system. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 117 million value points. Would you like to recharge 117 million value points to convert into 11,700 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations! You have received 11,700 gold coins. Current balance, 14,640 gold coins. Staring at his suddenly swelling balance, vaulting straight past 5 digits, Natsum's heart soared with excitement, feeling as if he were floating high above the clouds. Now this was what it meant to strike it rich for real. Besides, his system came with a unique perk. Uncle Long and the others watching from afar couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. It was the first time they'd seen their young clan leader so exuberant. They almost wondered if he was so elated he'd lost his senses. Wow, is the young clan leader really this greedy for wealth? Off to the side, Ian was cheerfully cracking a joke, all the while stuffing handfuls of gold coins into his pockets. This isn't being greedy. This comes from the heart. Just following my true desires, don't you get it? You all wouldn't know how hard it is to run a household, never understanding the true value of rice, oil, and salt. Natsum turned and scolded them playfully, grinning from ear to ear. But even as he spoke, his hands never slowed as he continued piling up the cash. In no time at all, he had packed away every last bill from the entire silver vault. He managed to fill up 25 whole spatial scrolls with it. At the same time, Natsum took the chance to run his hands over the money, absorbing its essence and immediately converting it into gold coins through the system. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 117 million value points. Would you like to deposit 117 million value points to exchange for 11,700 gold coins? Deposit successful. Congratulations, you have received 11,700 gold coins. Current balance, 14,640 gold coins. Seeing his coins skyrocket in an instant, surging past the 5-digit mark, Natsum couldn't hold back his jubilation. It felt as if he were soaring on clouds. This was the true meaning of sudden wealth. And his system came with an extra benefit as well. Whenever cash was exchanged for value points, the money itself wasn't consumed or destroyed. He could still bring all this cash back to his own village and put it to normal use. It was the best of both worlds. Of course, nothing is perfect. Though the system was generous in the value it offered, its requirements for approval were very strict. In the past, Natsum had tried to game the system, using the same money over and over to rack up value points. But the system was immune to such tricks. It would only acknowledge cash that Natsum obtained for the first time and had full authority to control for converting into value points and then into gold coins. Aside from that, all those valuable jewels, luxury goods, and powerful weapons, none of them could be converted into value points. Otherwise, on the night he defected, the losses from Konoha wouldn't have been limited to the treasury alone. So, apart from over 100 million in cash, which he could immediately exchange for value points, the other treasures in this vault, worth hundreds of millions more in jewels and luxury items, were beyond his direct reach, at least for now. But that wasn't a major problem. He could always use this so-called shipping company to gradually sell off all those jewels, turning them into cash bit by bit. It might be a lengthy process, but it promised to be steady and secure. All in all, today's haul was enough to make anyone giddy with excitement. Who would have thought that this little Gado company would turn out to be wealthier than the grand treasury of Awagakure? one of the 5 great hidden villages. What an eye-opener this is. But thinking it over more carefully, it all makes sense. Though the military strength of the 5 great hidden villages is considerable, each village really only has tens of thousands of people at most, hardly bigger than a small town. A large international company like this, though, can have staff numbering in the tens of thousands as well. In terms of economic scale, matching a small town is entirely plausible. Of course, if it weren't for the massive capital needed to keep a company of this size running, the cash reserve here could easily be several times what it is now. But now, as things stand, all of it belongs to me. That Cardo, he's dead now. And he's left me such a huge shipping company, along with all this treasure. It almost makes me feel a little embarrassed. Well, I suppose I'll be gracious about it. I won't speak ill of the dead anymore. With that, the 3 of us, having gathered up the scrolls and our spoils, left the company's main building behind. We handed the entire organization over to Uncle Long for restructuring. Soon, I'll send a few more capable clansmen to assist Uncle Long as well. With his abilities, I expect that in no more than half a month, he'll have rooted out the rot and restore the company to order. Within a month, the shipping routes should be back in operation, bringing our village a genuinely sustainable stream of income. As expected, there's nothing more pleasurable than lying at home and watching the money roll in. After leaving the Cardo company, the 3 of us, Natum, Tsukihime, and Jin, headed back toward Nichio. As for Zabuza and Haku, they were still tied up, right where we left them, neither struggling nor trying to escape. Whether they'd run out of strength or just accepted their fate, it was hard to say. Zabuza looked up as we returned, his gaze settling on our triumphant faces. A calculating look crossed his mind in an instant. So, Cardo is dead, isn't he? Of course. A tyrant like that would only bring endless trouble if left alive. I've already sent him on his way. Natum nodded, not denying it. How ridiculous, really. Zabuza sighed with a tinge of irony. Such a wealthy merchant, an infamous crime lord, felled in the end because he was too stingy to pay a little extra commission and so failed to hire enough helpers to protect himself. And me? For the paltry sum of just 3 million Rio, I recklessly attacked a kid like this. A kid who probably deserves an S-class bounty, if not higher. Looking at it that way, I can't really complain about my downfall. All right then. Nichio, you, and the others wait at the back. I'd like to have a word with our demon of the hidden mist here, just the 2 of us. But, young master, this one is dangerous. Nichio hesitated, clearly worried. After all, Natum is the very hope and future of our entire clan. If anything happened to him, we wouldn't dare imagine the consequences. What's wrong? Do you still think this guy could possibly be a match for me? That he could threaten me in any way? I gave him both my hands and feet, and he still couldn't beat me. Natum shot the group an exasperated look, clearly out of patience. Such blatant scorn only made a certain demon's face darken with anger. He very nearly lost his cool and lunged, fists raised. Yet, deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that he truly wasn't this brat's match. Nichio and the others exchanged glances. They chose not to press further. They knew the young chief's strength well. One bound-up, disheveled demon was nothing. Even 10 demons at full strength would stand no chance against him. Soon, the group withdrew to a distance, leaving only Natum and Zabuza alone together. What do you really want? Zabuza asked through gritted teeth. In his eyes, Natum had already destroyed the Cardo company and gained a fortune. There was no way this youngster cared about the meager savings of someone like him. Most likely, all that was left for him was a dead end. He felt a deep regret, unable to fulfill his lifelong ambition, and bringing Haku down with him. How much have you saved up altogether? Natsum's question caught Zabuza off guard. 13,800,000 Rio? Well, for a rogue shinobi, you sure know how to stash away money. No wonder your clothes are so ragged. You've been wearing the same ones for years. Natum clicked his tongue in admiration. In his mind, anyone who could save money like that had to be ruthless. Granted, he fell short of that super saver Mr. Kakuzu, but still, this Zabuza was impressive. All the money is yours. And if you want, you can kill me too. But if you can let him go, he's still a child. Zabuza lowered his head, fists clenched, and pleaded in a low voice. This was his final wish. Yet, Natum didn't deliver the killing blow. Instead, he flicked his finger, shooting a thread of chakra that sliced through Zabuza's bindings, setting him free. With a smile, he asked, "Quit pretending to be the tough guy. Just listening to you is embarrassing. Tell me, after depriving yourself all these years and saving up that much money, was it all to gather followers, to bide your time for another coup, to strike back at the hidden mist?" Zabuza was stunned, staring at his newly freed hands. He simply couldn't read this kid's intentions. "You, taking on one of the 5 great hidden villages, the Hidden Mist. Wouldn't that count as at least an S-rank mission? For a job like that, do you really think other major villages' ninjas would take it? And honestly, just how many ninja can you hire with 13 million ryo? 5 jonin? Maybe 10. With that little firepower, how will you stage a coup? How would you topple the Hidden Mist? If you keep it like this, you could save money your whole life, and it still wouldn't be enough. Natsum's mockery stoked Zabuza's fury. His eyes went bloodshot, his breath coming fast. This kid could insult him all he wanted, but he would not allow his ideals, his deepest dreams, to be defiled. Even Zabuza himself knew, deep down, that relying on his own strength alone, he would never be able to purge the scum from his village in this lifetime. Bastard, are you looking for death? Natsum grinned and waved his hand playfully, continuing to tempt him. Calm down, will you? I won't take your reward for nothing. How about this? Give me 13 million ryo, and I will carve a path of blood through the land of water for you. I'll wipe out the Hidden Mist village, root and branch. How about it? With those words, Zabuza's anger melted away, replaced by stunned disbelief. He stared, dumbstruck, and stammered. Why you? You would really help me take back the Hidden Mist village. That's right. What's the matter? Do I not look strong enough to you? Or maybe you'd like to try me yourself? Natsum flashed his white teeth, smiling with the dangerous charm of a demon lurking in the abyss. A few hours later, aboard a broad, heavy cargo ship, Zabuza sat cross-legged on the deck, his expression severe. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, while his left gripped his sword tightly. Beside him stood Haku, small and slight, rising up on tiptoes, gently tending to the wounds on Zabuza's shoulder with a strip of gauze. Farther away, a few single mutts watched the scene with forlorn envy. Zabuza-sama, do you really trust them? Haku cast a worried glance at Natsum and his companions in the distance, his voice low and anxious. Especially that boy who was about his age, who was simply terrifyingly strong. Even now, Haku had not fully recovered from the shock and humiliation of his earlier, abrupt defeat. Haku, you've been with me for a few years now, haven't you? 6 years, 7 months, and 23 days, Haku answered precisely. Then tell me, do you really think, just by myself, that I could ever take back the Hidden Mist village? It's very difficult, almost impossible, Haku answered truthfully, biting his lip. Zabuza let out a long sigh. That's right. Just running from the village's ANBU hunters has us struggling to stay alive by the skin of our teeth. The idea of overthrowing the rule of the 4th Mizukage is simply out of our reach. That kid was right. Even if I scrimped and saved for a lifetime, I could never afford to hire enough ninjas. So, does it really matter if I trust them or not? All I need is a chance. If he can give me that chance, one where I can cast aside all cowardice and fight with everything I have, then that's enough. What he wants in return, it doesn't matter. Whether I live or die, that doesn't matter either. I've always been a sinner who should have died long ago. Zabuza answered in a low, distant voice, his eyes flickering with the last dying embers of hope. That was the final wisp of faith he still held for his village. No, Zabuza-sama, you're not going to die. You can't. Death is the true fate of a ninja, Haku. When we dock, slip away quietly, don't look back. Those people probably won't bother with you. As long as you run fast enough, you should be able to escape with your life. Zabuza fixed his gaze on the boy before him, his voice low and grave in warning. It felt almost like he was giving his last instructions, the words heavy with finality. To be honest, from his perspective, there was barely any hope of survival on this mission. Those Uchiha shinobi were strong, but even they wouldn't stand a chance against the entire Hidden Mist village. I won't leave you, Lord Zabuza. Wherever you go, I'll be right there beside you. Haku leaned gently against Zabuza's broad shoulder, his reply unwavering and resolute. After all, his life had been saved by Zabuza. He'd never consider escaping alone. At that moment, off in the distance, several figures stood on deck, watching this sticky sweet scene play out. Natsum and the others couldn't help but grit their teeth a little at the sight, a pang of exaggerated annoyance flashing through them. Honestly, feeding this sappy pair to the fish wouldn't be such a bad idea, if only to spare everyone from this relentless display of affection. Seeing this, Jin, standing off to the side, quickly nudged Natsum. Hey, young lord, that little one's pretty cute, isn't he? Kinda pretty too. Maybe you should. Hey, that a boy, you know. Keep that dirty mind of yours in check. Huh, really? A boy? But didn't you say yourself, young lord, as long as they're good looking, that's all that matters. Gender's not worth obsessing over. Natsum shot up in exasperation, flicking Jin sharply on the forehead. You little punk. Out of all the wise things I've ever said, you choose to remember that one. Haha, just joking around. But really, young lord, all jokes aside, are we seriously about to go up against the entire Hidden Mist village? Natsum arched a brow. What, are you scared? Jin, of course not. It's just, there's only a handful of us. Won't we look a little pathetic? And it wasn't just Jin. Even Nichiyu and Tsukihime, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety after hearing the plan. The feeling was a lot like Natsum's previous life, as if a handful of special ops soldiers had marched out, declaring they'd take down one of the 5 great rogue nations. Unbelievable, really. Hard to find any confidence in that. Natsum reassured them, cool and collected. Relax. I've got this. It's about time I show you all what I'm really capable of. When the enemy's main force arrives, leave them to me. All you need to do is finish off what's left. With confidence brimming, Natsum calmed his friends. After all, he now possessed eyes akin to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 3 S-rank jutsu, a legendary weapon, and a treasury stocked with coins in the 5 digits. Just dealing with Hidden Mist Village alone, he truly couldn't imagine a scenario in which he might lose. Besides, fully decked out with what felt like divine tier gear, if he kept playing it safe, hiding away, and waiting things out, wouldn't that be too boring? A real man stands up to the challenge. He should charge forward, head held high, even if, at heart, he still felt like just a boy. Hearing this, Nichiyu and the others exchanged glances, a spark of resolve quietly taking root among them. He could only agree reluctantly, resigned to joining his young clan leader in this reckless venture. If things really went south, if they truly couldn't win the fight, at the very least, the 3 of them could risk their lives to hold the enemy back, buying precious moments for their young master to escape. But why did you choose the Hidden Mist Village? Nichiyo asked, puzzled. Natsum replied, because the mist is easy to push around. Nichiyo and the others fell silent. The Hidden Mist itself would likely have had words had it been present. Of course, easy to push around was only relative. Among the 5 great hidden villages, except for the Leaf, loaded with forbidden jutsu and prodigy ninjas, the overall strength differences among the other 4 villages weren't especially dramatic. However, both the 3rd and 4th Mizukage had been secretly manipulated behind the scenes, and under their leadership, the brutal village of the Bloody Mist policy had been enforced. Because of this, Hidden Mist Village suffered from constant internal strife. In that vicious, ever-hostile environment, only a handful of academy students survived to graduation each year. Over the years, the ranks of Mist ninjas dwindled drastically, their combined strength greatly weakened. Besides Mist's relative weakness, there were other reasons too. For example, their own Hidden Flame Village had only just been founded. What they needed most was a resounding victory to boost their reputation and deterrent power. And nothing drew eyes and inspired awe quite like decisively toppling one of the 5 great villages in open battle. There was also the fact that the infamous Demon of the Mist, Zabuza Momochi, was leading the way. With him as their guide, this whole war could be spun as an internal coup in Hidden Mist Village. They were merely reinforcements invited by Mist's own ninja. It was a perfectly legitimate cause. No risk of the newborn Hidden Flame Village gaining a reputation for bloodthirsty aggression. Besides, the Mist Village treasury was tempting indeed. Quite the opportunity to play the heroic outlaw and rob from the rich to give to the poor. And finally, if they really did manage to overthrow Hidden Mist and subdue the Land of Water, then throughout the surrounding seas, there would be no more opposition. Their own maritime trading company could operate freely across more than a dozen neighboring nations, expanding sea trade on a grand scale. They might even push into the densely populated Land of Water itself and rake in a fortune. All in all, it was a win in 4 ways, or maybe even 5. No point overthinking. What mattered was the sheer number of benefits. This was a battle worth fighting. This was Natsum's true reason for targeting the Hidden Mist Village. It wasn't mere short-sighted greed for Zabuza Momochi's 10 million Ryo reward. And it certainly wasn't for the sake of the Mist's young, wide-eyed female ninjas. And so, their great merchant vessel surged boldly through the waves, plowing ahead at full speed through the day, until at last, just as dusk fell, they arrived before a bustling port of the Land of Water. On the docks, all the ordinary workers had been cleared away, leaving only a line of cargo ships moored in silence, bobbing gently without a sound. They're here. Zabuza gripped his blade and got to his feet, his face tense as he gazed toward the distant port. Clearly, with his razor-sharp instincts, he had already sensed the countless threats lurking on shore. Who is it? Kirigakure's Umbu. Zabuza answered darkly. Jin grinned, his tone tinged with admiration. Nothing gets past the Umbu. They're quick as always. Zabuza's voice grew grim. If you leave now, you still have time. They're only after me. Natsum let out a soft laugh and rubbed the knuckles of his hands, a casual defiance in his gesture. Come off it. You can barely lift your sword anymore. What's the use of pretending? Just step aside and stay out of the way. Keep your eyes wide open. Watch closely and see for yourself what true killing efficiency looks like. Natsum strode forward, light and effortless, step after step, until he stood at the prow of the ship, boldly facing the droves of hidden mist ninja lurking in the port. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a short blade, solidified from dense chakra, that materialized instantly in his grip. Clearly, for these lesser ninja, there was no need for the Kunwa blade. In the following breath, Natsum launched himself forward with a single push of his toes, his figure vanishing in a blink. The slaughter had begun. Meanwhile, within the port, Umbu from the hidden mist lay concealed within the docked vessels, vigilantly poised for action. All squads, be alert. The target ship is about to dock. According to intel, the rogue ninja Zabuza is on that ship. This time, we absolutely cannot let him escape again. Watching the massive ship crawling closer from afar, the Mist Umbu squad leader spoke in a low, grave tone, rallying his team. For years, they had followed the 4th Mizukage's orders to capture the demon Zabuza, but every time, he'd slipped through their fingers, a humiliation they would not forget. And now, the man himself was sailing right toward the land of water, brazenly stepping into their trap. If they failed to catch the renegade today, they might as well give up ninja life and go home to tend fields. With that thought burning in their minds, the Mist Ninja held their breath and sharpened their blades, waiting for the decisive moment. Before long, the massive cargo ship was less than 100 meters from shore. And just then, a lone figure suddenly appeared at the prow. What's going on? What's happening? Why is it just a kid? Is that kid a ninja too? Is Zabuza really sending a child ninja to his death? For a moment, the Mist Umbu stared in disbelief. They'd tangled with Zabuza many times. He wasn't the type to stoop so low. Captain, hold on. Something about that kid doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right? Eyes narrowing, the group looked again, just in time to see the youth's silhouette vanish from his ship. And in an instant, the opponent crossed dozens of meters, appearing atop the sea near the shore. Step by step, he began to walk toward the land. With each stride he took, a tempestuous wave of chakra energy surged and trembled in the air, stirring ripples across the water's surface, sending up spray after spray, as though drawing a veil of gentle rain over the sea. Through the hazy mist, countless droplets divided everything in sight, and it felt as though one had tumbled into a world of gray and white dreams. Everything became ethereal, unreal. Something's seriously wrong. Who cares if it's wrong or not? Kill them all. Under no circumstances can we let Zabuza and the others get away today. With a roar, the captain of the Umbu squad barked out his orders. He swiftly directed his team to launch their assault. Clearly, all the Kirigakure shinobi understood. That solitary figure of a youth emerging through the fog, steadily closing in on them, was anything but ordinary. And so, in the next heartbeat, over 20 shinobi sprang into action, launching a coordinated attack. A hailstorm of kunai, shuriken, and water-style jutsu erupted. Hundreds, even thousands, filled the air, surging toward Natsum in an overwhelming torrent. But all those attacks failed to find their mark. Instead, they seemed to pass straight through the youth as if he were a phantom, crashing harmlessly into the distant sea, sending up even more bursts of spray. Seeing this, the Kirigakure shinobi stared in disbelief, nearly bug-eyed in shock. Every face was etched with the words, "I can't believe this. What kind of monster is this? How did he evade so many attacks? Was that the body flicker technique? Is it just a high-speed afterimage? Impossible. Unless we're facing the Reikage himself, there's no way the body flicker could reach that level." And weaving through hundreds of attacks without a scratch. Even the 4th Reikage couldn't manage that, could he? What's going on here? Clearly, what they were witnessing was far beyond their wildest understanding. But in the very next second, a chilling whisper suddenly exploded in the Umbu captain's ear, leaving his scalp prickling with fear. It's not an afterimage of motion. What you're seeing is a shadow of time. A streak of cold light flashed, swift and violent as wind, as thunder. Blood spattered, and with it, the Umbu captain's life was snuffed out in an instant. Ever since acquiring the cells of Hashirama, the burdens of using the Sharingan had decreased drastically for Natsum. His mastery and development of his eye's abilities had reached new heights. Just his left eye alone had gone from the original 3rd rank, moment, all the way to the 4th. Mangekyo Sharingan left eye moment. Stage 4, 16-fold speed enhancement. 16 times faster than before. Natsum's instantaneous speed was now nearly at the threshold of breaking the sound barrier. At such speed, it was almost no different from a sedan car tearing along at 1,200 kilometers per hour. There were no fancy techniques needed. Just ramming into a person at this velocity was more than enough to pulverize them into a bloody pulp. If not for Natsum's physique, strengthened by Hashirama cells, and his shrouding his body with a thick layer of chakra, merely moving at such a speed would have caused the immense air resistance to squash him flat like a pancake. Right now, as another figure suddenly appeared beside them, everyone could only watch in shock. Their own captain had fallen in an instant, struck down without warning. All around, the mist Umbu ninja were terrified out of their wits at this sight. Yet even as fear overwhelmed them, many gritted their teeth in determination, bellowing out furious shouts as they surged toward Natsum once more, determined to take him down. Kill him! Get him! An instant later, the Reaper moved again. Once more, he vanished from sight, leaving behind two crater-like depressions where his feet had pushed off the deck with explosive force. At the same time, the three mist ninja closest to him hadn't even seen what had happened. They were sent hurtling through the air, smashing viciously into the ship's cabin wall. Internal organs ruptured, dead before they even hit the ground. Dash, blitz, annihilation, invincible. Every enemy standing in Natsum's way was instantly torn apart, erased, utterly finished. One mist ninja after another threw themselves at him, only to be struck down in an instant, just like moths flying into a flame. The razor-sharp chakra blade sliced across the back of an enemy's neck. It was as effortless as cutting through soft tofu, leaving behind a thin crimson line. Then, suddenly, the wound would burst wide open. Blood would burst forth uncontrollably, hungrily devouring life with terrifying frenzy. That ghost-like figure, swift beyond comprehension, sped through the fray, a phantom impossible to catch, preying on anyone in its path. And anyone he touched fell instantly, no exceptions. Not a single soul survived his assault. This was efficiency in its purest sense. This was the true artistry of speed. Farther away, aboard a cargo ship, Nichio, Tsukihime, Jin, Zabuza, and the others were left dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. Nichio, what's happening? Can you even see him? Jin stammered. From his perspective, all he could make out was the distant port erupting again and again in bursts of carnage. One after another, the mist ninja were sent flying, falling lifeless to the ground like helpless chicks. Ships were being destroyed, torn apart with the effortless brutality of children's toys, crushed and shredded as easily as a sobbing little girl's fragile heart. And yet, as for their own young clan leader, he was nowhere to be seen. Nichio stood with his mouth slightly open, the two-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spinning as he tried with all his might to lock onto their young chief's figure. But try as he might, all he could glimpse was a fleeting, blurry silhouette as Natsum darted from place to place. It's taijutsu, pure, unbridled speed. The young clan leader's movement is already beyond what your eyes can hope to follow. With her three-tomo Sharingan activated, the usually reticent Tsukihime finally spoke up to explain. Even for her, she could only just barely make out Natsum's movements. If anyone wanted to counter him, there simply wasn't enough time. Most likely, before she could even react, the young clan leader's blade would already have sliced open her throat. So, this is the true strength of the young clan leader? What a sublime display of taijutsu. The impact left even Nichio and his companions deeply shaken. As for Zabuza, once their enemy, his shock was beyond words. He could hardly believe it. This young boy possessed such speed and power. How many times faster was this than his own silent killing in mist? No wonder this brat always seemed so calm and composed. With such skill, if he'd wished to, that very first encounter, he could likely have slit Zabuza's throat with one strike, and it would have been over before he knew it. All this time, Zabuza had taken pride in his silent killing technique. But compared to this kind of blistering speed, what did he amount to, really? So this is how he dares to challenge the entirety of Kirigakure? A bitter, self-deprecating thought flashed through Zabuza's mind, and he struggled to steady his right hand, which had begun to tremble uncontrollably. Just watching from afar, he tasted the flavor of fear all over again. Truly, it was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Moments later, as the shock wore off, Tsukihime was the first to leap from the boat and join the fray. Don't just stand there, let's move, she called. If the young clan leader finishes them all himself, what use are we? Nichio drew his kunai, voice cold and sharp, and jumped overboard, sprinting for the shore. Wait for me, Jin shouted, dashing after them. Seeing this, Zabuza and his companion hurried to follow suit. By the time Nichio and the others hit the shore, The battle at the port was already over. A dozen ships lay wrecked, and nearly 30 missed Umbu shinobi had been decapitated, their lives ending in an instant. Every kill, a single stroke. No mistakes, each move as precise as could be. Like 30 chicks trussed up, helpless for the slaughter. And these were ninja. Not just any ninja, but the dreaded Umbu of Kirigakure, whose very name struck terror throughout the lands. To be slain so cleanly and swiftly. Just the sight of such carnage sent chills crawling down their spines and left them unsettled to the core. With a sharp flick, Natum spun his chakra blade, casting off every trace of blood. He then hurriedly peeled off his shoes, which were beginning to smolder. He just moved too fast. The friction between the soles and the deck had created so much heat, the shoes were nearly burned through. He could only take them off at once. Looks like he'd definitely need to set aside some time to buy a sturdier pair of heat-resistant shoes. Otherwise, every time he used Moment's Edge, another pair of shoes would get charred to a crisp. Not exactly cost-effective. Very soon, after retrieving a fresh pair of shoes from his storage scroll and putting them on, Natum finally stepped in front of Nichio and the others. "What are you staring at me for? Did I get blood on myself?" And no, not at all. Jin swallowed nervously and stammered. Compared to the young clan leader, the way he himself had wiped out that base of the Land of Waves earlier felt pitifully clumsy. Just look at him. After dispatching so many formidable ANBU ninja, he hadn't even gotten a single drop of blood on him. He's terrifyingly ruthless. All right, stop standing around like idiots. Go check if there are any survivors. And while you're at it, see if they've got anything valuable on them. We'll take the lot. This, young clan leader, isn't that a little inappropriate? Nichio asked hesitantly. Most of the Uchiha were proud by nature. The idea of rifling through corpses was deeply uncomfortable. How foolish. For every extra 10 tails you scavenge, that's another day our village's children don't go hungry. A full meal for once. Isn't that a fair trade? Remember, even a fly is still meat. Natum admonished sincerely. Only those who have truly gone hungry know how excruciating it is. Besides, they were killed by our own hands. Even looting the dead is money earned by skill. What's wrong with that? Nichio paused, then suddenly understood. Indeed, compared to the children of their own clan, searching the dead didn't seem like something to be ashamed of at all. Soon, Nichio and Jin spread out efficiently, checking for survivors as they went, and happily looting the bodies with every step. Elsewhere, once he came ashore, even someone as cold and tough as Zabuza couldn't help but feel a jolt at the sight of this battlefield strewn with corpses. To be blunt, these 30 missed ANBU, combined, were more than enough to surround and butcher him alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to hide and run all this time. Now though, in less than half a minute, every last one of them lay dead here. It was both shocking and chilling. And the one who slaughtered them all was nothing more than a 10-year-old boy. What kind of monstrous prodigy had the Uchiha clan produced? What is it? Dissatisfied with the outcome? Natum strolled over, rubbing his slightly sore arm, and asked cheerfully. Zabuza's expression darkened. He shook his head and said, "Back when these ANBU were hunting me, I must have imagined 1,000 times what it would feel like to take them all down. But now, seeing them truly dead before me, I can't help but feel a little sense of loss." Natum replied, "And what's there to regret? They were here to kill you." Zabuza said, "They were good ninja, only following the orders of the Mizukage, Yagura. I never really wanted them dead. With each one lost, our village suffers a terrible blow." Natum said, "But if they don't die, how will you carry out your coup? How will you overthrow the fourth Mizukage? How will you restore the hidden mist village to what it once was?" Zabuza replied, "I know. That's why I won't go soft. When all of this is over, I'll make sure to gather their bodies and give them a proper burial." Natum glanced at Zabuza, feeling a quiet sense of admiration. To be honest, setting aside our opposing stances, he had to admit he respected men of Zabuza's caliber. A man who stood by his convictions and honored loyalty above all. Cold-blooded, perhaps, and a bit stubborn. But, all things considered, far more trustworthy than those scheming old men of the Leaf Village. With the way you're fighting, even if this coup succeeds, there likely won't be many strong ninja left in the Hidden Mist, will there? Understand that. So, let's strike another deal. Natum made the suggestion with a smile. Zabuza immediately grew wary, feeling deep down that the boy was about to trick him again. Along the way, he'd learned one thing for certain. Never take this kid lightly, no matter how young he looked. What do you want? Don't be so tense. My proposal is, when we break into the Hidden Mist Village, I'll do my best to spare lives. I'll try to knock your ninja out rather than kill them, avoiding unnecessary deaths. That way, your village can keep some of its valuable talent. How about it? A gleam flashed in Zabuza's eyes. But he stayed cautious. What's your price? I don't have any more money. I don't want your money. I want your village's money. How about this? 20,000 Rio for every Genin, 50,000 for every Chunin, 200,000 for every special Jonin, and 500,000 for every Jonin. For every ninja I save, after you overthrow the fourth Mizukage, you pay me according to these rates, using the hidden mist funds. Fair deal, don't you think? Natum suggested again with a grin. After all, whether he chose to kill or spare was just a matter of effort for him. If he could cash in on some official payment from the hidden mist for a bit of extra work, why not? Zabuza stood frozen for a moment, clearly tempted. Sure, money was important. But if the coup wiped out all the ninja in the village, no amount of money would keep it safe. The other 4 great hidden villages would surely seize the opportunity to carve the place up, spending the village's money to save a core group of hidden mist ninja, to preserve a bit of the village's strength, was absolutely worth it. But I'm just a rogue ninja. I don't have the authority over the village's finances. Natum coaxed him eagerly. Come on, don't sell yourself short now. Once you've finished off the fourth Mizukage and his supporters, you'll be a major figure in the village, won't you? You might even end up as the 5th Mizukage yourself. That wouldn't be out of the question. At that time, do you think your words will carry no weight? Moreover, once your village pays this commission, you'll form an alliance with us and gain our military support. That way, you won't have to worry about the other 4 hidden villages swooping in at the last minute. All you're losing is a bit of money, nothing you can't earn back in the future. And if you really don't have enough, we even support installment payments. This is an opportunity with nothing but advantages and not a single drawback. If you miss it, you won't get another. Natsum's persuasion, seductive as the devil's whisper, slowly began to worm its way into Zabuza's mind. Zabuza shook his head fiercely. He simply couldn't figure out how this money-hungry brat could be so powerful and so adept at manipulating others. But in the end, he still agreed. After all, the last thing he wanted was to stand by and watch the hidden mist village drown in blood and ruin. Fine, I accept your terms. A wise decision. Having succeeded in his scheme, Natsum was quietly delighted. He immediately called out, "Move quickly. Get ready to depart. Our destination is the Hidden Mist Village. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village." This isolated village, tucked deep within the mountains and forever shrouded in mist, now sat in silence. At this moment, inside the Mizukage Tower, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, sat motionless in a leather chair, his gaze hollow as he listened to a report from 2 ANBU shinobi. "Reporting to you, Lord 4th, ANBU teams 7, 10, 12, and 13 are lying in wait at the port, ready to ambush the rogue ninja Zabuza. This time, we are certain to eliminate the traitor." "Understood. You've done well." Yagura nodded briefly, his expression devoid of emotion. It seemed as if he hardly cared about Zabuza at all. "You may go." "Yes, sir. I take my leave." The ANBU captain quickly excused himself, eager to be gone. Once the captain had left, Yagura turned his empty gaze to another ANBU shinobi, who knelt half-bowed before him. "Hoshigaki Kisame," he intoned. "I am here, Lord Mizukage." Kisame bowed his head in respect, his face unreadable. "I have an important task for you. Please give your command. Find an opportunity, kill your superior." "My superior? Lord Zigwashin? May I ask why?" "He's been leaking vital information to our enemies, colluding with outsiders for his own gain. For the good of the village, I need you to eliminate him." Kisame's heart skipped a beat, but he managed to ask calmly, "Why me?" "Zigwashin Hoshigaki is extremely cautious and quite powerful. Try to arrest him by force would just cause needless casualties. But he trusts you, his subordinate, completely. If you set a trap and seal his chakra, taking him down will be simple. Once you complete this task, you will take his place and become my direct subordinate, continuing to serve the village," Yagura stated in an icy, detached tone. It was as if he had memorized his lines long ago. Kisame was silent for a moment before finally replying in a low, resigned voice. "It seems I really have no reason to refuse, do I?" He knew well enough that this mission contained its share of unreasonable details. But since this was a direct order from the 4th Mizukage himself, Kisame had no other choice but to accept. After all, no one was more aware than he was of his superior, Fugaku Suikaizen's, true strength. Now that the Mizukage had set his sights on eliminating him, if Kisame did not take on this mission, more people would be sent to finish the job. And if that happened, with Fugaku's power, the casualties would only be greater. The number of Kirigakure ninja meeting a brutal end would multiply. So, aside from himself, no one else could end this farce with the least possible cost. After all, He had long since become a man with his hands stained by the blood of comrades. What was one more sin to bear? What a hypocritical world this is, Kisame muttered bitterly to himself. With a final word of farewell, he turned to leave, already beginning to plan how best to carry out this grim assignment. But just as Kisame took half a step out of the room, from outside, far in the distance, toward the main gate of Kirigakure, a provocative shout, thick with heavy chakra, suddenly erupted. It jolted the entire village awake. Hey, Moshi Moshi, anybody home? I'm here to smash your village. Hey, that so-called fourth Mizuka Jigura, come out and meet your death. Such brazen arrogance shocked Kisame to his core. He immediately called out, has someone come knocking at the village gates? Lord Mizukage, let me check it out. Without waiting for a reply, Kisame leaped out the window and raced toward the village entrance. Not long after he left, inside the room, the fourth Mizuka Jigura still sat motionless in his chair, a vacant look in his eyes. But just behind the chair, from within the shadow, a figure bearing a spiraled mask gradually emerged, muttering to himself, that voice! It's Uchiha Natum. That damn brat. How did he end up here? Unbelievable. He dares challenge the entire Kirigakure. But maybe this is for the best. Perhaps I can use the mist power to finally erase this unpredictable variable. With a twisted grin, Toby faded once more into the darkness. Under his control, the fourth Mizukage suddenly rose from his chair and began hastening toward the village gate. At that moment, at the entrance of Kirigakure, Natsum and his 5 companions were quickly surrounded by a sea of ninja racing to the scene. It's clear at a glance that there are notably fewer male ninjas in the crowd. With one look, dozens of pairs of fair-skinned female ninja thighs come into view, a sight that stirs the heart. This alone shows just how skewed the male-to-female ratio is in the hidden mist village, with Een overwhelmingly prevailing over Yang. It seems the village could use a serious infusion of masculine energy. However, the reality is that the strength of these ninjas is not particularly impressive. On top of that, standing in their way is none other than the renowned hidden mist ninja, Zabuza Momochi. As a result, the assembled mist ninjas are in no hurry to attack recklessly. Young chieftain, are we being a bit too ostentatious? Jin wiped the cold sweat from his palm, his voice tinged with nervousness. In all his years, this was the first time he had ever stood so brazenly at the gates of one of the 5 great hidden villages, openly challenging them. To claim he wasn't anxious would be a bald-faced lie. He could only hope that, before long, the young chieftain would truly showcase his might and carve a bloody path through the mist village. Soon, a captain of the Umbu arrived. Suikazan Fugaku, a stout man with a mop of curly orange hair, 3 pairs of green stripes tattooed across his plump cheeks, and a massive sword, Samahata, strapped to his back. At first glance, he looked almost comically simple-minded. And yet, this oaf was actually one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the very first to wield the great blade, Samahata, that made him a major power holder in the hidden mist village to this day. He had spent years handling covert operations, his mind steely and vigilant, so much so that even certain earth-natured elders viewed him with wary respect. After all, this was the man who had, by sheer luck, escaped alive from Might Due, even when the latter unleashed the 8 gates released formation. His strength had long since reached the threshold of Kaga level. Now, as he arrived on the scene, his eyes landed on Zabuza instantly, and with a furious bellow, he shouted, Zabuza, you traitorous dog, you dare to return? What about the Umbu I sent to hunt you down? Zabuza replied coolly, they're all dead. A shocked murmur rippled through the surrounding ninjas. After all, no small number of Umbu had been dispatched to chase down Zabuza, nearly a fifth of the entire village's Umbu force. And yet all of them had been killed by Zabuza? Or had he acquired such overwhelming power? If he was now blocking the village gate, then what did that mean? You bastard! You're courting death! Suikazan Fugaku roared, his voice thick with rage, as if desperate to tear Zabuza apart then and there. Yet he did not draw the great Samahata from his back. Instead, he surreptitiously gave Zabuza a look that only the 2 of them could understand. Zabuza, in turn, responded with a glance rich with hidden meaning. Back and forth the glances went. To an outsider, it would have seemed as though sparks were flying between them. So, as the tension mounted and battle seemed about to erupt at any second, several more high-ranking figures from the hidden mist village appeared on the scene. That's Lord Jinshur. Lord Jinshur has come too. A wave of commotion rose within the crowd. At the same time, in the distance, an elderly figure leaning on a cane carved like a snake slowly approached, supported on either side by 2 attendants. This was none other than Elder Yuanshur of the hidden mist village. Holding authority and status on par with the Mizukage, He presided over most of the village's civic affairs. On all major matters, the villagers would always seek his counsel. The two supporting elder Yuanshi were his closest confidant, Kinbei, and on the other side, a vibrant, striking young woman, the village's rising ninja star, Mei Terumi. From afar, Mei Terumi approached, her striking red-brown hair cascading in long waves, her emerald-green eyes gleaming like gemstones, her figure mature and elegant. The future fifth Mizukage, carrying herself with poise. Even Natum couldn't help but be captivated. Who wouldn't be drawn to a beautiful kunoichi? After all, the appreciation of beauty is an art unto itself. But of course, Natum reminded himself that he was here for a serious purpose. Such fleeting allure could never shake his resolve. Absolutely not. Zabuza, what exactly do you think you're doing? Elder Yuanshi brought his cane down with a resounding thump, his presence commanding, his voice ringing out with authority. Beside him, Mei Terumi also fixed her gaze in confusion on Zabuza. She knew well that Zabuza had once opposed the fourth Mizukage's bloody mist policy, even questioning Yagura's rule itself, ultimately attempting a coup and fleeing after its failure. She was not alone in this knowledge. Many like-minded shinobi in the village also knew, and some even offered Zabuza covert support, maintained contact, and supplied him with information about the Umbu's movements. Among them was Kisame Hashigaki. Mei Terumi herself was counted as an ally. Otherwise, there was simply no way Zabuza could have evaded the relentless pursuit of the hidden mists Umbu all these years on his own. And so, Mei Terumi found it baffling. Why would Zabuza return to the village now? Almost as if seeking death. Did he really believe that he and a handful of outsiders could face the entire Hidden Mist village? Taking a resolute step forward, Zabuza looked Elder Yuanshi straight in the eye and spoke in a somber tone. Elder Yuanshi, I have returned to challenge the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Though I once staged a coup and became a fugitive, I am still a shinobi of the Hidden Mist. I believe everyone here is well aware of what our village has become under the fourth's rule all these years. Have we become prosperous? Have we grown stronger? No, none of that has come to pass. Instead, years of ruthless policies have left our numbers dwindling, with fear gripping every heart. If it goes on like this, the Hidden Mist is doomed. And so I stand here today to overthrow the fourth and rebuild our village. Zabuza swung his massive blade, his voice ringing out with fierce determination, an unyielding declaration. He was never one for many words. But these thoughts, he had kept them bottled up inside for years. Today, at last, he could finally say them out loud, even if what awaited him was death. Upon hearing this, the 100 or so hidden mist shinobi around him couldn't help but fall into a quiet gloom. As mist ninja, how could they not sense the changes their village had undergone all these years? And yet, under the stifling rule of the third and fourth Mizukage, all they could do was swallow their anger, too afraid to speak out. Now, with Zabuza laying everything bare for all to see, memories of better days welled up in their hearts, leaving the mist ninja bitter and silent. At the same time, watching Zabuza shatter so much enemy morale with nothing but his words, Natum couldn't help but be impressed. Talk no jutsu really is incredible. Tisk tsk. Zabuza, who knew you had such a talent for speeches? But words alone won't get us anywhere. Can we get started already? I haven't finished my meal. Let's wrap this up so I can eat. Natum chimed in, unable to hold back his impatience. He'd spent all day on a boat, and hunger gnawed at him. He just wanted to get the fight over with and dig in. Zabuza's face grew a shade colder. He truly felt this kid had nerves of steel. But, in truth, Natum was right. No matter how much he said, it would take strength to resolve things. If he couldn't defeat the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, then everything was just empty talk. Ahem. Zabuza, I understand how you feel. But it's a shame you've chosen the path of rebellion. A mistake. And as a rogue ninja, the village cannot allow you to remain at large. Surrender quietly. Elder Jinshiro coughed twice, offering earnest advice. But before he could finish, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air. Another figure leapt into the assembled crowd, standing face to face with Zabuza and his group. There was no doubt, it was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, arriving just in time. With his arrival, Yagura's cold, overbearing presence weighed down on all the hidden mist shinobi, making them instinctively hold their breath. He glanced but once at Zabuza and the others standing by the gate in the distance. And then, without wasting a single word, he issued a chilling command. Kill. With the fourth Mizukage's order, dozens of ANBU hidden in the shadows sprang out, launching themselves at Zabuza's group without hesitation. In an instant, the battle erupted, as the fierce clash at the village entrance began. Maid Harumi and the others quickly shielded Elder Jinshiro, pulling him into a retreat. Kimbe, hurry and evacuate the villagers nearby. And notify the barrier team. Have them set up defensive seals. This fight won't be ending anytime soon. Elder Jinshiro issued orders in rapid succession. Yes, sir. At Guang Bingwei's command, he quickly set off to evacuate the villagers. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, standing off to the side, couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Elder, maybe this is an opportunity. Should we join in as well? Not yet. Let's wait a little longer. The situation is still unclear, unless Zabuza's reinforcements truly have the strength to defeat Yagura. If not, the moment we get involved, all our efforts will go up in smoke. With a velvet rasp in his voice, Master Jin leaned over and whispered quietly to Terumi Mei beside him. In truth, as an old relic over 80 years of age, Master Jin had witnessed the birth and growth of the Hidden Mist Village, one careful step at a time. He knew every Mizukage through and through. For that reason, how could he not sense it? Both the third and fourth Mizukage, Yagura, underwent a dramatic transformation of character overnight and began enforcing the cruel policy of the Village of the Bloody Mist. For a long time, he had suspected there was something wrong with the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, but daunted by Yagura's overwhelming power and the weight of his title as Mizukage, and bearing upon his shoulders the fate of the entire Hidden Mist, he had always hesitated, never daring to act rashly. Thus, he had lain low until now, biding his time and waiting for a chance to overthrow Yagura in a single stroke. But whether this was truly the right moment would depend on whether Zabuza and his companions could deliver. If that man dared to challenge the entire village, he must surely have something up his sleeve. All right, we'll wait and see. Terumi Mei bit her red lips and nodded firmly. She quickly turned her attention back toward the battlefield. At that moment, dusk fell like ink, and the mist was as liquid as water. The attack unleashed by dozens of hidden mist ANBU was like a torrential downpour, relentless and inescapable. Blotting out the sky and sun, there was nowhere to hide. A dazzling flood of ninjutsu rained down, overwhelming in number and variety, far too much to counter at once. Even Zabuza, Nichiyu, and the others felt a faint chill of dread blossom in their hearts at the sight. Clearly, before they had acquired absolute power, a sheer tidal wave of attacks could still drown even the strongest foe. There's truth in the saying, enough ants can bring down an elephant. Yet this time, their group included someone who possessed true, overwhelming strength. Susanoo Akivachi. Without hesitation, Natum called forth Susanoo. In an instant, the crimson skeletal figure of the Susanoo rose up from the earth once again. This time, chakra flesh and armor solidified around the bones, enshrouding the skeleton in its second form. Within its protective cocoon, Natum, Nichiyu, Zabuza, and the rest were all safely sheltered inside. A storm of attacks, an unending barrage of jutsu, kunai, and shuriken, lashed down like a monsoon against Susanoo's body. But all those strikes failed to so much as shake the mighty shield. It was as if tofu had tried to smash into solid stone, crumbling and disintegrating in an instant. Susanoo, the strongest defensive technique in the shinobi world. Its reputation is well-deserved. What's more, with an abundance of chakra and the support of Hashirama cells, Natum now wields Susanoo with ease, almost no burden at all, handling it far more smoothly than ever before. Is everyone done fighting? I suppose it's my turn now. Natum let out a soft laugh. Guiding Susanoo, he swung its massive arm and summoned another giant chakra blade. This time, he didn't use the spiritual artifact, the Kunwa blade, to avoid making the attack too deadly and outright killing his opponents. In the next instant, Susanoo brandished the sword in a sudden, sweeping motion, sending a gale like crashing waves through the air. But instead of the blade's edge, he struck with the broad, flat side. A resounding smack sliced through the rain. 3 mist ninja in a row were struck dead on by the enormous blade. In a flash, like marbles flicked by an invisible force, they were sent hurtling back dozens of meters, smashing through several buildings and collapsing on impact, knocked unconscious on the spot. Fortunately, Natum held back his strength. Otherwise, those 3 would have met a much grimmer fate, turned to pulp in an instant. This ferocious, ruthless display left the rest of the mist umbu in utter shock, frozen in place, unwilling to advance any further. Come on, bring more of you. Don't stop the attacks now. This strike 500,000. This next one 2 million. This blow 5 million. And this 10 million. He burst out laughing. Striking it rich, I'm striking it rich. Amidst mist and gentle rain, there stood a boy, wreathed in the demonic armor of Susanoo like some unstoppable colossus, swinging his blade with wild abandon, striking, venting, laughing heartily, absolutely unrestrained. It was as if he wasn't just knocking out enemy after enemy, but raking in barrels of gold and silver. The sight alone made the remaining mist ninjas' skin crawl, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What is that? The Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. From afar, Yuan Sure, the elder of the mist, stared in disbelief at the crimson, godlike figure dominating the rain-swept battlefield. After nearly 60 years, this image forced him to recall days long past. Back at the end of the Warring States period, the head of the Uchiha clan, Madara. The same terrifying power, the same invincible presence. All these years later, another such monster has emerged from the Uchiha clan, someone even younger, impossibly young. This is the outside help Zabuza found. There's still hope. We have a chance. Yuan Shure's eyes lit up, as if glimpsing salvation. He understood well the might of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo. It was power enough to rival the tailed beasts themselves. And by the look of it, that Uchiha youth had intentionally held back, refraining from a fatal blow. Perhaps he'd struck some deal with Zabuza. But if it meant overthrowing the fourth Mizukage, any price would be worth paying. Besides, a child that young shouldn't be too greedy, right? Elder, this. Terumi may suppress the shock in her heart and asked in a low voice. Master Yuan said, get ready. Wait for my signal before making your move. Terumi May's eyes lit up, and she quickly agreed, understood. Without delay, she went off to make the necessary arrangements. At the same time, most of the ANBU had already joined the fray without hesitation at Mizukage Yagura's command. But there was a smaller group of ANBU who didn't rush in so recklessly. Leading them was none other than Hoshigaki Kisame's predecessor, the pufferfish demon, Hozuki Sujetsu. Captain, is that you, Kisame? You finally made it. Hozuki turned around, and when he saw Kisame quietly approaching from behind, he gave a small, pleased nod. Captain, aren't we joining the fight? Hold on for now. Let me ask you, do you really think you could withstand a single blow from that person? Hozuki Sujetsu pointed to the towering figure of Susanoo and asked with lingering fear in his voice. With that terrifying presence, even he might not survive a single direct hit. And as for Kisame, Kisame fell silent. Being an honest man, boasting wasn't in his nature. If he couldn't handle it, he couldn't handle it. Simple as that. Kisame, let me ask you something. Do you serve the fourth Mizukage or the village? Hozuki Sujetsu asked again, his voice deep and probing. Kisame paused, a sense of realization dawning on him at last. Of course, I serve the village. Good. Then follow my orders when the time comes. Understood. Hozuki Sujetsu clapped Kisame firmly on the back, offering him a grave reminder. The battle raged with fierce intensity. In just a few moments, the main gates of Kirigakure, along with more than a dozen surrounding houses, were reduced to rubble by the shockwaves alone. That alone spoke volumes about the sheer destructive power of Susanoo in combat. Yet, for all its chaos, the fight concluded with astonishing speed. With a 10 million per / bounty as bait, Natum, guiding Susanoo, launched a wild assault, relishing the rush of battle. In less than half a minute, he'd swept through dozens of ANBU, clearing them out in a single, exhilarating rampage. Of course, he kept his strength carefully in check. With the exception of one or two unlucky ninjas who ran headlong into Susanoo's blade and lost their lives on the spot. The vast majority were simply knocked unconscious by the flat of the blade. No one else was killed. After all, every surviving ninja was another shining fistful of silver that Kirigakure would owe him. How could Natum possibly let that money slip through his fingers? Watching as their ANBU force was routed in an instant, Yagura, ensnared by the mind control, maintained an icy, indifferent glare. He genuinely seemed unmoved by their defeat, as if the death or survival of these ANBU meant nothing to him. Or perhaps he intended to use them as mere pawns, a way to wear Natum down first. And as for Natum, once the small fry were dealt with, he wasted no words. He hefted his blade again, this time heading straight for Yagura, the fourth Mizukage in the distance. Lord Mizukage! Fourth Mizukage! Someone shouted from within the crowd. Clearly, no matter how ruthless a ruler may be, as long as there's gain to be had, there will never be a shortage of lackeys willing to do their bidding. In the very next moment, just as the blade was about to strike down, an immense surge of chakra suddenly erupted from Yagura's body. There was no doubt, it was the chakra of the Three Tails, Isabu. In an instant, the dark red chakra of the Three Tails enveloped Yagura entirely, transforming him halfway into a beast and revealing three swirling crimson tails. Yagura's overall power soared dramatically. With a resonant metallic clang, half transformed into the tailed beast, Yagura threw his head back in a wild, bestial roar, then thrust out his deadly claws to directly resist Susanoo's attack. The collision unleashed a peal of shattering metal, shaking the world around them. The sheer force blasted out like a hurricane, sweeping over the whole area. Yet even so, Yagura, cloaked in his half-beast form, was pushed back over 10 meters, gouging deep furrows into the ground as he slid. But thanks to the formidable defense of his tailed beast cloak, he managed to withstand the blow by sheer force, emerging with nothing but some minor shock wounds. This alone was testament to the terrifying power of the tailed beasts. How interesting. He actually managed to take that hit. It seems his blade isn't sharp enough after all. In that case, let's try another one. Natum arched an eyebrow, his lips curving into a faint smile. If there's something you can't cut through, that can only mean your strength isn't enough. Or perhaps your blade isn't worthy. Natum knew his own strength was more than sufficient. What's more, he now had just the divine blade fit for spiritual resonance. In the next instant, the chakra-infused broadsword in his hands faded from sight. In its place, a brilliant scarlet light flared in Susanoo's grip. The divine blade, Kung Kudo, materialized in a flash, lengthening into a spiritual weapon over 20 meters long. Come then, let's see you take this one. With those words, a dazzling arc of energy tore downward, blazing like a falling star. The attack came so fast that Yagura had absolutely no time to react. With a monstrous howl, Yagura, still half-beast, lashed out again with feral claws, bracing to resist. But this time, the razor edge of the attack was on a completely different level. With a ringing accent of steel, that supposedly impenetrable cloak, said to be tough enough to fend off even the Kusanagi sword, was utterly overwhelmed by the Konkudo's sharpness. It didn't last even half a second. The blade sliced through, hacking straight through those deadly claws, and with one overwhelming stroke, severed a tail and the entire left arm right from his body. Blood sprayed in every direction. The entire arena was struck dumb with shock. Even though, later in the series, the world seemed overrun with all kinds of monstrous powers and tailed beasts didn't seem so impressive. In ordinary times, every tailed beast, when unrestrained, possessed at least the strength of a Kage at their peak. Otherwise, why else would the villages have split the tailed beasts among themselves in the first place? To maintain the balance of power. And as for the nine tails, even with just half of a tailed beast, the power it possesses would likely reach the threshold of the Kage level, if not beyond. Otherwise, even a half-tailed beast transformation of Naruto wouldn't have so drastically upended the battle with the 6 paths of pain. That's why there is a world of difference between a regular Jinchuriki and a perfect Jinchuriki. The gap is almost even greater than the one between an ordinary Kage-level ninja and a Kage at their peak. For this reason, at this very moment, even the 4th Mizukage Yagura, in his half-tailed beast state, wields strength approaching the upper echelons of Kage-level shinobi. That dark red, indomitable cloak of tailed beast chakra he wears makes him practically immune to most ninjutsu. There's just no way to break through it. This is also why, even though the ninja of the Hidden Mist Village are deeply discontent with Yagura's tyranny, not a single one dares to stand against him. But at this instant, none of them could have imagined that someone would actually tear through the tailed beast shroud and cleave off Yagura's left arm and tail right before their eyes. Gazing at Yagura in the distance, Natum let out a disdainful snort. Managed to barely deflect my blade with his claws, did he? If it hadn't been for that, that last strike would have sliced him cleanly in two, rather than just severing one arm and a tail. Still, Jinchuriki are famously hard to kill, their life force ridiculously robust, and with the tailed beast chakra bolstering him, even such grievous wounds shouldn't be enough to end him. Sure enough, before the dust could settle, Natum could already sense it clearly. Inside the swirling clouds, an even more massive tide of chakra was gathering rapidly. In the next instant, the condensed, high-density chakra drew all the dust out of the air, revealing the half-transformed Yagura. He was forming a jet-black energy orb in his mouth. Not good. That's a tailed beast bomb. Many of the still-standing mist ninja cried out in alarm all around. There was no mistaking this. The tailed beast bomb was no joke. A tailed beast would compress a precise ration of its chakra into a sphere, packing it with immense density and energy. Once fired, it could wreak utter havoc, its blast wave devastatingly wide. Any ordinary ninja caught in it would have virtually no chance of survival. TCH, unleashing a tailed beast bomb right at the gates of his own village. How reckless can you get? Natsum sneered. Then he glanced back at Ichigo and the others, who were shielded inside Susanoo by his power. If it were just himself, he could have easily dodged the tailed beast bomb. But if he did, there'd be no way to keep Nichijou and the rest, let alone the heads of those mist ninja around them, worth millions in bounties, safe. So, his only option was to stand his ground and face it head-on. Summoning Jutsu, triple Rashomon, Natum rapidly formed seals and unleashed the technique. Just an instant before Yagura let loose the tailed beast bomb, 3 gargantuan demonic gates surged up from the earth, crashing down in front of Natum as a bulwark. A thunderous chain of impacts shook the air as the triple Rashomon slammed into place. Just as the tailed beast bomb detonated in a blinding eruption, blinding light swallowed everything in its path. Even a formidable triple-layered Rashomon was engulfed. At the same moment, scores of mist ninjas scattered in panic. After all, a tailed beast bomb of such power, if you were even a second late to escape and got caught even slightly in the blast, there would be nothing left but dust. Seeing Yagura recklessly disregard the safety of the village and resort even to the tailed beast bomb, Mei Terumi and the other mist ninjas were bitterly disappointed, their hearts filled with resentment. Elder, Mei called out in frustration. Yet, faced with such a terrifying tailed beast bomb, she truly couldn't imagine who might survive it. Don't worry. Rashomon coupled with Susanoo's defense isn't so easily broken. That Uchiha brat should still be alive. Master Jin replied with calm composure. But in truth, he wasn't certain himself. Soon, the blinding glare faded. What was left behind revealed the devastating aftermath of the tailed beast bomb. A giant chasm, hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide, stretched out before everyone's eyes. And yet, the Susanoo demon stood tall, unmoved from spot. Huh, I'm still alive. My eyes, they hurt, they burn. Jin lay flat on the ground, half overjoyed, half rubbing his aching eyes from the sting. He looked every bit the survivor, relieved to have escaped death. Just moments ago, as the tailed beast bomb came roaring down, swallowing everything in its wake, he nearly resigned himself to dying right then. But against all expectations, he'd lived through it. Quickly, he steadied himself, using his ocular powers to soothe the pain in his eyes. Then hurriedly looked up. Only then did he see. The triple-layered Rashomon summoned by the young clan leader had been blasted apart, while the Susanoo that had shielded him and the others was ripped open by the lingering might of the tailed beast bomb, flesh and armor torn away, leaving only a skeletal frame to protect them. To be able to shatter 3 Rashomon gates at once, and still were down most of Susanoo's defenses, that alone spoke volumes of the devastating might of that tailed beast bomb. Had they been directly exposed to the full brunt of that attack, there'd be nothing left of them. Are you still alive? Natum asked the group, glancing at Nichijou and the others. We're alive. Tsukihime was the first to leap up, lifting the dazed Nichijou and Jin to their feet in one firm motion. Elsewhere, Zabuza guarded Haku with fierce protectiveness. If you're not dead, fall back now. This fight is no longer one you can take part in. Go around, gather up the unconscious mist ninjas, and move them out. Those are worth a fortune. Tsukihime rolled her eyes in exasperation. Their young clan leader really was something else. Even after a battle like this, he was still thinking about money. But she did as she was told, immediately leading Nichijou and the rest out from beneath the broken Susanoo, retreating to a safe distance. Once Tsukihime and the others had withdrawn, Natum fixed his gaze again on Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, standing in the distance. The opponent's use of the tailed beast bomb had certainly left him in quite an awkward predicament. There was no room to let his guard down anymore. It was time to end this quickly. Natum took a single step forward. Power surged in his eyes, and chakra flooded from deep within, once again layering flesh and armor over Susanoo's skeletal frame, reverting it to its second form. Simultaneously, his spiritual blade, the Kunwu sword, swelled in size under the chakra's amplification. It stretched to over 30 meters in length, easily as tall as a 10-story building. With murderous intent seething from him, Natum charged directly at Yagura in the distance. At that moment, even the tailed beast bomb, powerful as it was, had been rendered useless in the face of this new threat, and Yagura could feel the chill of death looming over him. He dared not hold back a single drop of power. With a desperate roar, he released the final restraints on Isabu, the 3 tails, unleashing its power in full. In an instant, a colossal turtle, bristling with spikes, 3 tails waving behind it, crashed into existence, its immense body spanning dozens of meters. The very wind whipped into a chakra hurricane by its arrival left many distant hidden mist shinobi struggling to stay upright, nearly knocking them to their knees. Fully transformed, the 3 tails, Isabu, wasted no time. its jaws stretched wide, about to unleash yet another tailed beast bomb. A puny turtle. Who are you trying to scare? D. Natum bellowed, adamant that Isabu would never get the chance to unleash another attack. He swung his massive blade in a sweeping arc. A flicker of light, and in an instant, half of Isabu's lower jaw was sliced clean off, cutting short its tailed beast bomb before it could form. Immediately, the towering Susanoo slammed its giant fist down. With a heavy blow, it pounded onto Isabu's shell. A thunderous crash. The beast howled in pain and collapsed flat on the ground, making the earth tremble all around. But even that wasn't the end. Natum pressed the attack. With a twist of his great blade, he swung directly at Isabu's three tails. With a rip through the air, all three enormous tails shot skyward, severed cleanly in a single motion. And so, this mighty beast, a tailed beast of legend, was tossed around as easily as a newborn chick. The sheer madness of the scene left countless hidden mist shinobi frozen in place, unable to respond. Its tails had been cut off, its mouth badly injured, and Susanoo's relentless assault kept it utterly suppressed. This creature, once the embodiment of unstoppable power, now looked utterly hollowed out, its strength reduced to a mere shadow. Flattened against the ground, it seemed to have lost every will to resist, a beast at the mercy of its foe. Desperate, Isabu thrashed its four massive legs wildly, its entire body writhing as it tried to shrink back, seeking refuge again inside its host's seal. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's too dangerous out here. I'm done. I'm not coming out again. Let me go back. Let me go back. Yagura, you little brat. Are you trying to get me killed? I can't beat such a ferocious enemy either. Isafu roared inwardly, cursing and feeling utterly helpless. He sensed that if he didn't retreat immediately, he would almost certainly meet his end right here. Of course, even if he died, it wouldn't be long before he could reform and be reborn anew. But still, the experience was far from pleasant. If there was any way to avoid dying, naturally he would prefer it. Unfortunately, just as he was halfway through his struggle, he noticed the silhouette of Susanoo before him beginning to dissolve. Gradually, it faded away, revealing the true form of that Uchiha brat. Is he planning to stop? Could it be that my stubborn spirit actually frightened him off? A sly pleasure welled up in Isafu's heart, and he was just about to celebrate. But before he could bask in his triumph, his eyes suddenly locked with those of the young Uchiha. Damn, that's the Mangekyo Sharingan. I've fallen into his trap. Isafu was struck by a wave of terror. But before he could finish this thought, the entire consciousness of the tailed beast was enveloped and overpowered by an endless illusion woven by those hypnotic eyes. He had to admit, though the tailed beasts were strong, when it came to mental resistance, they were lacking. So long as one possessed enough power in their eyes, even the mighty Nine Tails could be subdued by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Granted, Natsum's Sharingan wasn't specialized in Jinjutsu and couldn't compare to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. But to control a severely wounded and somewhat weakened Three Tails like Isafu, that was well within his ability. As for why Natsum didn't use the Mangekyo from the start to release the fourth Mizukage Yagura's mental shackles, the truth was Natsum had tried before. In a short span, there was simply no way to break it. After all, unlike the Byakugan, the Sharingan couldn't just directly sever someone else's ocular control. To undo it, one would need to overwhelm and erase the mental domination with even greater eye power. Bear in mind, Yagura had been under Obito's control for years. With each application of the spell, the control grew stronger. If buffs could stack in real life, there'd be 99 layers by now. Even if Natsum could eventually break through these ocular restraints, it would take a tremendous amount of time and energy. It just wasn't worth it. It was far more efficient to attack fiercely and force the Three Tails out of Yagura's body instead. After all, Yagura's Jinjutsu was nearly unbreakable, but controlling Isafu directly was another matter entirely. Sure enough, under the Mangekyo-S spell, the Three Tails soon stopped struggling. He lay still at the entrance of Kirigakure, motionless, as if quietly waiting. Nevertheless, Natsum could sense it clearly. Within the beast, a stubborn will still resisted his ocular power. It was obvious that Yagura, the Jinchuriki, was still fighting back relentlessly, trying to prod the Three Tails into breaking free from Natsum's control. Given enough time, Yagura's perfect mastery as a Jinchuriki might yet allow the beast to escape. Alas, Natsum had no intention of giving him that chance. Perfect, let me try out this jutsu, he declared. Sealing technique, contract seal. With a swift sequence of hand signs, Natsum pressed his palms to Isafu's body and unleashed the jutsu in a flash. The contract seal, one of the Uzumaki clan's unique and formidable sealing techniques. When cast, it could effectively sever the bond between an enemy and their summoning beast. Back in the day, the fourth Hokage had used this very technique to free the Nine Tails from Obito's control. Granted, the connection between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast was a bit different from that between a shinobi and a summoning creature. Yet, in the end, both relationships relied on seals and contracts to exert dominance over the tailed beasts. Whether it would work or not, there was only one way to find out. Elsewhere, hidden in the shadows at a distance, Obito, who had been observing the entire battle unfold, could not help but gasp in silent alarm. Contract seal. That brat even knows the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. This is bad. He's trying to rip the three tails out of Yagura. Damn it, I have to stop him. It was through this very sealing technique that he himself had once lost control over the Nine Tails to his teacher, Minato. How could Obito possibly forget? From the start, his plan had been to leverage the power of both the Mist Village and the Three Tails to drain that brat Natsum's strength. Then he'd swoop in, seizing the perfect moment to land a fatal blow. But never did he anticipate that after just a few days apart, the boy's abilities would surge to yet another terrifying level. Now, he could take on scores of ninja and tailed beasts with seemingly no effort at all. Such an alarming pace of growth. And now, at this moment, he even dared to wrench the Three Tails apart from its host. Obito knew full well. Every tailed beast was a key pillar supporting the Moon's Eye plan. How could he simply stand by and watch? But just as he prepared to step in, he suddenly noticed something. Hundreds of meters away, the boy was restraining the Three Tails while simultaneously casting a sharp gaze right in Obito's direction. In that single look was a blade-edged killing intent, a naked and unyielding threat. It was a silent warning. Step forward and prepare to die. Obito sucked in a sharp breath, pulling back the foot he'd been about to thrust forward. That kid, has he already sensed me? Damn, was this just a fluke? Or has he known from the start that it's me pulling the strings behind Agura? No way. How could the brat possibly know that? Obito shook his head urgently, plagued with uncertainty. A crazy thought flashed in his mind. It was as if the very color of his underwear had been exposed before that boy's eyes. The feeling was downright chilling. What's worse, now that he's aware of my presence? Any chance I have for a sneak attack is next to gone. Damn it. Does this mean I'll have to give up on the Mist Village? On the Three Tails, too? Obito clenched his teeth in fury, his frustration palpable. At this moment, the three-tailed Isabu was beaten to the ground, utterly defeated and powerless to resist. The assembled Kirigakure ninja, Genji, Meitarumi, Yagura, Kisame, and the others stood frozen in shock. Then, as the realization dawned, a wave of wild joy swept through them. This is our chance. This is it. Hurry, move now. Leaning on his cane, Genji barked orders without hesitation. Yagura was routed, and the Three Tails had suffered a crushing blow. There could be no better opportunity. Indeed, this was the one and only moment to overthrow the rule of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, and liberate the entire Hidden Mist Village. For this day, Genji, Yagura, and the others had been preparing for years. In an instant, they took action, launching a sweeping purge of those remaining in the village who still supported Yagura's brutal regime. But just then, a new upheaval erupted at the heart of the battlefield, stopping every mist ninja in their tracks and leaving them utterly dumbfounded. In their astonished gazes, something remarkable happened. With the appearance of the contract-sealing incantation, the enormous Isabu's connection to its Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage Yagura, was suddenly severed. The sealing jutsu had taken effect. Vast reserves of tailed beast chakra started draining from Yagura. It wasn't long before the entire Three Tails was completely extracted. It transformed into a small, tailless turtle, now quietly huddled on the ground, not daring to make a single move. On the other side, with the tailed beast torn from him, the fourth Mizukage lay half-submerged in the water, barely clinging to life. And so, the strongest force of Kirigakure at last fell. Thus, this epic battle, a battle sure to shake the entire shinobi world, had for the moment come to a close. Rain kept falling. The wind continued to howl. A desolate dusk slowly enveloped the village. Though the fierce battle at the village gates had ended, within the village itself, fighting still raged on. Many ninja, long resentful of their village's tyranny, now sprang into action at the command of Genji, Yagura, and other leaders. A swift and decisive campaign began to sweep away the remaining loyalists of the fourth Mizukage. There was no doubt, today, the Hidden Mist Village was to undergo a total purge. How many ninja would survive in the end, or how much new blood could be preserved for Kirigakure, was not something Natsum cared about. After all, he had already secured his profit, no matter what. Hineo, Jin. Here. At his side, Hineo and Jin immediately leapt over. Go count how many of the hidden mist A and BU I knocked out, and tally their strength as well. Don't miss a single one. Each and every one means pure profit. Natum reminded them quickly and firmly. Men may die, and anything may be negotiated, but money, never let that slip through your fingers. Understood. The group took the order and sprang into action. Then, Natum finally waved to Zabuza in the distance. Gazing at the battlefield strewn with chaos, a place ravaged as if by the passage of a hurricane, Zabuza himself could hardly make sense of what had happened. He couldn't have possibly imagined it. That young Uchiha had actually pulled it off. All on his own, he had taken down most of the Hidden Mist's fighting force. And even the fourth Mizukage Yagura, it was almost absurd. Unbelievable. Thinking back, Zabuza couldn't help but recall that he'd once considered killing that kid with a single stroke. But now, when he looked back on those thoughts, he realized how lucky he was that the boy hadn't crushed him with a single blow. Only one question lingered. Why was Natum approaching him now? Could it be that he was about to turn on him? With uncertainty gnawing at him, Zabuza signaled for Haku to step aside. Then, he walked toward Natum alone. Lord Natum. Zabuza stammered as he spoke. A life on the run hadn't prepared him for the use of such respectful titles, and it showed in his awkward speech. Yet, for the sake of his village, he had no choice but to humble himself, if only a little. Relax. There's no need for such stiffness. After all, we're partners in commission and collaboration, aren't we? Cool, mate. It's time to see you Mizukage one last time. With a light-hearted chuckle, Natum marched forward with Zabuza in tow. Soon, the two of them stood beside the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. At that moment, Yagura was covered in blood, his left arm severed, his breath shallow and growing fainter. He was, in truth, one breath away from crossing over to the next world. Yet, the violent backlash from having the tailed beast ripped from him had jolted his consciousness free from the Jinjutsu that had kept him prisoner for so long. He gained, in this twilight moment, a brief glimmer of clarity, a final return to himself. No longer hollow, his eyes revealed that a part of him had come back. Zabuza, peering through slitted eyelids, Yagura managed to discern who had approached. Lord Fourth. Lord Yagura, Seeing Yagura clear-headed again, Zabuza couldn't hold back the tears. The hardened assassin, normally unyielding as steel, was now brought to tears. His mind wandered back to the past. To those years ago, when under the shadow of the Third Great War, Yagura had stepped forward, volunteering to become a Jinchuriki and newly crowned Mizukage, leading the Hidden Mist into revival and prosperity. In those days, Yagura was the hope of the entire village, an idol revered by every student at the Ninja Academy. Zabuza, Meitarumi, Kisame, all the rising talents of the village had looked up to the fourth Mizukage, yearning to carry on his vision of a restored Hidden Mist. But, tragically, everything changed that fateful day. Once a tireless leader, brimming with energy and resolve, the fourth Mizukage transformed overnight. Inexplicably, he reinstated the Village of the Bloody Mist policies once championed by the third Mizukage. And so, the village was once again shrouded in a veil of blood and mist. It was in those days of darkness that Zabuza, forced to slaughter his classmates, chose the path of betrayal and rebellion. Until the coup failed, until he fled the village, becoming a wanderer ever since. And now, today, he returns with allies at his side, fighting his way back into the village and overthrowing the brutal reign of the fourth Mizukage. All of this, it truly makes one sigh with lament. But no matter what, the respect that lingered in Zabuza's heart for Lord Yagura, who once served as the fourth Mizukage, has never truly vanished. I'm Soda. It was me, I was being controlled. I brought disaster upon the entire village. Zabuza, who did the right thing, summoning the very last of his strength. Yagura's voice came in raspy, broken fragments. Guilt, remorse, pain, resentment, relief, all kinds of complex emotions flooded across his face. Who knows how Natum managed to read so much from such subtle expressions? Just then, from the distance, the elderly Genji, the sultry Meitarumi, the composed Gom, and others approached one after another. They watched as Lord Yagura, in his final moments, finally regained his senses. Not a single person could hold back their tears. All were overcome with sorrow and regret. Yagura. Genji gripped his cane tightly, his sigh heavy with regret. After all, it had been him, back then, who had personally placed his greatest hope and most gifted student, Yagura, upon the seat of the fourth Mizukage. Master Genji, forgive me. Zabuza, Meitarumi, and Master Genji, the village's future, I entrust it to you all. I'm truly sore. No sooner had these words left him than Yagura exhaled his final breath. Thus ends the reign of a Mizukichi. Death has claimed him. Rain continued to fall, gently whispering upon the earth. Night had nearly fallen, and darkness swallowed the heavens. All around, a profound sense of grief and solemnity settled over the land. When it comes to the departed, Natum had never favored making too many judgments. People are complicated. Life is complicated. Hearts and minds, even more so, tangle beyond reckoning. That the entire Hidden Mist village was driven to such a state. Yagura was guilty. Toby was guilty. In truth, perhaps everyone in the village had their share of guilt. At this point, chasing after the question of who was right and who was wrong was meaningless. Besides, if the Hidden Mist hadn't been so weak, so easily bullied, he probably would not have chosen them as his target in the first place. But now, with victory secured, why dwell any longer on such vexing matters? Better to swiftly and decisively enjoy the spoils of one's hard-won triumph. That is what truly matters. So, you're the elder of the Hidden Mist, Genji? Natum glanced over at the old man and asked. That's me, old as I am. Genji responded with extreme politeness and warmth, nodding his head. At the same time, Zabuza hurried over, leaning in to whisper a few explanations. A jolt ran through Genji's heart, and only then did he realize the full picture. Still, he quickly composed himself, forcing a courteous smile as he replied. So you are Lord Natum of the Hidden Blaze Village. Your fame precedes you. I'm amazed to see you're so young. On behalf of the entire Hidden Mist Village, I offer my deepest gratitude for your assistance, Lord Natum. Natum waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off. All right, enough with the formalities. Judging by the look of you all, I imagine you've long been considering a coup. Besides, you've got plenty to deal with at the moment, haven't you? So, let's put off any serious discussion until you've sorted everything out. Tomorrow, after you've chosen someone capable of making decisions for the village, we'll sit down and talk business. Master Jinshur nodded, and his estimation of the young man rose even higher. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Natum. But as for now, Natum raised an eyebrow and spoke directly. As for now, I want you to bring out the very best your village has to offer. Don't hold anything back. The finest hot springs, the most exquisite food, the most skillful massages, the top-tier service. Not a single thing can be missing. Do you understand? After all, from Natsum's point of view, having finally conquered one of the 5 great hidden villages, how could he not fully savor the spoils of victory? He would make sure to thoroughly enjoy every inch of the Hidden Mist village before he considered leaving. Of course, at once. I'll give the orders right away. Lord Natum, please, this way. A glint of delight flashed in Gunshur's eyes as he hurried to lead the way. He wasn't the least bit worried that this boy would indulge in excessive luxury. His only concern was if Natum desired too little. After all, someone with greater ambitions would make demands the Hidden Mist village could never withstand. Earthly desires, though, those were the easiest, cheapest things for the village to provide. So, the moment Natum requested worldly pleasures, Jinshur relaxed, letting go of some of his worry. Because if true conflict were to break out, everyone in the village together likely wouldn't stand a chance against Uchiha Natum. Once Natum and his entourage entered the village, Jinshur quickly turned to his companions and began issuing orders. Zabuza, Kanbei, come with me. We still got much to deal with. Suikazan, you're to temporarily take command of the Umbu. For now, focus on tracking casualties and restoring stability. Understood. Zabuza and the others acknowledged the orders without hesitation. Only then did Jinshur turn to Mei Terumi, speaking with extra gravity. Mei, set aside what you're doing for the moment. You'll be in charge of hosting our young lord. Me? Are you sure? Whatever he asks for, do your utmost to accommodate him. Given the village's current predicament, we absolutely cannot afford to make an enemy of him. Besides, despite his strength, the boy can't be more than 10 or so. I doubt he'll make any truly outrageous demands. I'm counting on you. Can you manage? I'll do my best. Mei Terumi bit her red lip, determination flickering in her eyes. For the sake of the village, she had to succeed. At this very moment, Hidden Mist Village, inside the most luxurious hot spring reserved for the Mizukichi. In a steamy sauna, thick with heat and mist, 2 unclothed figures are enjoying themselves to the fullest, utterly content. Jin, his cheeks flushed from the heat, lets out a long, satisfying breath. He can't help but sigh with delight. This is amazing. No wonder they say this is the best hot spring in the Hidden Mist. Nothing else comes close. Brother Nichio, we have to build one of these in our own village when we go back. Once you've been here, you truly never want to leave. Nichio simply nods, dabbing at the beads of sweat gathering on his brow with a towel. Although he finds Jin's indulgent nature somewhat distasteful, he has to admit, in all fairness, this sauna is truly exceptional. The intense, almost overwhelming steam electrifies the body, setting the blood coursing faster through the veins. It relaxes every muscle until you feel weightless. Not only does all fatigue melt away, but the ever-present tension, too, is soothed. One could genuinely benefit from this. If only after every mission or battle, there was time for such a steam. Now, that would be sheer bliss. Back in Konoha, it was a very different story. For the Uchiha clan, forget about soaking in the finest pools. They were forbidden even from using the most ordinary hot springs in the village. The memory still rankles. Nowhere near as comfortable as this moment in the Mist Village. In fact, maybe not even the water country's most distinguished envoys would receive such lavish treatment. Indeed, if your strength is undeniable, everything else falls into place. Don't get ahead of yourself. Even if we really wanted to build one, it would still need the clan leader's approval first. Remember, if the young clan leader hadn't defeated the Mizukage so thoroughly, hadn't carved his way through the hidden mist, would we be sitting here right now, enjoying this luxury? Nichiyo's tone is stern as he admonishes Jin, already showing the steadiness of a seasoned shinobi. Yes, you're absolutely right. The young clan leader is the most incredible, no question. Speaking of which, hasn't he been soaking in the main spring for over 2 hours already? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be? Jin's face breaks out in a mischievous grin as he teases, suddenly energized. Could it be what? Hey, I happened to notice that beautiful hidden mist Kunoichi with the long reddish-brown hair went into the springs with the clan leader. And honestly, she's quite the stunner. Not just her looks, but her figure too. 2 hours in there. Think about it. That's plenty of time for anything, right? With a resounding smack, Nichiyo brings his hand down hard on Jin and, with a stern face, warns him. Get those thoughts out of your head. The clan leader is still young. Don't go dragging him into your dirty little conversations. We don't want to set a bad example for him. Set a bad example? He hardly needs me for that. He's already... Nichiyo, Jin quickly waves his hands in retreat. Nothing. I was just talking nonsense. But seriously, Nichiyo, aren't you worried those hidden mist people might use less honorable means? Maybe send a beautiful woman to tempt him? Nisho paused for a moment, then hesitantly said, I don't think so. After all, the young clan leader isn't the kind of person who's easily tempted, right? Jin instantly let out a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Nisho, you really believed it? Don't worry, Sister Tsukihime is over by the bath as well. There's no way someone from Kirigakure could pull anything off. I was just kidding, that's all. Oh man, you're begging for a beating. Before Jin could react, Nisho sprang up and yanked the towel right off him. In no time, the two of them tumbled into a playful scuffle, laughter echoing through the room. To be honest, ever since Natum was reborn into the world of Naruto, this was the most relaxed, most enjoyable night he'd had. The finest hot spring, the best food, the most exquisite massage oils. And not to mention, the most beautiful kunoichi from Kirigakure attending to his every need. It truly felt divine, as if he were living the life of a god. Natum couldn't help but fantasize about taking over the entire Kirigakure for himself, so he could savor all this slowly, as much as he liked. Of course, it was just wishful thinking for now. After all, to swallow up Kirigakure at this point, neither the timing nor the circumstances were ripe. As the saying goes, you can't get fat from one mouthful. Even if he were to somehow claim the hidden mist for himself, with the tiny population of his own village, how would he rule? How could he possibly defend it? A pity, really, a feast so tempting, so fun, and he could only sneak a taste for now, savoring it with his hands and eyes while he had the chance. The next morning, Natum slowly woke in a luxuriously smooth velvet bed. Soon, several beautiful kunoichi from a mist entered in an orderly fashion, carefully assisting Lord Natum as he dressed and washed up. He had to admit, it was just what you'd expect from the Kirigakure women of the water country by the sea. Each and every one of these kunoichi was fresh-faced and radiant, almost dewy with youth. In the future, perhaps the bachelors of his own village could spend more time mingling with the kunoichi here, fostering a few pure and wholesome friendships, so to speak. Not long after, Natum stepped out the door, where Nisho and the others were already waiting at the entrance. Good morning. How did you all sleep? Natum greeted them, looking full of energy and good humor. Not bad, not bad. The others nodded a little awkwardly. No way they could admit that he and Jin had been roughhousing so late into the night they barely got any sleep at all. Just then, Maid Harumi, who was in charge of attending to Natum, hurried over. Good morning, Lady Mei Terumi. Phew, last night your skills were amazing. I'll have to ask for you again next time. Natsum grinned, giving her a big thumbs up, unable to hide his admiration. Nisho, completely flabbergasted. Jin, mouth agape in shock. Tsukihime, stunned disbelief. Mei Terumi herself, utterly bewildered. What on earth just happened? Didn't I just help this little brat scrub his back in the bathhouse last night, with not a shred of hesitation? How did that suddenly get turned into amazing technique? Could you please stop saying things that are so ambiguous? People are going to get the wrong idea. Hey, you wicked little brat. Terumi Mei's cheeks flushed scarlet as she cursed inwardly. She never could have imagined that this Natsum kid, so young, could prove to be such a handful. If this is how he acts as a child, what's going to happen when he grows up? Wouldn't he end up charming every kunoichi in the entire village? Still, no matter what, she couldn't afford to lose her temper. After all, the fate of all of Kirigakure was at the mercy of this child's whim. Lord Natsum, you jest, she replied with strained politeness. Breakfast is ready. This way. Please, everyone. Forcing herself to appear warm and welcoming, Terumi Mei extended the invitation. Soon enough, breakfast was served. A dozen exquisitely prepared dishes filled the large table. Everything was delicately made, clearly presented with utmost care. Evidently, though Kirigakure bore deep wounds at this moment, they dared not show the slightest disrespect to Lord Natsum. Half an hour later, after a hearty meal, Natsum stretched languidly, clearly enjoying himself. This indulgent hospitality in Kirigakure was fine, but in the end, it wasn't home. He'd already been delayed on this trip for quite some time. It was best to quickly wrap up business here and return to his own hidden village. All right, it's time we talk business. Whether it's Elder Jinshi or anyone else, whoever you wish to speak for your village, bring them here for the negotiations. Natsum addressed Terumi Mei, gesturing for her to act. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly went to notify the others. After all, the negotiation that would determine Kirigakure's very survival was about to begin. 10 minutes later, inside a council chamber of the Mizukage Tower in Kirigakure, two sides now faced off in a fierce debate over the village's future. Natsum sat to the left, with Nichiu, Tsukihime, and a third companion standing watch behind him. Elder Jinshi sat to the right, flanked by Terumi Mei, Gonbi, Zabuza, Suikazan, and several other prominent clan heads, whose faces were unfamiliar to Natsum. To put it bluntly, despite their numbers, if Natsum wished, he could unleash his power and wipe out everyone on the opposite side in the blink of an eye. In fact, if those key figures were to die here, Kirigakure itself would be left teetering on the edge of complete destruction. It might even dissolve entirely, all on its own. But wiping out a village as interesting as Kirigakure right now wouldn't benefit him or his own hidden village in any way. That, and only that, is why Natsum hadn't acted. It most certainly wasn't because he was ensnared in fond memories of last night's pleasures. Soon, the negotiation began. On Elder Ginshi's side, the mood was tense beyond measure. Although, according to Mei Terumi's report, she'd managed to leave Lord Natsum thoroughly satisfied last night. No one could say for sure whether this terrifyingly powerful Uchiha boy might turn out to be the type to disavow all obligations the moment things turn cold. Therefore, for this negotiation, they had to give it their all, striving to secure as many benefits as possible for Kirigakure. Indeed, they no longer hoped to see the great deity Natsum off without any cost at all. All they wished was that the price their village paid could be whittled down as much as possible. Relax. I don't intend to cause trouble for your village. My demands are simple, just two conditions. If you can meet them, I'll leave at once. And I promise never to meddle in your village's internal affairs. Natsum was the first to speak. Hearing this, those seated across the long table, Jinshi and his followers breathed a barely audible sigh of relief. As long as there were terms to negotiate, there was hope. Anything was preferable to dealing with a reckless lunatic. Jinshi spoke up solemnly. Please state your terms, Lord Natsum. First, Kirigakure must publicly declare an alliance with us and Yakure. We advance and retreat together, standing as one against all foes. Natsum laid down his opening condition. Truth be told, given Kirigakure's current battered state, Natsum had no illusions about them sharing any real burdens in battle. What he wanted was simply to borrow the reputation of Kirigakure, one of the 5 great hidden villages. After all, the other big villages had no way of knowing Kirigakure's true situation. Once Kirigakure announced an alliance with his own Yakure, any other village contemplating action against them would have to think twice. Moreover, once the alliance was sealed, his own maritime trading company could operate openly and legitimately throughout the land of water. As allies, It was perfectly normal for him to earn a little off the partnership, wasn't it? Surely, that was not too much to ask. Soon, a heated discussion erupted among the Kirigakure side. Some voices in favor, some against, each passionately arguing their stance as the debate raged on. However, after only a few minutes, the eldest and most respected Jinshur struck the table with his final decision. They would accept the condition. Although, as one of the 5 great hidden villages, forming an alliance with a small, newly founded, breakaway village like Inyakure would certainly bring numerous pitfalls and considerable loss. Gunshur's sharp, pragmatic gaze wasn't fixated on Inyakure itself at all. No, the focus was solely on Uchiha Natum, a man who wielded the power of a tailed beast. As long as the alliance was made, as long as Natum found Kirigakure useful, that power could fill the gaping hole in their village's frontline fighting strength. If Kirigakure ever faced true peril in the future, it would be all the easier to call upon this unparalleled asset for help. As long as they could endure these few, fleeting years, their village would surely be able to cultivate new fighters of Kaga-level strength. Then, everything they suffered now would have been worth it. Very well. Let's move on to the second point. Hinata, give your report. Natsum nodded, beckoning the person behind him to come forward. Hinata nodded as well, stepped to the front, and unfurled a scroll of accounting records. Without delay, her report rang out. According to our tally, in the course of this war, the young clan leader showed mercy to a total of 65 hidden mist ninjas. Among them, 7 were Genin, 28 were Chunin, 21 were Tokubetsu Jonin, and 9 were Jonin. That brings the total owed to 102.4 million ryo. Please arrange for payment. Upon hearing this, Zabuza, seated across from them, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He hung his head, eyes shifting away in resignation. As for the other high-ranking hidden mist officials, they erupted almost instantly. A sum of over 100 million, an astronomical price. Even though, compared to the village, which was worth several hundred billion, it might seem insignificant. The difference between market value and cash flow is like night and day. It's like a large corporation valued at hundreds of billions can crumble overnight because of a shortfall of just a few million in liquid assets. Couple that with years of isolation and high-pressure policies, and the village's treasury has barely anything left inside. Where could they possibly scrape together 100 million ryo now? Of course, if they were truly ruthless enough to auction off some of the village's assets, slash ninja commissions, and borrow from the major ninja clans in town, maybe, just maybe, they could gather the sum. But if they did that, the already fragile post-war village economy could face immediate collapse. And if the economy crashed, villagers wouldn't be able to buy daily essentials. Food would be out of reach, and the Hidden Mist village would be on the brink of falling apart. Worse still, who on earth had promised such a condition in the first place? Trading the lives of Mist Ninja for money. Had someone gone mad? Which idiot actually agreed to such a harebrained scheme? Aohen. A certain demon of the mist, his head bowed in embarrassment, let out a nervous cough. Instantly, the rest of the senior officials were drawn to him, one after another fixing Zabuza with furious, piercing stares. Each face was set, teeth gritted, eyes blazing with barely contained rage. Zabuza, for his part, felt only regret and frustration. He had no way to defend himself. Back then, when Natsum, the sly little imp, lured him into this deal, he truly believed that spending money to preserve at least some of the village's ninja was a bargain. But upon returning home, he realized their treasury was basically empty. He could almost hear the rats scurrying. The village's economy was a shambles, driven to the brink by Yagura, the fourth Mizukichi. Collecting even a modest sum for compensation had become nigh impossible, let alone the fact that, after such a grueling war, the village was riddled with places needing repair and people requiring comfort. There simply wasn't enough money to go around. With things as they stood, Natsum arched an eyebrow and threatened bluntly. So, are you trying to go back on your word? Or do you want to fight again? He looked every bit the kind of person who turns his back after the deed is done, feigning ignorance, provoking Terumi Mei on the other side to grit her teeth in frustration. After all, negotiation is an intricate and profound skill. In both his past and present lives, there have always been people who, wielding razor-sharp negotiation tactics, managed to win far more than they deserved. Unfortunately, Natsum was never much good at negotiating. Or rather, he couldn't be bothered to play mind games with his opponents at all. In the end, his real strength was always the heaviest weight on the scale. Don't agree? Then let's have a fight. Doesn't work out? A fight will fix it. No money? Then get ready to die. In short, if his demands weren't met, all that was left for Kirigakure was annihilation. Pure and simple. Direct. Brutal. That was exactly the effect he wanted. At this moment, Natsum's intimidation struck hard. Across from him, the senior leaders of Kirigakure were visibly startled. They couldn't help but remember the chilling power this young Uchiha had displayed the day before in his battle with the Three Tails, sending shivers down their spines. Please forgive us, Lord Natsum. We certainly don't intend to go back on our word, and we are deeply grateful for your rescuing those precious ninja. It's just, the village is in a dire situation right now. We simply don't have the funds to pay such a large sum all at once. Elder Jinshur quickly tried to ease the tension, offering an earnest explanation. Yet he knew all too well there was no escaping this enormous payout. Firstly, because they had already made this deal with Zabuza, and the village simply didn't have the strength to tear it up. Secondly, if they wouldn't even spend money to save their own shinobi, it would devastate their standing among the people, causing the leadership's credibility to collapse and leading to even greater problems down the line. So, both emotionally and logically, Kirigakure would just have to swallow this bitter pill. No problem. Just pay whatever you can for now. The rest, take your time and pay by installments. After all, we're allies now. I wouldn't be too harsh on a comrade, would I? Natsum grinned, making a proposal that sounded generous enough. Silently, I slipped away, just as quietly as I came. With a wave of my sleeve, I left not a single cloud behind. Well, except for the 30 million Ryo worth of Kirigakure's specialties I did take with me. That's right. After a round of intense negotiations, Kirigakure ultimately gave in completely. They had no choice but to accept Natsum's two conditions. They formally agreed to an alliance with Yanagakure, and they obediently paid the ransom to buy back the lives of those 65 Kirigakure ninja. Of course, as Kirigakure genuinely couldn't muster any more. Therefore, Natsum agreed to let them pay 30 million taels up front. The remaining 70 million plus will be paid off in 4 installments over the next 4 years. Why 4 years, you ask? Simply because Natsum feared that the entire Hidden Mist village might not even make it to the final year of his own 5-year plan. And so it was settled, with 30 million taels worth of Mist Village local specialties, along with a trove of beautiful marine pearls and jewels. Natsum and his companions once again returned home laden with treasures. Some people are always convinced that the 5 great hidden villages are terribly poor, but that's not really the case. When you get down to it, each of these villages is basically just a small town of a little over 10,000 people. And not only that, they're relics from an older era with development so primitive that they've barely crossed the threshold into industrialization. Let's assume the village takes in $1 billion in total tax revenue every year. If we use a mid-range C-rank mission, paying out 30,000 per job as our metric, to rack up $1 billion in taxes, they need at least 34,000 completed missions a year. And, in reality, most ninjas barely scrape by with D-rank assignments. Even if the government claims 1/5 of the mission rewards as taxes, that's already considered a very high rate. Which means, if we're talking about mission pay alone, the number of missions would need to multiply by 5. They'd have to complete a staggering 170,000 C-rank missions every single year. Even if a village had 1,000 ninja teams, working tirelessly around the clock, not accounting for any failed missions or casualties, that would mean each team would still have to complete 170 missions per year. That's basically a mission every 2 days. Is that realistic? Does that make any sense at all? So, even in the most prosperous of all, the Hidden Leaf Village, raking in 10 billion a year would already be a phenomenal achievement. And that's only made possible by tapping into all sorts of land deals, business ventures, and generous aid from the great nations. But with an income of 10 billion, they still have to pay the Hokage and a huge swathe of officials, ensure the village keeps developing, offer death benefits to fallen ninjas, fund the Ninja Academy, run orphanages, and support other institutions. When all these substantial expenses are accounted for, if the village can hang on to 1 or 2 billion in cash reserves for emergencies, that's already quite impressive. As for the higher-paying A-rank and S-rank assignments, sure, they pay handsomely, but they're perilous beyond compare. In any given village, just how many of these high-risk missions are there in a year? And even if there are missions like that, how many ninjas actually survive to claim the reward? It's a bit like the real world. Say someone offers you $1 billion, and all you have to do is assassinate the President of the United States. Could you really pull it off? It's precisely because Natsum understood how painfully strapped for cash the Hidden Mist Village truly was, so broke they could barely scrape together the ransom in one go, that he so benevolently agreed to allow payment in installments. After all, the hot springs and their attendant comforts here were second to none. And if the opportunity arose, Natsum certainly wouldn't mind dropping by now and then to sample the expert techniques of the Mist's future 5th Mizukage. If he really bankrupted the entire Hidden Mist in one blow, he'd have nowhere left to indulge himself in these pleasures. At this moment, inside the conference room of the mist-hidden water shadow tower. Have they left yet? Yuan Sure asked, his voice hoarse. They have already departed. We watched them leave the village, an AMBU ninja reported. A collective sigh swept through the ranks of the Mist's leadership as they heard this. Their tension eased at once. After all, no matter how young that Uchiha boy may be, the sheer terror of his strength alone was enough to stifle the entire Mist village, leaving everyone breathless. But now, though the cost had been steep, at long last, they had managed to send away this formidable being. Their village could finally breathe easy, if only for a while. What about the three tails, Isabu? They took it with them. What? That's our village's tailed beast. How can we just let them walk off with it? If you think it's so easy, then go and take it back yourself. With that level of power, and now a tailed beast added to it, this Uchiha boy, together with the Blaze-Hidden village, will become our greatest foe in the future. The voice of Hoshigaki Kisame, always shadowed by gloom, issued a grim warning. He had long worked in darkness, handling the village's dirty and arduous tasks. Inevitably, his view of the world had grown harsher, his judgment more acute, and perhaps a bit more ruthless. Silence now hung over the room, the weight of his words pressing down further. The truth of it was, the Blaze-Hidden village brimmed with potential. Who here didn't know that? But the problem was, the Mist village had no other choice. If there had been another way, would they ever have compromised like this? What's there to fear? That boy is strong, true, but he's still only one person. And besides, the entire Blaze-Hidden village is made up of Uchiha traitors. They and the Leaf are locked in outright enmity. With the Leaf waging war ahead of us, it's the Blaze-Hidden village that should be losing sleep at night, not us. A veteran Mist patriarch sneered, his analysis sharp and reasoned. His words echoed what was in everyone's hearts. For the village, after all, there was no such thing as everlasting friendship or alliance. Only gain and loss. If an opportunity arose, if the Leaf and the Blaze-Hidden village ever clashed to the brink of mutual destruction, the Mist, without the faintest hesitation, would not flinch to stab them in the back. Such was reality in the world of shinobi. Suddenly, Yuan Sure stamped his cane against the floor, the sharp sound drawing all attention. No more talk of this. Our village has just cast off the fourth Mizuki's rule, ending his tyranny. That alone is cause for celebration. Right now, and for a long time to come, the Blaze-Hidden village is our trusted ally. I will not tolerate any more words undermining this alliance. Remember this, all of you. Clearly, the old and seasoned Yuan Sure saw further than most. Understood. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Their voices joined in agreement. Elder Yuan Sure, about the selection of our next Mizuki? Let's put this matter on hold for now. The priority should be on restoring the village. We'll discuss the selection of a new Mizuki later. Genji made his decision. In truth, he understood the situation all too well. The enemy who had manipulated the fourth Mizuki, lurking in the shadows, still had yet to reveal themselves. If they hurried to appoint a new Mizuki now, wouldn't that just be handing the enemy another opportunity? Giving them the chance to once again control the Mizuki and replay the tragic events that had just unfolded? It would be wiser not to rush the selection. Instead, power in the village should be distributed for the time being. Restoring and rebuilding the village must come first. Otherwise, as an elder of the Hidden Mist with authority rivaling the Mizuki, Genji could have simply seized power and ruled over the village alone by now. With Genji's words spoken, the others promptly moved past this topic. After all, at present, there truly was no one with the strength or the reputation to fill the position of the next Mizuki. Then, Genji spoke once more, his voice calm and measured. This time, Zabuza performed exceptionally well. He succeeded in luring, not just an enemy, but reinforcements, breaking through the darkness that had shrouded our entire village. I suggest we immediately revoke his wanted status and restore his rank as a ninja of the Hidden Mist. What are your thoughts? I second the motion. I agree. I'm in favor as well. The council members all voted in approval. The decision to restore Zabuza's status as a Hidden Mist shinobi was unanimous. At a time like this, every elite jonin was invaluable to the village. Moreover, in name, Zabuza was now a righteous hero who bravely confronted the darkness and toppled the tyranny of the fourth Mizuki. How could they let a hero become bitter or disillusioned? And they certainly couldn't let outsiders use this as a pretext to meddle in the affairs of the Hidden Mist, could they? Thank you. Zabuza's reply was terse and devoid of warmth. He felt no gratitude toward most of the Hidden Mist leaders in attendance. After all, the village's downfall was in no small part due to their past repeated concessions and compromises. His return to the Hidden Mist today was by no means the result of their generosity or belated sense of justice. At its core, it was only because they now feared the power of that brat Natum. Power really is the only standard that matters. To think he'd achieved his lifelong goal thanks to a 10-year-old kid, it left him feeling both rueful and faintly ashamed. Kid, the next time we meet, I'll make sure to give you a real shock. Zabuza clenched his fist and swore quietly to himself. There's one more thing. For convenience, I propose we also send 2 of our own people to be stationed in the village of the Hidden Flames to maintain intelligence contact. Genji took the initiative to put forth this suggestion, and it was quickly met with unanimous approval. After all, to the Hidden Mist now, the threat posed by that kid far exceeded even that of the tailed beasts. Although the 2 sides had already formed an alliance, they still couldn't sleep soundly at night unless they sent someone to keep an eye on the other's movements. But who should we send? If we choose the wrong person, it'll only stir up resentment on their end. Everyone hesitated, each one weighing who would be the most suitable for this task. Elder Yuan swept his gaze around the room. In the end, his eyes settled on Zabuza and Meitorumi. These 2, one was resolute and loyal to the village, had built a rapport with Uchiha Natum after prolonged dealings, even cooperating on several occasions. The other was strikingly beautiful with remarkable abilities, and happened to share a night of passion with Natum, establishing a deep familiarity. Both were fine candidates. Truly, it was a tough choice. Outside of Kirigakure, Natum skillfully evaded the tail, following them. Finding a deserted spot, he gathered with Ryo and the others, then swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they spanned thousands of kilometers, leaping straight back home to Inin village. Moments like this truly showcased the superiority of the Flying Thunder God technique. The ability to traverse space with companions and return home in the blink of an eye was simply exhilarating. Once he traveled across the entire shinobi world and left enough markers scattered about, he could explore and adventure wherever he pleased. Not to mention, certain unspeakable pursuits would become all too convenient. Now, wouldn't that be marvelous? Back in the village, the first thing Natum did was send Ryo and the others home. They had gained plenty from this journey. Even just looting fallen foes had likely netted them a small fortune. Time to go home and show off a bit. After all, if he didn't let them flaunt their profits, how would anyone know how rewarding it was to follow him on adventures? How else could he inspire more clansmen to join his expeditions? How else to spread word of his awe-inspiring exploits far and wide? He certainly couldn't go around boasting himself. That would be embarrassing. Natsum-sama, you've returned. Soon, right behind him, stood Nanoyu in her nun's robes, radiating an air of holiness, kneeling respectfully to greet him. Just you? Where's Kabuto? That child's still helping out with the construction at the orphanage. Natsum replied, he's quite dedicated these days. Nanoyu smiled, indeed. He probably wants to channel all that pin-up anger and helplessness in a hard labor. Let him be. Natsum nodded. To be honest, he was curious to see for himself. Without the burden of hatred distorting his heart, how far could Kabuto go, relying solely on his own talent? All right, you're dismissed for now. Oh, and prepare some lunch for me, would you? At once. Relieved, Nanoyu quickly withdrew. Meanwhile, with everyone dispersed, Natsum, finally unable to hold back, eagerly set about his grand plans. It's finally time to start exchanging and playing the lottery. This trip out had truly made him rich beyond his wildest dreams. If he didn't indulge a little and spend lavishly, he'd be doing a disservice to all those painstakingly accumulated gold coins. For his grand debut, Natsum first reached out and felt the ransom he had rightfully obtained from Kirigakure. He exchanged it all for gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 30 million value points. Do you wish to top up 30 million value points and convert them to 3,000 gold coins? Top up successful. Congratulations, you have gained 3,000 gold coins. Current balance, 17,640 gold coins. Host, Natsum. Attributes, fire, water, wind, lightning, earthine. Chakra, 72 cards. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. S-Rank, Spacetime Ninjutsu. 8 Gates Release Formation. S-Rank, Taijutsu, Spiritualization Technique. S-Rank, Soul Ninjutsu. Kekiai, Jinkai. Sharingan, Mangekyo. Taijutsu, 1,000 Years of Death, Konoha Whirlwind. Special Skill, Chakra Extraction Method. Special Weapon, Kobikurobocho. Current balance, 17,640 gold coins. Well now, nearly 18,000 coins. If he factored in all those treasures, jewelry, and precious artifacts his shipping company was selling off, as well as the ransom Kirigakure was paying in installments, It wouldn't be long before his gold coin count soared into the hundreds of millions. Sure enough, after sending off many departed souls and forging an alliance with Kirigakure, he had unquestionably made the right choice. But enough musing, confirming his current balance. Natum immediately immersed his consciousness into the system shop to begin browsing the available exchanges. Items priced over 10,000 gold coins were considered fancy even in the system store. There were just over 20 such treasures in total. Several among them were ones Natum had coveted for a long time. Namely, Sage Body, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Evil God's Body, and Tailed Beast Body. These four. Each cost 10,000 gold coins to acquire. Sage Body grants the perfect physical power of a sage, greatly increasing the body's resilience, recovery, chakra reserves, and the ability to wield sage techniques. A highly practical upgrade. Evil God's Body grants true immortality. No matter what injuries one suffers, one cannot die. Similar to Haiden, but with far fewer limitations. Even without food, death is simply not an option. Tailed Beast Body allows one to abandon the physical body and transform will and chakra into a tailed beast state. This dramatically boosts chakra reserves, and death becomes meaningless, like other tailed beasts. Even if destroyed, consciousness and power will reform and resurrect given time. Finally, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There's no need for further explanation. Supreme ocular power, flawless visual jutsu, and unparalleled strength. This is what true might feels like. Truth was, Natum had weighed and compared the strengths and drawbacks of these four abilities countless times already. Obviously, each of their abilities comes with its own strengths and weaknesses. This Sage Body is indeed formidable, providing a tremendous boost to one's overall power and is nothing short of perfection. However, the lack of immortality is somewhat regrettable. The Evil God Body and the Tailed Beast Body both grant the power of immortality. Yet, the former doesn't significantly enhance strength, and the latter is prone to being sealed or even snatched away by the Shinigami. Clear drawbacks. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan offers an enormous increase in power, but it, too, lacks immortality. However, it allows one to unlock their innate talents to their fullest potential and serves as the foundation for eventually obtaining the Rinnegan. After all, its original price is a hefty 15,000 gold coins. The only reason the price dropped was because I already possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Browsing through the system shop, Sage Body Plus would release costs 20,000 coins. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan paired with the Nine Tails Chakra, priced at 8,000 coins, totals to 23,000. From this, it's clear that the value of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan alone surpasses the combined worth of the Sage Body and would release. So, after much deliberation, Natum finally decided to redeem the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan first. After all, a 5,000 coin discount is too much of a bargain to pass up. Moreover, he had already transplanted some of Hashirama's cells. That means he already possessed half a step towards the Sage Body. Therefore, once he exchanges for the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, who knows, perhaps he could directly evolve into the Rinnegan, just like Lord Madara did. Wouldn't that be a tremendous windfall? So it was worth a shot, after all. Of course, the reason for not opting for the immortal Evil God Body or Tailed Beast Body was simple. Natum felt that, with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in hand, there would hardly be anyone in this era capable of taking him down in an instant. Of course, if by some chance, someone managed to resurrect, via the reanimation jutsu, those two legendary monsters, Madara or Hashirama. In that event, his top priority would immediately be to redeem some form of immortality to preserve his own life. Without delay, Natum confirmed his exchange. In the next instant, all 10,000 gold coins, equivalent to 100 million taels, vanished like snowflakes drifting away. Under the power of the system, an overwhelming surge of ocular energy thundered into Natsum's eyes. Moments latte. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was his. Wishing everyone a happy Lunar New Year's Eve. May your family enjoy peace, health, and joyful reunions. A bright, crystalline sound seemed to ring out as Natum opened his newly awakened, all-encompassing Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ocular power surged from him like the cascade of stars across the night sky. And this time, upon awakening the Eternal Mangekyo, Natum felt his eyes were clear, unburdened by any of the irritating side effects. Even the Hashirama cells within him seemed to settle into deep contentment. There was no need to rely on Hashirama cells to repair the damage caused by using the Mangekyo Sharingan. So this is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. How amazing! Natum murmured, his joy barely contained. It was well known that the Eternal Mangekyo was leagues above the regular Mangekyo in every way. The reason was simple. Fusing two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan yielded results far beyond a simple sum. This was not a case of 1 + 1 = 2. Avoiding blindness was just the basic benefit. The boost in ocular power was at least twofold, enhancing vision, unique ocular abilities, Susanoo's might, and so on, all noticeably amplified. After all, look at Sasuke with just the Mangekyo, a tough battle even against someone like Danzo. But with the Eternal Mangekyo, he was practically on par with Naruto as the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The gap between the Eternal Mangekyo and the regular Mangekyo was, to put it simply, nearly equivalent to the difference between half a nine-tail strength. The upgrade in power was obvious. To put it plainly, if Natum before, without using the 8 gates technique, even when going all out, could at best barely scrape the threshold of Super Kage-level opponents, and even then, losing wasn't impossible. But now, with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Natsum's strength had rocketed firmly into the Super Kage League. Of course, compared to outrageous legends like Madara and Hashirama, there was still a bit of a gap. But among the current shinobi, he could easily squeeze into the top 5, and even competing for the top 3 wouldn't be a stretch. In short, this new power meant he could now sweep across most of the ninja world. With his brand new Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Natsum was in high spirits. Eyeing the sizable sum he had left, 7,640 gold coins, he boldly decided to go for another 10-in-a-row draw. Why not test his luck? Would you like to spend 888 coins to begin a 10 times draw? Confirm. With a crisp swish, 888 coins vanished instantly. In Natsum's mind, all 10 treasure chests once again erupted in dazzling light. After reaching those recent legendary golden pulls, this time, Natsum didn't expect anything too extraordinary. He'd be content to at least draw the guaranteed reward. But as each of the 10 chests opened in succession, Natsum's face darkened. His luck had hit rock bottom. This exceptionally unlucky 10 pull yielded 2 chakra recovery pills, 1 intermediate healing pill, 2 intermediate spatial scrolls, 3 basic healing pills, 1,000 standard kunai, 1,000 ordinary shuriken. At that, Natsum immediately lost interest in trying again. With not even a single guaranteed rare prize, he'd only ended up with a mountain of mundane kunai, shuriken, and other common weapons he had little use for. You have to understand, not everyone can wield a kunai to the level of a legendary weapon like Danzo did. What's the point of having so many weapons, anyway? Am I planning to open a weapon shop or something? What rotten luck. 9 times out of 10, it's probably that mischievous Lady Luck off having fun somewhere else. Maybe I'll just wait until she settles down and decides to favor me again. Then I'll try my luck once more. With a sigh, Natsum gave up on trying his luck with any more draws. Though, to be fair, he hadn't gotten anything particularly worthwhile. But at the end of the day, it was just 888 gold coins. For someone as well off as he was now, it was hardly a loss. As for the remaining 6,752 gold coins, Natsum decided to save them for later. Once the shipping company was back up and running, it wouldn't be long before he could move the first batch of jewels and other valuables from the company's vault for sale. So in less than a month, he'd be sure to rake in another fortune. At that point, he could easily save up 10,000 gold coins, then exchange them for something like the Immortal Body or Evil God Body. Wouldn't that be fantastic? With that, Natsum withdrew his consciousness from the system, organized his spoils, and closed the Sharingan. Just then, Nanoyu had finished preparing lunch. With his stomach rumbling in hunger, Natsum wasted no time and started devouring the meal with gusto. Of course, he was devouring food. Nothing else. After all, enjoying a delicious meal while admiring a lovely lady. What could be better? Honestly, having a beautiful maid at home truly made life easier. Looking back, tricking Nanoyu and Kabuto into coming here had been an exceptionally wise move. At this moment, Nanoyu sat respectfully to the side, quietly watching Natsum eat. A certain nervousness fluttered in her heart. On one hand, ever since learning about the deception in Konoha, she couldn't help but worry about the children left at the orphanage. On the other hand, she was painfully aware that everything she had now, her very life, was thanks to young Lord Natsum sitting before her. She had no right to rush him. If she did somehow offend the little lord, she and Kabuto put together wouldn't be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. My Lord Natsum, does the food suit your taste? Excellent. Director Nanoyu, your cooking is wonderful. Natsum made no effort to hide his praise. I'm glad. And, Nanoyu hesitated. You're worried about the children at Konoha's orphanage? Eager to ask me to act sooner? Yes, that's yes. Nanoyu flinched, biting her lip, but answered honestly. Truly, this Lord Natsum, despite his youth, had unbelievably sharp insight. All right, go get ready. We'll set out first thing tomorrow morning. Set out, Nanoyu echoed. To storm back into Konoha and rescue those orphans, of course. Unless you've changed your mind. Dull. I really do. Nono was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly agreed, her voice catching with emotion as she choked out. Thank you, Lord Natsum. The next morning, Nono was awake early, all packed and ready, waiting anxiously. Though she knew well that Lord Natsum's strength was extraordinary, how powerful he truly was, she couldn't say for sure. To her mind, to provoke Konoha, one of the 5 great hidden villages, and rescue those children from the hands of Root. This would be anything but easy. So much so that, when Kabuto found out, he insisted on coming along. But in the end, Nono refused him. It was far too dangerous to bring Kabuto into this. He was much safer staying behind. Soon enough, Natsum woke up, stifling yawn. Honestly, the beds at home were so hard, nothing comfortable about them. He found himself missing the giant down beds of Kirigakure. What a luxury those were. Ready to go? Natsum asked, looking at Nono. Wait, what are you? For the first time he noticed that the lady head of the orphanage had donned a skin-tight black leather suit that morning, outlining her curvaceous figure in a most striking and, frankly, alluring way. Oh my, he was here to save people, not to set the world ablaze. Was it really necessary to wear something so alluring, so tense? Come to think of it, it was quite a catchy look. Is there a problem with my outfit, Lord Natsum? She asked. No problem at all. Let's go. Natsum quickly waved it off, and with that, the two of them set off at once, heading at full speed toward Konoha. Hey, have you heard? Something big just happened in Kirigakure. What happened? Apparently, the 4th Mizukage just died, suddenly. What? No way. Who did it? No one knows for sure. All that's clear is there was an uprising in Kirigakure. A bunch of ninja rose up together and overthrew the 4th Mizukage rule. That's huge news. Who pulled it off? Rumor has it was a rebel ninja named Zabuza Momochi. Of course, he had help from quite a few others inside Kirigakure. In any case, Kirigakure's under new management now. And who knows, this might end up affecting our village too. How come? Don't you get it? Zabuza, the demon of the mist, he had help from that new village, the one called in the coup. That's the clan of Uchiha, who rebelled and left. With the coup a success, Kirigakure has now officially announced an alliance with Yenin village. And next, for all we know, the two might join forces and come for us in Konoha. Huh? Are we really on the brink of war? Who can say for sure? Sigh. Honestly, the higher-ups really went too far back then, pushing the Uchiha clan to such extremes. And look where that's gotten us. Their defection, the founding of a new village, an alliance with the Hidden Mist. Now, they're watching us like hawks. If you ask me, the higher-ups just have nothing better to do with their time. Hush. Best not to say such things out loud. As a few ANBU shadows darted by in the distance, the villagers who had been passionately discussing these rumors in the street quickly fell silent. No matter how open Konoha might seem, words of disrespect like these, if they ever found their way to the ANBU, would surely spell trouble for the speaker. Not to mention, there's something even more fearsome than the ANBU, the Root. It's no secret. In any era, in any nation, there are always certain topics that are off-limits. Meanwhile, inside the Uchiha clan grounds, Father Itachi, having just returned from an ANBU mission, was reporting in to Fugaku. You've done well. It's only thanks to your efforts mediating between the village and our family these days that so many of us still remain unharmed. By the way, have you heard about what happened in the Hidden Mist 2 days ago? I have. Itachi nodded in response. Backed by Konoha's ANBU, he naturally had access to information far more accurate than the rumors floating around. Although he was still missing a few details, he was well aware of the general situation. What do you think? It was probably Cousin Natsum's doing, Itachi said with certainty. Indeed. They say the 4th Mizukage is a rare, perfect Jinchuriki, a formidable power. Very few could defeat someone like that. And for the Hidden Mist to ally with the Hidden Flame, there's no doubt he played a major role. That young man certainly knows how to surprise people. This way, our clansmen in the Hidden Flame will be able to live in peace for quite some time. Fugaku nodded approvingly. Originally, the Konoha higher-ups were sharply divided. Should they take forceful action against the Hidden Flame? But now, they'd allied themselves with the Hidden Mist. If Konoha went to war, it would very likely mean enemies on both fronts. Besides, for the Hidden Flame to defeat the 4th Mizukage, it at least proves they far surpass any ordinary small village in terms of strength. So if war comes, Even if victory is possible, the price will be devastating. He had no doubt. Konoha's leadership wasn't foolish enough to court disaster on that scale. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, the Hidden Flame and their people would be safe. In such a short time, his nephew Natum had accomplished so much. It was truly astonishing. Looking back now, I realize my perspective was indeed far too narrow. If only I had abandoned the leaf sooner and established our own village. Perhaps the Uchiha clan would not have come to such a state. Itachi spoke. Father, is there something else? Fugaku replied, yes. Because of Natum and the others leaving, I've noticed recently that a handful of clansmen are beginning to stir restlessly. In fact, there are even a few who have made contact with Flame Hidden Village. It seems they're planning another defection tonight. And reports say that someone from Flame Hidden Village might even come to escort them. Itachi, you're fully aware of our clan's current standing within the leaf. The only reason we're able to barely maintain this fragile balance is because they still see us as useful in hunting down rogue ninjas. This delicate balance must not be disrupted any further. If any more of our people manage to defect, those of us who remain will undoubtedly face annihilation. For the sake of our village, for the sake of our clan, and for the sake of your younger brother as well. That's why, Itachi, I want you to go tonight. Do everything you can to stop those clansmen and bring them back safely. Fugaku's order came, voice low and resolute. If Itachi intervened, he could quickly incapacitate the defectors and bring them all back before they ever escaped the leaf. Hearing his father's command, Itachi paused just for a moment. Then, he nodded, no unnecessary word spoken. Understood. Turning sharply, he sped away, swift and decisive as always. Only after watching Itachi disappear did Fugaku let out a faint sigh. Yadai come out. Almost immediately, Uchiha Yadai emerged from the shadows within the room. He's very perceptive. He might have sensed I was here. Fugaku shook his head, unbothered. That doesn't matter. Itachi already knows that you have connections with Flame Hidden Village. Yadai nodded, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Itachi had departed, his voice low and somber. He'll probably deliver this information to the upper ranks of the leaf right away, won't he? Just as he did the last time he gave them a warning. Fugaku closed his eyes, sighing. This child, just like Shursui before him, has made a crueler choice, putting clan and village on the scales. And I have not been a truly responsible clan head. Otherwise, these children would never have had to shoulder such a burden. Yadai answered, that's partly why I chose to follow young Master Natum. Lord Fugaku, I'm sorry looking back now. I was indeed too narrow-minded. If only we had distanced ourselves from the leaf earlier and forged our own path. Perhaps the Uchiha clan wouldn't have ended up like this. Itachi, father, is there something else? Fugaku, yes. Since Natum and the others left, I've noticed a few of our clan members have begun to stir restlessly. In fact, a handful have even established contact with the Hidden Blaze village. It looks like they're planning to defect again tonight. What's more, it seems someone from the Hidden Blaze village will come to guide them. Itachi, you understand the precarious situation our clan faces here in the leaf. The only reason some balance remains is that we're still useful for hunting down rogue ninjas. This fragile balance absolutely cannot be shattered any further. If any more of our people manage to escape, those of us who remain will surely be doomed. For the village, for our clan, and for your brother's sake, too. That's why, Itachi, I want you to go tonight. Do everything you can to stop those clan members and bring them back safely. Fugaku's voice became grave as he gave his order. With Itachi handling it, he was certain those clan members would be swiftly subdued. Before they could ever leave the leaf, he'd bring them all back. Upon hearing his father's command, Itachi hesitated for just a moment, then nodded decisively, not wasting a single word. Understood. With that, he turned briskly and left, his movements swift and decisive as ever. Only after Itachi's departure did Fugaku sigh softly. Hakadai, you can come out now. Before long, Uchiha Hakadai stepped from the shadows inside the house. He's perceptive. He may have already noticed I was here. Fugaku shook his head, unconcerned. That doesn't matter. Itachi already knows you have dealings with the Hidden Blaze village. Hakadai nodded, gazing in the direction Itachi had gone, and spoke in a low voice. He'll tell the Leaf's higher-ups about this, won't he? Just like the last time he reported us. Fugaku closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. That child, just like Shursui, was forced to make an even crueler decision between the clan and the village. And I failed in my role as head of this great clan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the children forced to carry such a heavy burden. Hakadai, that's part of the reason I chose to follow young Master Natum. Chief, I'm sorry. Fugaku, let's not speak of that. Tell me, Hakadai, will there be many deaths tonight? Uchidai, no. As long as Itachi relays the message to the Leaf's leadership, Young Master Natsum's plan is already more than halfway complete. There shouldn't be significant casualties tonight. And besides, the target this evening isn't the leaf. Hearing this, Fugaku nodded again, feeling a measure of relief. That's good. That's good. I only hope that this time, Itachi will finally see just how rotten the village leaders he trusts and serves truly are. Besides, after tonight, I'll likely be dispatched right away, sent out to crusade against the flame-hidden village, I suppose. It's the perfect opportunity to see for myself what kind of paradise that kid has managed to build over there. Meanwhile, some 20 minutes later, in a dimly lit, shadowy chamber, Itachi, wearing his tanuki mask, was kneeling on one knee before Danzo, who sat silently in his wheelchair as he delivered what he claimed was vital intelligence. Of course, in that moment, he had no way of knowing. This so-called vital intelligence was actually meant to be leaked bait for the higher-ups of the Leaf. And now, upon hearing such intelligence from Itachi, Danzo was visibly startled. There are people planning to defect, and the so-called village of traitors dares to send someone to pick them up? Is this information reliable? Itachi nodded, confirming it. At this, Danzo took a sharp, deep breath, clenching the armrest of his wheelchair with his left hand, a blaze of excitement igniting in his heart. This was a tremendous opportunity. Whoever the flame-hidden village sent as their contact, he could lie in wait and capture them all in one fell swoop. If that brat Natsum had the nerve to walk right into his trap, so much the better. He could finally cut him to pieces and satisfy his long-held grudge. On another front, as for the authenticity of this intel, Danzo harbored little doubt. Not because he was naturally trusting, but because this report had come from Itachi himself. After all, would you ever doubt a subordinate who had personally informed on his own clan and then slashed them down with his own hands? What's more, Itachi's parents and the brother he cherished most were still in the Leaf, still under his control. So, Itachi could never possibly betray Konoha. Itachi, what do you plan to do? I await Lord Danzo's orders, Itachi replied, head bowed, his tone utterly respectful. Nothing in his voice betrayed a single thought or intention. Danzo, for his part, found nothing strange in that. The more pressing concern was choosing the ambush location, assembling the right number of men, setting the trap, getting every detail exactly right. No matter how many that village of traitors sends, this time, they will not be coming back. Danzo clenched his fist, swearing to himself with fierce resolve. With any luck, he might even seize a few more Sharingan to bolster his own stockpile. But, recalling the deadly danger he'd faced last time, Danzo had learned caution. This time, he would make sure. Unless he could guarantee absolute victory, he would never show himself. Minute by minute, time ticked away. On the surface, Konoha seemed peaceful as ever. At this moment, a hidden storm was brewing, roaring and surging beneath the surface. A large number of ANBU and root ninjas were being covertly recalled and assigned in secret, preparing to take action. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the Hokage, immediately sensed the unusual movements of so many ANBU operatives. However, having just had a heated argument with Danzo, he assumed this was simply Danzo throwing a tantrum and making show of force. After all, Root had also just submitted an emergency maneuver application. Moreover, there hadn't been any startling events in the village's vicinity recently. So Hiruzen chose, for the time being, not to interfere. Soon, dusk faded away and night descended. At this moment, outside the hidden Leaf village, two figures were quietly concealed in the darkness. Naturally, these two were none other than Natsum and Nanoyu, who had traveled swiftly to this place. Nanoyu, dressed in form-fitting leather, leaned against a towering tree, graceful curves accentuated by the moonlight. The sight made Natsum's blood surge, and he couldn't help but recall the pole dancers from his previous life. What a brilliant sight! Once I'm back, perhaps I should introduce this art. Natsume-sama? Natsume-sama? Oh, yes. Nanoyu's voice snapped Natsum out of his wandering reverie. What exactly are we waiting for? We're waiting for an opportunity. Natsum glanced upward, gazing into the sky above the Leaf. He went on to explain, during the last Shinobi World War, the Leaf established a sensory unit led by the Yamanaka clan. This squad cast a large, spherical barrier over and beneath the village that allows them to perceive the chakra of anyone entering or leaving. It even offers some degree of defense. Apart from ordinary citizens and trusted ninjas, only those who know the code to pass through the barrier can enter and leave freely. Otherwise, anyone who tries to forcefully break in using violence or brute force is discovered in an instant. To be honest, such a barrier can't really stop me. But if I were discovered, it would undoubtedly alert the entire village. By then, rescuing all the children from the orphanage would become nearly impossible. You know how ruthless Root can be. If cornered, they're liable to harm those kids out of desperation. We can't risk it. Besides, after the last affection incident, the codes for the barrier have surely been changed. The codes I knew are useless now. At this, even Nanoyu was caught off guard. Once a member of Root herself, she clearly knew access to the village required the correct code, but further details weren't shared, even within Root. She couldn't fathom that this boy, Natum, knew even more than she did. So what do? We wait. I've already set the plan in motion. Just a little more patience. All right. Nanoyu gave a slight nod, choosing to trust him. Time passed, and gradually, another half-hour slipped by. At last, a faint rustling echoed in the distance. Several shadowy figures appeared before the two of them, shrouded in darkness. Are those members of the Uchiha clan? Nanoyu was secretly astonished. After all, within the Uchiha, aside from the few tasked with special missions, or those who joined the ANBU, the rest were strictly forbidden from knowing the barrier passcodes. Anyone who tried to steal the passcodes or leave the village by force would be instantly detected by the sensory division and marked as a rogue ninja. Just like last time, when 400 of their own clansmen fled Konoha, their cover was blown almost immediately. Were it not for the fierce battle between Natum and Fugaku, which drew the attention of the vast majority of Konoha's shinobi, the sensory division would have already alerted the ANBU, sending a large force to intercept them. Because of this, Nanoyu couldn't help but wonder why, at this very moment, several Uchiha shinobi seemed to be fleeing in such a panic. Stay calm. Don't let them notice us, Natum whispered in warning. Before long, they watched in silence as those clansmen disappeared into the distance. Yet Natum remained perfectly still, waiting. Only seconds later, a chorus of swift, sharp sounds ripped through the air as dozens more figures pursued, moving stealthily in the direction the Uchiha had escaped. Each of these Konoha shinobi wore a mask. There was no doubt they were all members of the ANBU. Right now, they were preparing to track the fleeing Uchiha, hoping to find their secret rendezvous. The time is right, Natum murmured, a faint smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. A few seconds later, Natum returned to Nanoyu's side. But now, he held in his hand an ANBU ninja, gripping him by the throat. It was clear Natum had struck suddenly, capturing the last straggling ANBU agent with ease. And to be honest, the image of a 10-year-old boy holding a grown ninja in such a helpless grip was almost bizarre. But there was no time to dwell on the oddity of the scene. Without hesitation, Natum unleashed the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With a simple illusion technique, he quickly took control of the ANBU agent. He even managed to extract the latest barrier passcode from his captive. Seeing this, Nanoyu suddenly understood. So this was Lord Natsum's plan all along. This was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. With a new passcode in hand, they could break through the barrier and enter Konoha without raising any alarms. They would be able to rescue the children at the orphanage without delay. Good. We have the passcode. It's time. Let's go. But Lord Natum, what about those clansmen who? Don't worry, I've got it all planned. Let's head to the orphanage and save those people first. All right. A warm feeling surged in Nanoyu's heart, and she quickly agreed. In the next moment, the two of them leapt out together, using the cover of night and special signals to slip right through Konoha's barriers. They dashed straight into the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. Even on such a grand holiday, when even the commune's donkey is resting, the author is still plowing away diligently. If you like this story, dear readers, don't forget to urge the author for more chapters with a click or send a free gift. Don't hold back. Shower the author with your red packets and encouragement. Once inside Konoha, Natsum and Nanoyu continued to move stealthily, heading straight for the orphanage. It wasn't that Natsum didn't want to make an entrance. He just didn't want to draw unnecessary attention. After all, whether it was Konoha's Blue Beast or Hiruzen's Reaper Death Seal, either one could pose a real threat. This wasn't cowardice. It was simply acting with calm, from the heart. If he just waited 2 or 3 more months, he could save up another 10,000 gold coins and gain an immortal body. By then, he could even endure the 8 Gates technique head-on without fear. Right now, there was simply no good reason to risk everything for a fleeting moment of glory. After all, back home in the Hidden Mist Village, so many pleasures and delights were still waiting for him. He couldn't afford to let it all end in a dark alley here. Under the cloak of night, Natsum and Nanoyu dashed and darted through the village, quickly arriving near the orphanage. Careful, stay hidden. I'll go in first and check things out. Once it's safe, you follow me in. Natsum held Nanoyu back, giving her a stern reminder. According to the intel, there was a strong likelihood that this orphanage had already become a secret base for Root. It would be the perfect cover for hiding activities and training personnel. That meant there could easily be Root ninjas stationed inside. He would go in first. If there was an ambush, he could handle it. But with Nanoyu's skills being only at the level of a chunin, rushing inside would be far too risky. He wasn't about to risk the life of this enchanting shrine maiden for a few orphan kids. All right. Nanoyu nodded, her trust in Natsum now absolute. Just as Natsum was about to enter, a loud shout erupted from inside the orphanage. Who's there? Show yourself. Two masked figures suddenly leaped out from the orphanage. One of them, with the distinctive pale eyes of the Byakugan, glared in the direction where Natsum and Nanoyu were hidden and barked out a warning. They were Root ninjas, just as suspected, and thanks to the Byakugan's ability, they had already spotted Natsum and Nanoyu and jumped out in time to intercept them. A few seconds later, step, step, two crisp footsteps echoed through the night. A figure, not particularly tall, emerged from the shadowy corner, coming face to face with the two Root ninjas. Who are you? One of the Root ninjas, who was not from the Hyuga clan, shouted sharply. But before he could finish his words, quite suddenly, a sinister, blood-red gleam lit up in the darkness. The Sharingan. His gasp was suddenly cut short. A powerful wave of ocular energy erupted, overwhelming the ninja's consciousness in an instant. Jinjutsu of the eye technique variety was notoriously difficult to resist. Simply meeting the user's gaze was enough to fall under its spell. And this was no ordinary Sharingan, but an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's a Jinjutsu. Damn! The Hyuga ninja, beside him, sensing danger thanks to his Byakugan, managed to avert his gaze half a second early, narrowly escaping the fate of his comrade. But even as relief washed over him, a deeper shock took hold in his heart. The three-tomo Sharingan was rare enough as it was. Especially now, since most of the Uchiha clan had already defected. The remaining ones didn't have anyone so skilled in Jinjutsu among their number. Yet here, in the blink of an eye, a Root ninja had been subdued so completely. Meanwhile, setting his shock aside, he quickly turned to look at his stunned teammate, activating his Byakugan at once. His palm shot out, striking the back of his companion's head with brutal precision. The powerful blow sent his teammate crashing to the ground. With the Byakugan's power, he was able to cut off the enemy's chakra flow as well, breaking the Jinjutsu's hold on his friend. From a distance, witnessing this, Natsum couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He mused to himself, not bad at all. In just 3 seconds, the other ninja had managed to free his comrade from the grip of his Jinjutsu. Of course, it helped that Natsum was only using the three-tomo Sharingan and hadn't resorted to the Eternal Mangekyo, so he was deliberately going easy on them. But even so, Natsum's ocular power was tremendous. Even using just the three-tomo Sharingan for Jinjutsu, it wasn't something that an ordinary Jonin could break free of so quickly. Yet this Root ninja, armed with the Byakugan, whose abilities weren't much above average Jonin level, had managed to dispel the Sharingan's illusion in a matter of moments. It was a testament to the ninja's remarkable command over the Byakugan. It also demonstrated the Byakugan's superior resistance to Jinjutsu. As one of the 3 great dojutsu, if the Sharingan's strength lay in attacking, like Amaterasu, and confounding the enemy, like Tsukuyami, then the Byakugan excelled in perception and prediction. Additionally, one had to admit that the Byakugan was particularly effective at counteracting the Sharingan's illusionary powers. Otherwise, the hidden mist ninja, AO, could never have broken Tobi's hold on the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, with the power of a single Byakugan. It was even more impossible to see through Danzo's Kodo Amatsukami, Jinjutsu cast on Mifune at the 5 Kage Summit. Every sign pointed to one thing. The Byakugan, which could see the chakra flow inside an enemy's body, was indeed a direct counter to Jinjutsu. After all, the essence of Jinjutsu was to use one's own chakra to disrupt and confuse the enemy's mind. My face hurts so much. Why am I lying on the ground? Was I just under a Jinjutsu? The Root ninja, who had been slammed hard into the ground and had already come to his senses, spoke in a dazed and confused tone. Beside him, the ninja with the Byakugan was already on high alert and warned sharply. That's right. It was Jinjutsu. The enemy is from the Uchiha clan. Send a signal. Be careful. Their Jinjutsu skills are exceptional. Don't meet his eyes. The ninja on the ground froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with realization. He immediately reached for the emergency flare to warn their allies. But just then, how interesting. Natsum let out a soft, amused chuckle. Mangekyo Sharingan. Shunra, activate. 3rd stage, 8-fold speed boost. Now that he had acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Natsum had perfectly adapted to the third stage of Shunra's eightfold speed amplification, barely putting any strain on his body. It was ready at a moment's notice. In a heartbeat, with his speed surging, Natsum vanished from sight. What? Was that the body flicker technique? No way, where did he go? The Byakugan user was utterly shocked. Even with the Byakugan, it was hard to track an enemy whose silhouette simply disappeared. Since when did the Uchiha clan have a ninja with such a fearsome mastery of the body flicker technique? Or was it pure taijutsu? Before he could process any of it, a scream of pain erupted right at his side. Clearly, the teammate he just rescued had already fallen victim. A heavy thud echoed through the air. Before he could even turn his head to see what had happened, a searing pain exploded in his gut. And there, right before him, was that small, shadowy figure. With speed like this, fighting these root ninja up close was even simpler than slaughtering chickens for Natsum. Chakra gathered in his right hand with a graceful motion. He slit the throat of the root ninja on his left, ending a life soundlessly. In the next instant, he was facing the Byakugan user. With a gentle jab to his abdomen, a surge of raw force made the ninja's muscles seize up, robbing him of any strength to fight back. Then, with a snap of his fingers, his middle finger struck the opponent square in the forehead. The powerful blow shattered the mask, sending the Byakugan ninja flying several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. As the mask broke apart, the true face of the root ninja was revealed at last. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, Natsum wove his hand signs, summoning 2 shadow clones that darted into the orphanage. These clones would surely be able to sweep away the remaining root ninja inside without delay. Meanwhile, the real Natsum strode forward, step by deliberate step. He soon stood before the defeated Hyuga root ninja, ready to take advantage of the situation. Well, to have a heart-to-heart chat, to be precise. After all, Kekkai Genkai, involving the eyes, were exceptionally rare. There were even fewer ninja capable of wielding the Byakugan to this level. Such a talent was certainly worth recruiting. Since he still had a little time, Natsum was more than willing to give it a try. Of course, should his opponent prove stubborn unto death, Natsum would not hesitate to end him. At this moment, Hyuga Shinka, enduring fierce pain in his abdomen and across his brow, raised his head to look at the figure standing before him. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and his eyes widened in shock. It's you. Uchiha Natsum, the traitor. He could scarcely believe that this man, the one Konoha had labeled S-rank rogue ninja, with a bounty of 30 million, would show up here of all places, even dare to sneak back into Konoha unnoticed. The revelation explained everything. No wonder his enemy was so powerful and so skilled in Genjutsu. After all, this was the prodigy who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and even defeated Uchiha Fugaku. Being overpowered in the blink of an eye now made sense. But seeing it up close, the village's warning was no exaggeration. This kid wasn't just strong, he was terrifyingly young. That's right. Natsum nodded. You're from a Hyuga clan, aren't you? Or perhaps a member of the branch family? Natsum glanced meaningfully at the other man's forehead, his tone quiet and penetrating. Once the mask had been shattered, the mark on his brow stood out vividly, an intricate blue cross intersected by 2 curving hooks. The caged bird curse mark, a seal the Hyuga main family placed upon the branch members to restrict the power of the Byakugan to control their very lives. It stood for absolute domination and obedience. Not only could the curse seal partially suppress the Byakugan's abilities, it also allowed the main family to destroy a branch member's brain with but a word, forcing the branch to die in the main family's stead, if need be. There was no mistaking that mark. His opponent was, without doubt, a member of the Hyuga branch family. Hearing these words, Hyuga Shinkawa's brow tightened. The distinction between main and branch houses within the Hyuga clan was something he despised above all else. It was this very resentment, his refusal to be treated like cattle under the yoke of the caged bird curse, that had driven him to the Umbu. There, hidden behind a mask, he could conceal the hateful seal. And now, to have a mere boy lay bare his secret. Of course it left a bitter taste in his heart. For this reason, he clamped his mouth shut, putting on an utterly uncooperative face. Seeing this, Natsum wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, he knew all too well what sort of place the root truly was. Even the sunniest, most outgoing ninja would find themselves subtly changed after spending enough time there. To think you could break through the mental defenses of these guys with just a few words. It's almost impossible. What's more, Natsum was never one for talking people down. The system store didn't even offer a talk no jutsu option. So, from the very start, Natsum had a plan in mind. So it turns out you're just a defective leftover from a Hyuga branch family. No wonder you're so weak. Natsum taunted deliberately. At this, Hyuga Shinkawa's brows drew sharply together, his jaw clenched tight. That figures, Natsum pressed on. I've heard the branch family's Byakugan isn't complete. Flaws everywhere, plenty of weak spots. By the looks of it, you haven't even fully mastered your Byakugan, have you? If it were a Hyuga from the main family, their development and use of the Byakugan would run circles around you. What a sorry disappointment. Natsum clicked his tongue, every word driving his point home. Soon enough, the mockery and humiliation took effect. The more Hyuga Shinkawa listened, the angrier he became. The more the injustice burned under his skin. Finally, face flushed with rage, he couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, You're full of crap. My Byakugan's leagues ahead of any main branch reject, you bastard. His mastery and skill with the Byakugan had always been his greatest pride. In this alone, he surpassed the vast majority of his clan. Otherwise, he never would have been able to break Natsum's illusion so swiftly just now. And right now, to have his greatest strength so scorned by an enemy? It was utterly intolerable. What, you really think your use of the Byakugan surpasses the main branch? Natsum pressed. Of course. And does it matter? No matter how well you wield your Byakugan, as long as that cursed caged bird CEO remains, aren't you still the main branch's dog? No matter the time or reason, if the main family wishes to kill you, they can do it on a whim, can't they? You're pathetic. Natsum's words were ruthless, each one sharper and crueler than the last. The words struck like knives straight through Shinkawa's heart, tearing old wounds wide open. You, Shinkawa stammered. I'll kill you. Overwhelmed by bitterness and humiliation, Hyuga Shinkawa nearly lost his mind. Even through the searing pain racking his body, he struggled to his feet, determined to lunge at Natsum and tear this taunting brat to shreds. What, did I say something untrue? Or is it that you just don't wish things could change? Change. Hyuga Shinkawa let out a self-deprecating laugh. If change were possible, if the chance truly existed, so many from the Hyuga branch family wouldn't still be living under the main family shadow, year after year. Over all these years, the branch family had produced more than a few prodigies. Countless members of the branch family had poured their heart and soul into researching the caged bird curse mark. Yet, not a single one ever succeeded. It's not that he didn't want to change things. It's that changing was simply impossible. But what if I could erase this curse mark? Natsum's voice slithered through the air, low, almost devilish, a temptation too chilling to ignore. Hinata Fumikawa froze, his struggles coming to an abrupt halt. A complex gaze, half doubt, half desperate hope, was cast upon the boy before him. To tell the truth, Natsum had wanted to vent about the Byakugan, that legendary dojutsu standing shoulder to shoulder with the Sharingan, for a very long time. It was brimming with potential, offering immense strategic value. Yet, thanks to the boneheaded stubbornness of the Hyuga clan, it was all but squandered. There was no competition. This was the most wasted eye technique the world had ever seen. At its core, the Byakugan offered three great abilities: telescopic vision, X-ray sight, and piercing insight. Let's set aside the third for now. Just the first two alone granted its bearer flawless long-distance and through-walls vision, letting them see great distances unhindered by any obstacle. What was this dojutsu best suited for? Snipers, of course. With the Byakugan's bonus, even among sharpshooters, one would be almost unfairly powerful. Picture it, a battle unfolding in the forest, ninja weaving through the trees. Suddenly, an arrow laced with an explosive tag comes soaring in from miles away. It wouldn't matter where you hid. Their eyes would cut through every tree, every boulder. One shot, and you'd be down, never even knowing where it came from. Even if you didn't know, you couldn't reach them. Try to sneak up? Sorry. The Byakugan sees everything clear as day. They'd bolt long before you got close, all the while raining suppression fire behind them. Try to retreat? No chance. They'd follow seamlessly, tightening their aim, hunting you like a wounded animal. Advance, and you're trapped. Retreat, and you're doomed. A single Byakugan sniper could easily pin down an entire squad, wipe them out without breaking a sweat. What could you possibly do? Now, imagine there were 3 or 4 Byakugan snipers working in tandem, each launching jutsu with perfect arcs, utterly invincible, an absolute game-changer. And yet, after all these years, what did the Hyuga clan actually do with their Byakugan? Just train in hand-to-hand combat, and nothing more. Such a marvelous eye technique, but all it was used for was close-quarters fighting, mere fist fights. As if someone insisted on bringing a sniper scope to a knife fight. It was sheer foolishness. So, just from this alone you could see, the Byakugan was the most criminally underused dojutsu out there. If only he could win over and recruit a portion of the Hyuga, then optimize their abilities. He could create an elite long-distance sniper unit that would strike fear into the heart of the entire shinobi world. This, truly, was the real reason Natum was sweet-talking this Hyuga branch ninja. However, to pull this off, he first had to resolve the curse mark's absolute, inescapable hold. Otherwise, even if I managed to persuade and win over the branch members of the Hyuga clan, it would be useless. With a mere thought from the main household, the branch family could be struck down in an instant. What good would that do me? And does Natum possess the ability to break this so-called caged bird seal? Now, he does not. Simply put, Natum does not. But the system does. Though it's not certain yet, it's worth a try at the very least. If it works, wouldn't that be a big win? Besides, it doesn't cost much. Basic recruitment order, 500 gold coins, a certain chance to recruit a ninja, removes all negative states from the target, and greatly increases the target's favor toward the host and their faction. Intermediate recruitment order, 2,000 gold coins, a higher chance to recruit a ninja, removes all negative states from the target, and greatly increases the target's favor toward the host and their faction. Advanced recruitment order, 5,000 gold coins, a high chance to recruit a ninja, removes all negative states from the target, and greatly increases the target's favor toward the host and their faction. These were the options Natum had carefully selected from within the system. These might just be the keys to breaking the caged bird seal. In fact, these recruitment orders function like a weakened version of Kodo Amitsukami. So long as you have enough chakra, Kodo Amitsukami can invade a person's mind without their knowledge and change their will outright. It's known as the strongest jinjutsu. Similarly, the recruitment orders can subtly alter a target's thinking, causing them to develop strong favor toward the host and their faction, making them willingly serve. Of course, the probability of success varies with each grade of recruitment order. They can't compare to the nearly guaranteed success rate of Kodo Amitsukami. But then, they have their own advantages, affordable pricing, no exchange limits, and so on. Most importantly, what Natum values above all is that so-called effect of removing all negative states. Granted, even Natum is unsure whether the caged bird seal on the Hyuga branch members counts as a negative state. But it wouldn't hurt to try. If it works, he'd gain a Hyuga ninja with the exceptional potential of the Byakugan. And the recruitment order would become a crucial tool for breaking the caged bird seal, an ultimate trump card against the Hyuga main family. If it fails, the loss will be no more than 500 gold coins. At worst, when leaving, he could always swing by Konoha's treasury and pick out a little souvenir. He could never come out at a loss. Even as a flicker of shock and hope passed, the heart of Hyuga Fukawa quickly turned icy and bleak once more. He shouted angrily, "Evil Uchiha Natum, don't think you could deceive me." Deceive you? Deceive you into believing I can break your cursed seal? Even if you can't break the seal, would that matter to you? Your life is in my hands. Do I even need to bother lying to you? Natsum's question seemed to echo from the very depths of his soul. Once again, it sent a violent tremor through Hyuga Fukawa's heart. Now that he thought about it, it made perfect sense. The other party had no reason at all to try and coax or deceive him. Even assuming the other party bore ill will toward the Hyuga clan, or coveted something, they'd go straight to the family elders. Not waste time persuading a branch member like him, who had little say or status. And if everything the other party said was true, if there was really a way to break the curse mark, then he'd willingly give up anything for that chance. What is it that you want, really? Why want doesn't matter. The real question is, do you want to break the curse mark or not? Is it true? Can you really do it? You'll know once you try. Hyuga Fukawa hesitated, but it was all too clear. Desire was awakening in his heart. What are you hesitating for? Or do you intend to be the clan's lapdog for the rest of your life? Content to forever live in the shadow of the main branch's glory? Natsum's words were merciless, a new round of humiliation. Face-burning, Hyuga Fukawa clenched his teeth and made his choice. I'm willing. Then let's begin. Had it been anyone else proposing something this outrageous, he would have laughed in their face. But standing before him was the Uchiha prodigy, a boy who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at 10 and single-handedly rebelled against his clan. This boy had already worked miracles. So why couldn't it happen one more time? Good. You'll thank yourself 1,000 times for this moment's decision. Natsum offered a rare, approving nod. All these barbs and humiliations, he delivered them to stoke the fires of anger and restlessness within the other's heart, to shake his emotional defenses and draw him in, all to increase the chances of a successful recruitment. Perhaps it wouldn't work, but those old novels from his past life always did it this way. How could he know if it worked unless he tried? Besides, it cost him nothing to just say a few harsh words. No harm done at all. Would you like to spend 500 gold coins to redeem primary recruitment order? Confirm. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer of golden light and Natsum found an exquisite, pale golden token in his hand. Without missing a beat, Natsum gathered his focus. He swiftly activated the recruitment order. Within moments, the recruitment order dissolved, releasing a subtle, invisible force that rippled outward. It encompassed Hyuga Fukawa from head to toe. There was no dramatic light, no dazzling special effects, no spectacular omens. Just like that, this primary recruitment order, bought for 500 gold coins, vanished into thin air, with a faint sigh like air deflating from a balloon. Natsum's heart gave a dull, uncomfortable thud. He almost wondered if his gold coins had been wasted. But then, just seconds later, something truly miraculous happened. Under the influence of an invisible force, the bluish caged bird curse mark on Hyuga Shinkawa's forehead quickly faded away, dissolving into nothingness. It was as if it had never existed in the first place. In that instant, Hyuga Shinkawa's eyes sprang open wide. Gone was his previous look of resistance, replaced by an intense, fiery admiration as he gazed at Natsum standing before him. His fervent, radiant gaze startled Natsum, who instinctively took half a step back, feeling a sudden tightness at the back door. "Thank you, Lord Natsum. The curse mark is gone. It's finally gone. I'm finally free. This is incredible. Is this what the true, all-seeing Byakugan feels like? Amazing. Simply wonderful." Hyuga Shinkawa burst out with sparkling joy, overflowing with gratitude. He was like a sparrow that had just escaped its cage, alive with delight and newfound vitality. There is nothing more liberating, nothing that brings such relief and happiness as reclaiming your freedom and your life from the hands of another. At the same time, Natsum couldn't help but break into a bright smile at the sight. Shinkawa's transformation was undeniable proof. The recruit order truly could rid someone of the caged bird curse mark. With this, every Hyuga branch member resentful of their curse mark had instantly become a target for Natsum's persuasion. Armed with the recruit order, it was only a matter of time before he could infiltrate the entire Hyuga branch family. Right now, Natsum could hardly wait to have his own elite, long-range special squad, wholly loyal to him. What's more, once the recruit order takes effect, any ninja recruited this way would feel a genuine affinity toward Natsum and the flame-hidden village. For a while, there would be no need to worry about covert betrayal or wavering loyalty. He was already smitten with the recruit order. The only drawback was its unreliable success rate, a challenge he would need to tackle with care. Just then, the 2 clones Natsum had sent out came rushing back. "I've taken care of 3 on my end, and I've cleared out 4. The clones reported in tandem. "Shinkawa, do the head counts match up? Are there any more members of Root in the orphanage?" "No, 9 in total. They're all dealt with," Hyuga Shinkawa promptly answered. From this moment on, he was no longer a member of the Hyuga clan of Konoha. After all, with the curse mark removed, the Hyuga main branch would never tolerate a branch member they could no longer control. Nor would they ever allow the existence of someone who knew the method to release the curse. As long as he lived, and the main branch found out, he would be hunted without end by the Hyuga main family, until his dying breath. Now that the root ninjas within the orphanage had been eliminated, Natsum immediately had several of his clones accompany Nanoyu to sweep through the building in search of survivors. Rescue as many children from the orphanage as possible. Meanwhile, Natsum's true form continued to cleverly manipulate Hyuga Fukawa. "How are you feeling?" "Wonderful. So what are your plans now?" "I wish to serve you, Lord Natsum." Without hesitation, Hyuga Fukawa dropped to one knee, offering Natsum a solemn vow of loyalty. This was hardly surprising. First, after a lifetime under the control of the caged bird seal, his feelings toward the Hyuga main family and Konoha as a whole were never exactly warm. Second, the effect of the recruitment token had made him feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude and allegiance toward Natsum and the flame-hidden village. Third, now that the curse seal was gone, the Hyuga clan would never take him back. Therefore, pledging allegiance to Natsum was truly his only option. What's more, choosing to serve someone out of genuine gratitude is a completely different feeling from being forced into servitude by a cursed seal. It was an easy choice to make. "Very well, welcome to the fold." Natsum, his scheme successful and his newest recruit secured, allowed a broad, satisfied smile to spread across his face. He pressed on with another question. "By the way, after your cage bird seal was removed, would the main family know?" Hyuga Fukawa replied, "Yes. The moment the seal vanishes, the main family senses it immediately. It's almost impossible to hide." Natsum responded calmly, "It's not a big problem. Once this is over, I'll set the whole orphanage and all the corpses ablaze, erasing every trace. That way, the Hyuga main family will simply assume you died a sudden, violent death here. They won't bother digging any deeper. Thank you, my lord. A brief look of surprise flickered across Hyuga Fukuwa's face, then gave way to genuine relief. With the death of this branch member, Hyuga Fukuwa, he would finally escape the main family's pursuit and leave behind his old self, once and for all. Now, as for you. Natum continued with his orders. Stay in Konoha for now. You know the inner workings of the ANBU and root organizations better than anyone. I need you to remain here and find out the precise locations of all of Root's secret bases. At once, Hyuga Fukuwa touched his newly liberated Byakugan and answered with steely resolve. Now that the shackles of the caged bird had fallen away, he was confident that he would never lose to another Hyuga ever again. And for a task like this, uncovering secret strongholds, gathering intelligence, the Byakugan, with its piercing vision, was the perfect tool. As long as you don't draw attention to yourself, the main family will never suspect that you're alive and free of the curse. That's why I need you to discreetly seek out those among the Hyuga branch who secretly bear resentment and dissatisfaction toward the main family. I imagine there must be quite a few branch family ninja who've long grown weary of the cursed seal, tired of the main house's tyranny, don't you think? With someone like you setting an example. In the name of freedom, for the true, radiant future of the Hyuga clan, I believe, sooner or later, the branch family ninja will make the right choice too. Natum raised the corner of his mouth, issuing yet another shameless command. Even geniuses of the branch house like Hyuga Fukuwa and Hyuga Niji could hardly resist the temptation of breaking free from the caged bird seal. Who could withstand the pull of freedom? One could only imagine how the other branch house members would scramble to follow suit. If all went well, the formation of his own Byakugan long-range sniper unit was already as good as done. Poaching like this, what a delightful thing. What a thrill. The only trouble is, it's almost frightening. What if too many Hyuga branch ninja come over, and he simply doesn't have enough gold to exchange for all the recruitment orders? Upon receiving the order, Hyuga Fukuwa swiftly donned his mask and vanished into the shadows, heading off to carry out the dual missions of spying and poaching. To be fair, after years of living under the grip of the caged bird seal, years spent simmering in frustration and fear, this sudden liberation felt like a dam bursting. Unsurprisingly, he now burned with the urge to lead the rest of the branch family toward freedom as well. He longed, too, to see the look of terror on the main house's face when they finally woke to discover their branch house had slipped completely from their grasp. And so, as for this mission, Fukuwa attacked it with tireless enthusiasm and determination. Watching this chess piece depart, Natum offered a satisfied smile and turned back to his business at hand. He charged straight into the orphanage before him. Stepping inside, it was just as expected. On the surface, the orphanage seemed entirely normal. But beneath that facade, it had long ago been infiltrated and transformed by the Root, the covert foundation and secret police, into one of their hidden strongholds. Below the orphanage, the earth had been hollowed out to make room for a vast, blood-soaked training arena. Every orphan of suitable age with a glimmer of talent was handpicked, quietly spirited away to this underground base, where they were put through a brutal, secret training. The methods employed were nothing short of cruel and gruesome. One glance revealed piles of children's bones stacked in the corners of the base, dozens of tiny remains. And this was only a single stronghold. The true tally of children who died in those trainings was likely several times higher. It was clear, over the years, just how many unspeakable crimes Root had committed, outrages that would appall gods and men alike. And so, when they saw the blood-soaked killing grounds hidden beneath the orphanage, the stains of blood, the countless skeletal remains, even the strong-minded Nanoyu nearly broke down on the spot. He could not help but burst into tears, clutching several sets of desiccated bones, weeping inconsolably, guilt heavy on his heart. If only she had not so naively trusted Root. If only she had been a more competent director. Then so many poor orphans would not have fallen into the clutches of Root and Danzo's wicked hands. She was to blame. For a long while, under a version of Natsum's gentle comfort, Nanoyu finally began to regain her composure. Together with a few shadow clones, they led the remaining 30 or so orphans out of the orphanage. Most of these children showed no aptitude for becoming ninja. Among them, only a handful still recognized this former headmistress, Nanoyu. The other 20-plus children were those who had been newly admitted over the past few years. Yet, many of these children bore obvious bruises and marks of beatings. A clear sign that even here, in what was supposed to be a sanctuary, they had suffered inhuman abuse. It was all too easy to imagine how much more cruelly those with talent must have been treated. After rescuing all of the children, Natum did not hesitate in the slightest. He swiftly picked up the corpse of another Root ninja, who had already died suddenly, and tossed it back into the orphanage. Then, 5 massive fireball jutsu roared forth, swallowing the entire orphanage in a sea of blazing flames. The process of destroying evidence had begun. The brilliant glow of the fire, the violent surges of chakra, soon drew a crowd of Konoha ninja rushing to the scene. But by the time they arrived, the place was utterly deserted. Only a rickety orphanage remained, still engulfed in an inferno. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Konoha, Natum was already leading the children and Nanoyu, instantaneously blinking into existence, at a spot where he had long ago placed a flying thunder god seal. 100 miles, already a tremendous distance. Even for a ninja, catching up would take considerable time. Plenty of time for Nanoyu and the children to escape the long reach of Konoha's power. Of course, if Natum wished, he could instantly transport everyone to the far-off flame-hidden village. However, bringing dozens of people such a long way at once. Even for him, this would consume an enormous amount of chakra. Besides, he still planned to make a little farewell visit to Konoha, leave them a going-away gift or two. Saving chakra was always the wiser choice. That's why he only sent Nanoyu and the others here for now. Thank you, Lord Natum. It's all thanks to you. Nanoyu's eyes reddened, her gratitude pouring out uncontrollably, sincere and heartfelt. That's enough. If you want to thank me, show it through your actions in the future. For now, your first priority is to get these children safely away. I have to head back for a bit. I'll come back and meet up with you soon. Natum waved his hand, giving swift and clear instructions. After that, he left behind an ordinary clone to serve as a guard. Then, once again, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting back to Konoha in an instant. With the power of the Flying Thunder God, Natum could indeed come and go at will, unhindered by anyone. After sending off Nanoyu and the group of young children, Natum blinked back to Konoha almost instantly. In truth, this visit to Konoha had 3 main objectives. First, to fulfill the promise he made to Nanoyu, to rescue all the orphans at the orphanage. Second, to set a trap for a group from the Root Division, further weakening Konoha. Third, while he was at it, to see if he could bring back some parting gifts. As for having just recruited a Hyuga clan ninja and confirming the powerful effect of the recruitment card, that was merely a pleasant surprise. If that Hyuga, Fukawa, could really help him pry open the side branch of the entire Hyuga clan, that would be ideal. If not, it wouldn't be much of a loss anyway. After all, it was just a casual move, something he didn't need to be overly concerned about. Right now, what preoccupied Natum most was the alluring, tantalizing vault of Konoha. It was such a rare opportunity to visit. How could he not take a stroll through the vault and bring back some gifts? Besides, he currently had a little over 6,700 gold coins, just 3,300 short of reaching his goal of 10,000. True, once the shipping company started up on his end, he'd be able to sell gems again and would soon amass a large fortune, likely within a month. But if he could just take another trip to Konoha's vault tonight, he might collect another several tens of millions. Maybe he'd hit his 10,000 gold target tonight. Who could resist that? And so, now that he was getting used to this, with every visit, it felt more and more routine. Very quickly, upon returning to Konoha, Natum didn't hesitate. He masked his presence and swept straight toward the vault once more. Owing to the sudden blaze that had broken out at the orphanage, many ninja were once again drawn away, leaving Natsum's path free and clear. It didn't take long before he arrived beside Konoha's treasury. But after being robbed once already, Konoha had clearly learned its lesson, replacing the 2 tuning guards of the vault with 2 highly capable jonin. Unfortunately, this bit of extra defense, in Natsum's eyes, it was little different from leaving the place completely unguarded. The 2 jonin didn't even have time to react before falling victim to Natsum's Sharingan Jinjutsu, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Without delay, Natum pushed the door open and strode inside the vault. But as he stepped in, there wasn't the expected dazzling shower of silver and gold. Instead, all he saw was emptiness. Clearly, Konoha had already cleared out every last coin from this vault. All that remained was an empty, bare shell of a treasury. Well, look at that. They finally wised up. They've already emptied this vault completely. Natum let out a sigh, tinged with lament. Even so, he wasn't especially disappointed by this outcome. In fact, Natum had more or less anticipated it. After all, if someone's home had been robbed, the first thing they'd do would be to change the locks and move their valuables. If someone couldn't even grasp that much, if they just naively waited for the thief to return a second time, then there'd truly be no hope left for this so-called Leaf Village. Well, that's that. Looks like I won't be getting this little parting gift. Natum sighed and prepared to leave. But just then, from outside the vault's loft, A flurry of sharp wind split the silence. The next moment, a united chorus rang out from all around. Ninja art, barrier, 4 violet flames formation. Natum stepped through the front doors, only to realize 4 AMBU shinobi had taken positions at the 4 corners surrounding the vault, weaving chakra together to cast a barrier technique, sealing the entire building within its grip. This 4 violet flames formation was a common ANBU technique, half defensive, half binding. It took at least 4 highly skilled jonin with ample chakra reserves to enact it. Once formed, it created an exceptionally strong protective barrier, locking the target in place. From inside, breaking through was nearly impossible, unless one possessed the destructive force of a tailed beast. Yet from the outside, the barrier was far easier to breach. For this reason, ANBU frequently used it to contain powerful enemies and buy time for reinforcements. Heavy, measured footsteps echoed. An elderly man appeared out of the distant shadows, flanked by 2 ANBU operatives. It was Konoha Uchiha, senior advisor to the Leaf Village. Natum Uchiha, as expected, you've returned once more. She narrowed her eyes at Natum, her voice laced with cold scorn. To think you managed to slip past the village's barrier without a sound. I'd wager you've gotten your hands on the latest passcodes, haven't you? You knew I was coming? Not exactly. Koharu shook her head. In truth, she hadn't been certain Natum would come back. But once the vault had been emptied of all funds, she figured it would make the perfect trap. She'd had 2 guards posted openly, creating the illusion of normalcy, while the rest of the ANBU lay hidden in ambush. Even if they failed to catch Natum, they'd still be able to round up any other would-be criminals bold enough to target the vault. After all, she'd survived this long and served as an advisor for many years. Such little ploys and schemes were well within her expertise. Still, she hadn't imagined tonight's luck. Without warning, they'd managed to snare the notorious Natum Uchiha himself, a notorious traitor of legendary status. What extraordinary fortune! Keep the barrier strong. Do not let him escape. Alert the others. Tell them to hurry and back us up. Additionally, be careful not to look him in the eyes. Watch out for his illusions. Even at the height of her confidence, Konoha Uchiha didn't allow herself to grow careless. She quickly reminded the surrounding ninja in a low but urgent whisper. After all, she had been a shinobi for decades, once even a member of the second Hokage Tobarama's personal guard. Besides, even Danzo had met utter defeat at the hands of this boy not long ago. Naturally, she dared not take him lightly. Still, in her view, though Natum Uchiha was formidable, breaking through a barrier designed for suppression would be no easy feat. The boy was already a fish in a barrel, and even if, by some chance, he did break the barrier, the time it would take would be more than enough for her to contact the village and rally reinforcements. They could then subdue this traitor in one fell swoop. After today, with such a glorious achievement, she'd surely rise to fame once more as an advisor. She could finally eclipse Danzo, Sarutobi, and the other old relics. With a satisfied smile, Koharu weaved such pleasant thoughts. Yet, as beautiful as those thoughts were, reality could not have been harsher. She'd barely been smug for a few seconds when, from within the barrier, Natum spoke again. So, not all of Konoha's advisors are useless, I see. Koharu Uchiha, you played quite the role in the Uchiha massacre, didn't you? But, do you really think I'm yours for the taking? With a sharp frown, Koharu retorted fiercely. Damned Uchiha brat. Even at death's door you're still mouthing off. As expected, your whole clan are a blight. Every last one of you deserves to die. Natum merely smiled, unfazed. With a mocking chuckle, he spoke again in a low, chilling tone. Perhaps we do deserve death. But deciding who dies first, that's not so easily determined. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Natsum's figure inside the barrier suddenly burst apart in a puff of white smoke and vanished without a trace. At this, Koharu and the others outside the barrier were utterly stunned. It's a shadow clone. Damn it, that wasn't his real body. This is impossible. Where's his real body? Protect the advisor. The ANBU guards were thrown into disarray, their formation completely broken. Even Koharu herself faltered, a sense of dread rising within. Yet before she could react, that same cold, familiar voice rang out again, now directly behind her. Rest in peace. To Koharu's ears, that chilling farewell sounded like the very voice of death, sending icy shivers up her spine and making her heart pound in terror. She tried instinctively to dodge and counterattack, but compared to Natsum's speed, she was far too slow. Once, decades ago, as a member of the second Hokage's personal guard, she possessed true elite jonin strength. But now, age had dulled both edge and reflex. Their strength was nowhere near what it used to be. A ninja's power is, to a large extent, tied to their prowess in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Now at such an old age, her bones were brittle, practically crumbling at the slightest touch. Her cellular vitality had plummeted, and she could barely draw upon any chakra at all. How much power do you think she could possibly retain now? This decline in ability was, after all, one of the reasons Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado had stepped back to become advisors. In short, relying on this old woman's current strength alone, there was simply no way she could evade Natsum's assault. As for Natsum, facing this woman who had, in secret, spoken God knows how many slanders against the Uchiha clan and incited the higher-ups to target them, he showed her not an ounce of mercy. In an instant, activating the third stage of Moment's Edge at 8-fold speed, he appeared right at her back. A single hand chop, he snapped Koharu's spine and crippled both her arms. He stripped her of any power to resist. Advisor, Koharu-sama. Several of the Umbu nearby were stunned in an instant, crying out in alarm. They rushed to attack Natsum in a flurry. But how could Natsum possibly spare these Umbu lackeys? The very next second, his blade flashed out of its sheath. A blaze of crimson light darted through the air. Sharp slashing sounds split the silence. In mere moments, including the 4 shinobi who'd been maintaining the barrier, 6 Umbu in total, all fell dead on the spot. Each one's throat was cut with a single stroke, not a single exception. This strike from Natsum was swift as the wind, fierce as thunder. There was not a hint of hesitation or waste. So cold-blooded and efficient, it sent chills down the spine. Of course, the reason he used Moment's Edge and the Quelling Blade, rather than any ninjutsu, was to keep his chakra usage to a minimum, so as not to alert the other Konoha ninja. Now, with her spine shattered, her arms ruined, and lying paralyzed and wretched on the ground, Koharu was overwhelmed with a panic she had never known before. As a ninja, she had faced her share of mortal danger in her lifetime, but not once had she ever felt so utterly helpless and hopeless as now, especially after witnessing this boy before her, who in a blink had slaughtered several Umbu with ease. The sheer terror of his overwhelming power left her heart trembling and snuffed out the last flicker of hope. Footsteps rang out in the silence. After dispatching the surrounding Umbu, Natsum strode over to the dying Koharu. You. The pain engulfing her body left the old woman unable to utter a single complete sentence. She could only glare at Natsum with eyes brimming with hatred, as if she wished she could tear him limb from limb. Don't look at me like that. If you want to talk about hatred, you should know there are plenty of my clanmates who'd make you wish for death 1,000 times over. You bastard, she gasped out. Natsum kicked her hard again, then continued. Still waiting for your reinforcements? Huh, do you know why my real body took so long to show up? Relax. All those ninja you sent out to notify others, I caught up with them and dealt with them quietly. Once you're dead, tonight, no one will ever know that I was behind all of this. After all, Natsum had grown up steeped in the worlds of infernal affairs and the dark arts of manipulation and strategy. So, right from the beginning, Natsum never intended to take risks with his true self. With such a useful technique as the clone, not using it to full effect would be sheer wastefulness. And so, the moment his clone fell into the trap, he immediately set out to eliminate those pesky little tails trying to relay information. That was what delayed him for a bit. Of course, even if the real body really had been trapped within that barrier, with all the flying thunder god seals he had planted around outside, he didn't need to fear a thing. After all, he could flicker out in the blink of an eye. What's more, who knew if that barrier could even withstand the sharp edge of the Kondai blade? Frankly speaking, if you set aside the third Hokage, Sir Toby, Might Guy in his 8th gate, and whatever cards Konoha might have hidden up its sleeve, as things stood now, Natsum alone could tear through most of Konoha. Who knows where Koharu Yutane got her confidence from? Did she really think she could capture him alive? You still want to do something? Natsum let out a soft chuckle. Don't be hasty. You moved all the silver from the treasury somewhere else. That new location must be even more well hidden. I'd bet that only a handful of Konoha's top brass knows where the new vault is, right? But since you laid the trap here yourself, and considering your role as an advisor, I'd imagine you know exactly where the new treasury is, don't you? Clearly, Natsum's real reason for sparing her life was to pry the location of the new vault from her. Otherwise, he would have struck her down in a single blow long ago. You dream on. I will never. No witties. I never expected you to cooperate anyway. I hear you're pretty adept at illusions. Care to test the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu? You. She barely got a word out before Natsum revealed his pair of crimson, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Surging ocular power flooded forth, and in an instant, Koharu Yutane's will was completely overwhelmed. It wasn't long before Natsum obtained the information he sought, the location of a new treasury. You certainly know how to pick a hiding spot. If it weren't for Jinjutsu, I might never have guessed it. Well then, thank you for the information. Looks like the others will be arriving soon, too. Lastly, do one more thing for me. Cover this up and make use of whatever strength you have left. Natsum's eyes sharpened, and with the overwhelming power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he forcefully injected yet another illusion into Koharu Udatane's mind, rewriting her memories. Then he drew his blade in a single decisive motion. With one clean slash, he severed half of the old woman's body. The wound was fatal. Death was inevitable. Without hesitation, he vanished on the spot, racing at full speed towards the new treasury. Natsum had barely left for a dozen seconds. Because the barrier ninjutsu had been so conspicuous, a number of Konoha shinobi quickly converged on the scene. When they saw the carnage that awaited them, every one of them was struck with shock and dread. Almost immediately, the ninja noticed the barely breathing Koharu Udatane. They rushed to sustain her fading life, channeling chakra in an attempt to keep the esteemed advisor alive just a moment longer. Not long after, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage himself, hurried to the scene. When he caught sight of the grievously wounded, beloved old friend, a searing fury exploded in his chest, his hair bristling with rage. Koharu! Koharu! Who? Who did this? With the last vestige of strength, Koharu Udatane clung to the memory implanted in her mind, and, gathering the broken fragments, told him. Two people, red cloud cloaks, it was them. Hiruzen, the village. Before she could finish, her last breath escaped her lips. Koharu Udatane was dead, truly, irreversibly gone. The administrative department, a body established to support the Hokage in governing Konoha's affairs. Its two chief officers were Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, figures whose standing was equal to that of the village elders. The role of advisor was twofold, to aid the Hokage with sound counsel, and to serve as a bridge between the land of fire and the village, relaying directives from the nation, overseeing the distribution of national funds, and communicating the village's situation to the daimyo and others. To put it bluntly, though their executive power was perhaps a shade weaker, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane wielded status in Konoha only marginally below that of Danzo. They were indisputably among the village's senior-most leadership. So now, the violent death of an advisor at this level gave Konoha a shock like never before. Even during the second or third shinobi wars, never had Konoha lost one of its highest advisors so suddenly. What's more, Koharu had been Sarutobi's comrade in arms, a bond forged over years of hardship. To witness her death with his own eyes, it struck Hiruzen Sarutobi to the core. His mind reeled, fury threatening to consume him. That a senior advisor could be slain at the very gates of their own treasury. If word got out, the whole village would be rocked by the blow. Struggling to contain his anger, Sarutobi muttered under his breath. Two people, red cloud cloaks. Could it be the Akatsuki? They actually dared to make a move against the Leaf Village? How did they manage to slip through the village's barrier without a sound? And why did the battle have to break out right here? Countless questions surged up from the depths of his heart. Yet, there was no one left to answer them. Though Koharu had left behind a few clues before her death, out of caution, Hiruzen could not wholly believe them in an instant. After all, there's still the possibility that someone is impersonating the Akatsuki to stir up trouble in the East. Even with all his years of experience, he'd once suspected that Koharu might have been under the influence of a Jinjutsu. But after a brief hesitation, Hiruzen quickly dismissed that notion. He was well aware of Koharu's skill with illusion techniques. She might not match prodigies like Kurenai of the younger generation, but her mastery was formidable. To control her so seamlessly and alter her memories without a trace, it was almost impossible. Even the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan, a pinnacle of illusion, would find such a feat anything but simple. It demanded both extraordinary technique and an ocean of chakra. Neither could be lacking. Hiruzen had also wondered whether the traitorous Uchiha prodigy, Natsum, might be behind all this. That boy, after all, had awakened the Mangekyo, but he was far too young. His reserves of chakra and ocular power were simply insufficient. So, the likelihood seemed slim. Of course, if Hiruzen had known that in just a little over 10 days, Natsum's chakra and eye power had surged dozens of times over, he would have thought very differently. Ambiyu's efficiency was formidable. After surveying the scene and gathering what intelligence they could, they began to tend to the bodies. Hiruzen himself closed Koharu's eyes and draped her with a white cloth. The anger in his heart burned hot. Yet, as a Hokage who had seen decades of farewells and losses, he did not allow it to cloud his mind. Instead, suppressing the blaze within, he asked in a steady, cold voice, "Is the scene secured?" Reported Lord Third, "Yes, we've examined all the bodies nearby. Apart from Lady Koharu, every victim was killed in a single blow. The assailant was exceedingly skilled. Do we have any way to track them?" "No, sir. The enemy was highly experienced. Not only did they withdraw rapidly, but they also erased all traces and scent behind them. Even our ninja hounds couldn't pick up the trail. We need more time, sir, before there's any chance of tracking them down." The MBU squad captain bowed his head, his tone heavy with shame. Comrades slain, a village elder murdered. And all they could do was stand here, helpless, completely lost for leads. For AMBU, this was no doubt a bitter blow. But no one could truly blame him. After all, who could have anticipated that the killer would be so powerful, so brazen? It was as if they saw the entire village of Konoha as their own private playground. Moreover, the sensory squad remained eerily silent, issuing no warning at all. Useless idiots, every last one of them. Yet, Hiruzen did not lash out in anger. As much as he wanted to vent his frustration with a furious outburst, he held himself back. It wasn't that these Umbu shinobi were too weak. No, the simple fact was that the enemy was far too powerful. 6 jonin all at once. If such a team struck together, they could have easily wiped entire minor hidden villages off the map. And yet, against this particular foe, they were slaughtered like helpless chicks, without even the slightest resistance. When you think about it, for an enemy this ruthless, why hadn't they finished off Koharu Uchiha on the spot as well? It surely wasn't out of respect for her status as a village advisor. No, they must have had another objective. With that realization, a flash of understanding struck Hiruzen. Damn, their goal must be the silver that was moved out of the main treasury. They tortured Koharu to force her to give up the location of the contingency vaults. His expression changed dramatically, and without a second thought, he broke into a full sprint toward the direction of the secret treasury, abandoning even a shred of his usual Hokage composure and calm. Silver in the treasury. This was the true lifeblood of the village. They'd already lost half of it in the previous disaster. If it was drained again this time, they might not even be able to pay the civil servant wages for the Umbu shinobi. How could Hiruzen not be agitated? A few minutes later, beyond the borders of the Leaf Village, a lone figure suddenly appeared. At that moment, clutching 8 spatial scrolls to his chest, Natsum's face broke into a radiant grin. Yes, it was that kind of unabashed, straightforward smile. A parting gift worth a full 40 million ryo. The leaf was indeed remarkably generous. So generous that Natsum was half tempted never to leave it all. On the other hand, to be fair, the leaf had learned a hard lesson after their previous loss. Not only had they moved all the money out from the original treasury, they had also stored it in 3 separate, secretly established temporary vaults as a precaution. Yet, for all their careful scheming, there was one thing the leaf could never have anticipated. Uchiha Koharu, the senior advisor with knowledge of the secret vault locations, will be captured by Natsum and swept up with the rest. Worse still, under the sway of Natsum's Jinjutsu, she revealed every last one of the secret vault locations, down to the smallest detail. With such enthusiastic assistance, how could Natsum possibly let the opportunity slip by? He moved at once, storming into one of the vaults, hidden inside a natural cave beneath the stone faces of the Hokage. He emptied the entire reserve there, 40 million ryo. Not a single coin was left behind. No doubt, right this moment, the ever-late 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen, faced with an utterly empty secret treasury, might very well faint dead away in rage. And as for the other 2 secret vaults, one was directly beneath the original treasury's attic, the other right next door to the Hokage's own office. The hidden leaf truly put into practice the old wisdoms of darkness under the lamp, and the most dangerous place is often the safest. This only speaks more to Leaf's daring yet meticulous nature. If it hadn't been for the illusion technique that forced out the information, Natsum might not have been able to locate these backup vaults so quickly. Of course, pressed by time, and because of the high risk involved, Natsum didn't make a move on the other 2 reserve vaults. After all, taking 40 million ryo as tonight's parting gift was already pretty generous. There was no need to bleed Leaf dry to the point of mutual destruction. Besides, rather than destroying the village in one fell swoop, Natsum much preferred to watch the hidden leaf crumble bit by bit, to see them tumble step by step into the abyss, their voices hoarse from desperate struggle, clinging to a sliver of illusory hope in the depths of despair until their final breath. Isn't that far more satisfying? After all, the climax is just a fleeting thrill. And when it's over, there's only emptiness left behind. It's the subtle, drawn-out prelude and the main event that one can savor again and again, never growing tired of it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 41,400,000 value points. Would you like to convert 41,400,000 value points into 4,140 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have received 4,140 gold coins. Current balance, 10,892 gold coins. Watching his balance once again break the 10,000 coin threshold, Natsum's heart leapt with joy, his spirits soaring. He even had an extra 892 coins on top. Plenty for another extravagant 10-pull draw. Even though he was brimming with excitement inside, Natsum didn't rush straight into the system to redeem or spin the prize wheel. After all, there was still something important waiting for him to deal with tonight. Of the 3 objectives for tonight, Natsum had already completed 2, and even exceeded expectations. Not only had he captured a Byakugan ninja, but he'd also taken out that troublesome old crone, Kohara Yudate. Now, only one task remained: designing a trap to wipe out a batch of root members and further weaken the hidden leaf. And by now, it seemed the time was just about right. It was time to take a look. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a large group of ANBU and root ninjas were stealthily tailing a few Uchiha clan members as they continued their patrols. Gradually, a few of the ANBU began growing restless. "Captain, something feels off," one murmured. "Are those guys really planning to defect? It seems like they've circled the village twice already. If they were going to run, wouldn't they be in more of a hurry?" "Silence. Just follow orders. Whatever they're up to, our job is to see the mission through. Keep following and surround them at the rendezvous point." The squad leader spoke in a low voice, offering a warning. Whether you belonged to the Root Division or the Umbu, the number 1 rule was to follow orders, without question. As blades concealed in the darkness for the village, their only duty was to strike relentlessly at the designated target. Was it right or wrong? Could mistakes be made? Those were questions for the ones wielding the blade, the higher-ups of Konoha, to worry about. Besides, desperate to reclaim lost honor, Danzo had truly committed everything this time, except for the agents busy on other missions or the rookies not yet ripe. He had mobilized every single Umbu and Root operative at his disposal. Over 100 shinobi. They were split into 2 groups. The first unit acted as the vanguard, secretly tailing the Uchiha and tracking their meeting point. The other group lay in hiding around the village outskirts, poised for action at a moment's notice. The plan was simple. Once the signal came, they would erupt from the shadows, forming a tight encirclement, trapping the Uchiha traitors like fish in a barrel, and eliminating them in one decisive move. Having carried out missions beyond the village, this unit was completely unaware of what had just transpired inside Konoha. They didn't know that one of Root's orphanage bases had already been destroyed, nor that a senior advisor had died suddenly and mysteriously. Otherwise, their pursuit of those few Uchiha would have been considerably less composed. Who can maintain focus on a manhunt when your own home has just been robbed? Though a handful of Konoha shinobi were clearly agitated, the professionally trained Root operatives remained calm and disciplined. Or perhaps one should say, they were so cold-blooded they had all the patience in the world when hunting prey. And so, second by second, time went by. The few Uchiha who seemed to be defecting circled the outskirts of Konoha not once, not twice, but 3 whole times. Only then did they finally break away from their pattern, heading north. Seeing this, the Root shinobi tensed, excitement surging, and immediately moved to follow. Within minutes, the 5 Uchiha shinobi came to a halt, stopping in a sparsely wooded area that offered just enough space for a clandestine meeting. Without a word, they waited. Excellent. This has to be their rendezvous point with the renegades from the village hidden in flames. A whisper went around. Hurry, notify the others. Everyone, converge here. Stay alert, and under no circumstances blow your cover. If this mission fails, Lord Danzo will make sure we all pay the price. The Root captain, who led these 50 or so operatives, barked his orders with authority. Everyone knew full well the conduct of the Root. Failure, even if you managed to survive by sheer luck, meant you'd lose a layer of skin at the very least. What's more, ever since Danzo had lost the use of his legs, his mood had darkened considerably. Nobody dared provoke his wrath now. So the team quickly replied, extra cautious and eager to show their diligence. Meanwhile, the Uchiha waiting in the woods cast uneasy, puzzled glances at each other. What time is it now? 9 o'clock sharp. The timing is just right. So, this is the place where the clan leader told us to wait? Doesn't seem like anything special about it, does there? Who are we supposed to meet that the clan leader had to be all secretive about it? I have no idea either. but we all slipped out quietly. If we stay out too long and the village sentries spot us, we'll be in real trouble. Hey, stop jinxing it. If I'd known, I would have joined the clansmen when they defected. No matter how hard or dangerous it would have been, it'd be better than staying here and swallowing this humiliation. So you all feel the same? Who doesn't? I heard that Natum has even led some of our people to found a new village, and they've allied with the Hidden Mist. I really want to see what a village of our own would be like. Anyway, it's got to be better than Konoha. Haha, of course it would. If you ask me, the clan leader should have defected with him back then. I really don't get why he's still hanging on in Konoha. Sure, you shouldn't speak ill of the clan leader. I'm sure he has his reasons. Forget it, forget it. If it ever becomes truly unbearable, I'll defect too, and see this hidden flame village for myself. I'm in. Count me in as well. Yeah, but will they really take us in? After all, we did refuse to go with them once already. The group of Uchiha shinobi chatted idly, their laughter ringing out freely. Compared to the stifling air inside Konoha, the outside world allowed them to be unrestrained, to speak from the heart. Yet as their conversation wound down, a hint of concern surfaced, the worry that even if they did defect, the hidden flame village might turn them away. Just then, before their words could fully settle, a cheerful laugh suddenly echoed from the shadows in the nearby grove. Ha! Don't worry, the hidden flame village would never turn you away. That place is truly our clan's real home. Startled, they quickly turned toward the voice, only to spot a young man, cradling a small turtle in his arms, stepping calmly from the shadow of the trees. Natum. It's Natum. So, the one the clan leader wanted us to meet is really Natum. Is this how we're supposed to establish contact with the Hidden Flame Village? In that instant, astonishment turned to joy on the faces of all 5 Uchiha ninjas. After all, in these last few days, news of the Hidden Flame Village's alliance with the Hidden Mist had spread through all of Konoha. As a member of the Uchiha clan, just as they all secretly hoped, who wouldn't want to take a look at the new hidden village founded by their own kin? So when the renowned Natum himself confirmed it, their excitement was beyond words, and they could hardly wait to see it for themselves. But before they could eagerly approach with bright smiles, chaos erupted. Natum, holding the little turtle in one hand, formed hand seals with the other, one-handed, unleashing ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, water clone technique, transformation technique, word binding technique, control. In an instant, dozens of figures, each different in appearance and stature, began to emerge one after another from the dark edges of the forest behind Natum. At the very same moment, 5 glinting kunai shot out from the woods, whistling straight toward them. The 5 Uchiha ninja were startled, unable to comprehend why Natum would suddenly attack them. But in that split second, they were all immobilized by his word-binding technique, rendered unable to move. All they could do was stare, wide-eyed, as the 5 kunai streaked through the air. The projectiles cut through the silence. A dull thud as each blade found its mark. 5 kunai pierced straight into their chests, precise and unforgiving. They collapsed to the ground in unison. Meanwhile, the Konoha route operatives lurking in the distance were left utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. Report: the target has emerged. They're making contact with the Uchiha. Only one visible, but I can't make out who it is. Most likely it's the traitor sent by Flame Hidden Village for the extraction. Excellent. The fish is on the hook. All squads accelerate the encirclement. We mustn't let them get away. Wait, there's more than one target. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, countless unidentified shinobi appearing behind the target. There's a whole army. Something's off. Where would Flame Hidden Village get so many ninjas? Is this an invasion of Konoha? As he watched those sudden, countless shadows emerge in the distance, the root squad leader's face changed dramatically. Clearly, the situation had spiraled far beyond anything he'd planned. Yet before he could react, he witnessed the 5 Uchiha struck down by kunai, falling in an instant. They killed those 5 Uchiha. Damn it, are they insane? Aren't they Uchiha defectors from Flame Hidden Village? Why would they turn on each other? No, something's wrong. Our intel must be faulty. They might not be from Flame Hidden Village at all. They could be enemy ninjas from somewhere else. A hostile infiltration. Hurry, report to Lord Danzo. The root squad leader shouted, his voice thick with alarm. At this moment, there was no time to worry about exposure. If those dozens of ninjas really were enemies from another hidden village attacking, Konoha would be in grave danger today. At times like these, who still cares about a few insignificant Uchiha traitors? Byakugan. Does anyone have a Byakugan? Hurry and look over there. Whose ninjas are they exactly? Upon hearing this, The only two Byakugan users among these root ninjas quickly activated their eyes. They gazed into the distance, taking in everything happening more than a kilometer away. Relying on the Byakugan's unique chakra insight, the two root ninjas swiftly unraveled the truth. They discovered that most of those dozens of figures were not real. It seemed that many were just clones created by ninjutsu. Note, ordinary Byakugan can't see through shadow clones. This was a trap. They were bluffing. It was all an illusion. Those aren't real people, one Byakugan user shouted. But before he could finish, his expression froze. He caught sight of something utterly terrifying. His face drained of color, twisting in horror as he screamed. No, it's a tailed beast. Run. A few seconds earlier, watching the 5 men collapse before him, Natum curled his lips into a faint, satisfied smile. Then with one hand, he picked up the 3-tailed Isabu cradled in his arms, patted its little head, and ordered, "Hey, you understand me, right? Hurry up and fire a tailed beast ball at that side for me. Quick about it. If you're too slow, I'll turn you into soup for dinner tonight." Isabu, the 3 tails. Clearly, Isabu had no room to refuse. With no choice but to comply, it opened its little mouth, looking very wronged, and began to gather chakra for a tailed beast ball. Soon, pressured by the threat of becoming soup, in just 3 or 4 seconds, Isabu formed a thick, enormous tailed beast ball. The next moment, Natum lifted Isabu, aimed, and sent the tailed beast ball hurtling forward. Too fast, too unexpected. None of the distant root ninjas could have anticipated that there was a tailed beast on the other side. And without any hesitation, they fired off a tailed beast ball in their direction. That was the ultimate secret move of the tailed beasts. A single shot could level a mountain, or even several. In the early days of the Hokage era, not even the 5 Kage combined could withstand that deadly attack. In the end, this large group of root ninjas didn't have time to react, let alone escape. The massive purple-black tailed beast ball soared more than 1,000 meters in an instant. It exploded directly above the root ninjas with a sudden, violent blast. An instant later, a surge of orange-red light roared toward the heavens, blazing like a sun falling from the sky, swallowing everything in its path. The blinding light was so intense that no one could keep their eyes open. A wild shockwave ripped through the land, uprooting countless giant trees and stirring up a boundless hurricane. The deafening roar and the rumbling aftershocks could be felt clearly even from more than 10 kilometers away. The power of the tailed beast bomb was truly no exaggeration. All the more so as this was a little turtle, forced to give everything it had under threat to its life. Naturally, the spectacle was grand and the force terrifying. At this moment, watching the massive orange-red sphere of light rise in the distance, and the gigantic mushroom cloud blooming thereafter, Natum was quite satisfied. He reached out and patted Isabu's turtle head in approval. Not bad at all. You do have some uses after all. Isabu immediately nuzzled its turtle head against Natsum's hand, acting utterly obedient. After all, it knew very well. The consequences of disobedience would be dire. What's more, this human brat possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if it tried to resist, illusionary techniques would force it to comply all the same. There was simply no room for rebellion. As the saying goes, if you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Maybe, just maybe, being cooperative and trying different approaches might feel a bit better. In the distance, aftershock from the tailed beast bomb's explosion were still spreading outward. Of the group of over 50 root shinobi, except for a lucky few who had separated in advance and stayed on alert, all the rest were caught right at the center of the blast. It goes without saying, none survived. There wouldn't even be a scrap of bone left behind. These had been the elite backbone of the Root organization. Now, in the wake of this complete wipeout for the next several years, Root would be gravely wounded, with no strength to stir up trouble again. And this was exactly the result Natum wanted. All the effort he'd put in, painstakingly laying a trap, luring that old fox Danzo with those 5 Uchiha as bait, had truly paid off. Otherwise, gathering more than 50 elite Root operatives together and wiping them out in one sweep would have been nearly impossible. In the end, he really should thank that shadow in the pot for his generous support. It was a shame, though. Danzo had wised up and didn't show up in person this time. If he had, that last-tailed beast bomb might have taken him out along with the rest. That would have been the best possible outcome. Of course, in truth, with Natsum's current strength, even without relying on Isabu or the tailed beast bomb, he could have quickly wiped out that whole squad of Root shinobi. He only chose to use the tailed beast bomb, to keep his identity hidden and to pin the blame elsewhere. After all, Natsum knew perfectly well. His recent activities inside Konoha, although successful, had not been flawless. Whether it was the fire at the orphanage or the theft from the reserve vault, Konoha would surely get to the bottom of it if given the chance. He and the Hidden Flame Village would still remain the prime suspects. If at this moment he were outside the village revealing his true identity, unleashing Susanoo, and effortlessly dispatching a squad of root ninjas, that would be even more blatant, a confession in all but name. But if he were to attack using a tailed beast and the tailed beast bomb, the situation would be entirely different. After all, as everyone knows, it is only the 5 great hidden villages and the hidden waterfall village that possess tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. How could the Hidden Flame Village possibly have a tailed beast? So in the event Konoha was attacked by a tailed beast, suspicion would naturally shift to the other great villages. Their own village's culpability would be greatly diminished. Afterward, with just a little bit of provocation, perhaps it wouldn't be long before a new round of wars erupted among the hidden villages. In that chaos, his own village could sit back and watch, reaping the benefit like a fisherman watching 2 parties fight. What could be better? And this was the true reason Natum deployed the 3 tails and released a tailed beast bomb in the assault. After all, no one in Konoha knew that the 3 tails was in his possession. As for that sudden swarm of clones a moment ago, it was just a ruse to mislead Konoha's shinobi and redirect the trouble elsewhere. It seemed, after all, that the entire plan was unfolding perfectly. Seeing everything go according to plan, Natum didn't hesitate. He immediately had his clones help up the 5 Uchiha shinobi and released his control over them. The next moment, the 5 of them gasped for air and scrambled to their feet, casting bewildered glances at Natum and then at the still smoldering explosion behind them. Confusion and doubt churning in their minds. Clearly, the scene of these 5 Uchiha shinobi collapsing moments earlier had also been just an act by Natum. Those kunai blades hadn't truly struck their vital points. Their dramatic collapse was nothing more than an illusion conjured with Natsum's word-binding technique. With time running out, Natum couldn't spare a word of explanation. He quickly produced 5 pre-prepared substitute corpses from Space Scroll and tossed them to the ground. The corpses' eyes had already been gouged out, and their bodies were charred beyond recognition. They were a perfect stand-in for the 5 Uchiha clansmen. Without pause, Natum gathered up his still-stunned clansmen and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they vanished from the scene. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb shook the skies, making even the very earth of Konoha tremble, jolting countless villagers awake. The fierce light of the blast painting the heavens above half the village in a fiery orange glow. Such a dramatic turn instantly triggered memories for many. They could not help but recall that terrifying night 7 years ago, the night when a rampaging beast wreaked havoc and the dreadful Ninetales brought Konoha to its knees. Meanwhile, on the watchtower at the village outskirts, as he watched the apocalyptic explosion rising suddenly in the distance, and felt the overwhelming, terrifying presence of tailed beast chakra, Danzo, seated in his wheelchair, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, his expression shifting dramatically. Is that a tailed beast attack? How can there be a tailed beast? Did Itachi feed us false intelligence? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those Uchiha rogue ninja couldn't possibly have a tailed beast. Or could it be? Another hidden village has launched a surprise attack. Wait, damn it. Does that mean all my men are done for? Danzo's mind reeled in terror, tightly gritting his teeth as a dreadful suspicion seized his heart. For this operation, he had risked everything he had. Over 50 men in his first strike team, nearly half of them Jonin. If they really were wiped out by a tailed beast for reasons beyond understanding, he'd lose so much he might vomit blood in rage. Amid the shock, however, Danzo also felt a secret wave of relief. At least he hadn't recklessly charged in himself. Otherwise, he might have ended up obliterated in the very explosion of that tailed beast bomb. In a swift, rustling sound, 2 figures landed nimbly in front of Danzo, their posture tense with alarm. Lord Danzo, what should we do? Hurry, get me back to the village, and order the entire second team to fall back. It may be an attack from an outside village. Retreat to the village first, then reassess. Danzo steadied his breath, feigning composure as he gave out his orders. No matter what happened to the first team, whether they'd been annihilated or not, with a tailed beast on the loose, there was no way he could risk any more men. If he lost all his forces, how could he compete for the Hokage's seat in the future? He played the waiting game for so many years. When it came to the art of playing it safe, Danzo was more than experienced. An invasion by a tailed beast, a disaster of this scale, was best left for Sarutobi to handle. Understood. The 2 loyal root operatives obeyed without hesitation. immediately lifting Danzo's wheelchair and swiftly retreating toward the village. In another corner of Konoha, among the ruins that were once the Uchiha clan compound, Fugaku was startled awake by the distant blast, hastily leaping onto a rooftop. From afar, he gazed at that dazzling orange explosion blooming beyond the village borders. The great patriarch paused, momentarily stunned, a pulse of alarm running through his heart. For a moment, he too suspected it was an enemy village's attack. But as he gathered his thoughts, realization dawned. A faint, wry smile broke onto his face as he sighed inwardly. That boy, he really has gone to extremes this time. This is sure to blow everything out of proportion. But perhaps that's for the best. If war truly comes, the village will have no time to target our clan. In fact, they may even have to rely on us. At the same time, inside a hastily assembled wooden cabin, just as he had settled down to sleep, Heir Juzi, who'd been roused by the commotion, stumbled out sleepily. With curiosity in his eyes, he looked up at Fugaku and asked, "Dad, why are you standing on the roof? What are you looking at?" Fugaku glanced down at young Sasuke. He was in a rare good mood, and for once indulged in a little joke. "I'm watching fireworks," he replied. "There are people setting off big fireworks just outside the village." Sasuke's face lit up, and he cried out excitedly, "I want to see too. I want to see too." The unrest in Konoha lasted an entire night. Whether it was the fires raging in the village or the distant explosions outside, countless villagers spent a night in unease, hearts pounding with fear. Wild rumors ran rampant. Was another war about to begin? Thankfully, after a stormy, sleepless night, the village suffered no further attacks. This brought some marginal comfort to many, allowing them to breathe a little easier. However, as the fire at the orphanage was finally extinguished, the hidden darkness beneath it surfaced, sending new shockwaves through the village. After all, in every hidden village, the death rate among ninja is notoriously high, and during times of war, the casualty numbers would multiply manyfold. This was the grim reason for so many orphans in their midst. Originally, all these orphans were to be taken in collectively by the village or by the orphanage itself. It served as a sort of guarantee and closure for the families of the fallen heroes. But now, the orphanage was burned down, and the blood-soaked laboratory below it had been exposed for all to see. Only then did the villagers realize. This was no orphanage at all. It was a true den of monsters, a place where children vanished without a trace. When the remains of child after child were unearthed before their eyes, the onlookers, villagers and ninja alike, were incensed, their eyes filled with rage and disbelief. After all, no ninja ever wanted to believe that. While they were fighting desperately for the village, should they die in battle, their own children, sent to the orphanage, would end up as disposable test subjects for the Root Division. They would be tortured and trained to death, or else reshaped into emotionless killers. Who could tolerate such a thing? It was no surprise, then, that a groundswell of protest soon swept through the ninja community. They demanded a thorough investigation of the orphanage, and severe punishment for those pulling the strings in the shadows. After all, whatever battles raged beyond the village borders felt distant and intangible. The village itself had suffered little from those fights, making them meaningless to most of Konoha's people. But now a threat had risen close to home, and every ninja realized the fate and safety of their own children were at stake. Naturally, this concern was of far greater importance to them. At the same time, compared to the outrage of the common folk, Konoha's leaders were now gripped with genuine panic. Too many huge incidents had erupted last night. The orphanage destroyed, the emergency vault ransacked, high-ranking advisors found dead, and signs of a possible attack from a tailed beast of another land. Any one of these incidents alone would be enough to give Konoha's administrative department a terrible headache. But now, all of them had been piled together at once. This was enough to drive anyone mad. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat alone in his office. His hair was completely white, his face clouded with worry, and his spirit seemed drained. He sighed to himself. He simply couldn't understand. Why did so many wretched troubles seem to happen during his tenure? Perhaps he only had himself to blame for growing old, and lacking the authority and strength that the First Lord wielded. If he possessed that kind of presence, who would even dare to covet Konoha? Alas! A knock sounded at the door, clear and solid. "Come in." An AMBU ninja entered, dropping to one knee and removing his mask. "Oh, it's you, Kakashi. Do you have all the numbers? What about casualties among the ANBU en route?" Sarutobi gathered himself, attempting to appear composed as he asked. Kakashi lowered his head and reported swiftly, "In the village, 11 ANBU have fallen. Outside the village, 8 ANBU were lost. Root took 46 losses. Sarutobi inhaled sharply, his face darkening further. Such losses. This was the worst blow they'd suffered since the Third Great Ninja War. Never mind the ANBU for now. This time, it seemed Root had truly been broken, crushed even. At this rate, Danzo probably had less than half his usual men left to command. What about the backup vault heist? Any leads on the thieves? None, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. The ANBU had scoured every inch of both the main and backup vaults, turning the earth upside down in their search. They had even deployed all manner of ninja hounds and summoned beasts to assist. But still, not the slightest clue turned up. It was as if the culprits had vanished into thin air. Hearing this, Sarutobi's brow knotted tightly. This was already the second time the village's treasury had been robbed. And this time, they didn't even know who was responsible. At best, they could only guess that the Akatsuki might be involved. Worse, a key advisor had died miserably in the process as well. Such humiliation. Konoha's entire reputation was at stake. How could he not be furious? He exhaled deeply, the sound heavy with frustration. What about the attack outside the village last night? Kakashi hurried to present a thick stack of documents. A detailed reconstruction of the whole event, compiled by the surviving ENBU and Root operatives. Sarutobi accepted the reports and leafed through them, page by page. Only after some time did he let out a long, weary breath, his expression clouded with unease. For just from reading this report, he could tell. Last night's assault was absolutely preposterous. There was Itachi's voluntary tip-off, a secret defection by Uchiha ninjas, Danzo and Root's plotted ambush, and to top it all off, a sudden attack by Tailed Beast. All these events strung together. This was more outrageous than a full-blown shinobi world war. There were simply too many unlikely coincidences. At first, Sarutobi couldn't help but doubt even his own eyes. The group behind the attack outside the village seems to be closely connected to those who stole from the reserve treasury. But now, the connection behind all this is only becoming more and more confusing. The most crucial point is this. After a whole night's effort, we still haven't uncovered the identity of a single enemy involved. We're at a complete disadvantage. Kakashi, what's your opinion? Do you think these incidents are linked? Hiruzen took the initiative to ask Kakashi, hoping that his keen mind could help untangle the complexities within. As for the orphanage incident, I can't make a clear analysis, Kakashi replied. But the theft from the reserve treasury and the attack outside the village, they're most likely not the work of the same group. If they were, then if someone could slip into the village unnoticed, there'd be no need to launch an assault from outside its walls. They could stage a sudden strike within the village itself, alongside the Jinchuriki or their tailed beast, which would inflict far greater casualties. So here's what I suspect. The attackers outside the village were probably a strike team sent by another hidden village. It just so happened that they crossed paths with several Uchiha who were planning to defect. That's why those 5 were eliminated so quickly. It was only after the clash that the attackers suddenly realized there was a large group of Root operatives tailing the 5 from behind. Fearing their ambush had been discovered, they had no choice but to unleash a tailed beast ball and withdraw in a hurry. Kakashi laid out his deduction, which he considered the most reasonable explanation so far. After all, they had no idea someone had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, an ability that would let them move between the village and the outside world with ease, back and forth, as if unimpeded by any obstacle. Hearing this, Hiruzen nodded slightly. To him, that was indeed a very logical guess, a clear and coherent explanation for the puzzling, abrupt nature of this attack. Hiruzen asked, "Are we sure those 5 were Uchiha shinobi?" Kakashi replied, "We can't be certain. Their bodies were so badly burned that their faces were unrecognizable. But all 5 had their eyes gouged out. If not for harvesting Sharingan, no one would bother removing the eyes from corpses so deliberately." "Understood," Hiruzen said, giving a short nod before lapsing into silence. He tapped the wooden table as he racked his brain for answers, his thoughts narrowing down the list of suspects among the 5 great hidden villages. Since the tailed beast was involved, there was no doubt the suspects were now limited to the other 4 great hidden villages, as well as Takigakure, the hidden waterfall village. The Uchiha's own Yanagakure, which would have been the prime suspect, could be ruled out immediately. As for Takigakure, though they did have a tailed beast, they were only a minor village. They'd have to be truly reckless, or desperate, to dare stir up trouble with Konoha. Therefore, their involvement seemed highly unlikely as well. Moving on from there, Hiruzen had also harbored suspicions about the Mist Village, who were allied with Flame Hidden Village. However, the great upheaval in the Mist Village had only occurred 3 days ago. News of the incident had only barely reached their own village yesterday. a mighty hidden village, struck by a coup, the sudden death of the Mizukage, and a complete power shift, such monumental events. Naturally, that would leave a mountain of government affairs waiting to be sorted out. How could they possibly have marshaled their forces, mobilized their Jinchuriki, and launched an attack on the Leaf so quickly? There was only 2 days' time, separated by an entire stretch of sea. There was simply no way Mist Village's shinobi could reach Konoha that fast. For that reason, Hiruzen eliminated Mist Village from his list of suspects. That leaves 3 villages as prime suspects: Stone, Cloud, and Sand. Damn it, which one is it? Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered these guesses to himself. With 5 new clan members in tow, along with Nono and the others, Natum instantly transported everyone back across 1,000 miles to their home in Flame Hidden Village. The fighting was over. There was no need to worry about spending chakra anymore. Upon their return, Nono was overjoyed and quickly took the rescued orphans to settle them at the newly built orphanage. The 5 new clan members were placed in the care of Natsum's people for accommodation as ordered. Still, the shock from tonight's ordeal would likely take them quite some time to recover from. Once everyone had dispersed, Natsum finally set down his burdens and made his way to the hot spring in the backyard. With a couple of fire-style techniques, the spring soon grew warm and pleasant, sending streams of white steam curling into the night air. Natsum leaped in and sank comfortably into the water. At the same time, a certain little sea turtle quietly wriggled free from Natsum's grasp and swam alone to the edge of the spring, determined to keep its distance. After all, another round of Natsum's vigorous scrubbing and the poor turtle's head would be rubbed raw. Phew! This is the life. Absolutely heavenly, Natsum declared aloud, utterly content as he soaked in the steamy water. Whether it was the bliss of the hot spring or the smooth success of tonight's operations, he couldn't have felt more at ease. Tisk tsk. The folks over in Konoha must be scared out of their wits by now. A tailed beast right in their faces. It's about time they got a taste of panic. Natsum chuckled with satisfaction. Whatever might happen next, for now, the threat of a tailed beast remained supremely potent. He went over every detail of the events in his mind one last time. Once he was certain nothing had gone awry, Natsum closed his eyes in anticipation and plunged his consciousness into the system, eager to start his next spree. Host: Natsum. Attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning, earthine. Chakra: 72 cards. Ninjutsu: flying thunder god technique, S rank, space-time ninjutsu. 8 gates formation, S rank, taijutsu, spirit transformation technique, S rank, soul ninjutsu. Kekkai Jinkai, Sharingan, eternal mangekyo. Taijutsu: 1,000 years of death, 1,000 flame blade. Special skill: method of chakra extraction. Special weapon: Kusanagi blade. Current balance: 10,892 gold coins. Gazing at this generous sum of 10,000 gold coins, Natsum's face once again lit up with a radiant smile. Konoha really is the best after all. As the leading hidden village among the 5 great shinobi nations, their wealth truly overflows. Of the 3 reserve vaults, one alone stored a staggering 40 million ryo. And that doesn't even count the 70 million ryo I quietly walked off with the first time. It's clear, Konoha is far richer than a Wagakure by a mile. A flourishing field of untapped riches. Such a rare opportunity. I'll let Konoha grow fat, then carve another slice next time. After this brief moment of reflection, Natsum wasted no time. He headed straight into the system's marketplace and instantly exchanged for another powerful ability he had coveted for so long. Would you like to spend 10,000 gold coins to redeem Sage Body? Confirm. At first, Natsum had hesitated, wondering if he should instead choose something like the undying powers of the Jashin Body, or Tailed Beast Body. But considering how prevalent sealing techniques are throughout the ninja world, in the end, he chose the Sage Body, knowing it would provide a far more dramatic boost to his overall strength. The next moment, 10,000 gold coins scattered like a flurry of falling snow. Simultaneously, the system's transformation of Natsum's body began in an instant. Under the influence of an indescribable power, every cell throughout Natsum's body rapidly began to adapt, evolve, ascend. Cell vitality, bone density, muscle resilience, all soared at an explosive rate. This far surpassed what he'd experienced when Orochimaru had previously transplanted Hashirama cells into his body. Even the few incomplete Hashirama cells within him were utterly assimilated and devoured, transformed entirely into pure Sage Body cells that now belong to Natsum alone. Truthfully, the powers of the Sage Body are simple, but profound, threefold in nature. First, chakra reserves on par with a tailed beast. Second, extraordinary vitality and regenerative power. Third, remarkable physical durability. With these three attributes combined, even the most basic ninjutsu can be transformed, wrought into wonders, by a sage body wielder. Admittedly, the power of any jutsu is linked to the amount of chakra behind it. But relying purely on chakra as a measure of strength is a foolish fallacy. Just like in the early days of Naruto, Naruto had a stamina score of 10, while the third Hokage stood at 5. Could Naruto defeat the third Hokage? The fourth Raikage, too, had tailed beast-level chakra and speed greater than Hashirama's. Yet could he prevail against Hashirama? And take Hashirama's wood release, for example. Aside from his unparalleled ability to suppress tailed beasts, what truly set him apart was, whether in offense or defense, neither could truly be called the pinnacle. Their true strength lay in versatility, powerful control, and well-rounded abilities. Later on, Madara also possessed the power of wood release. But when the two clashed in earnest, the first Hokage using wood release, while Madara relied on his Susanoo. This proved that true strength did not come from wood release. It belonged to the first Hokage himself, to his sage body. To put it simply, even if two shinobi used the same jutsu, expending the same amount of chakra, the power unleashed by someone with a sage body would far surpass that of an ordinary ninja. That is the most terrifying aspect of the sage body. This full body transformation took much longer than any before. It lasted nearly 10 minutes before finally coming to an end. The moment it finished, Natum instantly sensed a surge of power and chakra within himself, so immense it was almost frightening. On top of that, his cells buzzed with vitality, dozens of times greater than that of a normal person. He couldn't help but think, in his current state, he could go 10 rounds in a single night. Ahem, 7 times a night, at the very least, should be no problem at all. Eager to try out his terrifying new power, Natum found himself unable to resist. In the next instant, he curled his fingers and snapped them. A resonant hum cut through the air. A torrent of wild chakra burst forth, sending the water in the entire pool surging upward and scattering it in all directions, leaving it floating around him. It became a dazzling display. Countless suspended, shimmering snowflakes of rainbow colors hovered in the air, dreamlike and mysterious. Then, the snowflakes swirled rapidly together, merging into a massive sphere of water that spun at its core. Clearly, after gaining the sage body, Natsum's mastery of chakra, its transformations and elemental shifts, had reached extraordinary new heights. With just a thought, he could manipulate and reshape chakra to his will with ease. It was almost unbelievable. The spectacle was so magical, and Natsum's suddenly overwhelming presence so intimidating, that a certain three-tailed creature at the bottom of the pool was sent trembling in fear, cowering in the depths. With a sweep of his hand, Natsum released his chakra. The great water sphere collapsed, falling back as a rain of droplets, restoring the pool to its tranquil state. Still exhilarated, Natsum hurriedly opened his system's personal panel to check his stats. Host, Natsum. Attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin-yang. Chakra: 1,800 units. Ninjutsu: Flying Thunder God Technique. S-Rank: Space-Time Ninjutsu. 8 Gates Formation. S-Rank: Taijutsu, Spiritualization Technique. S-Rank: Soul Ninjutsu. Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo, Rinnegan, 18%. Taijutsu: 1,000 Years of Death, 1,000 Flame Blade. Special Skill: Chakra Extraction Method. Special Weapon: Kobikurabocho. Current balance: 892 gold. Gazing at the system screen with 1,800 units of chakra, and feeling the boundless energy within him, as vast as the sea, Natsum broke into a brilliant smile once again. This is incredible. Compared to the previous chakra boost from transplanting Hashirama's cells, this time, with the complete sage body, Natsum's chakra surged to a full 50 times its original amount. 1,800 units of chakra. That's on par with the reserves of a tailed beast. In fact, from 1 tails to 7 tails, even they might not possess such an overwhelming amount of chakra. And Natsum was well aware of this. This didn't even represent the limit of his sage body. As long as he kept training diligently and continued to tap into his physical potential, there was no doubt he could break through again, growing even stronger. Even achieving a 100-fold increase in chakra wasn't out of the question. After all, neither Ashura, the sage's son, nor the first Hokage Hashirama were born unbeatable. They, too, had to work their way up step by step through relentless training and growth before they reached those legendary heights of power. Clearly, the potential of the sage body was truly astonishing. Of course, aside from these obvious boosts, what caught Natsum's attention was something else: the glaring Rinnegan progress, 18% indicator on his personal system template. Please update soon, and send a gift. Oh. With the combined powers of the Sage Body and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Natsum reckoned that his overall strength now ranked solidly at the upper echelons of the Super Kage tier. Even compared to Hashirama and Madara in their prime, he probably wasn't too far behind. Of course, if it came down to actually facing those two legends of the Warring States era, fighters seasoned by countless battles, whose skills bordered on the surreal, there'd still be quite a gap. Even with matching power, at the age of just 10, Natsum likely wouldn't be a match for them. This wasn't fanning others' flames while extinguishing one's own, as the saying goes. It was simply the honest truth. Only by acknowledging one's own shortcomings could one properly address weaknesses and continue to improve. Still, all things considered, he was now more than powerful enough to roam free across the shinobi world. Now came a next step. It was time to settle down and truly master all this newfound strength. But before he did that, after stirring up so much trouble in Konoha, making Akatsuki and the major hidden villages take the blame, he might as well ensure these attacks achieve their intended effect. For now, the ninja world was still far too peaceful. If his own village wished to rise, only by plunging the shinobi world into chaos, by stirring up these still waters, could he ride the winds of change and seize his chance. No doubt, Konoha must be boiling with rage right now, on high alert. Just one final push, a single decisive action, and all-out conflict would erupt. As for that last decisive move, it was probably already en route to Konoha, just as Natsum had anticipated. At this very moment, Konoha's situation was grim. A huge crowd of protesting villagers had gathered in front of the Hokage's office building. They demanded the whole truth be uncovered, and the shadowy masterminds behind the orphanage be severely punished. All of a sudden, the pressure on the Konoha leadership intensified drastically. Originally, if it had only been the orphanage scandal, the consequences wouldn't have been this overwhelming. But now, as if that weren't enough, advisors had been brutally murdered, the treasury had been robbed, a tailed beast had invaded, and all of it had happened right at the village gates. One shocking event followed another. This barrage of crises left a majority of Konoha citizens with nerves stretched taut, gripped by fear and uncertainty. People were terrified that at any moment, war might break out again. And with war, deaths were inevitable. And with every death, more orphans. Seeing the current state of the orphanage, now turned into a den of horrors, who would still be willing to fight on the battlefield? Wasn't everyone afraid that their own sons could be sent into such a nightmare? Children of the great ninja clans had it better. If their parents died, the clan would take them in and raise them. But for the vast majority of ordinary ninja, there was no such privilege. If they died in battle, wouldn't their sons and daughters also be sent to the orphanage, left to the mercy of others' cruelty? Look at Minato, the fourth Hokage, once so respected and revered. Now even his own son has been ostracized so harshly. So, in the eyes of countless civilian ninja, getting to the bottom of the truth and punishing the real masterminds had naturally become their top priority. Otherwise, how could they possibly fight with any peace of mind? Because of this, many of the larger ninja clans chose to wait and see. After all, in recent years, the expansion of the Umbu and Root divisions, as well as the heavy-handed suppression of certain ninja clans, had gone way too far. The tragedy and division of the Uchiha clan still served as a grim warning to all. So, the great clans didn't mind seizing the moment to pressure the Konoha leadership, forcing them to feel the weight of collective dissent. Right now, inside the Hokage's office, the aging third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood by the window, gazing down with a heavy heart at the sea of passionate, protesting ninja below, their angry voices and shouts filling the air in a wild churning wave. How many people have gathered down there now? Hiruzen asked, his brow furrowed, pain and worry etched deep across his face. Never in all his years as Hokage had he seen a protest this large. Over 700 now, reported one Umbu operative swiftly. Hokage-sama, do you wish for us to disperse the crowd? Hiruzen shook his head. No need. Their demands are perfectly reasonable. We do owe them an explanation about the orphanage. And besides, this issue involves both the Root and the Umbu divisions. If you get involved, it'll only worsen the tension. Hiruzen was still capable of clear judgment. He knew better than to use force to disperse the villagers. The last thing they needed was to ignite an even larger riot. At this point, Konoha felt like a powder keg. It simply couldn't withstand any more sparks. Hokage-sama, what do you want us to do? With a weary sigh, Hiruzen responded. Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh and gave his order. Summon the Hokage's advisor. At once, the ENBU ninja immediately disappeared, off to invite none other than Lord Danzo. It was obvious. The moment the uproar broke out at the orphanage, Sarutobi knew at once. The mastermind behind it all had to be Danzo. Only he had the means, the opportunity, and the ruthlessness to commit such a cruel act. In the past, a minor warning might have sufficed. But this time, the consequences of the orphanage incident were simply too great. It had stirred up widespread outrage among the people. So much public anger couldn't be quelled by a few empty words this time. That was why Sarutobi had hesitated just now. But it was clear, to truly calm the unrest, he'd have to enforce strict punishment on Danzo and the root. It didn't take long. Danzo, seated in his wheelchair, was soon wheeled into the Hokage's office. His attendants quickly withdrew and closed the door behind them. Within moments, the office was once again filled with the familiar sounds of fierce argument. Danzo, Hiruzen. Their quarrel lasted nearly 10 minutes before finally coming to an uneasy end. And compared to the past, this time, Sarutobi was clearly angrier than ever. If it weren't for Danzo's crippled legs and unhealed wounds, he might have taken out his frustrations physically right then and there. It was a fact. Danzo and his root had, indeed, handled many of the village's dirty work in the past, shouldering plenty of blame in the shadows. But look at what he'd done lately. Forcing the Uchiha clan to the brink of rebellion. His doing. Throwing away dozens of Root's elite ninja. Also his doing. Even corrupting the orphanage behind the scenes, inciting this massive wave of protest. Again, his handiwork. At this point, Sarutobi could no longer shield him. Danzo, this incident has gone too far. You can't be indulged any longer. From this moment on, you are officially relieved of your duties as the Hokage's advisor. But Hiruzen, Danzo jerked up in protest, defiant and desperate to argue his case. But this time, Sarutobi was unyielding. He cut him off sharply. No more excuses. This is for your own good, too. And another thing, the inhumane training of Root is to end at once. Furthermore, without my direct orders, Root is barred from taking any further action. I will personally handle the pacification of the people and the rebuilding of the orphanage. A formal notice regarding your punishment will be issued to the entire village in due course. Until then, you are to remain under house arrest and reflect seriously on your actions. After all, Sarutobi was Hokage. Over Danzo, his authority was absolute. A single command, a few decrees could instantly strip Danzo of almost all his real power. Sarutobi knew this well. Nothing would bring Danzo greater torment than the loss of actual authority. One could already foresee. Having lost his position as Hokage's advisor, as well as his actual command over the Foundation, Danzo, for a long time to come, would be like a bow stripped of its arrows. He'd find it hard to stir up any more trouble. Still, though this punishment was severe, it was ultimately for Danzo's own good. Otherwise, with those hundreds of furious protesters outside, they might have torn Danzo apart with their bare hands. Last night, Hiruzen had lost Koharu already. He truly did not want to lose yet another comrade who had fought beside him for so many years. When he heard the harsh punishment Hiruzen had meted out, Danzo's face nearly turned green with anger. He had always brimmed with ambition, yearning to one day become Hokage himself. What he found most intolerable was the loss of power slipping from his grasp. After all, that was his very lifeblood. But as always, as long as Hiruzen remained in charge, Danzo had no choice but to accept matters passively. Thinking he could suppress Hiruzen and step over him to seize control was entirely impossible. Some things are set in stone. The roles of challenger and the challenged. Danzo would never be able to change that. Yet to truly accept this punishment, to voluntarily relinquish all power, that was out of the question. He had still not achieved his dream of becoming Hokage, nor taken his revenge on that brat, Natum. How could he let go? But judging by today, Hiruzen seemed more determined than ever to oust him. Words alone wouldn't be enough. It was time for Danzo to act. With a hard swallow, Danzo made up his mind. I know who attacked the village last night. The moment Danzo spoke, he instantly drew Hiruzen's attention. From the village's standpoint, calming the rage of protesting villagers was indeed crucial. But uncovering the identity of those behind last night's assault and preventing another one was even more vital. The former could spark chaos within the village, but the latter threatened to bring the entire village to its knees. There could be no doubt which was more important. Thus, as Hokage, Hiruzen was more desperate than anyone else to discover the true identity of the attackers. It was a Wagakure. A Wagakure? Do you have any proof? Hiruzen gasped, suspicion creasing his brow. He would never trust such a claim without evidence. Danzo shifted his weight in his wheelchair, reaching beneath himself to pull out a tightly rolled scroll, which he handed to Hiruzen. With a single glance, Hiruzen recognized it. Such a finely crafted, encrypted scroll could only be for Foundation's secret communications. Inscribed with intricate ninjutsu seals, it could only be deciphered safely by those who knew the technique. Any attempt to force it open would destroy both the scroll and the message within. This was one of the most effective and reliable ways to transmit classified information in the shinobi world. The secret scroll had already been opened once, so it no longer required decoding. Hiruzen unfurled it and began to read. The moment he absorbed the contents, his expression changed dramatically, his eyes wide with sudden shock. What is this? This is a spy I planted in the Hidden Stone Village, who risked his life to deliver this message back to us. What's written here is intelligence, reports that the Hidden Stone Village is preparing to launch a sudden attack on our own. This secret scroll only reached me earlier this morning, still intact. No one but myself knows the method to decrypt it, so the chance of a false report is almost non-existent. Danzo explained with his usual composure. In fact, this secret scroll was prepared by Kabuto. Back when he first learned of the Hidden Stone Village's plot, he sealed up the scroll right away, intending to send it to the Leaf. But it was Natum who saved him then. And naturally, this unopened secret scroll ended up in Natsum's hands. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that Natsum, under the guise of Orochimaru, quietly returned the scroll to Danzo. So, from Danzo's perspective, this was clearly Orochimaru upholding their agreement, eliminating Kabuto and Nono for him, and bringing back the scroll. That's why, seeing the message, Danzo was nearly livid with rage, because in his eyes, it was this bunch of damned stone shinobi who had ruined his plans. If not for them, he would have ambushed those Uchiha traitors last night and wiped every last one out. And now, not only had he reaped none of the benefits, but he'd ended up with nothing but bitter regret. He'd lost more than half his root operatives. How could he not be furious? With the explanation finished, Hiruzen fell silent as well. He turned to gaze at Danzo, his expression grave, eyes fixed and unyielding. After a long moment, he finally looked away. He admitted Danzo certainly had his faults. But when it came to matters that concerned the village's safety, Danzo had never once lied to him. Like himself, Danzo truly loved the village. Otherwise, all these years, would Hiruzen have allowed Danzo, for nothing more than an old friendship, to serve as his advisor and wield such power? Besides, unless Danzo had lost his mind, there was no way he'd risk the lives of over 50 elite root operatives to fabricate such a lie. It simply wasn't worth it. There would be no benefit, only loss. So, the report must be genuine. And the intelligence recorded in this scroll, combined with last night's attack, together left a 98% certainty that Hidden Stone Village was the real culprit. Moreover, rumor had it that the Hidden Stone Village and the Akatsuki were engaged in a relationship of mutual exploitation. Though unconfirmed, all the circumstantial details added up. The identity of the real culprit, now, was all but nailed in place. At this thought, Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply and anger welled up inside him. 8 years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Battle of Canopy Bridge, the Leaf had forged a blood grudge with the Hidden Stone, and his own outstanding grand disciple, Obito, had perished during that conflict. And now, after all these years, they hadn't gone looking for trouble with a Wagakure. Yet those fools had the audacity to strike at Konoha first. Unforgivable. Hiruzen Sarutobi could barely restrain his urge to rally the troops, march straight to a Wagakure, and settle the score in blood. But peace, long, hard-won peace, had lasted for so many years. He truly didn't want to see the village dragged into the mire of war once again. No one knew better than he the brutality and bloodshed that war brought. Still, as Hiruzen hesitated, Danzo's voice cut across the tension, sharp and thunderous. Hiruzen, will you swallow this insult again? Are you going to cower again? They're already at our gates. Next time, that tailed beast bomb could explode inside our village. What more is there to hesitate about? Are you going to stand by and watch Konoha fall? Clearly, Danzo was egging Hiruzen on, spurring him to take action. Partly for Konoha's sake, but also for his own ambitions. Once the drums of war sounded, Danzo's root division would once again become indispensable, and his own influence would be restored. More than that, perhaps he could seize the chaos of war to finally claim the Hokage's seat for himself. Danzo's goading was the final push Hiruzen needed. It hardened his resolve, forcing him to make up his mind. This was the first time in his life Hiruzen would make the crazy choice to strike first. Of course, the heart of the matter was that a Wagakure had gone far too far this time. They marched a tailed beast right up to Konoha's gates. Any more restraint, and Konoha itself might fall. Even the mildest soul could only bear so much. To be so blatantly insulted, pushed to the limit. For the village's dignity, its future, and a chance for lasting peace. They needed to hit back, hard, and on their own terms. Otherwise, the villagers' burning anger at this moment would be impossible to redirect. Send the word, spread the message, and get Jiraiya back here at once. Tomorrow, I'll go to Sunagakure in person to discuss an alliance. When I return, we'll mobilize immediately against Iwagakure. If it's war they want, then the next great ninja war it shall be. Hiruzen made his decision, teeth clenched, voice resolute. One shock after another had made it clear. Konoha could no longer afford to stand still. That very midday, the third Hokage himself stepped forward, delivering a series of important addresses and granting every protesting villager a stipend to help quell their outrage. Only then were the crowds finally dispersed from in front of the Hokage's building, their anger barely soothed. Meanwhile, the very next morning, Konoha's administrative division, in collaboration with the Hokage's office, issued a new statement, offering a detailed account of the orphanage bombing incident. The mastermind behind it, Root's deputy commander, was strictly punished, and Danzo, as the Hokage's advisor who failed to watch over his own, accepted blame and resigned his post, placed under strict house arrest. Moreover, the construction plan for the new orphanage was swiftly approved, and all villagers were allowed to participate in its supervision, in order to prevent any such tragedy from happening again. Of course, it was clear to anyone with sense. That so-called mastermind, the deputy commander of the Foundation, was merely a scapegoat pushed forward to take the blame. After all, not even Danzo, the shadow of the pod, could shoulder this enormous responsibility. Whoever dared to take the blame would meet their end. But throughout this entire process, the protesting crowd received compensation. The new orphanage was set to be rebuilt. The powerful ninja clans, watching from the sidelines, were glad to see the Foundation suffer a blow and seize the chance to undermine the village leadership. The Konoha executives managed to quell the public outrage, showed a fair and just response, and their reputation even saw a minor boost. Everyone walked away with something they wanted. And so, nobody was interested in digging deeper. Who was the true mastermind? What kind of punishment did they really receive? Naturally, from that day onward, it wasn't just the villagers at the bottom who grew busier. Soon, even the Konoha middle and upper ranks were tossed into a flurry of activity. One directive after another was issued from the Hokage's office. Compensation for the fallen was distributed, war funds were collected, logistical supplies were prepared, ninjas stationed outside were recalled, watch posts beyond the village were rearranged, and more. All of Konoha was transformed, like a colossal war machine, humming to life. In essence, this so-called hidden village was nothing more than a weapon of war for the great nations. Yet, thanks to generations of ninja toil and effort, it had gradually come to resemble a true village, especially when it came to defenses outside the village. Hiruzen deployed more than half the AMBU forces left at his disposal. Layer after layer of warning lines were set up beyond the village borders. In short, there could be no repeat of the shameful fiasco from the night before. The enemy had arrived right at their doorstep with a tailed beast, and Konoha still failed to notice in time. If it happened again, that tailed beast bomb would have landed inside the village. This sort of oversight had to end immediately. Defensive measures had to be reinforced on all fronts. Soon enough, as one directive after another came down and the whole of Konoha moved into action, Hiruzen swiftly pushed aside his paperwork. With only 2 bodyguards in tow, he slipped away from the village in secret. He set out for Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand in the land of wind. Waging war against Iwagakure was already a settled policy. There would be no avoiding battle. Yet Hiruzen was not so reckless as to plunge into war headlong and unprepared. It was all too clear from the past great ninja wars. Konoha had often been caught off guard by sudden attacks from other villages, left scrambling and suffering heavy losses. This time, to secure victory and avoid dragging the village into a prolonged quagmire, Hiruzen knew careful preparations were essential. Forming alliances was a key strategy in his playbook. After all, once war erupted, regardless of whether they held the upper hand or not, allies would always prove their worth. Even if we don't actually send troops to help, at least we can put on a show, create some intimidation, boost our momentum. Take the newly established Hidden Blaze Village, for example. They formed an alliance with the Hidden Mist Village, and now their fame has spread across the entire ninja world. It's gotten to the point where even we hesitate to make a move against the Hidden Blaze Village. This time, if we can get Leaf and Sand to join forces, even if only in name, at least we won't have to worry too much when it comes time to deal a heavy blow to the Hidden Rock Village. Of course, there are reasons we're not seeking an alliance with the Hidden Cloud. First, the Hidden Cloud village is much farther away, making it harder to coordinate. Second, it was the Hidden Cloud's defectors, the Gold and Silver Brothers, who were responsible for the death of Sarutobi's beloved teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama. So, both emotionally and logically, Sarutobi really has no desire to ally with the Hidden Cloud. However, considering the grudge our own Leaf holds against Lady Chiyo of the Sand for her role in our tragic past, this trip to secure an alliance will hardly be smooth sailing. Luckily, the Sand is under the rule of the fourth Kazekage now, not Chiyo, so there's still hope. The theft of the emergency treasury, the death of a senior advisor, the beast attack outside the village. These major events have all been masterfully covered up by Leaf's rigorous information blackout. Though rumors and whispers have circulated, most villagers and ordinary ninja remain ignorant of the truth. Yet, with such vital secrets on the line, and given the undercurrents within the village these past days, it's nearly impossible to keep everything hidden from the major clans. The Hyuga, the three families of Inoshikecho, the Aburame, the Inazuka, and even the marginalized Uchiha, all have clearly sensed the storm of war looming on the horizon. Quietly, they have each begun preparing in their own way. These clans have survived since the era of warring states. They are not to be underestimated. Of course, the decline of clans like the Senju and Uchiha resulted from a combination of many factors, as fate would have it. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound at the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku was conversing in secret with Uchiha Hakadai. Hakadai, was that tailed beast attack the other night the work of that boy, Natsum? Clan head, I really don't know. You don't know? That's right. Young Master Natsum has not shared any details with me. He only asked me to deliver that message to you. Hakadai shook his head and answered truthfully. Fugaku nodded, dropping the matter without pushing further, and commented with a wry smile. That boy is certainly cautious. But this time, he caused quite a stir. To unleash a tailed beast. Who could he have dragged into this from the great hidden villages? From the looks of things, the whole village is on edge now. I imagine it won't be long before war breaks out again. As for the prospect of war, neither Fugaku, Yatsushiro, nor in fact any of the Uchiha truly felt fear. After all, compared to living under surveillance in the village, being shunned, being treated as the enemy, they would all rather march onto the battlefield, risking life and limb, letting their blood and valor speak for themselves. At the very least, even if they were to fall in combat, they could still win a measure of honor. It was still far preferable to being quietly executed in the shadows by Konoha's hand. Moreover, it was precisely because of an order from the higher-ups that their clan was banned from fighting on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, which led to the villagers' hostility and distrust toward them. If war truly breaks out, clan head, then what are we to do? Yatsushiro asked in a low, almost hesitant voice. To be honest, by now, most of the Uchiha harbored little affection for Konoha. He too found it hard to summon the will to fight for the village anymore. Fugaku frowned, lingering with uncertainty. Truthfully, ever since that fateful night, having witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness and cold indifference of Konoha's leadership toward the Uchiha, he had lost the last shreds of goodwill he bore for the village. Otherwise, this time around, he never would have gone along with Natsum's plan, or agreed to send those 5 clan members as bait. Yet, just as Fugaku was steeling himself to refuse, determined never again to serve Konoha, suddenly, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Itachi, the ever-dutiful son, entered the room. At his arrival, Yatsushiro immediately fell silent, offering Itachi an exceedingly cordial smile. After all, without this paragon of filial piety tipping them off, their previous operation would have never succeeded. They certainly would not have crushed the root elites in one fell swoop, shattering the very backbone of that sinister faction. Such a meritorious figure surely deserved praise. It's you, Itachi. Did you need something? Fugaku kept his expression stern, his features as severe as ever. Unfazed, Itachi strode forward, barely glancing at Yatsushiro, as if he had already set aside the great merit he'd earned. In one smooth motion, he presented a sealed scroll to Fugaku. Father, this is a confidential order from the Hokage. Oh, so it has finally come. Fugaku took the scroll, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Even before opening it, he could guess what such a secret decree might contain. The message was straightforward. Fugaku is required, effective immediately, to muster what remains of the Uchiha shinobi. Then, within a prescribed time, proceed to the village founded by Uchiha renegades, Yinin Village, and intercept Yinin Village at all costs. It is imperative that you eliminate no fewer than 20 Uchiha defectors and retrieve their bodies. If you fail, The tone and the demands of this order were harsh and uncompromising, wholly unlike the usual manner of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was clear this time, Koharu's death, along with the enemy village's tailed beast assault, had truly stoked Hiruzen's wrath. He had issued this command as a direct response, intending to use the dwindling strength of the Uchiha to block Yinin village's movements while Konoha waged its war against Iwagakure. Lest, when the Great War breaks out, that Natum kid goes and steals Konoha right out from under us. And furthermore, the hard requirement of at least 20 corpses is also Sarutobi's way of pushing Fugaku and the others forward. With that kind of quota looming, there's no fear they'll hold anything back in their fight with the village of blazing flames. Otherwise, don't blame Konoha for coming down hard on the Uchiha still left in the village. Fugaku put away the secret order, his expression unchanged. It was as if he had already anticipated all of this. Instead, he looked calmly at Itachi and asked, "Itachi, you're already aware of the battle that happened on the outskirts of the village the other night, right?" "I know all about it. This time, I took advantage of you." "I know," Itachi replied, his face unreadable. Fugaku was slightly surprised. "Oh, did you deliberately tip off the higher-ups?" "I did, but surely that wasn't by your order, father." "You know who it was?" Itachi glanced at Yatsushiro on his left, but said nothing. The answer was already clear. Fugaku raised his eyebrows and pressed further. "So why not go and report again?" "No, why not? I originally wanted to try. Wanted to give Root one more chance. See who's stronger. And Root's finished. And then, I want to choose again. Have you made your choice?" "Not yet." The cryptic exchange between Fugaku and Itachi left Yatsushiro befuddled, just listening beside them. But, in truth, the logic was quite simple. Put simply, Itachi wanted to use that night's game of strategy and counter-strategy to test things once again. Was it Root? Was it truly Lord Danzo's might? Or was his cousin Natsum the stronger one? And the outcome? Well, naturally, Natsum came out completely on top. Root was nearly dismantled overnight. With that, the Root that once weighed on the Uchiha, on Fugaku's own shoulders, had finally withered away. Now, Itachi too ought to reconsider where his loyalty lies. Should he keep dedicating himself to the village? Or should he return and stand with his clan? In truth, from the perspective of the clan, Itachi's decision to raise his blade against his own people to save his brother and Konoha was despicable, truly hateful. There's no way to justify this. But people are complicated. No one is purely right or wrong. If someone else stood in Itachi's shoes, caught between family and village, threatened by Root and Danzo, they might not have managed any better. Of course, part of this was also on Itachi himself. After all, as he himself once admitted, back when he had just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he'd grown arrogant under its influence, convinced he could resolve everything alone, letting his emotions cloud his better judgment. That was how the tragedy came to pass. But now, after witnessing the true strength of both his father and his cousin Natsum, and having seen that there were other ways to resolve things, he slowly let go of his old obsessions. Simply put, he had been shaken to his core. After all, even if he were to continue obeying Danzo's orders at this moment and wipe out all the remaining members of his clan, it would do nothing to change the situation with the Hidden Flame Village and Natsum's group outside. What's more, the recent exposure of the orphanage's crimes had sharply deteriorated Itachi's opinion of the Root organization. He simply couldn't imagine if he destroyed his clan and left only Sasuke alive, only for Sasuke to fall under Root's control and corruption. What a nightmare that would be. Clearly, after experiencing this cascade of events, Itachi began to waver in his choice between the village and his family. After that heartfelt conversation, a rare silence fell between the devoted father and filial son. For several minutes, neither spoke before Fugaku finally broke the silence. "Itachi, rest for a while, and then prepare to go with me to attack the Hidden Flame Village. We will hunt down those traitors who betrayed our clan and became rogue ninjas. And we'll see for ourselves what kind of village your cousin Natsum has built. After that, then we can decide." Fugaku didn't pressurize Itachi. Instead, he once again left the final choice to him. Of course, the condition was that they'd go to the Hidden Flame Village together first. "Understood. Thank you, father." Itachi knelt respectfully and expressed his gratitude, then rose and left without lingering. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga house, in the spacious training grounds, a petite and adorable figure was practicing the gentle fist technique alone. Beside Hinata stood Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the main branch, who was chatting casually with his father as they watched Hinata's training. Hayashi murmured quietly, "A war is coming." "Yes. This time, Lord Hokage is utterly resolute." Perhaps it's because of the death of advisor Koharu Yuditane. Shoo. There are things best left unsaid, even if you know them. Hyuga Hayashi nodded and quickly changed the subject. 4 of our clansmen died in battle the night before last. And their bodies? Only one could be recovered. One ended up at the orphanage. There were so many charred remains they couldn't be identified. The other 2 were disintegrated under the tailed beast bomb. Be sure we don't lose the Byakugan again. Hayashi added, all 4 had their cage bird curse mark connections severed. There's no doubt they're dead. At least they were all from the branch family, sighed his father. In any case, if another great battle erupts, we must be much more careful. We must never let Kirigakure snatch the Byakugan from our clan, as they did last time. When it's time to be ruthless, do not hesitate even for a moment. Hayashi responded, understood. Just then, right in the center of the dojo, Hinata lost her balance. She had failed to control her chakra flow and took a tumble, landing hard on the floor. There was a dull thud as she hit the ground. Pain shot up from where she landed, and the 7-year-old couldn't help but feel her nose sting, her eyes filling with tears. It took everything she had not to start crying right then and there. But as she looked up at her father and grandfather, both standing with stern, unyielding expressions, she forced herself to endure the pain, quickly scrambling back to her feet. Truth be told, Hinata never felt she had much natural talent for taijutsu. She'd never really been interested in those harsh training sessions either. After all, underneath her status as the Hyuga heiress, she was just an ordinary neighborhood girl, average in almost every way, save for her gentle charm. Perhaps that was why she always felt a quiet resistance in her heart toward the Hyuga clan's demanding training regimen. At this moment, Hayashi watched his eldest daughter fumble once again. He could only sigh inwardly, though his face remained stern as he barked out. Keep going. Solo practice yields minimal progress. Hayashi, find someone for Hinata to spar with. Very well. Hayashi nodded, then left the dojo for a moment. He soon returned with another young boy, a little older than Hinata, Niji Hyuga. Niji kept his head bowed as he followed Hayashi, the clan head, into the training hall. Begin sparring. Yes, sir, Niji replied, a touch of formality in his voice. He formed the taijutsu hand signs, then glanced toward his younger cousin. Niji did his best to suppress the bitterness in his heart, determined not to let his true feelings show. Sorry to trouble you, Niji, Hinata said shyly, quickly returning his courtesy. Without further ado, the 2 cousins began their practice match. For over 1,000 years, the Hyuga clan had abided by the strict law of the eldest child inheriting the main family line. Hayashi and Hisashi were twins, yet just because Hayashi was born first, Hisashi fell to the branch family, destined never to rise above his station. But when it came to Hinata, Hayashi had more than once considered breaking with tradition, passing over his eldest to make her younger sister, Hanabi, heir to the main family. Why, you might wonder, would he go against all the clan's rules and pass over the eldest? Certainly not, because Hinata's talent was anything exceptional. If anything, this reveals just how little ability her father saw in her. There's a popular joke in the fandom that rings all too true. Geniuses in Naruto fall loosely into a few categories. Sasuke, Fireball Jutsu. Fugaku, that's my son. He watched once, and, with practice, he mastered it. Itachi, Fireball Jutsu. Fugaku, that's my son. He watched once, and mastered it instantly. Niji, 8 trigrams palm rotation. Hayashi, who taught him that? Of course, this isn't to say Niji was necessarily more gifted than Itachi. Instead, it shows that even as a member of the branch family, even with his Byakugan suppressed and his training neglected, before he even turned 13, Niji had mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms all on his own, with no guidance. Meanwhile, Hinata, the eldest daughter of the main family, enjoyed the finest resources and the best training. It wasn't until the 4th war, after being spurred on by Naruto, receiving dreams from Niji, and a host of other plot devices, that she finally managed to unleash the 64 palms. And even then, she couldn't take down a single minor foe. The difference in their natural talents was clear for all to see. And so, in over a dozen practice matches, Niji defeated Hinata every time with ease. He even purposefully held back most of his strength, careful not to truly harm the heiress of the main family. Without realizing it, an hour had slipped by. At last, Niji had had enough. He truly did not wish to keep wasting his precious training time on babysitting Lady Hinata in what felt like a game of make-believe. A weary sigh escaped him. Niji? Hinata asked gently. Lord head of the family, surely someone else could serve as her sparring partner? Please, allow me to continue with my own training. After all, ever since his father's death 4 years ago, only the unforgiving rigor of training had brought him any measure of calm, keeping his anger at the divide between main and branch family at bay. No, we're not finished yet, Hayashi Hyuga replied, arms crossed, his voice cold as steel. Continue. Please, Niji, Hinata pleaded, her voice soft, unwilling to see her brother caught in another argument with their father. A quiet, frustrated sigh rumbled in Niji's chest as the resentment he'd suppressed for so long began to resurface. Understood, he replied flatly. In the next round, Niji shattered Hinata's attack with a single, effortless strike, sending her stumbling back. He couldn't help but taunt her. What's wrong, Lady Hinata? This isn't a child's game. Without waiting, he pressed the attack. A few quick moves, and he broke through Hinata's guard completely. To have only this much strength. Is this the destiny of the Hyuga's main family? Are you truly able to bear it? Now fully fired up, Niji lashed out, his words and his blows equally harsh. Before long, he landed a solid hit to Hinata's shoulder and jaw, knocking her to the ground. Yet he didn't pause. The air crackled with tension as he raised his hand for another strike. But just as his final blow was about to fall, Hayashi, the head of the main family, intervened. In an instant, he seized Niji's wrist, twisted, and slammed him hard to the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the caged bird seal. At once, Niji clutched his head, his eyes wild, grimacing and writhing in utter agony. "Aya!" he screamed, his voice raw with pain. "My head, it's splitting." In his torment, Niji tore off his forehead protector, revealing the curse mark, glowing faintly with a blue light. Under the relentless grip of the caged bird seal. At this moment, it felt as if countless ants were gnawing away inside his head, a searing, unbearable pain. Such agony was not something any human could withstand or endure. If it were, then so many generations of branch family shinobi would not have submitted to the rule of the main house for so long. And so, after only a brief moment, the excruciating pain slowly swallowed Niji's consciousness, plunging him into a faint. Watching from behind her father, Hinata's face was frozen in terror, completely at a loss. "Foolish." Hayashi Hyuga spat the word, voice sharp with anger. Then he continued, "Today's training is over. Hinata, go and reflect on what you've learned." "Yes." Hinata nodded timidly. "But, father, what about Niji? You don't need to concern yourself. Someone, take him away. He'll survive." Soon, several clansmen entered the training hall and, without delay, carried the unconscious Niji out of the main house. When Niji awoke, night had already fallen. It was 10 o'clock. In the vast mansion, he found himself utterly alone. For years ago, his father had been forced to die in place of Hayashi on behalf of the main house. Not long after, his mother, overcome by grief, passed away as well. Niji was left to guard the entire estate by himself. That was why he trained so desperately, hoping to numb his pain through sheer exertion. At the same time, he worked hard to bury his resentment and dissatisfaction toward the main house deep within his heart. But today, unable to restrain himself, he had been a little too harsh on Hinata. And for that, he received a brutal punishment from the main house. Even now, his brain, ravaged by the cursed seal, continued to throb with pain. "Damn it, I'll have to be even more careful from now on," Niji muttered through clenched teeth. He struggled to his feet, intending to fetch something to eat from the kitchen, lest he collapse from exhaustion. But after only a few shaky steps, a surge of pain shot through his mind, causing his legs to give out, and he crumpled to the ground. The cruelty of the caged bird seal was all too clear. At that very moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "How pitiful you look! Who's there?" Startled, Niji forced himself up, bracing in a defensive stance. "What's wrong, Niji? Don't you recognize me?" A masked figure emerged slowly from the shadowy courtyard and stopped in front of Niji. "You are Fukawa." Hearing that familiar voice, Niji's eyes widened as he realized who it was. Though he and Fukawa were not particularly close, they were both branch family shinobi marked by the main house's curse, and there was a sense of shared hardship between them, especially in the years just after his father's death. Fukawa had looked out for Niji more than once. But since Fukawa had joined the Umbu unit these past 2 years, he'd come back to the Hyuga house less and less. Months would pass without a single visit. To be honest, Niji couldn't help but feel a little envious. At the very least, joining the Umbu would mean he could distance himself from the clan to a great extent, and he wouldn't have to constantly worry about the curse mark on his forehead anymore. In fact, if possible, after passing the Chunin exams, Niji himself intended to try joining the Umbu. "Fukawa, what are you doing here? Wait a minute. You're alive? They all said you died in last night's chaos." Niji lowered his voice, filled with shock. With his quick mind, he could already sense that Fukawa's reason for seeking him out at this moment was far from simple. Hyuga Fukawa answered with a faint smile. "That's right. I am indeed already dead. At least, in the eyes of the Hyuga clan, that Hyuga Fukawa is truly gone. Niji. Fukawa didn't answer directly. Instead, he shot back sharply. Niji, how many times have you been punished by the caged bird seal? This is the 4th time. And it hurts, doesn't it? Niji looked at Fukawa for a moment, hesitated, then answered honestly. Yes, it hurts a lot, and it's unfair. Fills you with resentment, doesn't it? Yes, it makes me furious. Would you change all of this if you could? With a bitter laugh, Niji replied. I would. I dream of it. But dreaming is all I can do. If you had a chance to remove the curse mark, Niji, what would you be willing to give? Fukawa's voice coaxed and tempted him. It seemed that he had already learned a thing or two from Master Natum. Everything. I give up everything I have. Niji gritted his teeth. His father's death, the humiliations of the Branch family, today's pain, resentment filled his heart. If he truly could lift the curse and change his fate, he would stop at nothing. But alas, he knew there was nothing more than a fantasy. Upon hearing this, Fukawa couldn't help but smile faintly, having at last received the answer he sought. Niji, there is a way. Look at me. As he spoke, Fukawa removed his mask, revealing a smooth, unmarked forehead. Niji's whole body jolted in shock. His breath caught, and his eyes widened in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, at the Konoha bathhouse, a group of sweaty female ninja were laughing and playing in the mist-filled pools, thoroughly enjoying themselves. No one noticed. Behind a crack in the distant wooden fence, a huge, wide-open toad eye was peering shamelessly, feasting its gaze on the scene within. A string of lecherous chuckles escaped the lips of a middle-aged man with white hair. Not bad at all. She's got a wonderful figure, too. Oh, inspiration strikes again. My novel will have new material. The cheerful, pervy giggles, the trickle of red nosebleed, the swaying behind. There was no mistaking who it was. In this moment, Jiraiya's excitement could hardly be measured. Until a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder with a firm pat. Quit messing around. I'm busy here. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, shooing whoever it was with impatience. Lord Jiraiya, a familiar voice called out Kakashi. The moment he realized it was his own student's student and a devoted reader at that, Jiraiya sprang to his feet and spun around. Hey, Kakashi, long time no see. How'd you find me? I heard you came back to the village. Odds were you'd be somewhere near the bathhouse. Kakashi replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, spreading his hands nonchalantly. Ha, of course. This is the only sacred ground of intimacy around here, the birthplace of my inspiration. So, what did you think of my newest installment? That one's my magnum opus. Jiraiya wiped the trickle of blood from his nose, a look of unabashed pride spreading across his face. Start a conversation about Make Out Paradise, and Kakashi couldn't be more thrilled. Of course, I've already read through it 10 times. It really is a rare masterpiece. Is the latest issue ready yet? Don't rush. It'll be done soon. I'm gathering material as we speak. Jiraiya lifted his nose in satisfaction, clearly enjoying himself. Though his methods for collecting material could be called questionable, when it came to literature, his talent was undeniable. His serialized, adults-only novel Make Out Paradise had become a best-selling sensation in over a dozen countries. There were even rulers of small nations who counted themselves among his most loyal fans. At the same time, these novels had made him a small fortune in royalties. He truly had both fame and wealth. Of course, despite appearances, this legendary member of the Three Sannin, Jiraiya, might seem boisterous, careless, and lecherous, never quite conducting himself in a proper manner. But when it came to important matters, the crucial forks in the road, he always knew what was at stake. After just half an hour more of gathering material, when the group of young kunoichi left the bath and were replaced by a batch of older women, Jiraiya consciously brought his research to a close. He then moved to a little tavern, where he and Kakashi finally got down to business. Lord Jiraiya, when did you get back? Just today. Honestly, the third Hokage made quite the fuss, sent all those shinobi to search for me, spreading messages everywhere, posting a bounty. For a moment, I thought something huge must have happened to the village. Jiraiya took a sip of his sake and chuckled ruefully. He'd rushed back as soon as he saw the notices, afraid Konoha might be in serious peril. As for the previous incident with the Uchiha clan's defection, he'd heard bits and pieces, but didn't think much of it. After all, Konoha had long been home to more than a dozen prominent shinobi families. One Uchiha clan defecting wasn't going to shake the foundation. What's more, given Konoha's harsh treatment of the Uchiha clan, he had foreseen trouble long ago. In truth, he'd grown weary of the constant power struggles within the village. And with his only two close friends already gone, it was only then that he chose to leave the village and set out on a journey of his own. Rest assured, it wasn't simply to seek out new and unusual material for his research. What about you, Kakashi? Still in the ANBU? Yes. The ANBU isn't right for you. If you stay there, you'll never find peace. Jiraiya's voice was soft, laced with concern. You see, in the shinobi world, there are no therapists to turn to, nor is there any structured process for healing after the traumas of war. Every bit of pain must be shouldered alone. If you can't bear it, you break, plain and simple. In that sense, losing yourself in relentless training or immersing yourself in ANBU missions is just another form of escape. Kakashi faltered, unable to offer a rebuttal. He knew, deep down, he couldn't go on like this. But sometimes, the pain in your heart isn't something a few words can heal. It's all right, you're still young. You can change bit by bit. You're Minato's prize student. You'll find your way, sooner or later. By the way, speaking of which, how's Naruto been lately? Naruto? Kakashi hesitated, unsure how to respond. After all, he couldn't exactly say. At this moment, Naruto lives with bare walls and no family to speak of. He scrapes by on the tiny allowance handed out by the third Hokage, eating expired instant noodles and drinking spoiled milk just to get through each day. To be honest, Naruto's tough life is worse than that of kids in the orphanage. And Kakashi had never understood why the third insisted on forcing Naruto to grow up in such harsh conditions. Even if it was meant to make him stronger, it seemed a cruel ordeal for any child. He's all right, still hanging in there. That's good. Glad to hear it. Jiraiya let out a cheerful laugh, not giving it more thought. In his eyes, with Minato's reputation and all he did for the village, surely the son of such a hero wouldn't be made to suffer. When the time was right, he planned to personally teach Naruto and see if he'd choose to follow his father's path and become a toad ninja. Oh, that's right, Jiraiya. Is the village preparing for war, you mean? You already knew? It was obvious. Jiraiya let out a gentle chuckle. After all, he'd been born and raised in the village, had lived here for decades. He knew the place inside and out. On his return, it took just one look at the defense arrangements outside the gates, the movements of personnel inside, the way resources were being marshaled. He could sense the unmistakable air of looming war. So tell me, who's the target? I'm not entirely sure, but I'd guess it's a Wagakure, the hidden stone village. One of the 5 great hidden villages, is it? Lord Sarutobi really made a reckless decision this time. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. In his memory, ever since his lecherous mentor Sarutobi had grown older, his style had become increasingly conservative and steady. He wouldn't just pick a fight with another great village over a single attack, would he? 2 weeks ago, that night, Lady Kohyutatane was also killed during the invasion. The main suspect seems to be the Akatsuki organization, which is rumored to have close ties with a Wagakure. What? Lady Kohara died too? So suddenly? Jiraiya was taken aback, shock flickering across his face. Clearly, Konoha's information blockade was as tight as ever. At the same time, this revelation explained why Sarutobi was so full of rage. After all, they had once been comrades who had survived life-or-death battles together. It was just like himself. If Tsunade or Orochimaru were ever killed, he too would stop at nothing to seek vengeance. Even if, honestly, it seemed impossible that someone like Orochimaru could ever truly be killed. So what about now? Is the third Hokage still in the village? When does the war break out? He can't have summoned me back just to throw me on the front lines, can he? Kakashi replied. The Hokage left for Sunagakure in secret 2 weeks ago, hoping to form an alliance. If the alliance talks go well, I suppose the full-scale war will begin as soon as the Hokage returns. Jiraiya took a deep swig of sake, looking glum. At it again, another war. All war ever does is create more hatred. Kakashi said, if we don't fight, the enemy will just push us further and further. Jiraiya, his cheeks flushed, mumbled a weary prayer. I know. I just hope the casualties will be lighter this time, and that it'll all be over quickly. In his mind, nothing about war could compare to the thrill of observing beautiful Kunoichi at the bathhouse, sparking new inspiration for his novels. Why couldn't everyone in the ninja world just give up fighting and sit down to enjoy his literary masterpieces? Romance, that was the true way. But just as the two were speaking their minds, enjoying the mellow days of drink, a member of the Umbu burst into the tavern, hurrying over to Jiraiya to deliver a report. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage has returned and urgently summons you to the Hokage's office for a council. At this, both Jiraiya and Kakashi startled, a chill running down their spines as the haze of alcohol instantly cleared. They exchanged a look of mutual understanding. The Great War was about to begin. It had been a little over 2 weeks since the night the village was attacked. One could feel it clearly. Lately, all of Konoha seemed shrouded in growing tension. Even the number of people on the street had dwindled. At moments like this, even the most oblivious person could sense that something was very wrong. The atmosphere was so strict, it felt exactly like the tense vigilance that comes before a great war. As a result, many spies from other hidden villages who had infiltrated Konoha were left trembling with anxiety, desperately trying to send out intelligence. But alas, it was already too late. 2 weeks ago, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, had secretly left Konoha. Since then, the entire village had activated its highest level of alert. The protective barrier encasing the village was pushed to its absolute limit. During this period, only entry was permitted. Absolutely no one was allowed to leave. Every possible avenue for intelligence leaks was completely sealed off. This battle was no game. If they were going to strike, it had to be with complete surprise, a single, decisive blow. Otherwise, before their own assault even landed, the news would reach Iwagakure, who would have ample time to brace for the attack. That would only add to needless casualties. So, even though those spies and undercover agents hiding within Konoha were all grinding their teeth in frustration, there was not a thing they could do except sit and wait for doom to fall. And so it went. Until this very night. The night the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, returned. The whole of Konoha sprang into action. With not a moment's delay, every last bit of logistical work had already been meticulously prepared over the past 2 weeks. One could truly see Konoha's determination to wage war. Very soon, under the cover of darkness, a great force of shinobi split into 3 groups and surged out from Konoha. The first group, personally led by the third Hokage Hiruzen Tsurutobi, aimed straight at Iwagakure. A total of 800 shinobi, including half of the elite from the ANBU, personnel from every major clan, plus more than half of the village's civilian ninjas. This team was lavishly equipped, the strongest main force Konoha could field. The second group, led by the famed Toad Sage, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, numbering 21 in total. Aside from Jiraiya, every member was a hand-picked elite, either ANBU or seasoned civilian jonin, a veritable spearhead poised to strike deep. Their exact direction and mission, however, remained mysterious. The third group, the Uchiha squad of about 50, all Uchiha shinobi, led by the clan head Fugaku. Their target, the flame-hidden village. Their mission, during this war, delay and tie down the renegade ninjas of the Flame Hidden. And as for the rest, sufficient forces were left behind to defend Konoha itself. All of them were put under the unified command of senior advisor Hamura Mitokado. At the same time, as an extra precaution, Tsurutobi lifted Danzo's house arrest, but did not restore his position as the Hokage's aide. He was merely allowed to lead the remaining members of Root, cooperating with Hamura Mitokado to help safeguard the village. Danzo, of course, was most pleased with this turn of events. Regaining the reins of Root was all he needed to put several of his old plans into motion. Though Root had previously been all but destroyed in one sweeping blow, with its backbone nearly snapped, the organization's strength was but a shadow of its former self. Yet even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Root still held considerable foundations, and the unwavering loyalty of its members to Danzo himself was no small advantage. Therefore, as long as he was present, and as long as the attackers weren't tailed beasts, Danzo remained confident in his ability to defend Konoha. In fact, he even found himself quietly hoping that, in this war, he might lead Konoha to a decisive victory. Such a feat would sharply increase his own prestige. And then, the position of Hokage would be within easy reach. Of course, these were but fleeting dreams. This time, every last Uchiha ninja available was being mobilized. Apart from a handful of genin who were simply too young, those left behind in the village were little more than women, children, and the elderly. Such arrangements were proof enough of the Uchiha clan's resolve. Once outside the village, the group, led by Fugaku, hurried north at speed. Before long, Itachi quietly quickened his pace, coming up beside Fugaku to ask, in a low voice, "Father, do you think Konoha can win this war?" "We can." Fugaku did not hesitate in his reply. "Itachi." Fugaku, never underestimate the third. Old as the Tsurutobi monkey may be, he's sharp as ever. 2 weeks is more than enough for him to get every preparation in place. Considering Konoha's combined strength, their readiness, and the element of surprise. This war, truth be told, was decided before it even began. The only thing left uncertain is the cost, whether our losses will be grave or minor. Having experienced both the second and third ninja wars himself, Fugaku understood Tsurutobi's abilities and cunning far too well. Even if Sarutobi's strength had waned with age, he remained worthy of his title, the Professor of Ninjutsu. With Sarutobi personally leading the charge, their chances of victory were anything but slim. Then, must we truly fight the Hidden Blaze village to the death? Itachi, have you awakened the divine power Susanoo? Itachi paused for a moment before nodding. The fierce battle a month ago had pushed him to focus on developing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Just a few days earlier, he'd finally drawn forth the third power, successfully unlocking Susanoo. However, lacking practice. For now, he could only maintain its initial form steadily. Even the full skeletal second form was difficult for him to sustain. Fugaku. So, do you think you can defeat Natum? Itachi shook his head. Fugaku. Then, if the two of us join forces, do we stand a chance? Itachi was silent for a while, weighing the possibility. If we put everything on the line, there's a chance. But we might die as well. Fugaku, quite right. That boy's strength is truly extraordinary. Besides, you're basing your estimate on his abilities of a month ago, aren't you? With that monster's talent, odds are his strength has leaped even higher by now. So, do you think our chances of victory are still great? Itachi, so, are we not going to fight anymore? But those two in the back. Itachi glanced back at the rear of the group. There, two masked Anbu members followed close behind. They were the very watchdogs sent by the Konoha leadership to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. If, in the battle to come, they were to slack off, hold back, or deliberately stall for time, these two would report back to Konoha, and the Uchiha in the village would bear the consequences. In plain terms, the two Anbu were there as overseers. With them around, it was near impossible to simply put on an act and go through the motions. Fugaku shook his head, not the least bit worried about the two behind. We're going to fight. That's not in question. But as for whose side we're really on, that remains to be seen. I have a feeling your cousin Natum is ready for whatever comes next. What we actually do, let's wait until we reach Yanin village and see how things stand. Don't worry, I will never abandon Sasuke or your mother. These words finally put Itachi at ease. Clearly, his deepest fear was that his father would act rashly and defect entirely to Yanin village, leaving his mother and younger brother Sasuke in Konoha, surrounded by danger. Now that he had his father's promise, he truly breathed a sigh of relief. As for that cousin, Natum, it wouldn't be long before they'd finally meet. He hoped, just maybe, this time Natum could bring one more surprise to him and to the whole clan. The reason Konoha chose to launch the operation at night was to quietly slip past the scattered scouts from other villages surrounding Konoha. Even though before this, the Anbu had carried out cleansing after cleansing, wiping out batch after batch of scouts outside the village. There was still no guarantee that every last one had been eliminated. But, with the cover of darkness, if they could evade those scouts and dash straight for their objective, and arrive before any message reached Iwagakure, then their surprise attack would remain a surprise. The advantage of the first strike would stay with them. On Fugaku and Itachi's end, as soon as they left the village, urged on by the two Anbu overseers, they too picked up speed, racing northward from the land of fire into the land of fields. Because the land of fields wasn't far from Konoha to begin with, and everyone was moving at full speed, they made the journey in less than a day, arriving at the borders of the land of fields by the following dusk. They pressed onward toward Yanin village. The closer they drew to Yanin, the more tangled their emotions became. How could they not? After all, the place was founded by their own kin, risking everything to escape. A brand new ninja village risen from betrayal and hope. Inside, their old friends, close companions, even the people they'd secretly loved, were all living in peace and safety, just beyond the walls ahead. And now, here they were, about to personally destroy that very place, bringing suffering and disaster to its people once again. As fellow Uchiha clansmen, how could their hearts not tremble, torn between conflicting loyalties? Yet, there was simply no way to refuse this mission. Their own families, wives, children, and loved ones were still in Konoha, held as hostages. If they didn't steel themselves now, death might soon befall their families. At the same time, he saw the painful struggle on the faces of the clansmen behind him. At the very front, leading the group, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a deep pang of sorrow and reluctance. When all was said and done, it was he, Fugaku, who had led the Uchiha to this point. Yes, the plotting and animosity of Konoha's leadership bore much blame, but he, as the clan head, was also largely responsible. If only he had hardened his heart sooner, rebelled earlier, or planned an escape in time, perhaps his people wouldn't have to endure this inner torment at all. But regret serves no purpose now, he thought. Better to focus on how to get through the ordeal that lies ahead. With a helpless sigh, Fugaku pushed down his sorrow. At this point, their entire party was already very close to the flame-hidden village. In a straight line, it could not have been more than 1,000 meters away. They could even glimpse faint columns of cooking smoke rising in the distance. Clearly, that was the flame-hidden village, and it looked as though many families were preparing dinner. "Everyone, keep quiet," Fugaku commanded. "Spread out into formation first, and await my instructions." Drawing on his extensive experience as clan head, Fugaku immediately brought the team to a halt, preparing to adjust their positions as they inched forward. Truth be told, he had no idea how the current flame-hidden village, or Natum, that troublesome boy, would react. What if they charged in recklessly, and Natum, righteous to a fault, cut down every last one of the Uchiha in the name of justice? If that happened, Fugaku would be left with nothing but endless regret. He'd never be able to answer to the surviving clansmen back in the village. He had to proceed with extra caution. Even so, Fugaku was handling things better than most. Compared to his careful poise, the two Umbu squad commanders at the rear of the group were visibly on edge. They trembled with nerves, palms slick with anxious sweat. No one could blame them. They'd both witnessed Natsum's defection the night it happened. The memory of two colossal Susanoo deities clashing in a devastating brawl was seared into their minds. They had seen it with their own eyes. If real fighting broke out again, Natum might show some mercy to his former Uchiha kin, but to outsiders like themselves? Not a chance. Given their modest skills and slight builds, they doubted they could withstand even a single punch from Susanoo. It would mean certain death. How could they not be terrified? They had even begun to secretly wonder whether they should find some place to hide before the battle broke out. But before they could make up their minds, something unexpected happened. From the distant shadows of the forest, several figures dashed forward, abruptly blocking the path of the entire team. Naturally, these 5 figures were none other than Natsum Uchiha and his 4 personal guards. "Hey, Uncle Fugaku, long time no see." Natsum greeted him cheerfully, his tone light and easy, making it clear he had been waiting there for quite some time. "You brat, did you know we were coming all along?" Fugaku was taken aback. Since leaving the village, they had hurried there without a moment's delay. Logically speaking, even if they'd been discovered, no scout could have reported back so quickly, right? "Of course. The moment you set out, I knew." Natsum smiled calmly. After all, he was the one who had stirred up and intensified this conflict. How could he not be aware of Konoha's every move? As he spoke, Natsum nodded and smiled at Itachi, who stood beside Fugaku. If not for this devoted son and his eager tattling last time, he wouldn't have been able to so easily wipe out those rude operatives, nor would the Great War have unfolded so smoothly. This cousin of his had truly rendered outstanding service. It was just a shame his head didn't work as well. He only ever thought of his beloved Oni-chan. Meanwhile, Itachi, feeling his cousin's gaze on him, was suddenly on edge and clearly uncomfortable. "Good kid. So, everything was in your calculations." Fugaku gave a sigh, feeling his age more keenly than ever. "More or less," Natsum replied. "And you?" Fugaku tried to ask something more, but at that moment, the last 2 Umbu members at the rear of the group, though hesitant, were compelled to remind him. "Clan Chief Fugaku, please mind your words and actions. It's best not to converse too much with a rogue ninja." They, too, were anxious. If the conversation continued, the 2 sides might grow too friendly, and then there would hardly be any point in fighting at all. "You're telling me what to do?" Fugaku shot them a fierce glare and barked, his presence intimidating. The 2 Umbu were so startled, they immediately shook their heads and backed away, not daring to utter another word. No yoke. Surrounding them in every direction were Uchiha clansmen. If they went and offended their own clan chief too, there was no question they'd lose their lives here today. Seeing the 2 submit, Fugaku turned back to Natsum and continued their conversation. Natsum asked, "So, are we going to fight or not?" "Norus, can you tell me, how did you find out ahead of time?" Fugaku was deliberately stalling. After all, every extra moment counted, whether it gave Natsum more time to prepare, or simply allowed Fugaku himself a few more seconds to hesitate before making his final choice. "Oh, that's easy." Natsum chuckled, then waved his right hand. A kunai whistled through the air, heading straight for Fugaku in the distance. Instantly, the Uchiha behind Fugaku turned pale. They thought the battle had finally begun. But in the very next instant, Fugaku reached out with his left hand and easily caught the swiftly flying kunai, clutching it with a steady grip. With a wave, he signaled those behind him to stay back. Yet, he was more than a little puzzled. Why had Natsum, that boy, suddenly hurled a kunai at him? Was there something special about this particular kunai? It wasn't until his gaze swept over the weapon that he abruptly noticed a complex and strangely familiar mark carved onto its surface. A mark, one that his old friend Minato had once been renowned for. This is... A shock surged through Fugaku's heart, and he exclaimed in astonishment. But before he could finish his thought, the scene before him blurred, and in an instant, a figure appeared right at his side. Natum grasped the handle of the kunai and drew it back into his own hand. Well, Uncle Fugaku, do you see now? He lifted the kunai slightly, his tone laced with a touch of pride. Seeing this, Fugaku's eyes flashed with sharp understanding. Everything became clear in a heartbeat. At last, he understood why Natum could be so daring, so reckless. So, he had already laid his preparations. And in that same instant, Fugaku realized what choice he himself must make. Letting out a long breath, Fugaku closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled with force, purging the tension from his chest. The next moment, Fugaku's eyes snapped open. The legendary Mangekyo, Sharingan, manifested, swirling with all-encompassing power. In the same instant, a roar of raw chakra burst forth. Immediately, an immense, mighty Susanoo took shape around him. But this Susanoo was not summoned to battle Natum. No, precisely when no one could have anticipated. Fugaku turned the godlike avatar and, with a mighty sweep, hurled a devastating punch toward the two ANBU operatives lurking nearby, crushing them into the ground in a single decisive blow. P.S. To all the most dazzling and beautiful readers, don't just stash away the book. Books that get left to rot might never revive. Also, I humbly beg for your comments and gifs. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. This sudden, astonishing turn of events sent a shockwave through the crowd. No one could comprehend why their usually hesitant and conservative clan leader had transformed so abruptly. So abrupt, in fact, that he acted with unwavering resolve. Without a word of protest, he rebelled outright. Then and there, he struck down the two ANBU sent to keep watch with brutal finality. He left them not a sliver of mercy. The entire clan stood dumbfounded. Even Itachi, at Fugaku's side, was visibly taken aback. He couldn't fathom why his father's resolve had so suddenly shifted, why he would risk everything and make a sacrifice of those ANBU, as if offering a token of his loyalty to the cause. Was this his father's way of severing ties with the Leaf for good? Hadn't he promised to consider the safety of his mother, his brother, and the others still within Konoha? Raising both mighty Susanoo fists, Fugaku only ceased his attack once he was certain both men were beyond saving. To tell the truth, compared to his close friend Minato, compared to that unwavering willingness to sacrifice everything for Konoha, Fugaku knew well that he was not a good clan leader. Still, if he couldn't be a good clan head, perhaps at the very least, he could strive to be a good father. It was precisely because he always worried for his family, worried about Mikoto, Sasuke, and the others' safety, that Fugaku always felt restrained and forced into passive choices at every turn. But now, upon discovering that young Natum had actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, all those worries vanished in an instant. No one understood better than Fugaku the terrifying effectiveness of this S-rank jutsu. Although it wasn't as outright destructive as some of the more offensive forbidden techniques, this was, without a doubt, the most versatile, practical, and difficult S-rank jutsu to master. With the Flying Thunder God in hand, one would be virtually invincible, able to attack up close, pursue from afar, or escape should things go awry. Back in the day, it was thanks to this very technique that Minato earned his legendary title of the Yellow Flash, intimidating the entire ninja world and outshining all others. It was a pity that Minato's life had ended so soon. Otherwise, not to mention just the Uchiha clan, even all of Konoha might never have faced another case of rogue ninja. No wonder Natum was so well informed about Konoha's every move. He'd probably relied on this very technique to hide within Konoha and lazily observe everything from the shadows all along. From this day forward, with this boy's lightning-swift threat hanging over them, the whole ninja world would likely tremble in fear for decades to come. Fugaku didn't bother to dwell on where Natum had learned such a technique. That wasn't important. What mattered was that the boy truly had mastered it. Most important of all, with the Flying Thunder God at their disposal, there was no longer any need to worry about how to rescue the rest of the clan still trapped in the village. He could simply vanish in a flash, and with another instant, reappear and spirit his people away to safety. Thus, freed of the burden of worrying over his family and kin, Fugaku naturally became much more assertive and unyielding. Why bother being timid now? He'd long grown weary of Konoha's management, and he was through enduring it. So, in an act of blatant rebellion, he struck down those two ANBU operatives, using the opportunity to make his stance clear. At this point, if he still hesitated, it would be sheer foolishness. With a long breath, Fugaku withdrew his Susanoo and Mangekyo Sharingan, then turned to look at Natum. "Uncle Fugaku, welcome aboard." Natum called out cheerfully, striding up to him. The elder and the youth exchanged a glance, and in that moment, they understood each other perfectly. "You really are something, you know." That surprise nearly scared me half to death. Fugaku exclaimed with a mixture of awe and delight. Ever since Minato passed, he'd thought no one could ever master the Flying Thunder God again. But seeing it with his own eyes today genuinely shook him. "It's nothing, just an S-rank jutsu after all," Natsum replied with a casual smile, putting on a subtle air of nonchalance. As for this sudden change in Uncle Fugaku's attitude, Natsum was not at all surprised. After all, before coming here today, he had prepared thoroughly for every possibility. The Flying Thunder God technique. This was merely the first act in his performance. If Fugaku still refused to come over to the light, then he'd just have to sample the rest. The tailed beast, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the sage's body, and more. Each would give him a taste of what it truly means to be desperate, to stand in the presence of overwhelming power. Natsum was certain that Fugaku, along with all the other Uchiha ninja here, would soon abandon any thought of resistance and willingly surrender themselves. Yet surprisingly, Fugaku was far more sensible than he expected. Without any fuss, he surrendered on the spot, presenting even his tokens of loyalty without the need for persuasion. Couldn't he at least show a bit of restraint, some dignity as the former head of a noble clan? Oh well, so be it. After all, winning over so many clansmen without a single drop of blood spilled was certainly a good thing. These days, Natsum's flame-hidden village was in desperate need of people. He'd been hoping, against hope, day and night, longing for a chance to infuse the village with new blood. If Konoha had waited any longer to start the war, Natsum was considering just going and snatching people away himself. Of course, even now that Fugaku has changed allegiances, he could not expect to keep his title as clan head. Once they joined the flame-hidden village, at best Fugaku could become an honorary elder, a symbolic guardian of the village. But as for real power, there would be none for him. No, Natsum would not be as foolish as Konoha had. He would not willingly split his authority, nor create another root of all trouble within his own walls. As for Itachi, he had other plans in mind. Natsum, cousin Natsum. Well, look who it is, the double agent. Itachi. Natsum smiled, teasing, "Don't take it to heart. It's been a long time since I saw you. Itachi, you should know that Izumi has missed you terribly." "Is Izumi doing well?" "She's doing just fine." Relieved, Itachi let out a gentle sigh and, glancing at the kunai in Natsum's hand, speculated thoughtfully. "Was that spatial ninjutsu just now?" "Yes, the Flying Thunder God technique. I assume you know of it." "Ido, you actually mastered it." Itachi's mind reeled with shock and amazement. As a member of the ANBU, how could he not have heard of this legendary S-rank jutsu? Back in his day, even his team captain, Kakashi, spoke of the technique with nothing but admiration and awe, longing just for a glance at its secrets. Yet despite being a prodigy, the fourth Hokage's own student, a jonin at the age of 12, even Kakashi had been unable to unlock its mysteries. That alone spoke volumes to how difficult this jutsu truly was to master. "Natsum, who exactly are you?" Waving a hand, Natsum cut off Itachi's questions. "We can talk more later. For now, Uncle Fugaku and I need to go rescue some people. Fuji Nichio, you two, take these clansmen back to the village first." "Yes, sir." A few of Nichio's men stepped forward, answering in unison with great energy and presence. As members of the young chief's personal guard, they were determined not to let the prestige of their own flame-hidden village falter in front of these newly arrived clansmen. At the same time, the moment they heard that Natsum and his father intended to go back and rescue the others, his younger brothers, Itachi's excitement was instant. He quickly declared, "I'm going too." "Cousin, you stay here instead," Natsum instructed him. "Help me look after everyone." After all, if he actually brought along this cousin, so obviously driven by brotherly devotion, there was no telling what kind of trouble or surprises might ensue. Besides, even now, Natsum wasn't entirely sure whether Itachi had truly given up on the leaf or not. At these words, Itachi hesitated, glancing over at his father. In the end, he didn't insist. "Listen up. Everyone behave yourselves. If anyone dares to stir up trouble within our flame-hidden village, don't blame me for forgetting all ties of kinship." With that, Natsum's gaze swept sharply over the assembled Uchiha shinobi, issuing his warning without a hint of politeness. Although the vast majority of Uchiha harbored resentment toward the leaf, Among these clansmen who had previously refused to defect with him, there were likely still a few whose hearts remained with their former village. So, this was a preemptive warning. If anyone did anything reckless after this, Natum wouldn't hesitate to make an example of them. Don't cause any trouble. Obey orders. We're going back to rescue every last clansman, including your families, so don't make things even harder for me. Fugaku added, his voice booming as he reinforced the warning. Yes. The rest of the Uchiha glanced at one another, then quickly voiced their agreement. All right, let's go. Let's move. With those words, Natum took Fugaku's arm, and together they activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, they vanished, swiftly returning to the Leaf Village. After all, at this very moment, the Leaf's forces were marching out, making it the weakest it had ever been. It was the perfect opportunity to bring out the rest of their people. Of course, if this time, there were still those who failed to recognize the situation and refused to leave, Natum would simply let them face the consequences of their own choices. Across the shinobi world, unless an individual's strength was so overwhelming that they could stand alone against tens of thousands, a force of true Kage-level might. For most, war remained a harsh game of intelligence, numbers, and intricate strategy. After all, even Tobirama Senju, the fabled second Hokage, fell in the end, surrounded and outnumbered by Kumo's forces. Though there were all sorts of factors at play in that story, it still clearly showed how vital strategy is in war. With proper coordination, even a dozen elite jonin could feasibly surround and take down an ordinary Kage-level opponent through sheer perseverance. What's more, war between the great hidden villages is never as simple as a straightforward contest of strength. If it were, both sides could just tally up their ninja numbers and compare their ranks. Whoever had less would admit defeat, and that would be that. But where's the sense in fighting then? Therefore, this time, Hiruzen led the team into battle himself, putting everything he had into it. Nearly 1,000 Konoha ninja dashed onward without stopping, pressing on day and night, even tapping into their chakra reserves. They did all this for one purpose, to reach Iwagakure as swiftly as possible, and to catch the enemy completely off guard. They went so far as to supply every ninja with soldier pills, allowing them to quickly restore their chakra as they pushed forward on the march. In this way, the journey from Konoha to Iwagakure, which should have taken just under 3 days, was compressed to barely 2. Before dusk fell on the third day, they had already crossed into the land of Earth, arriving before the gates of Iwagakure. Heavy labor breaths. Even the seasoned Hiruzen, after such a prolonged and exhausting march, showed clear signs of fatigue. He ordered the troop to halt, catching his breath as he did so. Everyone, rest where you are. Barrier unit, set up a concealed barrier. Scout teams, fan out and search for enemy sentries. In 30 minutes, we attack with full force. Hiruzen gave his orders in an orderly, methodical fashion. As a veteran ninja, he certainly had his faults. But when it came to leading troops in battle, he was unmatched. If not for being blindsided by his beloved disciple Orochimaru, meeting an untimely end, Konoha would never have had to thrust that infamous gambler onto the position of Hokage. Lord Hokage, have something to eat. Kakashi came up to him, offering some rations. Clearly, at his advanced age, Hiruzen's digestion couldn't handle too many soldier pills. If they upset his stomach, he might end up with a bout of diarrhea before the battle, and that would be the end of the campaign right there. Kakashi, do you think we're right to launch this war? Hiruzen, chewing on the rations, sighed slightly as he asked. As his own grand disciple, Hiruzen trusted Kakashi deeply. What's more, the Hitaki clan had always been loyal, counted as one of the prestigious ninja families of the village. Of course, he wasn't truly doubting his own decision. It was simply that, on the eve of war, he wanted to talk with someone he trusted. The older you get, the more hollow your heart can feel. Lord Hokage, we have no way out. Kakashi answered honestly. Along the way, they had managed to take down quite a number of Iwagakure scouts, but it was impossible to catch them all. So, even if Konoha were to retreat at this moment, once those surviving scouts made it back, Iwagakure would still learn of Konoha's movements. At that point, what awaited Konoha could well be a second strike from Iwagakure. That would only leave them more vulnerable. Anyway, as far as Kakashi saw it, Konoha now had no path but forward. There was only attack, hurt Iwagakure so badly that they'd have no strength left to fight back. Only then could they retreat with honor. Yes, we truly have no way out. Sarutobi nodded, his resolve hardening even further within. By the way, Lord Hokage, can we really trust the Sand Village? Kakashi pressed. The night before, when Sarutobi had just returned to the village, he'd already learned the news. Sunagakure had agreed to form an alliance with Konoha. Yet he also knew well that his own father, Tsukumo Hatake, had killed Scorpion's parents during the Second Great Ninja War. The hatred and bitterness between the two sides had festered for years, surely not easily resolved. Don't worry. At this point, I'd say Sunagakure has even more reason to hope for victory than we do, Sarutobi replied calmly, his tone reassuring. He'd traveled to Sunagakure in secret to seek an alliance. At the beginning, he'd been met with nothing but resistance, led by Chiyo and the other elder shinobi, who adamantly opposed him. But in the end, once Sarutobi played his trump card, everything changed. The fourth Kazekage himself switched sides immediately, silencing the village and giving his wholehearted agreement to the alliance. And this trump card was strikingly simple. Sarutobi had made an unflinching promise. After this war, half of the spoils will go to Sunagakure, plus an additional 50 million ryo in funding. Such a vast fortune was nothing short of a godsend to Sunagakure, which scraped by in the desert, dirt poor and desperate. And the demands from Konoha weren't even excessive. All they needed was for Sunagakure to offer support in the upcoming war. If Konoha itself came under attack, Sunagakure was only asked to assist in the defense. They wouldn't even have to dispatch troops to fight against Iwagakure. They could simply stay home, wait, and still receive tens of millions, even up to hundreds of millions, in reward. Wasn't that an irresistible deal? Sunagakure had no reason to refuse, and so they gladly accepted. At this, Kakashi let out a respectful gasp, stunned by Sarutobi's daring gamble, especially considering that Konoha's treasury had been repeatedly plundered, and now only about 50 or 60 million ryo remained. Just settling the villagers' protests and preparing for war had already burned through the bulk of their reserves. Where would they find the money to pay Sunagakure such a massive sum? Raise taxes? Borrow from the powerful ninja clans? No matter what route they chose, it would only drag Konoha, already strapped for resources, deeper into hardship. Lord Hokage, can the village really afford it? Sarutobi just shook his head. Then how will we? No need to worry. The money's out there, just waiting for us to claim it, Sarutobi said, lifting his head to gaze in the direction of Iwagakure. From the very beginning, he'd never planned to squeeze money out of his own impoverished shinobi. If he was going to start a war, it would be for Iwagakure's wealth. And with that, not only could he make up for his clan's financial losses, but he could also pay the compensation demanded by the Hidden Sand Village. That, after all, was the real reason he personally led the charge. It was also the source of his confidence in boldly dangling out lucrative offers to tempt the Hidden Sand Village into an alliance. All right, we've had enough rest. Get ready, let's move. Any further delay, and we risk blowing our cover. Everyone go now. Sarutobi brushed the dust from his clothes, stood up, removed the Hokage's hat from his head, and tightened the guard around his wrists. His eyes locked onto Iwagakure, and his command came cold and resolute. The very next instant, countless ninja from the Hidden Leaf surged out, charging straight toward the Hidden Stone Village. A sharp whistle cut through the air. Within the Hidden Leaf, two figures materialized in a blink. Even though the Hidden Leaf had changed the secret codes of its Great Barrier over and over, trying to block all intruders, it was futile for someone like Natum, who had already placed numerous flying thunder god marks around Konoha. The entire village was already his playground. He could come and go as he pleased, whenever he wished. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had traveled thousands of miles, returning instantly to the heart of the Hidden Leaf. Looking around at these familiar surroundings, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. This was true space-time ninjutsu. After all these years, at last, someone from the Uchiha clan had mastered such a formidable technique. Someday, when he descended to the underworld, if he met Minato there, he'd finally have something to boast about. Uncle Fugaku, go to the clan's compound and call everyone together. If there are some who refuse to leave, let them be. The rest, gather at the shrine in 30 minutes, and we'll leave from there. Natum gave swift orders. Bringing Fugaku back was all about leveraging the former clan leader's influence to rally the remaining members. After all, among the survivors, a good many would still follow Fugaku's command. Understood. Fugaku set out immediately. At such a critical moment, he dared not waste a single second. Seeing Fugaku swing into action, Natum didn't sit idle either. He made straight for the sensory unit's barrier control platform, the core of Konoha's protective boundary. After the last incident, Konoha had certainly stepped up surveillance on the whole village through the barrier. Teleporting himself and Fugaku, just the two of them, was unlikely to catch anyone's notice. But if he tried instantaneously relocating hundreds of Uchiha survivors at once, chances were high the sensory unit would pick it up. And the secret of his flying thunder god technique must never be exposed to Konoha. Otherwise, the village would devise countermeasures against it. Therefore, before they left, the barrier control platform had to be destroyed. As the nerve center maintaining the village's entire barrier, the platform's location had always been top secret. Apart from the upper echelon of Konoha and the members of the Yamanaka clan, no one else had the slightest idea where it was located. However, the last time Natum had used Genjutsu to manipulate Koharu Yutane, he had managed to extract nearly all of Konoha's most classified secret from her. Among them was, of course, the location of the Sensory Division's Barrier Control Center. Without delay, Natum set out straight for his target. It was a 6-story building disguised as an inn, not far from the Hokage Tower, just 100 meters or so away. The Barrier Control Center was hidden on the very top floor of this high-rise. Inside, a group of Yamanaka clan shinobi were maintaining and operating the barrier. Now, having arrived, Natum hesitated not for a second. He launched his attack at once. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. In the next instant, a massive ball of crimson fire, as daunting as a small mountain, roared forth. With 1,800 chakra points fueling it, enhanced further by Sage Body, Natum finally unleashed his best practice jutsu with a power that felt truly apocalyptic. It was reminiscent of Madara's majestic Destroyer Flame, a technique that had surpassed the limits, nearly qualifying as a forbidden art in its own right. Calling it a mere fireball no longer did it justice. It was more like a miniature sun. It dwarfed the entire 6-story building, easily engulfing it. A tantôt explosion érupted. Blinding light, like daylight itself, consumed everything, swallowing the whole building in an instant. All the Sensory Division shinobi inside were annihilated on the spot. The Barrier Control Center was utterly destroyed. The grand barrier that cloaked the entire village of Konoha dispersed instantly. From that moment on, Konoha's eyes had been put out completely. Even if the center and the barrier could eventually be rebuilt, it would require enormous amounts of time, manpower, and resources. The intense chakra surge and the sudden, gigantic fireball exploding within the village drew the immediate attention of Konoha's remaining defense forces. The shinobi were startled out of their wits, turning desperately toward the source of the blast. What's going on? What happened? We're under attack. Enemy assault. The Barrier Control Center has been hit by unknown assailants. What? Who could attack us? How many enemies are there? It's a fire-style attack, immensely powerful. There's no way 1 or 2 people could pull this off. It has to be at least an entire squad. A wave of panic swept through the Konoha shinobi as cries of alarm and warnings rang out. One after another, they rushed toward the rising plume of destruction. After all, that fireball's range was ridiculously vast. Terrifyingly so. No matter how you looked at it, it was impossible to believe only 1 or 2 shinobi could unleash such devastation. Therefore, it was all but certain that this attack involved a significant enemy force. Damn it! The Hokage and the others had only just left on their mission, and now the enemy struck? Had someone leaked information? Or had a spy's cover been blown? In an instant, anxiety swept through the ranks of the Konoha shinobi left behind, each heart heavy and uneasy. After all, a village guarded by the Hokage is something entirely different from one without his presence. As for the advisors now responsible for the village's defenses, Hamura Mitokado and Danzo Shimura, well, best not to mention them at all. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, Danzo, who had just been locked in a silent standoff with Hamura, suddenly heard the eruption of explosions and realized the village was under attack once again. Instead of worry, a burst of delight flickered through his eyes. Excellent. My chance has finally come. With Hiruzen away, it's the perfect opportunity for me to prove myself. If I can drive back this wave of attackers and annihilate the enemy, my reputation will surely soar to new heights. Excitement bubbled in Danzo's chest at the unexpected opportunity. Without wasting a moment, he quickly reached behind his back and drew a kunai, preparing to lead his forces into action. Yet, the moment he tried to straighten up, he lost his balance and toppled straight from his wheelchair to the floor. Lying sprawled on the ground, Danzo could only stare at his empty, unresponsive legs, lost in thought. After destroying Konoha's crucial barrier control platform in one decisive strike, Natum didn't linger. He left immediately. The chaos he'd unleashed was more than enough to tie up the village for some time. It also made it far easier for the remaining Uchiha clan members to regroup. As for the village's last reserves of gold, Natum wasn't greedy enough to try for more. After all, unless Hiruzen was a fool, he would certainly have relocated whatever funds remained. And this time, perhaps only Hiruzen himself knew where the new stash had been hidden. So returning to loot the previous 2 vaults was almost pointless now. On the contrary, it would only increase the risk of falling into another trap, a risk not worth taking. Sometimes, one has to know when to be content. Konoha has already been uncommonly generous to me, twice. Let the village catch its breath and recover for a while. The fields need to rest before they can flourish again. There's always next time, after all. Before long, Natum returned to the Uchiha clan's Naka shrine. At this time, under Fugaku's command, all the women, children, and elders who had remained within the village hastily gathered there. Clearly, even now, Fugaku, the former clan head, still commanded a measure of respect from his people. Meanwhile, the sudden gathering of several hundred Uchiha at the shrine did not go unnoticed by Konoha's ANBU. But with most of ANBU's forces already drawn away for the battle against Iwagakure, and now, with the chaos caused by the explosions in the village, most attention was elsewhere. Which meant that, at the moment, only 6 or 7 ANBU operatives were left watching over the Uchiha gathering. Upon arriving, Natum acted with swift precision. Within seconds, he neatly dealt with all the ANBU sentries spying on them. As soon as the remaining Uchiha saw Natum, Yatsushiro eagerly pressed forward, beaming with excitement. Master Natum. Oh, Yatsushiro, are all our people here? Almost everyone is here. Only a small handful still refuse to leave. Don't worry about them. Natum frowned and waved it off, not pressing the issue. In any large clan, there will always be a few stubborn souls who cling to old allegiances, still harboring feelings for Konoha. But that's life. People must pay the price for the choices they make, whether for better or worse. After all, it's their own decision. Of course, the number unwilling to leave is just a dozen or so. Hardly enough to matter. With that, Natum swept his gaze around the crowd. Only then did he realize Fugaku was missing. Yashiro, where's Uncle Fugaku? Yashiro hesitated. The captain said there's an ancestral stone tablet in the shrine basement that's extremely important. He's probably down there digging it up right now. Natsum's lips curled in wry amusement. Go, tell him to come out this instant. Forget about that ridiculous tablet. He scowled, urging Yashiro to act at once. That so-called tablet, thanks to that devoted son Black Zetsu, had long since been rewritten into some mother-saving fairy tale. Strangely enough, not a single member of the Uchiha clan ever questioned it. Is blind faith in one's ancestors really so absolute? It was truly unbelievable. At Natsum's command, Yashiro dashed into the shrine to hurry Fugaku along. At the same moment, Natsum caught sight of Mikoto, Uchiha, and little Sasuke off to the side. Right now, Sasuke was hiding behind his mother, peeking out shyly at Natsum. After all, as far as he could remember, this cousin always seemed to find reasons to rough him up, though never too harshly, and there'd always be sweets as compensation after the fact. Even so, Sasuke had grown to both admire and fear this cousin of his, and didn't quite dare approach him. From Natsum's point of view, how could he possibly let such a golden opportunity pass? After all, this was none other than the second pillar, the latest vessel for Indra's chakra, and one of Destiny's chosen protagonists. If he didn't take advantage of this while Sasuke was still young, there'd be no chance once the boy grew up. Hello, Aunt Mikoto. Natsum greeted her politely. Thinking back to his days in Konoha, besides Aunt Hazuki, it was Mikoto who often looked out for him. Natsum was not one to forget such kindness. You're such a brave child, but truly thank you. If not for you, Itachi might have fallen into darkness beyond return. Mikoto expressed her heartfelt gratitude. True to her traditional Japanese homemaker ways, she'd always put family first and followed Fugaku's lead. Yet she knew very well, without Natsum's intervention, Fugaku might still be tormented by daily struggles and pain, and Itachi could well have been overwhelmed with guilt, never to break free. Oh, that's right. Sasuke, come say hello to your cousin. I remember you two used to play together all the time, didn't you? Mikoto Uchiha gently pulled Sasuke out from behind her and gave him a few words of advice. Good evening, Natsum. Sasuke stammered his greeting, his face filled with reluctance. At only 7 years old, he had no idea about the danger surrounding them at that moment, nor did he understand what his father and Natsum were really up to. Hey there. Evening, second pillar. Natsum replied cheerfully, his heart full of amusement. If only he had a camera to capture this scene. If a decade or so from now, Sasuke could see himself like this, surely the cool-headed young man he'd become would be mortified with embarrassment. Just imagining it made Natsum want to laugh. But right at that moment, from within the shrine, Fugaku and Yatsushiro emerged together. Now, the former clan head Fugaku was, incredibly, carrying the entire stone tablet from the basement on his back, having pried it loose himself. One had to wonder, if the ancestors of the Uchiha clan could witness this, would they leap up in fury and thrash the wayward descendant then and there? Regardless, now that the deed was done, Natsum wasn't about to dwell on it any further. Consider it a keepsake, something to take with them as a memento. And perhaps, in the future, it could serve as evidence. Undeniable proof of the absurdity and flaws of the Eye of the Moon plan. All right, let's get moving. If we dawdle any longer, the other ninja from Konoha will show up soon. Natum urged. Without delay, Fugaku took charge, instructing everyone to join hands and prepare for transfer. It took only a short while. With everyone ready, Natum activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in the blink of an eye, the entire group vanished from sight. To teleport nearly 400 people across 1,000 kilometers, from Konoha all the way to Hidden Flame Village, in one go was no easy feat. This was even more taxing for Natum than using the Flying Thunder God technique 400 times alone. If not for his acquisition of the Sage Body, multiplying his chakra 50-fold, he might not have endured the strain. Even so, it still took a solid half of his chakra reserves to pull it off. The instant they arrived at Hidden Flame Village, the clan members around Natum were shocked and bewildered. Yet, being from a ninja family, everyone adapted quickly. With Fugaku and the elders calming the crowd, order was soon restored. From there, Natum entrusted the responsibility of receiving and settling the newcomers to several of the clan elders. Although these elders weren't quite as powerful or respected as Fugaku, they had all fought in the previous Shinobi World War in their youth, were at least on Jonin level, and every one of them possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan. Over the past month, they had ably managed civilian affairs, and their contributions to the development of Hidden Flame Village had been substantial. They were all worthy of trust, capable, respected, and dependable, qualities they possessed in abundance. With them around, settling these newly joined clan members wouldn't pose much of a problem. But most importantly, Natum had other pressing matters to attend to next, leaving him with no time to handle these mundane affairs. Still, as always, should anyone be so reckless as to stir up trouble in Flame Hidden Village, no matter whether they carry the Uchiha name or not, Natum would show no mercy. Very soon, he sat down cross-legged, gulping down a handful of chakra-restoring pills. Once his chakra was fully replenished, Natum sprang into action again. Once more, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash, he traveled directly from Flame Hidden Village to just outside IWA Hidden Village. How could he possibly miss such a grand spectacle? A fierce battle between Konoha and IWA? In this mayhem, it was the perfect chance for him to fish in troubled waters and reap the spoils as a bystander. After all, it had been nearly a month since he last paid a visit. By now, the prized vegetable that was IWA Hidden Village should have grown plump, just in time for another harvest from his sickle. Meanwhile, as night set in, inside the Tsuchikage building of IWA Hidden Village, the aging third Tsuchikage, Inoki, sat at his desk, poring over endless documents. Lately, the wind seemed to be picking up across the shinobi world. The Uchiha's defection from Konoha, the attack on his own IWA Hidden Village, and the coup in Kirigakure. Not only did these events send constant ripples across the surface of the ninja world, but they also set Inoki's heart on edge. He couldn't shake the feeling that something big was brewing. Yet no matter how deep he dug, there were simply no leads to grasp, and he had no choice but to let it be for now. There was at least some good news. His son, Kuratsuchi, thanks to the village's relentless treatments, had recovered more than half his strength in the past month. Another month, and he should make a full recovery, with no lasting damage, something to be thankful for. On the other hand, his granddaughter and beloved apprentice, Deidara, those two rascals had grown increasingly unruly, especially Deidara, ever since he lost to that mysterious opponent wielding the Sharingan. Lately, he'd gone to great lengths to boost his mental resistance, pestering the few genjutsu users in the village for daily sparring, turning the place into a chaotic uproar, with complaints pouring in everywhere. Thankfully, Inoki suffered only from a bad back and not from any heart problems, or he would have been driven to his grave by now. Still, credit where it's due, Deidara's talent and drive were truly exceptional. Otherwise, Inoki never would have accepted him as his final disciple. Just then, as Inoki sighed, rubbing his aching back, suddenly, an Umbu ninja burst into his office, reporting anxiously. Report to Lord Tsuchikage. We've spotted a team of foreign ninja 2 kilometers southeast of the village. Suspected to be a reconnaissance squad from the Leaf Village. They're acting suspiciously. Inoki was startled for a moment, then immediately burst out in anger, swearing loudly. The Leaf? A recon team? Are they planning to attack us already? We haven't even settled old scores yet, and those damned Leaf ninja dare to come at us? Clearly, Inoki's heart was seething with fury toward the Hidden Leaf. But at this crucial moment, he forced down his anger and assessed the situation calmly. No, something's off. If it were the main force from the Leaf, there's no way they could get here so quickly. Our spies and scouts inside the leaf surely would have given us some warning. How many are there? The Umbu ninja replied. More than 5, but fewer than 10. Then it's probably not a main assault force, just a scouting party the leaf sent to spy on us. Still, for them to sneak all the way to our doorstep. What nerve. If we don't teach them a harsh lesson, they'll start thinking a Wagakure is an easy target. Pass my orders. Have the 3rd and 5th Guard Squads join up with the 7th and 11th Umbu teams. Move out together. Try your best to capture the whole recon squad alive. If necessary, use deadly force. And above all, if anything unexpected happens, your top priority is to fall back immediately and bring word of the situation. The thought of his son Kitsuchi, still bedridden, and the heavy losses to the village treasury made Inoki's rage flare again. He issued his orders with ruthless determination. He was set on wiping out this Leaf reconnaissance squad. And through this, he could probe for the Leaf village's intentions as well. Naturally, to be thorough, he dispatched not just 2 guard squads, but also 2 Umbu teams, nearly 30 shinobi in total. That way, even if things went sideways, they'd have enough manpower to cover each other's retreat. All in all, Inoki didn't really believe that the Leaf, having just gone through the Uchiha clan's defection, would have the nerve to start a full-scale war while still weakened. With the orders given, the 3rd Tsuchikage no longer felt especially anxious. After all, as long as it wasn't a massive attack from the Leaf, it didn't amount to much. Not long after, as a clear, lively voice rang out, a spirited young girl burst through the doors to the Tsuchikage's office. Grandpa, what are you doing here, you little rascal? Grandpa's busy right now. Inoki chided her playfully, but inside, he was secretly delighted. She was, after all, his most cherished granddaughter. Without hesitation, he set aside the paperwork in his hands, preparing to lift Kuratsuchi onto his lap for a proper cuddle. Unfortunately, just then, there was a sudden sharp crack from his lower back. Instantly, Inoki's expression turned grim. Grandpa, did you twist your back again? I've told you not to sit here all day. It's bad for your waist. Kuratsuchi tiptoed over on her long legs, springing lightly to the side of Inoki. She gently tapped her grandfather Inoki's lower back while scolding him with a laugh. Everyone in the Hidden Stone Village knew about Grandpa's bad back. Otherwise, her father, Kitsuchi, wouldn't have ended up as his only child. My dear granddaughter, be gentle, be gentle. Inoki clung to the wooden table, grimacing with pain. If Kuratsuchi kept tapping like this, he worried his back might truly give out. By the way, where's that brat Deidara? You mean Brother Deidara? He's still training to build up a resistance against Jinjutsu. He hasn't practiced ninjutsu with us in ages. Kuratsuchi puffed out her cheeks with annoyance. She could understand why her so-called genius of a brother pushed himself so hard after that devastating defeat last time. But lately, he'd taken things to the extreme, training day and night, barely stopping for a breath. It wouldn't be a surprise if he just keeled over one day. On the flip side, with Deidara absorbed in his Jinjutsu resistance training, he had barely caused any explosions around the village for the past month. Peace, for once, had finally returned to their home. For that, Inoki had even granted Deidara's special permission to move back from outside the village. That boy, let him make his own mess. Failing once might not be such a bad thing after all. By the way, dear granddaughter, what brings you here? I was looking for Akatsuchi. Grandpa, isn't he with you? Kuratsuchi glanced around curiously, but there was no sign of Akatsuchi. As both Inoki's disciple and his personal guard, Akatsuchi was usually somewhere around the Tsuchikage's office. Akatsuchi? He just left on a mission. This late? What kind of mission? A squad of Konoha scouts showed up outside the village. I sent Akatsuchi and his team to check it out. Hopefully they can capture them alive for a little interrogation. Kuratsuchi paused, her face showing surprise. Konoha? Scouts. Are the Leaf Ninja attacking? Inoki eased himself back into his seat, keeping his hand on his back, and reassured her with a smile. It shouldn't be anything serious. Just 5 or 6 reconnaissance shinobi, not worth worrying about. But what if? What if what? What if those ninjas are just bait, and the main force from Konoha is lying in wait right behind them? Wouldn't Brother Akatsuchi and the others be walking straight into a trap? If it were up to me, that's exactly what I'd do. Otherwise, why would those Leaf Ninjas reveal themselves so easily? Inoki replied, no, it won't be that much of coincidence. Konoha doesn't have the energy to launch a full-scale war right now. If they did, they wouldn't have relied on the Akatsuki to stage a surprise attack last time. Besides, they've still got the Hidden Flame village holding them by the throat. Beads of sweat gathered on Inoki's forehead. He stammered, trying to comfort himself. He was, after all, an old relic of a Wagakure. Having endured through 3 great ninja wars, he was indeed seasoned, with keen insight and judgment. Yet, It was precisely his extensive experience that clouded his judgment now. After all, in his eyes, all these years, Konoha had never initiated an assault. Through the 3 great ninja wars, Konoha had always fought defensively. Even the first and second Hokage, who were once legends renowned throughout the land, had never started a war. Let alone the current Hokage Sarutobi, who was now advanced in years. He would hardly dare to lead a campaign of aggression, would he? Of course, there was also the matter of inadequate intelligence. If only he had known that, half a month ago, Konoha had suffered yet another attack, and had even mistakenly believed it was the work of a Wagakure, Inoki would never have been so dismissive at this moment. Grandpa, right or wrong, you can't risk the lives of Akatsuchi and the others like this. If this is truly happening, the whole village is in danger. Upon hearing this, Inoki's face darkened more still. Thinking on it carefully, his granddaughter wasn't wrong. At a moment like this, gambling simply wasn't an option, even if the odds were 1 in a million or 1 in 10 million. If he lost such a gamble, it would spell utter disaster for a Wagakure. I misjudged. Hurry, go home at once. Take care of your father. Leave the rest to your grandpa. Urging her along, Inoki ushered Kuratsuchi out of the Tsuchikage's office. Then, without another word, he pressed the alarm button beneath his desk. A piercing alarm soon rang out, echoing through the whole of a Wagakure. One household after another, those about to sleep or already deep in dreams, were jarred fully awake. The level 1 battle alert of a Wagakure had sounded. This was the signal that a large force of enemy ninja was invading. At the same time, about 2 kilometers southeast of a Wagakure, atop a rocky outcropping, a brutal, one-sided slaughter was underway. Over 100 elite Konoha shinobi were besieging 30 Iwagakure ninjas. There was no doubt, these 30 were the squad Inoki himself had dispatched, meant to wipe out Konoha's recon team. But what they couldn't have known, this was no small reconnaissance unit lying in wait. It was a main force. 30 of them marched straight into an ambush, and in a heartbeat, the Konoha army engulfed them completely. Hokage-sama, the target has been eliminated. Kakashi appeared in front of Sarutobi, swiftly delivering his report. Excellent. Well done. A faint spark of satisfaction flickered in Sarutobi's heart, though his face remained composed as he gave his approval. This was Konoha's first offensive, a move Sarutobi would never make rashly. For if he did rush in blindly, even a victory would come at too great a cost. Therefore, well before their departure, Sarutobi had assembled Nara Shikaku and the rest of the so-called black-hearted think tank to draft several battle plans. Their aim was to achieve the greatest possible victory with minimal casualties. At this moment, luring out these 30 Iwagakure shinobi and annihilating them entirely was, after all, only the appetizer. Having just wiped out this first group of enemy ninja, a Konoha scout hurried back to report. Hokage-sama, Iwagakure has sounded the alarm. It seems they've already discovered us. So soon? That old fox Inoki really is sharp. But Shikaku and his team should be in position as well by now. Clear the battlefield. Time to move on to Plan B. Sarutobi issued his order in a deep, resolute voice. This time, no matter what, he was determined to take a hefty bite out of a Wagakure, one that they'd never forget. Meanwhile, outside the Iwagakure stronghold, to the south, about 100 meters away behind a massive boulder, roughly 20 Konoha shinobi lay in hiding. Leading them was none other than the man known as the Toad Sage, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya had 3 summoned toads helping him cast a powerful auxiliary barrier that shielded their presence and chakra, concealing everyone within and allowing them to evade a Wagakure's patrolling scouts again and again. As the vanguard spearhead squad of the battle, their ambush here was no accident. They had a special mission waiting. But for now, the time wasn't quite right. They'd have to wait patiently a little longer. Lord Jiraiya, the alarm inside a Wagakure just went off. Have they discovered us? No, I don't think so, Jiraiya replied with quiet certainty. He trusted in the power of his barrier. Unless someone of the 3rd Tsuchikage's level approached, the chances of being detected were slim. And besides, within a Wagakure, there weren't any bloodline abilities like the Byakugan that excelled at detection. So what should we do? We keep waiting, Jiraiya said, suppressing the restless urge in his chest as he remained hidden. Whether he liked war or hated it, he knew as a Konoha shinobi on this battlefield, he could not afford to fail. He was painfully aware. If they failed now, it wouldn't just be his own life on the line, but the lives of the 20 teammates behind him, and possibly even the outcome of the entire war. Not even a minute after the alarms began blaring, the air suddenly erupted. Deep, thunderous blasts rang out alongside dazzling, explosive bursts of ninjutsu from the western side of Iwagakure. The chaos carried with it the cries and screams of battle, signaling that a violent assault had just erupted in the distance. Jiraiya held his squad steady, still biding their time, perfectly still. He knew very well that the attack was led by Konoha's strategist, Shikaka Nara, commanding the second unit, a force of nearly 200 Konoha shinobi. This was all part of a meticulously prepared Konoha plan. First, if they wiped out Iwagakure's reconnaissance squad and the enemy still failed to notice, Konoha's main forces would surge forward en masse and launch a direct assault on Iwagakure. Second, should their actions be detected, they would immediately shift to Plan B. Under Plan B, Shikaku's second unit would launch a fierce assault from the west, tearing open Iwagakure's Grand Barrier and luring the bulk of the enemy defenses to the western side of the village. Then, the main force under Sarutobi's command would break through from the southeast in a frontal push, like a heavy hammer crashing down, driving straight toward the Tsuchikige's building, making it look as though they aimed to annihilate Iwagakure in one fell swoop. In short, tonight, the flames of war would, without a doubt, engulf the entire Iwagakure. At that very moment, as the barrier to the west was violently torn apart and explosions of battle erupted into the night, Inoki, who hovered above the Tsuchikige's office, was struck by sudden realization. Damn it, Konoha really is attacking us. Bastards. Have they no shame? I haven't even settled the score with them over last time. Cursing under his breath, Inoki wasted no time issuing orders. He began mobilizing forces to resist the invasion and directing villagers to swiftly evacuate. Whatever happened, he could not let Iwagakure be destroyed on his watch. Of course, ever since he was effortlessly lured away from the village the last time, Inoki had learned his lesson. This time, he stayed firmly in the Tsuchikige building, refusing to rush to the western front, wary of falling into another trap. But as he watched the fires on the west side grow fiercer by the second, his heart twisted with worry and distress. In the past, invading another village always felt so thrilling. Now, his own home was under attack. The shoe was on the other foot. Suddenly, the whole affair was agonizing. He had to split his forces, some to repel the enemy, others to help ordinary villagers escape. Every task demanded twice the manpower. Meanwhile, the enemy moved with ruthless efficiency, free of any such concern. A single ninjutsu could flatten several buildings, causing heavy casualties. It filled him with a bitter, impotent anger. Now, Inoki could only regret. Why hadn't he stopped Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki, and Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki, when they left the village? Why hadn't he found and brought them back? It was only because of all those so-called political squabbles and grudges. Now, with Kuratsuchi wounded, aside from himself, there wasn't a single shinobi of Kaga-level strength left in the village. If only, even one Jinchuriki were here to hold the western front, they could have pinned down the enemy and bought desperately needed time. They wouldn't be in such a hopeless, passive situation now. The fierce battle on the western edge of the Hidden Stone village raged on. Although the alarm had been sounded more than a minute in advance, jolting many of the village's shinobi awake. The warning came too late. Many hadn't even managed to get their pants on. Some, frozen in terror, still hadn't regained their senses, paralyzed on the spot. Meanwhile, the Leafs' assault was aggressive, their forces breaking through with unstoppable momentum. In no time at all, heavy casualties were inflicted upon the Hidden Stone village. To maximize the effect, the 200-strong Leaf second unit had deliberately scattered hundreds of shadow clones, launching feints from every direction. They crafted the illusion that an elite force of over 1,000 was launching a full-scale assault on the western front. This led Inoki, the Tsuchikige, to misjudge the situation. He urgently redirected more and more shinobi to the west to counter the supposed main force. Before long, over half of the village's able fighters had been funneled to the western side. Thus, after several minutes of relentless setbacks and the loss of over 100 lives, the Hidden Stone forces, under Inoki's shrewd command, finally managed to stabilize their faltering defense. Their numerical advantage gradually began to push back the Leafs' second unit. After all, with just over 200, facing off against 1,000 enemies was no easy feat. But right then, a deafening explosion erupted from the southeast, a surge of fire lighting up the sky. Inoki was so startled he nearly jumped. The Leafs' true main force, the first unit, had entered the field, and the attack was even more ferocious than before. The 8 gates technique, 5th gate, gate of limit open, 5 elements bullet barrage, lightning blade, Guy, ablaze with an emerald aura, Sarutobi unleashing cataclysmic, multi-element jutsu, and Kakashi wielding an S-rank lightning release technique. The 3 of them charged at the forefront, tearing through the southeast's flimsy defenses in an instant. None could stand against them. The advance was unstoppable. In particular, the green glowing beast wreaked havoc like a force of nature. Any stone ninja caught in his path was battered or killed in a heartbeat, without exception. The rest of the hidden stone shinobi watched in horror, overwhelmed by dread, unable to muster the courage to face them. For all its reputation as the strongest of the 5 great hidden villages, it had to be admitted, the average leaf ninja was a cut above the rest. Especially now, the attacked village was thrown into chaos, most of its fighters drawn to defend the west, leaving the southeast defenseless. Witnessing this, and seeing the third Hokage himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Inoki was suddenly hit with the truth. The Leaf's western force had been a feint all along. The real assault was coming from the southeast. Their aim was to lure him into redeploying Hidden Stone's defenses, creating just the opening they needed to smash deep into the heart of the village in a single, decisive blow. To destroy the Tsuchikige's headquarters. To break the village's very backbone. Leaf, Sarutobi Hiruzen, curse you! Inoki let out a roar, so loud it felt as if his teeth might shatter from a force. He simply couldn't believe it. Konoha, which had never shown any signs of aggression before, would strike with such deceit, so underhanded, so ruthless. Trap after trap, each one more poisonous than the last. At the same time, a sharp, sickening jolt shot through Inoki's lower back as he twisted in rage. But in this critical moment, he had no time to care about the pain. He hurriedly called his men to rally, ordering them to intercept Konoha's main forces before they could break through. He would not, must not, allow them to infiltrate the heart of the village. It was sheer luck he had chosen to stay here as a precaution, rather than being lured to the western front. Had he gone, Konoha's sinister plot really would have succeeded. The battle raged on. Konoha's offensive was truly overwhelming. In merely 10 minutes, they advanced over a kilometer, cutting down hundreds of Iwagakure shinobi. Konoha's own losses? Barely 50 or 60 men. For an assault on an enemy's stronghold. Such results were nothing short of remarkable. This was, after all, the home of Iwagakure itself. With less than 1,000 troops, Konoha faced several thousand enemy shinobi and still dealt such heavy blows, a feat truly impressive. Of course, much of this came down to the element of surprise, and the sheer ferocity of Konoha's elite forces, allowing them to seize the advantage at every turn. Before long, just as Konoha's shinobi were on the verge of storming into the depths of Iwagakure, preparing to topple the Tsuchikige's tower, the very symbol of the village's spirit, the third Tsuchikige, Inoki himself, led his personal guard and ANBU into the fray. One had to admit, for all of Konoha's relentless assault, Inoki was nobody to be underestimated. Setting aside his unique Keki Toda dust release, his overall strength was not far behind that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In fact, when he wielded dust release, he might even have held a slight edge. But Hiruzen Sarutobi was hardly a pushover, either, though age had dulled his prowess compared to his prime. If he truly unleashed his trump card jutsu and fought with his life on the line, the outcome would be anyone's guess. Moreover, Hiruzen himself had admitted to having witnessed Inoki's dust release in action. This alone proved that, in previous Great Ninja Wars, the two had certainly crossed paths in battle. As leaders of their respective villages, if ever they met on the battlefield, taking out the enemy commander would deliver a devastating blow in both strategy and morale. So neither Sarutobi nor Inoki would ever hold back when facing each other. Each was determined to kill the other, no mercy shown. Yet to this day, both still lived on, proof enough that the gap between their abilities could not have been very wide. Of course, it could very well be that Inoki had been forced to flee in defeat, when confronted by Hiruzen at the height of his power, with only his pride dragging behind him. After all, with the power of the flying technique and the long-range, wide-area instant kill jutsu known as particle style, Inoki was untouchable. If he wanted to leave, there was no one in the shinobi world at that time who could keep him here. But this time, things were different. Right behind Inoki was the very heart of his own village, the Tsuchikige Tower, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you bastard. Are you trying to start another great ninja war? As he unleashed his jutsu, Inoki hurled curses with reckless abandon. One after another, towering rock monsters, formed by the formidable earth-style, ultra-added weight technique, erupted from the ground, joining the fray to block the advancing Konoha forces. You're the ones looting in chaos. Yours is the crime that cries out for punishment. Enough with the words. Today, we'll wipe you and Iwagakure from the face of the earth. Sarutobi roared, his voice thunderous. The image of Koharu's tragic death, the memories of all the fallen Konoha shinobi. These thoughts stoked the rage burning within him. He had no patience for Inoki's games now. Combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. Combined ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Ninjutsu, Shadow, Shuriken Clone. Summoning Jutsu, Monkey King Inma. From Sarutobi and his shadow clones, a barrage of chakra-infused, highly refined combined jutsu surged forth, engulfing a vast swath of the battlefield in an instant. Dozens of Iwagakure houses were leveled in the blink of an eye. Don't be fooled by Sarutobi's gentle indecision within the walls of his own village. In battle, he showed no mercy. If he had ever hesitated on the battlefield, he would never have survived this long. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have a death wish. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Watching his enemies run rampant, the casualties mounting among his people, Inoki nearly lost his mind. He cast aside all restraint and unleashed his bloodline's ultimate technique, the particle style, desperate to cripple this wave of Konoha shinobi. One had to admit, when Inoki truly lost his temper, he became a terrifying force. That particle style, which could obliterate almost anything in its path, swept cleanly through the field, claiming the lives of several Konoha shinobi with a single motion. Granted, using a jutsu of such destructive power in his own village risked harming innocents. But in a moment so critical, there was no time for such concerns. And so, Inoki alone managed to forcibly halt more than half of Konoha's ferocious onslaught. This brought a measure of joy to his heart. After all, he could see it clearly now. The number of Konoha shinobi in this surprise attack was not great, certainly fewer than 1,000. If only he could hold out against this wave, then pull back his forces from the western flank, he might just turn the tables. He might even be able to wipe out Konoha's forces entirely. But just then, a sudden change among the Konoha ranks left Inoki completely stunned. Right before his eyes, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, who had been fighting with unmatched ferocity, suddenly ceased his assault. He immediately led the Konoha ninja to begin their retreat. There was not a hint of hesitation and no unnecessary delay. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas withdrew, covering each other as they pulled back from Iwagakure, steadily making their way out of the village. All that remained behind was chaos, ruins scattered everywhere, broken walls and shattered stones. Seeing Konoha's decisive withdrawal left Inoki momentarily stunned. After all, if he could just buy a little more time and let Iwagakure's main force surround them, the Konoha main force would have no way to escape, even if they grew wings. But now, the enemy had simply left, just like that. Konoha is retreating? Could it be that they saw through my plans? No, whether they did or not doesn't matter anymore. I absolutely cannot let Konoha get away so easily. Inoki fumed inwardly, his face dark with anger. They came when they pleased, left when they pleased, and inflicted such heavy losses on his village. If Konoha were truly allowed to slip away without punishment, then Iwagakure's credibility would be ruined. And as for his own position as Tsuchikage, he may as well give it up. No matter what, Konoha must pay for what they've done. Blinded by fury, Inoki didn't hesitate a second longer. He instantly rallied his men, leading a group of Iwagakure ninja to pursue the retreating Konoha forces. He had considered the possibility. It might be Konoha's classic ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. But with the village already half destroyed, there really wasn't much more to lose. Besides, it was unlikely that Konoha still had any units in hiding. If he could take a force of several thousand Iwagakure ninja and completely wipe out Konoha's main force and the third Hokage, Sarutobi, then it would be a victory well worth any risk. He might even gain enough to offset today's losses. How could Inoki not be tempted? Meanwhile, just outside Iwagakure, behind an inconspicuous rock to the south, Jiraiya and his team, who had been lying in wait, finally saw their moment arrive. How's the situation? Reporting in, Lord Jiraiya. Lord Shikakanara's unit has already withdrawn from the west. In the southeast, the Hokage's unit is also in full retreat. But there's a massive Iwagakure pursuit force behind them, at least 3,000 strong. A Hyuga clan ninja from the branch family was standing watch, Byakugan activated, scanning the distant horizon as he reported swiftly. Jiraiya asked, "Can you see who's leading the Iwagakure pursuit? It's hard to make out, but that person's not very tall, and they're actually flying in the air." At this, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. Flying in the air? That must be Inoki. Just as expected, Sarutobi-sensei and the others really managed to lure the third Tsuchikage out. Excellent. It's our turn now. All forces prepare to move. Remember, if you encounter enemy ninjas, strike quickly and silently. Do not let yourself get distracted or drawn into a fight. We must not be exposed. Yes, sir. At the sound of a command, the spearhead squad, led by Jiraiya, sprang into action. Every member vanished from sight, plunging once more into the heart of Iwagakure. 2 days earlier, right before the Konoha army set out, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had called Jiraiya aside for a confidential talk. Jiraiya, do you know why I've chosen to spark this war? Is it so you can gather material in Iwagakure? Bah, do you ever take anything seriously at a time like this? Hiruzen shot him a reproachful glare. Is it for Lady Koharu? Or, that's part of it, perhaps. But the greatest reason is still for the future of the village. I'm getting older, and my strength is nothing like what it once was. Although Konoha still leads the 5 great shinobi villages, our reputation is nowhere near what it used to be. The recent Uchiha defection was just the spark, one that has drawn Iwagakure's greedy eyes to us. The fact that they're even willing to unleash a tailed beast says it all. That's why I'm determined to act now, while I can still fight. To launch an offensive, to wrest 10, even 20 years of peace for Konoha's future. Hiruzen let out a weary sigh, but in his eyes blazed the unstoppable will of fire. Sensei, Sarutobi. Jiraiya felt a jolt in his heart as he looked at the teacher who once shared his mischievous peeks into the women's bathhouse, a teacher now aged and shrouded in the shadow of twilight. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow inside. Jiraiya, in starting this war, I never asked for the feudal lord's approval. Whatever the outcome, even if I do make it back alive, I'll surely have to answer for this one day. When that time comes, I'll shoulder all the blame, bear whatever punishment they see fit, and resign my post myself. Jiraiya, after that, I'm leaving the village in your hands. Jiraiya was taken aback once again, and hurriedly declined, stammering. But I'm not Hokage material. You know better than anyone what kind of person I am, Sensei. And besides, if it comes down to a choice, wouldn't capable Tsunade be more suitable than carefree me? To love and lose, to trust and be betrayed, to teach and see those students fall or rebel. This was the tragic rhythm of Jiraiya's life. Though he'd earned himself fame as one of the legendary Sannin, deep down, Jiraiya could never accept himself. He considered himself a failure. In his eyes, Hokage represented an ideal far beyond his reach, and he never had the confidence to assume that mantle. Not that becoming Hokage would ever mean he could openly chase power and pleasure. For a man of taste. After all, what thrill lies in the open, compared to the forbidden rush of peeking from the shadows? Jiraiya, do you really think only a Hokage can protect Konoha? It doesn't matter if it's you or Tsunade who inherits the Hokage's will. In short, I'm leaving Konoha's future in your hands. Please protect it well for me. Hiruzen spoke with solemn earnestness. Perhaps, in his younger days, he too had been enamored by power and made his share of mistakes. But now, at this age, the thing he could never let go of was still the village. Jiraiya ran his hand over his shock of white hair, lips pursed. All right, I will. But, Sensei Sarutobi, don't make it sound like you're giving your last will and testament. Before leading his elite strike team back into the shadows of Iwagakure, Jiraiya couldn't help but glance once more to the southeast. Clearly, his mission had been set from the very beginning. No matter if it was Plan A, Plan B, or the subsequent Plan C, D, E, and F, they all boiled down to just 2 objectives. First, cripple Iwagakure as much as possible, wipe out their active forces. Second, lure out as many of their shinobi as possible, creating a golden opportunity for Jiraiya's team to raid Iwagakure's treasury. That's the reality of war. Glory aside, you also hope to walk away with some spoils. For this war, Konoha had practically staked everything, even their last reserves. If they couldn't make a huge gain from Iwagakure, then even if victory was theirs, Konoha's own finances might collapse in the aftermath. That was why this elite strike team had been brought together, and why someone as skilled as Jiraiya was put in charge. To seize this perfect chance to drain Iwagakure's coffers dry. To this end, Hiruzen didn't hesitate to step onto the battlefield himself, using his own life as bait to lure Inoki and most of Iwagakure's shinobi far from the village. Even if it meant that he and his men would be hunted down by over 3,000 IWA shinobi. And that danger clung to them at every turn, death hanging just a breath away. But as long as the treasury of Iwagakure could be emptied, their risk would be handsomely rewarded, a victory on all fronts. Risk and reward, 2 sides of the same coin. Konoha's plan might not have been all that sophisticated, but the timing was right, and Iwagakure had been thoroughly rattled by the fighting. And so, the plan worked brilliantly. The vast majority of Iwagakure's shinobi were now off pursuing Inoki, leaving the village itself in utter chaos after the recent clash. Wounded lay everywhere. Desperate villagers clamored for help at every turn. The few remaining IWA ninja were stretched thin, racing from one emergency to the next, searching for the trapped, tending to the injured, clearing away wreckage. No one even noticed as a fully camouflaged squad of Konoha's finest slipped back into the village, moving with silent speed towards Iwagakure's treasury. Along the way, a handful of sharp-eyed IWA shinobi did catch a trace of their presence. But up against one Kaga-level leader and 20 elite jonin, these rare observers were dispatched in a heartbeat. They never even had time to raise the alarm. And so, Jiraiya and his team made their way towards the heart of Iwagakure, encountering little to no resistance along the way. Thanks to the long-term infiltration of Konoha spies like Nanoyu and Kabuto within Iwagakure, they had managed to uncover nearly every detail of the village's internal layout. With the guidance of their detailed map, Jiraiya and his companions quickly arrived at the location of their target, the treasury. The treasury sat deep within Iwagakure, behind the Tsuchikige's tower, completely untouched by any attacks and perfectly preserved. However, one thing was obvious. Around the treasury's attic, nearly 20 Iwagakure ninja stood guard. The weakest among them were Chunin, while 5 of them boasted even Jonin-level strength. Each guard's position was carefully planned. They covered each other flawlessly, leaving not a single blind spot, and all but eliminating the possibility of a stealthy approach. Clearly, having suffered a loss before, Iwagakure was now fanatical in the defense of their treasury. Geez, does everyone in Iwagakure just love hoarding money? The whole village is in chaos. Yet they're still guarding their treasury this tightly. There's no way we can slip in quietly like this. It seems we'll have to force our way through. Jiraiya frowned and sighed to himself. If possible, he really wanted to avoid a frontal assault, because if they were exposed, their entire squad would be plunged into grave danger. Lord Jiraiya, let me handle this. At that moment, a calm and determined female voice sounded. Kurenai Yuhi stepped forward from the team. Her long, jet-black hair framed a pair of enchanting crimson eyes. Right now, this beautiful master of genjutsu from Konoha was volunteering for the task. Despite being a woman, she showed no fear on the battlefield, embodying the true spirit of a shinobi. Are you confident? I can give it a try, Kurenai answered solemnly. Among these 20 elite ninja, she was the only special jonin, and by rank alone, almost at the bottom. But as one of the rare genjutsu prodigies of Konoha, Kurenai, only 22, had attained remarkable mastery in illusion techniques. It was even said she was about to surpass Hiruzen Sarutobi and claim the title of Konoha's foremost genjutsu master, setting the Uchiha aside, of course. So, in a covert mission like this, if she could use genjutsu to quietly subdue the Iwagakure guards, it would be the perfect outcome. All right, give it a shot. If it fails, we'll launch a direct assault. Jiraiya made a swift decision. Kurenai immediately calmed her mind, readying herself to cast her genjutsu. Yet at that very moment, unbeknownst to both the team and the Iwagakure guards, inside that supposedly impregnable treasury, a young boy was already seated on the uppermost windowsill, leisurely sipping watermelon juice while eagerly waiting for the drama about to unfold below. P.S. Wishing everyone a joyful Lantern Festival. Requesting faster updates and more rewards. Excited cheer. After bringing the entire Uchiha clan back to his own flame-hidden village, Natum activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, instantly teleporting to the outskirts of Iwagakure in the Land of Earth. He arrived just in time to see Konoha's main forces preparing to launch an assault. Then, Natum tried to sense whether the Flying Thunder God mark he'd left inside Iwagakure's treasury during his last visit was still intact. Sure enough, he tested it, and in a flash, he teleported right inside the treasury. Apparently, for reasons unknown, after Natsum's previous visit, Iwagakure hadn't bothered to thoroughly sweep the entire treasury again, completely overlooking the special kunai with the mark stashed atop a beam inside the vault. Instead, they'd gone overboard, reinforcing only the exterior defenses of the vault, missing the point entirely. Logically speaking, Earth Shadow Inoki, who already knew about the Flying Thunder God, shouldn't have made such a foolish mistake. Of course, this was a stroke of luck. The more careless Iwagakure was, the more convenient it would be for Natsum to act. Natsum found this situation quite delightful. Having taken 70 million Ryo as a farewell gift the last time, the treasury now felt rather empty, with only about 40 million left inside. That extra 10 million, most likely, came from funds that Iwagakure had added to the treasury over the past month as backup money. Clearly, though they couldn't compare to Konoha, Iwagakure could still squeeze out some profit. At this very moment, his gaze shifted downward, to the center of the treasury's ground floor, where a stern-faced Iwagakure ninja was sitting. Natum recognized him. He was Kari, a demolition squad member from Iwagakure. Kari possessed the rare Kekkei Genkai, explosion release, a top-tier jonin with outstanding overall strength. When unleashing his explosion release at full power, the sheer destructive force certainly rivaled attacks from some of the Kage themselves. And in such a confined space, using explosion release would be even more devastating. No wonder Iwagakure had stationed him to guard the treasury. With Kari posted there, even a Kage-level intruder would have a hard time pulling off a quick heist. Not only that, the thunderous blast from explosion release would broadcast the attacker's position far and wide, bringing down the full might of Iwagakure's forces. Unfortunately, no matter how carefully Inoki planned, no matter how meticulous Iwagakure's arrangements were, they'd still failed to anticipate the real problem. After all, not even in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that the villain behind this latest heist wasn't some ordinary Kage-level adversary at all, but rather a truly monstrous existence, someone who wielded both the Sage Body and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In today's ninja world, a monster of such caliber was beyond the reach of anyone's calculation or scheme. And so it was as Kari sat inside the treasury, just as he sensed an unfamiliar presence suddenly appear in the space and began to rise warily to investigate. With a sudden hush and rush, a figure appeared right before his eyes. At the same time, what caught the eye even more was that breathtakingly demonic crimson gleam of the Sharingan. To play it safe, Natum immediately unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Harnessing its formidable ocular power, he pulled his opponent into an illusion in the blink of an eye. The poor Iwagakure jonin named Kari had no chance. Before he could utter half a word, his mind was already ensnared, his thoughts thrown into a bewildered haze. With a gentle push from Natum, his foe sank back into the chair. Under the illusion's sway, Natum also wiped away the memory of this brief encounter, sending the jonin into a deep sleep. By the time he woke again, he would find nothing but an empty treasury. Having taken care of this Iwanin and confirmed none of the other guards were alerted, Natum eagerly resumed his cheerful, robbing the rich to aid the poor. 40 million Ryo, what a windfall. It might not rival Konoha's wealth, but it was still an impressive haul. It wasn't often he visited. Bringing some souvenirs back home felt entirely appropriate, didn't it? He might as well consider it Iwagakure's protection fee. After all, if he ever truly unleashed his power, most of Iwagakure would be reduced to ashes. The losses then would far surpass just 40 million. Before long, the entire sum of 40 million Ryo slipped quietly into Natsum's pocket. Only an empty warehouse remained behind, so barren it would make even the rats weep. At first, Natum had considered leaving a little behind. But knowing Konoha's scapegoat strike squad was already on its way, he saw no need. After all, the blame for looting Iwa's treasury would fall squarely on Konoha's shoulders. What did that have to do with him? So it was. Just as Natum finished clearing out the vault, outside the loft, Jiraiya led his Konoha team to the scene. Truth be told, Natum was quite intrigued by this legendary, pervy sage of Konoha. Setting aside his eccentricities, the Sannin mode passed down from Mount Myaboku alone was a marvel in itself. After all, the sage modes of the three great sanctuaries were forces distinct from the divine tree's chakra, a power springing from the shinobi world itself. So, in high spirits, Natum slipped swiftly up to the top floor of the loft. He took a seat by the window, masking his presence. Sipping watermelon juice leisurely, he settled in to watch the impending clash outside the treasury. Thanks to the wonders of the sage body, Natum could blend seamlessly into his surroundings, radiating not the slightest hint of chakra while remaining motionless. Thus, he slipped past all the IWA guards outside the vault, able to quietly enjoy the show. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Jinjutsu. As one of the three main shinobi arts, Jinjutsu has always been the most elusive and mysterious of them all. Typically employing the five senses as a medium, the only sure way to evade its grasp is to shut those senses off entirely. Simply put, Jinjutsu can be divided into two major categories: eye-based Jinjutsu and non-eye-based Jinjutsu. The former, represented by the Sharingan, boasts rapid activation and overwhelming effects. Most people, once they make eye contact, fall victim to its power almost instantly. Of course, its weaknesses are just as obvious. Simply closing your eyes, avoiding eye contact, or deploying blinding jutsu, such as the technique of darkness, can all effectively neutralize eye-based Jinjutsu. As for the latter, there's no iconic technique to define it. There are auditory Jinjutsu, like Toya's demonic flute, and olfactory Jinjutsu, such as the second Mizuki's giant clams. Each has its own ingenious uses. Compared to their ocular counterparts, these genjutsu tend to be slower to cast and somewhat less potent. Yet their strength lies in subtlety and variety, striking silently, shape-shifting unpredictably, and being far harder to guard against. In short, each type has its own strengths and weaknesses. Right now, Kurenai Yuhi, Konoha's prodigy of illusion, stands as a prime example of non-eye-based genjutsu. Of course, people always compare her to Uchiha Itachi, the master at the very pinnacle of genjutsu. Yet as a genjutsu user, to have lost only to Itachi is hardly shameful. After all, it's like winning the regional basketball championship, then going up against Kobe Bryant. Even if you lose, no one can really say you're bad at basketball, right? At this moment, hidden in the distance, Kurenai quickly performed her hand seals and cast her technique. To control more than 20 enemy ninja at once with a wide area genjutsu in a single stroke, it was no small feat for her. Demonic illusion, tree, binding death, genjutsu, falling cherry blossoms. With the casting of these two techniques, most of the chakra in her body was drained at once. After all, her chakra reserves were never plentiful. Though she held the rank of a special jonin, her chakra could just barely match that of an ordinary chunin, maybe not even half a bar. Clearly, endurance was not her forte. Her ninjutsu and taijutsu trailed far behind other jonin of her level. But when it came to genjutsu, Kurenai's skills were exquisite, subtle, and undetectable. Unseen and unnoticed, she conjured 20 ethereal, vine-like trees behind Iwagakure guards, binding them tightly and plunging them swiftly into dreamlike sleep. Now, move. I can't hold this much longer, Kurenai urged in a tense whisper. Putting so many IWA ninja to sleep at once put tremendous strain on her. It was, frankly, a performance beyond her usual limits. With that much chakra, barely half a bar at best, she would be lucky to keep these rock ninjas subdued for even 10 seconds. And as for the IWA jonin, it wasn't certain she could keep them entranced even that long. So speed was essential. They needed to strike while the IWA shinobi were still asleep, take them down before they woke. Go! And don't use any techniques that create too much noise, Jiraiya ordered in a low, firm voice. Dispelling his invisibility, he charged in at the lead. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main jutsu. In an instant, Jiraiya's long white hair rapidly grew longer, forming 3 lion-like heads that instantly coiled around the 3 Iwagakure shinobi. With an overwhelming force, he twisted their necks in the blink of an eye, all without a sound. At the same time, the elite Konoha ninja surged forward one after another. Each of them deliberately used ninjutsu, or taijutsu, that made as little noise as possible, wary of exposing themselves. Moreover, almost all of their opponents had been caught powerless by Kurenai Yuhi's genjutsu, left utterly defenseless. Thus, in a single moment, more than a dozen Iwagakure shinobi fell without a chance to fight back. But just then, right in front of the entrance to the IWA treasury, 2 figures, one large, one small, suddenly broke free from the genjutsu's hold and snapped awake one after the other. Seeing this, Jiraiya's eyebrows lifted in surprise. The older of the two appeared to be an IWA jonin, his strong mental fortitude hinting at a talent for genjutsu. It made sense that he could shatter Kurenai's illusion in just a few seconds. But the boy at his side, looking no older than 10 and probably not even a genin, how did he manage to break free from the genjutsu so quickly as well? Could Iwagakure have such a prodigy among their ranks? A true genius in genjutsu? Genjutsu? Again with the genjutsu. I broke through it. This time, you won't defeat me with your illusions. Breaking free from the illusion, Daidara's eyes were bloodshot and his mind exhausted, but he couldn't help but shout with elation. All his relentless training over the past month had finally paid off when it mattered most. It's Konoha ninja. Their target is the treasury. Damn it, I'll hold them off. Deidara, send the distress signal. The IWA jonin was shocked, barking urgent orders as he sprang into action, blocking the 2 Konoha jonin who lunged from either side. Fortunately for him, the Konoha forces weren't willing to blow their cover, so they refrained from using any large-scale ninjutsu. If those 20-leaf shinobi unleashed their full power in one devastating salvo, even this last IWA jonin wouldn't stand a chance against the onslaught. Faced with one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and the combined might of 20 elite Konoha jonin, the pressure was overwhelming. Even Deidara, proud as he was, instinctively backed away despite his bravado. This was war, not a mere game played within the village. Back home, the ninja all held back when they tussled with him, never going all out. But the enemy stood before him now, merciless, ready to kill without hesitation. Deidara, far from foolish, knew better than to make himself the focus. Taking advantage of the precious seconds the evasion had bought him, he hurriedly began to mold clay explosives, hoping to create enough chaos to draw reinforcements from the village. But it was all in vain. Jiraiya, seasoned and vigilant, would never let such an opportunity slip by. The moment he realized someone had broken free of the genjutsu, Jiraiya immediately began preparing another technique. Ninpo, toad mouth bind. In the next instant, a wide stretch of glistening, soft, sticky flesh appeared, shaped like long ribbons of muscle. It instantly entangled the Iwagakure Jonin, two Konoha shinobi, and Deidara, who had just unleashed his clay bird bombs. Do not underestimate the power of the toad mouth bind technique. With it, one can summon the stomach walls of the great Iwasu toad from Mount Myaboku. Its uses are manifold. It can defend, trap enemies, and gradually dissolve them away. Unless someone possesses strength surpassing that of the great Iwasu toad, or commands some rare technique to break free, there is virtually no escape. Of course, Jiraiya's true goal in casting the toad mouth bind, right now, was to imprison the Iwa, Jonin, and Deidara, preventing them from using jutsu that might alert the entire Hidden Stone village. Just as Deidara and his companion were trapped, muted concussions and explosions sounded within the fleshy folds of the toad's stomach. The deafening roar of detonations made the inner walls tremble. Deidara's clay explosives had gone off. Yet no matter how fierce the blast, the explosions couldn't rupture the toad's stomach wall. The thick flesh absorbed the shock, muffling the noise and perfectly concealing their presence. Before long, muffled sounds of battle and further explosions echoed through the stomach's chamber. And then, after just 10 seconds or so, silence fell abruptly. It was clear Jiraiya had won. After all, he was one of the fabled Sannin. If he entered Sage mode, even Inoki himself would find it hard to take victory from him. To deal with an ordinary Iwa Jonin and a young, undeveloped Deidara, it was hardly a challenge for Jiraiya. With a distant rush of noise, Jiraiya dismissed the toad's stomach, returning it to its realm. In his left hand, he dragged the unconscious Deidara into view before the others. As for the other Iwa shinobi, he had already been killed. Lord Jiraiya, aren't we going to kill this brat? Jiraiya hoisted the limp Deidara and answered. This kid's name is Deidara. If my memory serves, he's the pupil of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Keeping him alive is far more profitable. We can demand a handsome ransom from Iwagakure. It's much more worthwhile than killing him. Besides, from another perspective, Jiraiya, who disliked senseless bloodshed, had no wish to lay a deadly hand on a child. I see. Truly, you have great foresight, my lord. You there, clean up the battlefield, set up a concealment barrier. We need every second we can get. Jiraiya's orders shot forth without hesitation. At once. The rest of you, follow me. We're going inside to empty the treasury. He handed the unconscious Deidara over to Kurenai Yuhi, then quickly led the squad as they charged into the Iwagakure vault. After all, stripping the Hidden Stone's treasury bare to recoup the cost of war and make a tidy gain was the core mission of this commando team. Yet at that very moment, when Jiraiya excitedly pushed open the door of the treasury, his eyes widened at the scene before him. And then he was suddenly dumbfounded. Huh? Where was the money? Shouldn't this vault be brimming with silver? Had those beasts from Iwagakure hidden the money somewhere else? If the gold wasn't stored here, then why were there so many guards outside? Had everyone in Iwagakure lost their minds? Jiraiya wasn't the only one stunned. In fact, all the Konoha ninjas who followed him inside were left speechless as well. None of them had expected that Iwagakure would have already emptied out the vault, leaving behind nothing but an empty husk. All their caution, all the fierce fighting just to make it this far, what a waste. And now, they had nothing at all to show for it. Those damn Iwagakure shinobi. How shameless could they be? But before Jiraiya and the others could even process what was happening, just then, the Iwagakure ninja who had been knocked out by Natum and left in the middle of the vault slowly regained consciousness. As he came to, he had no memory of Natsum's earlier ambush. He simply assumed he'd collapsed from sheer exhaustion. But the moment he opened his eyes, what greeted him was the sight of the empty treasury. Instead, a group of Konoha ninjas were now standing by the door. The ninja glanced at his barren vault, and then at Jiraiya and his companions. His expression shifted from confusion to realization and finally to blazing fury. With everything laid bare, who could the thieves be? The answer was obvious. Konoha, Iwagakure. With two furious shouts, chaos erupted. In an instant, the entire treasury building was torn apart by explosions. From the top floor of the building, Natsum watched the sudden clash erupt between Konoha and Iwagakure, bursting into helpless, gleeful laughter. Truly, neither side could be blamed for being deceived. After all, people always trust what they see with their own eyes. Who really takes the time to ponder what might be hidden beneath the surface of those so-called facts? Especially on a life-or-death battlefield like this. Who could spare the attention for careful deduction? Besides, the Flying Thunder God technique was simply too unfathomable. No one could have imagined that Natum had instantly slipped past all the guards, appearing in the treasury without the slightest sound. The laughter echoing from the top floor jarred Jiraiya from his daze, and he hurriedly looked up. But all he saw was emptiness. Logically, if someone really had been there, they surely couldn't have escaped his senses in the blink of an eye. There was nothing for it. Jiraiya could only chalk it up to his imagination. After all, staring at the empty Iwagakure vault and seeing his plan fall apart, his emotions were in such turmoil. A hallucination was entirely possible. Yet now wasn't the time to sort through his thoughts. For at that moment, the Iwagakure ninja wasted no words and unleashed his Kekkei Genkai, explosion release. A violent explosion instantly destroyed the entire treasury loft. Jiraiya and his team were blasted out by the force. At the same time, the tremendous sound of the blast quickly drew the attention of nearly half the Hidden Stone village. No doubt, it would only be a matter of moments before more stone ninjas stationed within the village rushed to surround them. Jiraiya retracted his mane of hardened hair. If it hadn't been for his needle Jizo ninjutsu, extending his hair to shield everyone, several members of their own team would likely have been injured by the blast just now. Within such a confined space, the destructive power of explosion release was truly formidable. Everyone, tighten up the formation, retreat immediately. Jiraiya bellowed, not hesitating for an instant. Since the mission had failed and they'd been exposed, lingering any longer would only place the entire squad at risk of annihilation. Their only option was to retreat at once and preserve their fighting strength. Fire style, Great Flame Bullet. Jiraiya focused his chakra into oil, spat it forth, and instantly ignited it using a fire jutsu. In an instant, a sea of flames surged forward, engulfing the vast area ahead. Its force far surpassed that of an ordinary fire-style flame bullet. The perfect move to cover a retreat. Explosion release. Landmine fist. When the stone ninja, Sho, slammed his fist into the ground. Harnessing the power of explosion release, he blasted up a shower of stone shards, barely managing to block the raging firestorm before him. These flames, laced with oil, will be nearly impossible to extinguish if they caught anything. Highly dangerous. Despite the threat, this stone ninja didn't wait for the fire to die down. Instead, he hefted a massive boulder, barreled through the blaze, and gave chase. He had no choice but to pursue. In his mind, it was his own negligence, falling asleep on guard duty, that had given the Leaf Ninja an opening to break in and rob their treasury. For that, no matter the cost, he was determined to stop those wretched leaf thieves, even if it meant putting his life on the line. Jiraiya, covering the rear, retreated in tandem with the rest of the squad. Unfortunately, more and more stone ninja closed in from all directions. Bring me that kid. The rest of you, split up, regroup at marker point 3 outside the village. Jiraiya barked as he took Deidara from Kurenai, issuing orders to the squad. Now that they'd been discovered, 20-some people retreating together would be too big a target. If the stone ninja managed to fully surround them, none of their group would escape. Better to scatter, each relying on their own skills to break out. The Leaf Ninja responded at once, swiftly dispersing and escaping in all directions. They were all accomplished jonin, capable, seasoned. There was a fair chance that each would be able to break through the encirclement and flee. Even if losses were inevitable, that was still preferable to being wiped out here to the last man. At this moment, Jiraiya was leading Deidara, holding back the pursuing forces while buying precious time. Once he saw the Konoha team members beginning to scatter and escape, he unleashed his full power without holding anything back. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Gamma Bunta, towering several dozen meters high, appeared out of nowhere, crashing down with tremendous force and sending clouds of dust billowing in all directions, exuding an aura of unrivaled might. Jiraiya, you damn fool. Why did you call me out here? The massive Gamma Bunta, a pipe clamped firmly in his mouth, bellowed in irritation. He was right in the middle of his own enjoyment back in Mount Mayaboku, suddenly being summoned by Jiraiya. How could he not be angry? Ehehe. Sorry, Bunta, but I'm going to have to trouble you again. This isn't Konoha, is it? Are you guys fighting another war? Gamma Bunta swept his gaze over the surroundings, frowning as he asked. We'll talk later. Bunta, let's use the oil. All right then. Bunta nodded. After all these years fighting side by side, the bond and understanding between the two needed no words. Whenever Jiraiya shifted his posture, Bunta already knew exactly what move he was about to unleash. Fire style, Toad, oil flame bullet. Gamabunta drew in a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of black oil, which instantly combined with Jiraiya's fire-style jutsu to form an enormous fire-laced oil bomb. This move was a dozen times more ferocious than the giant fireball from earlier. A raging sea of fire surged forth, engulfing nearly a kilometer ahead. Countless stone ninja who had formed a cordon were swallowed up at once. The temperature soared, over 1,000 degrees, instantly reducing swaths of enemy ninja to ashes. Only a handful of elite jonin could barely withstand the inferno for a few fleeting moments. In short, they had dramatically slowed down the stone ninjas' encirclement, buying precious time for their own comrades to escape. Thanks, Bunta. I'll bring you some top-quality tobacco next time. Jiraiya, you jerk. Before Gamabunta could even finish cursing, Jiraiya had already sent him back to Mount Myaboku. Using the opening he created, Jiraiya wasted no time and concealed himself. Ninja art, Toad concealment jutsu. The next second, Jiraiya and Deidara slipped into the mouth of a small toad, erasing all traces of their chakra and presence. With just this inconspicuous little toad, they quietly hopped toward the right, barely attracting any notice. You had to admire Jiraiya's mastery of toad-based escape techniques. They were astonishingly effective. The little toad weaved effortlessly through layer upon layer of enemy lines. It delivered Jiraiya smack into the heart of a Wagakure, within an ordinary-looking building. Of course, the toad concealment jutsu had its limits. It wasn't possible to hide indefinitely in a toad's belly. Instead of continuing to flee toward the village outskirts and risking pursuit by swarms of stone ninja, it was far wiser to slip into the very heart of a Wagakure itself. Once things calmed down, they could simply slip away without anyone noticing. So, as Jiraiya hoisted Deidara and crawled out from the toad's mouth, he immediately slipped into this building, planning to subdue the villagers inside for a brief hiding spot. But the moment he burst in, he spotted a burly man, swathed in bandages from head to toe, lying on the big bed. Judging by his appearance, this fellow didn't look like any ordinary villager. Was he a ninja too? But if so, this ninja was horribly wounded. How bad must an injury be to require your entire body to be wrapped up like that? Seeing a ninja wearing a Leaf Village forehead protector break into his house, the injured man, Kuratsuchi's father, Yellow Earth, was struck with alarm in his hospital bed, struggling and attempting to raise a muffled alarm. But, in hopes of a speedy recovery, his whole body was firmly bound with bandages and splints, even his mouth gagged, making it impossible to speak clearly. All he could do was let out persistent, muffled warnings. Papa, why are you making those noises again? Are you missing Mom? Don't worry, Grandpa's here. Nothing will happen to Mom. Outside, Black Earth was brewing medicine and called out loudly, thinking her father was simply fretting about her mother, about the fighting outside. But when she poked her head in to take a look, she finally realized the room now contained a strange, squinty-eyed, middle-aged man with a shock of white hair. And her senior, Deidara, was dangling from his grip. The pursuit by a Wagakure's ninja was relentless. After all, it was the dead of night. Relaxing in bed one moment, and then crash. In an instant, the enemy stormed in, leaving no time even to pull up your pants. The attack left them reeling, confused, battered, and with heavy casualties. Anyone would find such humiliation hard to swallow. Although Lord Third Suchikage had already taken the main forces out to pursue the Leaf's primary squad, the remaining Iwagakure shinobi were simmering with rage. Now, with their own eyes, they saw a Leaf ninja had slipped into the village, robbed the treasury, and was attempting to escape. The rest of the rock ninja were beside themselves with anger, every one of them giving chase with reckless abandon after the 20 Leaf elite. Even though the squad Jiraiya led was made of the finest shinobi, still, surrounded by enemy forces several or even dozens of times their number, injury was all but inevitable. After all, not everyone possessed Jiraiya's strength, his summoning jutsu, his prowess at moving unseen. As a result, among them, the weakest and already drained of much of her chakra, Kurinayu, was naturally the first to falter. Utilizing her jinjutsu, she still managed to take down 4 pursuers in quick succession. But just as she neared the village's outskirts, she was surrounded by a dozen or more enemy ninjas and struck down. A towering earth puppet lifted Kurinai up off the ground. A jagged spear of earth tore through her clothes, revealing a great expanse of pale, snowy skin. Blood, bright and crimson, welled from the wounds, mingling with her beauty and lending the whole scene a haunting, tragic allure. There was nothing she could do. She had already given her all. She simply didn't have enough chakra left, and her enemies were unrelenting in their ferocity. Now, with a leaf kunoichi caught alive before them, the crowd of Awagakure brutes began closing in menacingly. Their eyes burned with fury, aggression on full display, unashamed and predatory. After all, in the chaos of war among the ninja, everyone knew all too well what happened to captured enemy kunoichi, especially someone like her, young, strikingly beautiful, an elite among Konoha's ranks. The harshness of the ninja world was beyond imagination. Hurry, she might try to end herself. Don't give her the chance. Almost instantly, an IWNine flung a poison kunai laced with paralysis toxin. It struck Kurenai, robbing her of all strength. She collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. Even the final act of taking her own life was stolen from her. Captain, this Konoha girl's quite the catch, isn't she? Bah, like you're not thinking it. I know exactly what's on your mind. Captain, so shall we. Oomph. Konoha's brought ruin on us tonight, cost us so many of our brothers' lives. Now is the time for their women to pay in blood. Captain, you're brilliant. We understand. With that, a pack of bloodshot, murderous IWNine rushed at once toward Kurenai on the ground. Like hyenas starved for weeks, vicious, frantic, desperate in their depravity. Seeing this, an overwhelming despair flooded Kurenai. She shut her eyes tight with bitter resignation, awaiting the inevitable torment she knew would come. But to her astonishment, what followed was not the grasp of cruel hands, but the warm splatter of blood spraying all around her. Kurenai's eyes flew open. All at once, she felt as though everything around her had frozen in time. A heartbeat later, the unseen mechanism of reality restarted, and in the next instant, she saw the IWNine, more than a dozen strong, each one's neck splitting open in unison, crimson fountain spraying, their bodies collapsing with dull thuds. They all died on the spot. Not a single one was spared. The sight made Kurenai's heart lurch. Her pupils contracted in shock. Other than those large-scale, high-destructive jutsu, she truly couldn't fathom any technique that could claim the lives of over a dozen shinobi in the blink of an eye. This was terrifying. Who could have done this? Did someone come to save me? Is there truly a Konoha shinobi this powerful? Racked with confusion as blood rained down, Kurenai looked up. Before her, atop the heap of corpses, stood a young boy gripping a kunai, his face still boyish and tender. Natum didn't use a blade, so as to avoid leaving any obvious wounds that could give away his involvement. After all, logically speaking, he had never set foot in the hidden stone village tonight. Everything here had nothing to do with him. And as for rescuing Kurenai Yuhi, it wasn't as if he was deliberately playing the hero, swooping in to save the damsel in distress. Natum never saw himself as much of a hero anyway. If anything, he felt more like a demon lord or a budding villain in the making. And it certainly wasn't a matter of lust, either. It's just that seeing such an outstanding and beautiful kunoichi about to be ravaged by a bunch of filthy stone ninja, what a waste that would be. Might as well bring her back to his own hidden village, just as a matter of convenience. After all, his place was surely more humane than the stone village. Ordinarily, they wouldn't mistreat their captives. Besides, a jinjutsu master who didn't rely on visual techniques, that kind of talent could prove useful in countless ways. There were plenty of areas where the future development of his village would need someone with her unique jinjutsu abilities. Not a leaf ninja? Have I just escaped the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair? Seeing that Natum bore no trace of the familiar leaf village forehead protector, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh, though she did feel a measure of relief in her heart. She knew full well, even if she wasn't out of danger yet. At least, truth be told, if she had to fall into anyone's hands, being taken by a rather refined-looking youth was undoubtedly better than being defiled by a gang of crude stone shinobi. Who are you? Natum shot her a glance, his scarlet eyes flashing for a split second. At this moment, he had neither the time nor the inclination to offer any explanation, let alone try to fool this Konoha jinjutsu prodigy. The mere fact that he'd saved her life along the way was already an exception. Without further ado, Natum activated his Sharingan and sent Kurenai Yuhi into unconsciousness. Then, lifting her up, he once again performed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the scene. In the blink of an eye, far away, in Natsum's residence within the Hidden Flame Village, Nanoyu, dressed in a maid's uniform, was diligently making up Natsum's bed, making sure that everything was perfectly prepared so that Lord Natsum could enjoy a comfortable rest whenever he returned. A sudden whoosh sounded from the living room. Nanoyu hurried over to check. Sure enough, there was Natsum, standing there, holding a young kunoichi, blood-soaked but with a graceful figure, in his arms. Lord Natsum, you've returned. Do you recognize this person? Is that... Kurenai Yuhi from the Leaf Village? Nanoyu gasped in surprise. Back when she was still in the Foundation, she'd heard more than once about this rising star in the village's Jinjutsu arts. It was even said that Lord Danzo himself had once tried to recruit her in person, only to be refused. Who would have thought that now, of all times, Lord Natum would bring her back here, and in such a battered state? Natum pointed at Kurenai Yuhi and gave Nanoyu an order. As long as you recognize her, that's enough. Treat her wounds. Don't let her die. She's a rare asset for the future of our village. We can't afford to lose her here. An asset? Natum waved his hand dismissively, offering no further explanation. The sole reason he had captured Kurenai was because he recognized the tremendous potential of her non-dojutsu jinjutsu in the fields of civic welfare and cultural affairs. He never even considered relying on her as a combatant. After all, his own Sharingan already stood at the very pinnacle of illusion techniques. Why would he abandon the best for the mediocre, coveting Kurenai's modest jinjutsu? Moreover, even if he set his mind to nurturing a jinjutsu prodigy, the entire Uchiha clan lived within the village, nearly 1,000 people. With so many gifted candidates, what kind of potential couldn't he find? So, bringing Kurenai here was simply to use her as a tool, nothing more. Whether or not she would willingly serve. What a joke. Obito's Sharingan had tamed even the 4th Mizukage without fail. Could his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan not handle a single Tokubetsu Jonin? By the way, you should be aware of her illusionary prowess. Don't let your guard down. That being said, I expect her to remain unconscious until my return. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Understood. Nanoyu nodded. For a skilled medical nin, making someone sleep a little longer was child's play. The next moment, Nanoyu had barely blinked before she realized Natum had vanished from the living room once more. Clearly, he had used teleportation again. Without delay, she began administering first aid, following her orders to the letter. P.S. Please don't criticize just yet. Keep reading and you'll understand. This novel won't be casually collecting female characters or engaging in ambiguous relations with Konoha. The reason for bringing back Kurenai Yuhi is purely to further the village's development and greatly boost its influence. The details of how will be revealed as the story unfolds. I hope everyone can be a little patient and give this a chance. At this very moment, outside Iwagakure, Anoki's group was in frenzied pursuit, completely unaware that their treasured crystal had been stolen yet again. In fact, if Natum hadn't intervened at all, the defenses outside the Iwagakure vault would never have been able to stop the likes of Jiraiya and his team. At most, it would have been yet another heist at the hands of Konoha. However, while Anoki and most of the Iwagakure forces had been lured away, giving Jiraiya's team a valuable opening, the situation for Sarutobi and the others had grown dire. They were running for their lives. The Iwagakure ninja behind them were hot on their heels. But for some of the Konoha forces, whose strength was only that of Genin or Chunin, how could they possibly keep pace with the elite Jonin and special Jonin behind them? Very soon, the ranks of over 600 had begun to stretch apart. Though they relied on an array of trap techniques and wide-area ninjutsu to hinder the pursuers from Iwagakure, these measures could only slow the enemy to a certain extent. Among those thousands of IWNIN soldiers pressing in from behind, there were also elite Jonin vanguard units whose strength was formidable. These squads cut swiftly through the forest of traps and obstacles, closing the gap little by little with relentless precision. And if that wasn't enough, overhead in the sky soared Anoki, propelled by the lightweight rock technique, pursuing them from above. His mastery of particle style was truly terrifying. He could deal devastating blows to the Konoha forces from a great distance, wreaking havoc before they even saw it coming. This left the Konoha side with no choice. Again and again, they had to sacrifice more people, leaving teams behind to cover the withdrawal and delay the enemy's advance. But each time someone stayed behind, it was almost certain death. In just a short while, dozens of Konoha ninja had already fallen, giving their lives to buy time for the main force. At this rate, long before the main body of their troops could escape to safety, more than half of the Konoha shinobi might be lost. Lord Hokage, let me stay behind and cover the retreat. It's in moments like these that youth should burn brightest. My guy flashed a brilliant, earnest smile, white teeth gleaming as he stepped forward to plead. He was certain that if he unleashed his full power, he could take down swathes of IWNIN, earning the main force's precious moments to break away. No, Lord Hokage, please allow me. Kakashi, masked and resolute, also stepped up immediately to volunteer. Not only these two, even more ninja nearby were coming forward, voices overlapping as they offered to remain behind. Watching this familiar scene unfold, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but be swept up by memories. 21 years ago, when he and the second Hokage, Tobirama, had stayed behind in much the same way. How familiar this all felt, the echo of the past in the present. But now is no time for nostalgia. Every second lost only put the main force in greater danger. Kakashi, my guy, your duty is to keep protecting the main battalion during its retreat. You are both still young. The village needs you alive. And as for the rest, members of AMBU teams 4, 9, and 13, you will stay with me to hold the rear. Sarutobi's voice was heavy, resolute in a way it had never been before. Lord Hokage, no. This is an order. A moment later, Sarutobi, leading a dozen of his most elite ANBU, broke off from the main force, swiftly setting up traps and preparing to intercept the pursuers. As he watched the massive ranks of IWNIN pressing down upon them, his expression remained serene. He tore open a cloth pouch and bound his injured right arm, a wound left by Onoki's particle style moments ago. Sarutobi knew well. This rearguard stand would almost certainly claim his life. But to fall in battle this way, to die as Tobirama had, offering up his life so the next generation might live, there could be no better nor more fitting, and, at the same time, across the vast expanse of pitch-black rocky wilderness, a solitary figure stood, quietly watching the fierce pursuit unfolding in the distance. Without a doubt, this was another flashback to Natum, outside the stone-hidden village. In that moment, Natum too was visibly hesitating. To be honest, if he simply charged in right now, chances were good that both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Onoki, those two old foxes, could be sent off together. After all, Sarutobi's right arm was now useless. Even if he managed to cast the Reaper Death Seal, there was no way it wouldn't take him a significantly longer time to prepare. With that opening, given his current strength, Natum was sure he could kill Sarutobi 8 or 10 times over. Yet, it was something else that held Natum back. The instant he took action, the fact that he'd participated in this great battle would be revealed. Then, not only would the animosity between Stone Hidden and Leaf fail to escalate, but it might even cause them to put aside their differences, band together, and worse, join the other two great hidden villages to launch an assault on Flare Hidden Village. If on top of that, the ever-scheming Akatsuki got involved, even with victory in his grasp and all 4 hidden villages crushed, the destruction of Flare Hidden Village would be nearly inevitable. And so, the life of luxury and decadence he longed for would collapse, a dream razed to the ground. Not worth it. No, it simply wasn't worth it. He had already fanned the flames from the shadows, stirring up this epic conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure. Leaf and Stone, 2 shinobi villages, were beating each other senseless, nearly losing their minds in the chaos. He'd gutted Stone's treasury and managed to pin the blame on Leaf, too. He had gained plenty. There was no need to risk exposing himself just for a paltry, short-lived advantage. Still, since he was already here, he might as well leave behind a parting gift. Sure, he couldn't afford to give himself away, but there were others who weren't bound by the same constraints, right? Isn't that so, Three Tails? Natum fished the tiny turtle, Isabu, from his pocket and gave its little noggin a playful flick. With a gentle, almost kindly tone, he coaxed. Well then, are you rested up? There's one more job for you. Looks like you've got a few shots left in you, don't you? It's your time to shine. Of course, for this particular little turtle, negotiation was possible, but refusal was not. In no time, Isabu yielded to Natsum's will yet again. Meekly, it began gathering chakra for another tailed beast bomb, draining what little strength remained in its body. With Natsum guiding the trajectory, the sphere was launched, soaring straight for the heart of the 2 distant squads. Meanwhile, Iwagakure's vanguard had once again closed in on Sarutobi and his group. Watching below as Sarutobi and the others voluntarily stayed behind to cover their retreat, Onoki hovered in midair, but felt not the slightest trace of joy. Though he did truly want to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, and though removing the 3rd Hokage would indeed deal Konoha a colossal blow, compared with the more than 600 main force Konoha troops, taking down just one Sarutobi was hardly worth the price. Yet since Sarutobi seemed so eager to court death, Onoki was only too glad to oblige. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you deserve to die. Kill them for me. With a furious roar, Onoki gave the command without the slightest hesitation. The hundreds of elite Iwagakure shinobi below him bristled with murderous intent, their anger burning in their eyes. They surged forward as one, hurtling toward Sarutobi and his companions in a deadly assault. But just as the 2 sides were about to clash, a sudden whistling cut through the air. Before anyone could react, 3 huge tailed beast bombs streaked into the middle of the battlefield and exploded in an instant. The next second, blinding orange light blossomed outward, as if tearing the darkness of night apart. The combined blast of three-tailed beast bombs was truly terrifying, its destructive reach even wider. Sarutobi and his group, the hundreds of IWA Vanguard troops, and even Inoki himself, who floated above, were all swallowed up in a heartbeat. It all happened so quickly, and in the darkness of night, none could clearly see where those tailed beast bombs had come from. A deafening rumble shook the ground, echoing like an anguished roar across the land. Even from thousands of meters away, the force could be felt distinctly. In that instant, both Konoha's main force, fleeing ahead, and Iwagakure's army, pursuing from behind, stopped in their tracks at the sight of those three dazzling mini-suns rising in the distance. They stared dumbstruck and wide-eyed. At the same moment, each side cursed inwardly. Iwagakure. What the hell? The Konoha, guys, are this ruthless? Even released a tailed beast? Are they so desperate to escape they'd slaughter their own allies? Konoha. What the hell? The IWA, shinobi, are this merciless? Even dragged out a tailed beast? They'd kill their own men just to hunt us down. After wringing every last bit of chakra from Isabu, the three-tailed beast bombs had been launched toward the battlefield where Sarutobi and Inoki clashed. And once he was sure all three had exploded, Natum promptly departed. How many people would those tailed beast bombs kill? Would Sarutobi and Inoki both be taken out in the blast? None of that mattered. What truly mattered was that each side believed it was the other who had unleashed the tailed beast's wrath. That alone was enough to deepen the hatred between the two villages. So long as that animosity continued, Konoha and IWA locked in bitter rivalry. His own hidden flame village would be free to grow stronger in secret, reaping the rewards as others clashed, leaving the IWA side behind. Natum didn't rush home right away. Instead, using the flying thunder god technique, he instantly jumped over to the hidden leaf village. Yesterday, he had blasted apart the entire Konoha Sensory Division's barrier core platform in one fell swoop, and, without a sound, spirited away the remaining members of the Uchiha clan. This left the Konoha ninjas who had stayed behind, along with what was left of the village leadership, absolutely furious. Most especially Danzo. He could only watch helplessly as those hundreds of pairs of precious eyes, each a hidden gem with the potential to awaken the Sharingan, slipped right through his fingers. Even a duck already in the pot could find a way to fly off. How could he not be enraged? He was so angry he nearly wanted to pummel Koharu Uchiha right then and there. Unfortunately, in Danzo's current state, whether he could even win a fight against Koharu was highly questionable. At the same time, with the village in utter chaos and panic, and the enormous protective barrier that once covered Konoha now destroyed, Natum found it easier than ever to move freely inside Konoha, as if the entire place were an open road. It wasn't long before Natum tracked down the Hyuga branch clan ninja he had already enticed over with the recruitment order. Hyuga Shinkawa, a root agent. Greetings, Lord Natum. How goes the investigation? I've already uncovered 2 of Root's secret bases, both outside the village. Here's a detailed map. With deep respect, Hyuga Shinkawa handed over a scroll. It contained a map, carefully marked with the exact locations of the 2 secret Root bases. Very good. Keep going. As long as your own safety is assured, find as many of Root's secret hideouts as you can. Natum nodded his approval, clearly satisfied. It seemed recruiting this man had definitely paid off. Understood. By the way, how many branch clan members of the Hyuga have you managed to persuade? Reporting to my lord, so far, I've convinced 38 branch members. Natum raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased. In such a short time, Shinkawa had already succeeded in swaying 38 Hyuga branch clan members. That alone said plenty about the deep-seated resentment burning in their hearts. No doubt, they had long been yearning to break away from the Hyuga clan. All that had been missing was a spark to ignite the fuse, and now, at last, that moment was upon them. Shinkawa's promise of hope was exactly what these branch members craved more than anything. True freedom. It was the fuse that would finally set their rage alight. No wonder so many were willing to risk everything for this cause. Lord Natum, do you want me to prepare for their mass defection? No, not just yet. You must understand, there is no such thing as something for nothing in this world. The price of freedom will always be steep. Tell the branch clan ninjas hungry for freedom. For 8 million Ryo each, I will personally remove their caged bird curses. And I won't restrain them afterward. Once the curse is lifted, they are free to go wherever they wish. Natum laid out the terms of his offer. After all, with Konoha's main forces launched on a campaign and its internal defenses left hollowed out, this was also an excellent opportunity to take both the Uchiha clan and the willing members of the Hyuga branch family with him. However, Natum didn't act rashly and take all the Hyuga branch ninjas away at once. The reason was simple. He simply couldn't afford it. For every Hyuga branch ninja, if he wanted to release the caged bird seal, it would cost at least one primary recruitment scroll, each worth 500 gold coins. That's an astronomical sum of 5 million ryo per person. If it were just for someone like Niji, a rare genius, perhaps the expense would be justified. But to pay such an enormous sum for every genin and shunin of the branch family, most of whom did not possess outstanding potential. Even with a conservative estimate of 50 people, the total would be a staggering 250 million ryo. Such a colossal fortune. Selling the entire Hidden Flame village still might not cover it. What's more, this doesn't even take into account the risk that the recruitment scrolls could fail. That was the true reason why Natum hadn't dared to bring all the Hyuga branch ninjas into the Hidden Flame village without careful thought. Now, if those branch family ninjas who yearn for freedom could gather the payment themselves, everything would fall into place. Huh? Why did it cost 3 million ryo more than the original sum? Well, isn't that perfectly reasonable? After all, there needs to be some compensation for the trouble, right? Exchanging the recruitment scrolls and breaking the curse is no easy task. Anyway, the final price was 8 million ryo. Yes, that was expensive, but compared to eternal freedom, it seemed like an absolute bargain. With the skills of a Hyuga branch ninja, whether through earning or by other means, as long as they wanted to, they could scrape the money together. After all, there were plenty of wealthy ninja clans in the Hidden Leaf village. Some of their secret stashes might even rival the village treasury. Of course, Natum didn't set his terms in stone. He also promised, for those under 18 who had already mastered Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and were willing to join the Hidden Flame village, the 8 million ryo fee would be waived. For those under 25 who had already mastered Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 128 palms, and wished to join, same deal, no charge. For anyone, regardless of age, who had comprehended the secret art 8 trigrams, mountain-crushing strike, and was willing to swear loyalty to the Hidden Flame village, the same exemption applied. In short, if you want freedom, you can have it. The prerequisite was either payment or talent, one or the other. The first option bought freedom outright, the second repaid it with time and effort. And, of course, you needed a certain level of talent to even be considered. Natum wasn't interested in recruiting a bunch of hopeless cases, old and gray, who still couldn't master the basics of the Gentle Fist style. The bottom line, want something for nothing? With Natum, that just isn't going to happen. Upon receiving these instructions, Hyuga Fukawa completely understood. After all, if anyone knew the true price of freedom, it was him. Otherwise, he never would have joined Root, that blood-soaked, shadow-shrouded organization, for the sake of even a sliver of so-called freedom. And besides, although the price is steep, doesn't paying for something make you feel a bit more secure? If someone is really willing, free of charge, to go to great lengths to help you obtain your heart's desire, then you'd better be careful. 9 times out of 10, what they want is to get you into their bed. Or perhaps, they're aiming for far greater profit from you. Go on, spread the word. I'll come again in half a month. By then, anyone wishing to reclaim their freedom had best have their payment ready. The opportunity is in their hands now. Whether they seize it or not is up to them. Natum waved his hand, his tone admonishing and grave. At once, Hayata Fukawa answered respectfully, took a few steps back, then vanished into the darkness. When Natum left Konoha and returned to his own village with the 3 tails in tow, it was already past midnight. Most of the villagers were long asleep. The newly arrived Uchiha clan members had also mostly been settled into their new homes. Within just over a month, thanks to ample funding and the tribe's boundless enthusiasm for building, the whole of Enin village had taken on a brand new look. The residential quarters had grown to several times their original size. Not only could the 400 new arrivals be accommodated, but even several times that number would present no problem at all. Though these newcomers felt a certain nervousness, understandably so, it was still a far cry from the devastated, war-torn state of Awagakure. This was clearly a better place to be. Upon returning home, Nanoyu was already asleep, and Natum didn't disturb her. As for his tool of the future, Kurinai Yuhi, her injuries had mostly healed. At the moment, she was bound to a single bed by Nanu, her chakra points sealed tight with dozens of medical-grade steel needles. Even if she woke up, escape would be utterly impossible. Satisfied, Natum nodded, but felt no urge to train Kurinai just yet. Instead, he made his way to the backyard hot spring, where he used his fire-release jutsu to heat the pool. Soaking in the soothing warmth, he sorted through the spoils of this night's endeavors. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 41,860,000 value points. Would you like to recharge the 41,860,000 value points and exchange them for 4,186 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 4,186 gold coins. Current balance, 5,078 gold coins. Natum effortlessly converted his souvenirs from the Iwagakure treasury into gold. To net over 4,000 coins at once was certainly a delightful windfall. Yet, once upon a time, receiving such a fortune would have made Natum leap for joy. But now he took it all in stride. He was probably just too accustomed to living lavishly after winning tens of thousands of gold coins. Truly, it's easy to get used to luxury, but hard to go back to frugality. Feeling lucky today. Let's start with a 10 draw to set the mood. Natum rubbed his hands together, making up his mind with excitement. After all this time, surely the goddess of luck must have had her fill of fun and grown tired. Wasn't it time for her to show some favor to him as well? Would you like to spend 888 gold coins to commence a 10 draw? Confirm. Natum gave his answer without hesitation. A whoosh, and 888 gold coins vanished in a flash, just like water slipping through his hands. In the next instant, 10 brilliantly shining treasure chests opened one after another. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a chakra recovery pill. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a medium space scroll. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the secret jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a high-rank recruitment order. Soon, all 10 treasure chests had revealed their contents. Natum carefully counted his haul. 3 chakra recovery pills, 2 basic healing pills, 1 medium space scroll, 1,000 regular shuriken, 100 fuma shuriken, 1 copy of the secret jutsu, shadow imitation technique, 1 high-rank recruitment order. Most of these pills, scrolls, and various shuriken were really just filler. They had their uses, of course, but purely trading precious gold coins for them always felt a bit wasteful. As for the secret jutsu from the Nara clan, the shadow paralysis technique, with a value of 1,000 gold coins, it was actually worth more than standard A-rank ninjutsu. Not bad at all. Still, as a hard control technique, while powerful, it had plenty of limitations. It could handle average-level ninja just fine. But when facing Kaga-level or even super Kaga-level opponents, its effect would be much less pronounced. Unless you had an immense chakra reserve to back you up, then it could truly exert overwhelming control. However, given Natsum's current strength, plus the convenience of his Sharingan and binding jutsu, learning yet another shadow imitation technique was simply icing on the cake. Nevertheless, its value couldn't be denied, and it would certainly come in handy during battles. It wouldn't hurt to let some of his clan members study and master it. After all, being an EAM-based chakra technique, it suited the Uchiha clan quite well. What made Natum truly delighted, though, was drawing a high-rank recruitment order. This was worth a full 5,000 gold coins, and, judging by its effects, unless it was used on an iron-will powerhouse like Madara or Might Guy, for most people, its impact was almost on par with Konoha Tsukumi. A sure catch. But did Natum actually need to recruit new members at the moment? Of course it's necessary. For one's own village, there's an urgent need for a great number of talented people to help with its construction. Looking at the whole ninja world, there's certainly no shortage of practical talent. Take members of the Akatsuki, like Kakuzu and Sasori, for instance. If it were possible to recruit them with a special recruitment scroll, at the very least, Natum wouldn't have to worry about money every single day. With an outstanding human piggy bank like that, the economic affairs of the village would be managed beautifully. So yes, Natum really does need high-probability recruitment scrolls like these. It's just a pity that, with the price being so high, he hasn't been able to bring himself to exchange for one until now. Who would have thought he'd just draw one now by chance? What luck! Looks like Lady Luck has finally finished having her fun elsewhere and is back to smile on him again. Of course, as long as the draws keep delivering good prizes, especially the rare legendary ones. Natum couldn't care less whether he's just someone picking up what others left behind. 888 coins for a prize worth more than 6,000. Who would say no to deals like this? If only luck like this could happen 10 times, 100 times, he'd never think it was too much. After his 10 consecutive draws, Natum showed extraordinary restraint and managed to hold back the urge to keep spinning. Quit while you're ahead. Too much greed leads to nothing good. Besides, the remaining 4,000 or so coins he has, he's kept untouched for now. He plans to wait until the shipping company sells off the jewelry, bringing in a substantial windfall, and then round up enough to make it 10,000 coins as soon as possible. That way, he can finally exchange for the undying evil god body and other powerful bloodlines. By then, he'll finally be able to unleash the might of the 8 Gates released formation, which he's kept in reserve all this time. With the undying buff activated and the 8 Gates flaring, Kicking the Sage of Six Paths to death in a single blow wouldn't even be out of the question. Just thinking about it gets his blood racing. Speaking of which, with all his running around and stirring up this great war lately, he's finally managed to create a relatively stable environment for his own village to develop. At the moment, Kirigakure is still rebuilding and has formed an alliance with his village, so things should be safe on that front. As for Konoha, he's infiltrated and robbed them several times already. Combined with their losses from the war, they're probably down to their underwear by now. For the foreseeable future, they won't have the resources or energy to cause trouble. Iwagakure is halfway to being a ruin, and with their treasury empty enough for mice to race through, they're at risk of falling apart at any moment. And as for the remaining Kimogakure and Sunagakure, there's even less to worry about. After all, even if the 5 great hidden villages join forces, they might not be any match for him now. As it stands, with his current strength, Natum could personally wipe out 1 or 2 hidden villages single-handedly, at least as long as he prioritizes his own village's safety. So, in the end, the only thing left to keep an eye on is the Akatsuki. After all, there's a certain Run too, who seems to have it out for him, full of malice at every turn. Nevertheless, all things considered, the external threats have now fallen below the baseline. So, for the foreseeable future, it's finally time to truly enjoy. No, what's really needed is to focus on developing our own village. Right? Mooncake Isafu. Natsum stretched lazily, gazing toward the edge of the pool. What he saw was this. The panda Mooncake, looking as smug as ever, was riding atop the exhausted 3-tailed Isafu's back, joyfully paddling around the hot spring pool, like it was some kind of surfing adventure. Poor Isafu, having just been wrung dry by Natsum, now found itself caught in Mooncake's mischievous clutches. Ow, ow. Easy, easy. Watch my back. Oh, spare me, spare me. Damn that leaf village. They even brought out a tailed beast. And they blew themselves up, too. Insane, absolutely insane. The leaf's gone totally mad. At this moment, covered in wounds, facial hair singed, and looking utterly miserable, Anoki was lying on a stretcher. As they carried him back to Iwagakure, he kept cursing at the top of his lungs. He truly couldn't understand it. Why had Leaf Village suddenly gone berserk, launching an assault on Iwagakure out of nowhere? Was it lingering grudges from the last Great Ninja War? Even so, this was far too reckless. They'd even used a tailed beast. That old fox, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had clearly lost all reason, if not for his own resilience, and the fact that he'd managed to fly high and avoid the blast at the heart of the tailed beast bomb. He, too, would have been swept into the next world by now. Damn you, Leaf Village. One day, I'll see you destroyed, every last one of you. He coughed violently, spitting out the words through gritted teeth. This battle alone, just those few blasts from the tailed beast bomb, had killed over 200 of Iwagakure's elite, more than half of whom were Jonin. Add to that the casualties back in the village itself. A conservative estimate. In just one night, Iwagakure lost more than 1,000 ninjas. This wasn't simply a serious blow. It was devastation on a catastrophic scale. Worst of all, the village's very infrastructure had been decimated. The damage was far beyond anything seen in previous ninja wars. And just the repairs, compensation for the dead and wounded, and related costs. That was going to drain a fortune. To make matters worse, their treasury had only recently been robbed. Even with all the funds left in the emergency reserves, it was doubtful they'd have nearly enough. If this disaster wasn't managed wisely, the whole village could break apart and crumble. So it was that Anoki, sprawled on his stretcher, was swiftly carried back to the village along with the remaining 2,000-strong Iwagakure force. Even now, the village was ablaze with fire and choked with thick black smoke. Everywhere, there were shouts, desperate cries for help, and devastation too horrible to witness. Upon witnessing this, Anoki was overcome with sorrow and bitterness. He pounded his chest and stomped his feet in vexation, gritting his teeth in anger. But just then, another message arrived. Lord Suchikage, the village treasury, it's been robbed again. What? Anoki, who looked near death moments ago, jolted upright, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? With such tight security around the treasury, how could anyone possibly steal from it? Who did this? It was Konoha. It was Konoha. As soon as he broke off pursuit, they slipped back in. There were over 20 of them, all elite Jonin. Right now, apart from the demolition squad leader Carry, everyone else guarding the treasury has been killed. The Iwagakure ninja clenched his jaw as he delivered the rapid report. On hearing this, Anoki and the group of returning IWNE were furious, shaken to their core. In that instant, they finally realized it was their treasury all along. That was Konoha's real objective. No wonder Konoha had withdrawn so swiftly. They'd only wanted to lure Iwagakure's main forces out. Cough, cough, cough. How much is left in the treasury? Inoki clutched at his chest, his face turning red, and demanded in a hoarse voice. It's all gone. Everything's been cleared out. Inoki, all the iwenin. Konoha, Sarutobi, you fiend. With a roar that echoed to the heavens, Inoki let out an unprecedented, furious cry. But alas, he wrenched his old back again in his fury and tumbled painfully back onto a stretcher. Lord Suchikage! Lord Suchikage! The surrounding iwenin rushed over in alarm, frightened that the old man's rage might claim his life on the spot. If that ever happened, if this steady pillar of strength was lost, then the extinction of Iwagakure might not be far behind. Inoki mustered his remaining strength and waved a trembling hand, signaling to everyone not to worry. Through gritted teeth, bearing the stabbing pain, he forced himself to continue questioning. How many did we catch alive? 6 killed, 1 captured. There was 1 more that almost got taken prisoner, but it seems someone managed to rescue them at the last moment. Did you find out who was leading them? It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha. That notorious pervy sage? So that's how it is. If it was him, no wonder you were outmatched. Enough. Go, and tend to your wounds. For now, do your utmost to care for the injured. The rest we'll deal with later. Inoki let out a weary sigh. The dark shadows on his face deepened, making him seem as if he'd aged several years in a single moment. What's done is done. The treasury has been cleaned out. Brooding over it would do no good. He had lived long enough to know, bitter as he felt, he could still hold himself steady. At the very least, he was still alive. His son Kitsuchi, his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, they were still here. There was still a future for Iwagakure. His village would grit its teeth and endure this trial, no matter what. After finally catching his breath, Inoki, still lying on the stretcher, summoned what little strength he had left. He continued to command the gathered shinobi. He started organizing the aftermath, first aid, casualty reports, village defenses, and other pressing matters. But just as he began to relax, yet another terrible blow struck. Lord Suchikage, this is the list of those temporarily missing. Inoki took the list and glanced at it. At the very top of the list, the names of Kuratsuchi, Deidara, and Kitsuchi stood out unmistakably. Kei Kuratsuchi, my precious granddaughter, and Deidara, Kitsuchi. How could this happen? How could any of them go missing? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inoki sat up suddenly, agitated, paying no mind to the jolt of pain from his back. With bloodshot eyes and a fierce tone, he protested. Kuratsuchi was his own flesh and blood, his beloved granddaughter, and the very future of Iwagakure. If anything happened to them, then what meaning would his own life have? No wonder Inoki's emotions ran so wild. Deidara vanished outside the treasury. As for Lord Kitsuchi and Kuratsuchi, both disappeared from their homes. Some witnesses claim they were taken by a white-haired ninja. They were likely all captured by someone from Konoha. Upon hearing this, Inoki's face turned ashen, a heavy ache gripping his chest. Kei Konoha, curse you! Inoki rasped through clenched teeth, but the fury overwhelmed him. Before he could finish, the world went dark, and he fainted on the spot. A wave of panic swept through the iwenin nearby. No one knew what to do. There was no doubt about it. Kitsuchi, Kuratsuchi, and Deidara had indeed been kidnapped by Jiraiya. As the son and granddaughter of the third Suchikage, and with Deidara as his cherished pupil, the village elders had all reviewed their backgrounds. It just so happened that Jiraiya had hidden himself right inside Kitsuchi's house. It was pure chance. Coming face to face with 2 key figures of Iwagakure, he naturally took them both captive. After all, veteran Kitsuchi was completely defenseless. And though Kuratsuchi was talented, she was still just a child. Against the wily toad sage, she never stood a chance. She fainted before she could even resist. Though their plan to raid the treasury and steal military funds had failed. As long as they brought these 3 back alive, they would serve as valuable hostages. From Iwagakure, they could demand a fortune in ransom. This wasn't just about village interests. These were Inoki's own son, granddaughter, and cherished disciple. There was no way the old man would refuse to negotiate. In this way, the failed mission could be covered up, at least in part. Jiraiya himself was never fond of using such underhanded tactics. But for the sake of his own village, he was forced into the role of the villain this time. He knew all too well just how great an economic toll this war had taken on Konoha. Moreover, the sand village up north is still eagerly waiting for Konoha to pay a hefty alliance fee. If Konoha doesn't manage to gain anything from this, it might really be in danger. When the morning sunlight streamed into the wooden cabin, Itachi awoke. He slipped out of bed with practiced ease, gently covering Sasuke with the quilt before quietly leaving the cabin. Ever since joining the Umbu, he'd rarely spent the night at home, let alone shared a bed with Sasuke. Lately, it was uncommon for him to even stay overnight. So, with this rare good night's sleep, he had no intention of waking Sasuke too early. He pushed open the door. Outside, the sunlight was radiant, so bright that Itachi felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Instinctively, his hand reached to his waist, about to don his fox-shaped Umbu mask. He paused for a moment. Then he remembered. This wasn't Konoha anymore. There was no need for the mask here. Itachi, you're awake? A steady, deep male voice came from the courtyard. Itachi looked over. He saw his father, Fugaku Uchiha, sitting beneath a cherry blossom tree in the front yard, slowly savoring a small flask of sake. Really now, enjoying sake first thing in the morning, and not even a bite of food to go with it. Has father really become this leisurely since fleeing Konoha, resigning from his post as police captain, and laying his burdens down? Itachi kept these thoughts to himself, truly not knowing how to voice them. He only nodded slightly and closed the door behind him. Sasuke is still sleeping? Yes. Your mother is still tidying up the kitchen, so there's no rush to start breakfast this morning. Itachi, go buy some breakfast from the street. Bring back some snacks for me as well, something to go with the sake. It's a good opportunity for you to see with your own eyes the new village our Uchiha clan built on its own. Fugaku took a small sip of sake, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction as he gave these instructions. Not admitting he'd left in such haste before that he'd even forgotten to bring his personal funds, and now couldn't afford a proper snack to go with his drinking. All right. Itachi nodded, quickly stepped out of the front yard, and made his way down the street. To be honest, he truly did want to see for himself the new village built by his cousin Natum, leading a group of clansmen. What would it be like? No sooner had he set foot on the street than a figure quickly appeared behind him. My name is Uchiha Nichio. We've met twice before. For the next few days, I'll be in charge of keeping an eye on you. Of course, as long as you don't cause any trouble, I won't interfere with you. Nichio introduced himself in a frosty tone. As for Itachi, this genius already famous within the clan, Nichio had long heard of him. Surveillance. Suit yourself. Itachi glanced at Uchiha Nichio behind him and murmured. It was his first time encountering someone so blatantly obvious about their surveillance. That's right, but this isn't an order from the young clan leader. To be frank, Uchiha Itachi, it's simply that we do not trust you. I don't understand. With your outstanding talent and formidable strength, why would you choose to stand against your own clan? Hayo's voice was laced with anger as he questioned coldly. As one of Natsum's personal guard, he was privy to some of the information surrounding Itachi and the decisions he had made. And because of that, he truly couldn't comprehend it. Why was it, aside from the young clan leader, that the most gifted among the Uchiha always seemed the keenest to oppose their own family, always choosing to take Konoha's side? Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shursui had done the same in the past. Now, Itachi was following along the very same path. Was that so-called will of fire really so enthralling, so powerful? Itachi paused, a faint flicker of surprise in his eyes. Then he gave a small shake of his head, offering no explanation. At this point, no amount of defending himself would change anything. As long as Sasuke lived, nothing else truly mattered. Where are you going? To get some food. Itachi replied in a calm, distant tone, ignoring Hayo as he turned and strode purposefully toward the main street. Just by following the aroma of food wafting through the air, he could tell that there should be breakfast stalls in that direction. As he walked, Itachi could not help but confirm one thing. The construction of the Hidden Flame Village was exceptionally orderly. The streets, houses, shops, drainage, transport, everything had been built with care. It was even more meticulously planned and grand than the Uchiha residence in Konoha. Even the crisp, invigorating scent of fresh-cut wood from the houses lifted his spirits. Not long after, when he reached the main street, Itachi found himself genuinely taken aback by the bustling scene before him. The entire main street ran barely a few hundred meters, yet over 30 shops had already opened their doors. More than half of them were small eateries hawking all sorts of freshly made food. Dozens of Uchiha, faces alight with smiles, were happily tucking into their breakfast, fueling themselves for another energetic day ahead. They've established a commercial district here, and so quickly, Itachi marveled silently. In truth, if he wanted to judge whether the people of a village truly lived in peace and contentment, the most telling standard was the vitality of its market. After all, if a village was constantly embroiled in warfare, who would dare buy or sell? Fear would keep the customers at home and the shopkeepers behind shuttered doors. Who would dare to even talk of peace? Who could boast of prosperity? Bear in mind, the first wave of Uchiha settlers numbered just over 400. Now, there were already 30 shops up and running, an incredibly high ratio, But perhaps the most striking thing of all, on the faces of these clansmen, Itachi saw genuine, long-missed smiles. Workers grabbing a bite joked with one another as they ate. Elders selling food chatted warmly with their customers. Children at the street corner laughed and tussled as they vied for sweets. Those bright sounds of laughter brought unexpected color and vividness to what had once been nothing but a monochrome world. From as far back as Itachi could remember, a dark and oppressive atmosphere always hung over the entire Uchiha district of the Hidden Leaf Village. He could hardly recall ever seeing his parents and had never witnessed a genuine smile on the faces of his clansmen. Smile? That was out of the question. You wicked Uchiha. Dare to smirk without reason? Who are you laughing at? Or are you mocking someone? Come on, you're coming with us for questioning. That was the typical scene within the Uchiha compound in those days. Perhaps this sounds a touch exaggerated, but the hostility, indifference, and contempt directed at the Uchiha from the rest of the village was anything but exaggerated. In comparison, here, among his clansmen, it was as if he found himself among a completely different people. So, even Uchiha could laugh out loud, relax completely, and live just like ordinary folk? Life here must be so much lighter, so much easier. How is it? Feels different from life back in the Leaf Village, doesn't it? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded right beside Itachi. Startled, he turned to look. Only then did he realize that his cousin Natum had appeared by his side at some point. And Itachi hadn't noticed a thing. Had he been so absorbed by what he was seeing? It's true. The clan here, they all seem so much more at ease than back in the Leaf. It's been a long time since I've seen smiles so relaxed on the faces of our people. Itachi nodded, replying honestly. Ninja, we endure what ordinary people never could. But why should we be denied even the simple joys that anyone else can enjoy? Life is short. Living joyfully is what really matters. Itachi, don't you agree? Natum squinted as he asked this, a smile on his lips. Itachi furrowed his brow, wanting to argue. But as he gazed at the scenes unfolding before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Natum, you don't. Calling me cousin just feels awkward. Just call me Natum, or even Natsum-kun if you like. I'll call you Itachi too. Itachi, all right. Natum. By the way, to be honest, before I defected, I seriously considered taking you out first. Natum lifted his eyebrow, confessing suddenly. Back then, even though Itachi had his reasons for choosing the village over his family, for betraying his clan, Natum had always deeply disliked that kind of double-crosser behavior. After all, Itachi's family and clan had brought him into this world and raised him. Even if he couldn't repay them, surely he shouldn't have turned on them with such violence? Even if it was for Sasuke's protection. With Itachi's skill, there were so many other options. If all else failed, he could have just escaped with Sasuke, couldn't he? So why did he have to choose the cruelest, most painful path of all? And yet, after weighing his own strength at the time, Itachi's role, Konoha's reaction, and a slew of other factors, Natum ultimately decided against making a move. Itachi, once again, was taken aback. He hadn't expected Natum to be so candid. He let out a soft, self-mocking chuckle and said wryly, Yes, I'm nothing but a traitor. It's only natural you'd want to eliminate the traitor of your clan. Natum replied, That's right. At the time, your whole family put me in a terribly difficult position. One was a grand traitor, the other an indecisive patriarch. Between the two of you, it really felt like the Uchiha clan had two massive fish bones lodged in its throat. Impossible to swallow, impossible to cough up. There were even moments I considered wiping out your entire household. At that, Itachi's expression changed instantly. That entire household? Did it include Sasuke as well? Whenever anything concerned his little brother, Itachi was unfailingly serious. When it came to protecting Sasuke, even jokes were off limits. So, Itachi fixed a wary, sharp-eyed stare on Natum, a faint glint of hostility flickering in his gaze. Natum waved him off. Enough, don't look at me like that. I know, Shursue's other eye's in your possession, and you're ready to unleash Konoha Tsukumi at a moment's notice. Natum laid it all out with utter calm. Hearing this, Itachi was struck with shock. After all, Shursue entrusting him with that other, I was supposed to be a well-guarded secret. No one but Itachi himself knew. How could Natum possibly be aware of it? Was it possible that Natum had been lurking nearby, spying, when Shursue had gone to meet his end? Ridiculous. Impossible. Itachi demanded. How did you know this? Natum replied. That's not important. What matters is, let me give you a word of advice. It's best if you don't use it on me casually. With your current strength, if you try to control me with Konoha Tsukumi in silence, you'd only exhaust your own ocular power, and you'd most likely fail anyway. Natum spoke with utter confidence. By now, he was no longer the fledgling who'd just defected. He was the big bad boss, wielding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the body of Sage. Given Itachi's current strength and chakra reserves, there was simply no way a single Konoha Tsukumi could erode Natsum's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And that's not even mentioning everything else. Just the disparity in their ocular power was dozens of times over. Sure, Konoha Tsukumi was formidable, but it was still a dojutsu, powered by ocular chakra. Did people really think a single Konoha Tsukumi could so easily rewrite the will of someone like Madara or Hashirama? Even Sasuke's ocular power could resist the infinite Tsukuyomi. Once the gap in strength reaches a certain margin, no one or two jutsu can simply bridge it. Itachi drew in a deep breath and nodded without a word. He didn't think Natsum was lying to him. At this moment, he could clearly sense the terrifying aura concealed beneath his cousin's calm exterior, an immeasurable power that seemed almost beyond comprehension. It sent a shiver down his spine, the kind that made his scalp tingle uncontrollably. In merely a month apart, his cousin Natsum's strength could no longer be described as leaps and bounds. It was more like a force spiraling into the heavens. With such power, could Konoha even hope to win? Itachi stood silently for a long while. He just remained quietly in place, uncertain if his father Fugaku and the family were already getting anxious at home. The silence dragged on, until at last, hunger forced Natsum to break it first. Aren't you afraid I'll turn on you? You won't. And why is that? Because I'm still useful to you. Otherwise, there's no way our entire family would have made it into the flame-hidden village alive. Itachi spoke with firm conviction. In his view, his cousin Natsum was the ultimate pragmatist. One might even call him the Tobirama Senju of the Uchiha clan. If there was nothing to be gained, he doubted Natsum would have gone out of his way to rescue him and his family. Natsum nodded. As expected, conversations with clever people were refreshingly straightforward. Unlike that fool Jin, if he didn't break every sentence into 3 parts, Jin would stubbornly miss the true meaning between the lines. All right then, since we're being this candid, let's get straight to the point. Itachi, I don't know what you're thinking anymore, or if you still choose to side with Konoha, but I'm certain of one thing. What matters most to you is still your brother, Sasuke. For him, you'd do anything, wouldn't you? Itachi didn't reply. He simply nodded. Yet the resolute look in his eyes said it all. Natsum continued. Here's my offer. As long as I'm alive, as long as the flame-hidden village stands, I can guarantee that Sasuke will grow up happily within its walls, free and safe, until he comes of age. At those words, a light appeared in Itachi's eyes. It had to be said, Natsum's proposal was truly tempting. Considering his cousin's current strength, there were hardly any forces in the ninja world that could threaten him. Even setting aside safety, the chance for Sasuke to grow up in happiness and freedom far surpassed a life weighed down by Konoha's prejudice. And your condition? Natsum smiled. It's simple. Work for me. Itachi's response was instant. I won't raise a hand against Konoha. That's my bottom line. Though his resolve was already unsettled, and he deeply felt the warmth of the flame-hidden village, Itachi still refused to act against Konoha. He wouldn't destroy the village Shursui had given his life to protect. After all, Shursui had been his one true friend, a revered elder brother who had guided him as he grew. Natsum said, no one's asking you to fight. Honestly, why is violence always the only thing on your minds? Itachi replied, then what do you want? Natsum offered, why not become a special instructor at the Flame-Hidden Village's Ninja Academy? Itachi. Natsum continued, your left Mangekyo Sharingan power. It's the legendary Tsukuyomi, isn't it? Itachi. Siguma. Handakuten no. No. This time, Itachi was truly taken aback. If Shursui had entrusted his eye to him before, perhaps someone could have eavesdropped and picked up on it. But now, for Natsum to know about the special power of his left Mangekyo, the Tsukuyomi, how could he possibly have found that out? How to get exposed? Was Natsum some sort of mind reader? How could he possibly know everything? He had only just developed the ability of his left eye, and hadn't even used it on anyone else yet. It just didn't make sense. Itachi started you. Natsum interrupted. Never mind how I know. The point is, your Tsukuyomi is exactly what I need. Tsukuyomi, once activated, can pull an enemy's consciousness into a world of illusion. In that world, you have total control. You can craft any scenario, any storyline you wish, am I right? Exactly, Itachi agreed. And for us Uchiha, to awaken or evolve the Sharingan, we usually need intense emotional trauma. Isn't that so? That's right. Itachi gave a nod of acknowledgement. Given his own personal experience and what he'd heard from his clan, this condition wasn't hard to guess. Natsum continued. But no one's ever said that the emotional trauma has to happen in real life, right? What if you use Tsukuyomi to bring our clan members into an illusionary world, crafting vivid, lifelike experiences for each of them, making them believe it's all real, making sure they feel strong emotional shocks while inside. Do you think they could awaken the Sharingan that way? Or even evolve it further? And this was the real reason Natum couldn't bring himself to harm Itachi. Ordinary illusions can only go so far. The simulated world always lacks a certain realism. For any ninja with a shred of awareness, even if they don't break the spell, figuring out if they're in a Jinjutsu isn't all that hard. But Tsukuyomi doesn't have that flaw at all. If Natsum's theory proved correct, there would be no need for tragic sacrifices to unlock the power of the eyes. It might be possible, just by using Itachi's Tsukuyomi, to awaken the Sharingan in large numbers across the clan, like an assembly line, one after another. And step by step, they could evolve their Sharingan to the 2-tomo, 3-tomo, and even the Mangekyo level. With Orochimaru's Hashirama cell transplant operation, even the side effects of the Mangekyo could be greatly reduced. If that day truly came, then in their own flame-hidden village, it wouldn't just be 1 or 2 Susanoo giants they'd have to reckon with. It would be legions, 2, 3, and more. Back then, dozens, no, hundreds of Susanoo would rise up from the earth like giants. Forget the 5 great hidden villages. Even if the Otsutsuki clan themselves came, they'd be so terrified, they'd flee in utter panic. Just imagining that scene is enough to make anyone's blood race with excitement. Itachi, quick-witted as ever, instantly saw through Natsum's plan. A cold shiver ran down his spine, and his scalp tingled. Yet he couldn't help but admit, this idea just might succeed. And if it did, the potential gains would be beyond imagination. If it really worked, if we could somehow mass-produce Mangekyo Sharingan, like hacking a game, who would care about Konoha? Who would fear the tailed beasts? They'd all have to step aside. The Uchiha clan would be peace itself, a living symbol of peace. What? You disagree? Maybe I'll just let a few Susanoo mecha come and convince you. Faced with such a wild and audacious idea, even Itachi found himself hesitating for once. His reason and emotion waged a fierce battle within his mind, pulling him irresistibly toward agreement. Natsum said, "No need to rush. I'm just making a suggestion. You don't have to decide right away. Take your time to weigh it over. I trust you'll make the right choice." "All right, let me think about it," Itachi replied. Natsum added, "By the way, there's one more thing I need you to promise. During this period, you're not to leak any information to Konoha, nor are you allowed to do anything that could harm Hidden Flame Village." "Understood. Should I sign a contract or something?" "No need," Natsum replied. "I've given you fair warning, so you won't do something stupid. And just know, if you really dare to betray us, I will come for your entire family. Guess what? If I fight with everything I have, is there any village in this world that could guarantee your brother's safety?" Natsum flashed a bright, chilling grin, his words as cold as steel, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Sometimes it's better to make the threat clear now than to regret becoming a true villain later. And just as Natsum said, in the world of shinobi, as things stood now, there truly wasn't a soul he couldn't kill if he put his life on the line. "Natsumikun." That voice, Itachi. From a distance came a bright, clear female voice, slicing through the cool tension between Natsum and Itachi. As soon as Izumi saw Natsum and the Itachi she'd longed for days and nights, she ran over. "Itachi, it really is you." "Izumi." "Hello," Itachi replied stiffly with a slight nod. "Izumi sis, what brings you here?" "We ran out of seasonings at the shop, so I came to bring some from home for my mother," Izumi said happily, holding up a large bag of spices. But the focus of her eyes never left Itachi, not even for a moment. Watching this, Natsum could only shake his head and sigh with a trace of helplessness. Apparently, if he stayed here any longer, he'd have no choice but to swallow another helping of their sweet dog food. It would be better to head home early, to enjoy the service of the shrine maiden maid, and at the same time, train the captive they had just brought back. "Big sister Izumi, Itachi hasn't had breakfast yet. Can you take him to get something to eat?" "Huh, Natsum, how about you? Shouldn't you have something as well?" "No, I'll head back first. There's something I need to take care of." "All right then." Izumi, cheeks tinged with red, hugged her basket of condiments and stole a glance at Itachi. "Itachi, if you figure things out, come and talk to me." With a wave of his hand, Natsum beckoned to Hineo behind him and the pair left together. When Natsum returned home, he saw that a hearty, steaming breakfast had already been prepared on the table. He had to admit, for a household maid, this which Nanoyu was more than competent. He dug into breakfast with gusto, devouring mouthful after mouthful. As he ate, he mumbled, "Has Kurenai woken up yet?" "Not yet. Her body really is so frail. In any case, when she wakes, there's no rush to untie her. Keep her chakra sealed as well." Konoha's shinobi have iron wills. Starve her for a few days first, shake her resolve, and then I'll work my jutsu. Give her a little water to keep her from dying of thirst, but nothing more. Natum gave his orders coldly. He never showed mercy to the shinobi of Konoha. If Kurenai weren't actually useful to him, Natum wouldn't have bothered saving her at all. After all, he had seen enough cautionary films in his past life. Such superficial allure would never sway him. As you wish. Nanoyu answered promptly. By the way, how are those orphans we took in the other day? They're all doing well and have been settled into the new orphanage. Kabuto is guiding them now. That's good to hear. If the orphanage needs anything, feel free to speak to my personal guards. I've already instructed them. They will fully support whatever is necessary. Also, you don't have to stay cooped up here all day. If I'm not around, just leave 2 clones here. Your true self can spend more time at the orphanage and try to help those orphans adjust. Those children are important. In time, they'll begin to meet and interact with members of the Uchiha clan, living and growing together. Natum instructed her in detail. He knew that to build a prosperous hidden village, relying solely on a few hundred Uchiha, was a distant dream. Eventually, there would be a need to welcome more and more people. But given how the Uchiha had suffered discrimination and isolation in Konoha, they were naturally wary of outsiders. That's why the first step was to have his clansmen accept these orphans. Only then could this serve as a foundation for gradually embracing even more people in the future. I understand. Thank you, Lord Natum. Nanoyu was both relieved and delighted, bowing her head in gratitude. To be honest, she really did want to visit the children at the orphanage. Previously, she'd always worried about failing to take good care of the young clan leader, afraid that Natum might take his anger out on the orphanage. After breakfast, they rested for a short while. Then, Natum set out once again. At this point, it seemed the village wouldn't face any significant threats in the near future. So developing the village became the top priority. As everyone knows, to strengthen the village and expand the influence of Hidden Flame Village, you have to work on many fronts. Military strength, economy, culture, politics, all these matter. Except for martial power, there were rarely shortcuts in the other fields. They all demanded time and steady accumulation. And so, Natum left the house, intent on seeking a shortcut to quickly bolster his village's overall strength. It wasn't long before Natum arrived at his neighbor, the Hidden Sound Village. He was planning to have a chat with his deer ant snake. Before entering Orochimaru's underground lair, Natum deliberately hid the aura of his sage body. After all, it wouldn't be wise to let Orochimaru know about his sage body so soon. Otherwise, it was all too easy to imagine just how irresistible would a living sage body be to Orochimaru, given Orochimaru's fanatic tendencies. Natum could picture, even as he slept, Orochimaru sneaking onto his bed, scalpel in hand, just to take a living sample back for his research. Orochimaru, are you home? Oh my, if it isn't Lord Natum, welcome. Inside the dissection chamber, Orochimaru, reeking of blood, emerged with gloves on, squinting and grinning in welcome. Another experiment? Just playing around. It's already finished, doesn't get in the way. And you, Lord Natum, what brings you here? Looks like you profited quite a bit from the war you stirred up this time, didn't you? Orochimaru replied with a sly, narrow-eyed smile. After all, that confidential scroll Kabuto had sent, he'd used his intelligence network to relay it back to Konoha's Danzo. So Orochimaru had easily inferred it. The troublemaker who ignited the fierce conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure was none other than Natum. To stir the storm from the shadows, to shape the threads of fate with his strength. The grand achievement Orochimaru himself had long dreamed of, snatched up by a boy barely 10 years old. It was enough to make one sigh and wonder. Is the Uchiha clan truly the sages, chosen ones, the darlings of fate? Why is it they so often give rise to one stunning prodigy after another? With eyes like a serpent's, Orochimaru muttered in admiration. Of course, in the eyes of the common folk, he himself, the legendary Sannin, devoted to forbidden research, was no less of a prodigy. Just a small gain, nothing worth mentioning, Natum replied. By the way, here's one of the rewards I promised you earlier. Take it. With a flick of his right hand, Natum tossed a glass tube to Orochimaru. Inside that tube, preserved with great care, was none other than a complete pair of Sharingan with 3 tomo. This was also part of the accord Natum and Orochimaru had struck at the beginning of their collaboration. After all, with Orochimaru's personality, how could he possibly lend his aid for free? As for this pair of 3 tomo Sharingan, it too was captured from Fugaku Uchiha. As head of a great clan, Fugaku always made sure the clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, would not be lost. Over the years, whenever Uchiha shinobi fell in war or on missions, their eyes were always collected and entrusted to the clan head. Most of these recovered Sharingan were typically destroyed, but a select few, those of outstanding quality, were kept in reserve. They were the clan's secret trump card, to be played when the next great conflict came. And it wasn't only the Uchiha. Every clan in the shinobi world specializing in techniques had similar measures in place. So it was perfectly normal that Fugaku would hold a small stockpile of stored Sharingan. Of course, over the years, the Konoha Foundation would sometimes report cases of Uchiha ninja dying unexpectedly on missions, their bodies never recovered. There was no doubt those corpses had been quietly appropriated by the Foundation for their own ends. Yet with Konoha's upper echelons pressing down on him, Fugaku could do nothing but swallow his anger. Now, with the entire Uchiha clan in rebellion and on the run, holding on to those preserved Sharingan would only breed more suspicion and was useless to him. So he handed them all over to Natum. Orochimaru took the glass tube and gazed at the Sharingan inside, a feverish excitement flaring in his eyes. True, these 3 Tomo Sharingan were far inferior to the Mangekyo he truly craved. But for now, they were still extraordinarily precious research material. He hadn't expected Natum, this little brat, to hand them over so readily. Did he, perhaps, secretly lay hands on his own clansmen? Ruthless. Still, however Natum got hold of them, it had nothing to do with Orochimaru. In sum, this kid Natum was worth dealing with. Natsum-kun, you truly are forthright. Cut it out. Don't call me that. It gives me chills. Natum snorted in disdain. Just hearing Orochimaru speak that way, with such false intimacy, was enough to set anyone's hair on end. By the way, Natsum-sama, when will you let me study your Mangekyo as well? Anytime you like. Of course, you'll have to take it yourself. Natsum replied with a smile, his words light but carrying a hint of jest. Naturally, should Orochimaru dare try, Natsum would make sure to peel off Aunt Snake's clothing layer by layer. Ah, no. Peel off Uncle Snake's skin layer by layer. Orochimaru. Just a joke. No need to take it seriously. By the way, Lord Natsum, what brings you here all of a sudden? Surely you didn't just come to deliver some experimental materials, did you? Orochimaru put away the glass vial and turned the conversation to serious matters. From what he knew about this kid Natsum, he was certain the boy had some important business with him. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask you for a little favor. What sort of favor? I want you to use the reanimation jutsu to summon 2 people back. Orochimaru was taken aback, unsure when he'd let this secret slip. He was certain he'd secretly mastered this forbidden jutsu without anyone knowing. But almost immediately, Orochimaru regained his composure. After all, he was used to surprises by now. It seemed there was no secret in this world that escaped this boy Natsum. Orochimaru asked, which 2 people? Natsum replied, the rogue ninja from the hidden cloud, Ginkaku, and Kinkaku. The reanimation jutsu. It could summon the souls of long-dead ninja back to the living world, restoring them with physical form. The second Suchikage Mu had openly declared that this jutsu, which desecrated the dead, was among the most disgraceful of all, revealing his utter contempt for it. Even the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju once told Tobarama that this could hardly be considered an honorable technique. Yet, for all the criticism it received, nothing could diminish the overwhelming power and dread evoked by this forbidden art. Of all the forbidden jutsu that the second Hokage Tobarama had created, this one was arguably the most broken, the most outrageous of them all. Without it, the 4th Great Ninja War might not have even begun. At this moment, throughout the entire shinobi world, only Orochimaru could claim to have truly mastered the technique. Ginkaku and Kinkaku from the Hidden Cloud? Those 2 are certainly famous, and their skills are impressive. With their cunning and surprise attacks, they even managed to kill the second Hokage. But if it's fighting strength you want, they're hardly the best choices, are they? Orochimaru asked with genuine curiosity. After all, if you tallied up the truly powerful, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage, the 2nd Suchikage, Mizukage, 3rd Raikage, and so on, there were many legendary ninja in history whose sheer power outweighed that of the brothers. Why would this brat, Natsum, specifically want him to reanimate those 2? Natsum replied, you must have heard the rumors about them, right? Orochimaru nodded. I've heard a few. It said those 2 possess a trace of the Sage of 6 Paths bloodline, and they wield the Sage's legendary tools with ease. They even once went head-to-head with the Nine Tails and lived to tell the tale, earning them the title, the Twin Lights of the Cloud. Though their renown couldn't match the legendary god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. For any ninja to leave such legends behind in history was a rare feat indeed. That, alone, spoke volumes about the strength of those 2 brothers. At that thought, Orochimaru quickly realized Natsum's intent. You want to use the impure world reincarnation technique to seize the 6 Paths ninja tools from their hands. Natsum nodded. That's right. But taking the ninja tools from them is only part of the plan. Earlier, after these two were swallowed by the Nine-Tails, they stumbled into fortune amidst disaster. By devouring the Nine-Tails' flesh, they absorbed a fair amount of Nine-Tails chakra. If Orochimaru's eyes widened with sudden understanding. He couldn't help but clap his hands with delight. If you bring them back with impure world reincarnation, you'll also be able to claim a portion of the Nine-Tails' power. What a clever idea and a meticulous scheme. No wonder Natum insisted on resurrecting these two first. Clearly, it wasn't for their combat strength at all. He intended to use them as delivery boys of treasures. The bloodline of the Six Paths, those legendary tools, and the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Each of them a treasure trove in its own right. Damn, why didn't I think of this before? Orochimaru chided himself in regret. Had he come to this realization sooner, both the Nine-Tails chakra and the Six Paths tools could have been his by now. Orochimaru said, Lord Natum, are you not afraid that once I reincarnate them, I could simply keep all their ninja tools for myself? Natum replied, Impure world reincarnation requires a part of their body or their remains. Do you have that? Orochimaru fell silent. Or do you think that with just 2 reincarnated puppets and a few ninja tools, you'd be able to defeat me? Natum continued, filled with confidence. With his current strength, he indeed had every right to be self-assured. Orochimaru gave an awkward laugh. Haha, just kidding, Lord Natum. No need to take it seriously. It's fine. I was only joking too. One man and one serpent, the young and the grown, exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was understood without a word. In truth, Natum had already checked the price of impure world reincarnation in the system shop. As a forbidden S-class technique, its base exchange price was 2,500 gold coins, about 500 gold more than many other S-class jutsu. At first glance, it seemed rather affordable. But those 2,500 coins bought only the basic version, the very same impure world reincarnation developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama. This entry-level version came with numerous restrictions on the number of people, duration, power, and more. It simply wasn't worth it. Beyond the basic version, there were also the upgraded and ultimate editions, priced at 6,000 and 10,000 coins, respectively. Truly extortionate. Only the 10,000 coin ultimate version matched the perfected impure world reincarnation developed by Orochimaru later in life, preserving the full strength of the reincarnated ninja as they were before death. So, if he could have value created by Orochimaru, the mad scientist and tool man, why waste over 10,000 coins of his own? Besides, Natsum's finances weren't exactly abundant right now. When the time came, and all was a success. Although he no longer had any real interest in that portion of the Nine-Tails chakra, or those handful of sage tools, he couldn't deny that putting them in the hands of his subordinates and clansmen would quickly produce several Kage-level powerhouses. That would greatly boost the overall military strength of the village. Otherwise, the moment he left the village, the strongest people remaining would be Fugaku and his son, Itachi. That prospect just didn't sit right with him. However, if he was so interested in the Nine-Tails chakra, why not just go after that brat Naruto? The reason was simple. Natum wasn't much of a gambler. After all, Naruto was the destined protagonist of the entire Hidden Leaf saga. Who could say what sort of chaos might erupt if he made a move too early? With his luck, maybe even the Sage of Six Paths, deceased for untold years, would leap out of nowhere to deal with him. So until he gained power equal to, or even surpassing, the legendary Six Paths level, Natum would do everything possible to avoid taking direct action against Naruto. But then, why was he so bold about targeting Sasuke, another main character? What a joke. That guy, Second Pillar, was called one of the formaniacal laughter kings for a reason. The skies are clear, the rain has stopped, and Second Pillar feels on top of the world again. Pretty much every time he got overconfident, he'd get thoroughly thrashed. So, giving Second Pillar a good beating now and then was practically expected. It wasn't something to feel guilty about. This wasn't assault. This was tough love. After all, Natum harbored no malice. Orochimaru inquired, "When do we start?" "No need to rush," Natum replied. "Put your current research on hold. First, let's perfect that forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. As far as I know, the second Hokage's Edo Tensei still leaves much to be desired, right?" Natum offered this suggestion. After all, if Edo Tensei wasn't perfected, even if they summoned Ginkaku and Kinkaku, the Nine-Tails chakra they brought back might well be incomplete. It would be a waste to go through all that trouble, only to end up with a mere fraction of a Nine-Tails power. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was at a loss for words. It felt as if this brat Natum was even more proficient in Edo Tensei than he was. He even knew exactly which aspects needed improvement. How infuriating. He was the one refining the jutsu. After all, couldn't he be given a little respect? When the technique's perfected, try it out on a few lesser-known dead ninja first. As for procuring Ginkaku and Kinkaku's remains, I'll handle it. Natsum added cheerfully. Soon, the two had agreed on the remaining details of the plan. Having finalized everything with Orochimaru, Natsum quickly left the hidden sound village. With a single flying thunder god, he returned to his own village. At present, Natsum had already prepared 3 possible plans to enhance the village's overall strength. 1. Naturally, the plan is to use reanimation jutsu to summon historic ninjas of value, like Ginkaku and Kinkaku, and then plunder their abilities to rapidly strengthen the village's forces. 2. Next, the combat units will be gradually standardized, upgrading military structure, coordination, logistics, and other aspects, while recruiting more outstanding ninjas, all in pursuit of a more complete and effective combat system. 3. A ninja academy will be established to systematically train new talent, and using Itachi's Tsukumi Jinjutsu, there will be a large-scale and stable effort to unlock and cultivate Sharingan users. Among these plans, the first method delivers the fastest results, with a very high success rate. It can swiftly produce several Kaga-level powerhouses, completely resolving the awkward shortage of top-tier strength in the village. The second approach takes effect more slowly, but it is the most stable in the long term. By incorporating the modern military concepts from a previous life, a variety of forbidden jutsu at hand, and soon, the talented branch family members of the Hyuga clan, the village's operational system will be greatly enriched, bringing a significant boost to overall strength. The final plan seems to offer the greatest rewards, yet is also the most challenging and time-consuming one. Even with the almost miraculous power of Tsukuyami, mass-producing Sharingan users in a stable manner is extremely difficult. There are numerous obstacles to overcome. For example, how can one ensure that the intense psychological stimulus will enable participants to awaken to Sharingan without causing them to break mentally? How can you cultivate their perseverance and toughness? How can you tailor training scenarios to match each individual's circumstances? How do you help clan members heal from the psychological trauma after unlocking their eyes? How do you guide them so they're not corrupted by the power of a Sharingan, turning them radical, and so forth? There are just too many questions to consider and challenges to solve. It's certainly not something that can be achieved overnight. Still, where there's a will, there's a way. Step by step, as long as one persists, solutions will outnumber difficulties. Thus, the general direction for strengthening the village's overall capacity is set. Advancing carefully along these 3 lines will suffice. As for the rest, it's time to work on other crucial fields. Economy, culture, politics. These 3 pillars are the most vital assets for any nation or village, aside from military power. Much like the ever-neutral land of iron. Economically, relying on a flourishing blacksmithing industry, it enjoys considerable profits, filling large orders for weapons and equipment from the major nations each year. Culturally, its unique code of Bushido has spread far and wide, drawing many admirers seeking to uphold the way of the samurai. Politically, by steadfastly maintaining a policy of neutrality, it has won the trust of all nations, and several 5 Kage summits have been hosted there. Therefore, even though its comprehensive military strength cannot compare to the 5 great nations or the 5 major hidden villages. With these 3 pillars to rely on, the land of iron holds considerable sway in the ninja world. The country has long enjoyed peace and prosperity. This shows just how vital economic, cultural, and political factors are to a nation's well-being. What's more, if preparations aren't made early, and the influence of Hidden Flame Village isn't expanded soon enough, then even if my 5-year plan goes smoothly and I succeed in defeating the 5 great hidden villages to unite the ninja world, governing all of it stably would remain a tremendous challenge. It's far harder to keep a country than it is to conquer one. With this in mind, Natsum made a decision. Economically, he would continue to focus on the maritime shipping company, putting great effort into developing sea transport and accumulating capital. Unfortunately, the technological path of the ninja world has veered off in strange directions. Those tried and true get-rich-quick schemes beloved by otherworldly transmigrators, like making glass, soap, or gunpowder, are already old news here. Rain Hidden Village has even managed to manufacture miniature missiles. Try to make a fortune through such trifling crafts and petty inventions offers little hope now. Of course, other ways exist too. There's always a chance to profit by introducing new concepts unknown to this world, such as manipulating finance, founding banks, dabbling in stocks or bonds, or even running Ponzi schemes. Still, promising as these ideas are, they must be pursued gradually. Haste would only lead to trouble. Politically, in the short term, Natsum planned to maintain his strategy of alliances and rivalries. Namely, forming a partnership with Mist-Hidden Village to counter Cloud and Sand, all while fanning the existing hostility between Leaf and Stone. He would not engage in open warfare for now, working instead to lessen the other village's suspicion toward his own, keeping his ambitions carefully hidden. As for culture, this was the most crucial of all, and Natsum had been planning for it for quite some time. Before long, he returned inside the house. It was only just past 10 in the morning. Inside, Nanoyu had left a shadow clone behind, preparing lunch, while she herself had gone to help at the orphanage. Once he was sure no one else was around, Natsum slipped into the cell where Kurenai Yuhi was being held. The Jinjutsu master from the Leaf Village was still restrained on a single bed, her body riddled with steel needles that blocked her chakra. However, she was already awake, her beautiful eyes wide open, darting constantly toward Natsum as she struggled to break free. MMPH, MMPHHH. Gagged and bound, Kurenai tried with all her might to speak, her muffled sounds forming strained protests. She appeared to want to say something, to defend herself, but Natsum had no interest in listening. If she were one of the branch family from the Hyuga, those who already harbored resentment toward the main family or the Leaf, he might have been willing to hear her out a bit longer. As for someone like Kurenai Yuhi, a loyal Konoha ninja, Natsum had no interest in listening to a single word of her pointless rambling. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive you. Natsum was determined not to be beguiled by her words. He would be better off getting down to business without delay. In the next moment, Natsum opened his Mangekyo Sharingan and locked eyes with Kurenai. A torrent of ocular power surged forth, transforming into Jinjutsu chakra, which invaded her mind, beginning to rewrite her very consciousness. After all, what Natsum needed was an obedient tool, someone who would never reveal the secrets of the Hidden Flame Village. Not a ninja clutching her free will, plotting escapes, or looking for a way to send messages back to Konoha every day. Natsum knew very well who could be swayed and who would resist to the bitter end. It didn't take long. With the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Natsum easily rewrote Kurenai's consciousness, erasing all affection she ever held for Konoha. Of course, such force tampering was inherently unstable. Much like the fourth Mizuki Jigura before, as time passed, the effects of the Jinjutsu would gradually weaken, and the victim's memories would start to return. To maintain complete control, he would have to cast the spell again at regular intervals to reinforce the illusion's hold. But as far as Natsum was concerned, this was hardly a problem. Once he had cast it enough times to utterly conquer both Kurenai's mind and body, he would simply use a recruitment order as the finishing touch. Then, the effect would be permanently locked in place. She would come to feel a deep sense of belonging to him and to the Hidden Flame Village, body and soul. With a hook of his finger, Natsum summoned a surge of powerful chakra. In an instant, every steel needle embedded in Kurenai popped free, and he sliced through her restraints. He let her down gently. "Greetings, master." Once on her feet, Kurenai knelt respectfully on one knee and saluted, showing not a trace of discomfort. "Rise." "Yes, master." "Now, use your Jinjutsu to conjure a small tree," Natsum ordered. "As you wish." At once, Kurenai formed her seals and cast the technique. In no time at all, a fresh, lively little tree sprung up before Natsum's eyes. From the gentle swaying of its bright green leaves to the delicate, lifelike lines in the bark, the illusion was so realistic it could easily fool anyone's eyes. Only when one reached out to touch it and their hand passed straight through the trunk would they realize it was nothing but a mirage. Seeing this, Natsum was delighted. This was exactly the effect he wanted. It's important to understand. Jinjutsu cast through the Sharingan was typically highly targeted, trapping only the intended victim within a false world of illusions. Though overwhelmingly powerful, such limitations did not meet Natsum's needs. Nandojutsu Jinjutsu techniques, on the other hand, could use chakra to craft false images in the real world. Illusions visible to everyone, not just to one person caught in the spell. Therefore, this Kurenai Yuhi, who is now under my command, is by no means some mere illusionist. She is, in truth, nothing less than a bona fide master of special effects. That's right. Natsum's strategic vision for culture is to craft all sorts of thrilling, realistic films as a way to promote the culture of the Hidden Flame Village. The aim, naturally, is to achieve cultural infiltration, cultural dominion, over the other great nations. After all, even Jiraiya's somewhat risque novels have taken the shinobi world by storm. So, what if I were to bring modern cinema into this world? In an age so deprived of entertainment, such films would become overnight sensations. Now, with Kurenai Yui's Nandojutsu illusion techniques, I could shoot all kinds of movies without the slightest need for post-production special effects. Real locations alone could rival effects worth millions, tens of millions. This, truly, is the real value of non-dojutsu illusion arts. By then, a whole arsenal of promotional blockbusters, already outlined in Natsum's mind, could be unleashed like a barrage of fire, overwhelming all the other nations. For example, the Uchiha who wasn't too cool, the redemption of Uchiha, beauty in the Uchiha, Uchiha, speed and passion, Uchiha, the Dark Knight, visitors from beyond, Otsutsuki versus Uchiha, and so on. With this lineup of flame-hidden Hollywood blockbusters, surely the entire shinobi world's perspective on the Uchiha clan could be transformed, with the right kind of cultural infiltration and precise propaganda. Even something white could be painted black, and anything black could be washed white. P.S. Please don't put off reading, everyone. The author is starting here. If you can, support with more reminders for updates through video clicks and free gifts, please. There'll probably be another chapter tonight. Thank you. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. At this moment inside Konoha. 3 days ago, the bulk of Konoha's main forces had already returned to the village. Lord Jiraiya, what about the Hokage? Kakashi glanced over at the medical room on his left, worry shadowing his voice as he questioned Jiraiya, who stood before him. 5 days prior, that withdrawal had been painfully arduous. And, in the end, on the Konoha side, no one could have predicted that Iwagakure would resort to using the tailed beasts again, even to the point of sacrificing their own people in the explosions. Truly insane. Because of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was accompanied by just over a dozen Anbu who stayed behind to cover the retreat. They were all lost in the explosions of those tailed beast bombs. Sarutobi himself suffered grave injuries, for broken ribs, most of his right arm gone, hovering on the edge of death. And this was even after several Anbu gave their lives to shield him from the worst of it. Otherwise, Sarutobi would surely have perished in the blast. Moreover, already gravely wounded, Sarutobi never got a moment's rest during their frantic journey home. Once they returned to Konoha, he was barely clinging to life. He's been confined to the medical ward ever since, receiving emergency treatment. Only 2 days ago did he manage, with much difficulty, to escape immediate danger. Unfortunately, he still has not awakened. He's out of danger now. There's no need to worry, someone reassured. I'll stand guard here. I won't let anyone threaten the old man. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, arms folded, speaking with unwavering confidence. Indeed, with Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, watching over things, any would-be troublemakers were sure to be kept at bay. This allowed Sarutobi to receive treatment with peace of mind. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi expressed his gratitude sincerely. Never mind me. These past days, things haven't exactly been smooth in the village, have they? That's right, Kakashi replied with a nod. Konoha had emerged victorious in this fierce battle against the Hidden Stone Village. Fewer than 1,000 ninja were deployed, and a little over 200 lost their lives. Though the casualties were not insignificant, they paled in comparison to the enemy. Over 2,000 from the Hidden Stone had perished. What's more, massive destruction had been dealt to the Hidden Stone's buildings. The village itself had been left in shambles. This was, by any measure, a tremendous victory. Originally, a triumph of this scale, combined with the news returning home and the army's triumphant return, should have provided a great boost to morale in Konoha. But upon returning, they had a rude awakening. It turned out that while they'd managed to steal the crystal from the Hidden Stone, their own village's crystal had been stolen just the same, this time by the Hidden Flame. Not only that, but their sensory core had been almost entirely wiped out. The Great Konoha Barrier was destroyed, and, as if that weren't enough, the remaining members of the Uchiha clan had quietly vanished without a trace. It was painfully clear now, Fugaku and his team, sent out previously, had failed to stop the Hidden Flame at all. If anything, they had been defeated and swept away in a single stroke. What a disaster, like throwing a dog a meat bun. Gone for good, never to return. Or, as another saying goes, lost both the lady and the soldiers. In any case, this wave of misfortune immediately dulled the thrill of Konoha's great victory. Quite a few of the noble clans in the village began to harbor thoughts of their own. And elsewhere, it was said that Lord Danzo's rage nearly caused him to cough up blood. He, too, was now recuperating. Still, all of these problems were not the most pressing concerns. The Uchiha clan's mass defection and the damage to the village's defenses, for all their gravity, did not greatly affect the daily lives of Konoha's ordinary citizens. What truly stung was the lack of spoils. They had won a hard-fought victory, but hadn't gained a thing. The village's stockpiles had been exhausted in advance. Every possible resource had been mobilized for this war. To make matters worse, a wartime tax had been levied, and everyone had had to tighten their belts just to get by. They'd even had to borrow 50 million from the Sand Village just to seal their alliance. So everyone had been counting on defeating the Hidden Stone and reaping a hefty reward for their trouble. In reality, they'd won, but hadn't gained a single scrap for their efforts. Everyone still had to tighten their belts to get by. How could they not feel discouraged? Winning the war actually feels worse than not fighting at all. No wonder the whole village was steeped in a heavy, stifling mood. Of course, compared to the ordinary villagers who struggled to make ends meet. The higher-ups of Konoha weren't having an easy time either. Hiruzen lay unconscious, Danzo refused to leave his home, and Koharu had long since passed away. That left only Hamura Midokado, single-handedly holding together the village administration. With Sunagakure pressing for repayment, the treasury empty, complaints from villagers piling up, and the heavy burdens of post-war relief. All these troubles swarmed him, leaving him frazzled and at a complete loss. Indeed, even though Konoha hadn't suffered too many losses, the whole village seemed to be struggling harder than during the fiercest days of past wars. Yesterday, the daimyo sent envoys to hold the village accountable. He's demanding an explanation for starting the war without permission. If we don't give one, he's threatening to impeach the Hokage. And this morning, Sunagakure sent their third urgent message already. They keep pushing the village to pay the alliance fee without delay. Kakashi reported swiftly. Disgusting. Those greedy wolves from Sunagakure. The moment they smell trouble, they come swarming in. Jiraiya muttered, unable to hide his anger. It was clear, with Konoha's defenses down, spies hiding both in Konoha and in Iwagakure had scrambled to send information back to Sunagakure. That was why Sunagakure now dared to bare their fangs, time and again taking advantage of Konoha's vulnerability. In normal times, they wouldn't have a nerve for such brazen tactics. Jiraiya asked, is it true the village can't come up with the money anymore? Kakashi replied, it's true. We've run out of funds. If we force the villagers to pay again, it would only stir up anger and protest. A lot of families of fallen shinobi are still waiting for their consolation payments, too. That's why Lord Hamura is under immense pressure right now as well. As the scion of a noble clan, Kakashi was trusted by Hiruzen, Hamura, and the rest of the advisors. They frequently consulted him for his perspective, so he was privy to much of the leadership's inside information. We're in dire straits then? I see. Well, as for me, Jiraiya shook his head, letting out a long sigh. He was about to speak when, suddenly, the door to the medical room swung open. The Hokage is awake, a shinobi from a medical team announced quickly. But his condition is fragile. Keep your visits brief. He hurriedly led the overjoyed Jiraiya in to see him, leaving Kakashi alone to stand guard outside. Thinking to himself, come to think of it, didn't Guy break a bone too? He's staying in the recovery ward just a floor below. Should I check in on him? No. Best to wait for Lord Jiraiya to return first. Kakashi hesitated for a moment. In the end, they decided it was best to wait for Lord Jiraiya. A little more than 10 minutes passed. Jiraiya finally came out, taking care to close the door behind him. Lord Jiraiya? The old man is fine, but he'll need some time to rest and recover. A long breath of relief escaped Kakashi. Then, with unusual gravity, Jiraiya continued. Furthermore, for the time being, I will be acting as the Hokage. Kakashi froze in surprise. But without a hint of doubt, he dropped to one knee, ready to receive his orders. First, inform the envoys from the Land of Fire that Lord Hokage is recuperating. As for the reasons behind this war, Lord Hokage will explain everything himself to the daimyo once he's recovered. As you command. Second, find a way to hold back some of the daimyo's envoys, and use this opportunity to request some financial support from the daimyo's residents. No matter what, we must secure at least a few 100 million ryo to alleviate our immediate needs. Understood. Third, in the name of Konoha, issue a formal protest to Iwagakure and the Land of Earth. Condemn their surprise attack, and demand that Inoki pays a ransom. His son, Kitsuchi, will be treated the same as Asuma. The ransom is 35 million ryo, every coin accounted for. After all, they are both direct heirs to two different Kage, which justifies the price. As for his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, let's set her ransom at 25 million. For his disciple Deidara, make it 20 million. These two can be bargained down a bit, but don't go under 18 million, no matter what. The specifics, I'll have the administrative department assign people to handle the negotiations. Jiraiya swept his hand decisively, making the call without hesitation. This was, in fact, something Hiruzen had just instructed him to do. Such a bold demand gave even Kakashi chills along his scalp while he listened from the side. After all, Konoha had already destroyed half of Iwagakure and killed so many of their shinobi. Now they were demanding an enormous ransom on top of that. This would be enough to send the third Suchikage, Inoki, to his grave in outrage. Fourth, here's my personal bank book. There should be just over 100 million Rio left in savings, mission rewards, and royalties I've accumulated over the years. Take a few people with you to the capital of the Land of Fire, withdraw it all, and bring it back. That should be enough to get the village through this emergency. Jiraiya produced a thick bank book and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi took it, flipped through its pages, and was struck with awe. On one hand, he marveled at how Lord Jiraiya truly had amassed such a fortune. But more than that, he was deeply moved by Jiraiya's willingness to hand over his personal savings to help Konoha in this dire hour. This gallant hermit, so brash with words, yet endlessly soft-hearted in action. Thank you, Kakashi said sincerely as he put the bank book away. Lord Jiraiya, do you have any other orders? Jiraiya scratched the back of his head. That should be all. Wait. Well, for the very last order, under my authority as acting Hokage, turn all the biggest bathhouses in the village into mixed bathing facilities. Kakashi, what? Because the conflict only involved the two major hidden villages and lasted just one night, the war between Konoha and Iwagakure never escalated to the Fourth Great Ninja War. How both sides and the entire ninja world would come to define this battle would only become clear with time. For now, both villages were embroiled in heated arguments, each clinging to their own conceptions of justice. Iwagakure, under the name of the Land of Earth, vehemently condemned Konoha for launching an unprovoked attack and demanded reparations in full. Konoha, in turn, bit back even harder, claiming that Iwagakure was the true aggressor, violating their accord by unleashing a tailed beast first. The news sent Inoki and the other Iwagakure elders into a fury. Their anger was palpable. Their hair stood on end as they gnashed their teeth. They cursed Konoha for their shamelessness, furious that Konoha dared to turn the tables and accuse them, calling it the thief, crying, "Stop, thief!" The dispute over which side struck first became a never-ending, hot-blooded mess, an argument that defied resolution. But in the end, Iwagakure had no choice but to give ground. There was simply no alternative. Their own son, granddaughter, and disciple were hostages in the enemy's hands. If they were lost, Iwagakure's future would only grow darker. Just hearing the sky-high ransom demanded by Konoha was enough to make Inoki see red. Almost literally. He was so angry he nearly lost consciousness on the spot. From Iwagakure's perspective, it was as if Konoha had already cleaned out their vault, only to turn around and demand an outrageous ransom as well. Truly, it was pushing things too far. Frustrated as they were, Iwagakure was powerless to strike back. Unless they were willing to sacrifice their own village, or abandon the lives of people like Kuratsuchi and others, they had no choice but to swallow their resentment, obediently scraping together the ransom to buy their people's freedom. All in all, this entire spectacle became a source of endless entertainment for the smaller nations and the remaining three great powers. None of them could contain their glee over this turn of events. They could only hope Konoha and Iwagakure would go at each other's throats once more. After all, the more fiercely those two fought, the weaker they would both become, making it that much easier for the rest to quietly watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits when the time was right. Meanwhile, as Konoha and Iwagakure quarreled endlessly, a week after the battle had ended, things were moving on another front. Over in the village of Hidden Flame, Natum once again prepared to leave. But this time he would not go alone. This time, acting in the official capacity of the Hidden Flame village, they submitted an official diplomatic request to Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds of the Land of Lightning, a request that had been formally approved. And thus, this time, Natum set out on his journey to the Hidden Cloud village with an entire diplomatic mission, a team of 20 in all. Of course, the purpose of his visit was clear from the start. First, he intended to strengthen ties with the Cloud village, expanding the political influence of the Hidden Flame, and at the same time, to observe and learn from the famed taijutsu techniques of the Cloud Shinobi. Secondly, it was a perfect chance to tour the Cloud's memorial grounds and, while he was at it, discreetly leave behind a couple of flying Thunder God seals. This would make it much easier for him to pay a visit to the Golden and Silver Brothers' tombs at a later date. Now, the reason Natum didn't choose to infiltrate the village alone was quite intentional. He preferred a formal diplomatic excuse and a public procession into the Cloud village, because it offered safer, more reliable access to the remains of Ginkaku and Kinkaku. After all, Natum had never set foot in the Cloud village before, nor had he left any of his special seals there in advance. Add to that the fact that the Cloud village is well protected by large defensive barriers. If he tried to slip in by himself, it was all too likely he'd be discovered. And once that happened, with the Fourth Raikage's notorious speed, Natum doubted he'd even find the right tomb. much less start excavating, before the Raikage arrived to confront him. So, it was far more prudent to gain access through official channels for now, to enter openly, plant his marks, and bide his time. Next time, he'd be able to bypass the barriers in secret and carry out his plans without a hitch. In the shinobi world, each of the 5 great hidden villages has its own distinguishing traits, all deeply ingrained in their unique cultures. The Cloud Village stands perched atop lofty mountains, nestled just beneath the clouds. Thanks to its geography, it's the perfect place to master lightning release jutsu, making Cloud's elite forces second to none in this specialty. But the mountainous setting also means locals frequently endure lightning strikes. To adapt, the second Raikage developed Nintai Jitsu, a style that soon made the Cloud Village famous throughout the shinobi world for its lightning-enhanced martial arts. The harsh sunlight at these high altitudes has also shaped the people. Most male shinobi are dark-skinned and powerfully built, while their female counterparts, devoted to fitness and self-care, are tall and strikingly athletic. This environment has fostered a culture where martial prowess is revered above all else. While cunning and strategy have their place in the Cloud Village, raw strength is what truly commands respect. The bigger your fists, the greater your authority. Through the ages, each generation of Raikage has been the very best their village has to offer. Since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, the fourth Raikage, A, has ruled the Cloud Village for nearly a decade. Whatever the achievements of his 3 predecessors, one thing is clear. As the current leader, the fourth Raikage is a resounding success. He radiates charisma and commands formidable strength. Both of the village's tailed beast hosts are fiercely loyal to him. The Cloud Shinobi's devotion to their village is second to none. He has cultivated a host of outstanding subordinates. During his tenure, no renowned renegade ninja have emerged, and the village has seen no scandals involving the persecution of bloodline clans. It could be said that under the rule of the fourth Raikage, A, the hidden Cloud Village stood as a shining model among the 5 great ninja villages. In fact, he was the only one formidable enough to leave even Naruto's Talk no Jutsu in utter defeat. In short, the fourth Raikage proved with his actions. A cold, rational dictatorship was far superior to any false notion of democracy. In comparison, villages like the Leaf and the others, all that so-called democracy, even filthier and darker, reeking to high heaven. At this moment, high up in the office of the Raikage Tower in the hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage, A, was gathered with his advisors in serious discussion. How much longer until the Uchiha arrive? It's already been 2 days. They're expected to arrive by tomorrow morning. To the right of the Raikage sat Mabui, her gray hair neat and attired crisply in a secretary's suit. Arms full of documents, she answered precisely. I've heard the remaining Uchiha clan members in the Leaf have also defected and joined the hidden Flame Village. Yes, the Flame Village is heavily guarded and short on numbers. It's nearly impossible for us to plant a spy. However, based on intelligence smuggled back by our spies in the Leaf, the Uchiha have vanished entirely from Konoha. So even that Fugaku guy has turned his back on the Leaf. The Raikage pressed further. He'd crossed swords with Fugaku several times in the last war, taking down more than a few Uchiha shinobi in the process. He knew better than anyone. Fugaku's real strength lay far beyond what he showed the world. Mabui nodded. That's right. But, according to news from the Flame Village a few days ago, the one now in charge appears to be Uchiha Natum. The Raikage's brows rose. Uchiha Natum? That brat who was first to desert. Does Fugaku really expect us to be fooled just by putting a kid out front as a decoy? How foolish. Mabui cautioned. Raikage-sama, we mustn't underestimate them. Intelligence suggests that when the Mist Village fell to a coup, it was this very person who defeated the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Tisich, just a 10-year-old brat. Nothing more, the Raikage snorted. Once he arrives, I'll give him a real lesson in what it means to have the mightiest fist. Blunt as ever, the Raikage had no patience for traitors. If the Uchiha ever tried deserting from the Cloud, he'd bring down the full force of his wrath to erase them, no matter the cost. So, with the emissaries from the Flame Village soon to arrive, he felt little but wariness. In fact, a darker thought simmered beneath the surface. Should he seize the opportunity to obliterate their entire Uchiha delegation and claim their Kekkei Genkai for himself? After all, ever since Ao, the Byakugan Slayer from the Mist, made his move, the other hidden villages had eyed such power with a hungry envy. Otherwise, back then, the hidden Cloud Village wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures, forcing the Hyuga clan of Konoha to hand over Hayashi Hyuga. Unfortunately, in the end, all they got was the corpse of Hisashi Hyuga, whose Byakugan had already been destroyed. This time, With so many Kekkei Genkai practically delivered to their doorstep, there's no way they're letting this chance slip by. At this moment, on a winding path through towering mountains, more than 20 people were making their way forward. How much farther is it? I can't even see the end of the road. Uchiha Jin looked up ahead. All he saw were mountains shrouded in mist, one after another, stretching endlessly into the distance. Beside him, Uchiha Nichio pulled out a map, rotated it a couple times, and held it upright. After checking and double-checking, he finally said with conviction, "We're almost there. Once we cross the next mountain, we should arrive." "Nichio, you said the exact same thing an hour ago. Do you even know where we're going?" Nichio hesitated for a moment, but then replied with renewed confidence. "Trust me, even though I've never actually been to the Hidden Cloud Village. I haven't been here either. Damn it, who builds a village in a place this remote and hard to find?" Jin grumbled with clear frustration. It was obvious. The road to the Hidden Cloud Village was no easy journey. High ground, easy to defend, and hard to attack. These mountains and the swirling fog. That's true natural protection. This is what a hidden village is supposed to be. In the middle of the group, Natum lay sprawled across the back of an ox, sunglasses on, lazily soaking in the sun. He offered this explanation. And indeed, it was thanks to the strategic location of the Hidden Cloud Village that, throughout the previous Great Wars, the village remained nearly untouched. Not once had enemy forces made it to their doorstep. Unlike Konoha, which sat on flat terrain surrounded by dense forest that blocked any clear line of sight, it was as if anyone could just waltz in and pick on Konoha. This place really is a fortress. By the way, young patriarch, isn't it a bit risky for just a small group like us to come to the Hidden Cloud Village? I remember you once said that every hidden village has been eyeing our Sharingan. What if the Cloud Village tries to make a move against us? Natum replied, "Don't worry. Even if something does happen, it won't be a big problem. You already have preparations in place, young patriarch." "No, I haven't. But honestly, even if something really does happen, the Hidden Cloud Village won't be able to keep me here." "What about the rest of us?" "Well, you'll just have to look out for yourselves." Jin, open-mouthed with shock. Natum added, "I'm just messing with you. Don't get worked up. Seriously though, young patriarch, if we really were captured, would you come rescue us?" "I wouldn't." Natum was brisk and unequivocal, not the slightest hint of hesitation. "Couldn't you at least pretend to think about it for a moment?" Natum said, "There's really nothing to hesitate about. Anyway, if you do end up getting caught, just keep your mouth shut and hold out through a few rounds of torture. Who knows? You might last long enough for a honey trap to come into play." "Isn't that exactly what you want to happen?" Jin, astonished silence. Compared to the exhausting rush of every previous mission outside, Natum, now standing at the very peak of the shinobi world's current power, was much more at ease. Not that he was getting arrogant, but he was certainly far less impatient than before. As a result, this journey to the Hidden Cloud did feel exceptionally calm for him. Admittedly, the Hidden Cloud Village commanded impressive strength. The fourth Reikage, 2 Jinchuriki, an elite guard, and a host of seasoned old shinobi hidden in shadows. At bare minimum, there were more top-tier fighters here than you could count on one hand. Such a powerhouse lineup truly made the Hidden Cloud one of the leading villages among the 5 great shinobi nations. After all, just look next door at the Hidden Mist. They'd fallen on such hard times that they could barely scrape together even 2 or 3 fighters of Kage level. Yet, at Natsum's current strength, even if every single one of the Hidden Cloud's elite fighters attacked him at once, there was a good chance he could emerge victorious. Worst case, he could still escape easily and without so much as a scratch. Besides, unless the Hidden Cloud was suicidal enough to risk their entire village, there was no way they'd start an all-out battle against him right on their own turf. In short, strength breeds confidence, and confidence shapes one's outlook. For Natum, that outlook was now one of calm detachment. He was even daydreaming about the delicious food and fun he'd find inside the Hidden Cloud. He was determined to take full advantage and savor the experience. But as Natum let his mind wander, a flurry of shuriken suddenly rained down from the steep cliff above, hurtling straight for the entire Uchiha envoy. Natum, the first to notice the ambush, reached out and clenched his hand. Without even using any ninjutsu, merely by summoning a surge of powerful chakra that roared out around him. So dense it was almost tangible, he intercepted every single shuriken. Effortlessly, he twisted the metal blades together in several tangled clumps, which clattered harmlessly to the ground. Ambush! We're under attack. All the Uchiha around Natum instantly tensed, falling into combat formation at a moment's notice. From the cliffs ahead, more than a dozen figures leaped into view, every one of them dressed as bandits, each with their own unique style. They charged toward Natsum's group without the slightest hesitation. Calling them bandits was, In fact, an understatement. Within their ranks, most were genin, but there were 2 or 3 chunin as well. A team of ninja with this level of power could dominate lesser nations, ruling however they wanted. So what were they doing working as bandits in this godforsaken backcountry? But there was no time to ponder such questions. These so-called bandits came barreling in, murder and pillage written all over their faces. No mercy would be shown here. Nichiyo, they're yours. Take care of this, quickly. Although Natum could have wiped out these ordinary bandits with a single move, he still left the opportunity for his subordinates to hone their skills. After all, he couldn't protect his clansmen for their whole lives. It was necessary to give them more chances to temper themselves. All right, leave it to us. These petty crooks picked the wrong fight. Iin shouted boldly and dashed forward without hesitation. While he couldn't go toe-to-toe with an elite jonin like Zabuza, handling this ragtag band posed no problem for him. What's more, among their own side, out of more than 20 people, even setting aside the personal guard and roughly half the administrative staff, the rest, at their weakest, were at least at the level of a chunin. Surely they wouldn't lose to a bunch of mere bandits? The fight was over in moments. All told, it ended in just over half a minute. Almost all 10 or so bandits were killed in action. Only a single chunin and a genin managed to slip away at the rear, escaping by sheer luck. If these ordinary bandits had received even the most basic training and cooperated a little among themselves, perhaps they could have held on a bit longer. Unfortunately, their fighting was a total mess, and their chakra signs when forming hand seals for ninjutsu were wild and disorganized. It was clear at a glance that they were a rabble, a motley crew utterly lacking in skill. Young chief, should we go after them? No need. They won't get away. What? Natum pointed ahead. Having activated the spirit transformation technique, his senses toward the souls of all intelligent creatures in the vicinity were sharp and acute. He had already noticed the presence of those 2 figures lurking just outside their line of sight. Moments later, the 2 figures appeared, each dragging a corpse, and approached Natum and the others. 4th Raikage Guard, see. This is my teammate, Darui. You must be the envoy from Flame Hidden Village, right? Apologies for the fright. These folks are a recent phenomenon, bandits who've been roaming the nearby mountains. We're searching for them and planning to wipe them out. Didn't expect you'd run into them. Truly sorry about that. C wore a genial smile, his tone practiced as he explained and apologized. He gestured at the corpses in his hands, indicating they'd dealt with the 2 fleeing bandits for them. Hearing this, Natum felt only deeper contempt, barely concealing his scorn. If he hadn't already sensed those 2 hiding ahead, secretly observing their group's reaction to the ambush, he might have believed this excuse and chalked it up to coincidence. But as things stood, it was clear these unusually skilled bandits were almost certainly connected to the Hidden Cloud. Perhaps these were actually condemned criminals disguised by Hidden Cloud Village. Or maybe they were desperate men driven here from somewhere else. One way or another, the goal was to use these bandits to test the strength of their group. Even if all the bandits died, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. But if we could accidentally take out a few Uchiha ninjas and bag a couple of Sharingan, that would be an unexpected windfall. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village values strength and holds martial prowess above all. But that doesn't mean everyone there is just a muscle-bound fool with no brains. Otherwise, back then, they wouldn't have cornered the Hidden Leaf to the point of desperation and forced them to hand over Hyuga Hizashi's body. Moves like this, simple yet brutally effective ways of putting out feelers, are definitely worth a try. At any rate, those bandits are all dead now, not a single witness left. There's no way anyone could point a finger at the Hidden Cloud Village. Well, never thought those so-called upright Hidden Cloud folks could stoop to such convoluted schemes. I'd originally planned to show off a little once I arrived at Cloud Village, giving the 4th Raikage a chance to save face and a bit of respect. But now, it seems it wouldn't hurt to show a bit of force and teach them a lesson or 2. Natum made up his mind silently. Then, turning to C and Darui of the Hidden Cloud, he flashed a warm, seemingly sincere smile. That's right, we're the Flame Hidden Village delegation. Please lead the way. I can't wait to meet your Raikage. Have the Uchiha arrived? Yes, they're already settled into the guest quarters. Mabui is hosting them. Darui is keeping an eye on them. How's their strength? They're average. From what I can tell, it's around a dozen chunin and 2 or 3 jonin. And what about that Uchiha Natum kid? Can't gauge his real power, but he doesn't seem weak. Age-wise, he matches the rumors. Looks just a bit over 10. So he really is just a brat, huh? As he listened to C's report, Raikage tore into a hefty chunk of beef, chewing vigorously as he spoke, showing not the slightest concern for the Flame Hidden Village entourage. After all, with a village as mighty as his, if a mere group of 20 Uchiha could cause any real trouble, it would be laughable. 4th Raikage, Have we figured out why they're here? See, it seems they want to discuss a business partnership, but they haven't mentioned the details. They say they want to talk to you in person, Reikage. Business partnership? Probably just another trick to swindle us. Do they really take us for fools here in the cloud? Well, let's give them this chance. If they can beat me in a match, I'll hear them out about anything. See, get things ready. Once I finish eating, send them to the training field. I'll play host myself. Understood. Of course, Reikage might have been full of confidence, but that didn't make him careless. He quickly followed up with another question. What about B? Lorby should still be training in the Cloud and Thunder Gorge. Strengthen the defenses over there. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan possesses powerful illusions, enough to influence tailed beasts. Do not let any Uchiha get close. Yes, sir. With a crisp reply, she quickly set about making preparations. Hidden Cloud Village sits deep within the mountains, and the entire land of lightning lies at a higher altitude. The region enjoys abundant sunlight, lush vegetation, and sweet grasses, making it ideal for animal husbandry. As a result, Hidden Cloud's livestock industry is the most developed among the 5 great nations. Cattle, sheep, pigs, and all sorts of livestock. Here you'll find it all. Especially renowned is their prize breed of water buffalo, a true local specialty. Within the village, most ninja count beef as their staple food. Packed with protein, beef aids in building muscle when consumed over long periods and in large quantities. This is one reason why most Hidden Cloud ninja tend to be so physically robust. Owing to this, the people of Hidden Cloud have truly mastered the art of preparing and processing meat. They often serve lavish, full-course beef banquets to entertain various guests. However, due to the high terrain and winding mountain roads, the Land of Lightning is plagued by difficult transportation and limited accessibility. So, despite their thriving livestock industry, Hidden Cloud struggles to export its products, with modest sales beyond their borders. This is partly why Natum prepared to discuss a potential partnership with Hidden Cloud on this visit. With the abundance of meat products provided by Hidden Cloud's flourishing animal husbandry, paired with the extensive shipping routes carved out by his own maritime trading company, there is no doubt both sides stand to gain tremendously, creating an endless stream of profits. This very prospect is what drove Natum to visit with a full diplomatic delegation. After all, should an agreement be reached, there would be countless details and terms to draft and sign. Such an undertaking is far more than one person could handle alone. Still, good intentions aside, upon arriving at Hidden Cloud, Natum and his group were given a harsh welcome. At this moment, within the guest manor reserved for foreign visitors of the Hidden Cloud Village. Young clan leader, it's almost noon. Isn't Hidden Cloud planning to send over some good food? Weren't we told their beef and lamb feasts are the finest in the ninja world? Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Jin takes a bite of the hard, unyielding rations, voicing her discontent with a grumble. It was midday now. They had expected that, upon reaching Hidden Cloud, they'd at least get to savor a fragrant, piping hot specialty beef feast. Instead, it was clear their hosts had no intention of offering even the slightest hospitality. This treatment was truly outrageous. Natum, however, seemed unbothered. After all, beyond Konoha and the Hidden Mist, those who had witnessed his own village's strength, the other great village's perceptions of them, most still saw them as a minor village founded by Konoha defectors, not worth taking seriously. Even their alliance with the Hidden Mist was probably seen as mere fluke, nothing substantial. Given that, Hidden Cloud's cold reception was hardly surprising. However, none of that really matters. What matters is that he had already slipped effortlessly through the barrier of the Hidden Cloud Village and made his way inside. Now, it was finally time to do as he pleased. But speaking of which, where exactly was the Cloud Village's treasury located? Even his map didn't have that marked. Strangely enough, the cemetery was marked instead. But even so, it would be no easy feat to pick out the graves of the Gold and Silver brothers amidst the sprawling cemetery. Natum stroked his chin, deep in thought. But just then, the door opened. Mabui, the secretary to the Reikage, entered. She extended a formal invitation, inviting Natum and his companions to an audience with the 4th Reikage. Natum turned to Jin. Jin, this is our chance. Fight your best later, and if you win, you'll get to enjoy an entire banquet of roast lamb. Jin blinked. Huh? Why? Are we going to fight? Natum brushed him off. Enough with the questions. If you lose, you'll just have to watch us eat instead. Jin's face fell in disbelief. Natum hadn't brought many people with him. The majority of the delegation remained at the guest quarters. He took only Hinata and 3 other personal guard with him out the door. Before long, they arrived at the Cloud Village's training grounds. The training ground stretched along the left side of the village, carved out from the mountainside, and divided into 2 sections, upper and lower. The The lower ground was vast, large enough for several hundred ninja to train side by side. The upper ground was paved with solid granite, built strong and sturdy, reserved for actual combat simulations. It was clear at a glance that martial prowess was indeed the pride of the Hidden Cloud Village. So, you're Uchiha Natum? At the upper end of the training ground, the Reikage stood with arms crossed, an imposing figure reminiscent of an unmovable mountain. Reikage, summoning us here like this doesn't seem very hospitable, wouldn't you agree? Natsum shot back without the slightest trace of weakness, his tone unwavering. Reikage's ice eyes snapped open, and in that moment, a cold gleam seemed to flash within. I hear the Hidden Flame Village wants to work with me. That's right. And what kind of cooperation do you propose? We'd like to make large-scale purchases of Cloud Village's livestock products, meats, dairy, eggs, as well as all sorts of hides, pelts, manie's bones, casings, and other raw materials. How much do you want? A lot. As much as can be supplied. Such arrogance. Who do you think you are, a tiny village of rogue ninja, to presume to trade with us? With a snort, Reikage stepped forward. A whiplash of pressure surged from him, crashing like a tidal wave toward Natsum and his companions. The killing intent was so thick it felt almost solid, blended with a tremendous outpouring of chakra. A force like this would leave ordinary ninja frozen in terror, crumpling their courage and resolve on the spot. Even Hinata and Jin, standing behind Natsum, turned pale as the air grew electric, every muscle tense with dread. And yet, against such overwhelming force. For Natsum, however, it was like a gentle breeze brushing by, completely effortless, leaving not a trace of pressure. Lord Reikage, did you not get enough sleep last night? Why the bad temper? A joke. There probably isn't yet a force in this world capable of making the sage body feel fear. Is there? Meanwhile, this kid stood before him, facing down, his overwhelming aura, yet utterly unruffled, his expression unwavering. The fourth Reikage, couldn't help but show a hint of admiration, and spoke bluntly. Impressive spirit. You're certainly bold, but what about skill? Why should I believe your group can follow through on this deal? That you can resell the cattle and sheep without trouble. Enough with the talk. Let's fight. Do you want a duel, or all of us against you? Your choice. Natsum replied without hesitation, waving his hand to signal Nichio and the others behind him to step aside. Straight to the point. I like it. The Reikage burst out in hearty laughter. Blunt and impatient by nature, he'd never cared for endless words. If not for needing to clarify the purpose of the Hidden Ember Village's visit, he wouldn't have bothered talking at all. Now this kid, Uchiha Natsum, so sharp, so direct. He rather admired that. This sort of forthrightness was exactly the kind of person he appreciated. Good. I'll give you a chance. Kid, I won't bully you. If you can last 3 minutes against me, I'll consider this partnership you proposed. If you can't hold out and end up dead along the way, don't blame me. Of course, if you all want to come at me together, that's fine too. So, do you have the guts to try? With a thunderous shout, the Reikage tore off his outer robe, revealing a body like a mountain, muscles taut and powerful. Boss! Darui, standing nearby, hurried to intervene. The truth was, the Hidden Ember Village had come as honored guests. Their earlier clandestine test had already pushed the boundaries. And now, for the Reikage himself to challenge a 10-year-old child? Even if he won, it wouldn't do much for their reputation if word got out. Darui, don't stop me. The Reikage's voice boomed across the hall. But on Natsum's side, there wasn't a hint of fear. All right, I've been itching to stretch my limbs a little. No need for the others. I'll handle this alone. 3 minutes? That's more than enough time to put you flat on your back. Such arrogant words from a child. You're courting death. The Reikage hammered his fists together. Lightning flashed over his body, and in an instant, blue chakra enveloped him from head to toe. In a heartbeat, he donned his lightning release armor, surging his body with the quick-reacting chakra, enhancing his physique exponentially. Without warning, he exploded into motion at a speed that defied the eye, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Natsum immediately activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The fourth Reikage had disappeared from his field of vision in an instant. Even Natsum felt a twinge of astonishment. Zulfast. After all, while the Sharingan greatly enhances dynamic visual perception, it still can't quite match the Byakugan in this respect. Yet it can also dramatically enhance one's dynamic perception, especially when it's the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even so, Natsum could barely catch traces of Reikage's afterimages. By conservative estimate, his opponent's current speed was likely no less than 1 kilometer per second. That's 3 times the speed of sound. Just imagine how fast that is. In this world, when it comes to sheer explosive speed, almost no one could rival him. That's how he earned the illustrious title of the fastest man in the shinobi world. Back then, he lost only by a hair's breadth to Konoha's Yellow Flash. So many years have passed. By now, he surpassed even his old limits. Now, he truly stands unchallenged in terms of speed across the entire ninja world. As for Natum, even though he'd acquired the formidable Sage Body, which greatly boosted his physique and speed, and with the activation of 4th stage moment, even with all that, his combined speed was still just shy of twice the speed of sound. Mangekyo Sharingan, left eye moment. 5th stage, 32 times speed boost. Natum activated his left eye's ability without hesitation, instantly pushing moment up to the 5th stage and unleashing a 32-fold increase in speed. Now, with the protection of the Sage Body, he no longer had to worry about his flesh being torn apart by such a tremendous speed. He could finally unleash the higher stages of moment without restraint. With this unparalleled acceleration, Natsum's speed immediately broke through the sound barrier, rocketing past 1 kilometer per second and charging straight toward 4 times the speed of sound. He was now, by a hair, even faster than the 4th Reikage. In a heartbeat, both vanished from their original positions. A thunderous sonic boom erupted, the violent shockwave tearing out, nearly blowing Nichio and the others off their feet. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed through the air over and over again. For the onlookers, the eye could no longer keep up with their movements. Only the relentless burst of collision after collision thundered out, and each shockwave rocked the earth. Meanwhile, in the heat of the clash, even the seasoned 4th Reikage, was stunned by Natsum's sudden acceleration. To his knowledge, since the death of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, no one had ever been able to contend with him in speed. Besides, Minato's top speed relied on space-time jutsu, bending the rules. It didn't really count as true speed. But here, this boy just past 10 years old had actually edged him out by raw swiftness. And to prevent any chance for Natsum to use his bizarre Mangekyo abilities, the Reikage had held nothing back. He went all out from the start, pushing his lightning release chakra to its absolute peak. Could it be that this brat's Sharingan power was simply to boost his speed? No matter how fast you get, I'll still pound you into the ground. The 4th Reikage, his heart pounding with resolve, made his decision. By now, he had set aside every ounce of disdain he once held for this young opponent, treating the battle with utmost seriousness. It had been a long time since he'd encountered an adversary who could go toe-to-toe with him in pure taijutsu, unleashing such a thrilling contest of strength and skill. Lariat Surge, Thunderous Waterfall, Righteous Raijin Fury Axe. One after another, each attack was fiercer and more powerful than the last, as the Reikage unleashed the full might of his signature taijutsu. His relentless assaults rained down on Natsum. Every strike was as swift as lightning, each blow crashing down with the weight of a mountain. In just moments, the granite training ground, once solid and imposing, had been blasted into a landscape of shattered pits and debris. If not for the 5-fold acceleration granted by moment, Natsum might not even have had time to react before getting struck by those savage attacks. And setting everything else aside, this mastery of ninja taijutsu alone solidified the 4th Reikage's place at the very peak of Kaga-level power. It was a level of strength that could go head-to-head, even with the fearsome tailed beasts. Yet, even with a slight edge in speed, Natsum's defense and attack strength were nowhere near those of the Reikage clad in his formidable, lightning release armor. With each collision, every exchange blow, it felt as if his opponent could shatter his bones with a single punch or kick. Fortunately, the regenerative power of this Sage Body was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, his wounds would mend themselves. And that was the only reason Natsum could keep fighting on. After all, when it came to endurance and a painstaking battle of attrition, the Sage Body stood utterly unrivaled. Still, the fierce pain of fractured bones with each impact was impossible to ignore. Within moments, waves of agony forced Natsum to grit his teeth and left him soaked in sweat. But he pressed on, refusing to yield, continuing the head-on clash with the 4th Reikage. The truth was, whether it was unleashing Susanoo or employing other techniques, Natsum could have ended the fight swiftly if he chose. Yet he insisted on this raw, primal contest of taijutsu, a test of force and willpower, all for the sake of making himself stronger. Because up to this point, he journeyed forward with the system's guidance and his knowledge of the story, making things relatively smooth despite minor hardships. Compared to those true warriors, men forged by countless deadly battles and close brushes with death, Natsum knew he was still lacking in experience, perseverance, and resolve. This was one of his rare chances for genuine tempering. To throw himself into a brutal taijutsu battle against such a master, surely It would transform his fighting skills, battle experience, and steadfastness. It would even allow him to push the limits of his sage body, unlocking new heights within himself. And finally, most crucial of all, he could use his Sharingan to quietly copy and analyze the Raikage's ultimate, lightning release chakra mode. It was truly a case of reaping many rewards in one battle. And though the fierce duel brought him terrible pain, Natum had already nearly succeeded in copying the technique. With just a little more endurance, the lightning release chakra mode, the pride of the hidden cloud village, would soon be his. By then, once he had mastered the lightning release chakra mode, in exchange for the immortal evil god body, then unleashed the lightning release armor, 8 gates released, moment, and evil god body, all at once. When that whole arsenal exploded forth together, never mind the power of the 6 paths, Natum felt that even a member of the Otsutsuki clan wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. For now, he was simply borrowing the hand of the 4th Raikage to temper his own body, to forge himself into an even sharper blade, to further tap into the potential of the sage body. It was all for the sake of laying a solid foundation for one day merging all these abilities together. The battle raging between Natum and the 4th Raikage was far too ferocious, too wild to believe. Everyone watching around them was left utterly stunned, their jaws practically on the ground. On the Kimogakure side, the likes of Mabui, Darui, C, and the others all found it beyond their wildest dreams. Who could have imagined that their own Raikage would find himself locked in such a deadlocked fight with a mere Uchiha youngster? After all, in their eyes, their nearly invincible Raikage only needed to step in, and the match should have been settled in the blink of an eye, shouldn't it? Meanwhile, within Natsum's personal guard, Hinata and the rest, though already well aware of the young clan head's formidable power, had always seen it as something tied to his Susanoo. But this time, the sheer raw speed their young leader erupted with shattered everything they thought they knew. So this is what a battle at the pinnacle of taijutsu looks like. The young clan head, he's so fast. Way too fast. I can't even see what's going on anymore. Tsukihime, can you make any sense of that? Just zip it, don't distract me. Uchiha Tsukihime slapped Uchiha Jin's hand away without taking her eyes off the battlefield, riveted by the spectacle before her. For a ninja who walked the path of taijutsu, nothing was quite as exhilarating as witnessing a showdown at the very peak with her own eyes. Though she could barely follow Natum and the Raikage's movements, that did nothing to dampen her excitement. She could fill the gaps with her imagination and savor the intensity of the moment. Indeed, the young clan head was the greatest. Someday, she would make sure to ask him to personally teach her how to push her taijutsu to new heights. However fierce the battle became, not even 2 minutes had passed. Within those brief moments, the two had already clashed over 100 times. The entire area was left in utter chaos. The training ground itself was on the brink of collapse. And at last, it was in this instant that Natum, with the Sharingan, managed to perfectly replicate the 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. With just a bit of practice, he would soon have it fully mastered, able to use it as naturally as breathing. Meanwhile, the hundreds of clashes, every collision, fracture, repair, tempering, left Natum with a very clear feeling. His body had grown much stronger. A little more of the sage body's potential had been drawn out. Don't underestimate this point. After reaching Natsum's current level of physical skill, every slight improvement normally demands long years of hard, painstaking training. As expected, seeking out hardship remains one of the most efficient ways to push yourself further. But now that he'd achieved his goal, Natum saw no reason to keep testing his limits. Moreover, both the Cloud-Hidden Village and the Raikage had set up plenty of little traps for his delegation earlier. It was high time he delivered a proper lesson in return. In the next instant, Natum withdrew from the fierce clash, retreating dozens of meters to evade Raikage A's ferocious assault. Seeing this, Raikage A also paused in his attack, quietly working the soreness out of his fists. He just couldn't understand. It felt like he'd broken that brat's arm and leg bones countless times by now. So how could Natum always recover so quickly and keep coming back without any fear for his life? Looking across the entire ninja world, there shouldn't be a Kekii Jinkai with regenerative power this terrifying. With healing like that, did he really have to crush the boy into a pulp for it to be over? You've got some guts, kid, to be able to keep up with my speed and clash with me for this long. Besides B, you're the first. But if you insist on going further, don't blame me if I stop holding back. Raikage's warning echoed with menace. Truth be told, he'd come to respect this youngster in his heart. But for the honor of the cloud, he couldn't afford to lose. Yeah, right. Save the act, old man. Reikage, try this on for size. With a scoff, Natum wasted no more words. Instead, he unleashed his full power at once. In the very next moment, his ocular power and chakra surged like a torrent from within. A towering Susanoo, majestic as a mountain range, burst forth from the ground. From initial form to second, third, fourth, and at last the perfect form. This time, drawing on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the vast chakra from his sage body, Natum pushed Susanoo through all 5 stages in an instant, reaching its ultimate, fully realized form. And that's crucial, for it's only the complete form that's called the true Susanoo. Only those who have brought the power of their Mangekyo Sharingan to its absolute limits and possess a monstrous reserve of chakra can open this perfect Susanoo. Now, Susanoo's size was nothing short of colossal, its lower body and legs now visible, chakra stabilized and refined. Its power was such that slicing mountains or meteors apart required barely any effort. It could even fly or perform jutsu with seals using the wielder's favorite techniques. In truth, Natum had only recently obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and hadn't yet fully explored the depths of his own ocular power. Thanks to the amplification of the perfect sage body, combined with the massive reserve of 1,800 units of chakra, at last the complete form of Susanoo could be unleashed. At that very moment, everyone watched as a towering Susanoo, hundreds of meters tall and as imposing as a mountain, rose up before their eyes. They could feel the suffocating pressure of chakra so intense. It seemed even the heavens and earth dimmed in its presence. All the cloud-hidden ninja, including the 4th Reikage, were visibly shaken. Some of the weaker ones, trembling uncontrollably, collapsed to the ground in fright. Just moments ago, it had already seemed unbelievable that this young Uchiha boy could fight the Reikage to a standstill. But now, it was clear, he hadn't even been fighting at full strength. Looking at it now, how could anyone have thought this was a helpless lamb led to slaughter? He was a tiger, ready to pounce and devour. What sort of monster is this? Mabui stammered, her lips trembling, eyes wide with terror. It's Susanoo. That's a power which only those with the ultimate Sharingan can unleash. There's documentation from the very first Reikage about it. And at this size and scale, this must be the complete body form of Susanoo, right? How could someone so young, how is it possible for him to have this level of power? See, the scholarly attendant to the Reikage blurted out his explanation in shock. A Susanoo of this caliber, no record in all the histories of the Cloud-Hidden Village compares to it. Perhaps only during the Warring States period, when Madara Uchiha, the infamous demon of the shinobi world, unleashed his fury, had something like this emerged. After so many years, was the Uchiha clan producing another peerless monster? Boss, it's dangerous. Don't fight him. Darui shouted desperately. Clearly, in his mind, even their leader stood no chance against such a godlike foe. At this very moment, gazing up at the colossal Susanoo, the face of the 4th Reikage, I darkened rapidly. He'd always scorned the Sharingan, but this was the first time he'd faced Susanoo head-on, let alone its fully realized form. The sheer size, the overwhelming tidal wave of chakra. Even he could sense a threat to his very life. But before he could make his decision, right ahead, Natum struck again, bold and relentless. He didn't use any divine weapons, nor did he equip Susanoo's armaments. With nothing but a single fist, he struck straight at the 4th Reikage. That brawl just now was fun, wasn't it? Now, try this punch of mine. The complete Susanoo, just one fist was 60 or 70 meters wide, dwarfing even entire houses. With a single punch, he lashed out a speed of 3,000 meters per second, nearly 10 times the speed of sound. Hardly anyone could hope to evade an attack like that. Even someone as swift as the Reikage, the fastest ninja in all the land, would need all the luck in the world to dodge. But all the trainees, the spectators, and the entire training ground behind him, there was simply nowhere to hide. With the force of this punch, if Reikage 8 dared to dodge, this half of the mountain, and every cloud ninja present, would be doomed. And Natum had calculated this perfectly. He cornered Reikage, leaving him no choice but to take the blow head-on. True to form, the 4th Reikage did not evade. Instead, with a furious roar, he unleashed all his chakra in an instant. Clad in his lightning release armor, he charged forward, driving his fist to meet Susanoo's mighty blow. But against the towering Susanoo, he was hardly larger than an ant before a giant. A deafening impact erupted, eclipsing even thunder itself. The entire upper training ground was instantly shattered by the blast. Every nearby ninja was swept away by the tremendous shockwave, hurled dozens of meters through the air before crashing brutally back down. As for the 4th Reikage himself, he was hammered down by a single punch. like a cannonball shot into the mountain. He crashed deep into the rock, sinking more than 10 meters to create a crater some 100 meters across. Even his legendary lightning release armor, once thought indestructible, was torn asunder, revealing cracks sprawling across its surface. Blood ran from the corner of Reikage-A's mouth, pain racking his body. He was clearly gravely wounded. At the same time, a low, earth-shaking rumble rolled out. The enormous force had caused the rear half of the mountain to collapse, sending torrents of rock thundering down into the cloud-veiled valley, the sound roaring like a tempest. The might of Susanoo, in its perfect form, was undisputed. "Boss, Raikage-sama!" The cloud ninja, flung about by the blast, called out in panic. They cared nothing for the ruined training ground or the collapsing mountain. Their only concern was the safety of their Reikage, for he was the pillar upon which the entire hidden cloud village relied. "Stay back. All of you fall back." A fit of coughing and choking echoed from the depths of the massive crater, followed by the furious voice of Reikage-A. Though his body screamed with pain, he forced himself to draw a ragged breath and stand up amidst a field of rubble at the pit's bottom. Even as he realized, he was no match for this monstrous, complete Susanoo. Still, as Reikage, as a son of the hidden cloud, unless death claimed him outright, he would never allow himself to admit defeat so long as he could still fight. Reikage-A took a deep, bracing breath, summoning his chakra anew to reconstruct the lightning release armor at its strongest. With a powerful leap, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Liger Bomb, Millennium Dance of 1,000 Strikes. Forged through bone-shattering perseverance, he wielded his signature hand chop, sharp and dazzling as a flash of lightning. This was his finishing move. With it, he could split a mountain in two. But just as the fourth Reikage reached midway, his body not even fully turned. Suddenly, with a sharp, resounding crack, Natsum's Susanoo swatted him aside with a backhanded slap. It was as effortless and dismissive as swatting a fly with the palm of one's hand. He slammed the Reikage down once again, pounding him heavily against the mountainside. Or rather, smashed him onto the mountaintop, now half collapsed. How satisfying. Absolutely, unbelievably satisfying. That's what you get for being so arrogant. Hurts now, doesn't it? Natsum flexed Susanoo's right fist, unable to suppress a sigh of pleasure. This fully realized Susanoo truly was terrifyingly powerful, far beyond anything in the past. No wonder Lord Madara was always itching for a fight while wielding such might. Even Natsum himself felt the urge to leap about with excitement. But all things considered, the fourth Reikage-A was undeniably skilled in taijutsu. That move, just now, the lightning plow horizontal 1,000-yard dance, had even managed to crack the surface of Susanoo's right fist. Of course, those small fractures were instantly repaired, thanks to the vast chakra reserves provided by Natsum's sage body. Still, it was proof enough. The Reikage was indeed formidable. After all, if it had been any other ninja, even if they attacked Susanoo at full force, it would have been no more bothersome than a tickle. That's enough. No more fighting. We surrender. Lord Natsum, please, spare him. From afar, the Reikage's bodyguards, Sure and the others, who had been blown back by the fierce winds, scrambled to their feet and rushed over. They called out, waving at the towering Susanoo, pleading for mercy. If this kept up, their Reikage's very life might be forfeit. They couldn't let the battle go on any longer. But Natsum paid them no mind whatsoever. Stop just because you asked? How would that make me look? Nichio, has it been 3 minutes yet? Not yet, young master. Still another 20 seconds. Hearing this, Natsum broke into a wide grin. 20 more seconds, HM? Then I'll just add a few more punches. Lord Reikage, if you can't hold out and die here, don't blame me. A thunderous crash. Susanoo's massive fist came crashing down again. The rest of the mountain, already weakened, crumbled completely. He knocked the Reikage loose from the rocks, sending him flying once more. And this blow shattered the Reikage's ultimate lightning armor, reducing his defenses drastically. At this rate, 3 more punches would be enough to finish him off. It wasn't as if Natsum was being excessively cruel. After all, the Cloud Village had never shown them any courtesy from the start, instead repeatedly testing and oppressing them. Besides, when the Reikage attacked just now, he'd held nothing back, intent on crippling Natsum from the outset. Repay virtue with virtue and resentment with resentment. Now, as he struck back, Natsum felt no burden on his conscience. Another blow flew out, accompanied by a sharp impact. The Reikage, who had just vomited a mouthful of blood and begun to reform his lightning armor, was instantly knocked flying once more. He crashed straight through 2 mountain peaks, every bone in his body shattering, before being violently embedded into the rocky face of a third mountain. There was a mighty rush of sound. Controlling his Susanoo, Natum conjured a pair of chakra wings, took himself up, and soared into the sky. He streaked toward the distant Reikage. It seemed that with just one final move, he could send that old Reikage straight to the Pure Land. But just as he'd gotten halfway, relying on the perceptive prowess granted by his sage body and the spirit sensation technique, Natum suddenly and clearly sensed a fierce, overwhelming killing intent surging in from the far right. Within the blink of an eye, Natum didn't hesitate for an instant. In a single fluid motion, he drew his blade, unsheathed it, and swung it. The 300-meter-long spirit-forged sword Kunwu erupted from Susanoo's grasp, sweeping out in a wide arc, a crimson, dazzling blade of energy, stretching for over 1,000 meters. It was as if the dying rays of the sun had split the heavens themselves, a dazzling spectacle beyond compare. At the very same moment, the massive tailed beast bomb, shrieking toward him at breakneck speed, was also cleaved in two by this brilliant strike. And it detonated instantly. The tangerine-hued energy burst engulfed everything, even swallowing up Susanoo within its light. Of course, if that tail beast bomb had detonated at full power, it might have posed some threat to a perfect Susanoo. But unfortunately for the attacker, Natsum's strike had sliced through the bomb, disrupting the yin-yang chakra within. The explosion's might was now less than a third of its original strength. It couldn't harm Susanoo in its perfect form at all. Meanwhile, off in the distance, several kilometers away, a towering being with the massive presence of a bull-bodied, 8-tentacled octopus coiled around a mountain peak, facing the distant Susanoo demon. There could be no doubt. This was the 8 Tails of Kumogakure, Killer Bee, the current Jinchuriki, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Only moments earlier, he was practicing his usual rap routines. From far away, he suddenly felt that world-shaking, monstrous chakra presence, every bit as terrifying as a tailed beast, erupting in the distance. He immediately thought he was under attack by a tailed beast from another village. Without a second thought, he raced to the scene, fully transformed into his tailed beast state, revealing the true form of the 8 Tails, the Ox Demon. This can't be. What in the world is that thing? That thing just cleaved the tailed beast bomb in two. Within the 8 Tails, Killer Bee stared wide-eyed at the suspended demon in the distance, unable to contain his cry of astonishment. He'd even forgotten his beloved rap lyrics for a moment. "B, don't get careless. That's a perfect Susanoo. I've seen the human Uchiha Madara wield it, and it's truly formidable. They say not even the 9 Tails can take that thing in a fight." The Ox Demon within hurried to warn him, its tone carrying more than a trace of respect and wariness. After all, back in the day, those two from the Leaf Village were the stuff of nightmares for every tailed beast. "That guy, he looks like he's fighting Big Bro. What should we do?" B anxiously blurted out the question. The 8 Tails Ox Devil hurriedly responded. "B, keep your distance from him. Don't try to take him head on. There's something strange about his sword. That's a weapon I've never seen before. An artifact among artifacts. If he gets close, a blade that can cut through a tail beast bomb could just as easily take me out." Standing at 70 or 80 meters tall, the 8 Tails was certainly a colossal presence. Yet compared to the fully manifested Susanoo towering 400 or 500 meters high, it still seemed woefully small. If it really came down to close combat, that fearsome Susanoo, knife or no knife, could probably tear the 8 Tails apart by hand, then treat itself to a roasted octopus feast. "All right, watch me now. Bakairu Kanori, yeah." Killer Bee dared not hesitate and quickly worked in sync with the 8 Tails. They retreated together while rapidly gathering tailed beast bombs, unleashing a relentless barrage in Susanoo and Natsum's direction. Rapid-fire tailed beast bombs. Natsum directed his Susanoo, sweeping its massive arm in a grand gesture. A roaring gale erupted, instantly clearing away the lingering smoke and flames from the explosions ahead. At the same time, his eyes sharpened, locking onto the gigantic 8 Tails several kilometers away. 8 Tails? Came out on its own, did you? Saves me the trouble of hunting you down myself." Natsum let out a soft, amused laugh. With a mighty beat of its wings, the colossal Susanoo soared, plummeting toward the distant 8 Tails. Simultaneously, for more tailed beast bombs came hurtling toward Natsum, one after another. You had to admit, this 8 Tails really did have more ammunition than the other tailed beasts. If it had been the 3 Tails, ISO, blasting away with such ferocity, he'd have been drained dry in no time. Truly, the differences among tailed beasts were as vast as the ocean. That being said, for now, unless it's a massive tailed beast bomb from the 10 Tails, or a combined attack from several tailed beasts, these consecutive blasts posed no threat whatsoever to Natsum's fully armed Susanoo, wielding an ancient god-forged blade. As the Susanoo demon thundered through the sky, it raised its 300-meter-long divine sword high. With several swift, slicing arcs, rays of scarlet energy lanced and crisscrossed through the air, weaving a net of blazing red light. In a flash, the surging tailed beast bombs were severed into fragments, erupting into blooming bursts of fire. With a rush of wind, the towering Susanoo barreled through the flaming fallout, driving straight at the Eight Tails. Watching this, the Eight Tails felt pure terror surge through its body. Muscles stiffened, scalp tingled with dread. There wasn't even time to launch another tailed beast bomb to block the oncoming storm. He could only lash his 8 tails madly, desperately retreating. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the 8 tails ran, it could never hope to outrun Susanoo sprinting through the sky. Normally, with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that Natum had just acquired, he wouldn't be able to sustain Susanoo's terrifying drain for long. But it just so happened he possessed the sage body, backed by a vast reservoir of chakra and rapid recovery. Using Susanoo was something he needn't even worry about. Forget fighting for several days and nights. Even unleashing its power for a few hours would be no problem at all. Hurry, faster, it's catching up to us. Damn it, we're done for. We're dead. Killer Bee urged frantically. There was no other way. The tailed beast ball was the most powerful attack he and the 8 tails possessed. If even that couldn't phase this demon god, how could he ever hope to resist? If they didn't run for their lives now, should they just wait here for death? But alas, 8 tails hadn't even managed to escape a few hundred meters. With a sickening, visceral sound, a colossal spiritual blade suddenly pierced straight through 8 tails' chest, impaling the giant beast and nailing it to the ground. Then, the thunderous boom of a sonic shockwave, deafening and fierce, finally reached their ears a moment later. Clearly, it was Natum in the distance, hurling his combo divine blade with such force that it surpassed the speed of sound, striking 8 tails in an instant. The 8 tails let out a heart-rending bellow, the desperate roar of a wounded beast. It struggled violently, doing everything in its power to break free from the divine blade. But the blade was simply too long, pinning it mercilessly to the earth. Unless it was willing to tear its body in half, escape was utterly impossible. Only seconds later, Natum, driving his Susanoo like a living juggernaut, closed in and hovered right above 8 tails' head. Damn it, we're done for. Who are you, really? Using 8 tails' mouth, Killer Bee yelled angrily. Who am I? That's not important. What matters is, you're the 8 tails Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud, aren't you? You sure seem to enjoy blasting out tailed beast bombs just now. Did you know I was in the middle of a one-on-one duel with the Raikage? So, the hidden cloud wanted to use this opportunity to gang up on me, going for the kill. As soon as Natum landed, he wasted no time throwing the hidden cloud under the bus. That's nonsense. You're the one attacking the village. You're the one attacking my big brother. Killer Bee panicked and argued back, flustered. After all, he hadn't heard anything about a duel. But Natum wouldn't let up. He pressed on, his voice sharp with biting sarcasm. Can't even admit what you've done. To think the mighty hidden cloud would stoop to such base, shameless trickery. Never mind what was true or not. Anyway, it was Killer Bee's sudden interference that disrupted the duel between himself and the 4th Raikage. On this point, no one could argue. Everyone knew the stakes of this match. Within 3 minutes, it would either be him dead at the Raikage's hands, or the Raikage dead at his. There would be no use blaming anyone else. Those were the rules set right from the beginning. Even if he truly killed the Raikage within those rules. Once word got out, all people would say was that the 4th Raikage was simply not up to par, accidentally killed while sparring with someone stronger. But now, the rules have been broken. Mid-duel, not only did Kumogakure throw the weight of seniority against him, but they even resorted to ganging up many against one. This time, it was Kumogakure who was in the wrong. Therefore, it was only fitting that Kumogakure should pay a price and compensate him for his emotional distress. And he would start by targeting the 8 tails. Though it wouldn't be right to kill you outright, there's no harm in collecting a little interest first. With a wicked grin, Natum made his move again. Controlling his fully formed Susanoo, he grabbed hold of one of the 8 tails' massive tails. With a tremendous rip, he forcefully tore off the enormous tail. The pain sent the brash beast howling in agony, its eyes now filled with helplessness. But this was far from over. Not long after, the 2nd and then the 3rd tail were also ripped clean off in quick succession. The pitiful 8 tails, battered by pain, could hardly endure any longer. It even tried to forcibly retreat into the Jinchuriki's sealed form. Unfortunately, skewered by the Kongo Funsa blade and pinned to the ground, the Eight Tails couldn't shrink its body or return to its host. All it could do was bear Natsum's savagery with tears of suffering. And so it went, until 4 tails in all had been torn from its body, leaving the 8 tails battered, covered with wounds, and on the brink of death. Only then did Natsum finally cease. He carefully drew out a treasured, high-level sealing scroll and sealed all 4 severed tails inside. After all, the true nature of a tailed beast was a living mass of ultra-concentrated chakra. Put simply, these 4 formidable tails were nothing more than a massive reserve of chakra, probably accounting for a third of the 8 tails' total chakra. At the very least, it was hundreds of cards worth. He would seal them away for now, study them later, perhaps even implant them into one of his clansmen to create a half-Jinchuriki. That shouldn't be an issue. That would mean his clan could gain another Kaga-level powerhouse. A windfall with nothing to lose. Of course, he didn't extract the entire 8 tails directly, knowing such an act would instantly kill Killer Bee, which in turn would likely plunge Kumobikure and his own clan's flame-hidden village into all-out war. True, once the fighting began, Natsum was confident he could wipe out Kumobikure in a single stroke. But then what? With only a few hundred people in his clan, how could they possibly govern an entire, sprawling Kumobikure? With his handful of followers, he probably wouldn't even have enough people to shepherd the livestock, let alone rule a great village. What's more, under the rule of the 4th Raikage, the entire Hidden Cloud village was united as one, solid and impenetrable, like an iron fortress. It was nearly impossible to drive a wedge between the various clans of Hidden Cloud, as had been done before with the Hyuga branch families in Leaf Village. That was why the approach of slowly bleeding them dry was chosen this time. First, feign cooperation while simultaneously seeking compensation, draining the Hidden Cloud of its strength piece by piece, inch by inch. Let Hidden Cloud's power ebb away little by little, until once grown strong enough, a decisive strike could finish the takeover. This was the optimal solution. A few minutes later, the 8 tails beast, thoroughly depleted and drained of a third of its chakra, finally retreated into Killer Bee's body. The massive loss of chakra caused Killer Bee to slip into unconsciousness almost instantly. Not long after, Natsum returned to the site of the Hidden Cloud training grounds, carrying the unconscious Killer Bee over his shoulder. Of course, what was once a training ground had now become a wasteland. The entire mountain had collapsed, rubble scattered everywhere. The devastating commotion had quickly drawn a massive number of Hidden Cloud shinobi to the scene. They encircled the ruined peak, surrounding Natsum and his group, the air tense. Battle seemed ready to erupt at any second. Young clan leader, you're back. Are you all right? Seeing Natsum's return, his companions broke into relieved smiles. I'm Fina. Who is this? He's the Hidden Cloud's 8 tails Jinchuriki. He's the one who ambushed me with a tailed beast bomb just now. Oh, realization and astonishment flashed across their faces. After all, hadn't the young clan leader been gone for only a few minutes? And now he'd returned with Hidden Cloud's Jinchuriki captured? That was almost too fierce to believe. And that flying, fully formed Susanoo. How spectacular was that? Oh, to pilot something that incredible, even just once. Tie him up and prop him up for all to see. If any of the Hidden Cloud dare attack, just execute him on the spot. Natsum tossed the unconscious Killer Bee to Nichio, his words cold and commanding. The surrounding mass of Hidden Cloud shinobi might not pose much threat individually, but if they all attacked at once, it could become highly troublesome. Yet with the 8 tails Jinchuriki in his grasp, held precariously between life and death, who among them would dare rush in recklessly? Just as expected, seeing Killer Bee taken captive, the Hidden Cloud shinobi hesitated, wary and deeply unsettled. No one dared make a reckless move. Young clan leader, what's our next step? We wait. Wait. That old bastard, the 4th Raikage, though badly injured, should still be alive. We'll wait for him. When he arrives, the negotiations can continue. With that, Natsum lifted a large stone, sliced it flat with a single stroke, and sat down to rest. Nichio and the others exchanged glances, then positioned themselves around him, standing watch and ready. They propped up poor Killer Bee, holding a kunai to his neck, continuing to threaten the surrounding cloud shinobi. And so it went. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate for over 10 minutes. Finally, the backbone of the Hidden Cloud, the 4th Raikage, A, appeared. At this moment, it was being supported by Darui. Close by, C was steadily casting healing ninjutsu on Raikage A, tending to his wounds. Even so, Raikage A was more battered than ever before. His entire body was covered in wounds, blood smeared at the corners of his lips. Even his chest had caved in, a large section sunken, and who could say how many ribs were broken? If it were an ordinary person, such severe injuries would have meant instant death. But thanks to his well-tempered, near-indestructible body, he had survived and managed to return here. Reikage! Reikage! The moment A appeared, relief swept over the group of hidden cloud ninja. Their courage returned. Some were even eager to rally and strike. I was racked by another fierce cough, spitting up more blood, his face growing paler. Boss! With a wave of his hand, a signal Darui that he wouldn't die so easily. He swept his gaze over all the surrounding cloud ninja. Despite his weakened breath and battered appearance, the sharp, leonine gleam in the fourth Reikage's eyes and his unmistakable aura of command instantly quelled the entire crowd. Those who had been ready to attack gritted their teeth and stood down. Well, Reikage still alive, I see. Natum leaped off the stone bench, calling to the Reikage in the distance. Drawing a breath, A pushed away Darui and walked toward Natum on his own, breaking into a hearty laugh. Even battered, his presence was undiminished as he replied. Alive and kicking. I could go another round if you wanted. I will admit it. I underestimated you. Uchiha Natum. Very well. I'll remember your name. Frankly, you're tougher than Fugaku ever was. All these years, and the Uchiha have produced yet another formidable fighter. This time, I had to admit his respect. He'd truly been bested. Of course, true to his blunt and brash nature, he never bothered to hide his defeats. A loss is a loss, especially since his opponent had faced him openly and won fair and square. Making excuses after such a defeat, how would that differ from cowardice? Besides, the hidden cloud from the very beginning revered martial strength, admiring those who proved themselves strong. So finally changed his view of Natum and began to regard him as a true warrior, and perhaps even harboring the slightest bit of admiration. Natum asked, so, the match just now, does that mean I'm the winner? Yes, I lost. As promised, whatever that deal of yours is, I'll agree to it. Reikage responded with a hearty laugh, agreeing without the slightest hesitation. At this, Natum raised his eyebrows, feeling a surge of delight in his heart. He genuinely admired the blunt and straightforward manner typical of the Hidden Cloud Village. A loss is a loss. Once a promise is made, they fulfill it in full, never shirking their word. Unlike those in the Leaf Village, when they lose, they always look for excuses and resort to underhanded attacks from the shadows. Of course, admiration is one thing, but when it comes to securing his own interests, Natum wouldn't show a shred of mercy. After all, the Cloud's attitude towards him at the start had been downright appalling. All right, we can discuss the details of the deal later. For now, let's talk about compensation. Reikage was taken aback. Compensation? For what? Their own massive mountain, the entire training ground, both smashed to rubble by Natum Susanoo. They hadn't even asked for reparations themselves. Now, the other side wanted compensation from him? How shameless could he get? This is your younger brother, Killer Bee, isn't it? Natum patted Killer Bee, who was still being held beside him. Yes. What have you done to Bee? At the mention of Bee, the Reikage's heart skipped a beat, and his tone grew noticeably more animated. For all that Bee was a Jinchuriki, he was family first and foremost. Over the years, the bond between the two of them had grown stronger than that of ordinary brothers. Besides, if Killer Bee hadn't intervened just now, there was a real chance that he himself might have been finished. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. It's just that our spar wasn't over when he suddenly barged in and attacked me, right? If word gets out that, as the Honorable Cloud Village and the 4th Reikage, you disrupted a duel, went back on your word, and ganged up on your opponent, not only would the whole ninja world look down on the Cloud, but wouldn't it also stain the ears of the previous generations of Reikage resting in peace? Of course, whether this gets leaked or not depends on your decision, Lord Reikage. With a sneer, Natum spoke each word with unflinching irony. Every sentence was acute, every phrase aimed at the heart. And it was perfectly obvious he expected some hush money, some compensation for his emotional distress. Such biting mockery made the distant Reikage's face darken by the second. Because, truth be told, Natum wasn't wrong, no matter the underlying reasons. On the face of it, they had indeed disrupted the duel, ganged up on the opponent, and still lost badly. If this scandal was made public, Reikage himself wasn't bothered much about his personal reputation, but it would certainly bring disgrace to the Cloud Village. Worse yet, he didn't want his father, the 3rd Reikage, to have his legacy tarnished by this, and see the honor and upright image won over generations ruined by his own hands. In light of all this, the only way forward seemed to be compensating Natum, to bury the scandal and keep it from spreading. Of course, the best solution would be to silence them once and for all, cutting off any future trouble at the root. But in this moment, if another battle were to break out, who would silence him? The outcome was far from certain. Furthermore, Killer Bee's life was still firmly in the hands of the other side. So, after a brief pause in tense silence, the fourth Reikage, I chose to compromise. All right, I accept. Splendid decision, Lord Reikage. Natum narrowed his eyes with a satisfied grin, giving a cheerful thumbs up, clearly pleased that his scheme had worked. Let's take this somewhere else. This isn't the place for this discussion. Reikage, I glanced around to the crowds nearby and made the suggestion. Obviously, continuing to talk compensation in front of hundreds, maybe thousands, of cloud ninjas would be a serious blow to his authority. Agreed. Oh, and it just so happens none of us have had lunch yet. Lord Reikage, I've heard your legendary full beef banquet is second to none in the ninja world. We have it. You can eat all you want. Reikage, I replied through gritted teeth, his face stiff as stone. All he could feel was that today, the Hidden Cloud Village was headed for a massive loss. Moments later. Inside the Reikage office of the Hidden Cloud Village, Natum and his companions sat around a lavish dining table, happily savoring the grand beef feast the Hidden Cloud had prepared. He had to admit, the premium beef of Cloud Village truly was in a class of its own. Natum wrapped a generous slice of fresh meat and dipped it in the bubbling pot. After just 10 seconds, it was perfectly cooked. He swirled it in a touch of the village's secret spicy sauce, then popped it into his mouth. In that instant, a riot of colorful flavors burst and spread in his mouth. Fragrant, spicy, savory, and salty. Layer upon layer of rich and intense tastes surged forward, while the unique, succulent flavor of the beef unleashed a gale of pleasure across his palate. It was pure satisfaction. Delicious. Natum let out a contented sigh, feeling thoroughly pleased. The Cloud Village beef was tender, silky, and pleasantly chewy, with a faint hint of floral aroma that made it special. This, he'd heard, was the unmistakable fragrance of the rue flower, native only to the Hidden Cloud Village. The extravagant villagers often fed this blossom to their cattle, for both flowers and leaves exuded an intense, unique scent. And besides the flavor, rue was reputed to clear heat, detoxify, cool the blood, reduce bruising, and even ward off pests and flies. But that was only part of their pursuit of perfect beef. To reach absolute excellence in taste and texture, Cloud Village pampered their premium cattle with an array of special treatments, such as music therapy, playing different tunes during feeding and rest to stimulate appetite and aid digestion, massages, daily brushing and massages to boost circulation and relax the muscles, soft beds, fermentation bedding, where waste decomposes below, keeping the stalls pristine and clean. Along with all this, every meal was meticulously timed, balanced, and portioned for peak nutrition. Before they reached their end, these cattle lived in the lap of luxury. Truthfully, their days could put even the weary ninjas of other hidden villages to shame. No doubt about it. It's great to be a Cloud Village cow. Because of this exceptionally tender and chewy beef, imbued with a unique floral aroma, has become a signature delicacy of Hidden Cloud Village. It is reserved exclusively for the upper echelons of their own village and a select few nobles in the Land of Lightning. Its rarity is beyond measure. Now at the dining table, Natum and the 4 members of Nichio are all cheerfully enjoying the exquisite full-course beef banquet. Even Tsukihime, usually so mindful of her figure, couldn't resist going back for several extra plates. Glug, glug. Jin, slow down. The way you're eating meat, it's as if you're drinking water. You're embarrassing yourself. Nichio scolded with a laugh, patting Jin, who was seated beside him. It's just so delicious. I was starving. Can't help myself. Jin answered, barely pausing between mouthfuls, looking as if he hadn't eaten in days. This was the best proof of how irresistible the meat products of Hidden Cloud Village truly were. Not to mention, even the young clan leader next to him was eating with even greater gusto. By the end of the meal, it was clear to Natum and his friends that this journey had been worthwhile. With the top-notch meats from Hidden Cloud Village and their own vast maritime trade routes, they were certain to turn a handsome profit, one that would flow steadily for years to come. It was a shame, really, that the Hidden Cloud hadn't taken full advantage of this boon. All because of inconvenient transportation, these products had remained hidden away until now. What a waste. Of course, one couldn't entirely blame Hidden Cloud. After all, the village was known for its martial prowess and fierce folk traditions. As long as the village expenses were covered, that was enough for them. Better to fill any extra hours with more training in ninjutsu and strengthening their bodies than with business schemes. At the heart of it, the entire ninja world suffered from stunted development and limited interaction. Otherwise, with the collective strength of the 5 great hidden villages, It would never have come to pass that an upstart like Gato could build a vast shipping empire and control the land of waves single-handedly. With their hearts and stomachs well satisfied from the meal, Natsum began discussing official matters with the representatives from Hidden Cloud. First and foremost was the negotiation regarding hush money and compensation for mental distress. To this, Natsum asked for only a reasonable sum, 30 million ryo. The moment they heard the number, the already badly injured fourth Raikage almost fainted from anger again. 30 million ryo. That was no small sum. Though it amounted to less than a third of Hidden Cloud's reserve funds, it was still a sizable amount. To put it in perspective, taxing mission commissions alone, 1,000 Hidden Cloud squads would need to take C-rank missions day and night for 2 or 3 months just to earn that much. And now, all for nothing more than hush money and compensation for mental distress. This was enough to make all the ninja in the Hidden Cloud village work for months without pay. Truly a staggering price to pay. But Natsum's fist was massive, and he had justice on his side too. For the sake of the village's reputation, and to keep his younger brother Killer Bee safe, the Raikage had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept the terms. Rather straightforwardly, he produced 30 million ryo and handed it over to Natsum as compensation. After all, as Raikage saw it, with Natsum's level of strength, he could walk into the Hidden Cloud's treasury, take whatever he wanted, and leave unharmed if he wished. Such was the power of the strong. And in any case, the Flame-Hidden Village would still need to buy meat products here and conduct plenty of business in the future. When that time came, they could surely earn their money back. Across the entire shinobi world, promissory notes weren't universal currency. The 5 great nations each had their own notes, each with distinct marks and emblems. To use them across borders, one first had to exchange them in major towns. So, the strategic reserves in each hidden village's treasury were stored as real, solid silver. This was a safeguard against wartime chaos, when standard notes could lose much of their value. That's why, when Natsum had looted the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Stone's treasuries before, he needed so many storage scrolls to hold all the silver. If it had just been a few tens of millions in promissory notes, it wouldn't have weighed more than 2 or 3 tons. A few large chests would have sufficed. Similarly, this time, 30 million ryo in silver from the Hidden Cloud as compensation took up nearly half a room. Natsum used 10 storage scrolls just to barely contain all the silver, squeezing them into his pouch. Afterwards, Natsum gently brushed his hand over the scrolls, converting all their value points into gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 30 million value points. Would you like to charge 30 million value points and exchange them for 3,000 gold coins? Charge successful. Congratulations, you have received 3,000 gold coins. Current balance, 7,190 gold coins. In no time at all, Natsum happily added another 3,000 gold coins to his account. Meanwhile, over on the Hidden Cloud side, Mabui and the others couldn't help but look sullen, feeling as if their hearts had been stabbed. All right, that settles our score. And I'll keep my promise. Not a word will be spread about your shameful act of ganging up on the weak. Natsum cheerfully patted the scrolls, grinning as he spoke. Raikage's lips twitched in barely restrained anger, nearly losing his temper on the spot. Such a grating thing to say. Still, in all fairness, they had to thank Natsum for keeping his word, and admit, if only to themselves, that they had indeed acted rather shamelessly. One could only imagine the frustration brewing in the Raikage's heart. Now then, let's talk about future trade cooperation between our 2 villages. I have just sampled your village's finest whole cattle feast, and I must say, the flavors were truly impressive. We'd like to procure a batch of fresh beef and give it a try ourselves. Could you tell me how much your beef costs? Natsum's smile faded as he steered the conversation back to business. Raikage took a deep breath, tamping down his anger, and exchanged a glance with Mabui, standing by his side. Mabui quickly stepped forward to explain to Natsum. In our village, we divide beef into 3 general grades. The standard grade averages around 60 taels per kilo. The premium grade comes to about 180 taels per kilo. And the top grade, the one you just tasted, sells for 2,000 taels per kilo. Hearing this, Jin, who was still nursing his comically distended belly, was taken aback. That's so expensive. Did I just eat over 10,000 taels worth? Though he truly couldn't eat another bite, he couldn't help but feel a surge of regret. It would have been smart to eat just a bit more now that he knew the price. Natsum ran a quick calculation in his mind. Truth be told, the price wasn't steep at all. With maritime trade routes at his disposal, he could resell the beef at double, even triple the profit, with no difficulty whatsoever. After a brief pause and reflection, Natsum made his decision. We'll take 250 tons of a standard grade, 50 tons of the premium, and 3 tons of your top grade. Young master, isn't that a bit much? There's no need to worry. I have complete confidence in the quality of Cloud Hidden Village's beef. The conviction in his words brightened even Raikage and the others, softening their expressions noticeably. Of course, the Cloud Hidden delegation had no way of knowing. For Natum, no matter how much he purchased, there was never any concern about costly transport. A single flying Thunder God technique, and he could send it away in an instant. Clearly, the treacherous mountain trails and steep shipping fees that plagued Cloud Hidden held no significance in Natsum's eyes. With such a large order secured, the Cloud Hidden group relaxed considerably, and a thought occurred to them. Deals like this were far more lucrative and much easier than running missions. If they simply raised more cattle, money would come rolling in on its own. They could free up more time for training and honing their ninja skills as well. What a great arrangement. Mabui, tally up the price, Raikage said cheerfully, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Mabui responded, please wait one moment. Natsum interjected, no need, I've already calculated it. It comes to a neat 30 million taels. At this, Raikage's smile broadened, and his mood lifted further. 30 million, that's quite the transaction. I look forward to more collaborations in the future. Wait a moment, 30 million taels? That means, Natsum replied, that's right, and even 30 million. The money is all prepared, right here. Please, take a moment to count it. With that, Natsum pulled out the 10 space scrolls. He then took out the 30 million Rio one by one from inside, placing them right in front of everyone. For a moment, as they gazed upon a whole room filled with silver coins, the air grew thick with silence. Even the fourth Raikage, appeared stunned by the sight. A whole contingent of Cloud Ninja looked completely bewildered. What do you mean? I've already prepared the money. What do you mean? Please check the amount. Check what exactly? Isn't this our own money to begin with? Unbelievable. He's using our own cash to purchase our own goods? Those bastards from the Village of Embers don't have to pay a single coin, and we have to hand over hundreds of tons of beef for free? Are they robbing us here? No robbery has ever been this outrageous. Even more maddening, that little brat, Uchiha Natsum, had clearly pocketed all the money just moments ago. Now he's taken it out and put it all back, right in front of their eyes. It's entirely pointless, like making a scene for the sake of it. For a moment, looking at the harmless smile on the young Uchiha's face, the fourth Raikage's face darkened, veins bulging, fists clenched tight. He looked as though he desperately wanted to explode then and there, to punch this wicked kid to a pulp. In the end, though, the Raikage could only grit his teeth and accept his own 30 million Rio. Soon after, Natsum and his companions, led by the Raikage's secretary Mabui, were escorted out of the Raikage's building and sent back to their residence. Of course, the reason the Raikage didn't see them off in person. First, he was still recovering from his injuries and wasn't fit for much movement. Second, he was afraid his anger might get the best of him, prompting another fight, which, frankly, could be fatal for him if Natsum retaliated. All in all, despite having endured such a humiliating setback, Cloud was left with no choice but to swallow its pride for the sake of strength. Besides, on the bright side, aside from suffering a loss on this initial big opening deal, every future trade transaction between Cloud and Embers would be profitable without risk. As business grew, they were sure to make up the loss over time. Natsum-sama, the goods for this transaction will be ready within 5 days. Mabui said courteously as she escorted Natsum's group back. Please take your time to rest at the residence and wait for a few days. If you need anything in the meantime, don't hesitate to tell me. We'll do our best to accommodate you. After all, 30 million Rio worth meant butchering and processing hundreds of cows and packaging everything properly. No small feat, and it would require several days to prepare. Very well, I'll be awaiting your news. Having achieved his goal, Natsum saw no need to further provoke his counterpart. This visit to Cloud had already yielded tremendous rewards. A third of the 8 taels chakra, 3,000 gold coins, several hundred tons of premium beef. On top of that, a stable trade agreement signed with Kumogakure. Next on the agenda, take some time to stroll over to the Kumogakure cemetery for a look around. Mark the graves of the Golden Horn and Silverhorn brothers. And with that, everything would finally be complete. After all, the unity of the hidden Cloud village was truly formidable. They left Natsum with hardly any room to maneuver, no opening for further scheming. So, he couldn't be bothered to stir up trouble anymore. In any case, they had already made a huge profit from this venture. The days that followed were wonderfully relaxed and full of cheer. Natsum and his companions had nothing to worry about each day. Tasting gourmet food, playing cards, soaking in hot springs, teasing the kunoichi of the Cloud village. Ahem, That last one is absolutely an unfounded rumor. If any teasing was going on, it was all Uchiha Jin's fault. It had nothing whatsoever to do with Natum, the young clan chief. Of course, Natum wasn't about to let the rest of their time go to waste, either. Instead, he once again proposed a friendly match to the Cloud. That sent a shockwave through the ranks of Kimobikure. They were convinced that this devil, Natum, was still not satisfied, and wanted another go at them. But once he explained, he simply wanted a few members of his personal guard, like Nichiyu, to spar and train with the Raikage's elite attendants. Only then did the Cloud finally breathe a sigh of relief. They agreed to the bout. For Kimobikure, the ones answering the challenge were, of course, Darui and C, the Raikage's trusted guards. Both were elite jonin, the very best of Cloud, and the closest aides to the fourth Raikage, A. Darui, in particular, wielded Black Lightning and Storm Release, mastered Taijutsu, and possessed a huge pool of chakra. He was already nearing the Kaga level, being groomed as a likely fifth Raikage. C, meanwhile, was an all-rounder famous for his rare combination of Jinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sensory skills, with a wealth of experience and formidable power. The two of them, outside of the five Kage, were among the very finest ninja in the entire world. Even Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, couldn't quite measure up to them. So, when pitted against them, Natsum's guards, Nichiyu, Jin, Tsukihime, and Fuji, clearly had a long way to go. Even with 4 against 2, their chances of victory were slim. Of course, once they returned home, and the tailed beast chakra was sealed, Hashirama cells transplanted, Nichiyu and the other's strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. Precisely for this reason, Natsum wanted them to seize this precious chance to spar with the elite jonin of Kimobikure, to force themselves to their limits, learn from their defeat, deepen their understanding of their own weaknesses, and build a solid mental foundation for the surge in power to come. And so, over the next 5 short days, Nichiyu and the other 3 were thoroughly defeated by Darui and C dozens of times, bruised and battered, exhausted down to their bones. And in the end, Natsum even brought in the newly recovered Killer Bee, Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, to join the training session. Under Natsum's threats, Killer Bee resigned himself to play coach and trainer for a while. Once again, Nichiyo and his companions were put through the ringer, facing brutal training sessions over and over. Of course, within just a few days, Nichiyo's group reaped huge rewards. Other than a collection of fresh bruises and scrapes, each of them saw substantial improvement in actual combat skills, and their teamwork reached a whole new level of harmony. They even activated their Sharingan, picking up several impressive Cloud-style ninjutsu techniques from Darui and the others. Among them, Tsukihime, who possessed the greatest natural talent for taijutsu, made the most progress. Through non-stop live combat, personal insights, and Natsum's careful guidance, she came close to mastering the Hidden Cloud Village's signature technique, the Lightning Release Chakra Mode, a truly significant game. If the Hidden Cloud knew what was happening, they'd probably be so furious they'd be coughing up blood. Beyond that, over the past several nights, Natsum seized the quiet moments when the Hidden Cloud Village was at its most peaceful, and slipped out of the mansion again and again, making his way silently to the village cemetery. There, he carefully searched through the tombs of the Gold and Silver brothers. Years ago, after assassinating the second Raikage and fleeing, these infamous brothers were ultimately hunted down and killed by the third Raikage. Yet, having achieved so much for the village as Elder Ninja, despite their heinous crimes, the 2 of them were still eligible to be buried in the village cemetery after death. As expected, on the 4th night, after making a thorough sweep of the entire Hidden Cloud cemetery, Natsum finally found the graves of the Gold and Silver brothers. He quietly buried a kunai marked with a flying thunder god seal in the soil beside their tomb. Afterward, he left as quietly as he had come. After all, Natsum wasn't foolish enough to actually dig up the graves right then and there. If he did, and word got out the next day, even someone with half a brain in the Hidden Cloud would instantly suspect the outsiders in their midst. But once his party had left the Hidden Cloud Village for good, he could simply teleport back using Flying Thunder God and dig up the graves unnoticed. By then, no one would be able to link it to him, would they? And so after 5 lively days slipped by, the Hidden Cloud finally finished preparing all the goods. Over 300 tons of beef had been processed, packaged, and sealed into crates. The boxes were equipped with scrolls containing low-temperature preservation ninjutsu, more than enough to keep the beef fresh for the foreseeable future. This left Natsum quite satisfied. And so, with the hidden villagers reluctantly and bitterly seeing them off, Natsum and his companions finally left the Hidden Cloud Village, their cargo hold loaded to the brim as they set off for home. Well, to be precise, they found a deserted corner and instantly traveled home using Flying Thunder God. After all, Natum had no intention of wasting all his time trudging back the hard way. Third update of the day. It's the end of the month. Please send some reminders for more chapters, and a few gifts too. Oh, at this moment in Konoha, more than half a month had already slipped by since the last great battle. Alas, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained gravely injured. He was still recuperating in the infirmary at this time. However, after many days of treatment and rest, his condition had improved considerably. He was now able to hold conversations and handle some official documents as usual. Of course, the half of his left hand erased in the tailed beast bomb explosion was gone for good, never to return. Kakashi, how are things with the Wagakure? He asked. They've paid half of the ransom, 35 million ryo, Kakashi reported. They've promised the rest will be delivered within a month, and they've asked us to treat the remaining hostage, Kitsuchi, well, while the payment is arranged. In addition, the acting Hokage has ordered that Kuratsuchi and Deidara be returned to them. Kakashi flipped through the report in his hands, answering carefully and thoroughly. Hiruzen gave a long, wistful sigh and said with a hint of emotion, Old Inoki, when it comes down to it, he cares more for his granddaughter and apprentice than for his own son. It was a feeling Hiruzen could well understand. Ever since the birth of his own eldest grandson, Konomaru, 2 years ago, he too had felt that grandchildren were somehow more endearing. What's more, considering the state Kitsuchi was in, even if a Wagakure ransomed him first, he'd be in no state to serve as a fighting force. He'd be better off held here in Konoha for a while longer, provided with good meals and treated with care. And besides, in exchange for the enormous sum of 35 million ryo, Konoha had little reason to make things too difficult for Kitsuchi. How's the village's finances lately? Hiruzen continued. Last week, the daimyo sent a relief fund, combined with the acting Hokage's generous support and the ransom from a Wagakure. The village has pulled through the most difficult times. All compensation for fallen shinobi has been distributed, and the shattered buildings are currently under repair. It's just that, as for the sensory division and the village barrier, I'm afraid it will be difficult to restore those anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen nodded slightly. Even now, he still hadn't figured it out. How had the people from the Hidden Flame village managed to spirit away all the remaining Uchiha clan members within the village, leaving not the faintest trace? They had even effortlessly destroyed the sensory division's barrier control platform on their way out. Meanwhile, his own side had been completely oblivious, always one step behind. The Uchiha clan had certainly taught him a harsh lesson. Yet, at this stage, dwelling on it served little purpose. The defection of the entire Uchiha clan had indeed embarrassed Konoha, tarnishing its reputation. But looking at it now, there were both drawbacks and benefits. Otherwise, after the pitched battle with the Wagakure, when the village was already severely weakened, had they been drawn into a full-scale civil war with the Uchiha as well, who could say who would have emerged victorious? The most urgent task now was still to recuperate, to nurture the village back to strength and stability. Where's Jiraiya gone? Why isn't he here? How has he been doing as the acting Hokage these past few days? Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, pressing on with his questions. Hearing this, Kakashi hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. To be honest, in the past half a month, Lord Jiraiya, aside from his string of absurd acts, like issuing orders to renovate the mixed bathhouse, building adult bookstores, and expanding lingerie shops, all of which turned the village upside down. When it came to his actual duties as acting Hokage, he still managed to fulfill all his responsibilities. In fact, he did quite well. If it hadn't been for his timely intervention, patching up the village's financial deficits and using his strength to steady the leading clans, the village of Konoha might have already plunged into chaos by now. After all, as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a disciple of Mount Myaboku who had even mentored talents like Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya's abilities were simply beyond question. Granted, his personality tended toward the frivolous and lazy, but once he got serious, there was no one more reliable. Kakashi said, everything is normal. The acting Hokage should be keeping busy with paperwork right now. Well, more likely, he's handling paperwork by the side of the mixed bathhouse. Hiruzen let out a sigh, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. That fellow might be a bit unruly, but he's someone you can truly count on. With him holding up the village these days, I've finally been able to rest a little. As his own student, Jiraiya's character and abilities were something Hiruzen knew and trusted well. Kakashi. Yes, sir. Take my command pass, head to the restricted archives, and fetch 2 scrolls for me. As you wish. Kakashi stepped forward, accepted the authorization for entering the restricted archives from Hiruzen, and bowed in acknowledgement. In addition, please notify the heads of the Hyuga and Aburame clans to come see me. I need to confirm the village's external defenses with the two of them one more time. After all, with the sensory division wiped out and the Great Barrier destroyed, Konoha now was, for all intents and purposes, exposed, practically defenseless to outsiders. So, as a precaution, it was all the more crucial to strengthen the monitoring and defenses around the village perimeter. When the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and the Aburame clan's insect techniques were combined, they could form a complete surveillance web to shield the entire village of Konoha, detecting and halting any unwelcome schemes from enemy ninja trying to approach. It was precisely for this reason that Hiruzen wanted to meet both esteemed heads of Konoha's noble clans personally. Understood. Kakashi acknowledged and quickly made his way out. Without delay, he visited both the Hyuga and Aburame main houses, bringing word to the respective clan heads. Afterwards, he hurried straight to the archive behind the Hokage's office. Relying on Hiruzen's personal seal, he unlocked the doors of the Forbidden Scroll repository, ready to retrieve the two very specific Forbidden Scrolls he had been ordered to take. However, just as he set foot inside the Forbidden Archives, Kakashi suddenly sensed he was not alone. This was surprising. The Forbidden Scroll repository was one of Konoha's most secret locations, and aside from just a handful of high-level leaders, no one else was authorized to enter without an official clearance seal. After all, this place stored a vast collection of forbidden jutsu. If their secrets were ever revealed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Who's there?" Kakashi's command rang out, ready for anything. In the distance, a figure stopped what they were doing immediately, turning to face Kakashi. "Root Shinobi, here on Lord Danzo's orders to retrieve a sealing technique scroll. Is there a problem?" The stranger raised Danzo's order seal, and, lifting the mask just enough to show a pair of clear, unmistakable Byakugan, explained in a calm, measured voice. Seeing this, most of Kakashi's suspicions faded away. If this person was here on Danzo's orders, that made sense. After all, Root operated independently. Kakashi couldn't have known every Root member, and the stranger's mask only added to the difficulty. But possessing the Byakugan, something no one could fake, was more than enough to prove their identity. Moreover, Kakashi himself had worked under Danzo for a time, and knew well Danzo's fascination with sealing jutsu. It wasn't unusual for Danzo to send someone now and then to collect certain scrolls for his own research. "No trouble. That was my mistake." Kakashi lowered his kunai, apologetic. He turned away from the stranger, refocusing on his own task, searching along the shelf for the forbidden scrolls he needed to collect. Very soon, Kakashi located one of the scrolls. But when he glanced back, the Byakugan Root ninja was already gone, vanished without a trace. That guy already left? Kakashi shrugged off the thought. There was no reason to pay further attention. Whoever the stranger was, as long as they bore the Byakugan, there was no way they could betray the Hyuga clan or Konoha. Elsewhere, in a quiet corner of Hidden Leaf Village, Hyuga Fukawa hurried out of the Forbidden Scroll repository and arrived at a secret rendezvous. Meeting with the one he awaited, he bowed respectfully. "Lord Natum." With utmost deference, Fukawa presented 4 forbidden jutsu scrolls to the figure before him. Indeed, the shadow that concealed itself within the night was Natum, just returned from the Hidden Cloud Village. In truth, Natum had already been back in his own Hidden Flame Village for several days. During this time, he'd been deeply engrossed in research, seeking a way to safely seal the Eight Tails chakra inside a shinobi's body. Despite his extensive efforts, after days of study, he came to a realization. The optimal approach is to use a sophisticated sealing technique to confine the tailed beast chakra within the body of a ninja. Only in this way can the harm to the host be minimized, while granting the ninja greater mastery over the tailed beast's power. To this end, every major ninja village has, after years of research, developed their own proprietary methods of sealing tailed beasts. For example, Sunagakure employs the Spirit Medium Seal, while Kumogakure uses the Iron Armor Seal, among others. Each of these sealing techniques has its strengths and unique qualities, making it difficult to declare any one definitively superior. However, throughout the shinobi world, it's widely acknowledged that the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts stand as the strongest among them all. Yet, precisely because of their fearsome reputation, they drew the unease and envy of others. This notoriety ultimately invited catastrophe upon the land of whirlpools. Fortunately, thanks to a marriage alliance between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan, even after the fall of the land of whirlpools, the essence of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques survived, integrated into Konoha's own secret arts, abiding by the principle of using only the very best. Natsum's attention naturally returned to Konoha's techniques. After all, sealing the chakra of the 8 tails and the 9 tails is no simple matter. It far surpasses the challenges of the other 7-tailed beasts. Without the finest sealing methods, the risks would be immeasurable. And so, in the blink of an eye, Natsum used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha's backyard. He made contact with Hyuga Shinkawa, leveraging his former root identity to forge an official order, thereby gaining access to the Forbidden Scroll Library. From there, he borrowed several scrolls on sealing and forbidden jutsu for close study. Of course, the sealing jutsu Natsum sought could also be exchanged through a system, but the price was far from cheap. And since Natsum was still saving up for the heretic god body, thrift was the order of the day. If there's an opportunity to get something for free, why spend money? And so, after a meticulous scheme, Hyuga Shinkawa successfully completed the task, bringing back 4 specifically chosen scrolls for Natsum. First, the 4-symbol seal scroll. Second, the 5-element seal scroll. Third, the creation rebirth technique scroll. Fourth, a handbook titled, How a Jinchuriki Controls the Tailed Beast Chakra. 3 forbidden jutsu scrolls and 1 instructional notebook, exactly what Natsum needed. Among them, there is no need to elaborate on the 4-symbol seal, the signature sealing art of the Uzumaki clan, which was studied and refined by Minato Namikaze, achieving an exquisite and unbreakable seal. When paired in tandem, they form the 8-trigram seal, so secure that even the mighty 9 tails cannot break free. It is truly the ultimate method for sealing tailed beasts. 5-element seal. This secret sealing technique from Konoha is said to rival the effectiveness of the 4-symbol seal, though it's far more difficult to master. Unless one uses the 5 elements unsealing, which must be of the same system, type, difficulty, and scope, breaking it is nearly impossible. Its secrecy even surpasses that of the 4-symbol seal. As for the Jinchuriki handbook, it holds the accumulated wisdom of Konoha's previous 9 tails hosts, such as Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. Within its pages are detailed notes on how to suppress a tailed beast and tips for harnessing its power. This knowledge is exceptionally practical, immensely valuable, and not easily found elsewhere. With this handbook in hand, one's own pseudo-Jinchuriki can avoid many pitfalls and swiftly become adept at controlling the power of the tailed beast. Now, as for the final S-rank forbidden technique, creation rebirth, this was what Natsum sought for his own use. This S-rank forbidden jutsu is a secret heirloom of the Senju clan. Only after the clan's decline was it locked away within Konoha's Forbidden Scroll Library. Frankly, Natsum hadn't truly expected to find it in one go. Yet, to his surprise, there it was among the forbidden tomes. The effects of this forbidden art are simple and direct. Once mastered, and if supplied with an abundance of chakra, the user can regenerate organs according to the severity of the injury. To put it simply, even if you lose an arm or a leg, or if your internal organs have been torn out, as long as you have enough chakra, you can regenerate them in a flash. This technique, in a way, seems custom-made for the sage body. The sage body is remarkably powerful. When Natsum previously clashed with the Reikage, ordinary fractures and wounds could heal rapidly thanks to this power. But if a limb were truly severed, relying solely on the sage body, recovery would not be so swift. Yet with creation rebirth mastered, it's an entirely different story. This forbidden art can unleash the supercar performance of the sage body to its fullest. Using the sage body's vast reserves of chakra, combined with extraordinary cellular vitality. Once this jutsu is mastered, Natsum would practically become an unkillable survivor, much like Hashirama Senju himself. No matter the injury, if his chakra is sufficient, he can heal almost instantly. And if he pairs this with the evil god body, he'd come astonishingly close to true immortality. After all, the evil god body cannot regrow lost limbs. To be divided or sealed is a real problem. But the sage body plus creation rebirth compensates perfectly for the evil god body's shortcomings. That's the real reason Natsum coveted this S-rank forbidden jutsu so much. As for the In Seal plus creation rebirth plus Byakugan technique combination that made Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, famous, with the sage body, Natsum neither needed nor cared for the remaining 2. All in all, acquiring these 4 scrolls tonight was quite the harvest already. As for the forbidden techniques, like the Edo Tensei found in Konoha's Library of Forbidden Scrolls, Natsum had no extravagant hopes of laying hands on them. After all, those forbidden techniques stored within, like the Edo Tensei, were the most basic versions, originally developed by the second Hokage Tobirama. They were far less practical than Orochimaru's subsequent improved and ultimate versions, So why seek something inferior when the superior was so close at hand? Lord Natsum, what's next? Fukagawa, it's been more than half a month since last time, hasn't it? Yes, that's right. And what about the Hyuga branch family? Are they all prepared? To report to you, my lord, most preparations are complete. It's just that. What is it? A small number of branch family members who wish to change sides haven't yet gathered enough funds for the reward. So what do you plan to do about that? Hyuga Fukagawa fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly, he dropped to one knee, earnestly and solemnly voicing his plea. We've devised a plan, enough to raise a far larger sum. However, we're missing only one crucial breakthrough. I beg for your assistance, Lord Natsum. If we succeed, those clan members are all willing to join the flame-hidden village and serve you loyally, Lord Natsum. Upon hearing this, Natsum's interest was genuinely piqued. Risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. As long as the benefits were sufficient, he didn't mind lending a hand. Besides, in the end, all that money would end up in his own pocket anyway. Tell me your plan first, and then I'll decide. As you command. A flash of joy crossed Hyuga Fukagawa's face, and he hurriedly began explaining the details. At this moment, it was 8 in the evening. Within the Hyuga main house in Konoha. The current head of the Hyuga house, Hyuga Hayashi, had just returned after an audience with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Father, the Hokage was looking for you just now. What was the matter? Nothing too significant. He just discussed the transfer of personnel at the village's outpost with me. He also instructed me to deploy more clan shinobi to cooperate with the Aburame clan and strengthen surveillance outside the village. Hyuga Hayashi explained matter-of-factly. We're to send even more people? Yes, it seems we'll need to send at least 20 more. The branch family shinobi, there really aren't many left to mobilize. The elder head of the Hyuga family sighed quietly. After the devastating losses within Root and the fierce battle with the Hidden Stone, quite a few branch family shinobi had fallen in recent times. And only a few days ago, many were already sent to help with the village's defenses. If they sent any more, there'd be nearly none left from the branch family. And as for the main house, if they didn't keep several members at hand to serve as scapegoats at a moment's notice, it was impossible to feel secure. I'll make the arrangements as I see fit, Hyuga Hayashi replied. The elder Hyuga nodded thoughtfully, and with genuine gravity, he gave one last reminder. As long as you know what you're doing. The village is in a period filled with trouble. Don't risk dragging the entire clan into the storm. As for that old fellow Sarutobi, he's someone we must be especially wary of. Don't be fooled by the severity of his injuries this time, or the fact that he's installed an acting Hokage. That old fox has never loosened his grip on power, not for a moment. So many years have passed. The once mighty Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and others, they've all either perished or defected. And yet, the Sarutobi family alone has only grown more prosperous with each passing day. In truth, although it appears that Sarutobi has handed the role of acting Hokage to Jiraiya, the real authority over the village still rests firmly in his hands. The entire Umbu is under the control of his son, Sarutobi Shinnosuke. The head of Konoha City Defense and Close Combat Unit is Sarutobi Asuma. Unnoticed by most, the Sarutobi clan has quietly seized the majority of the village's actual power. They simply keep a low profile, unlike the Uchiha, who flaunted their might so openly. What's more, Jiraiya stands alone. He has no family to back him. And after all, he's Sarutobi's disciple. Perhaps that's the only reason Sarutobi Hiruzen felt safe leaving the Hokage's seat in his hands for now. Father, I understand. There's nothing more that needs to be said. In any case, you must always remember. In this ninja world, there are clans famed for their honor, clans renowned for their greatness, but ours, the Hyuga clan, has endured the longest. That's why, no matter the circumstance, as the head of our main household, the safety of your own life is what matters most. Listening to his father's advice, Hayashi Hyuga nodded in thoughtful silence. He was no longer the headstrong youth he'd once been. Now, burdened with the responsibility of ensuring the Hyuga lineage survives, he knew well what truly matters. By the way, I've noticed that many of the branch house ninja have been agitated lately. Do you know the reason? Hayashi shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps someone's been spreading useless talk about freedom again. Utter foolishness. All these years, and every so often, some self-righteous soul still pops up, trying to overthrow the caged bird seal. Regardless, it isn't a trivial concern. If people's hearts keep growing restless, heresies are bound to arise. Find some time soon to weed out those foolish snakes and insects. I will. Hayashi nodded his promise, indicating he would handle it. With that, he prepared to reassign some idle branch house ninja. But before he even stepped out the door, a sudden warning sounded, jerking him to attention. A sharp, Ringing clang of the alarm bell echoed through the compound. It was a clear signal. The Hyuga main house was under attack. In the very next moment, a branch house ninja leapt before Hayashi and swiftly reported, "Master, it's terrible. Lady Hinata has been taken by an assassin." "What?" Hayashi Hyuga flew into a rage, grabbing the branch family ninja and demanding in a booming voice, "What on earth happened?" To the moment I took over for duty outside the young lady's room, I spotted a shadowy figure slip out from inside, and they took Miss Hinata and fled. The two branch ninjas who were supposed to be guarding outside were already knocked out cold. My squad mates are already in pursuit right now. Hayashi flung the branch family ninja aside, cursing loudly. "Useless. You're all useless." Just then, the elder head of the Hyuga family stepped outside, his pace unhurried, and asked, "Hayashi, what's going on?" "There's been an assassin. Hinata's been taken. More than likely, they're after the Byakugan." "Which way did the assailant go?" "Northeast. Not even half a minute ago." "Father, I'm taking people to chase him down. Please watch over the household." "Go then. Be careful. Do everything you can to bring Hinata back." "Understood." Without another word, Hayashi set off at once, leading the few remaining branch family jonin he could muster, giving chase toward the northeast. Although Hinata's talent was disappointing, and even her future as the head of the Hyuga clan was uncertain, she was still Hayashi's eldest daughter, the young lady of the Hyuga. She had to be saved, no matter what. What's more, as the legitimate daughter, she hadn't been branded with the caged bird curse mark. If her eyes were taken by the enemy, it would spell endless trouble for the clan. No matter what, the Hyuga couldn't allow another Byakugan killer to arise in a rival village. But why did Hayashi have to go himself? He had no other choice. Most of the branch family's shinobi had already been sent to guard the outskirts of the village, leaving the main house desperately short on hands. And besides, anyone who could silently take down both branch shinobi stationed outside Hinata's room was clearly of jonin caliber or higher. Only Hayashi himself had the skill to apprehend such an enemy quickly. Soon, the alarm from the Hyuga clan house set the whole Leaf village on edge. MBU Black Ops wasted no time in arriving to investigate. The elder Hyuga patriarch, Hyuga Toga, explained the situation without delay, and requested that ANBU dispatch backup for Hayashi's pursuit. Hearing another intruder had infiltrated the village, the ANBU looked startled as well. But once they learned that the enemy was acting alone and had targeted the Hyuga's Byakugan, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Nonetheless, they knew their duties. The village's Kekiai Genkai could not be allowed to leak outside. The ANBU quickly assembled a squad and raced off to the northeast. Watching the ANBU sprint after them, Hyuga Toga finally breathed out, comforted. With so many forces in pursuit, Hayashi shouldn't face any major danger. Now all he could do was hope. Let them bring Hinata home safe and sound. However, just 1 or 2 minutes after Hayashi and his group left, a series of loud clashes suddenly erupted from the direction of the Hyuga clan's main ancestral hall. The elderly clan head, Hyuga Toga, was startled out of his wits. Alarmed, he rushed toward the ancestral hall as fast as he could. After all, what truly mattered wasn't the ancestral tablets or the memorials inside. What really mattered was the family fortune hidden below the hall, the secret vault where the clan's treasures were kept. That vault contained the Hyuga clan's entire reserve, their lifeblood and their last safeguard, something that must never be lost. Meanwhile, outside the village of Konoha, Hayashi led 3 branch family jonin in hot pursuit. In no time at all, they caught up with the branch family chunin who had first discovered the assassin. "Lord Hayashi, where's the enemy?" "About a kilometer ahead. Try to escape." Hayashi's Byakugan snapped open, and he unleashed his far-sight ability, scanning the direction mentioned. Sure enough, a kilometer away, he spotted their target. The enemy, tall and thin, identity concealed without any forehead protector, was fleeing at top speed, carrying an unconscious Hinata in his arms. "Go after him!" Hayashi roared, wasting no words. He and his team pressed forward, surging ahead at maximum speed. True, Hayashi could strike at a distance with the gentle fist art, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. But with his chakra capacity and refinement, his longest effective range was about 200 meters, and even then, the attack's power sharply diminished. With a more formidable 8 trigrams, greater vacuum palm, at best, he could strike someone 300 meters away. Without closing the gap, he had little chance of hurting the enemy from afar. First, he had to catch up, then he could strike. Fortunately, the enemy's speed was only about jonin level. Perhaps because he was carrying Hinata, or maybe due to exhaustion from the earlier attack. Either way, their pace was gradually slowing. This allowed Hayashi and his team to steadily gain on them. And so, the chase continued for 5 relentless minutes. Finally, They closed the gap to within 200 meters. 8 trigrams, greater vacuum palm. Hayashi unleashed a swift and powerful surge of chakra, sending a torrent blasting across 100 meters to strike at the fleeing ninja. The advantage of the gentle fist vacuum palms was their speed, strength, subtlety, and lethality. An attack that could catch even a jonin off guard and leave them unable to defend, especially while in retreat. Yet this time, just as the greater vacuum palm was about to hit its mark in the distance, a surging, brilliant blue chakra erupted from the enemy's body, rapidly solidifying into the form of an armored shell. With a thundering crash, the 8 trigrams, greater vacuum palm struck the blue chakra armor, only managing to stagger the enemy slightly, not leaving so much as a scratch. What is that? Lightning release armor? Lightning chakra mode? Is that a cloud ninja? Hayashi Hyuga instantly recognized the jutsu and bellowed, his face twisted with wrath. After all, for years ago, it was his own younger brother Hisashi Hyuga who was driven to his death by the hidden cloud village. How could he possibly fail to recognize the iconic taijutsu of the cloud, especially a secret technique like the lightning release armor, which only direct heirs of the cloud could hope to master? There was no doubt that had to be a damn cloud ninja. So what if you have lightning release armor? Hayashi roared with fury, refusing to yield. You won't lay a finger on my daughter, I'll shatter you all the same. With fierce resolve, Hayashi unleashed his attacks one after another. Technique after technique, the 8 trigrams vacuum palm, each blow streaked out, relentlessly targeting the distant cloud ninja. Through his Byakugan, Hayashi could see it clearly. The opponent, while possessing the strength of a jonin, was still clumsy at wielding the lightning chakra mode, as though they had only just learned it. Even the lightning armor shimmering along their skin was unstable, nothing compared to the prowess of the fourth Reikage. At this level, as long as he pressed the assault, there was every chance of shattering that electric barrier. 8 trigrams, air palm. 8 trigrams, great air palm. One after another, concentrated bursts of chakra struck the distant cloud ninja. Even with their speed and defense dramatically heightened by the lightning chakra mode, the attacks, amplified by the Byakugan's piercing precision, were nearly impossible to evade. This was no ordinary foe. This was the current head of the Hyuga clan, whose strength stood at the very threshold of Kaga-level mastery. As expected, after 6 or 7 minutes of relentless pursuit and dozens of forceful blows, the hardened lightning armor suddenly shattered with a violent crack. Hayashi's next strike sent the opponent crashing to the ground, badly injured. At this, the intruder wasted not a single moment. With a swift motion, she flung Hinata Hyuga from her grasp, sent her flying, and immediately conjured several shadow clones that scattered in all directions. Hayashi's heart leapt. Urgent to save his daughter, he abandoned pursuit, rushing forward to catch Hinata and check her injuries. Thankfully, the enemy's final blow was not aimed to kill. Hinata suffered only minor wounds, bearing a few bruises across her back. Her eyes, too, were unharmed. Seeing this, Hayashi, worn out but relieved, finally allowed himself to breathe. Phew! Cradling Hinata in his arms, Hayashi let out a long sigh, then issued a stern order. Continue the pursuit. The intruder is wounded. You must capture them alive. But to his dismay, there was no response behind him. Hayashi quickly turned, only then realizing the 4-branch family ninja, who should have been right at his heels, had all vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Hayashi Hyuga felt a jolt of fear run through his heart, his scalp tingling as he guessed inwardly. Where is everyone? What's going on? Were they all taken out? No way. How can anyone take down 3 Hyuga Jonin and a Chunin silently, all without alerting me? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. He quickly dismissed this unsettling thought. Or perhaps I was too caught up in the chase and didn't notice when they fell behind. That is a possibility. TCH, even during a pursuit, they can get separated. The branch family's ninja are utterly useless. I'll have to give them some proper training when I get back. Swallowing his frustration, Hayashi didn't dwell on it further. With no choice, he abandoned the idea of chasing after the cloud ninja any longer. Instead, clutching his daughter Hinata, he prepared to retreat to the village. But at that moment, he was oblivious to one crucial fact. The Hyuga clan's main house, his own stronghold, had already been infiltrated. Let us turn the clock back 10 minutes. Inside the Hyuga main house, upon hearing the sounds of battle, the old clan head, Hyuga Tokuwa, rushed immediately to the ancestral hall. There, he found that the 2 family ninja guarding the shrine were already lying lifeless in pools of blood. At the same time, on the right side of the shrine, the entrance to a secret passage, known only to a select few, leading to the clan's underground vault, had been opened. The sight nearly sent Hyuga Tokuwa into cardiac arrest. Leaning heavily on his cane, he raced to the entrance in a panic, desperate to reach the vault. He followed the dim passage downwards, eventually arriving at the underground treasury. The vault's stone door was thick and formidable, protected by a secret barrier. Knowledge of its command word was passed down only through generations of the main house head. At first glance, the door hadn't been forced open by brute strength. But Tokuwa could not be sure whether the Hyuga clan's treasures within had been pilfered or not. The events of tonight were simply too coincidental, surely orchestrated by someone with careful intent. It was possible, after all, that someone had already discovered the secret to unlocking the barrier. There was only one way to be sure. He had to inspect it with his own eyes. With that, Tokuwa performed the secret command, dispelling the barrier and pushing open the massive stone door. In the next instant, he was greeted by a dazzling flood of gold and jewels, casting shimmering reflections everywhere. Evidently, the vault had not been robbed. Relief washed over Tokuwa, and finally, he allowed himself to breathe easy. But just as he prepared to close the door and restore the barrier, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. "Who's there?" Tokuwa shouted, spinning around, ready to attack. "Greetings, Elder Clan Head," came the answer. The visitor wore the mask of an umbu, with a pair of unmistakable pale eyes beneath it, a Hyuga's unmistakable trait, as they bowed in greeting. Recognizing him, Tokuwa's wariness instantly melted away. He thought it was an enemy and was startled. But since the newcomer was a branch family ninja with the telltale white eyes, there was no need to worry. After all, with a single thought, he could activate the caged bird curse mark and control the other party. "So, it's a branch member of the Hyuga from the umbu. Have you come to reinforce me? But this is the main house forbidden area. Who gave you permission to come down here?" Hyuga Tsuchikawa put on a stern face and gave a harsh reprimand. He then turned away, preparing to close the stone door and reactivate the barrier. But in the very next second, a fierce surge of chakra exploded from behind him in an instant. At that moment, the old patriarch Hyuga Tsuchikawa could never have imagined what was happening. The branch ninja behind him actually dared to strike at him. And not only that, it wasn't even with a Hyuga clan taijutsu move. It was a kunai, sheathed in crackling chakra, thrust straight at him. Ask yourself, at his age, how could he possibly evade such a sudden, ruthless assault from behind? In the next instant, the kunai pierced right through his chest, sending a stab of icy pain deep into his heart. Clutching his wound, Hyuga Tsuchikawa staggered forward several steps, slumping against the stone door, blood pouring from his mouth. With terror etched on his face, he stared back at the branch ninja who struck him. "You! How dare you?" He coughed violently, struggling to speak. "You'll pay for this." Face ashen, Hyuga Tsuchikawa let out a stream of furious curses. If his attacker had used taijutsu, he might still have put up some resistance or even fought back. But who would have guessed this bastard of a branch clan ninja would attack with a kunai instead? It pierced right through his heart and lungs with one blow. And with his age and frailty, there was no hope. This was a mortal wound. Even if he used chakra to temporarily seal the injury, he could only buy himself a few extra seconds before death. Knowing he was finished, he did not hesitate for an instant. He immediately activated the caged bird curse mark. He intended, even if he died, to drag this clan traitor down to hell with him. But in the very next moment, he realized, with a jolt, that there was not the slightest trace of the curse mark chakra on the forehead of the man before him. He couldn't activate the curse mark at all. How could this be? "Old master, you're wasting your energy. The caged bird curse mark doesn't work on me anymore." The masked branch family ninja sneered coldly, utterly contemptuous. The so-called main house, without their precious curse mark, were nothing but ordinary flesh and blood. Nothing worth fearing. Just like the branch family members, stabbed with a kunai, they die just the same. Flesh and blood, all the same. Why should these bastards be born to hold power over the lives and deaths of all branch clan kin? Impossible. Who are you? How did you get to be a Kugan? Hyuga Tsuchikawa's face twisted in terror. Fear and disbelief flooded his heart. He was even more stunned than when he had just been ambushed. After all, the cage bird curse mark was the very foundation of the Hyuga clan. It was the unbreakable leash that the main family kept tightly around the branches' necks. How could it possibly be undone? If it truly were possible to break it, wouldn't the entire branch house rise up in revolt? For this reason, he found himself rather hoping this man wasn't a branch house Hyuga at all. That pair of Byakugan eyes must have been stolen, he told himself. "Old master, your memory is truly getting worse with age. Don't you remember me at all?" The branch member sneered, flicking the blood from his kunai with a cold laugh. Then, slowly, he took off the dark ANBU mask from his face. And in that instant, The moment he saw the man's features, Hyuga Tokuwa, the aging former head of the clan, stared in shock, his face turning ashen, eyes wide with disbelief. Hyuga Fukawa, it's you. It can't be. You're supposed to be dead. Wait, your forehead. How is this possible? Where is your caged bird curse mark? How did you break it? No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tokuwa's face twisted in wild denial, terror-stricken as if he'd just spotted a ghost. You remember me after all, old bastard. Back then, on the battlefield, you took my father's life as a substitute for your own, and you couldn't even remember his name. To you, the high and mighty main family, we branch members are all nothing more than disposable pawns, aren't we? Today, I'll be the one to send you to your grave. And soon, I'll see the entire main house follow you down as well. And I should really thank you, too, for opening the clan's secret vault for me. Hyuga Fukawa gripped his kunai tightly and began walking forward, step by step, fury blazing in his eyes, as if it could consume the whole world. He would never forget. When he was a child, word came back that his father had died in battle. And this wretched old man before him. Not only did he not remember his father's name, but he had simply used the caged bird technique to control some branch member at random, forcing him to serve as a human shield that saved his own life. That was the moment Fukawa gave up on the main family forever. From then on, he tried desperately to escape the Hyuga, even joining the Foundation and becoming one of Danzo's lethal tools. And now, the day had finally come when he could claim vengeance with his own hands. You, how? How did you break the cage bird? Tokuwa stared at Fukawa, coughing up blood, trying to force the question out. But he couldn't even finish a single sentence. Plainly, his life was almost spent, like a lamp flickering out. Enough. No more words. Rot in hell, old animal. Your journey ends here. With those words, Hyuga Fukawa struck, plunging his kunai into the old clan head's throat in one clean motion. And with that, he ended the last breath of his enemy, neatly, decisively, and without hesitation. To be honest, if it weren't for the opponent's carelessness and my unexpected attack, there's no way I could have finished him off in an instant. After all, the man was once the head of the Hyuga clan. His prowess in hand-to-hand combat was undoubtedly unmatched. But no matter how skilled a ninja may be, once a kunai pierces his heart and lungs, death is still inevitable. With a deep exhale, Hyuga Fukawa pulled out his kunai. He let out a long breath, and only after confirming that this old man was truly dead did he finally feel at ease. As for the emptiness people speak of, when vengeance is finally exacted with your own hands. Emptiness? Nonsense. In this moment, all he felt was an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, and the boundless anticipation for his newfound freedom and the life ahead. Any talk of betraying the clan? It didn't even cross his mind. After all, the Hyuga main house never truly regarded branch family members as kin in the first place. In fact, he understood something even deeper. From this day on, at the very least, he, his children, and every one of his descendants would never again be shackled by the caged bird seal. Now, with most of the branch family ninjas sent elsewhere, the Hyuga main house was left eerily empty. The few that remained, standing guard and protecting the women of the main family, were so short-handed that, even when chaos erupted in the clan's ancestral shrine, no one came rushing to help. Maybe, just maybe a few tried to intervene, but they too were probably intercepted in secret by branch family conspirators working in the shadows. Meanwhile, down in the hidden treasury beneath the shrine, Fukawa no longer spared a glance at the corpse on the floor. Instead, he whistled, a sharp, piercing note that cut through the tension. Moments later, 5 Hyuga branch ninjas burst into the underground vault. All of you, pack up the gold and silver. Move quickly. Take nothing but gold and silver. Leave all the jewels and treasures behind. Use scrolls if you can store them. If not, use sacks. We have only 3 minutes. When time's up, we retreat immediately. Fukawa's commands came swift and sharp. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, the 5 ninjas set to work, racing into the vault to strip it clean of every last coin, the family's secret fortune. To them, this was the price of their freedom. No one was more motivated or more exhilarated than they were. As for why the Hyuga kept such a vast hoard beneath their clan shrine, it was, in fact, perfectly normal. After all, the Hyuga clan had stood as a legendary name in the shinobi world for nearly 1,000 years. Compared to their lengthy clan history, the mere decades since ninja villages were established seemed paltry and insubstantial. Apart from the tiresome will of fire, which occasionally brainwashed a few family ninjas, most noble ninja families, when push came to shove, always prioritized the survival of their own bloodline over the interests of the village. So, It was nothing unusual that the great clans of the shinobi world would secretly amass their own trove of loyal followers and wealth. In times of crisis, it is essential to preserve the spark of life and ensure the family's lineage continues. After all, we are talking about an illustrious family whose legacy stretches back for thousands of years. So, it's really not surprising that the family would keep a good amount of savings tucked away. Otherwise, how do you think Tsunade, the so-called gambling addict, the legendary big spender, managed to lose recklessly for decades on end? If not for inheriting the vast fortune of the Senju clan, she would have gambled away even the last scraps of her clothing long ago. That's why the Hyuga's secret vault holds treasures untouched by time. Pure gold and silver, priceless jewels, heirlooms that have endured for generations. Not the paper currency that's become popular in the Land of Fire in just the past few decades. It happened in less than 3 minutes. In just the blink of an eye, every ounce of gold and silver in the secret vault was swept clean by the intruders. They disappeared swiftly, not lingering for even a moment longer than necessary. By now, over half an hour had passed since the initial commotion. Hyuga Hayashi, who had successfully rescued Hinata, returned to the village, accompanied by a squad of Umbu operatives who'd arrived as reinforcements. Even so, throughout the journey, he hadn't managed to track down the 4 branch family members who'd gone missing. The thought nagged at him, filling his mind with doubts. Nonetheless, he wasn't all that worried. After all, through the caged bird seal, he could sense they were still alive. If they were safe, then nothing was truly amiss. With a restrictive seal, keeping them in check, they wouldn't dare to run off or betray the clan. But as soon as he set foot in the main house compound, a wave of shock overcame him. The tragic scene at the ancestral hall stopped him cold. When he saw the body of the former clan head, Hyuga Doka, and laid eyes on the emptied vault, he was left in utter disbelief. He had only stepped out for a short while. How could the family's very lifeblood, their nest egg, have vanished so suddenly? He knew, without a doubt, the secret command to open the vault's barrier was known to none save himself and the former clan head. How could it have been exposed? Who in the world could have done this? Staring at his father's corpse, those empty, hollow sockets where eyes should have been, and the bare, gutted secret vault, Hayashi's rage mounted, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. He bellowed for all branch family members, determined to hunt down the murderers and avenge his father. But after all his shouting, only 9 loyal branch members gathered. Of the group, just 1 was a special jonin, 2 were chunin, and the rest barely ranked as genin. And the rest of them? Hayashi demanded, his anger barely contained. The handful of branch members shook their heads, clearly in the dark. Only 1 offered an answer. A short while ago, it seemed a number of branch members had quietly slipped out of the village, saying they were following the former clan head's orders to hurry to your side and escort you, clan head Hayashi. Hearing this, Hayashi, though seething with anger, calmed ever so slightly. At the very least, this explanation made sense. It was possible that the former clan head, worried for his safety, had sent many branch family members after him, leaving the main house undermanned and vulnerable, an opportunity thieves did not hesitate to exploit. Go and inform the acting Hokage at once. Tell them that the Hyuga clan has been attacked and request immediate support. In addition, summon back all the branch family shinobi stationed outside the village. Whoever dares lay a hand on the Hyuga clan, I'll make them pay 100-fold for what they've done. Hayashi Hyuga's voice trembled with barely restrained fury. Yet, hanging on to the last thread of rationality, he was still able to give clear and correct orders right away. He was seeking to rely on the village's strength, pulling back his forces, and biding his time for revenge. After all, he had already fallen for the enemy's ruse of luring the tiger from its den once. If he were to act rashly again, he might return only to find even the main family manor reduced to ruins. What Hayashi did not know, however, was this. Those clan members who had been sent out to support him, along with most of the branch family shinobi who stood watch on the village outskirts, they had already, without a word, abandoned their posts and quietly slipped away from the village. Thanks to the collapse of Konoha's Grand Barrier, the village had no way of knowing. In a short span, large numbers of Hyuga branch family shinobi were already in the midst of desertion. And the few Konoha shinobi still on duty within the village, who happened to catch sight of a Hyuga or 2 fleeing, barely gave it a second glance. They simply assumed the Hyuga were being sent out on a mission. After all, in Konoha's collective memory, every clan might produce the odd renegade ninja. But the Hyuga? That was unthinkable. Because for any other renegade, bolting meant fish returning to the open sea, dragons soaring to the heavens, freedom at last. But for a Hyuga branch member, bound by the cursed seal, a caged bird, fleeing meant diving straight into the frying pan. It was a self-inflicted death sentence. And so, no one thought to stop those branch family shinobi. That was how, in less than an hour. A familiar scene played out once more, 100 miles north of the hidden leaf village, deep within the emerald cover of a dense forest. Over 200 Hyuga branch clan members had quietly gathered, waiting in absolute silence. At the center of this assembly stood a young Uchiha. Yet, not a single Hyuga looked at him with fear or suspicion. On the contrary, each pair of eyes shone with fervent hope, burning with the promise of liberation. For this youth was their sole hope, both for freedom and for a new life. They waited a few minutes longer. In the distance, the brush whispered with movement. A moment later, 6 figures burst from the shadows, appearing before the crowd. "Greetings, Lord Natum." Leading his group forward, Hyuga Shinkawa bowed in deep respect. "Did you succeed?" "We did," Hyuga Shinkawa replied, overflowing with excitement. Hurriedly, he handed Natsum their haul, scrolls of sealed space and over a dozen bulging sacks. "All the main family's liquid assets are here. And these are the eyes of Hyuga Tsuchikawa. We've dug them out, just as ordered. Honorable Natsum, we beg you to remove the cursed seal from us and grant us our freedom once more." Hinata Fukawa knelt deeply to the ground, his plea earnest beyond measure. For the sake of the entire branch family, for the future of his kin. What was a mere kneeling compared to all that? Besides, in this lifetime, they had knelt before the main family more times than they could count. At this point, what meaning did pride even hold? Only by having the curse seal removed, only by regaining their freedom, could they restore their true dignity. Likewise, the surrounding branch family ninjas hurriedly offered up the silver they had painstakingly gathered, turning it all over to Natsum. One after another, they too knelt, earnestly imploring in unison. "Honorable Natsum, we beg you to remove the cursed seal from us and grant us our freedom once more." Hearing this, Natsum scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward himself. Receiving the reverent prostrations of others was honestly uncomfortable. He was still alive and well. No desire to shed years off his life from all this ceremony. "All right, everyone, you may stand. A promise made is a promise kept. This is a fair transaction. There's no need to abase yourselves. Once the cursed seals are lifted, if you truly feel grateful, then consider joining the Hidden Flame Village. Our village would be more than happy to welcome you." Natsum greeted them cheerfully, though his hands had already started to glide over the rolls of spatial scrolls and bulging sacks of cash heaped in front of him. Polite words were just empty formality. It was this heap of real, tangible silver that truly mattered. My goodness, all these scrolls, all these massive money bags. The resources of the Hyuga clan ran deeper than he ever imagined. And once he included all the silver contributed by the other branch family ninjas, what a staggering fortune this added up to. It truly felt richer than the entire treasury of the Hidden Leaf. Well, it made sense. This was a colossal ninja clan whose legacy stretched across 1,000 years. After generations of prudent hoarding, it would be strange if they hadn't amassed a sizable fortune. Just think, back in his previous life, those famous conglomerates, the Penguin Group and the Ollie Group, became wealthier than towns and villages in just a generation or two. All right, let's see just how much these treasures amount to. Natsum marveled inwardly, then swiftly swept his hands across all the scrolls and all the sacks, instantly converting every last piece of silver into value points, and from there began exchanging them for gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 1,002,104,500 value points. Would you like to recharge 1,002,100,000 value points to obtain 100,210 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have received 100,210 gold coins. Current balance, 107,400 gold coins. Staring at the sudden appearance of 100,000 gold coins in his account, Natsum was overjoyed, giddy, soaring as though on clouds, caught up in a rush that sent his spirits flying high. Of course, after the rush of excitement faded in an instant, Natsum quickly calmed his exhilaration. Strictly speaking, after all, such an enormous fortune couldn't truly be called his own. It was hard-won by these branch members of the Hyuga clan before him, putting their lives on the line, fighting for their freedom. This mountain of gold coins still needed to be used to free them from the curse mark of the caged bird. Naturally, Natsum could simply take the money and run. He could abandon this group of branch members, walk away with those 100,000 gold coins, and seize the opportunity to reach godlike power in one leap, if he wished. Yet, if he did that, it would feel far too dishonorable. Deep down, Natsum was keenly aware he wasn't exactly a hero. Everything he had done since coming to this world had been just to survive, to live better, to live more comfortably. And on this journey, he had not been a stranger to killing. He had even started wars that led to the deaths of many innocents. Nevertheless, there were lines he refused to cross. Schemes and bloodshed, those he could tolerate. But betrayal and broken promises, behaving like a beast, that was something Natum found beneath him. After all, spend all your money, you can always get more. Ahem. That is, you can earn more. But once you've lost your integrity, it's gone for good. Alright, everyone get ready. We're about to begin lifting the curse for everyone. If you've married into the Hyuga branch, or if you're a child under 3 who hasn't been marked with the curse, please gather to the left. Everyone else who needs the curse lifted, line up on the right. Form orderly lines, one at a time. Natum directed everyone, dividing them into 2 groups to undergo the curse removal in turn. All the branch members of the Hyuga responded without hesitation, automatically separating into their 2 groups. This time, counting Hyuga Shinka, there were 206 branch clan members who managed to escape. Of these, 38 were not born into the Hyuga clan, but had married in through alliances. 15 children, each under 3 years old and carried by their parents, had yet to be branded with the curse by the main family. Altogether, these 53 people needed no curse removed. That left a total of 152 who did. Among them were 11, including Hyuga Niji, who, thanks to their exceptional talent, would have their curse removed at Natsum's expense. No reward required from them, as promised. In other words, the recruitment tokens used to lift the curses from these 11 would have to come out of Natsum's own pocket. The remaining 141 people had prepared their own payments for the curse removal. At that moment, Natum felt profoundly grateful that he had raised the price for curse removal from 5 million to 8 million per person. It brought in a decent profit. Otherwise, if the fee had stayed at 500 gold coins per recruitment token, factoring in the failure rate, even if I sold myself, it still wouldn't be enough. Thankfully, there was a 3 million profit margin for each transaction. All I could hope was that this would be enough to cover the massive expense required to exchange for recruitment orders in bulk. Everything that followed went smoothly. All Natum needed to do was continuously exchange for basic recruitment orders and use them on one Hyuga branch ninja after another. Just like the very first time with Hyuga Fukawa. The powerful effect of the recruitment order could instantly erase the caged bird curse mark without causing any harm to the person themselves. It would merely enhance these ninjas' favorability toward Natsum and Flame Hidden Village by a modest amount. Still, watching the stack of recruitment orders being rapidly consumed, hearing the endless clink of 500 gold coins flowing away with every use, Natsum's heart felt like it was bleeding. If only all those coins could have gone right in my own pocket. What a dream that would be. Enough. No use dwelling on it. At the very least, seeing all these Hyuga branch members, one after another, breaking free of their curse marks and regaining their freedom, the heartfelt smiles blossoming on their faces were, in themselves, a reward. Even as a villain, Natsum couldn't help but feel that he was finally doing something good. Thank you, Lord Natsum. I'm free. At last, I'm free. The chorus of gratitude and jubilation surged around, voices overlapping in wave after wave. The atmosphere became even more exuberant. At first, there had been some doubt among the crowd, but when they saw their clansmen ahead truly break the curse and reclaim their freedom, all hesitation disappeared. Now, everyone was simply wishing for their turn to come immediately, desperate to shed their curse marks and embrace freedom as soon as possible. And so, the entire curse-breaking process carried on in an orderly fashion. Efficiency was high. Apart from the time it took to exchange each recruitment order, it took no more than 10 seconds, on average, to remove a single curse mark. With every round of dispelling, Natsum gradually discovered pattern. Typically speaking, as long as a person willingly and eagerly accepted recruitment, even a basic recruitment order had a high probability of success. But for those who harbored other intentions, reluctant to pledge their loyalty, even an intermediate recruitment order had a significant chance of failure. Therefore, if, for a particular Hyuga ninja, 2 consecutive basic recruitment orders both failed, there could only be one explanation. You, my friend, have a problem. Are you still pining for Konoha? Clinging to the Hyuga main house? Damn it, 1,000 coins wasted on you. Enough. No need to explain. Just stand aside for now. Once everything's wrapped up, I'll deal with you later. Soon, over 40 minutes had passed. The entire process of breaking the curses had come to a successful close. With the exception of 6 individuals, suspects who had failed twice even with basic recruitment orders, everyone else had been released. The remaining 146 people all had their curse marks lifted smoothly and gained their freedom. Apart from that, 2 intermediate summoning orders were exchanged midway, each costing 2,000 gold coins. One attempt failed, and the other was kept for later. Additionally, there were 190 basic summoning orders exchanged and used, each costing 500 gold coins. Successes, 146. Failures, 44. Among these, 6 individuals failed twice in a row, wasting a total of 12 basic summoning orders. There were also 32 people who failed once, but fortunately succeeded on their second attempt. Of course, these details aren't what truly matter. What's important is that altogether, 192 summoning orders were used, costing Natum a staggering 99,000 gold coins. Less than 1,210 coins short of depleting all the gold he had earned from this endeavor. At the very start of lifting the curses, Natum had worried that even if he spent every coin he had, it still might not be enough. Thankfully, in the end, he was left with 8,400 gold coins. That's actually over 1,000 coins more than he'd started with. It seems all the effort hasn't been in vain after all. Of course, Natum wasn't particularly regretful either. After all, according to the latest news, his own shipping company would soon be bringing back part of last month's profits along with the gains from selling off jewels. When that happens, he'll easily earn several tens of millions of taels, raising another 10,000 gold coins to exchange for something like the evil god's vessel? Piece of cake. Thank you, Lord Natum. Thank you. At this moment, having had their curses removed and regained their freedom, these branch members of the Hyuga clan could hardly contain their excitement, reborn in spirit. One after another, they knelt down again and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Natum. It was clear their thanks came from the depths of their hearts. This time, Natum accepted their gratitude with equanimity. After all, he had spent a jaw-dropping 99,000 gold coins doing this for them. Wasn't it only right to allow them this moment of deep appreciation? However, just then, over on the far right of the assembly, the 6 Hyuga ninja who hadn't succeeded in lifting their curses could no longer hold back. Their faces pale, they anxiously asked, "Lord Natum, what about us?" Clearly, watching so many of their clansmen break free and regain their freedom filled them with envy and bitter regret. As for you, you really ought to reflect on what you truly feel in your hearts. If your thoughts still cling to Konoha, still yearn for the Hyuga main house, then go back to them. Your curse marks? I cannot lift them. Natsum's response carried not a shred of sympathy, his rejection cold and unyielding. Those 6 ingrates had already wasted 6,000 of his gold coins. And now, shamelessly, they were still seeking his help to lift their curses. Natum wasn't about to pay them any more mind. Those who wish to join the Hidden Flame Village, come with me now. If you don't wish to join, I won't force you. You're free to leave on your own. Natum swept his gaze over the crowd in front of him, his voice ringing out clearly. With that, he turned and began to walk northward alone. The Hyuga branch families who remained behind didn't hesitate. They set out at once, hurrying to catch up with Natum. In truth, Natum had already checked his own system. There was indeed a caged bird curse mark, available for exchange in the shop. But after a closer look, Natum quickly understood. Even if he exchanged for the caged bird curse mark, he wouldn't be able to remove the marks already inscribed on these branch family shinobi. For once it's carved, this curse mark is simply unbreakable. Even its creator couldn't undo it. It's like closing a lock with no key, permanently sealed. Your only choices: either rip it out by force, destroying both the curse mark and the shinobi's nervous system, or rely on a recruitment order, bringing the power of miracles to erase the curse. Otherwise, why else would Natum go to such lengths to exchange so many recruitment orders to lift the curse? He could have just spent a few thousand gold coins to exchange for the caged bird curse mark, then turned around and reaped 100,000 gold coins with no effort. Wouldn't that have been the easiest windfall? It all comes down to this. The Hyuga ancestor who created the caged bird curse was truly ruthless. So ruthless, in fact, there's not an ounce of mercy left for his descendants. Now, deep within the dense forest, Natum led a large group of subdued Hyuga branch family shinobi as they made their way to the Hidden Flame Village. Of course, Natum didn't use the convenient Flying Thunder God. After all, he still couldn't fully trust these Hyuga shinobi. Who could guarantee there wouldn't be 1 or 2 traitors among them? If he used the Flying Thunder God to bring them back, and any traitor revealed his mastery of the technique to Konoha later on, that could become a troublesome problem. So he had no choice but to lead them back on foot. Besides, with his current strength, things were a far cry from his first time leading the clan's defection. If Konoha's pursuers really came after them, no matter how many came, he would kill them all. He'd fight until they shuddered at the very thought of it. Natsume-sama. How many people have followed us? Natum glanced at Hyuga Fukaku, who had caught up to him, and asked indifferently. All the branch family shinobi whose curse marks have been removed, along with their families, they've all joined us. Natum nodded. The effect of the recruitment order was no idle boast. It was only natural that these branch family shinobi would choose to join the Hidden Flame village. What about the 6 whose curse marks weren't removed? 3 of them followed us. The other 3 seemed to be heading back to Konoha. Hyuga Fukaku reported with meticulous detail, holding nothing back. Upon hearing this, Natum frowned slightly, lost in silent thought. To be honest, he couldn't be sure about those 3 branch members of the Hyuga clan who tried to return to the Leaf Village. Were they truly loyal to the village, pretending to defect only to gather intelligence? Or was it simply that they didn't want to join the Flame Hidden Village and had no desire to become part of another force? But at this point, there wasn't time to consider all these possibilities. These people, they were probably hoping to take a gamble to see if Natum could really remove their cursed seals. At the same time, if things went wrong, they were ready to flee back to the Leaf and turn traitor again in hopes of gaining credit and rewards. But in this world, being a fence-sitter is never as easy as one imagines. Since they had already defected once, exposed their identities, and wasted so many of his gold coins for nothing, Natum could not allow them to go back alive. Otherwise, news that the Flame Hidden Village had recruited half of the Hyuga clan might reach the Leaf. More than that, for the sake of secrecy and to ensure the safety of the remaining Hyuga, Natum knew he had no choice but to act with ruthless resolve. He turned to Fukaku and with a cold, low command ordered, "Go, circle back and take care of the 3 of them. Don't let a single one escape. With your current strength, you shouldn't have any trouble, right?" "Understood." Without a trace of hesitation, Hyuga Fukaku accepted the command. He immediately slipped away from the main group, quietly heading out in pursuit. His training under the root had already made him swift and decisive in matters of life and death. He knew all too well, if those 3 made it back alive, they would only bring greater danger to the rest of the clan. They had to die, because they were traveling with more than a dozen infants and quite a few elders. Natsum's group moved noticeably slower. Ordinarily, the journey from Leaf Village to the land of rice fields would take just over a day. But this time, it took them well over 2 days. It was only on the morning of the 3rd day that they finally reached their home, the Flame Hidden Village. For a moment, at the sight of over 200 Hyuga branch members entering the village, the gathered Uchiha clansmen were visibly startled. But once they learned that the young clan leader had led them back, not a single voice was raised in objection. In fact, everyone seemed quietly delighted by the news. After all, if members of any other Leaf clan came to seek refuge, the Uchiha would certainly have viewed them with hostility. From the past, it was those very families who had endlessly discriminated against and tormented the Uchiha within the Leaf. But as long as it was the Hyuga branch house, there was no problem. Because, back in the Leaf, the only ones who hadn't shown open hostility toward the Uchiha had been the Hyuga branch clan. It's worth noting, the social hierarchy within the Leaf back then basically went Tsurutobi clan at the top, then the Hyuga main family, followed by the other clans, then commoners, then the Uchiha, then dogs, then the Hyuga branch family, and finally the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at the very bottom. You could say, in those days, the Hyuga branch ninja had a status even lower than the dogs. So where would they get the audacity to bully the Uchiha clan? Let's put it this way. Within the whole of Konoha, if the Uchiha clan resented the village the most, then, without a doubt, these branch members of the Hyuga were neck and neck in their dislike. They, too, are the ones who have suffered oppression and mistreatment within Konoha. At this moment, seeing each other again, there was an undeniable sense of camaraderie, a rare warmth shared among kindred spirits. Of course, this was exactly what Natum had in mind when he deliberately recruited these branch members of the Hyuga. If it were any other clan from Konoha, even if they knelt begging, earnestly pleading to join the village of the Hidden Flame, Natum would never agree. And so, with this special connection, with the support of many among the Uchiha, the integration of these Hyuga branch members into the village went without a hitch. On top of that, they had brought back a staggering 1 billion in cash for the village this time. Now, the whole Hidden Flame village was brimming with newfound wealth. They could expand however they wished, without the slightest concern for funding. It brought unbridled joy to the Uchiha elders, who now wore faces aglow with pride, as though basking in a glorious new spring. After properly settling the Hyuga branch members, Natum wasn't in any rush to assemble the long-range sniper squad. Instead, he decided to let these Hyuga ninjas get acquainted with the village and spend time adjusting alongside the Uchiha clan. After all, Natum was deeply curious about what sort of extraordinary bloodline limit might arise if a Uchiha with the Sharingan and a Hyuga with the Byakugan were to intermarry. The prospect was truly fascinating, but that was only one matter among many. Recently, Natsum's plate was full. First and foremost, He had to deal with a pair of Byakugan from the former Hyuga clan elder. Truth be told, these were the eyes of someone over 50, with cataracts clouding the lenses, practically bona fide true white eyes. Natum wasn't the least bit interested. With so many Hyuga now freed from the caged bird curse in his village, why worry about lacking a good pair of Byakugan? But while Natum saw little value, someone out there certainly did. Take, for example, the village hidden in the clouds. In the past, they were willing to spark an all-out war just for the chance to seize a pair of Byakugan, if not for the Hyuga relenting at the last moment, offering the corpse of Niji's father, Hayashi's brother, in atonement. The Fourth Great Ninja War might have broken out much sooner. There's no doubt about it. The Hidden Cloud Village has coveted the Byakugan in their dreams. Thus, using these eyes as a bargaining chip, the Hidden Cloud would surely be willing to pay a hefty price. And once the trade was sealed, the Hidden Cloud, now possessing the Byakugan, would in turn become the perfect scapegoat for the late-night attack on the Hyuga main house, the true culprits in the eyes of all. After all, back then, Hayashi Hyuga was an eyewitness. The ninja who abducted Hinata possessed the lightning release armor technique and was unmistakably a shinobi from the Hidden Cloud Village. With evidence like that, the Hidden Cloud would have no choice but to shoulder the blame. And even if everyone knew the accusation was a hefty one, the allure of the Byakugan meant that for the Hidden Cloud Village, they'd leap into this obvious trap with open arms. This was a scheme laid bare, a play they had no way to refuse. Now it was the break of dawn. Outside the Hidden Cloud Village in the land of lightning, two figures were quietly lying in wait. Natum glanced toward the Hidden Cloud Village ahead, then turned to Nichio at his side, offering a reminder. Listen, in a moment, I'll go in first and collect the remains. You stay out here and wait. Only after half a day do you bring the Byakugan and enter the Hidden Cloud Village. Make your demands exactly as we discussed, not a bit less. To get their hands on the Byakugan, they're bound to agree. And if anyone dares threaten you, don't shrink back. Don't be afraid. Stand your ground. I'll be right behind you. Natum gave Nichio a reassuring clap on the shoulder. Surely, unless the elders of Hidden Cloud had all lost their minds, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Nichio. But if they truly did resort to force, all the better. With that excuse, Natum could go all out and tear apart the entire Hidden Cloud Village. Understood. Nichio nodded firmly, face solemn. Admittedly, facing the entire Hidden Cloud Village alone was daunting. But just as the young clan leader said, it was unlikely they'd dare to use brute force. After all, the young leader's strength was the best guarantee. If they wanted to resort to force, they'd have to be strong enough to try. With those words, Natum vanished in a flash, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly teleport into the Hidden Cloud Village's cemetery. In the next moment, beside the graves of the Gold and Silver brothers in the cemetery, a figure suddenly burst up from the earth. Pa pa pa! Natum spat out a mouthful of dirt. Clearly, burying the Flying Thunder God mark Kanai underground wasn't the smartest idea. After the jump, Natum had ended up buried in the ground himself. But this was only a minor inconvenience. After confirming there were no bystanders nearby, Natum got straight to work. Chakra surged turbulently, transforming into two enormous hands that plunged into the earth, flipping over the graves of the Gold and Silver brothers, tearing open several coffins along the way. With a wave of his smaller hand, he sealed all the skeletal remains within into a space scroll. The entire process didn't even take 20 seconds. It was all done with sheer force and absolute audacity. After all, as long as his identity wasn't exposed and he got what he came for, Natum wasn't about to waste time digging carefully. As for whether disturbing someone's grave would be considered immoral, who cares about that? With the reanimation jutsu, even the dead are summoned back to work for you. Isn't that an even greater offense? Meanwhile, the commotion at the cemetery quickly caught the attention of the Cloud Village. Within less than half a minute, someone had already rushed to the scene. But, alas, by then the grave robbers had long vanished without a trace. All that remained was a ravaged and wrecked grave. It didn't take long for news of the Gold and Silver brothers' tomb being defiled to reach the upper echelons of the Cloud Village. And after a week of recovery, the fourth Reikage, had nearly healed from his injuries. One had to marvel at his remarkable physique, but rage flashed through Reikage when he heard what had happened. No matter how despicable the Gold and Silver brothers had been, no matter what heinous crimes they had committed, the fact remained they were ninjas of the Cloud Village, some of its founding elders. Now, after their deaths, even their graves had been desecrated. Wasn't this a straight blow to the face of the Cloud Village? How could this be tolerated? What's more, the grave robbers had disappeared without a trace in less than 30 seconds. The village's Great Barrier hadn't even been disturbed. There was simply no way the intruders could have left the village in that short time. they had to still be hiding somewhere inside. Such familiarity with the village layout. It could only mean the perpetrators were insiders, perhaps even traitors living among them. The mere mention of traitors lurking within the village jolted Reikage wide awake. Almost immediately, he launched a massive manhunt within the village, determined to hunt down and tear apart that vile grave thief. Of course, that was impossible, for the infamous grave robber was already thousands of miles away, enjoying attentive early morning service in his home village. Hours passed with the search turning up empty. Not only did they fail to find anyone, but the entire Cloud Village was thrown into utter chaos and disarray. Once again, the fourth Reikage fumed with impotent rage. It was nearly noon when his secretary, Mabui, came rushing in with news. Lord Reikage, there are people from the Flame Village requesting to see you outside the gates. The Flame Village? Why are they here again? The next trade shipment isn't scheduled yet. What tricks is that brat Uchiha Natum plotting this time? Reikage frowned, clearly suspicious. In his mind, that boy barely in his teens was now synonymous with the word schemer. If he was sending people here again, it could only mean trouble. However, Reikage never once considered the grave-robbing incident could be linked to the Flame Village. After all, their people hadn't been in the village at the time. How could they possibly be responsible? They say they have an extremely important deal, and they want to discuss it with you, Lord Reikage, in person. The moment he heard the word deal, the Reikage, couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his scalp. There was nothing he could do. The last deal had been such a ripoff. It had nearly left Kumogakure with lasting side effects. Fine, let him in. Might as well see what tricks that kid has up his sleeve this time. Clenching his teeth, the Reikage decided to meet him after all, as long as he kept his temper in check and his wallet firmly closed. He refused to believe that the Hidden Flame Village could pull any more tricks. Meanwhile, back in his own village, Natum wasn't idle either. He immediately threw himself into studying the 2 sealing techniques he had borrowed from Konoha's Forbidden Library. His plan was to master them quickly, so that he could open the tailed beast seal sooner rather than later, and fortify his village with a few more Kaga-level powerhouses. Among all ninjutsu, sealing arts were known to be particularly challenging. Though perhaps not as difficult as space-time techniques, they were by no means simple. Especially high-tier ones like the 4-symbol seal or the 5-element seal, the true pinnacles of sealing arts. Normally, with Natsum's barely adequate talent, getting a foot in the door would take at least 10 days, if not half a month, and it would be months before he could claim full proficiency or flexible use. But then again, when in doubt, turn to the system. With a ready-made forbidden scroll at hand, Natsum spent just 100 gold coins and instantly mastered the entire 4-symbol seal. Even the associated 8 trigrams seal unfolded before him as well. Shortly after, it took him less than half a day to fully internalize and connect both the 4-symbol seal and the 8 trigram seal. As for the even more challenging 5-element seal, he decided not to rush. He'd save that for a later time, since saving a few coins was always a good thing. After all, when it came to sealing the chakra of a tailed beast, the 4-symbol seal would more than suffice. That night, Natsum hurried over and knocked on Uchiha Tsukiheim's door. He took his tall Tsukihime by the hand, and together they darted out of the village, vanishing into the midnight darkness. It was well past midnight. Outside the Hidden Flame Village, in the Silent Plains, 2 figures walked side by side. Tsukihime, how's your injury now? Principal Nono's healing technique worked wonders. I'm nearly recovered. Tsukihime nodded in reply. 3 nights ago, after having mastered the lightning release chakra mode, Tsukihime disguised herself as a Kumogakure ninja and abducted Hinata Hyuga. As a part of the act, she'd been injured by Hayashi Hyuga. Of course, it was all for show, so the wounds were never truly serious. That's good to hear. By the way, are you still worried about Nichio? Uchiha Tsukihime gave a small nod. Although she wasn't good at expressing herself, he was, after all, her own younger brother. This time, he had gone alone to the Hidden Cloud to complete the mission of trading the Byakugan, and it was only natural to feel worried. After all, not every ninja was as strong or as capable as their young clan leader. Don't worry, I actually went to the Hidden Cloud Village again this afternoon. The negotiation led by Nichio went smoothly. The Hidden Cloud has already agreed and accepted that pair of Byakugan. Right now, he's probably enjoying the hospitality of the Hidden Cloud Village. He'll need to stay there for a few more days, wait for them to prepare the goods for the exchange, and then return together. Natsum replied through gritted teeth. If it weren't for the plan to steal the remains and hurry back to study sealing techniques, the one lost to the indulgence and luxury of the Hidden Cloud would have been himself. Alas, forget it. This time, Nichio would just have to enjoy the good fortune. At the same time, Upon hearing that her brother was safe and sound, Tsukihime finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only now did she begin to seriously consider, why had the young clan leader so hastily dragged her out tonight? In the middle of the night. Surely he wasn't planning to give her a private lesson on advanced taijutsu? Not that she would have minded, but it just felt a little odd. Young clan leader, what are we doing here? Tsukihime, do you still remember what we talked about before? The matter of the pseudo-jinchuriki? Hearing this, Tsukihime, who was far from foolish, instantly understood. So this was the real reason the young clan leader had brought her out tonight, to discuss the pseudo-jinchuriki. To put it plainly, a pseudo-jinchuriki is created by sealing part of a tailed beast's power into a ninja's body. This fraction of tailed beast power is less than the beast's true form. Therefore, once someone becomes a pseudo-jinchuriki, while they can use tailed beast chakra and even achieve a partial transformation just like a real jinchuriki, they cannot fully transform into the tailed beast. Moreover, since this chakra has lost the tailed beast's conscious control, it becomes extremely hard to master. It may even corrode the host from the inside out. It is incredibly dangerous. Even so, the reward is great, a surge of chakra and power. As with all things, there are pros and cons. Tsukihime, becoming a pseudo-jinchuriki carries real risk. I am willing. Before Natum could finish speaking, Uchiha Tsukihime decided without hesitation. As a ninja, how could she not understand? Power and danger always go hand in hand. To seek great strength without any risk, that would be the real lie. A pseudo-jinchuriki? She actually couldn't wait for the chance. If she succeeded, she would gain a massive boost from the tailed beast chakra. Her physique and the force of her taijutsu would soar to new heights. At that time, in real combat training, although she might not be able to match Natum, she should at least be able to withstand a few rounds with the young clan leader. She wouldn't just surrender her weapon in an instant and lose without a fight. After all, she was still a ninja of the Uchiha clan. She couldn't keep hiding behind the young clan leader every time they encountered a formidable enemy. The young clan leader was barely over 10 years old, yet he had already borne so much pressure for the family. It was time for people like her to step up and make their own contributions. Moreover, she was certain of one thing. Even with risk involved, she knew that the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted young clan leader would never let her die. Since her life was not in danger, fear had no place here. All right. Seeing Sister Tsukihime make up her mind so decisively, Natum said nothing more. They were all ninjas, well aware of the harsh reality of the shinobi world. Words of false comfort felt more insulting than helpful. What he needed to do now was to make sure the sealing process went smoothly so Sister Tsukihime could become the perfect pseudo-jinchuriki. As for the location of the experiment, Natum chose Orochimaru's underground laboratory. For one thing, Orochimaru surely suspected that Natum intended to create a pseudo-jinchuriki, using tailed beast chakra, so there was nothing worth hiding anymore. For another, Orochimaru had mastered the 5-element seal and was extremely skilled in sealing techniques, so he brought a wealth of experience. With Orochimaru there to advise and assist, the chances of success increased substantially. And if things went wrong, they could address mistakes quickly and protect Tsukihime. As for Orochimaru himself, he was more than willing to help, highly cooperative. After all, as Konoha's preeminent scientist, how could Orochimaru not be intrigued by an experiment to create a pseudo-jinchuriki? If only he had enough tailed beast chakra, and if his current body weren't so fragile, or if he had found the perfect vessel, Orochimaru would have turned himself into a pseudo-jinchuriki long ago. So, with such a valuable opportunity to accumulate experience, he was delighted to take part. Thus, for the next 3 days, Natum and Tsukihime remained in Orochimaru's underground lab. Natum devoted himself to practicing the 4-symbol seal and 8-trigram seal, using animals, corpses, and various test subjects. Meanwhile, Tsukihime adjusted her physical condition and studied the How Jinchuriki Control Tailed Beast Chakra notebook, soaking up the wisdom of those who came before her. Soon enough, as dusk settled on the 3rd day, everything was ready. The sealing ritual officially began. Natum would lead the process, with Orochimaru's support, and Tsukihime as the vessel. Before long, Tsukihime lay atop the altar prepared for the ceremony, her robe pulled aside to reveal her smooth, pale stomach. Given the size of the 8-trigram seal's inscription, the lower abdomen was the best place for the seal. Technically, it could also be up above or behind, but this was the most suitable. But after all, this involved sensitive parts of the body, so it was still somewhat inconvenient. Are you ready? Natum asked calmly, doing his best to keep his composure. Yes, this is a healing pill that can treat injuries. If, during the sealing process, you feel your life force being excessively eroded by the tailed beast chakra, or if you sense anything else amiss, take it immediately. Saving your life comes first and foremost. As for the rest, even if we fail, it doesn't matter. Natum took out the high-grade healing pill he had previously exchanged for 500 gold coins and instructed her earnestly. With this pill, no matter how bad things got, Tsukiheim's life would be safe. When it came to his own people, Natum had never been stingy. Besides, given Tsukiheim's talent and presence, she was worth far more than 500 gold coins. Thank you, young clan chief. Tsukiheim accepted the pill, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. Sure enough, compared to the previous clan chief Fugaku, who only coddled his own, the young clan chief was far better. Meanwhile, not far away, Orochimaru watched this brat Natum, secretly hiding such a rare pill in his hand, and his curiosity was piqued. He was itching to learn more, but he knew now was not the time for such inquiries. The sealing ritual was what truly mattered. The next moment, with everything ready, Natum unfurled the sealing scroll and released the 4 tails of Gyuki, the 8 tails that he had severed before. After being separated from their original host for so long, these 4 tails were no longer actual tails. Instead, they had become a massive, dense orb of scarlet-tailed beast chakra, roughly a third of the 8 tails' peak power. It was already an enormous amount. Under ordinary circumstances, such an ocean of tailed beast chakra, once unrestrained by the scroll's seal, would immediately erupt, sweeping everything in its path, and swiftly return to the 8 tails itself. However, in this time and place, there was a power even more vast and overwhelming than the tailed beast chakra. It directly suppressed the immense chakra of the 8 tails, keeping it from escaping, keeping it from erupting. It could only be patiently, slowly compressed bit by bit. Simultaneously, as he sensed the mighty tailed beast chakra of the 8 tails, and then felt Natsum's own, even more colossal and surging chakra. Orochimaru, watching from nearby, was instantly driven wild. His eyes sparkled with greed and awe, a ravenous hunger shining in his expression. So that's it. Now I see. This explains your confidence in sealing tailed beast chakra barehanded. Such an ocean of chakra. The feeling is incredible. Incredible. You're not even a Jinchuriki, so how did you gain so much chakra? I understand now, it's Hashirama's cells. The sage body. Uchiha Natum, you actually obtained the perfect sage body. But at this moment, Natum had no time to pay attention to Orochimaru's howling excitement. Instead, he poured his entire focus and energy into sealing the tailed beast chakra. Swiftly forming the necessary hand signs, he intoned, 8 trigram seal, activate. Sealing a tailed beast has never been a simple matter. In fact, the most difficult stage is always the initial suppression of the tailed beast chakra. The level of difficulty is akin to trying to tie up an elephant with your bare hands. Don't be misled by how easily Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, seemed to seal the 9 tails back then. That feat was only possible through the combined power of the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains and the ultimate sealing technique, the Reaper Death Seal. Only with both in force did he manage to subdue the 9 tails. Even then, both he and Kushina paid with their lives. That alone speaks volumes about how challenging it truly is. Of course, if you possess strength greater than that of a tailed beast, that's a different story altogether. Just like Hashirama Senju back in his prime. He could catch a 9 tails chick with a single giant Buddha's hand. There was no need for complicated sealing or suppression. As for Natsum, though he was still a step away from reaching the peak Hashirama achieved with Sage Body, would release, and Sage Mode, it was still an effortless feat for him to subdue the 8 tails. Especially since he was only dealing with a portion of the 8 tails chakra this time. With the immense chakra of his Sage Body strengthening him, this fragment of tailed beast chakra didn't even stir the waters. Soon enough, meticulously compressing the chakra step by step, the 8 trigrams seal guided it straight into Tsukiheim's body. The sealing was complete. Natsum spent a while more, his hand gently tracing over Tsukiheim's abdomen. He checked and double-checked, ensuring there were no flaws or gaps in the seal. Only then did he finally relax. "Sis Tsukiheim, how do you feel?" he inquired. "I'm all right, just a little tired," she replied. Tsukiheim was lying flat on the altar, breathing softly, her face slightly pale. Yet, her breathing was steady, showing no sign of complications. After all, the chakra of a tailed beast is exponentially greater than that of an ordinary shinobi. Not to mention, this was a massive, untamed surge of chakra being forcibly channeled into a human body. Even with a strong seal in place, it would inevitably be uncomfortable. Tsukiheim herself would have to marshal a great deal of her own chakra as well, to suppress and adapt to the energy within. Thankfully, if she could weather this difficult initial phase, things would steadily improve. After all, the 8-trigram seal, crafted as a combination of the 4-symbol seal, was a masterpiece of sealing arts. Its layered structure would gradually release the 8 tails chakra that seeped through the inner seal, little by little replenishing and strengthening Tsukiheim's own chakra reserves. As long as you're all right, Natsum said gently. Just rest for now, and slowly get used to the tailed beast chakra. From today, Sis Tsukiheim, you're the very first Jinchuriki of our village. He offered his encouragement and reminded Tsukiheim to take her time and rest. With that settled, he joined Orochimaru, and together they quietly left the chamber. Now that the sealing ritual had succeeded, everything that followed would be far more manageable. By following this model, it would be possible to mass-produce a whole batch of pseudo-Jinchuriki, not aiming for a dozen or so. Even if there were only 4 or 5 with Kage-level strength among these pseudo-Jinchuriki, the entire Hidden Flame Village could immediately rise to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great hidden villages as a formidable new power. Even if I myself am not present in the village, the Hidden Flame Village would no longer be easy prey to any invader. This, in fact, is the real reason why Natsum is so determined to push forward the Pseudo-Jinchuriki project. After all, in the entire shinobi world, when it comes to raiding someone else's base, I have already made it into an art form. Precisely because of this, Natsum needs to ensure his own home retains enough fighting power to avoid ever being caught off guard and having someone else ransack his base in turn. After leaving the sealing laboratory, Orochimaru eyed Natsum with a crazed gleam, and without saying a word, sprang up and clung to Natsum's arm, sniffing madly with unrestrained excitement, looking for all the world as if he couldn't wait to take a bite. What could he do? This was a living, breathing, perfect sage body, after all. So much more enticing than those Hashirama cells floating in tanks of nutrient fluid. If it were possible, Orochimaru would trade anything, everything, for this chance. Of course, even though he seemed utterly deranged at this moment, his rationality was intact, and he made no move to attack Natsum. Because Orochimaru knew perfectly well, back when Natsum only had a single-man Gekyo, he could barely handle the fight, and was even forced to feign surrender. Now, with a perfect sage body and those mysterious Sharingan eyes, whose potential was unknown, there wasn't a chance he could win. The thought of possessing this flawless body was almost unthinkable. What's more, this kid was suspicious and cunning to the bone, never letting his guard down for even a second. There really was no window for Orochimaru to act. Stop sniffing me already. You're disgusting. Natsum kicked Orochimaru away with fierce annoyance. He knew it. Once word of his sage body got out, Orochimaru would latch onto him like a viper. He had to come up with some way to divert Orochimaru's attention. Otherwise, even sleeping would be a nerve-wracking ordeal. Oh, that boundless chakra, the vibrant vitality of those cells. Truly magnificent. Natsum-kun, Lord Natsum, where did you acquire such a complete sage body? Without warning, Orochimaru shed his skin, transforming instantly into the form of a striking young woman, batting his lashes and purring out the question in a beguiling voice. For the sake of his objectives, the snake sage had long since discarded any pretense of gender. Even his own body was little more than a tool, to be cast aside at a moment's notice. Of course, if this strategy could net him a perfect sage body, it would be even more marvelous. With that, for decades to come, he'd never need to worry about his soul corroding his body or being forced to search for a new vessel. Ugh, don't even think about it. There's no way I'm telling you. And besides, you wouldn't be able to replicate it anyway. Natsum shuddered, refusing without the slightest hesitation. After all, how could he possibly admit that all of this came from a system exchange? Something Orochimaru could never obtain himself. Hearing this, a glint flickered through Orochimaru's eyes. Clearly, he wasn't about to give up. His mind was still working, searching for a way to coax information about the sage body out of Natsum. When it came to the pursuit of science and immortality, no one was more relentless than him. But just then, the ring in Orochimaru's hand, a red-accented ring from the Akatsuki organization, suddenly gleamed. A beam of crimson light shot out, signaling that an Akatsuki meeting would soon begin. Of course, Natsum noticed this scene immediately. In that brief instant, several schemes flashed through Natsum's mind, and he quickly settled on one. Orochimaru, that's a message from Akatsuki, isn't it? Natsum asked, his tone perfectly genial. Orochimaru nodded nonchalantly, making no attempt to hide it. After all, the first flash of the Kong ring served only as a reminder for members to hurry up and finish what they were doing. The meeting would begin in 10 minutes, so there was no rush yet. Natsum-sama, is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Orochimaru, how about making another deal? Oh, I'm all ears. What you really want is nothing more than a body with a Kekii Genkai, or perhaps an unkillable, perfect vessel. Isn't that right? Natsum asked straightforwardly. He knew full well that Orochimaru's trump card, the forbidden technique of living corpse reincarnation, was his guarantee of immortality, allowing him to transfer his mind and soul into another's body, thereby achieving eternal life. But this evil jutsu severely accelerated the rate at which the soul corroded the host's body. Orochimaru's vessels rarely lasted long before their life force withered and the body came close to collapse. Thus, his crazed obsession with finding an ever more perfect vessel was all in pursuit of true immortality. You're offering the secret of the sage body in exchange? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed, his breath quickening ever so slightly. Not exactly. However, besides the sage body, there are two other options that might satisfy your requirements for immortality. Interested in hearing them? At that, Orochimaru's curiosity was well and truly piqued. For all his supposed erudition, he had never heard of anything surpassing the sage body or the Sharingan as a Kekii Genkai, especially anything suitable as a vessel for his soul. Of course, Natsum was sly, but surely not so reckless as to fabricate a wild lie just to fool him. He wasn't so easy to deceive, after all. All right then. He'd listen and see just what tricks this kid had up his sleeve. Of course I'm interested. Please, tell me. Orochimaru replied with a nod, signaling for Natsum to continue. To Orochimaru, all the wicked deeds he committed were merely means to an end, never the end itself. Unlike most people, he held no concepts of good or evil, no sense of morality or ethics. Acts that the common folk would see as utterly unforgivable were, to him, no different than eating a meal or drinking water. He had no need to justify himself, nor any desire to. He cared nothing for what others thought of him. The only thing he truly yearned for was knowledge, science, above all else. Even if he stood alone, abandoned by everyone, he would still pursue the study of forbidden jutsu that promised immortality. All he wanted was more time to explore ninjutsu, to unlock the truths of science, and to satisfy his boundless thirst for understanding. For this reason, Natsum, who understood Orochimaru so well, dared to strike a deal with him, unburdened by hesitation or fear. After all, looking across the entire ninja world, only Natsum knew everything. He alone knew where to find what Orochimaru desired. Simply put, as long as he could offer an enticing enough bargain and back it up with sufficient strength, the partnership between him and Orochimaru would be unbreakable. As for the suitable vessel that Orochimaru required for his rebirth, aside from a sage body, there were two other, perhaps even more fitting options that Natsum knew of. The first, the white Zetsu body. Currently, in the secret base of the Akatsuki, there were plenty of white Zetsu bodies on standby. These were cultivated from a fusion of the Geto statue and Hashirama cells, making them a different kind of plant-based sage body. Moreover, white Zetsu could split itself at will, easily creating clones, with each clone acting as an independent being. Owning just one white Zetsu body would be as if possessing countless vessels for rebirth. In every respect, it was an ideal choice for Orochimaru. However, at this stage, the Akatsuki organization operated under strict secrecy. Tobi, Black Zetsu, and the others had never shared this secret with Orochimaru. Had they been more forthcoming, offering a few white Zetsu bodies in exchange, perhaps Orochimaru would never have left Akatsuki in the first place. The second option, Haiden, whose body is an incomplete Jashin vessel. This needed little explanation. Haiden, who could not die even when cut to pieces. It spoke volumes about the extraordinary life force hidden within his Jashin vessel. One might even say it defied the very essence of what it meant to be alive. If Orochimaru were to possess Haiden's body, the drawbacks of the immortal rebirth technique would disappear in an instant. Imagine the possibilities. Moreover, rather than simply possessing such a body, faced with such an uncanny and fascinating Jashin vessel, Orochimaru would surely be ecstatic, incapable of putting it down, a scientist's dream brought to life. A truly immortal body, an endless stream of experimental material. Thus, upon hearing that such rare and peculiar vessels existed in this world, Orochimaru was instantly intrigued. He hurried to ask where they could be found, to the point that even Natsum's so-called Sannin body was no longer something Orochimaru paid excessive attention to. After all, while the Sannin body sounds wonderful, it is utterly unattainable. On the other hand, the white Zetsu body and heretic god body Natsum mentioned seemed within reach. Naturally, Orochimaru was far more interested in things he could actually get his hands on. Very soon, Natsum stated plainly that the white Zetsubody was in the Akatsuki organization, promising to help Orochimaru acquire it. Meanwhile, information about Haiden, who possessed an incomplete heretic god body and was located within the land of hot water, was something Natsum chose not to divulge just yet. After all, cooperation should move forward step by step. If he were to show all his cards from the start, there'd be no way to maximize his benefit. For now, let the Snake Lady salivate over the white Zetsubody within Akatsuki, and with her help, stir things up within the Akatsuki organization. When the time comes, Orochimaru seizes the white Zetsubody, and he himself recruits, money banks, and other talents. Isn't that a win-win situation? Of course, if future collaboration continued smoothly, Natsum wouldn't mind bringing the Snake Lady along to go after Haiden too. He might even set his sights on true undying rebirth, the Otsutsuki clan's karma technique, or perhaps the divine fruit born by the god tree, and so on. None of these were out of the question. In short, he had more than enough bargaining chips to play with. He'd never let a certain Snake Lady leave disappointed. Excellent. I accept this deal. What do you need me to do? Should we attack Akatsuki together? Orochimaru agreed with pleasure, readily prepared to betray Akatsuki without the slightest hesitation. What a joke. To achieve his goals, Orochimaru was willing to sell even his own body, let alone an organization of rogue ninjas he'd only just joined. He felt not a lick of guilt at the prospect of selling them out. Of course not. I'm not fond of violence. Natsum replied with utmost seriousness. We're all civilized people. Let's do things politely. Aren't you about to have a meeting? After it's done, remember to come and tell me what's discussed. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes with a sly grin. That will be easy, but I suspect these aren't your only terms, are they? Natsum said, of course not. At the meeting, there'll likely be a man in a tiger-striped mask trying to incite everyone to attack the village of Blazing Shadows, to attack me. I hope you can challenge him, push back against his proposals, and prevent others from making enemies of me. At the very least, now is not the time for all-out war with Akatsuki. Trying to wipe them out so soon would be rather troublesome. Orochimaru arched an eyebrow, kindly reminding him. Oh, Lord Natsum, it seems you don't know Akatsuki too well yet. The rogue ninjas and there are certainly no pushovers. To annihilate them completely would be no simple feat. Besides, Akatsuki's leader possesses a pair of, Natsum said, so, a pair of Rinnegan eyes, is that it? Orochimaru was startled, falling silent once again. He couldn't help but wonder, this kid even knows about that? Could it be that he joined Akatsuki a long time ago? Is one of those in the organization actually him in disguise? Natsum gave a calm, effortless smile. It's just a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Don't let Akatsuki terrify you. They're not as mysterious as people think. I already know everything there is to know about them. Remember, be careful which side you choose to stand on. Orochimaru licked his lips, his narrow, serpent-like eyes glinting. It was true. The leader of Akatsuki, the one with the Rinnegan, did make him uneasy. Yet, if it truly came down to strength and cunning, that leader would hardly be a match for young Natsum. Orochimaru clearly understood which position would benefit him most. He replied, don't worry. I'll do my best to disrupt the meeting. Natsum added one more thing. When a meeting's over, do me a favor and bring something up on my behalf. I have great admiration for Akatsuki and wish to join. I hope I can meet your leader and discuss matters in depth. Tell him he can pick the time and place. After all, I'm now probably Konoha's most wanted rogue ninja, wouldn't you say? He really should at least spare me an audience. But if he still refuses, just tell him I don't mind going to Amigakure to meet him myself. I imagine, after hearing that, he'll be quite willing to meet with me. Hearing this, Orochimaru was so thoroughly astonished he felt numb. Of course, he didn't truly believe that Natsum genuinely admired Akatsuki and wanted to join them. What shocked him was this. The boy hadn't joined Akatsuki, yet he already knew the leader's whereabouts. And he spoke with such confidence. How could this kid possibly know so much? All right, I'll pass along the message. Very well, I'll let you handle the rest. I'm heading back to the village first. I'll come find you again after your meeting. With that, Natsum waved, quickly leaving the base. After all, facing the Snake Lady in a young girl's body was truly unnerving. The longer he lingered, the more worried he became that he'd lose his composure. With Natsum gone, Orochimaru tidied his appearance, sat cross-legged on the ground, and activated ninjutsu through the ring on his hand. He converted his chakra into pulses of thought and sent them out over vast distances. Pain from thousands of miles away intercepted and amplified those signals, projecting illusionary forms onto designated locations. Through this technique, the demonic illusion projection, they convened an elite, cross-regional online meeting. Roughly 10 years earlier, three people battered by war, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, banded together. They founded Akatsuki. Its original purpose had been to bring peace to their homeland and village. But 8 years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, Danzo conspired with Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village, forcing Yahiko to his death. From that moment on, after tasting a heart-wrenching agony, Nagato's personality underwent a seismic change. He still longed for peace. Yet, he became convinced that the path to true peace must first lead the world through a trial of pain. A pain so intense and soul-crushing that it would be unlike anything experienced before. Only then, he believed, would people come to realize the true value of peace. This conviction explained why he chose to cooperate with Toby, joining forces to gather the tailed beasts and create the ultimate forbidden technique. In his eyes, only by wielding the power of the 10 tails, a force surpassing the tailed beasts and reigning above the entire shinobi world, could he so effortlessly plunge the world into unfathomable pain. At that time, armed with the ultimate nuclear weapon, he could transform the world into a utopia ruled by pain and fear, a paradise of control. Such a utopia might not be perfect, but he believed it could never be worse than the current shinobi world. At the very least, wars would not break out on a whim, nor would so many families be ripped apart by sorrow. Sadly, though his intentions were grand, he lacked the strength and cunning to see them fulfilled. In short, his heart simply wasn't dark enough. Compared to cunning schemers like Black Zetsu, the seasoned Madara, or the ruthless Toby, Nagato was as pure as a lotus blooming in a muddy pond. He was deceived and used with little effort at all. Otherwise, he would never have fallen so easily to Naruto's talk no jutsu in the end. If it had been Black Zetsu or Madara in his place, Naruto wouldn't have even gotten the chance to speak. He had been struck down before uttering a word. At this moment, within a stone chamber deep under an Akatsuki base, Nagato, controlling the Deva Path of Pain, used the projection jutsu to gather phantom images of Akatsuki's scattered members. A meeting was about to begin. In truth, over the 10 years since Akatsuki's founding, many shinobi had joined their ranks. In the early days, when Yahiko created the group, a number of ninja pledged their loyalty. Their abilities varied, but there were at least a dozen or 20 members. Juso, Daibutsu, and others were among the notable early followers. After Yahiko's death, Nagato and Konan took leadership of Akatsuki, and they began to streamline the organization, no longer recruiting Rain shinobi indiscriminately, but instead favoring rogue ninjas from other villages. Of course, in those early days, Akatsuki was hardly a feared name. The rogue ninjas they attracted were a motley assortment. Jinin, Chunin, and Jounin alike. Kakuzu, Juzo Biwa, and others had gone through several teammates over time. It was only through dangerous missions and their high casualty rates that these lesser recruits were gradually weeded out. Only the following remained: Pain, Konan, Toby, Zetsu, Sasori, Juzo Kawa, Orochimaru, and the Nameless Brute, a total of 9. Leader, why the sudden meeting? We still have more than a month before the scheduled assembly, don't we? Is there a new member joining us? Am I getting a partner? Working solo gets a bit boring, you know. Juzo Biwa, bold and outspoken as always, was the first to complain. He was one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the first wielder of the executioner's blade. Even after his defection, the legend of his blood-soaked blade terrorized battlefields, his infamy spreading far and wide. Yet, beyond the fearsome reputation, he was a man who valued loyalty and bonds. It was precisely because of his formidable strength that Toby, in control of the 4th Mizuki Jigura, had pressured him relentlessly until he had no choice but to desert the Hidden Mist. That's how he was forced to join the Akatsuki. Pain ignored Juzo's grumbling, his voice as cold and commanding as ever, as he began. There is one reason alone for this gathering. We are here to discuss whether to accept an important mission. What mission? Sasori, his tone rasping, played along. The other members perked up as well, their curiosity piqued. After all, for the leader to call an emergency meeting, it could only mean something momentous. Pain didn't bother with subtlety. He spoke plainly. Assassinate the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the bombshell, every member of the Akatsuki was left stunned. An important mission? This sounded more like a suicide mission. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was not just the leader of Konoha, the greatest of the 5 great shinobi villages. He was a wily veteran, the so-called professor of ninjutsu. To assassinate the Hokage. This wasn't just an S-rank mission. Calling it triple S would be an understatement. Such a crazy contract. None of the other hidden villages would dare touch it. much less a group of rogue ninja like themselves. Were they trying to start another great ninja war? This mission must come from the hidden stone, right? On the right, Orochimaru's phantom smirked coldly, exposing the truth. Indeed, I'm sure you all have heard the news. Just over 2 weeks ago, yet another great battle broke out between the hidden stone and the leaf. The hidden stone suffered heavy losses. Even Akatsuchi, disciple of the third Tsuchikage, was among the dead. Many Iwnin perished. There's no doubt that they loathe the leaf for this, and that's their motive. Pain made no effort to conceal the facts. He admitted it frankly. For Akatsuki, a secret underground organization of rogue shinobi, the more chaos in the ninja world, the better. The fiercer the fighting, the more to their advantage. And so, only by intensifying the conflicts among all sides can more assignments be generated. This way, their own organization could reap greater profits and accumulate more funds. Assassinating the Hokage is extremely dangerous. It goes against the organization's principles, and it could even expose the entire Akatsuki, someone cautioned in a low tone. From a cost-benefit perspective, it's simply not worth the risk. Kakuzu, standing nearby, finally joined the conversation. After all, he had once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage alone. He could only recall how utterly he had failed. Had the first Hokage not shown mercy, Kakuzu would have been long gone by now. Because of this history, a lingering shadow still haunted him. He had no desire to make an attempt on Hokage's life again. Pain paused, glancing over at Kakuzu before replying. The Wagakure is willing to pay handsomely. At this, Kakuzu fell instantly silent, his opposition evaporating. No wonder even their normally composed leader was tempted. Clearly, the Wagakure was prepared to pay a king's ransom this time. Dangerous, you say? As far as Kakuzu was concerned, if the money was right, no danger was insurmountable. He even started calculating. He could take a sum down on the side and claim an extra few million. However, while Pain and a few others leaned toward accepting this mission, opposition remained. Iya, wasn't a Wagakure just defeated by the leaf? An exaggerated voice piped up. Do they even have any money left? What if they can't pay in the end, and we end up working for nothing? Zetsu spoke in a mocking, sarcastic tone, feigning concern. After all, Zetsu had never really regarded Pain as the true leader. Besides, for his own plans, it wouldn't be wise to let Akatsuki's true hand be revealed so soon. Such a move could only disrupt his operation to save Mother. This won't be a problem. In my world, nobody gets to owe me a debt, declared Pain, brimful with confidence. If a Wagakure dared try getting the mission for free, he would have no qualms about personally visiting the village to unleash a super almighty push, letting a Wagakure experience agony ahead of schedule. Faced with this assertive stance, Zetsu couldn't find any suitable retort. He only motioned subtly to Obito beside him, urging him to voice some opposition as well. Yet at this moment, Obito seemed indifferent to the task. Admittedly, he also despised the third Hokage and wanted to see him pay for Rin's tragic death. But right now, what weighed on Obito's mind most was how to sway the group into attacking Flame Lord Village first, to strangle that bothersome young Uchiha once and for all. The debate dragged on for more than 20 minutes. Consensus remained elusive. The organization was now split into two camps. Pain, Konan, Kakuzu, and Orochimaru stood in support of taking the job. Obito, Zetsu, Sasori, Juzo Biwa, and a nameless brute opposed it. Given each member's background, it was easy to understand why. After all, killing any Kage from the hidden villages is no trivial matter. Even if the entire organization is mobilized, there's still no guarantee of absolute success. Each member who refused to take action, be it Obito or the others, had their own reasons for hesitation. Take someone like Juzo Biwa, for example. Back in his day, he was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, infamous throughout the land. Yet, in a bizarre twist of fate, he and 3 others ended up being kicked to death on the spot by Might Dewey, an unremarkable genin from Konoha, turning them into nothing more than cautionary tales. To say he doesn't fear Konoha would be a blatant lie. What's more, whether the mission succeeds or not, all of Akatsuki would face Konoha's relentless retaliation. All things considered, it just doesn't seem worth the risk. Naturally, Pain wasn't surprised by this disagreement, nor did he use the authority of a leader to force a decision by his word alone. He really seemed as though he was taking everyone's opinions into account, weighing whether or not to accept this mission. So in the end, he calmly brought the meeting to a close. He decided to reconvene in a few days, when the final decision would be made. The meeting concluded. Within the Rain Village, under Nagato's control, Devapath Pain didn't immediately end the illusionary projection technique. Instead, he dismissed the virtual images of the others, leaving only himself and Obito in the room. They were about to have a little private conversation. Why are you pushing us to attack the Flame Village? Pain cut straight to the heart of the matter, asking the key question. He could see it clearly himself. This so-called Uchiha Madara, Obito, had just proposed attacking Flame Village to counter his own suggestion. This man, though a fellow wielder of the Sharingan and a member of the Uchiha clan, seemed especially ruthless toward his own kin, as if he couldn't rest until every last one was wiped out. Would the real Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, truly be so harsh to members of his own clan? Obito crossed his arms, making sure he kept up his enigmatic air, and answered coldly. I have my own reasons. And what about you? If we rush in and attack the third Hokage, it'll only expose the entire Akatsuki. Bringing Akatsuki into the light will make things far more unpredictable. Don't forget our ultimate goal. I won't let you drag Akatsuki into the abyss. At least not yet. And over in Flame Village, it's all Uchiha. If we wipe them out, we can collect a wealth of Sharingan, strengthen our organization, and it'll do wonders for our plans moving forward. Obito argued his case with practiced sincerity. He made no mention of his defeat at the hands of that upstart kid, Natum. He simply framed his proposal, targeting Flame Village, as an act for Akatsuki's benefit, a collective good. After all, so long as he gained those Sharingan, he'd be the only one in all of Akatsuki who could wield the forbidden technique, Izanagi. Those Sharingan eyes, in the end, must fall into my own hands. If this were an ordinary situation, Obito's attempt at persuasion might have had some effect. But unfortunately for him, this time Nagato had already made his own plans, and he wasn't so easily swayed. The Uchiha clan are now rogue ninjas, utterly incompatible with Konoha. Helping Konoha wipe out a village of rogue ninjas doesn't benefit the Akatsuki at all. And as for what you said about staying hidden, in truth, it's you who have already been exposed to a Wagakure. Obito was caught off guard. Exposed? What do you mean? Tendo Pain replied. When a Wagakure sent us this mission, they included a very specific condition. They declared that if we refused to accept, Inoki would release every piece of information they had on the Akatsuki to the world. And that includes an individual who wears a mask, possesses the Sharingan in his right eye, and excels at space-time jutsu. Who do you think they might be talking about? In his vendetta against Konoha, Inoki was willing to stop at nothing. He didn't hesitate to threaten the Akatsuki itself. After all, last time, a certain Lord Toby from the Akatsuki committed monstrous crimes right inside a Wagakure. Naturally, Inoki would take full advantage of that information, making it his bargaining chip to threaten the Akatsuki. At this moment, Obito, of course, had no idea that all these crimes were committed by Natum, disguised as himself. All he knew was that Mask plus Sharingan plus space-time jutsu was a blatant description of him. Damn it, how could that old fox Inoki possibly know? I've never shown my powers before him. When in the world did I get exposed? What on earth is going on here? Obito was completely stumped, his face turning a sickly green with frustration. He was itching to fly straight to a Wagakure this instant, just to give that old Inoki a thorough beating. This is where we stand now. Option 1. Destroy a Wagakure completely, silence everyone, then face the joint assault of the 4 remaining great hidden villages. Option 2. Accept the mission, stop the Hokage, capture the Nine Tails, claim a hefty reward, then deal with Konoha's inevitable retaliation. Option 3. Refuse the mission, let a Wagakure expose us, and face the relentless pursuit and siege of all 5 great hidden villages. Lord Madara, make your choice. Tendo Pain snapped, his tone edged with irritation. Ultimately, it was Obito's fault for letting such important, threatening information about himself fall into a Wagakure's hands. That was why the Akatsuki was now so thoroughly backed into a corner. If it weren't for that, Nagato's plans could have allowed them to bide their time a while longer, lying low until everything was fully prepared before beginning the hunt for the tailed beasts. And so, his attitude toward this Uchiha Madara was anything but friendly at this moment. Obito lapsed into a long silence. In the end, he had no choice but to agree with a sullen face and was forced to pick the second option. Or rather, out of the 3 choices, only the second one was truly suitable. It offered the greatest benefit with the fewest drawbacks. Seeing Obito's agreement, Pain's attitude eased considerably. He made his proposal again. I'm not sure why you harbor such deep animosity toward the Uchiha clan, or toward the Flame Hidden Village. But after we assassinate the Hokage and seize the Nine Tails, once we have the Nine Tails' power in our grasp, wouldn't it make more sense to move against the Flame Hidden Village then? The odds would be much more in our favor. Though Nagato never fully trusted this so-called Uchiha Madara, for the sake of his ideals, to let the world experience true pain before reaching peace. He couldn't deny that Madara's strength was indispensable. So, if he could wipe out the flame-hidden village along the way, that was acceptable, but only on the condition that Madara throw his support behind this plan and help him assassinate the Hokage. Very well, Obito nodded in agreement. He wasn't foolish either. If he could once again capture the Nine Tails, with that power, he'd be able to rival that Natum brat and his Susanoo with ease. When that time came, destroying the entire flame-hidden village would be within reach. Fine, let the kid enjoy a little freedom for now. Pain asked again, for the assassination of the Hokage, can you mobilize the mist-hidden village as well? If so, we can pin all the blame on them. Obito's face darkened at this, haunted once more by those past scenes. He could only answer truthfully, no, I've already lost control over the mist-hidden village. Oh, does it have something to do with that flame-hidden village? Yes, I see. That explains your hatred for those rogue Uchiha. No matter, with just the two of us, it's enough. Once we seize the Nine Tails, even if the entire Akatsuki is exposed, we'll have nothing to fear. Suddenly everything made sense to Pain, and he was filled with renewed confidence. He had complete faith in his own strength. But just as he was about to discuss the details of the assassination with Obito, the ring on his finger flickered briefly. Someone's contacting you. It's Orochimaru. He's asking for a private conversation. Pain closed his eyes and sensed carefully before answering. On hearing this, Obito was visibly taken aback. Now that he thought about it, rumor had it that both the Flame-Hidden Village and Orochimaru's Sound-Hidden Village were located within the land of fields, and the two had a close relationship. Could it be that Orochimaru and that Natsum kid were more than mere acquaintances? Obito's lips tightened in suspicion, a bad feeling coming over him. A little over 10 minutes later, Nagato, controlling Pain, released the technique of phantom body projection, bringing their clandestine cross-border conversation to an end. At that moment, in a high tower in the western district of the Rain-Hidden Village. Finished your conversation? That took a while. Did he agree? Conan stepped up behind Pain, her voice cool and calm. Pain nodded and replied evenly. He had no choice but to agree, unless he's willing to expose himself to the entire shinobi world. But he keeps himself well hidden. His motives are far from simple, which means, unless forced, he'll never reveal himself ahead of time. Conan said, he's using us. Pain responded, it's mutual exploitation, nothing more. In any case, whether he's really Uchiha Madara or whatever ambitions he harbors, in the end, all will kneel beneath these eyes of God. Conan nodded and fell silent. When it came to Nagato, her confidence was unwavering. There's one more thing, she said. Orochimaru just contacted me. He wants to recommend someone to join the organization. Who? Someone from the Uchiha clan. A kid named Uchiha Natsum. Is that the boy who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at barely 10 years old? Recognition flashed across Conan's face. Clearly, Akatsuki's intelligence network had gathered quite a bit about Uchiha Natsum in the Hidden Flame Village. She, too, had heard rumors of this young Uchiha rising swiftly in fame. And have you agreed? Not yet, but I've decided to meet him. But if that Madara is at odds with the Uchiha clan, wouldn't bringing in another Uchiha at a time like this be risky? Conan voiced her concern, cautious. Pain replied, that kid already knows I'm in the Hidden Rain Village. Conan, startled, asked, how is that possible? How could he know? Pain said, that's exactly what I want to find out. So yes, it's necessary to meet him face to face. In fact, with a threat like that, we need to eliminate it if possible. Conan considered this for a moment, and then nodded, her tone icy and resolute. Let's get ready. When we meet him, we'll learn the truth. I've heard he's now the leader of the Uchiha clan. If he proves easy to handle, we could use him, harness the full power of the Uchiha to hunt the Hokage and capture the Nine Tails. If not, then we'll dispose of him. Pain's voice remained calm and steady. He intended to meet this boy and decide for himself. As for danger, Nagato had never been troubled by such concerns. If he couldn't handle a 10-year-old kid, how could he claim to be a god? Did Pain agree? He did. What about the timing? 5 days from now, here in the Hidden Rain Village, and only you and I are allowed to go. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, providing a clear answer. Hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Natsum's heart. Nagato, after all, agreed to his request for a meeting. As for the condition that he not bring anyone along, that was hardly an issue at all. His own strength was the best guarantee he could have. He alone was formidable enough to sweep through the entire Hidden Rain Village. There was absolutely no need to bring anyone else. Very well. When the time comes, we'll go together. And while we're at it, you might as well seize the opportunity to steal a few of White Zetsu's bodies. By the way, what was discussed at the Akatsuki meeting? In high spirits, Natsum pressed on with his questions. They were planning an attack on the Hidden Leaf, hoping to assassinate that old man, the third Hokage. Orochimaru curled his lips in indifference, as if Sarutobi was a stranger, irrelevant to him now. Natsum's eyes flashed with surprise and suppressed delight. Oh, what brought this on? Such a bold move. It's not exactly Akatsuki's usual style. It was a mission commissioned by the Hidden Stone Village. Rumor has it they're offering a fortune, tempting certain members. Natsum nodded thoughtfully. Given the current state of Akatsuki, it was quite likely they needed money. Whether it was Conan's 6 trillion explosive tags, Sasori's 100 puppet performance, or even the development of the Hidden Rain Village itself, all of it required a steady stream of funds. If the Hidden Stone was willing to go all out and hire the Akatsuki, Nagato, Kakazu, and the rest might indeed accept. What's more, with the attack on the Hokage as a cover, they could further devastate the Hidden Leaf and even try to capture the Nine Tails while they were at it. It would be killing several birds with one stone. Now that's interesting. This assist from the Hidden Stone is crafty. That old man Inoki, he simply can't let go of his grudge. But all the better. As long as someone is striking a Hidden Leaf, I'm all for it. Speaking of which, if the Akatsuki takes on this job, Orochimaru, this might just be the time when the village is truly wiped out. If you still have any lingering sentiments for the Hidden Leaf, you'd better start making plans to silently throw a wrench in their works. Natsum cast Orochimaru a side glance, smiling in playful mockery. Orochimaru replied with a mild smile. You jest, Lord Natsum. The Hidden Leaf and I, there's nothing left between us. Natsum chuckled meaningfully and pressed no further. He then gave Orochimaru a few more instructions, reminding him to perfect the reanimation jutsu as soon as possible, so the fully revived Gold and Silver brothers could be summoned for Natsum to extract the tailed beast chakra. With that, he set off, taking Tsukihime, who had mostly recovered, with him, leaving the Hidden Sound Village behind. As for the upcoming trip to the Hidden Rain Village in 5 days, he would deal with it then. It had been more than half a month since the second wave of Uchiha clan members had moved to the Hidden Flame Village, and 4 or 5 days since the Hyuga branch family had joined as well. During this period, there had inevitably been some minor friction between the two clans. But on the whole, they were still getting along harmoniously, with no major issues cropping up. After all, both sides had fled from Konoha as fugitives. They still shared a common, formidable enemy, Konoha itself. What's more, one side had just shaken off years of discrimination and suppression. The other had only recently tasted the freedom they'd always longed for. Everyone was in high spirits. Who had time to become enemies now? Besides, with a fresh group of Hyuga joining his labor, the construction of Flame Hidden Village sped up considerably. Although it still couldn't compare to the 5 great villages, it was now more than a mere outpost, rather grand by the standards of the smaller hidden villages. How could it be otherwise? Money was never an issue. They could afford to be extravagant. After all, with Natsum dashing about, robbing from the rich and giving to the poor, amassing such a fortune. Even a herd of pigs could build themselves a city with this much wealth, let alone a village full of shinobi. The days that followed slid by in a somewhat monotonous fashion. Breakfast, then studying sealing techniques, lunch, then exchanging taijutsu moves with Tsukihime, dinner, a soothing bath, a relaxing massage, then off to sleep. Natsum's routine was both dull and fulfilling in equal measure. Until the 3rd day. That day, Nichio, whose achievements in the Cloud Hidden Village had earned him a grand reputation, finally returned home. Just as Natsum had predicted, the Cloud had accepted the deal without hesitation. Their side managed to trade away a pair of Cloudy, aged Byakugan, and in return received 20 million taels in cash and 300 tons of fresh beef. Together, nearly 40 million taels worth. As an added bonus, the Cloud Hidden Village got saddled with an enormous, unwarranted burden. A highly lucrative, thoroughly satisfying result. Originally, Natsum had expected the shipping company to return first, bringing last month's profits and the proceeds from jewelry sales. To his surprise, Nichio beat them to it. The timing wasn't much different, regardless. With the 20 million taels brought back by Nichio, Natsum's gold reserves once again soared past the 10,000 mark. Ding! Congratulations, you've received 20 million value points. Would you like to recharge 20 million value points to exchange for 2,000 gold coins? Recharge successful. Congratulations, you have received 2,000 gold coins. Current balance, 10,300 gold coins. At long last, he'd saved up enough for 10,000 gold coins again. This time, he could finally redeem the evil god body, an immortal flesh coupled with fully unleashed 8 gates technique. At last, I'm coming for you. Natsum cheered with excitement in his heart. Without delay, he flickered back to his own room and quickly redeemed the long-coveted evil god body. But it was only after making the exchange that Natum suddenly realized he had made a grave miscalculation. The sage body and the evil god body were mutually exclusive, and the reason for this was surprisingly simple. The sage body stands for the pinnacle of bodily and cellular vitality. Because the cells are so incredibly active, they give rise to tremendous regenerative abilities and chakra reserves. On the other hand, the heretic god body embodies the ultimate form of cellular inertia. The cells are so supremely dormant that, even if the body were torn apart, the severed pieces would not rot. They would persist, unchanged, for an extraordinary length of time. So, when the extremes of vitality and inertia coexist within a single body, a fierce internal conflict is inevitable. Natsum's own body and cells felt as if they were being ripped apart by this contradiction. Thankfully, that cunning system merchant, after peddling its merchandise, still provided the bare minimum of after-sales service. It didn't just abandon him immediately afterward. Of course, a return was out of the question, absolutely impossible. In the end, the system offered compromise. It altered the heretic god body that Natum had redeemed, converting it into an ability that could be activated at will. A switch, in effect, was installed. When turned off, the heretic god body remains dormant. No suppression of cellular activity, no anomalies whatsoever. But once it's activated, cellular vitality is suppressed, and Natum gains the power of true immortality. At last, Natum could breathe a sigh of relief. Although the modification came with some small limitations, it was still perfectly acceptable. After all, it merely went from a passive skill to an active one. If he ever needed to open the Death Gate of the Eight Gates formation, he could activate the heretic god body first. The difference in practice was quite manageable. Most importantly, he had finally obtained a genuine immortal body. On top of that, viewed from another angle, it was truly fortunate he'd exchanged for the sage body first. Had he taken the heretic god body before that and allowed his cells to languish in perpetual inertia, the growth of his precious little tadpoles might have been severely hindered. Worse yet, it might have stripped him of that function entirely. That was something Natum absolutely could not accept. So, looking back, having the system turn the heretic god body into a skill he could control was truly a blessing in disguise. In the future, when he engaged in tasks deemed not suitable for children, he could simply deactivate it beforehand. That way, there would be no effect on the vigor of his little tadpoles. Next, Natum decided to properly reward Nichio, his great contributor. He awarded Nichio a bonus of 300,000 taels, along with half a ton of beef and 3 personal training sessions in taijutsu. Naturally, this made Jin and others in the personal guard green with envy. They clamored for their own solo missions, eager to show off their talents. But Natum wasn't about to indulge them, and handed Jin over to Hyuga Fukawa, telling him to mentor the branch ninja of the Hyuga clan in actual combat. Only after defeating at least 3 Hyuga jonin in battle would Jin receive the opportunity for an important assignment of his own. In the same fashion, after rewarding Nichio, Natum tossed him over as well. He intended to use both the Byakugan technique and the training expertise of the Hyuga ninja to truly sharpen these two. After all, if these promising seedlings weren't properly honed now, it would be difficult to restrain the power of the tailed beast in the future. Moreover, real combat against Hyuga ninja provided far better results than simply sparring with familiar clan members. As for Natum himself, he, of course, continued guiding Tsukihime in physical training and in mastering the tailed beast's strength. After all, looking over the entire village, he was the most suitable for the job. The 5 days slipped by faster than expected. Natum, absorbed in teaching the art of taijutsu, found it hard to pull himself away. Nevertheless, time was up. For serious business, he forced himself to leave his pleasant training haven. He was about to visit Amage-Cure together with Orochimaru. They would pay a visit to that self-proclaimed god, Lord Nagato, a figure gaunt as a skeleton. On the very day before their departure, news arrived from Kirigakure as well. Several envoys were said to be on their way to Inkakure for an exchange and to deliver the second installment of their payment. They were expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. At the mention of Kirigakure, Natum couldn't help but recall the lavish hot springs over there and the impressive skill of one Lady Meitorumi. Those memories truly linger delightfully. Of course, Natum managed to restrain himself by sheer willpower. Instead, he instructed Nichio and the others to properly welcome their allied friends from Kirigakure. After all, if he wanted to indulge himself, there would be plenty of opportunity after his return from Amage-Cure. No need to rush. And so, On the afternoon of the 5th day, Natum and Orochimaru left the land of fields together. They set off toward Amagakure at the junction of the three countries. Throughout the entire shinobi world, the Land of Rain was the only small nation bordering three great powers. Its crucial location had made it a prize for countless armies, a land long battered by the flames of war. From the waning years of the Warring States period to the present, in less than 60 years, the Land of Rain had known almost half that time under the shadow of conflict. Yet, under the rule of two successive powerful leaders, Amagakure had survived with admirable tenacity and had not been swallowed up. They had even built an advanced, modern-style city, colossal metal structures rising in ranks, gleaming bars filled with dazzling neon lights. All this proved that Amagakure was far from impoverished these days, and its people lived in relative comfort. However, as a small nation, it was destined for tragedy, whether in times of war or fierce economic competition. The real test was never just strength, but who could endure and persevere the longest. With a sparse population ravaged by years of war and ceaseless rainfall, Amagakure simply wasn't built for enduring constant trials. It was just like 20 years ago, when Hanzo the Salamander, the so-called demigod of the shinobi world, single-handedly swept through the armies of three great nations, dealing devastating blows to the elite forces led by the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Yet, in the end, it was all in vain. When he finally routed his enemies, the entire Hidden Rain village had already been crushed and thoroughly devastated by the massive allied forces. There was no way for them to carry on fighting, and even everyday survival for ordinary people became an unsolvable problem. That was the real reason he was forced to spare the legendary Sannin and secretly forge an alliance with Konoha. Take Konoha, for example. Though they might not be able to defeat the Nine Tails, nor Pain himself, after being struck by a super almighty push or a tailed beast bomb, even with catastrophic losses, they could still recover with remarkable speed. Just a few days ago, Iwagakure took a severe beating from Konoha and suffered terrible losses. Yet, with the Land of Earth backing them, they quickly regained their strength. They even had the nerve to pay a hefty sum to hire the Akatsuki to assassinate the Hokage. But the Hidden Rain village, such a small place, hit by a single-tailed beast bomb, and it would probably take them a decade or more to get back on their feet. Size, resilience, population. These are what truly decide a nation's fate. That's why, even with the Rinnegan and the power to challenge the entire shinobi world, Nagato chooses to bide his time and build silently. Because Rain Village only gets one shot. He's waiting for Rain Village's strength to grow. For the moment, he seizes the tailed beasts and plunges the world into pain. Only then will he have the size and strength to quickly step up and unify the shinobi world. In the same way, Natum is also gathering his strength. He's waiting for his own flame-hidden village to have the ability to rule the world. After the so-called 5-year plan, he'll turn the tide in one bold stroke. Just like the rise of Qin, 6 generations of relentless effort, and then the unification of all under heaven. Otherwise, with Natsum's current power, he could have long since stormed the other great hidden villages and turned them upside down. And today, at last, it was time. Natsum and Nagato, these two ambitious leaders of the hidden villages, would finally meet. Right now, inside the Hidden Rain village, a fine, steady rain was falling. On the wide, gray streets, passers-by donned bamboo hats and rain cloaks, hurriedly making their way along. Before long, 2 cloaked figures, one tall, one short, halted in front of a small confectionery shop. "Granny, I'll take 2, please." Natsum brushed the wet hood from his head and pointed at the steaming buns, fishing out a few copper coins with a cheerful grin. "Here you go, dear. Careful, they're hot." The old woman behind the counter picked out 2 freshly steamed buns and handed them to Natsum. He took one and bit in. The savory, juicy filling paired with the perfectly chewy dough flooded his mouth with warmth, driving away the chill of the rainy day in an instant. As expected, nothing beats a fresh, hot bun over dry rations. "My, what a handsome young gentleman. But you look unfamiliar. Are you from out of town?" "Yes, we're here to visit some friends and to do a bit of sightseeing along the way." "Oh, so that's the case. So what do you think? My homemade meat buns aren't bad, are they?" The old lady let out a hearty laugh, her voice filled with delightful pride as she asked. "They're indeed delicious. How about you? Would you like one?" Natsum gave a cheerful chuckle and turned to ask the tall figure beside him, Orochimaru. Unfazed, the serpent sage shook his head, politely declining. Clearly, such worldly desires held little appeal for him. Or perhaps, he had long since transcended these most basic cravings of the flesh. Natsum didn't press the matter. After all, everyone has their own path. Just because he enjoyed indulging himself didn't mean he should drag others into the same little vices. Besides, without diligent scientists like Orochimaru, how would the ninja world ever advance so rapidly? Granny, I heard that the Hidden Rain village used to be plagued by endless war. But now it seems so peaceful. At the mention of this, the old lady perked up. She began chatting enthusiastically, full of praise. That's right, and it's all thanks to Lord Pain. He was the one who ended the strife and returned peace to the village. Why, Lord Pain even changed the foul weather itself. Now it only rains on Sundays so that the crops don't rot from being waterlogged. Our harvests have grown richer ever since. Truly, Lord Pain is leagues better than any of the previous leaders we had. But some of the young folks still complain, say he's too strict, too harsh. They just don't know the horror of war. That's why they take this hard-won peace for granted. The old lady grumbled, her tone brooking little patience for the youth. Clearly, she took great exception to their complaints. Of course, the blame couldn't lie solely with the young people. Because of the villagers' deep hatred for the former head, Hanzo the Salamander. When Nagato took over the Hidden Rain, he executed every last ninja who had served Hanzo, including their families, leaving not a soul behind. Such ruthless measures had surely terrified many of the younger folk. It seems he truly is a fine village leader. Natum continued nibbling on his meat bun, nodding in agreement. He, of course, knew Nagato well. Yet in this small talk, he was really just curious. What did the villagers of Hidden Rain actually think about their new leader Nagato? After all, both he and Nagato were leaders of their own villages. But the paths they'd chosen could not have been more different. Natsum preferred a hands-on, approachable style, governing with kindness and incentives. Nagato, by contrast, was cold as ice, shrouded in mystery, his rule iron-fisted and uncompromising. And yet, looking at things now, the policy itself hardly seemed to matter. What truly mattered to the ordinary people? As long as someone can give them enough to eat and wear, shelter them from the pain of war, they'll give their loyalty without hesitation. All those so-called policies are just means to an end, never the true purpose. By the way, have any of you seen the new village chief, Lord Pain? No, I don't think anyone has. All of Lord Pain's decrees are relayed by Lady Angel. Lady Angel's paper cranes are everywhere. She can transmit Lord Pain's commands with incredible speed. And honestly, it's thanks to Lady Angel that we can do business here with peace of mind. The old woman expressed her gratitude once again, her sincerity undeniable. Indeed, if it weren't for Lady Angel, watching over the entire city with her presence felt everywhere, the village would probably still be as chaotic as before. Back then, forget about opening a shop or running a business. Even just walking down the street carried the very real risk of being robbed or assaulted at any moment. My, this Lady Angel is truly something. How enviable to be so beloved. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Angel? Natsum finished the last bite of his bun, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and mused aloud, chuckling as he posed his question. The very next moment, to Natsum's left, a flurry of paper cranes appeared, swirling gracefully through the air and quickly gathering together, morphing into the shape of a human. There stood a young woman, around 20 years old, her presence striking. She had long, pale, blue-violet hair, with a delicate blue paper flower tucked on the right side of her head. Her eyes shone a deep gold orange, her eyelids dusted with dusky, purple shadow. She wore a black robe adorned with red clouds edged in white, her features beautiful and serene, though her air was icy and remote. It's Lady Angel. Lady Angel is here. The old woman's eyes widened with excitement as she recognized Conan, her voice trembling with awe. But Conan, her expression cold and impassive, paid the woman no attention. Instead, she fixed her gaze directly on Natsum, as if searching for the truth, wondering how this boy could have discovered her presence before anyone else. Her technique of the paper person of God was a marvel of precision. It wasn't just for manipulating ordinary objects. She could even make paper imitate the flow of water itself. So subtle was her craft, not even a Sharingan could easily detect her. It seemed almost impossible for a mere child to unravel her secret so quickly. You are Uchiha Natsum? Yes, that's me. Honestly, Lady Angel, I have to say, you are rather striking. Natsum nodded, his tone earnest as he paid his compliment. Enough with the flattery. Natsum Uchiha, Orochimaru, let's be on our way. I'm here to take you to Lord Pain. Conan's words were curt, a warning laced into her tone as she made her intentions clear. Without delay, she guided Natsum and his companion from the street. They walked toward the tall tower that loomed over the city's west side. So what do you think? You and Jiraiya have been to the Hidden Rain village quite a few times before, haven't you? Natsum kept the conversation light as they walked. It's changed tremendously. The architecture here, the customs, even the people, none of it falls short of the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru spoke with genuine admiration. After all, the dilapidated state of the Rain Village back then was still vivid in his memory. Even the legendary Hanzo, the salamander, who once defeated the three of them, failed to lead the Rain Village to peace. Yet now, this new village leader, Pain, had actually managed to accomplish it. What's more, he had enabled the people of the Rain Village to live in peace and prosperity. This alone spoke volumes about his shrewdness and strength. And to top it off, he turned out to be an old acquaintance. Well. I never imagined. She really grew up to be that girl from back then. Watching Conan's retreating figure, Orochimaru couldn't help but click his tongue, a twisted grin playing at his lips. When he first joined the Akatsuki, he'd always been guided only by the leader, Pain, and by Sasori. He hadn't once met Conan in person. Nagato likely took care to avoid exposing her to him, perhaps to prevent Orochimaru from recognizing their true identities. After all, back during the Great War, Orochimaru had seen all three of them. So if that's the case, the Akatsuki's true leader must be tied to those two brats from the past. The sly snake soon pieced together the truth, though he wasn't entirely sure just yet. Not long after, the trio arrived at the base of the tall tower. Stepping inside, they were greeted by a vast, empty square, utterly spacious and deserted. And as for the so-called Lord Pain, he was nowhere in sight. Looks like the real show's about to begin. Go easy with your strength. Let's not bring the whole place down. Orochimaru smirked, turning to Natum on his left and offering a casual warning. Then, with deliberate leisure, he bounded aside to the right, retreating to keep his distance. Natum didn't seem bothered in the slightest, replying offhandedly. Relax. I've got this. I'm just toying around. I won't actually kill anyone. As he finished speaking, Conan, who had been leading them, suddenly dissolved, transforming into a flock of paper cranes, which in turn folded and spun into a barrage of paper shuriken. They whirled through the air, hurtling toward Natum in a deadly, unhesitating attack. Without a doubt, both Natum and Orochimaru had long guessed this was coming. Whether it's negotiation, collaboration, or joining Akatsuki, a test of strength always comes first. Those who lack sufficient power simply aren't worthy to step into Akatsuki. Such is the brutal reality of the ninja world. And this was exactly why Conan struck with such ferocity, to measure the strength of this young Uchiha. Natum, of course, given the chance, she wouldn't mind erasing such a dangerous variable on the spot. As the richest woman in the ninja world and a legendary support ninja in her own right. To be fair, Conan's abilities were formidable. With enough time, the right terrain, and a supply of explosive tags. Even Obito wasn't her match, unless he resorted to the forbidden technique, Izanagi. Of course, even without the massive boost from the explosive tags, her strength alone is undeniably at the Kage level. Her dance of the Shikigami technique, impervious to physical harm, made her a natural counter to Sasori's attacks. All of this made it clear that this angel was far from weak. She had turned the art of papercraft into something truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong opponent. Or perhaps, she had simply underestimated her adversary. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Having just eaten, Natum felt too lazy to get involved in person. He merely split off a single shadow clone to face Conan in his place. While the clone couldn't replicate the overwhelming power and regeneration of his sage body, after splitting 1,800 calories worth of chakra, Natsum's clone was now no weaker than an ordinary tailed beast. To have a bit of fun with this angel, this was more than enough. Just one clone? How arrogant. Conan frowned delicately, feeling offended by the apparent slight. Dance of the Shikigami. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Conan hurled a barrage of razor-sharp paper, colliding head-on with a roaring fireball unleashed by Natsum's clone. But the moment the two met, Conan realized this great fireball jutsu's power was completely off the charts. It was even more terrifying than what an entire squad of ninja could unleash together with their combined fire style. Even more overwhelming than Master Jiraiya's mighty flame bullet. In an instant, fire engulfed over half the area, consuming countless flying paper blades and leaving her no choice but to split her body and scatter, narrowly dodging the flames. She reformed herself 100 meters away. What tremendous fire style! Conan gasped inwardly, her expression growing tense. Yet, her attacks didn't let up. She unleashed another barrage of paper shuriken, sending them flying in from every direction. There was no way a single fire style could defend from every angle, right? In fact, she was already gathering her power, raising her right hand to focus the paper into an even sharper, spinning circular shuriken, preparing to launch it. Ninja art, shuriken shadow, clone jutsu. Natum clapped his hands, and in a blink, thousands of shadow clone shuriken shot forth, outnumbering Conan's paper shuriken many times over. With a tremendous collision, the flood of shadow shuriken swallowed up every incoming paper attack, blocking assaults from every direction. Conan, watching from afar, was utterly stunned. She had never seen anyone burn through chakra so heedlessly. A single shadow clone had just unleashed thousands upon thousands of shadow shuriken. How much chakra could this kid possibly have? Could he really afford to be so extravagant? In her shock and confusion, Conan struck again, hurling the now fully formed massive spiral paper shuriken directly at her foe. The high-speed spinning spiral paper shuriken was razor-sharp, slicing straight through swathes of shadow clone shuriken as it blazed a path directly toward Natum. Faced with this, Natsum's clone remained unhurried. Instead, he once again summoned the power of Fire Style. Fire Style, majestic flame annihilation. This time, an even more immense sea of flames erupted, engulfing the entire plaza that spanned several hundred meters. In an instant, those blazing flames swallowed the spiral paper shuriken whole. What's more, every possible escape route for Conan was completely cut off, leaving her nowhere to dodge. The ferocity of it even made Orochimaru, who had been watching from the sidelines, twitch at the corner of his mouth and hastily retreat to avoid the scorching heat. This kid's fire style, it's becoming downright absurd. At this moment, the scale of the inferno was overwhelming, leaving Conan struggling to respond. Her art of origami could split, merge, and recombine, able to ignore ordinary physical harm, but could not pass through solid walls, nor could it withstand the force of advanced ninjutsu. Such a terrifying and all-encompassing fire style technique, which swept through every inch of the battlefield and left no safe haven, left her with no answer. With no other options, Conan hastily recalled all of her paper, transforming it into a pair of massive paper wings. She wrapped herself within them, bracing against the advancing blaze. The violent sea of fire raged on for more than 10 seconds. It baked the entire hall until it glowed red. The inferno even burned straight through Conan's enormous paper wings, forcing her to lift her dance of the Shikigami technique. She looked rather battered and singed. Had the fire style persisted for just a few seconds longer, she feared she would not have escaped unscathed. Alas, Natum didn't know techniques like Totoro Bullet. Otherwise, with the principles of ninjutsu counterplay, one move could have thoroughly controlled his opponent, dousing Conan until she was utterly drenched and mired in sticky wetness. Of course, Natum was merely toying with her just now. After all, even as a clone, his chakra reserves were enough to keep majestic flame annihilation burning for dozens of minutes, more than sufficient to reduce all his enemies to ashes. The only reason he held back was to force the real mastermind into the open. As expected, the very next instant, a figure suddenly leapt down, landing squarely in front of Conan. Pained Animal Path had arrived. Upon entering the scene, under Nagato's command, Animal Path, Pain, wasted no words. He acted at once. From the earlier exchange, he was already certain. This Uchiha Natum kid was far from ordinary. Even a single clone could defeat Conan. No doubt about it. This was Kaga-level strength. Under normal circumstances, a rogue ninja of this power might well be worthy of joining Akatsuki. However, this boy knew both Pain's identity in Hidden Rain Village and his lineage as an Uchiha. Given that, it was much safer to eliminate him directly, preventing any chance that the connection between Akatsuki and the Hidden Rain Village might be exposed, thereby plunging the village into war once more. Thus, it was with this in mind that Nagato chose to act himself. They had deployed the Animal Path of Pain and were prepared to take down this kid. Of course, the possibility that he couldn't finish the job himself was extremely slim. If by some chance he really couldn't, he would deal with it when the time came. Summoning Jutsu. A swirl of white mist appeared as the Animal Path Pain summoned a chameleon. Without wasting a second, it swallowed both him and Conan, and then activated its invisibility, vanishing from sight. Next, he performed the summoning jutsu again. This time, he brought forth a hellhound, enhancing it further with the amplified summoning technique. With this ability in play, whenever the hellhound was attacked, it would instantly split into more hounds, multiplying without end until the Animal Path was defeated. It was practically a cheat in the art of summoning. Aside from rare ocular abilities like Amaterasu, it was nearly impossible to counter. Moreover, if someone lacked the proper information and lashed out blindly, they would only make things worse, spawning even more hellhounds, making the menace all the harder to dispatch, exhausting the enemy to death. It was, without a doubt, one of Pain's most practical and prized summoned beasts, and it only underscored the importance of intelligence on the battlefield. Yet, despite all his calculations, Nagato had no idea. He could never have imagined that the kid before him was already familiar with every ability the 6 paths of Pain possessed. In fact, he might know their strengths and weaknesses even better than Pain himself. Take it easy, don't kill him all at once. Natsum's real body called out to his shadow clone, then stopped paying attention. He leisurely took a table and chairs out from his spatial scroll, poured himself a glass of orange juice, and sat back to enjoy the distant spectacle. At that very moment, the hellhound, its hideous maw wide open and twin wings flapping, came lunging for Natsum's clone. But, before the beast could even touch the ground, with a sharp crack, Natsum's clone gathered pure chakra and forged a giant hand, seizing the hellhound in its grip. With 2 guttural snarls, the monstrous dog thrashed desperately, just as it was about to split into more hounds. A flurry of intricate sealing marks shimmered across the chakra giant's palm. In the blink of an eye, a surging force swept through the palm, a powerful suction pulling everything inward. The entire hellhound was quickly sucked inside. A few seconds later, the giant hand vanished, and a scroll inscribed with sealing script drifted softly down from above. It was clear, the menacing hellhound had been sealed inside. Seeing this, even Pain, hidden in the distant chameleon's stomach, was struck speechless. A sealing jutsu, to be sealed away in an instant. That's a high-level technique. But how did that kid know to use a sealing jutsu specifically to counter the hellhound? Was it luck or, before he could reach a conclusion, water-style, water-iron cannon jutsu? This was a technique Natsum had previously copied from a hidden mist ninja using the Sharingan. A staccato barrage of water bullets, each as forceful as an artillery shell, blasted forth from Natsum's clone's hands. In a flash, those spheres of liquid sped across more than 100 meters and struck the chameleon summon, which was clinging to the wall in near invisibility. Clearly, despite the summon's impressive concealment and its ability to isolate chakra signatures within, it still could not hide a person's soul from detection. With the passive perception of his S-rank spirit transformation jutsu, Natsum locked onto Conan's position almost effortlessly, and immediately launched his counterattack. Empowered by his vast reserves of chakra and the enhancement of his sage body, the already formidable water-iron cannon jutsu became truly astonishing. It took just 2 shots, each like a cannonball, to shatter the entire chameleon summon. From within, it blasted out the animal path Pain and Conan, sending them tumbling into the open. The Uchiha clan can use water style? What unbelievable power! No ordinary ninjutsu should be this strong. Could it be the sage art that Jiraiya-sensei once mentioned? Animal path Pain was struck by a profound sense of unease. Clearly, every ninjutsu from this youngster exceeded his understanding of power. Something was very wrong. Summoning jutsu. Animal path Pain landed atop a distant wall and immediately formed seals again. This time, he held nothing back. He called forth a veritable army of summoned beasts all at once. The hell crab, the giant Yatagarasu, the double-horned ox, the monoceros rhino, a colossal centipede, and the stone statue panda. It was as if summoning didn't cost him any chakra at all. He called them out in a wild rush. This was precisely what made Animal Path Pain so formidable. He could summon creatures freely without the need for a blood contract, and could even force summons to obey through the power of his eyes. Except for the 3 great sage regions, with their deep traditions and mastery of sage arts. Almost all other spirit animals could be summoned by him at will. To put it bluntly, this herd of summoned beasts alone could rival half the strength of Konoha. A testament to the might of the Rinnegan. A battle of summoned beasts, is it? How interesting. With the exception of the Hellhound, which, with its splitting ability, was genuinely troublesome. The other summons, though powerful, were nothing to fear. In the next instant, Natsum's clone also performed a summoning. A burst of white mist, and out popped a palm-sized panda summon named Mooncake, dripping wet. Hey, brat, what do you think you're doing? I was in the middle of a bath, you know. Wait, where are we? This place looks awfully unfamiliar. Also, where's your real body? Why is it my great self being summoned by a clone? Mooncake stretched out his round paw, smoothing his fur with an air of exaggerated annoyance as he complained. But just then, he suddenly caught sight of the vast group of summoned beasts on the opposite side. What's going on? Why are there so many spirit beasts over there? Are they fighting? Wait, what the? Isn't that the stone statue from great-grandpa's doorstep? Who moved it out here? Mooncake gasped in astonishment. He remembered it vividly. The massive stone panda statue across the way was supposed to be guarding Great-Grandpa's front door. So how did it end up here? Don't just stand there gaping. Call for reinforcements, and do it fast. All those summoned beasts are here to kill you. By the way, be careful. The enemy has the Rinnegan. Don't let them control you. The Natum clone quickly warned him, seizing Mooncake by the scruff and flinging him straight towards the oncoming wave of summoned beasts. You little bastard, Natum. Damn you and your whole family. Save your whining for later. Fight hard, and I'll make it up to you when we win, shouted the Natum clone, before watching the unfolding chaos with a detached amusement. The main body was slacking off anyway. Why shouldn't a clone take it easy too? But as Mooncake was hurtled through the air, he let loose a barrage of furious curses. Even so, he dared not let his guard down. He quickly raised his paws and began forming signs for jutsu. Though he put on a careless front, among generations of panda spirit beasts, Mooncake was the most gifted one yet. Not only had he mastered his clan's summoning techniques, he was also well-versed in numerous ninja arts known only to humans. Otherwise, Natum would have never insisted on Mooncake performing the reverse summoning technique that saved him from the numerous Konoha forces encircling him before. Summoning technique. With a deep, thunderous boom, in an instant, a giant panda many times larger than Mooncake appeared. Unlike Mooncake's cute and silly looks, this towering panda, nearly 40 meters tall, looked truly fearsome. Its razor-sharp claws alone stretched 3 meters long. With a menacing glare, a massive, broad back, and a terrifying, imposing presence. There was nothing cuddly or harmless about it. If you painted this beast jet black from head to toe, anyone would believe it to be a war god bear. Uncle 3. It's those guys. They're the ones who stole Great-Grandpa's statue. Get them. Natum promised. If we win, we get a year's supply of bamboo shoots, all on him. Mooncake clambered up onto his uncle's head, thrusting out a paw and pointing at the throng of summoned beasts in the distance, shouting at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he slyly raised the stakes, ready to turn the tables on Natum. With a mighty roar, Uncle 3 bellowed back. The promise of a year's worth of bamboo shoots filled him with zeal. Without hesitation, he swung his gigantic paw around and pulled out a huge, 30-meter spiked club from behind his back, savage and blood-stained, the kind of weapon that could make anyone's blood run cold just by looking at it. Without another word, he charged headlong at the assembled spirit beasts in the distance. Pachyderm power amplification. Lit fou technique. Absolute invincibility technique. The Mooncake perched atop third uncle's head wasn't idle, either. In a flash, it formed seals with its claws and unleashed 3 powerful enhancement jutsu. Third uncle's strength and speed surged dramatically. An impregnable armor formed around him, rendering him immune to all physical attacks. His power sword, now comparable to a tailed beast, with such brute force, and wielding a 30-meter-long spike club. Each swing whipped up a roaring wind, so sharp it stung the face and made scalps tingle. On the very first blow, the massive club crushed the foremost uni-horned rhino, reducing it to a puff of white mist on the spot. The ground where it landed shattered, leaving a giant crater tens of meters wide, flinging all the nearby summoned beasts away. The devastation from a single strike was terrifying to behold. Together, this large and small panda was a force of sheer savagery. With the invincible armor protecting them, none of the surrounding summoned beasts could lay a scratch. Meanwhile, that enormous club in their paws was utterly unstoppable, empowered by overwhelming strength. Every blow carried the weight of a mountain. Anything touched was injured. Anything struck was finished. The ferocity was beyond belief. Even the animal path pain couldn't help but scowl, his lips twitching in disbelief. It was painfully clear the summoned beasts on either side weren't even on the same level. But then it was only natural. After all, Mooncake was fighting with specialized jutsu and weapons. Their combat prowess far outstripped ordinary summoned creatures. What's more, that original hellhound, impervious to physical attacks, had already been sealed away. The remaining summoned beasts were hardly a threat. At first, Animal Path Pain had intended to use the Rinnegan's power to take control of the 2 pandas. Yet unexpectedly, the larger panda simply closed its eyes, shutting off its vision, relying solely on hearing to sweep that club in deadly arcs. As for the smaller one, it was as cunning as could be, nestled deep within the big one's fur, casting spells while simultaneously commanding its partner, leaving Pain no opening for Genjutsu or any sort of control. These 2 are more troublesome than I thought. In less than 30 seconds, 3 or 4 summoned creatures had already perished under the giant panda's club. Animal Path Pain's expression grew heavier, with each passing moment. He'd assumed this was merely a brat of 10, surely nothing too vexing. Who would have imagined their strength would be this formidable, this relentless? Even Animal Path Pain himself was struggling to subdue them. It seemed he'd have to truly step up his game. In the next moment, Animal Path Pain cast another summoning jutsu. This time, the remaining 5 pains were summoned all at once, assembling the 6 paths of pain together, ready for a decisive confrontation. In the distance, the sudden appearance of 5 more pains, each sporting the Rinnegan, gave even Orochimaru a start. Those are 6 pairs of Rinnegan. This sensation, it was as if, overnight, 6 Uchiha shinobi with Mangekyo Sharingan had materialized before his eyes, terrifying enough to make one's heart race. No, this was even more shocking. After all, the Rinnegan stood at the pinnacle of the 3 great dojutsu, and for decades, it hadn't been seen in the world. What's more, he didn't realize. These 6 pairs of Rinnegan were merely projections, reflections of Nagato's own eyes. Are you scared? Thinking of running away? Natum smiled lightly, turning to ask Orochimaru. Of course not. It's just excitement. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, licking his lips, his whole body practically trembling with anticipation. 6 pairs of Rinnegan. To him, that meant 6 invaluable experimental subjects. Truly, he almost couldn't help but want to jump into the fray right this instant, hoping to defeat a few pains and snatch some pairs of Rinnegan for himself. Don't get carried away. Those aren't real. The true Rinnegan isn't here, so don't even think about it. Natum cut straight through his excitement, pouring a metaphorical bucket of cold water over Orochimaru's fervor. I see. That makes sense. That's how it should be. Such a rare dojutsu couldn't possibly be so commonplace. Orochimaru sighed, quickly quelling the greed in his heart, and settled back down to watch events unfold. Meanwhile, on the other side, once all of Pain's 6 bodies appeared, they wasted no time and leapt straight into action. The main attacker, Azura Path, charged forward without hesitation. Teaming up with the remaining summoned beasts, he launched an assault on the 2 mooncake bears. Meanwhile, Preta Path, the specialist in defense and the one who could absorb chakra and ninjutsu, lunged at Natsum's clone, planning to pin it down. And Human Path, adept at close combat and infamously able to extract a ninja's soul, vanished in an instant, slipping away without a trace. The remaining 3, Deva Path, Naraka Path, and Animal Path, stayed at the rear. One continued summoning additional ninja beasts, while the others moved to support wherever needed. Azura Path Pain was a burly, imposing figure, a powerhouse when it came to offense. In fact, he had been modified into a weapon in human form. Weapons adorned him head to toe. A laser projector embedded in his forehead, missile launchers along his arms, whirring saw blades housed within his torso. Almost every part of his body could serve as an instrument of destruction. With the Rinnegan's blessing, he could unleash taijutsu that defied human limits, his attacks devastating in their power. He could crush bones with his bare hands as if they were mere twigs. And his arsenal of modern weaponry, deadly accurate, especially effective against giant summoned beasts, meant his attacks rarely missed their mark. So even with invulnerable form, shielding them, the mooncake bears began to feel outmatched once Azura Path Pain joined the fray, their situation growing more dire with every passing moment. After all, invulnerable form couldn't last forever, and it certainly didn't render them truly invincible. At the very least, the mooncake's chakra isn't infinite. Meanwhile, the hungry Ghost Path Pain had already charged up to face Natsum's clone. Living up to the name of Hungry Ghost, his abilities were exactly as one would expect. His unique power allowed him to absorb all kinds of ninjutsu and chakra. Regardless of whether it was chakra transformed in form or in nature, he could drain it with effortless ease. In Nagato's eyes, this was the perfect counter to Natsum's clone. It seemed the ideal way to suppress those outrageously powerful techniques the boy commanded. From the very beginning, though, Natsum's clone understood the true intention of its creator. And so, it cooperated, not resisting, continuously unleashing waves of ninjutsu attacks at the hungry ghost, letting him absorb them without hesitation. It almost seemed as if the clone was deliberately letting itself get bogged down by the enemy. Looks like both your clone and your summoning beasts are being held back. So, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to make a move? Orochimaru, witnessing this, couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark, as though to provoke Natsum. After all, in his position, the more fiercely Natsum and Pain clashed, the better for him. If their fight descended into true chaos, Orochimaru could gain even more. Not only could he silently observe their powers and trump cards, analyzing their full abilities, But if, by some stroke of luck, one of them perished, or if both were left wounded, the chance to swoop in and seize the spoils would be his for the taking. No ruse. Let him struggle a bit longer. Natum took a casual sip of orange juice, remaining poised and unconcerned. But just at that moment, the ground behind Natum suddenly softened, rippling like water. A shadow sprang forth from below in a flash. A direct assault, straight for Natum himself. There could be no doubt. It was the long-missing human path pain. Clearly, he had been sneaking beneath the earth, having set his sights on the real Natum, aiming to land a decisive blow. At this critical instant, facing the ambush from behind, Natum remained seated upon his chair, unshaken, calm as ever. He watched impassively as the human path pain rushed in, planting a hand squarely atop his head. The human path's ability was bound to the soul. With a simple touch, he could instantly pluck memories from someone's mind, or, going further, rip away their very soul in an instant. The moment a soul was dragged forth, the body would perish immediately, and the speed of this extraction depended on the strength of the target's chakra. So long as the victim's chakra didn't outstrip Nagato's own, their soul could almost always be ripped away with ease. Your soul, I'll be taking it now. The human path's lips curled into a smile. With a hushed murmur, he was sure victory was finally his. He wasted no time, activating his power, reaching out to seize the boy's soul. But in the very next instant, his expression froze. Shock and disbelief flickered in his eyes. He'd found he couldn't move the boy's soul at all, no matter how he tried. Has my power failed me? No, that can't be it. It's this brat's chakra. It's vast, wrapping tightly around his soul. His soul is rooted as steady as a mountain. No matter how I try to pull, nothing budges at all. This is impossible. Naturally, Natum had already expected this. It was because he understood the powers and attack patterns of the human path pain so well, that he was able to sit here, calm and unruffled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for this pain to get close. Not a chance. The moment pain approached, Natum would have torn him to pieces, reducing him to nothing but minced flesh. As for this soul extraction ability of the human path, it was truly terrifying for most shinobi, nearly impossible to defend against. Unfortunately, it was useless against him. What a joke. Even after splitting off half his chakra, Natsum's main body still held close to 1,000 units. That's on the same level as a tailed beast's gargantuan chakra. How could such power be extracted so lightly? Even if he just stood there and let the human path pain try to pull his soul for an hour, he probably wouldn't even manage to get half. On top of that, Natsum's body boasted a perfect sage physique. With its amplification of chakra and its incredible tolerance for the soul, it truly ranked at the peak of the shinobi world. And this mere human path actually thought he could draw out a sage's soul? Dream on. All right, enough. Don't waste your energy. We've tested out each other's abilities long enough. Time to wrap this up. Natsum drained the last of his orange juice, then leisurely stood. In the next moment, the human path pain behind him suddenly felt the world spin. That Uchiha boy appeared behind him in a blink, one hand pressed firmly on his back. 8 gates release formation. 5th gate, gate of limit. SH step. 5th level, 32 times power surge. Inch force, heaven splitter. In a single instant, an overwhelming force erupted. A massive impact tore through the human path pain, shattering him into a shower of fragments. Even the remnants of that force swept up a furious gale, carving a wide, fan-shaped trench dozens of meters long into the earth ahead. TCH, the fusion still isn't perfect. It's tricky to control the force. If I try to blend in lightning style as well, it'll just make things even more complicated. Natsum muttered to himself, then flexed and reset his dislocated wrist with a practiced motion. In truth, ever since obtaining the sage physique and greatly enhancing his own body, Natsum had secretly begun to practice the 8 gates release formation. By now, he could just barely pull off both the Sun step and 8 gates together at once. What he'd done just now was really just a small test of his new strength. As expected, the power was off the charts. With the 2 techniques layered together, his speed and strength nearly rivaled the opening of the 7th gate. At such close range, he could instantly break the sound barrier, unleashing a shockingly destructive force. It was still hard to control, though quite a handful. Similarly, the explosive burst from Natsum's true body. The sudden burst of speed startled the remaining Pains and Orochimaru, who were all watching the battle intently. Such an explosive acceleration shot far beyond the limits of what their eyes could track. Where did this kid get such formidable taijutsu prowess? If any of them had been in his shoes, other than the Deva path barely able to defend itself with Shinra Tensei, the other Pains would probably have been wiped out in an instant. At the same time, after taking down the human path pain with a single strike, Natsum's true body sprang into action once more. Seizing the overwhelming enhancement from both moment and 8 Gates release formation, he snapped his fingers swiftly. The Kunwa Divine Blade, at his waist, flew from its sheath, transforming into a streak of crimson light. In a flash, it crossed over 100 meters. Traveling at 5 times the speed of sound, it darted like a shooting star, unbelievably fast. Before the Predapath Pain could even react, the blade had already found its mark. It pierced through him, pinning him effortlessly to a distant wall. Evidently, even though the Predapath could absorb all sorts of ninjutsu, it couldn't absorb something corporeal, especially not a divine blade as sharp as this. Meanwhile, Natsum's shadow clone appeared by Predapath's side in a heartbeat. He drew the divine blade and, without hesitation, severed Predapath's neck. Then, he dashed toward the distant Azura Path, who was still battling against Mooncake and the others. It took only a couple of exchanges before he dismantled Azura Path, reducing it to a heap of twisted scrap metal. He's gotten so much stronger. That kid's power has soared again. Even Orochimaru, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but be taken aback by Natsum's shocking display. In mere seconds, he had consecutively obliterated 3 of the pains, and Orochimaru suspected Natsum hadn't even exerted his full strength yet. After all, even someone of Orochimaru's caliber would have a hard time dispatching those 3 pains so quickly. This boy's strength had truly reached terrifying new heights. Seeing this, Mooncake immediately leapt out from under Uncle Drum's thick fur and shouted loudly, "You brat, you finally made a move. We've been fighting forever while you just sat back and watched. My uncle's going to lose his temper. Don't forget, the year's supply of bamboo shoots you promised. Not a single day less." Natsum dispelled his clone, sheathed his divine blade, and replied with a bright grin. All right, I promise. No shortchanging." Ever since he'd pioneered maritime trade, forged an alliance with the hidden Cloud Village, and acquired the Hyuga family's centuries-old savings, his home village was now swimming in wealth. 2 shares of rations were nothing to worry about. They were certainly more than affordable. Granted, considering how burly Uncle Drum was, he'd probably eat a bit more than a little, maybe a tad excessive. But that was nothing to fuss over. After all, Uncle Drum had just fought valiantly, not only smashing nearly 10 summoned beasts to death, but also earning quite a few fresh scars. At this moment, good-natured Uncle Drum, upon hearing that meals were truly included, couldn't help but beam with delight. But he wasn't very good at expressing gratitude. All he could do was scratch the back of his head and offer a sheepish, honest smile. Then, he even lifted his heavy club once more. He was ready to charge at the 3 remaining pains in the distance, prepare to pay back a year's worth of meals with a decisive beating. All right, that's enough. Stop. You won't be able to defeat the last one anyway. Uncle Tong Luo, you should head back and get some rest too. With a casual wave of his hand, Natsum performed his summoning technique. He sent Uncle Tong Luo back home before anything else. After all, the ocular powers of the remaining Deva Path Pain were especially resistant to normal physical attacks. If Uncle Tong Luo tried to swing his club again, he would just be sent flying in an instant. There was no need to put him through any more pain. At this moment, the sudden demise of 3 pains in an instant had indeed shaken Deva Path Pain deeply. Of course, thanks to his paralyzed expression, he showed not a trace of emotion on the surface, pretending to remain perfectly unbothered. Very soon, Deva Path Pain, accompanied by the remaining Animal Path and Naraka Path, leapt down from a high vantage point. They now faced Natsum directly. What's wrong? Haven't had enough? Are you sure you want to keep going? I certainly don't mind a little more fun. Natsum arched an eyebrow, brimming with confidence. Deva Path Pain finally spoke. Uchiha brat, you're impressively strong. But don't think this means you've won. Real pain will surpass your wildest imagination. In the next moment, the animal path beside Deva Pain quickly performed a summoning technique again. 7 new summoned beasts burst forth in a single surge, each ready to unleash chaos. Still relying on numbers, are you? That's fine. Natsum smiled coolly, clapping his hands once more. In an instant, 10 doppelgangers appeared at his side. Deva Path Pain sneered. Shadow clones? Is that all you've got? Natsum replied, sure, just ordinary clones. Nothing special. But tell me, do you think these clones can use Susanoo? Deva Path Pain hesitated. Natsum grinned. Can't figure it out? Let me answer that for you. As soon as these words were spoken, scarlet chakra erupted from his body, and 10 Susanoo forms sprang up all around him. Each one towered beside the real Natsum, encircling him protectively. Of course, not wanting to scare his foes senseless. Natsum only allowed these clones to activate the basic, second stage Susanoo. He refrained from unleashing any fourth stage forms. Come on, let's keep this going. But if this battle drags on, be ready to see the entire Hidden Rain village reduced to rubble. Natsum flashed a wolfish grin, folding his arms, urging them to continue. Were it not for his youthful appearance, he would have looked every bit the classic villain. At the same time, with 10 Susanoo looming up out of nowhere, each standing 30 meters tall and radiating an overwhelming aura, not one bit inferior to all the summoned beasts arrayed against them. Even Pain, who embodied the very will of heaven, couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his eye, shock welling up inside him. Is this kid really only 10 years old? He can conjure a Susanoo with nothing but a clone? How outrageous is that? Compared to this little monster, their own Uchiha seemed utterly unimpressive. He had never even seen him use Susanoo. If not for the fact that this brat was so young, Longmin thought he might have believed he was the real Uchiha. In the end, Longmin decided against fighting to the bitter end. He knew perfectly well this kid hadn't revealed his full strength yet, but just the power he displayed so far already eclipsed most of the Akatsuki. True, on their own side, they too hadn't gone all out, especially Pain, who had barely taken any real action. But Longmin understood something important. This Uchiha child was no longer someone he could easily crush. What's more, they were in the heart of the Hidden Rain village. If they kept fighting to the death, the whole village would inevitably be devastated, possibly wiped out entirely. If it came to that, even if he managed to gather all the tailed beasts and make the world feel pain, there wouldn't be enough people left to rule over the aftermath. It simply wasn't worth it. Of course, as a god, he could never admit to cowardice. He was simply considering the fragile mortals. He decided to postpone, change the venue, and later, let this little monster know what real pain felt like. Soon, after a tense standoff, both sides put away their murderous intent, or rather, tucked it carefully out of sight. Pain withdrew all the summoned beasts and retrieved the corpses of 3 of his paths. Natsum, on his side, dispelled all his clones and Susanoo. After that, the two sides all but shook hands and agreed to peace, moving to another location to begin their negotiations. It made sense. If neither side was willing to fight to the death, only words could resolve things now. After all, Longmin didn't really buy it. The idea that this Uchiha kid had come just to join the Akatsuki. With this child's strength, and holding the entire Uchiha clan in his grasp, he was no less formidable than the Akatsuki themselves. It was entirely possible he had come to swallow the Akatsuki whole. Of course, Natsum hadn't actually come to take over the Akatsuki, even if he wanted to. But considering the likes of Longmin, Tobi, and Black Zetsu standing in his way, the odds of taking over the Akatsuki at this stage were slim. That's why his real purpose for personally visiting the Hidden Rain village was quite clear. First, to form an alliance with the Akatsuki and strike at the Leaf village, turning borrowed power against his enemies. To deal Konoha a heavy blow with the Akatsuki's hand. Second, observe the current state of the Rain Hidden village and take inspiration from their advanced technology. After all, they've managed to develop even small-scale missiles, which clearly suggests their technology is far from primitive. Third, make an effort to approach people like Kakuzu and Sasori, see if there's a chance to stir things up a bit and poach some talent from their ranks. Fourth, and while I'm here, fulfill my promise to help Lady Orochimaru with obtaining a white Zetsu body. Besides, it's bound to come in handy later when using Edo Tensei to summon Kin and Jin. In truth, Natsum was well aware. From the very moment he led the Uchiha clan in their defection, he knew that any possibility of reconciliation with Konoha was gone forever. Even if such an opportunity were to arise, Natsum would never again entertain the idea of cozying up to Konoha or playing the sycophant to their village. Despite Konoha suffering significant losses in their recent war with the Stone Hidden Village, their foundation remained unshaken, and all the key players were still alive. So once Konoha recovered, they were certain to turn their sights on the Flame Hidden Village, waiting for a chance to eliminate the Uchiha altogether. Rather than passively waiting for destruction, it was far better to strike first. So when Natsum heard that Akatsuki was planning to make an early move against Konoha, targeting the Hokage for assassination, how could he possibly let such a golden opportunity slip by? Naturally, he would fan the flames, adding fuel to the fire, and urge them on as much as he could. This was precisely why Natsum had held back during the recent battle. He wanted Nagato to recognize that while he was formidable, he was by no means invincible. Only then would cooperation be possible. Had Natsum unleashed his full power right from the start and defeated Nagato in an instant, then who would he have left to attack Konoha on his behalf? who would stand up to the third Hokage's Reaper Death Seal or endure Guy's 8th Gate attack. Even if he didn't annihilate Nagato outright, should Nagato realize that Natum was as powerful as the demonic statue or even the Ten Tails, what do you think would happen then? Would Nagato still attack Konoha? It'd be a miracle if he didn't just team up with Konoha to take Natum down instead. This is the ninja world, a real, living world. Every person here is flesh and blood, capable of thought and calculation. They are nothing like the flat, unchanging figures from Natsum's previous life's comic books. That's why Natum thought carefully about every decision he made, never allowing himself to fall into the trap of overconfidence or underestimating any opponent. Even a powerhouse like Madara fell victim to Black Zetsu's betrayal in the end. Natum wasn't about to let himself meet such a disgraceful fate. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, at least when it comes to shared advantages. While trust is out of the question, both Nagato and Natum have the same adversary for now, Konoha. That's why, as soon as negotiations began, everything proceeded without a hitch. If it had been anyone else coming to propose an alliance with Akatsuki against Konoha, Nagato never would have believed them so easily. But since it was the Uchiha, there was no question. The severed ties between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf, their rebellion and establishment of their own base. These are tales known throughout the ninja world. No one under the sun is unaware of it. Even if someone wanted to play a game of deception, the Leaf would never dare stretch it this far. Moreover, from the very beginning, Nagato had considered making use of the Uchiha, joining forces to strike against the Leaf. Now, with both sides sharing the same goal, they struck an instant accord, collaborating with a dangerous mutual understanding. Once their alliance was set, to show their sincerity, Natum willingly provided the Leaf's defense plans, along with crucial updates, such as intel regarding the state of the barrier and its vulnerabilities. Nagato was well rewarded for this generosity. So, to avoid unwanted complications, and make sure the Leaf couldn't set up new protective barriers, both parties quickly settled on the date for the attack, 2 weeks from now. Of course, the details of the assault, how, when, and every critical aspect, were yet to be refined. After all, their core motivations were fundamentally different. Natum could hardly tip his hand to Nagato, confessing he simply wanted to use Akatsuki to weaken the Leaf and put its elite to the test. And Nagato would never reveal that beyond vengeance against the Leaf and the murder of the third Hokage, his true aim was to seize the Nine Tails. Though, truth be told, Natum had already seen through Nagato's real ambitions. Thus, what should have been a tense, knife's-edge negotiation unexpectedly ended in a polite, even congenial agreement to form an alliance. Everyone listening in, openly and secretly alike, exchanged opaque glances and breathed a silent sigh of relief. Everyone, that is, except Orochimaru. Of all those present, he must have been the one most earnestly hoping Natum and Pain's groups would tear each other apart. But in the end, he could only be disappointed. Lord Pain, it's my first time in the Hidden Rain Village. I haven't really had a chance to appreciate this city. I have to say, its style is utterly different from that of other lands. What do you think? Do you have time to show me around? Natum hopped down from his chair at the negotiating table, turning to Pain with an inviting smile. Pain fell silent for almost 3 seconds, unable to guess what this cunning kid might be plotting next. But finally, he nodded his assent. After all, he couldn't just let this formidable youth wander the city alone, could he? Who knew what chaos he might stir up? Best to keep him close and under watch. Besides, as the bearer of Almighty Push, he had little fear of any sneak attack from Natum. And with only the human path destroyed, the rest, the Azura path and the Preta path, had already been restored through the powers of the Naraka path. Their fighting strength remained formidable. Conan, stay with Orochimaru. I'll take our guest for a stroll. With a single command from Pain, he led Natum away from the tower. Just before they left, Natum exchanged a look with Orochimaru as well. With a silent signal, he indicated that Orochimaru should seize the opportunity to search for White Zetsu's hidden body. P.S. Special thanks to the generous supporter, Yuan Tian Gang, for the prestigious recognition, and heartfelt gratitude to all other friends for your continued support. I'm overjoyed, really. All this time, Natum had been painfully aware of one fact. Compared to the 5 great nations standing tall above all, it was the small countries caught between them that suffered most. Just like the Rain Village. If you are weak, you become nothing more than the battleground for the giants' clashes. If you are strong, you spark their envy and are eventually crushed beneath their heel. In times of chaos and war, no one cares if you people live or die. And when peace finally returns to the world, you are soon forgotten, lost in the shadows. Once, the great powers, including the Leaf, had fought bitterly on Rain's battered soil. Merciless soldiers and ninja scavenging through homes like marauding thieves, pillaging food, committing atrocities. In that terrible war, 3 outstanding figures emerged from a leaf. To their own, they were heroes, fending off the enemies at their nation's borders, ensuring Leaf's children could laugh and play, safe at the Ninja Academy. To others, they were demons, carving a path of carnage through foreign homelands, condemning countless children to wander the ruins, bodies left strewn in the fields. And so, in this land of shinobi, there never was any real justice to speak of. There are only conflicting stances and interests of each to fiercely protect, such as the helplessness that comes with weakness. Natsum's path, all his efforts so far, were simply so that his own flame village would not one day share Rain Village's tragic fate. Of course, Natsum couldn't help but feel a measure of respect for Nagato. Whatever faults he might have had, when it came to governing the village, he'd certainly done well. It had only been 8 short years since Ihiko's death. In such a brief time, a city once ravaged and in ruins was transformed into one with life and hope, order gradually restored. It was undeniably an impressive feat, almost on par with his own 5-year plan. Then again, the other helpers in the Akatsuki must have been putting in a great deal of effort as well. By himself, in such frail condition, Nagato certainly couldn't have kept it all together. This only made Natsum covet the talent within Akatsuki all the more. He felt his own big sickle hungrier than ever. Along the way, Natsum refrained from speaking too much with Tendo Pain. Despite their current alliance, both sides understood this partnership was temporary. As soon as the leaf fell, their common foe eliminated, it was almost inevitable that they would turn enemies once again. Still, the power Natsum had displayed left Nagato deeply unsettled. All the way along, Nagato refrained from making any covert moves against Natsum. Even so, Natsum could keenly sense that the remaining 4 paths of pain had been quietly trailing behind the 2 of them. At the same time, an entire afternoon of touring around had also offered Natsum valuable insights from another perspective. The technological prowess of the Hidden Rain Village truly surpassed the average level found across the shinobi world. From the engineering techniques behind their towering metallic buildings, to the sprawling urban electrical grid and their advanced chemical synthesis methods for making missiles. Not to mention the electronic billboards everywhere, and the engine-powered vehicles zipping along the streets and skimming across the lake. All of it was nothing short of eye-opening for Natsum. Other than lagging a bit in micro-integration and cutting-edge physics, much of their technology was entirely comparable to that of Natsum's original world. One could only say the technological tree of the shinobi world had grown in rather strange directions. Still, this was fortunate, because these were exactly the technologies that the Hidden Flame Village currently lacked. As an ordinary person in his previous life, Natsum's knowledge amounted to a few hundred episodes of Naruto and other anime, and the basics from 9 years of mandatory schooling. Little else, honestly. So, learning from the technologies of other villages was clearly the right thing to do. After returning, Natsum planned to take advantage of this honeymoon period with the Akatsuki, sending several study teams to the Hidden Rain Village to learn all they could. It was important to absorb every ounce of useful nutrients, striving to help his own village develop as soon as possible. As for this request, Nagato thought little of it. In his eyes, these civilian technologies were merely decorative extras. Even if the Hidden Flame Village ended up copying them, it would not make a real difference. What truly mattered was absolute power. Once the tailed beasts were gathered and the might of the 10 tails brought under his control, then the day would come when he unified the shinobi world and ushered in peace. Mere civilian technology would be but a trivial footnote. Natsum spent a whole afternoon wandering around, still wanting more when dusk fell. And it wasn't just the fascinating technology that enchanted him. Thanks to the village's perpetual rainfall and humid air, life in the Hidden Rain Village was nourishing in more ways than one. The young women here had a fresh, dewy beauty, not at all inferior to those of the Hidden Mist Village. He strolled along, feasting his eyes on such living art, feeling completely refreshed in both body and mind. So it was that, unable to tear himself away, Natsum gladly agreed to spend the night in the Hidden Rain Village. His accommodations were personally arranged by the cool and elegant angel, Konan herself. By nightfall, Konan had returned to her usual self. With her thoughtful nature, she had brought with her dozens of tin-foil origami cranes, which fluttered around her. They were ready to wrap protectively around her in case of danger. After all, tin-foil is far more heat-resistant than ordinary paper, not to mention its resistance to oil and grime. It seemed that from now on, it would be all but impossible to leave her drenched and sticky again. What a pity. After dinner, Natsum returned to his room. Before long, a slender, paper-thin shape coyly slipped under the crack of the door. In a flash, it transformed into Aunt Snake. The two exchanged a glance, their understanding unspoken. No words were needed. Instead, they clasped hands, using chakra to pass information between them in silent communication. So, did you find it? No. Orochimaru gave his answer. Earlier, after Natum went out for a stroll, Orochimaru took the opportunity to send out a snake clone to distract Konan and began searching the entirety of the Rain Village. He explored almost every inch beneath the village, but still did not uncover the secret underground base Natum had described, the one rumored to house a horde of white Zetsu bodies. He even began to wonder if perhaps this brat Natum was just stringing him along. Still no sign. It seems they really didn't set up the base within the Rain Village itself. No matter, I've got a plan B. Natum reassured, releasing Aunt Snake's hand. He hopped off the bed. Next, he swept his gaze around the room, finally settling on the right side wall. A moment later, with a sharp, decisive palm strike, he slammed straight into the wall. The wall exploded into pieces with a thunderous crash, dust billowing everywhere. But Natum had already seized someone by the throat, hauling them out into the corridor. Well, was spying as fun as you thought? Ack, you. White Zetsu, gripped by the neck, grimaced in pain. He truly hadn't imagined he'd been discovered all along, let alone captured in an instant by this kid. Still, he didn't dare make a move, because he was certain just the slightest twitch and this brat would blast him to pieces. The sudden commotion quickly drew Pain and Konan to the scene. One look at the unfolding situation and Zetsu's sorry state told them all they needed to know. Clearly, it was Zetsu the voyeur who'd been caught and captured by Natum without warning. For this, Konan had to offer an apology, hoping Natum might let Zetsu off just this once. After all, Zetsu was now a member of Akatsuki as well. If he were killed here, it would do nothing to help the cooperation between both sides. In the end, Natum relented out of consideration. Ugh, disgusting little creep. Don't let me see you again. He spat, flinging White Zetsu aside and sending him flying with a single kick. With a series of deafening crashes, White Zetsu slammed through 3 walls in succession and crashed hard into another building. His body twisted, breath shallow. It was clear he'd taken quite a beating. At last, Natum withdrew and followed Konan, ready to rest in another room. Half a minute later, within the ruined shell of the building across the way, White Zetsu swayed as he slowly rose to his feet. Beside him, the figure of Devapath Pain appeared as well. What incredible power, and what a sharp-witted brat. I'm afraid he noticed me right from the start. White Zetsu remarked with a wry, amused grin. That's enough. Don't spy on him any further. Not until we've crushed the leaf. Behave yourself. Devapath Pain's voice was cold, issuing a curt warning. Understood. White Zetsu nodded in compliance, though a trace of resentment tinged his tone. Yet, he remained unaware of one important detail. At some point, a tiny flying thunder god mark had been etched onto the back of his neck, almost hidden from view. The next morning arrived. Natum and Orochimaru set out together, leaving the Rain Village behind. Natum had initially suggested meeting and getting acquainted with the rest of the Akatsuki, an opportunity, perhaps, to recruit powerhouses like the Money Bank. Unfortunately, Nagato declined, claiming the others were away on missions. Natum did not push further. After all, it wouldn't be long before both sides joined forces to attack the Leaf. Surely then, he would have his chance to bring people like Kakuzu over to his side. And if all else failed, there was nothing stopping him from kidnapping them amid the chaos of war. Sometimes, the way forward simply took a little creativity. So, they finally left? Nagato. That kid is dangerous, Konan warned, frowning in concern. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was truly off about this boy. His mind seemed far older than his years, and the way he looked at her was almost predatory. It's only a temporary compromise. Once the leaf falls and the Nine Tails is ours, the future will be in our hands. As a god, I will surely bring peace to this world. Devapath Pain clenched his fists, confidence flooding his words. No one understood the power of the Ghetto statue and the 10 Tails better than he did. With such might at hand, the Uchiha would pose no threat at all. But just then, Master Obito and Zetsu emerged from behind them. White Zetsu exclaimed, oh my, that kid's really something. He might be even more talented than Madara was at that age. Black Zetsu snapped, shut it, don't say things like that. Hearing this, the corners of Obito's mouth twitched. He couldn't help feeling these two were poking fun at him. Yet he quickly composed himself, speaking in a grave tone. The 3 Tails from Hidden Mist, most likely, that kid has it now. It's only a matter of time before we cross paths with him again. He has extraordinary talent. We can't allow him to grow unchecked. If we do, he'll become the biggest variable. Clearly, Obito still harbored deep wariness toward Natum. As someone who possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan himself, he knew all too well the terrifying power held in those cursed eyes. If the boy were given more time to develop, who could say how terrifying his strength might become? But, fortunately, there was at least one thing he could be relieved about. He had already looked into it. This Natum kid was an only child with no brothers or sisters. At the very least, that meant he could never acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as he held out, that brat would, sooner or later, go blind. Meanwhile, after leaving the Hidden Rain village, Natum and Orochimaru didn't rush to depart. Instead, they found a spot dozens of miles away and concealed themselves there. Natsum's plan B was quite straightforward. He intended to track White Zetsu by the flying Thunder God seal he had discreetly placed on him the previous night, so that he could uncover Tobi's secret base, discover the army of tens of thousands of White Zetsus, and seize one of those White Zetsu bodies for himself. In this way, the two of them lay hidden in wait for an entire day. It wasn't until deep into the night that Natsum finally sensed the mark he'd left on White Zetsu moving away from the Hidden Rain village. Heading northeast at a rapid pace. Upon noticing this, Natsum and Orochimaru immediately followed in pursuit. A day later, to the north, within the Land of Iron, at the mountainous Graveyard of Peaks. This was one of the secret hideouts left by Madara. By trailing Zetsu's movements, Natsum and Orochimaru had at last discovered the location of this underground base. Of course, they weren't in a hurry to go in. They waited another 2 days, when they detected that Zetsu had once again left the base for another destination. Only then did Natsum and Orochimaru quietly slip inside, careful not to reveal their presence. After all, if Tobi and Zetsu discovered that their secret base and the army of White Zetsus had been exposed, they would likely fly into an uncontrollable rage, wouldn't they? If that happened, the plan for Akatsuki to launch a surprise attack on the Leaf Village might fall apart. That would be disastrous. This base had 3 levels. The first level was quite ordinary, no different from a typical underground cavern. It was mostly used for meetings and throwing off pursuers. The second level housed all sorts of experimental equipment. Natsum guessed that this was where, back in the day, Tobi was rescued by Madara and implanted with Hashirama cells. Deeper inside the second level was a large chamber, its entrance sealed by a powerful barrier. Natsum was almost certain that this room had originally been used to store the demonic statue of the Outer Path. But now, the statue was most likely in Nagato's possession. The third level, however, was the very destination that Natsum and Orochimaru sought. Sure enough, it was exactly as they had hoped. Endless rows of White Zetsu bodies, preserved and waiting. A rough head count, at least 30 or 40,000 of them. The sight of this vast collection took even Orochimaru aback. He trembled uncontrollably, his breath quickening in excitement. So, Natsum hadn't lied to him. There were indeed this many perfect bodies, right here, sealed away. Even without a thorough inspection, Orochimaru could clearly sense the potent aura of life and the vibrant cellular energy coursing within these White Zetsu bodies. There was no doubt about it. These White Zetsu had definitely been implanted with Hashirama's cells. They would make perfect vessels for his own reincarnation. See? I told you, didn't I? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with fervor, and he couldn't help but marvel. Amazing, truly amazing. How did you even pull this off? Enough with the wonder. Grab a few more and let's get out of here, Natsum urged. If we linger and their people come back, we'll have a full-scale battle on our hands. Without another word, Orochimaru swiftly rounded up more than 20 White Zetsu bodies, swallowing them all into his stomach and storing them in his personal jutsu space. One had to admit, these spatial jutsu techniques were incredibly convenient. Though frankly, the method was a bit repulsive. Having to swallow everything mouth first, not exactly the most hygienic practice. With the vessels now secured, Natsum and his companion didn't stay any longer and left the underground base directly, heading back toward the Land of Fields. In less than a day, the two of them had returned to their respective villages, Natsum to Hidden Blaze Village and Orochimaru to Hidden Rain Village, and threw themselves straight into their work once again. On Orochimaru's side, now that he had suitable vessels for his reincarnation and the impure world reincarnation technique, he was quick to dive into his research, unable to contain his excitement. There was still work to do, refining and perfecting the forbidden Edo Tensei technique. No shortage of challenges awaited. After all, Natsum was eager to see the legendary Gold and Silver brothers resurrected as undead, so that his Hidden Blaze could gain a few more powerful Six Paths tools and 2 pseudo-Jinchuriki as well. With that done, he'd feel all the more confident about launching his surprise attack on Konoha 2 weeks later. Of course, the more pressing matter at the moment was the rumor that envoys from the Hidden Mist village had already arrived at Hidden Blaze. He wasn't sure if Terumi May herself was among them. As the young clan head, leaving guests waiting so long was certainly impolite, so he should go and entertain them properly first. When Natum arrived back at the village, it was already late afternoon. Yet, before he even entered the gates, he sensed from outside the village on the southern side, in the area meant to become the new training grounds, two turbulent chakra auras clashed violently, as if locked in fierce combat. Has the village been invaded? Startled, Natum didn't hesitate. He unleashed his full power immediately. In a flash, he summoned the complete Susanoo. The colossal warrior, hundreds of meters tall, unfurled its wings in a thunderous sweep. A raging gale roared up as it soared into the sky, diving straight toward the southern sector. In just 2 or 3 heartbeats, he had crossed over a kilometer and came crashing down with force into the not yet completed training grounds on the village's southern edge. A thunderous boom erupted. Like a mountain demon descending from the heavens, the titan hit the ground, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. The terrifying chakra pressure radiating from Susanoo alone made everyone around feel an immense weight, their breathing growing labored. Especially for Zabuza, who happened to be standing at the very center of the training ground. He was so frightened his whole body tensed up, a chill running down his spine. As the envoy from the village hidden in the mist, he had come here this time to strengthen ties between the two villages and to probe the strength and secrets of the village hidden in flames. Yet, after spending over half a week here, he still hadn't even caught a glimpse of that brat, Uchiha Natum. Growing restless, he decided to challenge some other Uchiha ninja to a sparring match, hoping to exchange a few moves and get a sense of the true capabilities of the village hidden in flames. But as soon as the match began, after barely 2 exchanges with the kunoichi named Uchiha Tsukihime, she unleashed this gigantic demon god, towering and menacing, brandishing a 300-meter-long gleaming blade that radiated murderous intent. What in the world was going on here? Such an overwhelming display. Was this just for intimidation, or were they making an example out of him? I give up, he thought desperately. I quit, isn't that enough? With his face stiff and his scalp prickling, Zabuza quickly sheathed his own blade and glanced nervously at Natum. After all those endless days and nights of training, striving to close the gap between himself and that kid, even if just a little. But now it was clear, far from closing the gap, it felt like a rift had opened up between them as vast as the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. Standing beneath this nearly 500-meter-tall demon, Zabuza only felt more insignificant than an ant. It was too crushing. How could there be such a difference between one person and another? While Zabuza was left paralyzed with fear, the members of Natsum's clan lit up with joy at seeing their young chief return. Although the overwhelming pressure from Susanoo's perfect form weighed heavily on them as well, they still managed to keep their composure much better than Zabuza. Besides, it wasn't the first time they'd seen their young lord unleash the full might of Susanoo. They were only a little confused as to why he'd gone all out so suddenly. Was he planning to attack Zabuza and the other envoys from the Hidden Mist? But then again, wasn't using the full Susanoo a bit excessive? Why use such a forceful method just to deal with him? Once Natum saw clearly that it was only Zabuza and his companions, he realized he had overreacted. There was no attack on the village. After all, as unlucky as Zabuza might be, he probably wasn't foolish enough to challenge the village hidden in flames outright. With that, Natum dismissed the Susanoo and lightly landed back on the ground. He walked forward, greeting them with a warm and friendly smile. Well, if it isn't Brother Zabuza from the village hidden in the mist. You finally made it. Welcome, welcome. Sorry I wasn't around the past few days and kept you waiting. Natsum's enthusiasm caught Zabuza off guard, leaving him rather stunned and a little flattered. Who would have thought this kid actually welcomed him so warmly? By the way, did you bring your money, as well as the compensation from the Hidden Mist village? Zabuza thought to himself. Well, I take back what I just thought. This kid hasn't changed at all. Still, just as greedy, shameless about it, all about the money. He grumbled inwardly, but outwardly replied with perfect politeness. I brought everything. It's already been handed over to your village. The moment Natsum heard that the special goods had all arrived, his smile grew even warmer. Haha, you're here to have fun. That's what matters. The gifts aren't important. By the way, how many people did you bring with you this time? Not many, just 5. Is Miss Terumi May with you? No, she'll probably be arriving with the next diplomatic mission. Oh, I see. With that casual response, Natsum's tone turned chilly all of a sudden. Zabuza, momentarily taken aback, stared in surprise. Damn, did you really have to be so blunt? What's with that look of disappointment plastered all over your face? After all, I was the one who helped you overthrow the old regime of the Hidden Mist, wasn't I? Doesn't that make me at least a half-comrade to you? So I can't even compare to Terumi Mei, who only spent a night chatting with you. This little brat, so young and already so fickle, so quick to forget old friends for a pretty face? A streak of inexplicable bitterness welled up inside Zabuza. Natsum then turned to Tsukihime. Tsukihime, what are you all doing here? Mr. Momochi Zabuza wishes to exchange some ninjutsu techniques with us. We're having a little sparring match, Tsukihime replied in her usual calm tone. But having just become a pseudo-jinchuriki, her powers had soared, and she was itching to test them in real combat. That's why she agreed to Zabuza's proposal. I see. All right then. Nichio, Tsukihime, you two keep Mr. Zabuza company and give him a good workout. Big brother Zabuza, don't hold back. Show them what you've got. And be sure to teach them a thing or two for me. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be off. Seeing as Terumi Mei wasn't here, Natsum quickly lost interest in small talk. He tossed out a few casual instructions, then slipped away in a flash. But those offhand remarks, to Zabuza's ears, sounded alarmingly threatening. Zabuza's eyes went wide. Go all out? Seriously? That was a pretty blatant threat just now. Do you really expect me to fight for real? If I really won, I'd probably never leave this hidden flame village alive. He certainly didn't want to die young in a place like this. In the end, as the match drew to a close, Zabuza suffered a crushing defeat. Of course, at first, he didn't intend to go all out anyway. But in the latter half of the match, even when he tried his hardest, he still lost at Tsukihime. There was simply no contest. Ever since Tsukihime gained the power of the tailed beast chakra, her overall abilities had already solidly reached Kage level. Though she cannot command the tailed beast chakra with seamless precision like a perfect Jinchuriki. Still, simply channeling a vast amount of tailed beast chakra to enhance her taijutsu and ninjutsu gives her strength that far surpasses an ordinary shinobi. What's more, she's already a taijutsu specialist, having mastered even the secret technique of the hidden cloud, the lightning release chakra mode, so Tsukihime's power has grown to truly astonishing heights. On the other side, there's Zabuza. Despite the rigors of intense training and the small gains it has brought, his strength remains at the level of an elite jonin. How could he ever be a match for Tsukihime now? One sparring match, and he was thrashed black and blue across his face, and even his great blade was shattered in two. It was, without exaggeration, a complete defeat. TSK Tsukihime's gotten so strong. So this is the power of a tailed beast. Jin, watching the fight from the side, could not help but sigh with admiration. Nichio commented, no powerful strength is gained easily. Focus on perfecting yourself. Jin replied, I know, I'm just sighing in amazement. Who would have thought? The mist demon who once took all four of us together to hold back is now being single-handedly demolished by Sis Tsukihime. Looking at it now, that mist demon isn't all that impressive after all. Nichio remarked, don't get any strange ideas. You can't match her, no matter what. Jin, puzzled, asked, why not? She may have lost the match, but she's won in life. If you lose, you get nothing. Nichio gestured over yonder. As expected, there in the corner, Haku, clothed in a long dress, knelt quietly beside Zabuza, her eyes full of tenderness, carefully bandaging his wounds. Jin whispered, Nichio, this lovebird diet truly is bitter to swallow. Using a new saying he'd picked up from the young clan leader, Jin's heart was filled with regretful envy. If it's hard to take, then try eating less of it. Nichio, do your parents plan on having a younger sister for you? Get lost. It had already been over a week since Natsum returned from the village hidden in the rain. In this week, Orochimaru had immersed himself almost entirely in studying White Zetsu's body and the impure world reincarnation technique. Now, he had nearly unraveled all the secrets of the White Zetsu body. Using it as a vessel for the impure world reincarnation was, without question, a perfect fit, far surpassing the body of any ordinary shinobi. After all, each White Zetsu body contains, to some extent, the cells of Hashirama, possessing high vitality and superb quality. Of course, quality of the vessel is just part of the equation. The caster's own skill, the refinement of this forbidden technique, and, crucially, the will of the person to be reincarnated. All these factors shape the ultimate strength of the resulting puppet. Even now, although Orochimaru has yet to achieve absolute perfection with impure world reincarnation, he has taken Tobarama's original invention and elevated it to another level, making it far stronger than the basic version he started with. This will be sufficient for the time being. At this moment, to the north of the Sound Ninja Village, on a desolate, deserted grassland, Orochimaru was making the final preparations for the Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, ritual. The medium, the skeletal remains of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The offerings, 2 white Zetsu bodies. The curse pattern, intricate designs carved with jutsu marks. The special kunai, enchanted blades inscribed with talismans, meant to suppress the consciousness of the reanimated puppets. Everything was ready. Orochimaru, there's no need to place the kunai with the sealing talisman. That thing would only inhibit the awareness and strength of those being brought back, wouldn't it? Natum waved his hand as he addressed Orochimaru. If I don't use the kunai, I can't fully control the souls after they're revived, you know. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and advised truthfully. After all, he was not truly familiar with the strength of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. And rumor had it, the mere fact that those two had slain Tobirama, the very creator of this forbidden technique, was enough to make anyone wary. Naturally, if he could, he'd prefer a bit more security. There's no need. They're just a couple of little brats who grabbed a treasure or two. Hardly worth worrying about. Natum replied with unshakable confidence. With his own strength now, 2 weakened versions of Kinkaku and Ginkaku barely counted for anything. Even if they were in their prime, he thought they'd still be nothing but riffraff. No need for concern at all. All right then, we'll do it your way. Orochimaru dropped the issue, agreeing to Natsum's decision. After all, if anything truly unexpected happened, he could always make a quick getaway. Let Natum, the little upstart, deal with the consequences. Edo Tensei. With a series of hand signs, Orochimaru finally activated the forbidden technique. In the next instant, 2 souls were wrenched from the Pure Land and forcibly drawn into the world of the living. They merged swiftly with the fleshy offerings. Clouds of dust swirled, and 2 figures materialized, clad in the bodies of the reanimated. At the same time, Orochimaru held to Natsum's request. He did not insert the kunai with the victory talisman into their heads, relinquishing the absolute control that came with it, and instead letting the duo retain as much of their powers and will as possible. Of course, this incomplete version of Edo Tensei could never fully restore the full might of those reanimated. Within moments, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, freshly brought back by Edo Tensei, found their form stabilized and their consciousness returned. Kinkaku, are we back from the dead? Silver gleamed in his eyes, bewildered as he looked at himself and the strange landscape around them. No, not true resurrection. These are not our bodies at all. Then what is this? This is an Edo body. That forbidden jutsu the second Hokage invented. How disgraceful. For us to have been caught by the jutsu of that guy we already defeated. Unbelievable. Kinkaku and Ginkaku cursed under their breath. They quickly recognized the technique for what it was, and a deep sense of frustration took root in their hearts. To be resurrected in this world by the forbidden techniques invented by someone you killed, it's a difficult truth to stomach. Meanwhile, watching the reanimation jutsu succeed, both Natum and Orochimaru couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Kin and Jin, give it everything you've got. Attack that kid right in front of you. Orochimaru formed a hand seal, sending his command to them in a low, secretive tone. While he hadn't suppressed their minds with talismans, as the caster of the jutsu, he still retained a considerable degree of control over their actions. He could order them to attack, to fight. This, after all, was a strategy Orochimaru and Natum had agreed upon ahead of time. Only by forcing Kin and Jin to display their full strength could they coax the use of the 6 Paths ninja tools, providing the perfect opportunity to seize them. As for whether Kin and Jin could actually defeat this kid, Natum, Orochimaru hadn't even considered it. With this boy's power, only someone on the level of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, might stand a chance against him. Kin and Jin were nowhere near that class. As Orochimaru's order washed over them, Kin and Jin felt it, a powerful spiritual compulsion driving them to obey. So that's a command, is it? HMPF. He wants us to fight a mere child? Who does this caster think he is? No help for it. We'll just have to act. Jin, all right, let's get on with it. We kill this kid first, then figure out how to break this forbidden jutsu. Agreed. Kin and Jin exchanged a look, their understanding wordless and complete. Though neither relished the idea of obeying their summoner's every order, for now, they had no choice but to comply, at least temporarily. In the next instant, Kin's jaws stretched wide, and with a guttural sound, he spewed forth the 7-star sword, the Basho fan, and several other 6 Paths ninja tools from his mouth. Clearly, in life, he'd stashed these legendary weapons deep within a spatial stomach forged by his own unique space-time ninjutsu. Thus, even after their deaths, the Hidden Cloud Village had been unable to reclaim those 4 treasures of the 6 Paths. Now, armed with their formidable tools, Kin and Jin sprang into action. Take this, Basho fan. With a sudden sweep, Kin brandished the Basho fan. This legendary weapon could unleash massive attacks of fire, water, lightning, wind, or earth chakra, all without the need for hand signs. Fast, powerful, and extremely versatile. In a heartbeat, a massive torrent of fire chakra roared from the Basho fan, twisting into a mighty fire dragon that surged straight at Natum. Trying a fire-style jutsu in front of me? Now this should be interesting. Fire-style, great fire dragon jutsu. Natum flashed through hand seals and unleashed his technique. In an instant, a scarlet dragon 3 or 4 times the size of the one conjured by the Basho fan erupted from Natsum's mouth, shrieking forth like a roaring inferno. It writhed and snapped, biting down on the rival fire dragon, swallowing it whole in one fluid, unstoppable motion. Fierce and overwhelming, utterly unstoppable. How is this possible? Is it a fire-style jutsu? It's even stronger than the banana palm fan? Kinkaku was shocked, his voice trembling with fright. Never before had he seen anyone's ninjutsu surpass the power of the banana palm fan. Who exactly was this brat? There was no time for hesitation. Kinkaku hurriedly rolled to his right, relying on the added protection of the golden canopy rope to barely evade the gigantic fire dragon. But in the very next moment, before he could find his footing, his vision blurred. A figure materialized right in front of him. Fist of impact, skull splitter. Before Kinkaku could even react, a surge of primal force slammed into his chest and shattered him in an instant. His body was reduced to countless motes of dust, which scattered into the air. At the same time, the banana palm fan and golden canopy rope slipped from his grasp, falling neatly into Natsum's hands. Kinkaku, to his left, Ginkaku let out a furious roar. Everything had happened too quickly. He hadn't even managed to react. Kinkaku was already blown to pieces. The power was simply overwhelming. Not even the third Reikage back in the day was this terrifying, was he? So these are the 6 paths tools. They do hold some intriguing secrets. Natsum ran his hand over the golden canopy rope, then gave the banana palm fan a casual wave. It was easy to sense the profound spell patterns hidden within each of these tools. They could effortlessly alter the nature of chakra and unleash their inherent abilities. To put it simply, these 6 paths ninja tools worked on principles similar to ordinary ninja weapons. Their strength came from sealing ninjutsu power within them, giving the weapons unique abilities. Only, the 6 paths tools were superior, far more powerful than anything else. In the end, that's all there is. Did anyone really think a few weapons could make them invincible across the ninja world? Such thoughts were pure fantasy. No matter how fine the weapon, it always depended on the wielder. It's just like that heavenly swamp spear, hailed as the mightiest divine sword. In the hands of a certain earth-natured shinobi, it was used for hardly more than cracking ice. That's why Natsum had never imagined he could command wind and rain across the ninja world with only a handful of 6 paths tools at his disposal. He sees these tools simply to give his village an edge in battle. A bit more security, nothing more. How dare you? You actually did that to Kinkaku. Ginkaku bellowed with rage, gripping the 7-star sword as he charged Natsum with all his might. Natsum sidestepped easily, almost lazily slipping away from the ferocious swing. Then, with a casual left hook, he effortlessly shattered Ginkaku, smashing half his reanimated body to pieces. At the same time, he deftly took the 2 6 paths weapons from Ginkaku, the 7-star sword and the crimson gourd. And just like that, in less than 10 seconds since the battle began, all 4 of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's 6 paths tools had fallen into Natsum's hands. From a distance, even Orochimaru couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It really wasn't fair to simply blame Kinkaku and Ginkaku for being weak. Even though they could no longer wield the full extent of their strength from before their deaths, the two still maintained the level of ordinary Kaga-ranked ninja. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong opponent. They found themselves up against Natsum, a true powerhouse. After obtaining the 4 treasured tools, Natsum casually sealed them back into the scroll. Then, he looked forward once more. Even though this pair of gift-bearing twins had already surrendered 4 of the 6 paths ninja tools, there still remained within them another precious power, the chakra of the 9 tails. Consistent with his principle of thrift, Natsum would never let anything go to waste. He was determined to squeeze out every last bit. At this moment, both Kinkaku and Ginkaku existed as reanimated corpses. Unless they were sealed away or reduced completely to ash, they would simply regenerate again soon after. As expected, in no time at all, the shattered forms of Kinkaku and Ginkaku reassembled from the swirling dust of reanimation, restoring themselves as if nothing had happened. What a formidable forbidden technique. We've actually regenerated. Why didn't that second Hokage ever used this jutsu against us back then. Ginkaku, now's not the time for awe. This kid is way too strong. We have no choice but to use that. Kinkaku's expression turned grim, and he made a ruthless decision. Here, but the Nine-Tails chakra is hard to control. A trace of hesitation flickered across Ginkaku's face. Clearly, he wasn't fond of transforming into a half-tailed beast. The ever-looming threat of being consumed by the tailed beast chakra was nothing pleasant. No time to hesitate. Now, with a sharp cry, Kinkaku took action. He began to release the Nine-Tails power from within. From his perspective, having lost the Six Paths tools, they now had to rely on the strength of the Nine-Tails alone. Otherwise, there was no way they could stand against this kid. In an instant, two massive torrents of crimson, violent chakra erupted from Kinkaku and Ginkaku's bodies. Without holding anything back, the pair unleashed all the Nine-Tails chakra at once. They skipped right past the usual, using the tailed beast chakra phase, and plunged straight into full half-tailed beast transformation. Their bodies were cloaked in a deep red chakra shroud, six tails unfurling behind them. They bared their fangs and claws, looking truly ferocious. Under the pressure of such overwhelming tailed beast chakra, any ordinary ninja would have lost their will to fight before long. Impressive, I have to admit. Both of them can manifest six tails at once. And this is just from devouring part of the Nine-Tails flesh. With their half-beast transformation, they already feel stronger than Three-Tails Yagura in the same form. Well, what else can you say? The Nine-Tails really is on another level. Or perhaps it just shows how biased that old sage of Six Paths was. Natum complained inwardly. But as far as he was concerned, the more chakra Kinkaku and Ginkaku displayed, the better. After all, it would all be soon enough. There was no such thing as too much. As for the current state of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, half-tailed beast, wild and menacing, seemingly strong, none of it truly mattered. Don't even mention those two imposters. Even if the original Nine-Tails appear before him, Natum could smack it until it cried. In the very next instant, before Goldhorn and Silverhorn could unleash their fury, Natum opened his own Mangekyo Sharingan. A low whoosh sounded. Two massive, crimson Susanoo hands streaked forth, grabbing the two distant half-beasts in a single, effortless motion. But this wasn't just the skeletal form of Susanoo from before. This time, it was the second stage, muscle-clad, armored, and shrouded in a spectral cloak. Clearly, as his ocular power surged, and with ever-growing mastery of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Natum commanded Susanoo with remarkable ease and finesse. The trapped gold and silver horns, transformed into half-tailed beasts, erupted in wild rage. Roaring with fury, struggling desperately against the colossal grip, Nine-Tails' ferocious chakra surged out in waves. Their six swishing tails slammed again and again against the ground and the giant spectral hands. Each blow carried the force of a mountain, capable of pulverizing an ordinary ninja with a single strike. Yet despite their Herculean strength, they could not break free from Susanoo's crushing grasp. They attacked with sharpened claws and fangs, biting, clawing, tearing at the astral hands in a fit of desperation. But all for naught. At best, they managed to tear a small gash in Susanoo's cloak, a superficial wound that healed almost instantly, imperceptible and painless. Don't struggle, Natum said. I was waiting for you to unleash your Nine-Tails chakra. It'll make it easier to draw out what I need. With a simple wave of his right hand, the massive Susanoo hand shifted, plucking the half-beast Silverhorn from the distance as easily as picking up a chick, and held him right in front of Natum. No more words. He swiftly began the extraction. Contract seal. Four-symbol seal. What followed unfolded smoothly and swiftly. Under absolute power, Gold and Silverhorn stood no chance. The remnants of the Nine-Tails chakra were effortlessly drawn from their bodies and sealed neatly within a scroll. Having thoroughly drained this troublesome pair of every last ounce of Nine-Tails chakra, Natum was in fine spirits. With practiced ease, he withdrew Susanoo and set the ashen-faced brothers gently back on the ground. Thank you both for your cooperation. The Six Paths treasures and the Nine-Tails chakra would have been wasted buried with you. I'll just take them off your hands. No need to thank me. I simply enjoy being helpful. As these taunting words fell on their ears, and the little brat's smug grin flashed before their eyes, Gold and Silverhorn clenched their fists, grinding their teeth in rage. If they could, they'd floor this kid with a single punch. Except for those lost years at the end of the Warring States period, when the god of shinobi and the Shura of the ninja world ruled over all. When else had they ever suffered such humiliation? Even the Nine-Tails itself once struggled to lay a finger on them. Yet now, defeated by the hands of a mere child. They had been toyed with, mocked, and utterly disgraced. How infuriating! Gold Horn, I can't accept this. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, we're just like Uchiha Madara back then. Silver Horn, our defeat isn't without reason. Natum waved his hand again, cutting off their conversation. He conjured 2 long ropes of chakra and bound them both. That's enough. Save your breath. You're not of much use anymore. But don't worry, I won't be sending you to the Pure Land just yet. Orochimaru, these 2 possess part of the sage's bloodline and know many secrets from the Hidden Cloud Village. I reckon they'll prove useful to you. They're yours now. And besides, you can use them to further perfect your impure world reincarnation technique. What do you say? Natum turned to Orochimaru. Having already obtained the 6 Paths ninja tools and the 9 Tails chakra, gold and silver horn were now of little value to him. He might as well hand them over to Orochimaru for further exploitation. I'd be delighted. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes glittering with excitement as he eyed gold and silver horn. Though he hadn't managed to lay hands on the coveted 6 Paths tools or the 9 Tails chakra, acquiring 2 reanimated bodies for research was a fine prize in itself. Even more so, considering these were 2 of the Hidden Cloud's legendary elder shinobi. At the same time, gold and silver horn looked apprehensively toward Orochimaru in the distance. Surveying his sinuous figure and that unnaturally long, serpentine tongue, a cold chill coursed down their spines, and their scalps tingled in fear. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 18,800,000 value points. Would you like to convert 18,800,000 value points into 1,880 gold coins? Conversion successful. Congratulations, you have gained 1,880 gold coins. Current balance, 2,180 gold coins. Natum took a moment to check the numbers, exchanging all the newly acquired value points for gold coins. This time, the 18.8 million Ryo had all come courtesy of Zabuza. Of that, 13.8 million Ryo were Zabuza's personal savings. It was the sum of relentless years, countless days and nights spent assassinating everything he'd ever accumulated through blood and toil. Originally, his plan had been to gather enough money to recruit other ninja to join him on a campaign. He meant to retake Hidden Mist Village, to overthrow the brutal rule of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. But now, since the mist had already been reformed, there was no longer any need for such a vast sum. True to his agreement with Natum, Zabuza offered up the cash willingly. He kept his word, even when it meant parting with his fortune. It showed just what kind of man he was, staunch and reliable to the core. That kind of integrity moved even Natum, if only a little. As for the remaining 5 million Ryo, that was payment from the Hidden Mist delivered in installments. During the last Mist Uprising, Natum had saved the lives of 65 Hidden Mist ninja, so, naturally, the village owed him a considerable reward. However, the strategic treasury of the Hidden Mist Village had long since been siphoned off by Obito, who controlled Yagura and greedily took everything for his own gain. They really couldn't muster much of a payment anymore. That's why the Hidden Mist could only offer 30 million Ryo up front and promise that the remaining 70 million or so would be paid off, gradually, over the next 4 years. This payment of 5 million Ryo was in fact the first installment of that scheduled repayment. Clearly, the Hidden Mist Village hasn't had it easy recently. To be honest, out of pure kindness, Natum was even considering whether to allow the Mist to settle the debt in kind. Of course, he meant it in a proper, above-board way. That is, by strengthening ties between their 2 villages, encouraging his own ninja to form marriage alliances with the Kunoichi from a Mist. After all, years of iron-fisted rule had left the Hidden Mist with a severe imbalance. Too many women and not enough men. Still, Natum wasn't in a hurry. This wasn't something that could, or should, be rushed. Better to take it slow. Otherwise, someone might start spreading malicious rumors, accusing him of ill intentions. For now, Zabuza and his companions would serve as envoy laborers in Hidden Flame Village. Ahem, they would be guests in the flame for 3 months, until a new group of mist envoys came to take their place. Truth be told, Natum was tempted to kick Zabuza back home early and arrange for the highly skilled Meitarumi to take his spot. But when he considered the free labor Zabuza was providing, he decided to let things continue as they were for now. Besides, he was about to get very busy himself and likely wouldn't have time to enjoy life's pleasures. After all, it was less than 3 days until the scheduled date of the joint raid on the Leaf Village with the Akatsuki. Time was tight. On another front, Natsum's Pseudo-Jinchuriki project had also come to a temporary halt. After personally sealing away part of the 9 Tails chakra, Natum felt it keenly. The chakra of the 9 Tails was far more ferocious than that of the 8 Tails. much more difficult to control. It could easily corrode a ninja's mind. So, though he planned to have Nichio and the others become pseudo-Jinchuriki as soon as possible, Natsum had no choice but to delay the plan for now. He decided to wait until the two had grown stronger, reaching the level of elite Jonin. And only then would he seal the Nine Tails chakra within them. As for the 4 sacred treasures captured from Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Natsum had distributed them among his personal guard, including Tsukihime and the others. He carefully explained to them the functions and abilities of each tool in detail. But apart from Tsukihime, who possessed 8 Tails chakra and could use the tools properly, the others found it nearly impossible to wield them in succession. After all, activating the 6 paths tools consumed a massive amount of chakra from the user. For any ninja without a deep enough chakra reserve, forcing themselves to use the tools repeatedly would only backfire. They'd end up draining themselves dry and collapsing in exhaustion. Therefore, at best, they could only serve as a hidden card, a trump to be played once or twice at the most, catching others off guard. To truly unleash the full power of these 6 paths ninja tools, they would have to wait until Nichio and the others had sealed away the tailed beast chakra. As for Natsum himself, to him, these flashy 6 paths tools weren't nearly as useful as his own Sharingan or Sage Body. Besides, when it came to weapons alone, he didn't think his Kongo blade was any less formidable than the 6 paths tools. In the days that followed, Natsum refrained from any reckless acts. Instead, he devoted himself to thoroughly familiarizing himself with his abilities, conserving energy and preparing for the great battle to come. 3 days passed swiftly. Meanwhile, from the Akatsuki's side, a message arrived via Orochimaru. They had arranged to gather the next day, 50 miles northwest of Konoha. This time, Natsum set out alone, taking no one with him. In fact, aside from his closest confidants, Tsukihime, Nichio, and a handful of others, the rest of the clan had no idea where he had gone. All they knew was that the young clan leader had business elsewhere and would be away for a few days. No one in the clan found this unusual. After all, whenever the young clan leader left, he always returned with plenty of silver to enrich the village and improve everyone's lives. This was cause for celebration. He was far more effective than the once timid and hesitant Fugaku, their former patriarch. But this time, Natsum was well aware of the risks. With Nagato himself taking action, alongside a host of Akatsuki members gathering, this surprise assault on Konoha would undoubtedly be fierce, beyond dangerous. Going solo, he had freedom to attack or retreat. If something truly unforeseen happened, a threat he could not possibly overcome, he could always rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat in an instant. But to bring others along would risk leaving someone behind, unable to cover all fronts. It was better, then, to go alone, striking boldly on his own. On the eve of the appointed day, Natsum found Orochimaru, and together they set off. For the safety of the village, Natsum had already made ample preparations. Before leaving, he spoke once more with Fugaku and Itachi. This time, though, they weren't in Konoha. The entire Uchiha clan was now within the village hidden in flames. Izumi, Sasuke, and others were here as well. If the village ever came under attack, Fugaku and Itachi would surely rise to defend it. And with Tsukihime and the 3 Tails joining them, the village boasted 4 Kaga-level defenders, more than enough to face any threat. If all else failed, that mooncake still soaking in the hot spring would simply use the reverse summoning technique to call Natsum back instantly. In short, he could leave without a single worry. And this time, he was determined to deal a heavy blow to Konoha. Now, inside Konoha's convalescent hospital, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lay upon his sickbed, leisurely eating fruit while thumbing through a forbidden jutsu scroll. Beside the bed, Asuma Sarutobi wore a face full of concern as he peeled fruit for his father. Asuma, still no word about Kurenai? Hiruzen spoke, breaking the silence. As a father, how could he not sense the weight of worry pressing down on Asuma's heart? Ever since the last great battle, since Kurenai's disappearance, Asuma had been deeply troubled, overwhelmed by melancholy, and unable to lift his spirits. It was clear his childhood friend lingered painfully on his mind. No, none. According to the reports sent from Awagakure, she's most likely been killed in action. Asuma's voice was heavy with defeat, sounding utterly despondent. If Kurenai had been captured by Awagakure, he would have already pulled every string at his disposal to bring her back. But up until now, her name had never appeared on any list of captured ninja from Awagakure. It was clear the chances of her survival were slim, almost non-existent. A long, weary sigh escaped Hiruzen. He was the Hokage, yes, but even Hiruzen Sarutobi could not reverse death. Kurenai had been a good young woman. Gifted too, he had once guided her in Jinjutsu, training himself. And now, She had fallen in the hands of a Wagakure. It was truly a loss worth mourning. But this was war. Death was an inevitable part of it. Looking at it differently, he comforted himself with the thought that at least he had a grandson now, Konohamaru. There was no urgent need to press Asuma into marrying. Let time slowly dull the ache of loss. In a few years, perhaps, Asuma's wounds would heal, and Hiruzen could help him find happiness again. Asuma, take heart. Life goes on. If there is blame, it is mine for insisting on starting this war. Asuma shook his head, fists clenched tightly, and answered, It's not your fault. Father, you did it for the sake of the village. If not for this war, and our victory, the losses would have been far greater if a Wagakure had broken into the village. Kurenai and the others, their sacrifice was not in vain. Clearly, Asuma saw the necessity of war as well. Still, it would take more than a moment to claw his way out from the agony of losing someone so dear. Hiruzen gently placed a hand on Asuma's shoulder, offering comfort once again. He told Asuma to go and get some rest, and let the wounds in his spirit begin to ease. As for Hiruzen himself, aside from his left hand, now lost and beyond healing, most of his injuries had already recovered. His extended stay in the infirmary was little more than a convenient cover, an opportunity to keep operating in secret from behind scenes, just as he had done years ago after the fourth Hokage ascended. Just as Asuma left, a masked member of the Umbu squad slipped silently into the room, appearing at Hiruzen's side. The loss of that kunoichi, it's hit the second real hard, thought Sarutobi Shinosuke to himself with a muted sigh. Though he was the eldest brother, when it came to matters of the heart, there was little comfort he could offer Asuma. It will pass. Time mends all wounds, Hiruzen said, waving his hand dismissively. I believe he'll pull through. He'll find his strength again. Having lived through several great ninja wars, he was deeply moved by the pain of parting and loss. Yet, compared to such matters, something far graver plagued his mind. More than half a month ago, the Hyuga clan was rocked by a shocking incident, throwing Hiruzen's life into chaos. In the span of a single night, hundreds of branch family members from the Hyuga clan defected together. Such a thing was utterly unheard of in all of Konoha's history. Ahem. Aside from the earlier defection of the Uchiha clan, naturally. How was the situation with the Hyuga clan now? Hiruzen asked. It's very bad. The main family has recalled all the remaining branch family shinobi and placed them under strict house arrest. We can no longer make use of the Byakugan to help with external surveillance around the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew grave. They've placed all the remaining branch family under house arrest. Why? Sarutobi Shinosuke replied. The rumor is that the defected Hyuga branch members have found a way to remove the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. To keep people's hearts at ease and prevent any further defections, the Hyuga main family had no choice but to confine all branch family members at home. If anyone attempts to leave without permission, the seal will be activated at once, erasing them instantly. Hiruzen Sarutobi was visibly alarmed. A way to break the caged bird seal? How is that possible? The caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan is no simple thing. Even in the days of Lord Tobarama, the second Hokage, it went unbroken. How could anyone have found a solution now? Most likely, this is just a rumor intended to sway hearts with false hope. Still, with Hayashi Hyuga's experience, he shouldn't be fooled by such baseless talk so easily. Could it be the rumor holds some truth? Send some ANBU to quietly investigate the matter, Hiruzen ordered. See if there's any truth to the rumor. And while you're at it, increase surveillance on the Hyuga residents. The Hyuga are not only one of the village's most prestigious clans, they are also among its pillars of strength. We must not allow another defection, no matter what. Hiruzen's voice became strict and uncompromising. First it was the Uchiha, now the Hyuga clan as well. If things aren't brought under control soon, all the great clans of Konoha might end up defecting. That simply cannot be allowed. Yes, sir. Sarutobi Shinosuke answered resolutely. By the way, Hiruzen continued, you mentioned before that those who attacked the Hyuga main house were shinobi from the Hidden Cloud. Has that been verified? It's been almost entirely verified. Our spies in the Hidden Cloud report that about half a month ago, the Cloud obtained a new Byakugan and are now seeking a suitable recipient for transplantation. At this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's fury surged. So it really was those fiends from the Hidden Cloud. Despicable. For years ago, it was those very scoundrels who forced Hayashi's twin to his death. And now they're at it yet again, their greed insatiable, striking while we were weakened after our battle with the stone. Utter beasts! His words erupted in a storm of curses. He could scarcely hold himself back from charging at the Hidden Cloud right now, eager to make them pay the price. Lord Hokage, please, calm yourself. Even if this was the Hidden Cloud's doing, Our village cannot withstand another war. Sarutobi Shinizuke hastened to persuade him. I know, don't worry. I can keep my head. We'll keep this dead in mind. One day, the hidden cloud will answer for it. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi suppressed his anger. He knew all too well that after the fierce battle with the Wagakure, even though Konoha's losses weren't crippling, it had still been squeezed dry. It was thanks only to a Wagakure's war reparations, Jiraiya's support, and aid from the country's daimyo that they barely made it through. They simply had no strength left to start another war with the Hidden Cloud. No doubt, the Hidden Cloud had calculated this very fact. It was the reason they dared to launch such a brazen attack on the Hyuga clan. How much longer till the village's grand barrier is repaired? It'll probably take another half a month. Push them to speed up. And take extra precautions. Never give the other hidden villages another chance to strike. Very well. Go see to your tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, giving further instructions. At once, sir. Shinizuke accepted the order, preparing to leave. But just then, with a sudden bang, the infirmary doors burst open. Someone dashed inside in such a rush that Shinizuke instinctively reached for his weapons, thinking an enemy had broken in. But when he looked more closely, he realized it was none other than the acting Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya, is it too much to expect you to at least knock on the door? Sarutobi frowned, scolding with exasperation. But Jiraiya had no time for courtesies now. He shouted urgently, "We have a big problem. The Akatsuki organization is planning a raid on Konoha." The Akatsuki? Yes, the rogue mercenary group from the ninja underground, gaining quite a reputation lately. Oh, them. Recognition dawned on Sarutobi's face. He vaguely recalled seeing intelligence reports about them while going through paperwork. The truth was, Sarutobi knew little about them. After all, as Hokage, the sheer volume of matters demanding his attention left little time to research every mercenary group in the world. What's there to fear from a band of mercenaries? He said. Jiraiya replied. Their leader possesses the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the eyes of a god. Sarutobi Hiruzen, utterly shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen stammered. How can that be? Jiraiya, where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Jiraiya responded. The news came from Orochimaru, and I myself have seen those eyes with my own eyes. A few minutes earlier, as the acting Hokage, Jiraiya was sprawled out in his office, fiddling with a map of the Hidden Leaf Village. He was pondering, where would be the best spot to build a newly planned, massive mixed-gender bathhouse? Just how grand should it be? He was only halfway through his plans when, all of a sudden, from beneath his desk, a small snake shot out and lunged at him. But Jiraiya, quick as ever, caught it easily in one hand. Right away, he sensed a very familiar chakra emanating from the snake. Orochimaru. The next moment, the snake opened its mouth and spat out a scroll. Then, with a powerful flick, it slipped out of Jiraiya's grasp and slithered away. Jiraiya brushed off any thoughts of amusement, scratching the back of his head, perplexed. Why would Orochimaru reach out to him all of a sudden? But one thing was certain, whatever this was, it was no trivial matter. He unrolled the scroll and studied it closely. Instantly, his expression turned grave. The contents of the scroll were blunt and to the point. It read, Today, the Akatsuki will launch a full-scale assault on the Leaf. Their leader is none other than Pain, bearer of the Rinnegan. What's more, Orochimaru himself and Uchiha Natum are joining the attack. Orochimaru hoped the Leaf would survive this calamity. Someday, he declared, he would return in person to destroy the Leaf himself. After receiving this warning, Jiraiya immediately suspected that the so-called Rinnegan must be tied to Nagato, his former student. But weren't the three of them supposed to have died long ago? How had they become entangled with the Akatsuki? No time to dwell on these questions now. He had to alert the old man at once. If this was true, the village was staring disaster in the face. Jiraiya didn't hesitate. He rushed off at once to report everything to Hiruzen Sarutobi. In truth, Orochimaru still held the faintest sliver of affection for the Leaf Village, but it was only just a trace. Above all, what he truly couldn't accept was seeing Jiraiya, Sarutobi, Tsunade, all his old comrades and teachers, killed by someone else. No, if they were to die, they had to first witness his moment of glory, watch as his scientific truth shone for all to see. Only then would they be worthy of death. As for the Leaf itself, it too should fall by his own hand. That is what would bring him true satisfaction. How could he let the Akatsuki steal all the glory? Besides, by giving the Leaf this subtle warning, he could ensure that they'd be better prepared to put up a fierce fight. If Pain wiped out the Leaf in a single blow, there'd be no opportunity for him to swoop in and profit. That was Orochimaru's true reason for sending the warning. After Hiruzen confirmed the message Jiraiya had received, he too was gripped by an unprecedented sense of dread. Judging by Orochimaru's warning, the Akatsuki, including the 6 Paths of Pain, would bring at least 8 Kaga-level fighters against them. If you add Uchiha Natum and Orochimaru into the mix, the enemy would have at least 10 fighters at the Kaga level. With a force this formidable, conquering Konoha wouldn't even be the limit. Facing any hidden village, they would almost certainly crush the opposition without effort. But as for Konoha right now, even if they scraped together every resource, assembling 5 Kaga-level fighters would be a struggle. How could they possibly hope to confront such overwhelming power head-on? No wonder Jiraiya was so anxious to seek me out. As for whether this information was reliable, neither Hiruzen nor Jiraiya doubted it for a moment. After all, they were among the people who knew Orochimaru best. They were both well aware Orochimaru would never stoop to fabricating intelligence like this, nor would he use false reports to threaten or intimidate Konoha. That rascal Orochimaru. At least he hasn't forgotten where he came from. If not for this message he sent us, the entire village might have been wiped out in one swift, unexpected strike. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a heartfelt sigh. Truth be told, Orochimaru had once been his most outstanding pupil. When Orochimaru had defected, Hiruzen's heart had ached deeply. Time after time, he regretted not having the cruelty to keep him by force. But in the end, he just hadn't born to do it. In fact, Hiruzen had rarely sent people after Orochimaru with any real intent to kill. Yet now, against all expectation, Orochimaru had delivered such a crucial warning. Perhaps, Hiruzen thought, his teachings all those years ago were not in vain after all. Old man, what are you planning to do next? Jiraiya's face was tense as he spoke. Even he, usually so carefree and irreverent, had put aside his usual antics. His seriousness showed just how grave the situation was. We'll have to trust this intel. From here on out, the village could be facing its greatest crisis yet. We can't afford to hesitate. It's do or die. Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he issued his command in a heavy voice. Shinosuke, mobilize all the ANBU and route units immediately. Work in tandem with our close-quarters squads and defense forces. Evacuate all villagers. Get everyone to the underground shelters. At once. Sarutobi Shinosuke accepted the order and rushed off to oversee the evacuation. Jiraiya, go and bring Tsunade back. We'll need her strength for this battle. But I have no idea where she is. Here's her location. Go quickly. With a swift gesture, Hiruzen revealed Tsunade's whereabouts to Jiraiya. As Hokage, how could he not know the whereabouts of the princess of the Senju clan? Until now, there simply hadn't been a need to call on her again. But this time he had no choice. After all, she was still one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. Jiraiya hesitated a little, clearly uncomfortable. Go, or do you expect this old man to fetch her back himself? Hiruzen roared. All right, I'll go. However, if the enemy truly has more than 10 fighters at the level of the 5 Kages, old man, even if I manage to bring Tsunade back, wouldn't we still be no match for them? Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. At the very least, Tsunade's healing ninjutsu could greatly reduce our casualties. In any case, just do your best. If we truly can't win, there's no need to be afraid. Konoha's foundations are not so easily shaken. When the moment comes, I will do whatever it takes to crush our enemies. Hiruzen tightened his grip on the forbidden technique scroll in his hand, promising with resolute determination. Old man, you, hurry up. Don't make me kick you out. All right, I'm on my way. With that, Jiraiya leapt out the door, not hesitating for another moment. He immediately dashed at full speed toward Tanzaka town, where Tsunade was. Meanwhile, 50 miles northwest of Konoha, by the time Natsum and Orochimaru arrived, the members of Akatsuki had already gathered, lying in wait. Pain and his 6 paths, Konin, Zetsu Sasori, and Juzo Biwa, 10 people in total. Aside from Tobi, Kakazu, and the nameless brute, everyone else was present. It was truly a gathering of elites, holding nothing back. They wore the look of those convinced of victory, determined to seize their prize. Clearly, today spelled great peril for Konoha. When Natsum and Orochimaru arrived, Pain spoke first. You're late. No big deal. We haven't started fighting yet. A few minutes won't make a difference, right? Natsum replied with an easy laugh, showing not a hint of tension. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Natsum. Good afternoon, everyone from Akatsuki. He offered his greeting while letting his gaze sweep slowly around the group. When he realized the much-anticipated Kakuzu was absent, Natsum felt a twinge of disappointment. Still, his eyes ultimately settled on Sasori. At least the master of puppets was here. He'd have to think of a way to lure Sasori over, to build his own family's Gundam puppet. Meanwhile, Natsum's burning stare made Sasori involuntarily uneasy. It was odd. He was hidden inside such an ugly puppet shell. So why did this kid keep staring straight at him? Did this sneaky Uchiha brat really have such peculiar tastes? Compared to the uneasy Sasori, Juzo Biwa, who had never seen Natsum before, was even more contemptuous. Weren't we told the entire Uchiha clan would be joining? Why is it just one brat who showed up? What good is a kid like that? He swung his executioner's blade, eyeing the lone little Natsum with evident boredom. How can mere kid be of any use? He just hoped the boy wouldn't wet himself in fear once the fight began. Juzo, enough! Xiao Nan snapped sharply, trying to stop Juzo Biwa from courting disaster any further. Unfortunately, she didn't get to finish her sentence. A blood-red gleam flared instantly. In the blink of an eye, the moment Juzo Biwa met Natsum's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gaze, he plummeted straight into an illusion. A resounding smack. Slap! Slap! Asterisk asterisk. Clear, ringing slaps echoed through the air. Lost in a hypnotic trance and stripped of his own will, Juzo began to rain blows down on his own cheeks, entirely beyond his own control. Each slap landed with full force. The sound of blows filled the space without pause. In no time at all, Juzo's face was swollen and flushed on both sides, resembling nothing so much as a monkey's bottom. Those watching couldn't help themselves. They stifled their laughter, amused in spite of themselves, though inwardly feeling a distinct chill. They couldn't help but marvel at the fearsome power of the Sharingan's illusions. After 30 full, resounding slaps, Juzo finally stopped. Only then did Natsum lift the illusion. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. If there's a next time, you won't get the chance to wake up at all. Natsum's icy warning left no room for argument, radiating absolute confidence. This time, after all, he stood here as the representative of an alliance between the village hidden in the flames and the Akatsuki. Their cooperation was strictly as equals. It was only natural to assert his own authority. Besides, he now had more than enough strength to back up his words. In short, someone like Juzo Biwa, nothing more than one of the infamous three clowns, was hardly qualified to direct his scorn at Natsum. Putting Juzo in his place, now, was nothing more than a lesson. If the setting were any different, Juzo Biwa truly wouldn't have lasted even 3 seconds. And the famous executioner's blade he wielded would have a new master by now. So swollen and red that his cheeks looked even more ludicrous than a baboon's, Juzo could barely form the words. All he could manage was a bitter, helpless grunt. Yet as he recalled the utter terror, the power that had overwhelmed him in an instant, he could only swallow his pride, falling silent and accepting this bitter loss. There was simply no other choice. This kid was downright terrifying. The last thing he wanted was to be caught in that Mangekyo Sharingan again and end up losing his life for nothing. That's enough. Stop fighting. Let's get ready to move. Tendo Pain spoke up, cutting through the tension and giving his orders. Zetsu, you go infiltrate the Leaf Village first. Find the whereabouts of Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage. Once you locate him, inform everyone immediately. Understood. With a single reply, Zetsu slipped underground and sped toward Konoha. But the moment he infiltrated the village, Zetsu split into White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. One began searching for Tsurutobi's whereabouts, while the other gathered information about the host containing the Nine Tails. Clearly, compared to the old Tsurutobi, Nagato's true concern was the one linked to the Nine Tails. The rest of you split into 2 groups. Beast Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Hell Path, Scorpion, Biwa Juzo, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Natsum. You'll come with me. We're responsible for assassinating the third Hokage. Azura Path, Human Path, and Conan. You 3 will provide backup. Watch the area, stay alert, and be ready to support us at any moment. Of course, this second group was labeled as backup. But in reality, it was just a ruse to get the others out of the way, making it easier to secretly hunt down the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After all, both Azura Path and Human Path specialized in close combat and suppression, and with Conan's support, they were perfectly suited to capture the host. As for the first group, naturally, they were in charge of the frontal assault. The purpose was to draw out all Leaf's combat power and attention. Natsum had no objections to this arrangement. After all he wanted was to use Akatsuki's hand to eliminate the elite of the Leaf, to try and wipe them out altogether. The fiercer the battle, the better. Best of all, if Akatsuki and the Leaf could take each other down at the same time, that would be ideal. At this moment, northeast of the Leaf Village, more than 20 miles away, stood an ancient castle left over from the Warring States period. Relying on the shelter of the old fortress, quite a few traders and ninja had established a lively new town here. Among them was the famous Short Book Street, renowned as a gambler's paradise, a glimmering strip of taverns and casinos. When Jiraiya learned of Tsunade's location, he rushed straight here. After anxiously scouring more than half the street, he finally found her. Just as Tsunade came bursting out of a casino at full speed, wearing nothing but short trunks and a gray-white sports bra. Evidently, the big spender had lost everything, down to her last coin in the gambling den. She was about to make a run for it. In her haste, she collided headlong into Jiraiya. The sensation of her impressive curves pressing against him left Jiraiya utterly stunned, his mind spinning. His nose even started to bleed, as if he'd tasted ecstasy for a moment. For a split second, he nearly forgot what he'd come for. What a pair. That feeling, it must be... Jiraiya. Tsunade. I knew it was you. At last, I found you. You old pervert. Why the hell are you here? There's no time to explain. Something's happened to the village. It's in grave danger again. Come with me, we'll talk on the way. Remembering his urgent mission, Jiraiya quickly wiped the grin from his face. He grabbed Tsunade by the arm, ready to whisk her away. Tsunade froze, her cheeks flushing crimson. After all these years, she hadn't expected Jiraiya to be so forward on their first meeting. She wasn't prepared for this at all. But when she heard it was yet again about the village, her temper flared. For the village's sake, her younger brother, her lover, she had lost everything dear to her. And what of the village? It had never given her anything in return. When needed, she was a ninja of the Leaf Village. When she wasn't, she was nothing more than a gambler whom no one remembered. A village like this, a Hokage like that. What was there that made her want to fight for them? No, I refuse. I'm not going back. There's nothing in that place worth longing for. There's still that stubborn old third, still trying to act tough despite his age. Let him worry about it. Tsunade shook herself free from Jiraiya's grip and refused him with an edge in her voice. At that moment, Shizune, clutching the little pink pig, was close behind them. Tsunade, you've changed, Jiraiya said, gazing at Tsunade with a wistful sigh. I'm nearly 46. How could I possibly be the same as before? Time changes everyone. Tsunade, this time is different. The village could actually be annihilated. We need you. Jiraiya's tone was earnest in his persuasion. What does the village have to do with me, anyway? If it's destroyed, so be it. Tsunade, don't tell me. You still haven't gotten over your hemophobia? This has nothing to do with that. Tsunade's retort was stubborn, clearly unwilling to admit that her fear of blood still lingered. Just then, a deep rumble rolled in, vibrating faintly beneath their feet and echoed from the southwest. That direction. It's the village. Has Akatsuki's assault already begun? How is that possible? So soon. Damn it, we're out of time. Jiraiya scowled, cursing under his breath. He quickly turned to Tsunade and said his goodbye. Tsunade, if you haven't overcome your fear of blood, don't push yourself. I have to get back to the village. If, in the end, Konoha falls, remember to take care of my remains. And if you would, look after Minato's child for me. With those words, Jiraiya leapt away, vanishing swiftly into the distance. Rushing back towards Konoha, even though he and the village both desperately needed Tsunade's strength. He couldn't bring himself to drag a blood-phobic ninja into battle. He'd already lost too many people he loved. He couldn't bear for war to take Tsunade's life as well. Tsunade-sama, was that Jiraiya-sama? Why did he? Shizune asked in confusion, not comprehending what had transpired. Idiot. Fool. Talking about collecting the dead, acting all heroic. Who gave you permission to die first? Staring at Jiraiya's retreating figure, Tsunade ground her teeth and clenched her fists, cursing him fiercely in her heart. What's that explosion? What's going on? Another invasion? Report to Lord Danzo. There are a slew of summoned beasts rampaging through the village. Summoned beasts? Who sent them? Based on intel from the ANBU, it's suspected that members of the Akatsuki organization are attacking the village. The Root Ninja swiftly delivered his report. Since Danzo had been restrained, Root's intelligence-gathering ability had been significantly curbed. Aside from their undercover agents in other villages, who still maintained a steady flow of information, their grasp of internal affairs within the village was far inferior to Sarutobi's Umbu. The Akatsuki, a rogue ninja organization, dares to attack Konoha. It's all that Sarutobi's fault. He's made Konoha lose its former prestige. Danzo cursed loudly, his indignation unmistakable. It's said that Uchiha Ninja might be involved as well. What? Even those accursed Uchiha. It's Sarutobi's doing? If it weren't for him, I would have wiped out those wicked Uchiha long ago. Again, Danzo erupted in anger, so furious that he nearly sprang to his feet. Lord Danzo, shall we? We know nothing of the enemy's strength. We cannot act rashly. Inform the route operatives to remain on standby. Danzo made his decision in an instant. The last time Root was annihilated, he had lost almost everything he'd built. Naturally, he no longer dared to act recklessly. If the enemy proved weak, he could wait things out and swoop in at the end to claim victory. Wouldn't that be ideal? If they were strong, he could wait for Sarutobi to fight them to the brink, then emerge as the savior. Wouldn't that be better? Should the enemy prove overwhelmingly powerful and Sarutobi be defeated, preserving his own forces until he could become Hokage and rebuild Konoha afterward wouldn't be such a poor outcome either. In short, for now, it was best to keep a low profile. As you command. The Root ninja immediately acknowledged and hurried off to notify the other members. It was clear, en route, Lord Danzo's orders were absolute. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the Akatsuki had indeed launched their assault on Konoha. Because Konoha lacked a great barrier. They had no idea how many enemies had infiltrated the village. Everyone seemed to be caught completely off guard. Have you found the third Hokage's location? Pain of the Deva Path asked. Yes, he's inside the Hokage's office, surrounded by plenty of umbu. White Zetsu poked his head up from the ground, replying in a flash. Shall we attack the Hokage's office directly? Pain shook his head, his answer as calm and decisive as ever. Norus, the Hokage's office will be heavily guarded and riddled with traps. We strike the entire village first to force the Hokage into the open. I refuse to believe he'd sit idly by while his village is destroyed before his eyes. In the very next moment, Pain of the Animal Path began to act. He summoned beast after beast, each one more monstrous than the last, unleashing them throughout Konoha to wreak havoc wherever they pleased. His plan, to start a massacre among the civilians, forcing the third Hokage into battle. This would also buy Konan and Black Zetsu more time on their end, give them a head start on capturing the Nine Tails, before that meddling brat Natum could interfere. And yet, more than 10 summoned beasts rampaged wildly for quite some time. Only then did the crowd gradually realize. Within the village hidden in the leaves, there were hardly any civilians to be seen. It was as if the vast majority of the townsfolk had utterly vanished. All that remained were a handful of ninja, lying in ambush within the surrounding buildings, waiting for the right moment to strike, desperately trying to hold back the summoned monsters. The sharp-minded among them, Nagato and the others, immediately caught on. Surely, Konoha must have evacuated their ordinary villagers ahead of time, which was why the village felt so empty now. Konoha must have known about their impending attack well in advance. Someone among them must have leaked the information. In the next instant, from members of Pain, including Sasori, who had already deduced the truth, all suddenly turned their heads to look at Natum. After all, this kid who had only recently joined their ranks was the most suspicious of all. It was highly likely he was the one who had tipped off Konoha. Why are you all staring at me? You think our Uchiha clan would run off to betray the village to Konoha? Do I look like I've got nothing better to do? Are you itching for a fight right now? Natum shot back, brimming with confidence. He knew he hadn't done anything wrong. He wasn't about to take the fall for someone else. At his retort, Pain paused for a split second, then immediately gave up on pressing the issue further. Just as Natum had said, the Uchiha truly had no reason left to consort with Konoha in secret. Besides, if they really got into a deadly brawl with Natum here, and both sides ended up battered and bruised, the real winner would be Konoha, laughing till they snorted. It doesn't matter. Civilians were never our target in the first place. Whether or not they're gone is irrelevant. So be it. Everyone, focus all efforts on storming the Hokage Tower. Our priority is to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi as swiftly as possible. Deva Path Pain issued the new orders. He also directed Animal Path to drive all the summoned beasts straight toward the Hokage Tower. Natum, don't disappoint me. Deva Path turned back to issue a stern warning. Then, leading the others, he too charged toward the Hokage Tower. At that moment, Natum glanced toward his right, where Orochimaru stood. That single look spoke volumes without a word. Others might not know, but he did. Chances were, it was Orochimaru who had tipped them off ahead of time. So, Snake Uncle still held feelings for Konoha, after all. Well, so be it. For Natum, none of this mattered anymore. The assault had already begun. Whether or not Konoha had been forewarned made no difference now. The battle could not be stopped, and there was no way to turn back the Akatsuki. The war that would bring Konoha to ruin was already inevitable. At this point, uncovering the traitor changed nothing. Sensing that Natum had caught on, Orochimaru licked his lips, narrowing his eyes, then asked with a sly smile, Natsum, is there something you wish to say? It's nothing. Just remember, when you face your teacher Sarutobi in a moment, don't hold back. Of course I won't. But, Lord Natsum, are you truly committed to helping Akatsuki bring down Konoha? Absolutely. I will give it everything I have. A faint smile played across Natsum's lips. He swiftly performed a cloning technique, creating 5 shadow clones. With a wave of his hand, he commanded them to charge toward the front lines. He looked every bit like someone throwing himself fully into the battle. Orochimaru simply watched, a sly smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, the enemy is heading for the Hokage residence. They need backup over there. Damn, we're getting held up here. Just how do they summon so many beasts all at once? What on earth are these monsters? Why is its head splitting into more and more heads? This is bad. We're not going to hold out much longer. As hordes of giant summoned beasts rampaged through the village, nearly half of Konoha was soon engulfed in fire. Everywhere there was fierce fighting, everywhere chaos reigned. Luckily, most of the ordinary villagers had already been evacuated in advance. Otherwise, just this appetizer alone would have brought devastating casualties to Konoha. Still, even with preparations made, the regular shinobi found it almost impossible to take down beasts so massive and uniquely powerful. Especially now, with the appearance of the Hellhounds, further strengthened by ninja arts. Unafraid of any attack, the beast only grew more ferocious as the battle raged on, and was about to sprout a 4th head. The Konoha ninja were utterly at a loss facing such horror. At that moment, leading a squad of the Umbu Black Ops, Kakashi was locked in a desperate struggle against the Hellhound as well. Summoning Jutsu, with a slap of his palm and a surge through the blood contract, he summoned one of his loyal ninja hounds, Pakin. What's up, Kakashi? I was right in the middle of my dinner. Do you have to keep interrupting my private time like this? Pakin scratched his nose in annoyance, grumbling his displeasure. But Kakashi didn't have time to bicker. He grabbed Pakin and leapt to the rooftop, pointing toward the distant, 4-headed hellhound. Pakin, take a look. Do you know that summoned beast? What the heck? That's a hellhound. What's that monster doing here? I thought their entire clan cut ties with humans long ago. The moment he recognized the beast, Pakin's eyes widened in shock. Hellhound? What kind of ninja beast is that? What makes it special? Kakashi pressed urgently for information. Pakin nodded. As a seasoned member of the Ninja Hound clan, his experience ran deep. Of course, he'd heard stories of the Hellhounds. That's the legendary Hellhound clan. They go way back, and long ago, they migrated to the far northern hell. It's said that only those ancient, immortal toads of Mount Myaboku have ever seen the ancestors of the Hellhound clan. Get to the point. Kakashi cut him off, urging impatiently. He didn't have time for Pakin's long-winded stories. According to legend, these hellhounds are immortal and indestructible. Normal attacks won't harm them in the slightest. If anything, it just provokes them, making them split and grow even more savage. The simplest way to deal with them, cut off the bond between them and their summoners, and that'll send them back where they came from. How do you break that bond? Barrier ninjutsu or sealing techniques both work. Sealing technique? Sealing something that big is far from easy. It takes a lot of preparation time. Is there any other way? Kakashi frowned. Trying to seal a giant summoning beast like this was no small feat. Even if the sealing technique was ready, this thing wasn't a rock. It wouldn't just sit there and let you seal it. The seal itself was never the problem. The real trouble was figuring out how to hold the beast down. How should I know? Compared to this thing, I'd have to call it ancestor. Figure something out yourself. I'm out of here. Seriously, with the tiny salary I get, I'm not about to risk my life. Pakin gave a nervous tremble. He glanced again at the ferocious hellhound in the distance. Without another word, there was a loud pop. He vanished in a cloud of white smoke, making a quick escape. He wasn't a combat dog to begin with, and especially not interested in fighting his own so-called ancestor. Getting out alive was definitely the smart move. Now armed with this intel, the quick-thinking Kakashi immediately spotted a weakness. He wasted no time in calling out to the Umbu shinobi in the distance. Use clay, trap its movements. The Umbu exchanged glances and quickly sprang into action. Lightning style, 4-pillar bind. Earth style, clay fall. Massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, pinning the hellhound in place. Lightning crackled along the stone, shocking and paralyzing the beast repeatedly. At the same time, heavy globs of sticky clay rained down from above, coating the entire hellhound. Lightning style, 16-pillar bind. Fire style, Biz-kiln technique. Even more stone pillars rose, completely enclosing the hellhound. Swift jets of fire style jutsu poured in, baking the interior clay. With seamless teamwork, they quickly baked the clay prison solid, forming a hardened terracotta shell around the beast. That finally locked down the Hellhound's rampage. We did it. At last, it's sealed. Seeing this, the Konoha shinobi erupted in cheers, unable to contain their joy. At the same time, Kakashi breathed a deep sigh of relief. He immediately glanced toward the Hokage's tower. Notify the sealing corps. Have them come and seal this monster immediately. Everyone else, go support Lord Hokage. The enemy's main force is headed that way. Yes, sir. But before anyone could leave, the Hellhound that had just been sealed off with hardened clay broke free almost instantly. It burst through huge chunks of pottery clay, rampaging once again with wild fury. How could this be? It broke free so quickly. What incredible strength! I can't believe how ferocious this Hellhound is. Who could possibly tame such a powerful summoning beast? Kakashi's brows furrowed in amazement. He knew that this kind of intricate movement restriction technique was a secret jutsu developed by ANBU over years of practice, especially effective against giant ninja beasts. Once caught, even the giant toads of Mount Myaboku would struggle to escape quickly. That alone showed just how terrifyingly strong this Hellhound truly was. Damn it, don't let it get away. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Kakashi moved quickly, forming a large earth wall from the ground that bristled with several doghead sculptures, blocking the Hellhound's charge. He managed to save another Yanbiyu ninja who was trapped behind the wall. Unfortunately, in the beast's second collision, the hard dog-headed wall shattered. Luckily, Kakashi had already pulled the ANBU ninja to safety. Witnessing this, the furious Hellhound turned straight toward Kakashi and pounced, jaws wide. Watch this. Burn bright, youthful spirit. In that crucial instant, a flash of green soared from above, a figure bursting with energy. With a thunderous kick, he struck the Hellhound right on the skull, slamming it to the ground. A huge cloud of dust erupted. The next moment, Might Guy landed, facing Kakashi, flashing a brilliant, youthful smile, clearly waiting for Kakashi's praise. You idiot! You can't just attack that thing. Kakashi snapped. Might Guy froze, stunned by the scolding. And sure enough, moments later, the Hellhound that had been knocked flat leapt back up, then suddenly split itself into two. Now there were two beasts, each with two heads. What the heck is that thing? Guy glanced back, startled. This was a first even for him. A summoning beast that could split itself even after being attacked. What kind of sorcery was this? Worse, the two split Hellhounds began to change again, as though they meant to split yet again. Soon, there'd be four. Summoning Jutsu, shadowed Morning Thunder. Ibiki Marino, head of the interrogation force, quickly stepped in. He summoned a giant cat-shaped container, swiftly trapping one of the Hellhounds inside, then locked thick chains around the vessel's exterior. But he didn't send it underground to explode, at least not yet. Meanwhile, summoning Jutsu, Monkey King Inma, adamantine prison wall. A massive adamantine staff suddenly came flying, and in the blink of an eye, it split into hundreds of identical staffs. And thus, a massive square cage was formed, trapping the remaining Hellhound inside. That's the Hokage-sama's ninjutsu. The Hokage-sama is actually here, just as expected. The next instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi leapt in from afar, landing atop the adamantine wall of the cage. 5-element seal. Hiruzen formed a swift hand seal with one hand and cast the technique. In no time, he had sealed the Hellhound within the adamantine cage. Then, using the same method, he sealed away the other Hellhound as well. It was obvious, even though he was advanced in age, his reputation as the professor of ninjutsu was by no means empty. In terms of sheer combat experience, even Jiraiya paled in comparison. At the same time, witnessing the appearance of the third Hokage and how swiftly he dispatched the formidable enemies, the surrounding ANBU couldn't help but marvel in awe, feeling a deep sense of shame. But Hokage-sama, weren't you? Kakashi hurried over, confusion written all over his face. He couldn't understand how Hiruzen could possibly be here. Hiruzen stowed away his sealing scroll and quickly explained, "Don't worry, the Hokage Tower is only guarded by my shadow clone. It's already been turned into a trap, just waiting for the enemy to step right into it." Hiruzen was no fool, knowing the enemy was powerful and near impossible to defeat head-on. Of course, he would never choose direct confrontation. So, after evacuating the villagers in advance, he immediately devised a new strategy. He turned the heart of the village, the Hokage Tower, into a gigantic trap, leaving a shadow clone behind to attract attention. When the enemy, aiming for the leader, made their move, they would surely charge straight for the Hokage Tower, barreling right into the waiting trap. Then, the three teams stationed around the tower would instantly deploy barrier ninjutsu, trapping the enemy's main force within. It's not about annihilating the enemy. All that matters is buying time. With this, Hiruzen would finally have his hands free, and could then lead Konoha's elite to hunt down the other foes rampaging through the village, taking them down one by one. At the end, everyone would regroup, gathering their full strength for the ultimate battle against the enemy's main force. So that's it. Use our strengths against their weaknesses. This strategy might just work. Kakashi nodded in admiration. There was no doubt this was the only realistic battle plan. If they tried confronting over 10 enemy powerhouses of Kaga level head-on, Konoha would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Only by dragging the enemy into Konoha's quagmire and defeating them in parts could victory be possible. However, by doing so, the battlefield would become the entire Hidden Leaf village. Its survival was now in real jeopardy. It's all right. As long as the people live on, the village can always be rebuilt. Wherever the leaves soar, the will of fire will never die. Hiruzen seemed to sense Kakashi's unspoken worries, and spoke words of reassurance. Of course, no one could underestimate the ferocity of the enemy's assault this time. This was far beyond even his wildest imagination. There were over a dozen summoned beasts alone. Just how many ninjas skilled in the art of summoning had been dispatched? Was the Akatsuki organization's foundation truly this deep and formidable? Kakashi spoke, his voice steady. Lord Hokage, what should we do next? You are to lead 2 squads of ninja to hunt down the enemy summoners. Eliminate them as swiftly as possible, came the command. If you encounter lone enemies along the way, neutralize them without delay. If you find yourselves facing a large enemy force, do everything you can to hold them back and call for reinforcements. Additionally, Jiraiya is on his way to seek Lady Tsunade's help. When they return, things will undoubtedly improve. At that time, we'll be able to launch a counterattack. Sarutobi gave his orders in a deep, resolute voice. Though he had lost an arm, his mind remained clear, and he continued to command the battlefield with impressive composure. Lady Tsunade, it really would be much better with her here. Kakashi's heart lifted at the thought. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, he had experienced firsthand just how abundant Lady Tsunade's healing chakra was. It was extraordinary. With her slug's ultimate healing jutsu alone, she could treat an entire village. Surely she could greatly reduce Konoha's casualties. With their orders received, Kakashi and Might Guy wasted no time. They quickly led their squads out to hunt down the enemy summoners. At the same moment, in the rear, behind Sarutobi and his group, deep in the heart of Konoha, in the direction of the Hokage Tower, a sudden burst of light shot into the sky. A blue 4-cornered barrier and a yellow hexagonal barrier rose simultaneously, enveloping the entire Hokage Tower and locking it down tightly. We've succeeded over there. It looks like the enemy's main force is trapped, at least for now. Sarutobi let out a long breath, the tension easing ever so slightly as he saw the battle strategy taking effect. If the enemy's main force hadn't fallen for their trap, hadn't been caught within those barriers, today might very well have marked the fall of Konoha. Of course, given the enemy's terrifying strength, even double-layer barriers likely could only stall them for a short while. They would have to make the most of this opportunity, eliminate as many isolated enemies as possible, and do everything they could to reduce the gap in strength between the two sides. Shibi Aburame, have you found any traces of other enemies? Sarutobi immediately turned to ask. At his side was a silent ninja in sunglasses, Shibi Aburame. He was not only a jonin of the Aburame clan and Shino's father, but also the Aburame clan's greatest master of insect techniques. His mastery was unparalleled, renowned throughout the ninja world. Shibi extended a finger and exchanged signals with his dispersed swarm of scouting insects. Soon, he gave his report. I've detected 5 identical enemy figures, most likely shadow clones. However, the real body seems quite young. Shadow clones? 5 of them. One of them must be the real one. No matter how old the intruder is, if they've invaded the village, they are our enemy. Show no mercy. Where are they? Lead the way. Sarutobi barked the command, his voice cold and resolute. Guided quickly by Shibi Aburame, Sarutobi's strike team sped toward their target with practiced efficiency. In no time at all, they found the 5 enemy ninja. But no one could have predicted what awaited them. The 5 enemies were gathered around a street corner pushcart, oil sizzling as they fried skewer after skewer of golden squid, without the slightest trace of self-consciousness about being invaders. They acted as though they belonged. At the same time, Sarutobi immediately recognized Natum. Natum Uchiha. So it was you. I knew it. Sarutobi's anger flared, his eyes wide and his voice thundering. He had long suspected that brat Natum Uchiha might take part in this assault, but he didn't expect him to come in person. And here he was, openly enjoying himself, feasting in broad daylight, using one of Konoha's own food carts, no less. This wasn't just arrogance. It was arrogance, plain and simple. Well, if it isn't the third Hokage. Looks like you're the real one this time. Didn't expect you to leave the Hokage Tower and come all the way here just to meet us. What's wrong? Not going to fight pain? Or do you want to deal with little old me? The one just here for a snack. Sarutobi's sudden appearance made Natum pause for a fraction of a second. But he glanced toward the Hokage Tower, where a barrier glimmered into existence. In that instant, he understood the real situation. Did they really expect to trap Pain's forces with nothing but a couple of barriers? They had to be dreaming. It's my own fault for being too lenient with your clan all these years. Danzo was right. A threat like yours should have been snuffed out before it had a chance to grow. The village had suffered deeply from this invasion, and Sarutobi was in no mood to show mercy today. Especially not to Natum, who'd orchestrated the Uchiha's betrayal. Without another word, he gave his order. Attack. Find his true body. Don't give this brat a chance to use Susanoo. As for those shadow clones, they're nothing to fear. The command was given, and 5 ANBU operatives surged forward. Swarms of insects, under Shibi's control, swarmed toward Natsum's 5 doppelgangers, all in an effort to force out the real one and strike him down on the spot. But in the very next moment, every ANBU member faltered, because every single one of Natsum's clones erupted with Susanoo's scarlet radiance. There was no way to tell which was the real Natum. Meanwhile, deep within Konoha, inside the Hokage Tower, the 4 Pains, Deva, Animal, Preta, and Araka Path, along with a white Zetsu, found themselves trapped between 2 layers of barriers. As for the Sarutobi clone, left inside the tower, he was instantly struck down by Pain's forces. So it was only a shadow clone, and there's even a barrier waiting for us. It seems we've fallen into their trap. White Zetsu exclaimed with a mischievous grin, showing not the slightest hint of worry. It was as though from the very beginning, he hadn't been the one fooled by Sarutobi's clone at all. Tendo Pain cast a sidelong glance at White Zetsu. If this fool weren't one of Madara's subordinates, he would have crushed him in a heartbeat. To be deceived by nothing more than a clone from the 3rd Hokage. What a useless failure. Still, there was no time to dwell on it now. Their priority was to figure out a way past these dual barriers, locate the 3rd Hokage, and kill him. Tendo Pain's eyes swept over the outer barrier once again. With a single look, he discerned the cleverness behind these layered seals. A defensive barrier. It seems breaking through from the inside won't be easy. And it appears to hinder chakra transmission as well. Barriers, after all, are masterpieces distilled from the essence of all ninja techniques. They maximize a single ability with a minimum amount of power. Consider the famed 4 Crimson Ray formation. 4 Kage-level shinobi can weave a grand array strong enough to trap even the 10 tails, a testament to the power of such barriers. Of course, their weaknesses are also clear. Barriers designed mainly to block attacks from the outside are easy to dismantle from within. Those that defend primarily against attacks from inside are, conversely, vulnerable to external force. Sensory barriers rarely boast much defensive power. Restrictive barriers, meanwhile, have a myriad of flaws. At this moment, however, the double-layered barrier woven by more than a dozen ANBU was specifically designed to block assaults from within. Breaking through from the inside would be no simple matter. But the most critical feature, one of the layers was actively preventing chakra from passing through. This made it almost impossible for Nagato's real body to channel substantial chakra through the black receivers to the other Pain bodies trapped inside. As a result, his hold over the 4 puppets within the barrier had weakened significantly, leaving him unable to unleash their full power. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, Tendo Pain struck out. A mighty repulsive force surged forth, crashing hard against the distant barrier wall. The barrier ballooned outward under the impact of the tremendous power, but did not shatter. Instead, some of that force rebounded, sending Tendo Pain hurtling backward dozens of meters through several walls that exploded into rubble. So, it's a combination of 2 barriers stacked together. No wonder it's so tough to break. Dusting himself off as he emerged calmly from the wreckage, Tendo Pain delivered his assessment in a composed tone. That brief attack had already told him much about the barrier's resilience. He calculated that he would need to unleash the standard Shinra Tensei at least 20 or 30 more times to reach its limits and break it open. Alternatively, a single use of the Super Shinra Tensei would smash the layers instantly. though that would demand a significant expenditure of chakra. Once this technique is unleashed, not only will the other paths of pain come to a halt, but even the Deva path will fall into a period of weakness. It simply isn't worth the cost. Have Shura path change targets. Let come over here and break through the barrier first. Also, Sasori and Juzo Biwa, who are waiting outside, should be on their way to help as well. Deva path made a decisive call, intending for the Shura path outside to come to their aid. With the sheer force of the Shura path, tearing open this sort of barrier from the outside will be an easy feat. As for the time lost to this delay, will it give rise to unforeseen changes? Deva path held no concern. Beyond these 4 paths at his command, Sasori, Juzo Biwa, Ninjendo, Konin, Orochimaru, and even Uchiha Natum remain outside. With that lineup alone, Konoha has more than enough to handle. If anything, this is the perfect chance to wear down Uchiha Natsum's strength. So that kid won't have enough power left to contend for the 9 tails in the end. But that kid is sly and slippery. Unlikely to give his all so easily, is he? Still, if he could cross paths with the 3rd Hokage directly, that would be ideal. Such are the hopes Deva Path harbored in secret, as he quickly reached out to Shura Path, directing it to come at once and break through the barrier. Suddenly, White Zetsu cried out in alarm. Look over there. Deva Path turned to glance in the direction pointed out, only to see, some hundreds of meters away, 5 towering, crimson Susanoo rise up abruptly, locked in battle with some formidable opponent. For Uchiha Natsum's avatars to bring out Susanoo, it could only mean that Konoha's strongest are clashing with him. Perhaps it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, that wily old fox. Tisk TSK. Even the brat is making his move. Who could it be from Konoha that's unlucky enough to cross his path? White Zetsu let out a gloating, mocking laugh, eager for the chaos of battle to intensify, to prevent their target from slipping away. When the 4 Deva Path operatives stormed the Hokage Tower, Sasori and Juzo Biwa did not follow them in. Instead, they remained at the perimeter, ready to intercept any Konoha reinforcements, and to cut down Sarutobi in case he managed to slip out of the tower. But as fate would have it, neither of them had expected that. Due to a leak, the Hokage Tower had long been transformed into a trap. Konoha had used the barrier to ensnare the leader, Pain, and his companions. A barrier? Did our leader fall for their ploy? Juzo Biwa was momentarily stunned, murmuring this to himself. Seems that way. Should we step in? Let's help break the barrier. From the outside, it should be much easier. Sasori answered in his usual icy tone. He knew very well the leader's power. Defeat was not an option. With that, the 2 of them hurried toward the Hokage Tower. Preparations were underway to slaughter all the Leaf shinobi outside the building, those who were maintaining the barriers. When that moment came, the 2 layers of barriers would shatter effortlessly, without any need for a direct assault. However, just as the 2 prepared to make their move, a sudden and fierce intent to kill surged from behind them. Lightning style, Chidori. With Kakashi's superb taijutsu amplifying his speed, a flash of blue lightning streaked past, accompanied by a piercing sound, sharp and startling. It was as if a flock of birds shrieked through the air. In an instant, the attack struck Scorpion. Clearly, Kakashi had already set his eyes on these 2 enemies, biding his time and waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. But unfortunately, Scorpion, with his extensive battlefield experience, was far from easy to deal with. At this critical moment, he swiftly coiled the long steel scorpion tail on the back of his puppet, Hiriko, into a tight knot. He used this as a shield, attempting to block the deadly swipe of the Chidori. Of course, an S-rank jutsu like Chidori carried extraordinary piercing power, and with Kakashi's breakneck charge behind it, the force was overwhelming. Even the tightly bundled steel scorpion tail couldn't completely withstand the attack. It was run straight through by the Chidori, and the blow landed squarely on Scorpion's body. Wait a second, that sensation. This isn't real. It's a puppet? Kakashi gasped in surprise. He could clearly feel that his Chidori had pierced the target's body. Though it hadn't gone very deep, there was no rush of blood, none of what he expected. Instead, he felt resistance, the solid, tight, unyielding feeling as though he was stabbing into a block of wood. It was obvious now, this was not the enemy's real body. What he had struck was likely nothing more than a puppet. Sunbon Barrage. Just then, under Scorpion's control, the Hiriko puppet spun its head and opened its jaws wide, unleashing a hail of poison needles and barbs at Kakashi with terrifying speed. With such overwhelming numbers and at such close range, it was almost impossible to evade. But, watch me, with a thunderous shout, a figure in green leapt forward once more. With a powerful kick, he sent Kakashi flying out of harm's way. In a flash, he spun his nunchaku, creating a whirling shield that deflected every single poison projectile, saving Kakashi's life. Kakashi, are you alright? How about that kick? Was it youthful enough for you? Might Guy landed another mighty kick, sending Scorpion's puppet hurtling away. Then he spun around, flashing a brilliant smile and a gleaming set of white teeth, his words charged with passionate energy as he checked on Kakashi. If you'd kicked any harder, I'd be dead by now. Kakashi climbed to his feet, rubbing his aching lower back, scolding Guy with a mixture of pain and exasperation. At the same time, he took the initiative to remove his mask. After all, Hiruzen was here, Guy was here as well. Everyone was calling his name openly, completely ignoring the secrecy that the ANBU demanded. There was no point in wearing that mask any longer. It might have been better to just end it right there. Kakashi, that thing clearly isn't human. It can even spit poison needles from its mouth. That's a puppet. Its controller must be hiding somewhere nearby, Kakashi quickly deduced. Of course, he had also considered another possibility. Could the ninja controlling the puppet be concealed inside it? But, judging by its size and the way his own hand encountered resistance moments before, it seemed that the puppeteer wasn't inside after all. That only left the option that the real enemy was close at hand, secretly manipulating the puppet from the shadows. But why couldn't it be that person standing next to the puppet? Might Guy landed beside Kakashi, pointing at Juzo Biwa. It isn't him. That man wields a giant blade. Clearly a close combat type ninja, Kakashi replied. And as for that sword, if I'm not mistaken, it must be the Executioner's Blade, one of the famed 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist, right? Kakashi fixed a stern gaze on Juzo Biwa, his tone full of gravity. As a member of the ANBU Black Ops from the Hidden Leaf, Kakashi was well acquainted with the 7 legendary swords from the Hidden Mist. He recognized the Executioner's Blade at a single glance. Well, I'm surprised. So there's still someone in the Leaf who remembers this sword. Juzo lifted his sword and gave it a couple of emphatic swings, his spirits high. That eye of yours, it's the Sharingan, isn't it? I've heard rumors about an elite Sharingan wielder in the Leaf's Black Ops. That must be you, right? At this point, Kakashi's reputation as the copy ninja had yet to spread throughout the ninja world. Just then, the one just sent flying, the puppet master Sasori, made his way back to Juzo's side as well. At that moment, heavy explosions erupted behind Kakashi and his group. They spun around. Rising before them were 5 towering, oppressive Susanoo avatars, rampaging through the landscape. That's Susanoo. No way. 5 Susanoo at once. The Uchiha clan is part of the attack. How could they have so many powerful fighters? Kakashi gasped, his face turning grim and ashen as the implications sank in. That's the direction of the Hokage. Kakashi, what do we do? Should we rush back to help? Might Guy pressed, uncertainty in his voice. No, we have to trust in the Hokage and his team. Our priority is to deal with these 2 opponents here and stop them from sabotaging the barrier around the building. If they smash through the barrier and join forces with the enemy's main assault, our defeat is all but certain. For just a brief moment, Kakashi hesitated, but reason quickly asserted itself. This was a time for tough choices. The only thing left was to place faith in the Hokage. Might Guy nodded without a hint of doubt. All right, I'll follow your lead. Kakashi was resolute. You take on the swordsman. Leave the puppet master to me. We must take them down quickly, then rush to aid Lord Hokage. All right, leave it to me. My youth is already burning with passion. Might Guy was brimming with fighting spirit. Without another word, he charged straight at Juzo Biwa. At the same time, Kakashi led several members of the ANBU, heading straight for Sasori. They prepared to swiftly overpower the puppet and drag out the puppet master. Well done. My blade has been thirsting for this moment. Today, let me wash away the shame of my defeat at Konoha all those years ago. With a furious shout, Juzo raised his greatsword high and faced off against Guy. In an instant, the 2 were locked in fierce battle. Meanwhile, on Kakashi's side, all 7 quickly surrounded Sasori. A barrage of fire-style, water-style, and lightning-style jutsu was unleashed without hesitation. In an instant, waves of ninjutsu engulfed Sasori's crimson Hiriko puppet, their numbers overwhelming him in hopes of a swift victory. As the smoke from the relentless assault began to clear, the battered form of the Hiriko puppet was revealed at the center of the blast. However, it was only then that Kakashi and the others realized. This puppet was incredibly tough, its internal frame nearly all steel. Even under such heavy bombardment, it had not been completely destroyed. Hiriko, prosthetic Sunbon barrage. The next moment, the Hiriko puppet attacked again. A mechanism on its left arm launched, firing a drum filled with over a dozen poisoned senbon needles. In a flash, countless poison needles shot in all directions, covering every approach. Dodge now! The Konoha ninja scattered desperately, but the barrage was too wide to fully escape. Even so, 3 were unlucky enough to be struck. The toxins quickly spread through their bodies, and the 3 soon lost all ability to fight. Seeing this, Kakashi's temper flared. Ignoring the drain on his chakra, he unleashed his lightning blade once more. Try this. Lightning style, lightning beast tracking fawn. A torrent of chakra transformed in both nature and form, surging into a howling wolf of lightning that tore across the battlefield. It moved with blinding speed and homed in on its target, inescapable. In the blink of an eye, the snarling beast of lightning crossed dozens of meters, sinking its jaws into the Hiriko puppet. With a savage bite, it tore off the puppet's right arm and nearly half its right shoulder. What an impressive lightning-style technique. Looking at his puppet's shattered right side, even Susanoos couldn't help but praise him. To combine both chakra nature and form transformation. This lightning style was truly extraordinary, one of the finest in the ninja world. Kakashi, was it? What's your family name, Hatake? What are you getting at? Is Tsukumo Hatake your father? How do you know? Who are you really? Kakashi gasped for breath, his expression stern as he pressed his questions. But before he could even finish, a figure suddenly shot up from beneath his feet, moving with astonishing speed. It nearly skimmed his face as it flew past. If not for the heightened dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, and his quick reflexes to dodge in advance, that attack would have sliced him clean in two. Even so, the ferocious assault still left shallow cuts across his chest and face. Is this another puppet? That was close. One more second, and I'd be dead. Kakashi's heart lurched. At the same time, he could feel it. Since just moments ago, the killer intent directed at him had soared to an entirely new level. Was it simply because his surname was Hatake? Hatake Kakashi. You deserve to die. Sasori's voice came, harsh and cold, as he jerked his left hand. The third Kazekage puppet that had burst from underground now unfurled completely, floating at the side of the Hiriko puppet. Clearly, Sasori's fury had been ignited, and he now intended, at any cost, to kill the son of his enemy, to avenge his own parents. He disregarded even matters concerning his leader, Pain. None of that mattered now. That form, that's the third Kazekage. How can this be? The third Kazekage, who vanished so mysteriously, was turned into a puppet. As a member of the Leafs ANBU, Kakashi had long since seen portraits of the so-called strongest Kazekage. So the moment he laid eyes on this puppet, he recognized it for what it truly was. And that recognition left him utterly shocked. Unthinkable that a puppeteer could slay a Kage and refashion him into a weapon. How powerful must the enemy truly be? And now, having revealed the third Kazekage puppet, Sasori had made up his mind. Kakashi would die here. Were it not for that Hatake Tsukumo who had killed his parents back in the Second Great War, Sasori himself might not have ended up on this cruel path. A father's debts should be paid by his son. All of the Hatake clan deserve to die, and especially this one, Hatake Kakashi. In the next instant, without another word, Sasori unleashed both the Hiriko and the third Kazekage puppets, launching them simultaneously at Kakashi. There was not a hint of mercy in his attack. Caught off guard, Kakashi hurriedly raised his Earth-style Fang Dog Mud Wall to block the assault. But his go-to defense was smashed aside with ease by the third Kazekage's magnet release, Iron Sand Drizzle. Damn, this enemy is even stronger than I expected. Do I have no choice but to use that technique? Kakashi frowned as he measured his options, weighing whether or not he should resort to his Manjikyu Sharingan. Or should I wait, hold out a bit longer, hoping Guy can defeat his foe first and then join forces with me? No. That enemy wielding the Executioner's Blade is likely one of the former 7 swordsmen of the Mist, and an opponent of no small strength. Even someone like I probably couldn't defeat that monster so easily, right? Unfortunately, Kakashi's judgment had missed the mark this time. At that moment, elsewhere, Might Guy and Juzo Biwa were locked in a fierce battle. Both were close combat fighters. One wielded a sword, the other, nunchaku. Juzo, once among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, was a true elite jonin. Guy, meanwhile, was Konoha's taijutsu prodigy, a living testament to the power of hard work over bloodline. Their clash was as wild as it was intense. In less than 30 seconds, they'd already exchanged hundreds of blows, and 5 entire buildings had crashed down around them. The devastation spoke for itself. After another brutal collision, the two sprang apart and instantly slipped into their usual bragging routine. Juzo Biwa said, "Not bad, kid. Didn't think Konoha had someone so skilled in hand-to-hand combat." I, Juzo Biwa, have slain many shinobi in my time. Apart from that one person, your taijutsu ranks among the best I've seen. Guy responded, you see? This is the power of youth. Wait, you're Juzo Biwa, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It's you, I remember now. It was you all. My father fought you back then. Upon hearing Juzo Biwa's name, Guy, whose mind was never one for details, finally pieced things together. He matched the figure before him to a memory from 10 years ago. Defeated us? Don't be absurd. When have the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist ever known defeat? Wait a second. You that kid from back then? My Dewey-san? How could it be you? Juzo Biwa finally recognized Guy, and for a moment, fear flickered through his heart. He couldn't help but recall that terrifying scene. The man who unleashed the 8 gates and tore through the 7 swordsmen barehanded. So it really is you. My father let a few of you go that day, but today my youth will show no mercy. With a shout, Guy tightened his fists. Oomph, just a brat back then. If not for your father, you'd have died long ago. Today, I'll send you to join him. Juzo Biwa's voice rang out with arrogance and murderous intent, ready to strike at any moment. Let my youth burn bright. 8 gates release. 5th gate, gate of limit, open. Guy roared again, unlocking the power of the 8 gates in a heartbeat. His blood boiled, his face flushed red. Torrents of green chakra surged forth, wrapping his entire body in a blinding, raging aura. His presence instantly doubled, becoming overwhelming. From the distance, Juzo Biwa watched the familiar, nightmare green light flare up around Guy. His eyes went wide with terror, dread churning inside him. No way. How can it be? The little brat from back then. He's mastered this technique too? That damn Might Due, your father. He already passed it on to you before he died. Clearly, even after 10 years. The scene of being ruthlessly crushed by Might Due lingered in his memory, haunting him with dread. In the very next moment, as soon as he finished speaking, Juzo Biwa didn't hesitate for an instant. He grabbed his broadsword and turned to flee. Not a shred of hesitation. He was the very embodiment of decisiveness. In just a blink, he had already darted hundreds of meters away. Might Guy, who had been preparing to strike, was left completely dumbfounded by the sight. What's going on here? Why is this guy such a coward? He just threatened me with menacing words and suddenly turned tail and ran. Is my 8 gates technique really that terrifying? Don't run. Let me land a kick on you. Might Guy shouted after him. Juzo's scalp prickled with fear, and he put his all into running even faster. He wanted nothing more than to put as much distance as possible between himself and that monster. After all, if that madman actually managed to land a single hit, he'd probably die on the spot. Seeing this, Might Guy thought about giving chase. But after glancing at Kakashi, who was still locked in fierce battle nearby, he decided to let Juzo go for now. He turned instead to help Kakashi bring down the puppet master. Hidden Lotus! In a flash, a streak of green light shot forward from the distance. In an instant, it broke the sound barrier, so quickly that Sasori couldn't even react before. Guy's foot came thundering down, smashing directly into the Sandaime Kazekage puppet. The power behind that kick was staggering. The puppet was blasted backwards for over 100 meters, crashing through several buildings in its wake. That would definitely keep the puppet out of commission for a while. Kakashi, I'm here to help you. What happened? Did you take care of your opponent? No, he ran away. Never mind. Let's focus on dealing with this guy together. This puppet master is tough, and he's controlling the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage. Don't let your guard down. Don't worry. With me here, my youth will burn away all obstacles. With the 8 gates unleashed, Might Guy was virtually fearless. Even before he'd finished speaking, his entire figure blurred into an afterimage and vanished on the spot, shooting straight toward the 3rd Kazekage puppet, while Kakashi's side was locked in a desperate struggle. Elsewhere, Hiruzen Sarutobi's group, facing off against the 5 Susanoo mecha clones, was truly in dire straits. Hiruzen could hardly believe his own eyes. Natum Uchiha, that kid, could now activate Susanoo even with his shadow clones? How could this be? It made no sense. He'd only defected from Konoha 3 or 4 months ago, hadn't he? How could the boy have changed so much in such a short time? Besides, Hiruzen had never even heard of clones being able to use Susanoo. But faced with this crisis, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight back. He could only hope that these Susanoo clones wouldn't be nearly as strong, right? But as soon as the battle began, he then realized that these 5 Susanoo avatars were also going all out with a ferocity hard to imagine. Even when he coordinated with the summoning beast, Inma, deploying all sorts of combination jutsu, he could only barely hold off 2 of the Susanoo. As for the remaining 3, they had already torn through his Anbu underlings and the Aburame clan's ninjas, driving them into utter chaos and devastation. There was just no way around it. Without enough offensive power, you couldn't even scratch Susanoo's defense. Yet every punch and every blade swing from those avatars brought catastrophic damage to his side. Even if you managed, through desperate effort, to shatter one Susanoo's defense. What did it matter? After all, that was just a clone. Even if destroyed, it was of little consequence to the enemy. So then how were they supposed to fight? What would they use to win? All this left Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been full of confidence, suddenly caught in a profound dilemma. If this dragged on, there'd be no hope of defeating all their enemies. These 5 Susanoo alone could wear them out to the bitter end. Wait, Uchiha Natum, perhaps we can talk. In desperation, Sarutobi was forced to resort to a more conciliatory approach, hoping that negotiation or an exchange might soften the Uchiha's hostility. Talk. When you were set on wiping out our whole clan, did you ever consider talking? Now, it's much too late for that. Natsum's avatar replied, unyielding, not an ounce of hesitation or compromise. It pressed the assault relentlessly. After all, his true self wasn't even present, so he had no fear of Sarutobi's deadly Reaper death seal. He could attack without restraint. If he could strike down old Sarutobi right here, so much the better. At this moment, inside an apartment, 7-year-old Naruto was sitting cross-legged on the floor, patiently waiting for his cup noodles to finish cooking. His mood was exceptionally good right now, because, starting some time ago, ever since that pervy sage appeared, Naruto's life had taken a turn for the better. The stranger claimed to be the 4th Hokage's teacher, one of the legendary Sannin, and currently even serving as the acting Hokage. It all sounded incredibly impressive. What's more, he was willing to be Naruto's guardian, and to teach him how to train as a ninja. This made Naruto overjoyed. Without hesitation, he began sticking close to Jiraiya. Though after spending some time together, Naruto realized this white-haired old man had quite a few flaws. For example, he was lecherous, but there was no denying. Compared to everyone else, he was much kinder to Naruto. He not only taught Naruto new jutsu, but often took him out to eat and to the hot springs. Most importantly of all, in that so-called pervy sage, Naruto felt a kind of care he'd never known before. A warmth he'd always longed for. Real, genuine affection. Almost like from a parent. And so, over the past few weeks, Naruto no longer bothered to spend money on paint, nor did he sneak up to Hokage Rock for mischief anymore. After all, he had finally gotten the attention he'd longed for. Because of this, his welfare allowance had become a bit more generous, too. At the very least, he didn't have to drink expired milk or eat out-of-date instant noodles anymore. Sometimes, when he dropped by Ichiraku's for a bowl of noodles, he could actually pay for his meal now. There were even times when he was bold enough to treat himself to 2 cups of instant noodles in one go. Life finally felt like it was looking up. At last, ready to eat. Naruto rubbed his hands together with excitement, picked up his cup of noodles, and prepared to dig in. Just then, the entire building suddenly shook beneath him. The violent tremor jolted Naruto's noodles loose, sending them tumbling to the floor. What the heck? Ah, my noodles! Moments later, a gigantic summoning centipede suddenly burst out from below, piercing right through the entire building in an instant. Whoa, what a huge centipede! With the building crumbling around him, Naruto forgot all about his fallen noodles. Thinking fast, he scrambled to the window and leapt out onto the street. Only once he'd made it outside did he realize. It looked like the entire village was under attack. Curiously, though, there weren't any panicked villagers fleeing through the streets. That's when Naruto remembered. Over an hour ago, the streets had been noisy, as if people were being organized to evacuate to safety. Yet no one had come to tell him. He hadn't paid it much mind. After all, in times of danger, why would villagers who already distrusted the Nine-Tails care if the fox's vessel lived or died? He just hadn't expected. The village really would come under attack. Where's Granny Third? Where's Pervy Sage? Where did they all go? Naruto looked around, puzzled. Then, glancing over his shoulder, he suddenly spotted a beautiful woman in a black cloak standing not far away. Who are you? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Conan's voice was cold and flat. She sensed no trace of tailed beast chakra from this boy at all. Either their intel was wrong, and he wasn't the Nine-Tails vessel, or the seal on him was exceptionally strong, concealing all traces of the beast. You're not a village ninja. Who are you really? Naruto wasn't stupid. He instantly picked up that this was an outsider. No one from his village would ever ask such an obvious question. Very well. So you really are the one. Conan confirmed. And with a slight motion of her right hand, a wave of paper sheets surged out from behind her, sweeping toward Naruto. Huh? What do you want? In his panic, Naruto, who had almost no combat experience, was quickly wrapped up into a mummy by the avalanche of paper, left with nothing free but his wide eyes staring out. Even his mouth was stuffed full of white paper, packed in so tightly that he could barely move. MMPH. MMPH. Naruto struggled desperately, his muffled cries pleading for help. Stop struggling. Stay still, and maybe I'll make it quick for you. Konan gave a dismissive wave of her hand. The swirling paper swept Naruto up, carrying him through the air toward her. Did we get him? The path of humanity, Pain, appeared suddenly, arriving at Konan's side. In truth, just moments earlier, Pain had used his abilities to read the memories of several Leaf Shinobi. That was how they had finally tracked down Naruto's location. Yes, this is the brat. Konan nodded in response. To be honest, she hadn't expected it either. Capturing the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had gone astonishingly smoothly. It was as if no one in the Leaf cared about their own Jinchuriki at all. Not even a single guard outside. Such lax security. What about the Azura path? He went to support the Deva path. There's a bit of a situation over there. So what should we do? Take the Nine Tails vessel and leave. We can't risk running into that brat, Uchiha Natum, and having things spiral out of control. Pain issued his command. This was just as Nagato had planned all along. The priority of capturing the Nine Tails far outweighed killing the third Hokage. Understood. But just as the two of them prepared to leave, suddenly Konan stopped, tensing up. Someone's coming. And fast. The chakra feels very familiar. Oh, familiar chakra? Could it be? Pain's words were abruptly cut off. From a distance, a furious shout thundered through the air. Let Naruto go. Having hurried back, Jiraiya wasted no time racing toward Naruto's residence. No way was he going to let anything else happen to his student's son. It really is you, Pain murmured, gazing at Jiraiya, who stood atop the ruined remains to their right. Even he couldn't hide a touch of melancholy. Who? Konan? And those eyes, those are Nagato's eyes. What are you two doing? Seeing the faces of Konan and Pain, Jiraiya was just as shocked. As far as he knew, Konan and the others had died long ago. How could they possibly be here? And in Akatsuki robes, no less. Did that mean they joined Akatsuki? And now, alongside Pain, they were invading the Leaf? What we're doing is none of your concern, Sensei. Stay out of our way. I don't want to fight you. Konan's warning was cold as ice. With that, she turned to leave, ready to take Naruto away. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way I'd let you take Naruto. Konan, let him go. He's not yours to meddle with. I don't want to fight you either. Jiraiya leapt in front of Konan, blocking her path with a stern look and a voice filled with admonition. No matter what, he could not possibly allow a member of the Akatsuki to take Naruto away. Not even if that person was once his own student. There's no need for words. Force your way through. Nagato gave the order through the path of human realm. Yes, Konan acknowledged the command and acted in a flash. She instantly unfurled a vast cloud of paper, which shot forward toward Jiraiya like a storm. Damn it, it seems there's no room for negotiation now. Looks like I'll just have to subdue you first. Fire style, flame bomb. Countless sheets of paper collided with the torrent of flames. However, the jutsu Jiraiya cast in haste simply couldn't stand up to Konan's dense barrage of paper attacks. In no time, the flames were completely smothered. Realizing this, the experienced Jiraiya knew better than to keep fighting head-on. He promptly twisted aside to dodge, then unleashed the toad oil bullet technique. A huge spray of sticky toad oil shot out, engulfing Konan. He expected that this technique would surely counter her paper jutsu. The oil would make her whole body sticky and limit her ability to manipulate paper. But, to his surprise, things didn't go as planned. The torrent of toad oil did hit its mark, covering Konan as intended. Yet in moments, all of the oil simply slid off her without sticking in the slightest. It was as if she were wrapped in a layer of oil-proof material. Jiraiya examined her closely, and only then did he realize the truth. Her body was actually enveloped in an extremely thin layer of tinfoil. It was this foil that blocked the toad oil from soaking in. Damn it, girl. You actually thought to wrap yourself in oil-proof tinfoil. Did you get burned by this trick before? You're cautious to a fault. Jiraiya couldn't help but grumble, sounding both frustrated and impressed. If it weren't for that layer of tinfoil, he might have already had her subdued. He couldn't help but wonder just who was the unlucky soul who'd ambushed her before and tipped her off to this weakness. Sensei, you're just as disgusting as ever. Konan gave a cold, disdainful shake of her body, peeling away the greasy layer of tinfoil. She stared at Jiraiya with a frosty contempt. Although Konan herself had managed to fend off his oily onslaught, the paper trapping Naruto by her side was just ordinary paper. It dissolved instantly under the toad oil's touch, slipping from Konan's control. Seizing this moment, Jiraiya wasted no time and launched the Wild Lion's main technique. His elongated white hair whipped out, grabbing Naruto and yanking him free from Conan's clutches. Cough, cough. As Naruto landed, he broke into a fit of harsh coughing. After all, the feeling of having sticky, oil-soaked scraps of paper stuffed in one's mouth was anything but pleasant. All the more so because this oily liquid had just come from the perverted sage's mouth. Naruto couldn't help but feel nauseated by the thought. Are you alright, Naruto? Pervy sage, your oil bullet reeks. It's awful. Come on, can we not complain about that right now? This isn't the time. Seeing Naruto unharmed, Jiraiya finally let out a breath of relief. Naruto asked, what's going on? Who are those people? Jiraiya replied, they're the ones attacking the Hidden Leaf Village, and they want to capture you. Naruto exclaimed, huh? Why me? Jiraiya said, it's complicated. I'll explain later. For now, you'll just have to bear with it for your own safety. With that, Jiraiya clapped his hands together. He immediately performed a summoning jutsu, calling forth 4 toads at once. 3 large ones and 1 small. 3 battle toads, Gamabunta, who wields a single blade, Gamaken, with his twin swords, and Gamahiro, who fights with his forked weapon. And then there was the Gore Toad, equipped with a special barrier stomach that could completely suppress all detection. As soon as the Gourd Toad appeared, guided by Jiraiya's orders, it wasted no time and quickly swallowed Naruto whole in a single gulp. Naruto screamed as he surged into the Toad's stomach barrier. But with this, Naruto was, for the time being, safe from harm, and Jiraiya could finally focus all his attention on dealing with the invaders. Jiraiya, why'd you summon all 3 of us at once? Gamabunta puffed on his pipe and called out in his booming voice. Sorry, Boss Toad, Gamaken, Gamahiro. I'm counting on all of you. The village is under attack. Please, help me deal with those enemy-summoned beasts. Jiraiya made his plea without delay. The enemy-summoned creatures were not only great in number, but each was powerful in their own right. Across all of Hidden Leaf, only the legendary toads from Mount Myaboku could stand toe-to-toe with them. All right, we'll settle the score with you later. Ken, Hero, let's go. At this crucial moment, Gamabunta wasted no words. He leapt into action without hesitation. With a mighty leap, the 3 giant toads charged toward the rampaging summoning beasts wreaking havoc in the village. So, you've hidden the 9 tails within a barrier? This certainly complicates things. Pain of the Human Path spoke in his usual calm tone, but inwardly, he felt the situation growing dire. After all, he knew this lecherous old teacher's strength all too well. To seize the 9 tails Jinchuriki from him would be no easy task. What now? Keep him occupied. When Devapath arrives, we'll surround and eliminate him. And watch that little toad that swallowed the Jinchuriki. Don't let it get away. Understood. With that, the battle resumed. Pain of the Human Path charged directly at Jiraiya once more. At that very moment, Conan swiftly transformed into countless paper cranes, swarming around the Gourd Toad in order to prevent it from absconding with the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Hidden Leaf Village, a fierce battle between the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, and 5 Susanoo clones was drawing to its end. Despite Hiruzen's formidable strength, even after losing an arm, he could still weave hand signs single-handedly. He cast combinations of jutsu with effortless skill, unleashing a relentless stream of techniques. The destructive power he wielded was nothing to scoff at. He even managed, through a combination of 2 trap jutsu and the grand technique, 5 release, great consecutive bullet, to shatter one of Natsum's Susanoo clones in a single, masterful maneuver. Alas, for all the Hokage's prowess, the Ambu operatives fighting at his side proved desperately outmatched. Perhaps, more truthfully, Natsum's Susanoo clones were simply too formidable. In less than a minute, every remaining ANBU had fallen, cut down to the last by the other 3 Susanoo. So, despite managing to destroy a single Susanoo clone, Hiruzen soon found himself beset by the remaining 4. He was one man against 4 overwhelming adversaries. How could he possibly parry such a relentless assault? For Susanoo, each one unstoppable. The onslaught was too much. Hiruzen could no longer keep up with the pace of the battle. He retreated step by step, the tide turning further against him with every moment. And yet, one thing eluded his comprehension. How could these Susanoo sustain themselves for so long? The fierce battle had raged on, yet not one showed the slightest sign of flagging. Maintaining 5 Susanoo simultaneously should have been an impossible drain on chakra. Simply inconceivable. Was it truly possible that Uchiha Natsum, still so young, possessed such a bottomless well of chakra? It defied all logic. We can't hold them off any longer. Hokage-sama, you must escape. At last, Shibi Aburame, usually a man of few words, spoke up, urging Hiruzen Sarutobi to withdraw at once. Any further delay, and they would all surely perish under the relentless barrage of the four Susanoo. Shibi Aburame, breathless, Hiruzen glanced at the ninja by his side, words failing him. The enemies are all clones. Continuing this fight is meaningless. And, Hokage-sama, the village cannot survive without you. You must break through and regroup with the others. I'll cover the rear. If something happens to you, the entire village may truly be lost. Secret technique, insect tornado. With these words, Shibi unleashed the ultimate secret art of his clan, without hesitation, pouring out every last drop of chakra, dispatching his entire swarm. In the next moment, a churning sea of dark insects engulfed everything within 100 meters. His goal, to delay the advance of the four Susanoo clones, buying Hiruzen precious time for escape. Almost immediately, the massive swarm of insects swamped the four Susanoo, beginning a ravenous assault, devouring the chakra that shrouded their monstrous forms. Of course, sheer numbers alone could never pierce the Susanoo's defenses. Yet the vast, black sea of insects veiled the vision of Natsum's clones, filling him with deep frustration. Irritating bugs. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. All four of Natsum's clones unleashed streams of fire at once. Like a heavenly blaze, roaring flames rained down from above, instantly engulfing everything within 100 meters. In mere moments, a great number of destructive insects and nearby houses were entirely consumed by the raging inferno. Phew! With a sweeping motion, the hand of Susanoo stirred up a powerful gust, blowing away smoke and ashes that hung thick in the air, clearing the surroundings in a flash. At the same time, Natsum's clones noticed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just been embroiled in furious combat, had already vanished without a trace. TSK. He escaped after all, didn't he? That old Sarutobi really does know how to seize the right moment. Natsum felt no regret at this outcome. After all, Sarutobi was a target of the Akatsuki now. Let the Akatsuki's own members hunt down that old man. He'd done more than enough, seeing how long these clones have been locked in battle. Now, since he could sit back and watch the flame from afar, why risk his own life? But still, it's a pity about Konoha's subordinates. Natsum's clone gazed down to the ground below. All that remained were the charred corpses of the Yambiyu ninja, along with Aburame Shibi of the Aburame clan, who had died from sheer exhaustion, drained of all his chakra. There really are fearless, iron-willed men left in Konoha. Too bad, they've all been ruined under the hands of a filthy leader. Natsum let out a sigh of lament. If the first or second Hokage were still alive, the village never would have fallen to this point. Had it not been for Naruto and Sasuke destined to lead the future, with the mess Sarutobi and Danzo have made, Konoha might have been crushed long ago by hidden villages from afar. Of course, these are just thoughts. When it was time to kill, Natsum never hesitated. He spared Konoha not a single ounce of mercy. For in this world of shinobi, there is never an absolute right or wrong, only differing stances and convictions. Looks like Pain and Jiraiya have started fighting too. This should be interesting. Perfect time to head over. Maybe I can snatch something valuable from the chaos. From behind the battlefield, Natsum's true self leapt out, eating skewered squid as he walked, eyes fixed on the distant clash. He quickly dispersed his four clones and headed straight for the showdown between Jiraiya and Pain.